The prelude to the game, Awakening of the Gods, begins. On the outskirts of Sunset Forest, a dragon's roar shatters the tranquility of the Iron Rhinoceros Bull's territory. The Lord-level battle has officially begun. Host, Shao. Race, Red Rock Dragon. Rank, Lord level 15. Shao looked at the attribute panel in front of him. The experience bar was just a hair's breadth away from completion. Just then, a lizard dragon rushed over to report. My lord, we have conquered most of the Iron Rhinoceros Bull's territory, but we have not yet found their lord. Shao coldly ordered. The Stone Dragon Squad continues its advance. The Giant Horn Dragon Squad is responsible for encircling and killing them, cornering them. The Lizard Dragon Squad seals off the outer perimeter. Don't let a single one escape. Yes. After the order was relayed, the Megaloceros and Stone Dragon quickly launched an attack. Before long, only a few Iron Rhinoceros Bulls remained on the field, struggling to hold on. Just then, a roar rang out. You've crossed the line. This is my territory. Behind the surviving Iron Rhinoceros, a colossal beast slowly emerged. Its entire body was jet black, as if it were clad in steel armor. It was none other than the Iron Rhinoceros Bull Lord. At the same time, Shao also slowly appeared. Its body, 6 or 7 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long, was covered with dark red scales. Its wings were folded, and its dragon might permeated the entire area. All the stone dragons and giant horned dragons retreated to the sides to welcome their king. Shao sneered. From this moment on, this is my territory. No sooner had he finished speaking than he charged forward. The Iron Rhinoceros Bull Lord roared, lowered its head to gather its strength, and charged forward. The two giant beasts collided violently. The next second, an earthy yellow light surged beneath Shao's feet, and the ground beneath the Iron Rhinoceros instantly cracked, its massive body being overturned to the ground. Shao seized the opportunity and pounced, biting off its giant horn. Immediately afterward, he opened his dragon mouth, and fire element rapidly condensed. Elemental Missile. A blazing fireball shot out with a roar, striking the Iron Rhinoceros's head precisely. The immense impact sent it flying more than 10 meters before it crashed heavily to the ground. The smell of burning quickly filled the air. After struggling a few times, the Iron Rhinoceros Bull completely lost its life. Shao stepped forward, easily tore open its tough hide, and devoured the flesh. The taste is quite good. Ding, gained 1,000 experience points. Ding, gained 20 evolution points. Ding, obtained a Lord-level component, Iron Rhinoceros Horn. Ding, host is leveled up to level 16. After the upgrade was completed, Shao murmured and signaled his subordinates to deal with the remaining corpses before returning to his lair. Back in his lair, he immediately opened his attribute panel. Host, Shao. Race, Red Rock Dragon. Rank Lord. Level, 16. Health points, 3,100. Attributes, Strength 30, Agility 15, Constitution 35, Spirit 12. Talents, 100 Refinements Evolution, Commander Evolution, Magic Resistance, Elemental Mastery. Skills, Elemental Missiles, Rock Shield, Invisibility. Lord-level components, Iron Rhinoceros Horn, Lightning Wolf Fang, Thunderous Eagle Wings, Mountain Shattering Elephant Hoof. Evolution points, 90. After arriving in this world, Shao confirmed that he had transmigrated into the game world. The Iron Rhinoceros Bull was the 4th Lord-level creature to die at his hands. His level has also increased from single digits to level 16. He is only 10 evolution points away from his first evolution. However, he had already cleared out the nearby Lord-level creatures. To continue growing stronger, he could only expand his territory. Shao looked up into the distance. Once players arrive, without sufficient strength, they will inevitably become targets for others to farm experience and equipment. Only by constantly evolving can they control their own destiny. With his 2 talents, 100 Refinements Evolution and Commanding Evolution, he believed that one day he would stand at the pinnacle of this world. Soon after, the men carried the carcass of the Iron Rhinoceros back to the lair. Shao commanded a total of 18 stone dragons. They were enormous, covered in thick, rock-like armor, and possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Yi Shao had 20 giant horned dragons under his command. Their sharp horns could easily pierce through iron rhinoceros bulls. The other 6 lizard dragons were quadrupedal and extremely fast. They were scouts he had specially trained. A lizard dragon cautiously arrived at the nest, reported the situation in dragon language, and then, under Yi Shao's orders, continued to go out to explore nearby lords and resources. Since arriving in this world, these lizard dragons have been an important source of intelligence for Yi Shao. Based on the information currently available, the most powerful beings in this world are the Holy Dragon, the Abyssal Beast, and the Dark Lord. His location is more like a special instance, which no player has set foot in yet. Just then, a deep dragon's roar suddenly echoed throughout the territory. This was the alarm sounded by the warning stone dragon. Yi Shao immediately stepped out of the nest, and the next second he froze. Not far away, for humans with names above their heads were standing there. Players? Yi Shao recognized them instantly. The 4-person team configuration is quite standard. Front row Warrior M, middle row Mage Flame Song and Pre-Sunshine, and back row Archer 1000-Mile Sniper. Look, the Lord is out. Take him down, and the first kill will be ours. Consciousness M shouted excitedly. Don't rush. We don't know this place yet, Chinli Tusha reminded him. But the mage, Liahua Rouge, instantly condensed more than a dozen fireballs and hurled them at the warning stone dragon. Fireball! Let's deal with these 2 troublesome guys first. Upon seeing this, Yi Shao immediately assessed the opponent's strength. With a deafening dragon roar, Yi Shao soared into the air and landed with a thud, his giant tail sweeping across and scattering all the fireballs. The ground shook violently, and a massive body of the red rock dragon was fully revealed to everyone. What huge size! The fireball spell didn't work. 1000-Mile Sniper's expression changed drastically. Retreat. Something's wrong with this boss. Yi Shao raised his giant claw and stomped down. Consciousness M didn't even have a chance to react before it instantly turned into data fragments and dissipated. Ding, 1 warrior killed, gained 500 experience points and 5 evolution points. Only 5 evolution points. Yi Shao grinned and looked at the remaining 3. Run! The priest and mage panicked completely. Consciousness M was the warrior with the highest defense in the newbie village, yet he was instantly killed with a single kick. How could he possibly fight back? Trying to run? Yi Shao leaped forward, blocking their retreat. Where are you going? Hearing the monster speak in human language, the 3 were completely dumbfounded. This was the first time they had ever seen a talking boss. Yi Shao didn't give them time to react. His giant tail swept out. The mage and priest were instantly sent flying, crashing into the rock wall and turning into data fragments. The archer turned and ran, only to be met with a barrage of fire elemental missiles. Amidst the explosion, the long-range sniper vanished, reduced to data fragments. Ding! Gained 1,500 experience points and 5 evolution points. Ding! Evolution value has reached 100 points. First evolution can be initiated. The battle ended, and the territory returned to peace. Yi Shao curled his lip. So weak, yet they dare to try and fight a Lord-level monster? Clearly, these are just a few novice players. Their strength is nowhere near that of a Lord-level monster. Just as he was about to leave, a red light caught his attention. On the ground, a fiery red gem was shining brightly. Yi Shao immediately recognized it as the gem on the mage's fiery song staff. It can even drop equipment? Although this thing was of little use to him, he, who possessed the blood of the dragon race, was naturally powerless against shiny treasures. Yi Shao immediately put the ruby away. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! You can convert your current equipment into 1 evolution point. Only 1 evolution point. Yi Shao shook his head and put the ruby away. It's not as fast as killing a player. At the same time, 4 white lights appeared at the resurrection point in Chaoshi City, and the squad that had just been wiped out by Yi Shao reappeared. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces still showing signs of shock. Consciousness M spoke first. What kind of monster was that? I couldn't even withstand a single blow. The priest, Sunshine Forever, couldn't help but complain. Wasn't it supposed to be a level 10 dungeon? How can a level 10 dungeon be this ridiculous? Archer Chinli Tusha said in a deep voice. That dungeon is definitely problematic. With our current strength, we can't beat it at all. Let's level up first. Just then, the mage, Fiery Song, suddenly panicked. Wait, where's my staff? He hurriedly searched his equipment inventory and backpack, but couldn't find the blue-grade staff. Could it be lost? Let's look again. Several people gathered around, their expressions changing. That blue-grade staff was definitely top-tier equipment at this stage. Chinli Tusha hesitated. Could have been looted by that lord. Liu Rouge's face turned green. It seems it really is gone. The group immediately panicked. They contacted customer service. That Red Rock Dragon could talk. There was definitely something wrong with it. They'd file a complaint if customer service wouldn't provide an explanation. Meanwhile, Shao was leisurely lying in the nest. His presence prompted the game's official team to receive their first complaint. After repeated checks, the official team found no abnormalities and finally gave the following answer. Special dungeons have an equipment drop mechanism, and the equipment will remain in the dungeon. If you want to get it back, you can only play the dungeon again. Upon learning the result, Liu Rouge was utterly devastated. With their team's current strength, going to challenge them again would be tantamount to suicide. Meanwhile, Shao finally gathered enough evolution points. Ding! The current environment meets the safe evolution conditions. Begin evolution. Evolve. Ding! First evolution successful, triggering reward pack. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a legendary creature component. Wind-slaying Dragon Wings. Gained 40 evolution points. Wind-slaying Dragon Wings, formed from wind element, greatly increases speed and can unleash the skill Hurricane Tornado. Upon seeing the description, Shao's eyes lit up. As expected of a legendary component, it even comes with its own skill. Current number of bio-components that can be fused. 1. Select the Wind-slaying Dragon Wings. Begin evolution. Ding! Estimated evolution time, 15 minutes. As soon as the system notification sounded, Shao instantly lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly awoke. The dragon wings on his back unfurled, spanning over 20 meters, their dark red plumage perfectly blending with his body. With a gentle wave of his hand, a fierce wind swept through the entire nest. Shao immediately opened his attribute panel. Host, Shao race, Red Rock Wyvern. Rank, Lord, level, 16, health points, 3,300, attributes, strength 35, agility 25, constitution 40, spirit 12. Skills, elemental missiles, rock shield, invisibility, hurricane tornado, evolution points, 60 next evolution requirement, 200 points. Shao quickly realized that if he could continuously replace his biological components with more advanced ones in the future, he might be able to evolve into an existence even more powerful than the Holy Dragon. However, he is far from strong enough yet. The first group of players has already discovered this place, and more players will only arrive soon. With that in mind, Shao decided to strengthen his subordinates first. It would also be a good opportunity to test another talent, commanding evolution. As the voice faded, data panels for a stone dragon and a giant horned dragon appeared before his eyes. Race, stone dragon, rank Panbio, level, 15, health points, 300, attributes, strength 8, agility 3, constitution 8, spirit 2. Alliance, lawful neutral, evolution point requirement, 10. Race, Diablos, class, phenomenal, level, 15 HP. Attributes, strength 9, agility 5, constitution 6, spirit 2, alignment, lawful neutral, evolution value requirement, 10 points. There is a clear class hierarchy between the phenomenal and lord classes. As the number of players increases, the strength of stone dragons and giant horn dragons will eventually fall behind. Improving your subordinate strength means improving the entire territory's defense. It's only 10 evolution points. Killing 2 players will easily make that worthwhile. Without hesitation, Shao initiated the Commander Evolution. Commander Evolution, Giant Horn Dragon. Add biological components for evolution. Add Iron Rhinoceros Horn. Evolution points are instantly reduced by 10. The Giant Horn Dragon falls to the ground, and its body begins to change. A moment later, its giant horns became thicker and sharper, and its size increased significantly. Ding! The giant horned dragon absorbed the iron rhinoceros horn, a lord-level creature component, and gained the iron rhinoceros trait. Iron Rhino. Its giant horn attack power is greatly increased, and there is a chance to inflict a piercing effect when attacking. Race: giant rhinoceros. Rank: elite. Shao was somewhat surprised. One evolution had directly propelled him from the Panlife rank to the elite rank. Then, he turned his gaze to the stone dragon. As the tank of the team, the mountain-crushing elephant hoof was clearly a better fit for it. Leader evolution: stone dragon. As the elephant's hoof fused into its body, the stone dragon was completely enveloped in an earthy yellow light. Ding! The stone dragon has absorbed the lord-level biological component, the mountain-crushing elephant hoof, resulting in a synergy. Ding! A mutation level change has occurred, gaining the special ability Mountain Crash Stone. Mutation. Shao's eyes lit up. The stone dragon's limbs rapidly expanded. Strange patterns appeared on its body, and its rocky skin turned a thick, earthy yellow. When the light faded, it had completely changed its appearance. Race: mountain-crushing stone dragon. Rank: mutant level 15. Health points 1,500. Attributes: Strength 16, Agility 12, Constitution 16, Spirit 8. Skills: Earth Wall, Mountain Crash. Mountain Collapse concentrates immense force to unleash a devastating impact. Shao looked at the attribute panel. The mutated level upgrade is indeed terrifying. Today's mountain-crushing stone dragon not only boasts astonishing defense, but also possesses immense destructive power. Just then, a lizard dragon rushed over. Lord, the iron rhinoceros's original territory has been occupied by a new creature. There's a lord-level being there now. Shao immediately became interested. This is practically handing me experience and evolution points. He immediately gave the order. Notify the stone dragon and giant horn dragon teams. Move out. The iron rhinoceros bull's territory already belonged to him, and now someone dared to seize it. Soon, the giant rhinoceros dragon and the mountain-crushing stone dragon organized their forces and led their herd on their way. Upon entering the target area, a group of new creatures appeared before the dragons. They resembled moths, were as tall as a person, and were covered with flame patterns. The name displayed was Blazing Moth. Several giant horned dragons charged forward first, only to find that the opponent constantly dodged using its flight advantage, making it impossible to hit them. Throw stones with your tails and knock them down. With Shao's order, the giant horned dragon and the stone dragon swung their tails, hurling stones into the air. Faced with a dense barrage of flying stones, the blazing moths were quickly knocked down. But the next second, the flame patterns on their wings suddenly lit up with a red light. A dozen or so blazing moths soared into the air once more, their speed increasing dramatically as they charged towards the dragon horde. Shao's expression changed slightly. Rock shield. The earth shook violently, and a thick stone wall rose up instantly, protecting all his subordinates behind it. A dozen loud explosions rang out in succession, causing the stone wall to tremble violently. When the explosion subsided, Shao stepped out of the defensive perimeter and saw that the blazing moths had been blasted to pieces, and the stone wall was riddled with holes. This power is enough to severely injure a giant horned dragon, almost comparable to his fire elemental missiles. A suicidal attack. Interesting. Shao quickly figured out the characteristics of the blazing explosion moth. This monster could only launch a self-destruction attack once, so a swift victory was necessary. Soon, Shao led his men deep into the territory of the blazing moth. More than 20 blazing moths were still circling in the air. Perfect timing to try the hurricane tornado. Shao spread his wings, and wind elements gathered wildly, instantly unleashing a massive tornado that swept across the entire territory. Trees were uprooted and torn apart in midair. The fiery moths were ripped to pieces in an instant, without even a chance to self-destruct. Ding! Gained 4,000 experience points and 20 evolution points. Shao was not satisfied. These evolution points were far from enough. A loud dragon roar echoed all around, full of provocation. The next second, a gale suddenly arose. High in the sky, a giant moth, 10 times larger than a normal flame moth, slowly appeared. The flame patterns on its wings are complex and bizarre, and the most eye-catching feature is the fiery red crystal in the center of the wing, which contains violent energy. What a huge fluttering moth! Shao Gurinut, the blazing moth lord angrily questioned. As fellow lord-level creatures, why did you slaughter my people? Shao sneered. Your territory? From now on, this place belongs to me. How arrogant! The fiery moth lord roared, flapped its wings, and vanished in an instant. Invisibility. Shao remained completely unfazed. As long as the opponent was still flying, they couldn't escape the perception of the wind element. The next moment, he suddenly flapped his wings, and a compressed hurricane tornado instantly appeared in the upper left corner. The hidden flame moth lord was directly caught in it, and could not escape no matter how hard it struggled. The moment his form appeared, Shao opened his dragon mouth. Fire element rapidly condensed. The fire element missile hit its mark precisely, blasting the fiery moth lord directly to the ground. Shao took a step forward and pressed his dragon claw firmly against its body. Just then, the fiery red crystals on the wings of the blazing fire moth suddenly lit up. Trying to self-destruct. Dream on. Shao bit off its head in one bite, and at the same time his dragon claws crushed its torso completely. Once out of control, the red light on the crystal quickly went out. The blazing moth lord was completely lifeless. Ding! Gained 1,000 experience points and 10 evolution points. Ding! Obtained a lord-level creature component. Flame crystal. Ding! Host level has increased to level 17. Shao glanced at the system notification. Only 10 evolution points. That's a shrunk. Although the evolution points are fewer, the attribute boosts from leveling up are still quite good. Attributes: Strength 39, Agility 28, Constitution 43, Spirit 13. Compared to attribute growth, Shao was more concerned about the flame crystal he had just acquired. The dangerous aura he had just sensed made him realize that the self-destructibility of a lord-level flame moth was probably different from that of an ordinary flame moth. The Lord-class flame moth detonates using the flame crystals on its wings. Unfortunately, there are no instructions, and it's unclear how to use it. Shao could only put the flame crystal away for now and study it later when he had the chance. He let out a deep growl, ordering his men to clean up the battlefield and remove the corpses of the blazing moths. Just as he was about to leave, the mountain-shattering stone dragon rushed over. Lord, we've discovered a nest of eggs. This should be the eggs of that creature from before. Eggs? Shao was somewhat surprised and then gave the order. Take them back first. If these eggs can hatch in his territory and become his subordinates, then we can train a group of suicide bombers in the future. Yes. The mountain-crushing stone dragon responded immediately and took over command of cleaning up the battlefield. With the wind-slaying dragon wings, Shao's speed increased significantly, and he quickly flew back to his territory. But as soon as they entered the territory, a disdainful voice rang out. Wasn't this supposed to be a special instance? How come you're so poor you only have one lord left? That's it. Shao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a player named Demon White standing on the ground with a look of disgust on his face. How dare you be so arrogant all by yourself? Shao was curious about where this player got the confidence to venture into the special instance alone. However, the other party's attitude stirred a playful desire in him. Foolish human, daring to trespass into my territory, prepared to become my food. Shao feigned seriousness, but inwardly he found it amusing. The demon's white eyes lit up. This is more like a special instance. The Lord can even talk. Your first kill is mine, and I'm still number 1 in rank. With that, Yao Niebai pulled out a dagger and held in his hand, clearly an assassin player. The next second, he flashed and rushed to Shao's feet. But in Shao's eyes, this speed was almost as slow as crawling. Shao didn't rush to retaliate, but simply watched coldly. The monstrous spy thrust his dagger towards Shao's foot. Sparks flew from the blade, but it only left a shallow mark on Shao's foot. The monstrous spy was stunned. What was going on? What kind of physique did this monster have? Shao glanced at his own stats. Health points, 3,598. Health points, 3,600. He had just lost 2 health points, but they were restored in the blink of an eye. He looked down at the monstrous Bai, his tone full of mockery. Human, are you trimming my nails? The demonic Bai's face turned ashen, feeling utterly humiliated. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. After he finished speaking, he did a backflip to create distance, and the dagger in his hand glowed blue, clearly indicating that he was gathering strength. Through that attack, just now, Shao had roughly figured out his strength. This team was slightly stronger than the previous four-person squad. Soon, the monstrous Bai finished charging and unleashed 2 consecutive slashes at Shao. The 2 blade beams intersected in an X shape, hurtling straight towards Shao. This is quite interesting. Shao judged that this attack could break through the skin, so he flapped his dragon wings and turned his body slightly to the side. The blade grazed past him, slashing fiercely into the rock behind him. The rock shattered instantly, leaving a deep gash in the ground. How is this possible? Seeing him lost in thought, Shao thought, Number 1? That's all. The next moment, he flapped his wings fiercely. A hurricane tornado instantly formed, lifting the monstrous Bai Wan into the air. The demon Bai had been distracted and missed his best chance to escape. Human, pay the price for your foolishness. Shao spoke mockingly, simultaneously unleashing a fire element missile. A fierce wind tore through the body of the monstrous Bai, causing his health to plummet. Immediately afterward, the fire element missile struck with a deafening roar. The monstrous white figure instantly disintegrated into countless data fragments. Ding! Gained 800 experience points and 8 evolution points. Shao curled his lip. A dagger fell from the sky, the very weapon that the monstrous Bai had been tightly gripping. Hey, another piece of equipment dropped. Ding! Current equipment can be converted into 2 evolution points. This dagger isn't that great, only 2 evolution points. Shao looked disgusted. You said my dragon lair was shabby, Shao. Shao's evolution points had finally accumulated to 78. Then, he staggered back to the lair. At the West City respawn point, a flash of white light appeared, and the figure of the monstrous Bai materialized again. The surrounding players immediately erupted in chaos. Wasn't that the number 1 prodigy Bai? He was actually killed? Bai's face turned ashen. He was about to draw his dagger to intimidate everyone when he suddenly froze. Where's my dagger? He frantically checked his inventory, only to find it empty. The monstrous Bai instantly collapsed. No, that blue-gray dagger was something he bought at a high price, and it was key to his maintaining his top-rank position. Now it's gone. I'm going to complain. The official response remained the same. Special dungeons have an equipment drop mechanism. To retrieve the equipment, you have to replay the dungeon. Left with no other option, Yao Bai could only issue a team-up announcement, gathering experts to prepare to reclaim his dagger. On the other side, after returning to his lair, Shao casually tossed the dagger that had been dropped into a corner, where it was piled up with the rubies. The mountain-shattering stone dragon stepped forward to report. Lord, the territory of the blazing insect moth has been cleared, and a total of 53 insect eggs have been found. Shao nodded. Hand them over to the lizard dragons to guard. Notify me when they're close to hatching. Also, send all the lizard dragons out to quickly assess the surrounding area. Ideally, draw a map. Yes, the collapsing stone dragon accepted the order and left. After its evolution, its intelligence had greatly increased, and it was now able to manage the territory for Shao. Not long after, four players quietly appeared on the outskirts of the territory. Leading them was none other than the monstrous Bai. My precious dagger, I've come to save you. But as soon as he stepped into the territory, he was dumbfounded. What was going on? How come there were so many monsters in just half a day? His teammates' faces also darkened. Didn't you say there was only one lord here? You didn't even get the intelligence right before dragging us here to our deaths. The monstrous white figure looked utterly aggrieved. I really didn't know. When we came here before, there was only that red rock dragon. The mage, handsome beyond compare, waved his hand. Don't argue yet. Since we're here, we should give a try. The warrior and paladin, you deserve it, nodded. These ordinary monsters aren't a big problem, as long as we cooperate well. The eccentric Bai immediately perked up. That's right, we'll definitely get the first kill on the lord. But the female archer in the team, Jean Duji, cautioned, it's still better to be careful. The group infiltrated the territory and quickly discovered the mountain-crushing stone dragon patrolling the area. The fighting smallpox machine was the first to act, firing an arrow. The arrow struck the mountain-crushing stone dragon, but it was easily knocked down. The next second, the stone dragon roared in fury. An alarm instantly blared throughout the entire territory. All the dragon monsters turned to look at the four of them. Jean Duji's expression changed. Damn it, we've been exposed. The giant rhinoceros charged first, its massive body crashing down with a terrifying sense of oppression. The four hurriedly dodged, their formation instantly disrupted. Then, the stone dragon slammed its way into the ground. The ground cracked, and earthen walls rose up, completely blocking their escape route. The demon's face turned pale. It's over. We haven't even seen the Lord yet, and we're about to be wiped out. Just then, a huge black shadow descended from the sky. A terrifying dragon's might enveloped the entire area. So handsome it was unparalleled. Looking up, his voice trembled. Is this the true Lord? Shao landed slowly, his gaze sweeping over the four people before finally settling on the antipox machine. He glanced at the mature, elegant female archer, a slight smile playing on his lips. Go easy on me later? The wicked boy was trapped firmly by the earthen wall, so he simply gave up, struggling. Once is never enough, twice is better. With our relationship, let's not slap each other in the face, okay? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Shao raised his dragon claw and slapped him across the face. The monstrous boy was sent flying backward, dissipating into data fragments before even landing. Ding! Gained 800 experience points and 8 evolution points. After dealing with the monstrous boy, Shao looked at the remaining 3. The collapsing stone dragon kept creating earthen walls, trapping them firmly, giving them no chance to escape. What a pity, such a beautiful girl. Shao grinned. Experience points were definitely more appealing. A fire element missile was launched instantly. After 3 loud bangs, the 3 players simultaneously turned into data fragments. Ding! Gained 2,400 experience points and 24 evolution points. 110 evolution points. Shao was in a great mood. At this rate, he would be able to start the 2nd evolution soon. This guy isn't so bad after all. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 pieces of equipment fell to the ground. One was a women's top inlaid with pink gemstones, and the other was a mage's ring. Ding! The current equipment can be converted into 4 evolution points. Shao immediately put it away. Including the equipment that dropped earlier, he now had 4 pieces in his possession. Meanwhile, at the resurrection point in Chaoshi City, a flash of white light appeared, and the monstrous by gang, having just resurrected, ran away without looking back. Immediately afterward, the other 3 also resurrected. As soon as the Acne fighting machine appeared, a howl of wolves suddenly erupted around her. She looked down and realized she was only wearing her undergarments. A scream echoed through the respawn point, and the next second, she logged off. Paladin, you deserve it, and so handsome you have no friends, stared at each other in bewilderment. Where's that bastard by? One of his subordinates is this fierce, and he's still managed to drag us into this mess. Count me in. The gaming forums quickly erupted in chaos. The top assassin, Demonic White, suffers a double kill. Shocking. Female player and Demonic White respawn simultaneously, their shirts mysteriously missing. As the post continued to spread, news of the special dungeon quickly spread throughout the entire server. Have you heard? A new special dungeon has been released. I heard that the bosses inside drop high-level equipment. Is it true? A large number of players are attracted by the high-level equipment and are rushing to the dungeon. Meanwhile, an outrageous rumor began to spread. The Lord was a lecherous dragon who specialized in stealing female players' clothes. Really? Then I'm not going. In an instant, many female players gave up the idea. Shao was completely unaware of this, as new trouble had already arrived. The stone dragons stood in a line, with the giant horned dragon guarding the rear, confronting a pack of wolf-like creatures. Above their heads was displayed the same name, Riftwind Wolf. The lead Riftwind Wolf held its head high, its face full of arrogance. Red Rock Dragon, our Lord has decreed you. Before he could finish speaking, Its wolf head flew off. Blood gushed out. How noisy, Yi Shao said coldly. Get a talking dog instead. Ding. Gained 400 experience points and 2 evolution points. The remaining rending wind wolves were both shocked and angry, but dared not retaliate. A moment later, another gale wolf emerged, head bowed. Our lord said, "You have 3 days to submit, or I'll raze this place to the ground." Yi Shao slashed out with his claw again, and the wolf's head instantly exploded. No need to say more. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, fire element missiles roared out. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing pack of wolves was reduced to just 2 cowering in a corner, trembling with fear. Yi Shao had deliberately left the 2 rending wind wolves behind, and they were now so frightened that they could barely stand. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 4,000 experience points and 19 evolution points. Ding! Host level has increased to level 18. Attributes: Strength 44, Agility 32, Constitution 46, Spirit 14. Yi Shao stared at them. You too. Which one of you will take me to see your lord? I'll take you there. The other rending wind wolf was a step too slow and was instantly killed by Yi Shao, turning into experience points. The remaining rending wind wolf was trembling with fear and could only lead the way. Yi Shao glanced at the collapsing stone dragon and said, "You take a few stone dragons and giant horned dragons to guard the territory. The rest of you come with me." His territory is a special instance that easily attracts players and monsters, so it cannot be left unguarded. Soon, Yi Shao followed the rending wind wolf away from its territory and arrived in an unfamiliar area. Sunset Forest is divided into 3 parts: the outer perimeter, the depths, and the core. The further in you go, the stronger the monsters become. Yi Shao is currently in the outer perimeter. After walking for a long time, the rending wind wolf finally stopped, no longer daring to take another step forward, its body trembling even more violently. Yi Shao knew that the lord of the rending wind wolf was inside. He immediately let out a dragon's roar, challenging the master inside. The next second, pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the darkness. Yi Shao scanned the area and found that there weren't many riftwind wolves in total. Only 7? With such a small number, you dare to say you've conquered my territory? Before he finished speaking, Yi Shao fired a fire element missile. A massive gale wolf charged out, forcefully blocking the attack. It had a white stripe on its forehead that extended all the way to its back, clearly indicating that it was the gale wolf lord. The riftwind wolf lord lowered its body, staring intently at Yi Shao, and let out a low growl. Yi Shao did not back down and returned the growl. The lord of the rending wind wolf said coldly, "Lord of the Crimson Rock Dragon, now that you've come, are you prepared to submit to me?" Yi Shao sneered and did not answer. The lord of the rending wind wolf continued, "As long as you submit, once I become the lord of the outer region, your status will be second only to mine." The lord of the outer spheres. Yi Shao paused slightly. The lord of the rending wind wolf sneered, "You don't even know who the lord of the outer spheres is?" The lord of the outer horizon is the king of the monsters on the outskirts of Sunset Forest. The original king has gone deep into the forest, and this position is now empty. At this point, its eyes were filled with ambition. Therefore, your territory will also belong to me from now on. Yi Shao said coldly, "No, you only have 2 choices. First, submit to me. Second, become my food." The Riftwind Wolf Lord roared in fury, "You're courting death." A pair of wind wings materialized behind it, and in a flash, it pounced on Yi Shao. Stone shield. The ground shattered, and a stone wall suddenly rose up, blocking its attack. The rending wind wolf lord immediately leaped into the air, preparing to use its aerial advantage to attack. Yi Shao sneered, "Ideal combat. Who's afraid of who?" With his wind-slaying dragon wings unfurled, he charged directly at the wind-splitting wolf lord, slapping it away with a single blow. The Riftwind Wolf Lord tumbled several times in the air, barely regaining its footing before its expression changed. "What? You're faster than me." It kept circling around Yi Shao, trying to disrupt him with its speed, but Yi Shao blocked it every time. After several collisions, it was the Riftwind Wolf Lord that suffered the most. Wind-splitting feather blades. Countless wind blades materialized behind it, shooting straight at Yi Shao. Yi Shao scoffed. With such meager skills, you think you could be the master of the outer perimeter? The dragon's wings flapped suddenly, and a hurricane tornado erupted instantly, engulfing the Riftwind Wolf Lord. The wind blades were shattered, and the Riftwind Wolf Lord was also caught in the blast, its body being torn apart by the wind elements, leaving it unable to move freely. Yi Shao fired another fire element missile, blasting it out of the tornado and sending it crashing heavily to the ground. The Riftwind Wolf Lord wasn't dead, but it was already half dead. Yi Shao landed, stomping on it, his sharp claws piercing its body. The Riftwind Wolf Lord finally panicked. "Spare me. I'm willing to submit. As long as you don't kill me, I'll acknowledge you as the Lord of the outer perimeter, and all the territory will belong to you." Yi Shao nodded. "Sounds good." Just as the Riftwind Wolf Lord breathed a sigh of relief, it heard Yi Shao coldly say, "Unfortunately, too late." The next moment, Yi Shao bit off its neck. It's most worthwhile to turn this guy, who might bite back at any moment, into experience points and evolution points. Ding! Gained 2,400 experience points and 24 evolution points. With the death of the Riftwind Wolf Lord, the remaining Riftwind Wolves retreated one after another. Yi Shao had no intention of letting them go. Fire element missiles were fired one after another. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of wolf corpses remained on the ground. Ding! Gained 3,000 experience points and 16 evolution points. Ding! Quest feature unlocked. Ding! Path to Outer Ruler Conquest. Become the Outer Ruler of Sunset Forest. Reward unknown. Yi Shao glanced at the mission panel. Become the master of the outer perimeter? Just what I want. Regardless of whether there are missions or not, he will take over the entire outer perimeter region. With this thought in mind, Yi Shao spread his wings and soared into the sky. The giant horned dragon and the stone dragon responded, announcing the birth of a new overlord. Upon returning to the territory, the mountain-shattering stone dragon rushed over. "Lord, the flame-exploding moth's eggs are about to hatch. Take me there." Inside the incubation area, the original eggs have turned into fiery red cocoons, their surfaces shimmering with a faint luster. The first cocoon split open, and a small fiery blaze moth emerged. Then, the other cocoons followed suit. One by one, the fiery moths fluttered their wings and flew towards Yi Shao. Although they flew crookedly at first, they quickly mastered the flying skills. They circled around Yi Shao, appearing very close. At this moment, Yi Shao noticed that one of them was significantly larger, with more complex flame patterns on its wings, and was also inlaid with a flame crystal. Born at the Lord level, Yi Shao immediately checked the attributes. Name: Blazing Flame Moth King. Race: Blazing Flame Moth. Rank: Lord. Level: 1 health, 300 attributes, Strength 3, Agility 5, Constitution 3, Spirit 4. Alignment: Lawful Neutral. Talents: Fire Element Manipulation, Stealth, Explosive Crystal. Evolution Point Requirement: 50 points. It's actually a Moth King. Yi Shao's eyes lit up. This blazing explosion Moth King was clearly much rarer than a regular Lord level one, and its cultivation value was extremely high. As the Moth King approached, the other blazing moths all took the initiative to avoid it, demonstrating a clear level advantage. Yi Shao looked at the mountain-crushing stone dragons. Take them a train and level them up as quickly as possible. Yes, Lord. The mountain-crushing stone dragon immediately led the swarm of flame-exploding moths away. Yi Shao opened the panel and glanced at the evolution value. Evolution value: 173. The second evolution is not far off. At the same time, 2 more player teams have arrived outside the territory. One of them is the group of 4 who were the first to enter the dungeon. The leader of the other team was the prodigious Bai. He was clearly not giving up. He not only wanted to get his equipment back, but also wanted revenge. Upon seeing the charismatic Bai, the Flame's daughter immediately teased, "Hey, isn't this the super popular charismatic Bai?" The demon's face was grim, but he didn't retaliate. Thousand Mile Sniper spoke up. "If you're not going in, we'll go in first. Only one team can enter a special dungeon at a time." The monstrous Bai smiled. "You guys go first." He knew very well that this team would just be giving away experience points. You'll regret it once we take down the Lord. Chinley Snipe wanted to give a few words of advice, but his teammates pulled him directly into the dungeon. On the other side, Shao was inspecting the dragon's lair. Upon seeing the 4 familiar faces, he immediately beamed with joy. "It's you again? Since you're here, I won't stand on ceremony." Dragon wings suddenly unfurled. Before the group, including Liu Rouge, could even get a clear look at their surroundings, a massive figure descended from the sky. A giant claw swept across. The 4 of them instantly turned into countless data fragments. Ding! Gained 2,000 experience points and 20 evolution points. Shao shook his head. Still no progress whatsoever. Shao turned to look at another group of people outside the territory. This was the 3rd time that the monstrous spy had come, so he was practically an old acquaintance of his. Shao beckoned to him with his paw and sneered, "Foolish human, come in. I promise I'll go easy on you this time." The monstrous spy swallowed hard, recalling the scene of being instantly killed last time, and suddenly felt a little scared. Should we just give up? He seemed stronger than before. A warrior in the group, concealing a grenade in his crotch, stepped forward. "What are you afraid of? With us here, a mere lord monster can't cause any trouble." The archer, Moon, who was bent over, drew his bow to its fullest extent and said disdainfully, "Don't compare us to those newbies from before." The 3 players that Yao and Ya Bai brought this time were all former professional gamers, and their awareness and skills were quite good. During his disappearance, while evading the pursuit of the anti-drug machine, he spent a lot of money to hire these 3 people, all in order to seek revenge on Shao. The demonic figure gritted his teeth. "I'll risk it." The impatient mosquito-slaying mages said, "Hurry up, stop dawdling." The 4 stepped into the special instance, and dozens of monsters immediately stared at them. The stone dragon and the giant rhinoceros tried to step forward, but Shao stopped them with a raised claw. Ku Chuangzong drew his long sword and pointed it at Shao. "Such a big guy is perfect for stretching your muscles." Shao sized up the 3 men and found that their aura and movements were indeed much stronger than those of the monstrous spy who had brought them last time. But these people clearly didn't take him seriously. Shao growled, "Insignificant humans, prepare for destruction." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his dragon claw and slammed it directly at the archer. The archer had the longest range, and Shao didn't want to be constantly shot at from behind. "Come back here." Kadong Zingliai immediately rushed forward, using his longsword to block Shao's claw attack. With a bang, he was knocked back more than 10 meters before stopping. Shao was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a player who could block his attack head-on. Kadong Zongliai was even more astonished. How can this monster be so strong? At this moment, the sorcerer, the evil mosquito slayer, had completed his spell. Chain of ice arrows. A field of ice spikes appeared in the air, shooting densely towards Shao. A stone wall instantly rose up, blocking most of the ice spikes. The remaining few that hit Shao only took away a few dozen points of health, which he quickly recovered from. With a mine hidden in his crotch as a shield, and archers constantly looking for an opportunity, Shao found it difficult to get close directly. So he changed his target to the mage. "I'll deal with you, you fly first." Shao used a stone wall to block the arrows, then slapped open the hidden mine in his crotch with his claw, heading straight for the mosquito-slaying evil saint. The demon by shouted from afar, "Watch out! Protective barrier!" The mosquito-slaying evil saint waved his staff, and a protective shield immediately enveloped him. He was confident in this item, but when Shao stepped on it, the protective shield shattered with a crack. The mosquito-slaying evil saint's face darkened. This is a disposable item. Normally it can withstand 3 attacks from a lord, but it broke in 1 hit. The eccentric Bai, standing some distance away, became excited. "No wonder you're a former professional gamer. Keep it up." His dagger had already been destroyed by Shao, so he didn't dare to get close and could only hide behind and shout. Upon hearing this, Shao immediately understood. So he was a former professional gamer. No wonder he was skilled. He coldly said, "Feel the dragon's wrath." Qting Zhengliai charged again, but the next second, Shao's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Invisibility activated. Qting Zhengliai's face darkened. "You monstrous Bai, You never said he could become invisible. The mosquito killer evil saint roared. No wonder the anti-pox machines are chasing you. Your intelligence is so unreliable. The demonic wight looked completely innocent. He's never used this move before. Just then, a small tornado suddenly appeared beside me. Kadonglii immediately shouted, "Watch out, he's coming for you." The moon, which I'm grinding, quickly dodged, and the grenade hidden in my crotch also rushed to provide support. But the next second, screams came from the other side. It turned out that Yi Shao's real target was not the archers at all, but the mage mosquito-slaying evil saint. An elemental missile was fired, sending the mosquito killer evil saint flying into the air, his health plummeting. Oh no, he'd fallen for a trap. Crotch-hidden thunder hurriedly retreated, but it was too late. Yi Shao appeared above the mosquito-slaying evil saint, and his giant claw slammed down, crushing him directly into the ground and turning him into data fragments. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 800 experience points and 10 evolution points. Kadong Zhengliai roared and charged forward. Yi Shao looked at him, refusing to back down, and charged straight at him. Good! Yi Shao crashed into it, and the man with the hidden grenade in his crotch felt a buzzing in his head before being sent flying backward. Immediately afterwards, the wind-snatching dragon's wings flapped repeatedly. Gusts of wind rose up, and before the thunder hidden in the crotch could even land, it was swept into the air by the hurricane tornado. On the other side, the small tornado that was chasing the archer, the moon, was also instantly enlarged. He couldn't hold on by himself, and was also swept into the air, sending you home. 2 elemental missiles struck precisely. The 2 men instantly turned into data fragments. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have gained 1,600 experience points and 20 evolution points. Yi Shao glanced at the attribute panel. 230 evolution points, enough to unlock the second evolution. He was in high spirits, but the monstrous spy was completely dumbfounded. Seeing this, Yi Shao's wicked sense of humor resurfaced. Foolish humans, if you want my precious treasure, you'd better hone your skills first. Upon hearing the word treasure, Yao Niabai's eyes lit up instantly. Treasure? Top-tier equipment? I knew it. I would definitely come back. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Shao slapped him into data fragments. Ding! Gained 700 experience points and 8 evolution points. Yi Shao looked disgusted. TSK, the monstrous spy is still the most useless. But this guy is also his lucky charm. He always manages to bring people to give him experience and evolution points. Unfortunately, this time, none of them got any equipment. Yi Shao wasn't too concerned, since equipment drops are all based on probability. He then swaggered back to his nest. Having learned from his first evolution, he was clearly much more skilled this time. Ding! The host's current environment meets the conditions for safe evolution. Evolve! Evolve! Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving a second evolution. Reward: special biological component. Bloodline enhancer. Please add biological components. The current maximum number of biological components that can be added is 2. Can I add 2? Yi Shao's eyes lit up. He would definitely use the bloodline enhancement agent rewarded by the system. And as for the second component, he quickly selected from the remaining materials. He now has the flame crystal, lightning wolf fang, and thunder eagle wings remaining. The thunder eagle wings and wind-slaying dragon wings are somewhat redundant, and the lightning wolf fang is not suitable for his main fighting style. In the end, Yi Shao chose the flame crystal. This item was a better match for his attributes. These 2 will do. After confirmation, the system notification sounded again. Ding! This evolution will take approximately half an hour. Evolution begins. A familiar dizziness washed over him, and Yi Shao lay down in the nest, becoming as quiet as if he were asleep. Red and milky white light intertwined, enveloping his body and constantly reshaping every inch of his scales and bones. Half an hour later, the light slowly merged into his body. Yi Shao opened his eyes, and a powerful sense of strength instantly filled his entire body. Evolution complete. At this moment, he was even larger, and dozens of flame crystals appeared on his wind-slaying dragon wings. Countless flame runes appeared on its body surface, and 2 long dragon horns grew from the back of its head. Its claws also became longer and thicker, exuding a far greater sense of oppression than before. Shao felt that if he encountered those 3 professional players again, he could definitely slap them all one by one. A tribute panel. Host: Shao race, Fiery Dragon. Rank: Lord. Level: 18 HP, 5,600. Attributes: Strength 60, Agility 40, Constitution 58, Spirit 22. Alignment: Chaotic Neutral. Talents: 100 Refinements Evolution, Commander Evolution, Magic Resistance, Elemental Manipulation. Skills: Elemental Missiles, Stone Wall, Invisibility, Hurricane Tornado, Fire Field, Flame Impact. Lord level biological components: Lightning Wolf Fang, Thunder Eagle Wings. Evolution points: 31. Shao looked at the panel and couldn't help but gasp. Let's check out the new skills. He selects Flame Domain and Blazing Impact. Flame Domain creates a 30-meter wide flame field, causing continuous burning to enemies within its range. When the Flame Wyvern is within its domain, its fire attribute skills are enhanced. Flame Impact unleashes a fire impact that deals explosive damage upon impact and inflicts a burning effect. Shao's eyes lit up. One skill targets an area of effect, the other a single target burst. If these 2 skills were combined, their power would be formidable. The Flame Domain is Shao's ultimate weapon against groups of enemies. Simply place it in a group of monsters or players, and experience points and evolution points will increase rapidly. The other skill, Fiery Charge, is also quite powerful. It consists of a charge, a burst of energy, and burning damage, making it a 3-stage attack. If used in conjunction with the Flame Domain, few lords on the outer perimeter would be able to stop him. Shao's confidence soared, and he couldn't help but laugh. Becoming the master of the outer perimeter is just around the corner. After emerging from the cave, he discovered that he had grown even larger. Now he was 30 meters long and 7 or 8 meters tall, looking even more imposing. Shao spread his wings and soared into the sky, his dragon roar echoing throughout the heavens and earth, even reaching the depths of the sunset forest. Within his territory, the giant horned dragon, the stone dragon, and the lizard dragon all ceased their movements. The blazing moth, the mountain-shattering stone dragon, and the giant rhinoceros dragon all looked up at the sky. Although Shao's appearance had changed drastically, his aura remained unchanged. A powerful pressure descended, and all creatures prostrated themselves on the ground, as if kneeling before their king. Shao hovered in midair, his voice echoing throughout the territory. Target: conquer the outer forest. The mountain-crushing stone dragon roared first, followed by the other monsters. The roars echoed throughout the territory, as if proclaiming to Sunset Forest that their lord had grown stronger. Shao landed back on the ground and asked directly, Collapse Mountain Stone Dragon, how's the map and the surrounding area investigation going? The collapsing stone dragon immediately handed over a map made of animal hide. Shao looked down and his eyelids twitched. It was covered in circles and messy lines, looking exactly like a child scribbles. The collapsing stone dragon pointed earnestly to the large circle in the center and said, Lord, this is our territory. Then it pointed to the small circle in the upper left. A new territory was discovered in the northwest, but it was already under the rule of another lord. Shao's eyes flickered. It's been taken over by another lord? It seems the other party is also after the outer lord. But Shao doesn't intend to conquer all the territories. What he wanted was for his territory to be the only one remaining on the entire outer perimeter. Shao put away the map and said coldly, Then let's go take a look. You all stay here and defend the territory. With that, he spread his dragon wings and flew directly northwest. This time, he didn't bring the mountain-crushing stone dragons. The destination is too far, and bringing a large group will be troublesome. Besides, those monsters will eventually become his experience points anyway. Before long, Shao saw the territory. The surrounding forests were teeming with life, but here it was covered in ice and snow, and the air was bitterly cold. As soon as Shao flew in, he felt the temperature plummet. Can any creature survive in this godforsaken place? Just as he landed, the rocks covered in ice around him suddenly began to move. One by one, turtle-like monsters slowly revealed their true forms. Ice-reliant turtles, Shao recognized the species by looking at the names above their heads. The commotion was quite loud, and most of the ice-resistant turtles were awakened. Shao scanned the area and found about 40 of them, but he didn't see any Lord-level creatures. These icebound turtles live off the ice. No wonder it's so cold here. Shao stretched his dragon claws, excitement shining in his eyes. These are all experience points and evolution points. The turtle shell is quite hard, but I don't know if it can block my flame domain. The next moment, Shao opened his dragon mouth, and flames surged forth. The first practical application of the flame domain directly ignited a raging fire within the ice and snow territory. Wherever the flames passed, the ice and snow melted rapidly, and white mist rose continuously. The icebound turtles panicked and fled in all directions. Shao was taken aback. Who said turtles crawl slowly? These ice turtles were running at a speed that was almost as fast as the stone dragons. But no matter how fast it was, it couldn't outrun the flame domain. The flames swept across, melting the ice on the tortoise shell with a hissing sound. Painful screams echoed one after another. Soon, one by one, the ice turtles were engulfed by flames and burned to ashes. Before long, the entire territory was in ruins, with charred marks everywhere. All the ice turtles were wiped out. Ding! Gained 12,000 experience points and 120 evolution points. Ding! Host has leveled up to level 19. The attribute panel updates accordingly. Attributes: Strength 63, Agility 42, Constitution 60, Spirit 23. Shao frowned quickly. Where's the Lord? All the ice turtles here are dead, but no Lord-level monster has appeared. The next second, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if the entire territory was about to crack open. Shao lost his footing and could only flap his wings and fly into the air. Soon, a huge circular crack appeared in the center of the territory, covering almost half of it. A bad feeling rose in Shao's heart. The Ice Turtle Lord, could he have been hiding underground all along? With a deafening roar, the cracked ground slowly rose. A colossal creature finally appeared. Shao couldn't help but whisper, "My goodness, it's huge." Only after the giant tortoise stood up completely did Shao realize that he had underestimated it. This creature was as big as a small mountain, its massive body almost obscuring his view. The giant tortoise let out a deafening roar. "Red Rock Dragon Lord, you've come after all, and you've even harmed my people." The words had barely left its mouth when it opened its massive jaws and lunged at Shao. Shao flapped his dragon wings, constantly dodging. "You know me?" The giant tortoise didn't answer, only continuing its attack. Shao was too lazy to waste words. "So what if you're big? We're having barbecued tortoise tonight." A fiery domain instantly expanded, engulfing the giant tortoise's entire body in scorching flames. The ice and rock on the tortoise's shell rapidly melted, emitting a piercing hissing sound. The giant tortoise was enormous and slow-moving, so it couldn't touch Shao at all and could only keep summoning ice pillars to attack. But Shao easily dodged the ice pillars as soon as they appeared. Before long, a huge hole had been burned into the giant tortoise's shell. The excruciating pain caused it to scream incessantly, but was utterly helpless. The aroma of meat gradually filled the air. Shao smelled it and immediately felt his appetite return. It's time to end this. The flame crystals on the wings lit up simultaneously, and a beam of fire shot out instantly. The flame pierced directly through the giant tortoise's head, and then exploded upon impact with its shell. The tortoise shell shattered, and after the flames continued to burn for a while, the giant tortoise collapsed to the ground with a thud. Shao tore off a piece of roasted tortoise meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Although it lacks seasoning, it's far better than raw meat. The taste is good, just missing some cumin. Ding! Gained 3,000 experience points and 30 evolution points. A large portion of the giant tortoise's back was roasted, and the rich aroma of meat wafted throughout the forest. Shao suddenly realized that the flame domain was not only a divine skill for attacking multiple targets, but also a divine tool for grilling. He quickly devoured the large piece of turtle meat. Ding! Obtained Lord-level biological component. Ice-piercing turtle shell. Yishao looked at the badly damaged tortoise shell with some surprise. However, since the system had determined it to be effective, it meant that the power within had not disappeared. The remaining large quantity of turtle meat couldn't be taken away and had to be left behind. You got a good deal. Deep in the forest, countless eyes had already been fixed on this place, but they dared not approach due to the dragon's might. Yishao flapped his dragon wings and continued flying westward. According to the map drawn by the collapsing stone dragon, there are 10 Lord-level territories near the ice turtle territory. These territories all belong to the rule of a single, more powerful lord. However, their main purpose in coming out this time is to gather intelligence. Upon entering the next territory, Yishao immediately activated his stealth skill. Soon, he detected the creatures there, red steel ants. These red steel ants are entirely crimson, with exoskeletons as hard as steel, and each one is over a meter tall. They're extremely numerous, and there are patrols and sentries around the perimeter. Deep within their territory, dozens of red steel ants were busy carrying food, transporting their prey into a huge burrow. That was clearly their nest. After a brief observation, Yishao did not venture further, but instead turned to the adjacent territory. This place was inhabited by another creature, the copper-armored bear. They were enormous, with their bellies and backs covered in bronze-yellow stone armor, which was also covered with sharp spikes. Yishao glanced at it and couldn't help but complain. This thing would be more appropriately called a tortoise bear. Compared to the red steel ants, the copper-armored bears are far fewer in number. Only a dozen or so have been observed in the territory. Moreover, these guys were extremely carefree and leisurely. They didn't even see a lord in sight. Chapter 15, The Territories That Were Conquered. The territory of the steel-armored bear is completely different from that of the red steel ants. Most of the steel-armored bears were lying on the ground sleeping, while the remaining few were just lazily sunbathing. Yishao looked around and couldn't help but sigh. It's a miracle that this territory has survived until now. Since he couldn't gather any information from here, he quietly slipped out. But that's fine too. This lazy territory will definitely be easier to conquer than red steel ants. After the exploration was completed, Yishao did not proceed to the next territory. Other places are too far away. The information we've gathered today is sufficient. The third evolution requires 400 evolution points, which should be enough after clearing out 2 or 3 more territories. Soon, Yishao Fei returned to his territory. As soon as he landed, he discovered signs of a new fight. Has a foreign enemy invaded? Yishao Fei went deep into the territory and saw several earthen walls rising from the ground, with constant rumbling sounds coming from inside. Several stone dragons were guarding the area. It was obvious that the collapsed mountain stone dragon was responsible. The collapsing stone dragon immediately stepped forward to report. Lord, after you left, several players attempted to attack the territory, but I trapped them. Yishao nodded. Well done. He walked toward the earthen wall, where 4 players were trapped. Players have been attacking more and more frequently lately, clearly attracted by the news of the dragon's lair treasure. Yishao knew that once players found a way to enter the special dungeon in large numbers, they would flock there sooner or later. By then, it will only be a matter of time before the dungeon is cleared, and he will also encounter stronger enemies. But for now, he needs to learn from this experience first. Snap! There was no need to remove the earthen wall of the collapsing stone dragon. Yishao slapped it open, incidentally smashing a player into data fragments. The remaining 3 didn't last long either, and he took them all down. Ding! Gained 2,400 experience points and 24 evolution points. Yishao picked up a sword and a necklace from the ground. Ding! Your current equipment can be converted into 5 evolution points. Yishao glanced at it and disdainfully tossed it into the dragon's lair treasure trove. This amount of evolution points is less than what you get from killing a player. Then he turned and ordered Giant Rhinoceros, take a few stone dragons and giant horn dragons, and come with me. The rest, remain in your territory. Nowadays, special instances pose a threat not only to other territories, but also to other players. The mountain-crushing stone dragon excels at defense, making it the most suitable place for it to stay. The giant rhinoceros asked, somewhat puzzled, Lord, what are we going to do? Yi Shao said coldly. Of course, we're going to conquer their territory. The target was the territory of the bronze bears, which they had previously explored. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Shao led the giant rhinoceros dragon and the other dragons forward. Although the copper armored bear and the red steel ant were not much of a threat, they had other lord behind them, so Yi Shao still brought some troops as a precaution. Before long, they broke into the territory of the bronze bear. Before the bronze armored bear could react, Yi Shao had already ventured deep inside. A large, bronze armored bear stepped forward and asked angrily, "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Yi Shao slapped it into the ground, and it fell silent. Yi Shao's meaning was quite clear. He wants to conquer this territory. The remaining bronze-armored bears, witnessing this scene, all showed fear. They've been living comfortably for too long and have long lost their fighting spirit. A bronze-armored bear, hiding behind, cried out in a trembling voice, "Do you know what you're doing? The Amethyst Lion King won't let you get away with this." The Amethyst Lion King. Yi Shao immediately understood that it must be the Lord who had subdued this territory. He sneered, "Fine, I'll go and see it sooner or later." Seeing that Yi Shao was completely unafraid, the copper-armored bear became even more desperate. Yi Shao, too lazy to waste words, swatted another one to death with a single swipe of his claw. One of the bronze-armored bears, driven to desperation, roared and charged forward, its imposing presence quite frightening. But for Yi Shao, it was still just a matter of a slap. Giant rhinoceros, lead the dragons to surround them. Don't let them escape. Next, Yi Shao completely crushed the opponent. The dozen or so bronze-armored bears didn't last long before they were all smashed into mincemeat. In the end, only one remained, huddled in a corner, trembling. Ding! Gained 2,500 experience points and 25 evolution points. No, don't kill me. The bronze-armored bear had completely lost the courage to resist. Yi Shao lifted it up with one claw, pressing his sharp claw against its throat. "Where is your lord?" The bronze-armored bear stammered in fright. "Our lord is dead." Yi Shao frowned. "Dead? What happened?" The copper-armored bear quickly replied, "The Amethyst Lion King demanded that our lord submit, but our lord refused and was killed by it. Later, we chose to submit to the Amethyst Lion King." Chapter 16, Blackening the Commune. With a splat, Yi Shao's dragon claw sliced open the bronze-armored bear's belly. Before it could finish speaking, it struggled a few times and then died. Ding! Gained 200 experience points and 2 evolution points. Even without it saying anything more, Yi Shao could guess. Those copper-armored bears that had submitted survived and became tools of the Amethyst Lion King, managing its territory for him. No wonder the bronze-armored bears here are so lazy. Yi Shao glanced around, beginning to take the Amethyst Lion King as a serious opponent. One of the remaining copper-armored bears tried to escape, but was pierced by a giant rhinoceros horn and pinned to the wall. Let's move on to the next territory. After dealing with the bronze bear's territory, Yi Shao led his dragon straight to the crimson steel ant's territory. Upon entering, he didn't waste any words and immediately began his slaughter, sweeping his way to the ant nest. The red steel ants were a meter tall, but in Yi Shao's eyes, they were no different from ordinary ants. He stomped on several at once, and with a flick of the flames, they fell in droves. The giant rhinoceros and other dragons followed up to finish them off. Red steel ants kept pouring out of the nest, but they couldn't stop them at all. The entire battle was almost a one-sided massacre. Soon, Yi Shao reached the entrance to the anthill. He activated his fire domain, burning away the red steel ants blocking his way, then raised a stone wall and directly ripped open the nest. Deep within the nest, only the red steel ant queen and a few guards remained. The queen's abdomen writhed, and a new red steel ant crawled out, quickly joining the guard ranks. So prolific, Yi Shao then realized that the swarm of crimson steel ants he had just seen were all created by this ant queen. Unfortunately, it had no combat ability of its own and even had to be carried by the crimson steel ants to move. Yi Shao didn't bother to look any further, and his fiery domain enveloped the area. The next moment, the ant queen and the remaining crimson steel ants were all killed. Ding! You have gained 34,400 experience points and 128 evolution points. The evolutionary value was estimated a bit too high. Yi Xiaoyuan thought that after clearing these two territories, he would have enough points for his third evolution, but he was still more than 100 points short. The losses in the bronze armored bear territory were too great, and there were far fewer monsters left than he had expected. As for experience points, he had accumulated over 40,000, but there was still no level up notification. Yi Xiao didn't dwell on it. He figured if he kept killing, leveling up would only be a matter of time. After cleaning up the ant nest, Yi Xiao did not find any Lord-level parts, which may have been burned to ashes by him long ago. All right, let's go back. Yi Xiao soared into the sky, followed closely by the dragons. Upon returning to his territory, he discovered several teams of players gathered outside, seemingly there to conquer this special dungeon. Fortunately, the mountain-crushing stone dragon was still guarding its territory, and although there were many players, no one dared to attack rashly. There are quite a few people, so the experience points and evolution points should be enough now. Yi Xiao counted them. There were 5 teams of players in total, with 4 players in each team, clearly divided. Yi Xiao hovered high in the sky, immediately attracting the attention of the players. Look, is that a flame dragon? Wasn't it said that only red rock dragons exist here? Someone quickly realized. Could it be a mutation? It looks a bit like that red rock dragon. Definitely. A mutated lord. The reward will definitely be even better. These players' information is still based on events before Yi Xiao's second evolution. The information about the special dungeon was sold by the group that claimed Yi Xiao was so handsome no one loved him. Insignificant humans, you foolish creatures are not worthy of my treasure. Although Yi Xiao felt a little ashamed of what he said, it had a great effect, and the players instantly became excited. Treasure. It really exists. A mere lord dares to mock us. Let's take him down. Just as a player named Living in the Crotch was about to rush forward, he was stopped by showing off is a prelude to getting beaten up. You think you can conquer the fiery dragon? Go back. Get out of my way. We'll go first. Pretending to be cool is a sign of getting beaten up. Just as you're about to get angry, you see the darkened prefix before the other person's name and immediately fall silent and back down. The person was called Darkened Elementary School Student, and the other 3 teammates also had darkened prefixes. They came from a large guild, Darkened Commune. The Blackened Commune spans multiple games and has a terrible reputation, but it's incredibly powerful. Many players know they're like rabid dogs, attacking anyone they can get their hands on, and they're extremely united. I didn't expect this pack of mad dogs to come too. Someone muttered under their breath. Although the other players were unwilling, they still made way for them. The Blackened Commune is about to make its move. The first kill is probably out of the question. The corrupted elementary school student, with his nostrils flared, walked forward with 3 teammates. Guild players. Yi Xiao looked at the prefixes in their names and immediately understood. It seems their strength is not weak. These guys certainly have the right to be arrogant. Their teamwork is excellent, and they're even harder to deal with than the average professional gamer. Chapter 17, I'll make you suffer every day. The most troublesome thing about guild players is that they have dedicated people who collect intelligence and then devise strategies. The Blackened Commune is notoriously difficult to defeat. If they can't win in a direct confrontation, they resort to ganging up on each other. That's always been their style. The corrupted elementary school student shouted, "Mage, flank us. Priest, heal and support. Archers, keep your distance." After saying that, he raised his greatsword and slashed directly at Yi Xiao's feet. When the greatsword sparked, but only left a shallow mark on Yi Xiao's foot. The corrupted elementary school student's expression changed. Holy crap. What kind of weird constitution is this? With the priest's assistance, his attack power increased significantly, but he couldn't even break through Yi Xiao's skin. Yi Xiao sneered. Your turn. He didn't make a move just now. He was deliberately luring the other party closer. The next second, Yi Xiao stomped down, crushing the corrupted elementary school student into the ground, and then stomped again, turning him into data fragments. Ding! You have gained 800 experience points and 8 evolution points. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. That's it. The corrupted elementary school student, dressed entirely in blue, was still instantly killed. The pastor's eyes widened. He had been frantically trying to heal, but to no avail. Hold head high. Yi Shao didn't bother with any more words. He fired 3 elemental missiles, taking the 3 stunned blackened guild players with him. Ding! Gained 2,200 experience points and 22 evolution points. Immediately, a chorus of swallowing sounds filled the air. This is a level 10 dungeon? Your level 10 dungeon can wipe out a whole guild team in one hit. Who leaked this information? I'll blow their head off. Seeing the 4 members of the Blackened Commune get instantly killed, the players immediately backed down. You guys go ahead, I'll pass. You can have the Dragon's Lair treasure. I don't want it. Those who were just scrambling for the first kill are now all chickening out. Just then, a cold laugh rang out. TCH, a bunch of newbies, they're only fit to hide in the back and drink the soup. Someone was about to retort when, before they could finish speaking, a spear pierced their head, turning them into data fragments. Everyone gasped. A sunny day that's a pain in the ass. The newcomer casually picked up the spear, without even glancing at the crowd. Soon, a player recognized him. He's the big shot who completed his job change today. He's here. This dungeon is probably in the bag. Listening to the praise around him, Dan Tung Ching Tian's lips curled up, and 3 teammates behind him also came out. He said arrogantly, "Once I get the first kill on the Lord, I'll share some of the spoils with you." After saying that, he led the 3 of them into Yi Shao's territory. Yi Shao looked at the spear in his hand with a slight puzzlement. A spear? A knight? A new class. Dan Ningqing Tian turned around and ordered, "You 3, just keep healing me and applying buffs." His 3 teammates behind him were all cute female priests. "Keep it up, Qing Tian. Sunny days will surely defeat the Lord." The surrounding players were envious, while others disapproved and hoped that Yi Shao would teach him a lesson. Yi Shao was equally unhappy. "Bringing 3 priests to fight me head-on? You're quite confident," he said coldly. "You're just having a headache on a sunny day, huh? Well then, I'll make sure you have a headache on both sunny and rainy days from now on." The spear pointed directly at Yi Shao, causing him great distress. "Fiery Dragon Lord, your first kill and the Dragon's Lair treasure are mine today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shao unleashed a burst of power from his feet. Stone walls burst forth from the ground, lifting the sun-drenched, sunny sky into the air. Dan Tung Qing Tian reacted extremely quickly, thrusting a spear into the stone wall to steady himself, and then continuously leaping and dodging between the stone walls. The 3 priests also began chanting, ready to heal and buff at any time. Once he found the right opportunity, Dan Tung Qing Tian kicked the stone wall hard and charged towards Yi Shao's abdomen like an arrow. A flash of cold light appeared at the tip of the spear. Yi Shao roared, "You've gone too far." He raised his dragon claw and slapped painful Sunny away. Boom! The ground was smashed into a human-shaped crater, and Dan Tung Qing Tian was completely embedded in it. Eternal holy light. Healing. 3 priests frantically healed him, managing to bring his health back up. Dan Tung Qing Tian jumped out of the pit, coughed twice, and his expression finally became serious. "He almost died just now." Yi Shao looked at him and said coldly, "You have some skill, but that's about it." This was the first time Yi Shao had encountered a player who could survive a single claw attack since his second evolution. He looked down at the dragon claw and saw a thin mark on its scales from the spear. Although it healed quickly, it was enough to show that the attack from painful sunny day was not weak. The profession that causes so much pain and sunshine is the extremely rare Holy Spear Knight. This profession sacrifices agility and mental fortitude for a significant boost in strength and physical fitness. At the same level, his health is more than twice that of an ordinary warrior. Even so, he was almost killed instantly by Yi Shao's claw. Chapter 18, what are you pretending for? Dan Tung Qing Tian was knocked back by Yi Shao's attack, which also made everyone realize just how terrifying the power of the fiery dragon was. If it weren't for the 3 priests behind him constantly healing him, he would probably have been killed on the spot if he had taken another elemental missile. Holy Spear Charge. Dan Tung Qing Tian's spear glowed, and he was enveloped in holy light as he charged towards Yi Shao. He knew very well that a direct confrontation with the fiery dragon was unrealistic. He could only rely on a surprise attack to find an opportunity. Snort! Yi Shao had anticipated this, and with a flap of his dragon wings, he instantly dodged. Painful Sunny Day's attack missed, instead crashing directly into the small hill behind him. With a loud bang, a hole was drilled into the hill, and the cracks spread rapidly, causing pieces of the hill to crumble. Dan Tungchin Tian crawled out of the rubble, looking somewhat dazed. How is this possible? He actually dodged it? That's impossible. He was originally very confident in this move, but now his confidence has begun to waver. Hold head high. Shao gave him no time to breathe, unleashing a barrage of elemental missiles. Bang! 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 Despite barely managing to dodge the attack, Yang Tian was noticeably more disheveled. Keep it up, Sunny. A girl behind him waved her staff, and a blue halo landed on Egg Pain Sunny Day, instantly increasing his speed. Give me another buff. The other two girls immediately waved their staffs, and orange and green light fell one after another, simultaneously adding power boosts and health regeneration to Egg Pain Sunny. With the three buffs, Dan Tungchin Tian seemed to come back to life. After firing 2 elemental missiles, he faced Shao again. Shao immediately saw the trick. Speed, strength, and health regeneration. This class has high health and high attack, but speed is its weakness, and it can only rely on buffs to survive. He had lost patience to continue wasting time with the other party. Again, with a loud shout, Dan Tungchin Tian leaped forward with his spear. Get down! Shao was even faster. This time, instead of a direct confrontation, he slapped Dan Tungchin Tian like swatting a fly, knocking him to the ground. Before he could even get up, the fiery domain instantly expanded, engulfing him completely. Even with the healing buff, it was no match for his rapidly decreasing health. Ding! Gained 1,700 experience points and 17 evolution points. Sunny. The 3 girls behind were completely stunned and could no longer shout words of encouragement. Hey, why do you have to act all high and mighty here? What are you trying to prove? Shao scoffed dismissively. Although this guy was a bit arrogant, he gave a lot of experience points and evolution points. If there were more like him, he would welcome them. Then, Shao casually activated his fire domain, swallowing the 3 priests behind him as well. They had been hiding behind Dan Tungchin Tian for too long, and were even a beat too slow to escape. Ding! Gained 2,300 experience points and 23 evolution points. Ding! Host has reached level 20, unlocking the second form. Second attribute panel unlocked. No way. Even Sunny Day with her ball pain was killed. Who can beat this fiery dragon? It's practically a bug. If you want to send yourselves to your deaths, go ahead. I'm out of here. Let's get out of here. We need to be alive to get the dragon's lair treasure. Upon seeing this situation, the onlookers instantly lost their will to fight. The remaining 3 teams quickly pulled out their return scrolls, fearing that if they hesitated even a moment, Shao would target them. Shao was still engrossed in the system notification. Ding! Skill rating begins. Ding! Attribute division begins. Ding! Attribute panel reforging begins. Ding! Talent adjustment begins. Shao only came to his senses after the system notification stopped. No wonder there's still no cap at 40,000 to 50,000 experience points. It turns out level 20 is a watershed moment. He was about to continue harvesting when he discovered that the surrounding players had already disappeared. It's a pity that the 3rd evolution has to be postponed again. Shao felt a little regretful, but it was a good opportunity to study this upgrade first. He picked up the 3 pieces of equipment that had fallen to the ground. One was the spear from the painful Sunny Day, and the other 2 were blue quality items dropped by the Black and elementary school student. Guild players are rich, and the drop rate is pretty high. After reading the conversion prompts, Shao realized that the spear alone could be converted into 10 evolution points, while the other 2 items combined only yielded 5 points, a significant difference in value. After returning to the dragon's lair, Shao threw the equipment into the dragon's lair treasure trove and immediately opened the attribute panel. Host, Shao. Race, Fiery Wyvern. Rank, Lord. Level, 20. Health points, 6,700. Attributes, Strength 77, Agility 50, Constitution 70, Spirit 25, Defense 72. Dragon's Fury, 0/99. Faction, chaotic neutral. Talents, 100 refinements evolution, commander evolution, magic resistance, elemental manipulation. Skills, elemental missiles, stone wall, hurricane tornado, fire field, flame impact. Evolution points, 365, evolution required, 400 points. Magic resistance, immune to 30% of magic damage. Dragon's Fury. Once Dragon's Fury is fully charged, the next attack's power is increased fivefold. Chapter 19, The Activation of the Second Form. Shao was stunned when he saw the updated attribute panel. Holy crap, my stats have increased that much, and I've even gained a defensive stat. Although the experience required to upgrade has increased several times, the improvement is definitely worth it. The Dragon Fury skill, in particular, can enhance the skill effect 5 times when fully charged, which is simply overpowered. Shao quickly noticed the markings after the skills and guessed that they were proficiency levels, which were currently only at the beginner level. He then turned his attention to the second form indicated by the system. Activate second form. The next second, a strange power surged through his body. Shao's body shrank rapidly until it became the size of an ordinary person. The enormous dragon body disappeared, replaced by a dragon human form. Her fiery red hair cascaded over her shoulders, forked dragon horns sprouted from her forehead, and her eyes transformed into crimson vertical pupils. Its arms and neck were covered with fine scales, and it had a dragon tail trailing behind it. This is the second form? Shao looked himself over and quickly received the relevant information. In his dragon form, he can still use all his skills, and they can be cast almost instantly. The hurricane tornadoes that originally required the aid of dragon wings can now be unleashed with a simple wave of the hand. However, the cost is also obvious. The skill release speed is faster, but the user's strength and skill power will decrease. Shao then checked the attributes of a second form. Attack critical hit rate, 0. Magic critical hit, 0. Dodge, 2. Taunt value, 12. Water resistance, 0. Wind resistance, 11. Lightning resistance, 0. Earth resistance, 33. Fire resistance, 30. Ice resistance, 0. Poison resistance, 0. Light resistance, 0. Darkness resistance, 0. Dragon resistance, 21. Mockery value? Shao's lips twitched. The dragon's lair treasure alone is enough to make him a target of hatred. After familiarizing himself with his second form, he switched back to his dragon form. He was more used to his current body than his dragon human form. This upgrade greatly increased his strength, but Shao knew very well that this was just the beginning. Especially today's frustrating sunny day made him realize that the player's growth rate far exceeded his expectations. Now that players have already changed jobs, there will definitely be even stronger players who change jobs 2 or 3 times in the future. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. Shao's gaze sharpened. Our next target, the master of the outer perimeter. After leaving the dragon's lair, the collapsing stone dragon and the giant rhinoceros dragon had managed their territory very well. Shao didn't say much, but directly flapped his dragon wings and flew alone toward the territory of the Amethyst Lion King. According to the map, the Amethyst Lion King ruled over 10 territories, 2 of which had already been destroyed by Shao. Before long, he arrived at the nearest territory. Boom! The massive dragon body landed, making no attempt to conceal its aura. The monsters in the territory all looked over. Mirage cats live here. They are small in size, the largest being no more than 30 centimeters long, and are entirely purple, with a purple gemstone embedded on their foreheads. Several mirage cats even approached Shao and rubbed their heads against his dragon claws, appearing docile and harmless. Shao sneered. You think you can fool me with this kind of trick? No sooner had the words left his mouth than an elemental missile blasted towards the open space ahead. Bang! The surrounding scenery shattered instantly, breaking into pieces like a mirror. Those gentle and adorable mirage cats also disappeared. Roar! Shao flapped his dragon wings, and a hurricane swept around. All the hidden mirage cats were swept into the sky. As the tornado dissipated, mirage cats rained down on the ground. Meow! The Mirage Cats were dazed and confused after the fall, and only a few were able to stand up. The largest one had its chest charred black and blood flowing continuously, clearly indicating it had been hit by an elemental missile. At this moment, they all bristled and stared fiercely at Shao. Shao said coldly, "This is the real Mirage Cat." He had long realized that he was trapped in an illusion. In the Sunset Forest, you can't survive just by being cute. These Mirage Cats are best at psychological attacks. Hold head high. Shao, too lazy to waste words, opened his mouth and spewed out flames. The flames instantly engulfed the entire territory. Most of the Mirage Cats didn't even have time to scream before they were burned to ashes. Moments later, only charred corpses and ashes remained in the territory. Shao glanced at it and shook his head. The heat wasn't controlled properly, and it's all burnt. Ding! Gained 4,300 experience points and 32 evolution points. Ding! Obtained Lord-level creature component. Transformation gem. Chapter 20. Mastering the timing. The transformation gem? It should be the one on the Mirage Cat's head. As the system notification sounded, Shao completely cleared out the Mirage Cat's territory. Just a little bit away from the third evolution. Next. Having tasted the benefits of evolution, Shao did not linger and flapped his wings to fly to the next territory. This place is inhabited by a creature called the Azure Lightning Worm. They are entirely emerald green, with purple lightning crackling around their bodies. And although they move by wriggling, they are not slow. The Azure Lightning insects like to gather in groups, which makes it convenient for Shao to make his move. The fiery domain unfolded instantly, and a vast sea of fire descended from the sky. The Azure Lightning bug didn't even have time to react before it was burned to ashes. Ding! You have gained 3,000 experience points and 29 evolution points. We're still missing a Lord-level creature. Just then, Shao sensed an abnormal fluctuation in the wind element nearby and immediately flapped his dragon wings, releasing a hurricane tornado. The gale tore through the trees, and a hidden blue lightning insect was swept out. This Azure Lightning bug is slightly larger and has a pair of transparent wings on its back. It is the Azure Lightning Bug Lord. It fell to the ground with a terrified hissing sound and turned to run away. Shao didn't give it a chance. The flame crystals on the dragon's wings lit up with a red light. Blazing inferno. Boom! The Azure Lightning Bug Lord was instantly blasted to pieces. Ding! You have gained 2,000 experience points and 20 evolution points. Ding! Obtained Lord-level creature component. Lightning Crystal. Shao glanced at the panel and found that he had gathered enough evolution points for the third evolution. We have enough evolution points, but there's no rush. He discovered another territory belonging to a Lord-level creature nearby, so he decided to deal with it as well. At the same time, the dragon's rage value also increased to 25 points. After destroying a few more territories, the dragon's fury should be full, and then we can give the Amethyst Lion King a great gift. Soon, Shao arrived above the new territory, only to find that two kinds of creatures live there at the same time. One type is the large red-horned sheep with huge red horns on its head. The other is the Lingtan deer with crystal-clear antlers. Two species living in the same territory. Shao was somewhat surprised, then grinned. Lamb and venison. We need to get the cooking time right this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he swooped down from the sky. Boom! The ground shook violently, and cracks spread rapidly, killing several red-horned sheep and spirit sandalwood deer that were unable to escape on the spot. Ding! Gained 700 experience points and 7 evolution points. The entire territory instantly descended into chaos. Soon, a significantly larger Lingtan deer emerged, its forked antlers almost covering half of its body. Clearly, it is the lord of the spirit sandalwood deer. This is our territory. If you don't want to die, get out of here right now. Shao looked at it, then glanced at the crimson-horned sheep lord who had not yet appeared in the distance. Get out. I still want to taste both of you. How could I leave now? Yo-yo. Lord Lingtanlu was utterly enraged. The surrounding spirit sandalwood deer quickly surrounded him, their antlers glowing, and countless points of light converged into a spiritual domain, enveloping Shao within it. Foolish fellow, it's too late to leave now. Psychological attack? Yi Shao smiled dismissively. Even the Mirage Cat couldn't do anything to him, let alone these spirit sandalwood deer. A gust of wind swept out, instantly scattering all the points of light. Yi Shao stood unharmed. What? You're that Red Rock Dragon. Lord Lingtonlu finally recognized him, and his expression changed drastically. But the next second, it lowered its antlers and led all the spirit sandalwood deer in a charge. Bang! As soon as Lord Lingtonlu rushed close, he was kicked away by Yi Shao. At the same time, the fiery domain spread out, engulfing all the rushing spirit sandalwood deer. This time, Yi Shao made a point of controlling the heat. Before long, the entire territory was filled with a rich aroma of meat. Ding! You have gained 3,700 experience points and 35 evolution points. Ding! The flame domain has advanced to the intermediate tier blazing flame domain. You've advanced. Yi Shao was slightly taken aback, then smiled. With frequent use of the flame domain recently, skill improvement was to be expected. Chapter 21 Evolution of the Fiery Crystal Dragon. Yo-yo! Lord Lingtan Deer roared to the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was the only one left in the entire clan. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its mind was filled with nothing but revenge. Zhu Jiaoyong, what are you waiting for? Come with me and kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Lingtonlu charged towards Yi Shao. Yi Shao watched it charge at him and slapped it with his paw. Bang! The spirit sandalwood deer lord was sent flying, its giant horns broken. Before it could even land, Yi Shao fired another elemental missile, instantly piercing its body. Ding! Gained 2,800 experience points and 28 evolution points. Lord Zhujiaoyang was still hesitating when Lord Lingtonlu was instantly killed. Its heart sank, and it immediately lowered its head and called out, I surrender. I am willing to submit to your greatness. Yi Shao looked at it coldly. Submission? Sounds good. However, I would prefer to use you as food. Roar! The next second, a mid-level flame domain erupted, instantly enveloping all the crimson-horned sheep. Lord Zhujiaoyang tried to escape, but Yi Shao slapped him back with a claw. Soon, the fate of the red-horned sheep was the same as that of the spirit sandalwood deer. One by one, the red-horned sheep were engulfed by the flames and burned to charcoal, and even the Lord was not spared. Ding! Gained 6,700 experience points and 57 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to level 21. Yi Shao immediately checked the attribute panel. Attributes: Strength 90, Agility 63, Constitution 81, Spirit 33, Defense 87. Dragon's Fury 62/99. Evolution value 573, 400 points required for evolution. This time, there's been a significant improvement. Yi Shao swallowed the crimson-horned sheep Lord whole and began to chew it heartily. After level 20, more experience is required to level up, but the improvement is also more significant. Ding! Obtained Lord-level creature components, Spirit Sandalwood Bone and Crimson Horn. After finishing his meal, Yi Shao did not continue forward. Further ahead, you're likely to encounter the Amethyst Lion King. Before that, he must complete the evolution. Yi Shao quickly found a hidden pit and crawled inside. Ding! The current environment meets the conditions for safe evolution. Begin evolution. Evolution. Please add the required biological components. The current maximum number of biological components that can be added is 2. After a moment's thought, Yi Shao finally chose the Illusion Gem and the Ice-Reliant Turtle Shell. Transformation gems may enhance mental abilities. Leaning against the Ice Turtle Shell further enhances its defense. Add the Transformation Gem and the Ice Turtle Shell. Begin evolution. Ding! Evolution time is approximately 1 hour. Begin evolution. A familiar feeling washed over him, and Yi Shao collapsed to the ground, quickly falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, the third evolution was already complete. This time, his appearance change wasn't drastic. On her originally fiery skin, there was now a layer of delicate, light red, ice crystal-like substance. Its head was also covered with a light blackish-purple hue, making it look mysterious and majestic. Attribute panel. Host, Shao. Race, Crystal Dragon. Rank, Lord. Level, 21. Health points, 9,800. Attributes, Strength 97, Agility 49, Constitution 93, Spirit 40, Defense 132. Dragon's Fury, 62/99. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Talents, 100 Refinements Evolution, Commander Evolution, Magic Resistance, Elemental Manipulation. Skills, Elemental Missile, Stone Wall, Invisibility, Hurricane Tornado, Flame Impact, Flame Domain, Extreme Ice Armor, Prospect. Evolution points, 173, 800 points required for evolution. Shao's eyes lit up. 2 new skills have been added. Extreme Ice Armor. Creates an ice armor covering the entire body, doubling defensive attributes. Exploration. Allows viewing the basic attributes of creatures no higher than 5 levels above the host. The Extreme Wall Ice Armor needs no further explanation. Shao's defense was already high, and if it were doubled, he could practically walk sideways in battle. Exploration is even more crucial. In the future, when facing enemies, he will be able to check their attributes in advance, so he won't have to fight blindly anymore. This evolution has directly broken through the 100-point mark in defense, a terrifying improvement. The only downside is that agility has decreased somewhat. The next evolution should perhaps focus on increasing speed. Then, Shao checked the second attribute panel. Attack critical hit rate, 0. Magic critical hit, 0. Dodge, 3. Taunt value, 20. Water resistance, 0. Wind resistance, 11. Lightning resistance, 56. Earth resistance, 34. Fire resistance, 30. Ice resistance, 0. Poison resistance, 8. Light resistance, 0. Dark resistance, 0. Dragon resistance, 21. Good. The mockery value has increased again, and lightning resistance and poison resistance have also appeared. This evolution was a great success. Shao climbed out of the pit, sunlight falling on him. The pale red, ice crystal-like dragon scales shimmered and gleamed, as if inlaid with jewels. Perhaps the next evolution will allow us to shed our dragon race. Shao is full of expectations for the 4th evolution. Then, he spread his wings and soared into the sky, flying towards the next territory. Chapter 22, I Went to Eat Him. This territory is not far from where Shao Ging left. They are practically adjacent. But when Shao flew up into the sky, he found it completely empty. After circling a few times, apart from a few ordinary small creatures, he couldn't see any of the main creatures at all. Ordinary small creatures couldn't possibly occupy such a large territory. Soon, Shao discovered hoof prints and signs of activity on the ground, immediately thinking of the red-horned sheep he had just killed. It seems that the crimson-horned sheep and the spirit sandalwood deer either established diplomatic relations or were preparing to merge their territories, and I just happened to stumble upon them. If that's the case, then the red-horned sheep is indeed quite unlucky. But even if it didn't run into one, its demise was only a matter of time. Shao did not linger and turned ahead to another territory. As he approached, he heard a series of clanging and banging sounds of fighting. On the outskirts of the territory lay the corpse of a black jade scorpion, blood still flowing from it, clearly indicating that it had only recently died. Race, black jade scorpion. Class, generative level. Level 10. Attributes, strength 5, agility 4, constitution 3, spirit 0. Alliance, le fou neutral. It must be players trying to clear this area. This area is under the rule of the Amethyst Lion King, so large-scale battles between creatures are unlikely. Shao quickly concealed himself and quietly ventured deeper into the black jade scorpion's territory. Sure enough, inside, 4 players were besieging a giant black scorpion. The scorpion was entirely black, resembling a piece of black jade in the sunlight, and was at least 5 or 6 meters long, clearly a lord-level black jade scorpion. The ground was littered with the corpses of black jade scorpions. Only this one remained, fighting desperately. The 4 players were an archer, a warrior, a mage, and a priest. Their teamwork was quite standard. Shao casually examined 2 of them. Player, there's a murderous aura coming from my crotch. Class, first tier warrior, holy spear knight. Level, 17. Health points, 1200. Player, teacher, can I borrow a light? Class, first tier archer / magic arrow. Level, 18. A job-changing player? Shao then looked at the black jade scorpion. Lord, black jade giant scorpion. Race, silver water scorpion. Rank Lord. Level, 17. Health points, 1500. Attributes, strength 24, agility 15, constitution 18, spirit 10. Faction, chaotic evil. These are the normal attributes of a Lord-level character. Compared to Shao, both the players and the black jade giant scorpion are far too weak. After confirming there was no threat, Shao immediately deactivated his stealth, and the sound of a dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire territory. Huh, where did that dragon's roar come from? The four players stopped abruptly just as they were about to launch their final attack. Look there! The moment they caught sight of Shao, a beam of fire blasted towards them. Those at the very front, their groins tinged with killing intent, didn't even have time to react before being instantly reduced to data fragments. Ding! Gained 1800 experience points and 16 evolution points. Ding! Blazing Impact has advanced to the intermediate level explosive Blazing Impact. The aftershocks of the explosive impact forced the remaining 3 players to dodge hastily, and their health plummeted. Damn it, a sneak attack. Where did this dragon-like creature come from around here? With their main tank instantly killed, the 3 of them completely panicked. A dragon? Could it be an epic-level monster? Before the teacher could even finish asking for a light, Shao's fiery domain had already spread out, engulfing the 3 of them. Ding! Gained 3,600 experience points and 31 evolution points. The giant black jade scorpion, covered in wounds and with one leg broken, was leaning against the rock wall, barely clinging to life. It hadn't expected Shao to save it, and was filled with gratitude. Thank you for saving me. Shao looked at it with a strange expression. After all, he had come here specifically to kill the black jade giant scorpion. The black jade giant scorpion, failing to grasp the situation, hurriedly said, "You are very strong. I can recommend you to join the Purple Crystal Lion King's ranks. With your strength, you will surely be given an important position." Ha! The Amethyst Lion King? I was just about to go find him. Shao laughed firidi. The black jade giant scorpion instinctively sensed something was wrong, but still tentatively asked, "Are you going to seek refuge with the Amethyst Lion King? Then we can go together." "No," Shao spoke calmly, as if he were talking about something completely ordinary. "I'm going to eat him." Before the giant black jade scorpion could react, its massive dragon claw was already lashing out at its face. Bang! It was swatted away by a claw and crashed heavily into the rock wall, cracks spreading instantly. When it fell back to the ground, it was extremely weak. The power of the Amethyst Lion King far exceeds your imagination. I advise you. Before it could finish speaking, the flames completely engulfed it. A few seconds later, the black jade giant scorpion had turned into a roasted scorpion that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Chapter 23, I want to taste your flesh. Ding! Gained 2,200 experience points and 21 evolution points. Ding! Obtained Lord-level creature component, black jade scorpion tail. Shao's eyes darkened slightly. Far beyond my expectations? It seems this Amethyst Lion King is no ordinary creature. The Amethyst Lion King's strength is definitely not weak, given that it has been able to subdue 10 territories. To date, 7 of the 10 territories it ruled have been destroyed by Shao. However, the map only contains information gathered by the lizard dragon and may not be complete. Not enough. Next one. After finishing dealing with the black jade scorpion territory, Shao continued on to the next location. At this point, his dragon fury value had reached 73 points. He should be able to fully charge it after destroying a few more territories. But when he flew over the next territory, he found no living creatures. The location is correct. Shao suspected that these monsters, like the red-horned sheep, had run off to other territories. So he hurried to the next territory. But the place remained empty, without a trace of life. It's understandable if one territory is deserted, but it's abnormal if two territories disappear. Shao quickly thought of the Amethyst Lion King. It seems that it detected my movements. If left unchecked, the remaining territories will eventually be conquered one by one. Therefore, the Amethyst Lion King likely summoned all creatures back to prepare to concentrate their forces against him. The Amethyst Lion King, that's interesting. Shao sneered. The creatures from the three territories gathered together, numbering at least 100. If undiscovered territories are included, the scale would be even more terrifying. But Shao wasn't worried. After his third evolution, his defense and strength were no longer what they used to be. Ordinary lords would be instantly killed in his presence. Apart from the Amethyst Lion King, other monsters were nothing more than experience points delivered to his doorstep. I'd like to see what you're really capable of. The next moment, Shao flapped his dragon wings and flew directly toward the lair of the Amethyst Lion King. Since the other side had already set up their formation, there was no need for him to waste any more time. A pale red crystalline light streaked across the sky. Before long, Shao arrived at the territory of the Amethyst Lion King. This territory is extremely large, at least 4 times the size of an ordinary territory. At this moment, all the remaining creatures from the territory gathered here, cautiously on guard. The Amethyst Lion King lies at the highest point, measuring 20 meters in length and 7 to 8 meters in height. It has a single amethyst horn on its forehead, and its body is covered with purple crystals, faintly wreathed in tiny purple flames. Suddenly, the Amethyst Lion King opened its eyes. They're here. Its gaze was fixed on Shao, who was flying in from afar. Is that the Amethyst Lion King? In a blink of an eye, Shao had crossed hundreds of meters and arrived in the airspace above the territory. Boom! He swooped down like a meteorite, kicking up a cloud of dust. The powerful blast wave knocked some small creatures to the ground. Shao glanced at it. This place is home to 5 species of animals, including the purple-crowned crane, electric tiger, clear-tusked elephant, tin fog leopard, and silver curl frog, totaling nearly 200. The only one missing was the Amethyst Lion King's kin. So many. That's enough to accumulate a lot of experience points. The monsters within the territory all stared at Shao, and whispers arose. Where did this dragon come from? This guy looks hostile. Kill him. With so many of us, he can't cause any trouble. Roar. With a roar, the Amethyst Lion King silenced the entire territory instantly. That was absolute fear of the king. The Amethyst Lion King stood on a high place, looking down at Shao. It was you who invaded my territory? Shao said calmly. That's right. The Amethyst Lion King narrowed its eyes. Very well. Including the previous ones, you've already slaughtered 7 of my territories. Am I right? It was clearly unaware of the Black Jade Scorpion's territory and blamed Shao for it. Shao, however, did not care at all. To be precise, I will slaughter every single creature here. These words immediately caused an uproar within the territory. Arrogant. I'll go kill him first. The Amethyst Lion King silenced the crowd once more, his tone remaining calm. Wait, let me finish. Although you are brave but reckless, I admire you. If you submit to me, I can give you land and everything you want. As soon as he finished speaking, the Amethyst Lion King released a powerful pressure. That was the oppressive feeling that came from strength and high position. Shao remained unmoved, only offering a cold smile. I only want one thing right now. The Amethyst Lion King was somewhat surprised. What is that? Shao stared at it, his voice chilling. I'd like to try your meat. See if it's as delicious as that of a Lingtan deer. Hold head high. The next second, a deafening dragon roar resounded. And even more terrifying dragons, might crushed forth. Even the Amethyst Lion King took a few steps back under this oppressive aura. Chapter 24, How can I be as bad as you guys? You think you can intimidate me with your meager intimidation? You're not worthy. Shao's face was full of disdain, and a dragon's roar resounded throughout the territory, frightening many creatures around him into prostrating themselves on the ground. No one dared to shout that they wanted to kill him anymore. The Amethyst Lion King's eyes finally became serious. Very well, then we have nothing to talk about. I really hope you will come and assist me. The Amethyst Lion King shook its head, as if somewhat regretful. Then it lowered its body again, closed its eyes, effectively signaling an attack to all creatures within its territory. The next moment, nearly 200 creatures around them became agitated, baring their teeth and charging towards Shao. A little dessert before the meal would be nice. Shao opened his enormous maw and spewed out a torrent of flames. The fiery domain instantly spread out, and the terrifying heat caused the charging monsters to freeze in their tracks. Those that couldn't stop in time were instantly burned to ashes. Immediately afterwards, the wings of the wind-snatching dragon flapped violently. A hurricane tornado descended, its fierce winds forcibly lifting large numbers of creatures into the sky. The wind fanned the flames, transforming the fire into a massive fire tornado that ravaged the air. Wind blades tore through their bodies, and flames devoured their flesh. Apart from the Lord-level creatures, almost none of the other monsters escaped. They were all reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Ding! Gained 78,600 experience points and 763 evolution points. Ding! Your level has increased to 22. Shao glanced at the attribute panel. Strength 110, Agility 60, Constitution 102, Spirit 49, Defense 142. With both his strength and physique exceeding 100, he was even more confident in dealing with the Amethyst Lion King. The Amethyst Lion King finally stood up again, his eyes still filled with shock. Not bad. Your combat strength is indeed formidable. However, I have 5 Lord-level beings on my side. Can you take on all 5 of them? As soon as the words were spoken, 5 Lord-level creatures stepped forward simultaneously. Purple Crown Crane King, Electric Hunting Tiger King, Clear Tooth Elephant King, Tin Mist Leopard King, Silver Roll, Giant Frog. They all stared intently at Shao, their eyes filled with hatred, because Shao had slaughtered their respective clans. The Amethyst Lion King, looking down from its high position, spoke last. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me, or die here. Stop putting on airs. Shao sneered and looked at the 5 lords. These 5 rotten bird eggs aren't even enough to fill my teeth. You're my main course. The Amethyst Lion King's expression turned completely cold. Go, kill him. The 5 lords roared simultaneously, surrounding Shao from both sides. I'll go first. The Qingya Elephant King roared and charged out. Its race had been wiped out by Shao, and it had long wished it could tear him to pieces. Why don't you all come at me together, or you'll only die faster? Shao's tone was mocking and extremely arrogant. Arrogant. I alone am enough to defeat you. The Qingya Elephant King was known for its strength, and its size was not much smaller than Shao's. It lowered its gleaming tusks and charged at Shao, causing the ground to tremble. You've come at the perfect time. Shao's strength has now reached 110 points, so he is not afraid of head-on confrontations at all. Bang! The 2 massive creatures, each the size of a small mountain, collided violently. Shao remained unmoved, while the Qingya Elephant King staggered back several steps, its head spinning from the impact. How is this possible? Its power is even more terrifying than that of the white-tusked Elephant King. The other 4 lords all changed their expressions. While the clear-tusked Elephant King might not be the brightest, its strength was undoubtedly the greatest among them. Even the Amethyst Lion King might not be able to secure a victory. Nothing is impossible. It just means you guys are too weak. The Elephant King refused to accept this and roared. How can my power possibly be inferior to yours? Would you like to try again? Let's give it a try. The Tusk Elephant Queen retreated a few steps, her tusks becoming even more lustrous. She gathered her strength again and charged at Shao once more. Click! The ivory that was first placed on Shao broke on the spot. Shao sneered, grabbed the remaining tusk with both claws, and pulled it out by the root with a sudden force, causing blood to spray out instantly. The tusk elephant let out a piercing scream. Its tusks were its most important weapon, and having them uprooted, it was in so much pain that it could barely stand. All right, we can hit the road now. Shao turned around and whipped his tail, which swept out like a long whip and lashed hard at the Qingya Elephant King. Bang! The massive body of the tusked Elephant King was snapped in half at the waist, and it died instantly. Ding! Gain 2,600 experience points and 26 evolution points. Ding. Obtained Lord-level creature component. Mammoth Tusk. Dragon Fury has reached 93 points. Shao slowly raised his head and looked at the remaining 4 lords. At that moment, the 4 lords felt a chill in their hearts and subconsciously took a step back. Chapter 25, The Only King. The 4 remaining lords had barely retreated when the Amethyst Lion King noticed. It leaped behind the 4 lords, its voice chilling. Anyone who backs down will be killed first. Don't let me down. The 4 lords felt a chill run down their spines. None of them dared to doubt the ruthlessness of the Amethyst Lion King. The Electric Tiger King gritted its teeth and roared, "Attack together. Let's fight to the death." Retreat means certain death. Charging forward might offer a glimmer of hope. The next second, the 4 lords pounced on Shao at the same time. The Mist Tin Leopard King was the fastest, rushing to Shao in the blink of an eye. But Shao reacted even faster, raising his dragon claw and slapping it into the mud. Rumble. Shao stomped his forefoot on the ground, and stone walls rose up to block the Electric Tiger King's attack. The purple-crowned crane king swooped down from the sky, its sharp beak piercing Shao. But before it could get close, it was swept into the air by a hurricane tornado. The giant silver toad flicked out its long silver tongue and slapped Shao's leg hard, but it didn't even leave a mark. Shao sneered. "Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll start with you." He grabbed the silver giant frog's long tongue, pulled it directly in front of him, and tore it off. Quack! The scream had barely escaped when Shao pierced the silver scroll giant frog's body with a single claw. Ding! Gained 2,300 experience points and 23 evolution points. Hold head high. Shao opened his mouth and spewed out flames, instantly spreading out a domain of fire. Flames climbed up the stone wall, turning it red-hot, as if it were cast from lava. The Electric Tiger King was trapped inside, and the lightning on its body had no effect. It didn't last long before it was completely engulfed by the flames. Ding! Gained 2,700 experience points and 27 evolution points. Ding! Obtained Lord-level creature component. Electric Hunter Tiger Fawn. In the blink of an eye, only the Purple Crown Crane King and the Mist Tin Leopard King remained of the 4 lords. The Purple Crown Crane King finally managed to break free from the tornado, its feathers mostly torn to shreds and its body covered in blood. The Fog Tin Leopard King was also half dead from that slap, and he was walking with a limp. In just one round of fighting, 2 of the 4 lords died. The remaining 2 lords were completely panicked. Let alone attacking Shao, they don't even dare to get close now. Shao looked at them and said coldly, "Are you going to go or not? If you don't, it'll be my turn." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out. The Purple Crown Crane King and the Mist Tin Leopard King turned and fled, no longer caring about the threat from the Amethyst Lion King. Shao flapped his dragon wings, instantly blocking the Purple Crown Crane King. The dragon's claw descended, piercing straight through its head. Then, a burst of fiery energy shot out, taking away the Mist Tin Leopard King as well. Ding! You have gained 5,300 experience points and 51 evolution points. Ding! Obtained Lord-level creature component. Purple Crane Beak. Thus, the 5 lords besieged Shao, and within moments, they were all annihilated. Shao casually tossed aside the corpse of the Purple Crown Crane King and looked at the Purple Crystal Lion King. Now it's your turn. Despite being targeted by Shao, the Amethyst Lion King did not panic. Instead, it paced back and forth, as if it were re-evaluating him. Your strength has indeed surprised me. I admit, I underestimated you before. The Amethyst Lion King stopped and continued. I can concede. How about we join forces to rule the outer forest together, on equal footing? Shao sneered. On equal footing? Don't you understand the situation yet? I will become the sole king of the outer forest, and you are merely my prey. He glanced at the attribute panel. As expected, the dragon's rage meter was full. The Amethyst Lion King can't cause any trouble. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Amethyst Lion King. Today I'll show you who the true ruler of the outer forest is, Shao said calmly. The lord who just said such things are all dead now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Amethyst Lion King charged forward, unfurling huge wind wings on its back, and its speed exploded instantly. But halfway there, its figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Yi Shao's eyes narrowed. Invisibility? Or mimicry? He flapped his dragon wings, and wind elements swept around him, trying to find the location of the Amethyst Lion King. To his surprise, the wind element did not respond at all. The next second, the Amethyst Lion King suddenly appeared beside Yi Shao and bit his neck. Snap! Yi Shao's defense was too terrifying. Not only did the Amethyst Lion King fail to bite through it, but it also broke several of its teeth. Only a few shallow teeth marks remained on Yi Shao's neck, which quickly disappeared. Oh! The Amethyst Lion King screamed in pain and immediately retreated. Yi Shao seized the opportunity and viciously tore at its belly with his dragon claws. The terrifying force instantly tore apart the body of the Amethyst Lion King. A large chunk of flesh was forcibly torn off, blood spurting out, and even internal organs were clearly visible. Chapter 26, Achieving the Mastership of the Outer Circle. The Amethyst Lion King hurriedly distanced itself, a wave of fear washing over it. Its failed sneak attack had backfired, leaving it severely weakened and nearly defeated by Yi Shao, etc. At this moment, blood was gushing from its body, and its previous posture of wanting to teach Yi Shao a lesson had become a complete joke. What? You have last words? Yi Shao looked at it with amusement, and the slight displeasure in his heart finally dissipated a lot. The Amethyst Lion King's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly bowed his head, saying, I am willing to submit to you. With my help, your rule over the outer forest will surely be unshakable. That sounds good. Yi Shao grinned. However, I do not accept it. The Amethyst Lion King is too ambitious and fickle. Yi Shao cannot keep such a guy who might turn on him at any moment by his side. Roar! Damn it! I'll fight you to the death. The Amethyst Lion King roared, and the purple crystals on its body suddenly burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, its entire body was enveloped in purple flames, and the giant amethyst horn on its head grew even larger. A life or death skill. Yi Shao immediately recognized that this was a desperate move that would inflict heavy damage on both sides, potentially harming the enemy by 1,000 while also inflicting 800 casualties on himself. Come see the big gift I've prepared for you. Yi Shao immediately triggered Dragon's Fury. Having accumulated so much Dragon's Fury points, he wanted to see just how powerful it would be when applied to explosive flame impact. Yi Shao soared into the sky. The crystals on his dragon wings glowed red, and a beam of flame instantly condensed. The flames were about the same size as before, but their color had changed from orange-red to almost incandescent white, and the terrifying heat seemed capable of melting everything. The Amethyst Lion King also finished charging up, its giant horn erupting with dazzling light. But compared to Yi Shao's attack, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. It couldn't stop, so it had no choice but to grit its teeth and shoot out a beam of fire. The next moment, the Dragon Fury version of the explosive flame impact shot down, instantly engulfing the flames and light, piercing through the body of the Amethyst Lion King and slamming heavily into the ground. Boom! The shattered body of the Amethyst Lion King was completely engulfed by the explosion, reduced to ashes. At the epicenter of the explosion, the ground sank several meters, and the area within a radius of several hundred meters was reduced to scorched earth. Wow, that's really powerful. Yi Shao was stunned for a moment. The power far exceeded his expectations. Ding! You have gained 5,700 experience points and 57 evolution points. Ding! Obtained Lord-level creature component, Amethyst Unicorn. Ding! All lords on the outskirts of Sunset Forest have been defeated by the host. Bonus reward, legendary creature component, Ice Crystal Heart. Ding! Title feature unlocked. Ding! You have obtained the Lord-level title, Lord Slayer. Ding! You have obtained the legendary title Lord of the Outskirts. As system notifications continued to ring out, a look of joy appeared in Yi Shao's eyes. You've become a master of the outer perimeter? But what's your title? He first activated the Lord Killer. Lord Slayer. health plus 4,000, strength plus 40, constitution plus 30. Wow, it can even add attributes. And this is just a Lord-level title. Shao immediately checked the legendary title. Lord of the Outer Circle, health plus 12,000, strength plus 80, agility plus 40, constitution plus 58, spirit plus 25, defense plus 40. Holy crap, such a huge improvement. No wonder everyone wants to be the master of the outer perimeter. This attribute boost is outrageous. Shao believes that even if 10 more Amethyst Lion Kings came, he could still handle them. Use the title of Lord of the Outskirts. The moment the title was bestowed upon him, Shao clearly felt his attributes surge. Attributes: Strength 190, Agility 100, Constitution 160, Spirit 74, Defense 189. From this moment on, he was the true master of the outer perimeter of Sunset Forest. The only pity was that Shao originally wanted to try the flesh of the Amethyst Lion King, but the power of the Dragon Fury version of the explosive flame impact was too strong, and it was directly blasted into ashes. But this time, it's a great harvest, with 1137 evolution points. Not only are there enough for the 4th evolution, but the remaining evolution points can also be used to enhance the strength of subordinates. Just as he was about to leave, Shao suddenly noticed that a large piece was missing from the small hill where the Amethyst Lion King had been standing. Hello. He flapped his wings and flew over, and through the gap, he saw a dozen small creatures similar to the Amethyst Lion King hiding inside, staring at him in terror. No wonder I haven't seen the Amethyst Lion King's clan before. They've all been hiding here. Boom! A fiery domain erupted instantly. The Amethyst Lions, trapped inside the hill, had nowhere to escape and were quickly engulfed by the flames one after another. Shao understood the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Ding! You have gained 3,700 experience points and 35 evolution points. After clearing out the Amethyst Lions, Xiaolong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. For the first time, he truly looked down into the depths of the Sunset Forest. It was far more dangerous and powerful than the outer areas. Our next target is the depths of Sunset Forest. Shao turned and flew towards his territory, the ice crystals on his body shimmering and leaving a faint red trail in the sky. After obtaining the title of Lord of the Outer Territory, his speed increased significantly. Before long, his territory appeared on the horizon. From a moment I stepped into the territory of the Amethyst Lion King until now, it's been less than a day. Chapter 27, the 4th Evolution. With the stone dragon and giant rhinoceros guarding his territory, Shao wasn't worried at all about his home base being stolen by other players. He had just flown back into the airspace above his territory when he noticed several new signs of a struggle on the ground. Clearly, some fearless players had sneaked over while he was away. The dragons in the territory continued their patrols and rests, as usual, showing no sign of panic. It's obvious that the players were dealt with by the stone dragon and its companions as soon as they entered. The next second, Shao hovered above the territory and suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Hold head high. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, as if announcing, "The king has returned." All the creatures in the territory looked up at the same time, and upon seeing Shao in the sky, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies pressed tightly against the earth, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. They could clearly sense that their lord had become stronger. That sense of oppression was no longer that of an ordinary lord, but the aura of a true king. Boom! Shao descended from the sky, his massive body landing on the ground, causing the entire area to tremble. He was in high spirits upon returning to his territory. This trip has been incredibly fruitful. Shao has a premonition that the 4th evolution will bring him a huge surprise. As for the remaining evolution points, they can be used to strengthen other creatures in the territory, further enhancing the overall strength of the territory. Without delay, he entered the cave and opened the attribute panel. At this moment, he had a large number of Lord-level components at his disposal. Lightning Wolf Fong, Thunderous Eagle Wings, Lightning Crystal, Black Jade Scorpion Tail, Spirit Sandalwood Bone, Vermilion Horn, Amethyst Unicorn Horn, Purple Crown Bird Beak. The system notification tone sounded soon after. The current environment meets the conditions for evolution. Shao did not hesitate for a moment. Evolution. The host's current body genes can increase the number of biological components by 3. Shao's eyes lit up. 3? This is even stronger than before. He had already decided on his route back. His defense is already tough enough. This time, he's going to unleash his full power and offensive capabilities. Added legendary creature component, Heart of Ice Crystal. Added Lord-level creature component, Amethyst Unicorn. Add one more, a Lightning Crystal. This evolution will take approximately 3 hours. Evolution begins. As the notification tone faded, a strong sense of dizziness surged up, and Shao's massive dragon body slowly sank into the darkness. Just as he was evolving, the players went completely crazy. The entire server was suddenly flooded with announcements. Server-wide announcement. A new Outer Peak Lord, the Fiery Crystal Dragon, has appeared on the outskirts of Sunset Forest. Defeating the Outer Peak Lord will reward you with a purple tier legendary equipment. Server-wide announcement. A new Outer Peak Lord, the Fiery Crystal Dragon, has appeared on the outskirts of Sunset Forest. Defeating the Outer Peak Lord will reward you with a purple tier legendary equipment. Server-wide announcement. A new Outer Peak Lord, the Fiery Crystal Dragon, has appeared on the outskirts of Sunset Forest. Defeating the Outer Peak Lord will reward you with a purple tier legendary equipment. All the players were stunned for a second. Immediately afterwards, the world channel exploded. The Fiery Crystal Dragon? Could it be the one from the special dungeon, Dragon's Nest? It must be it. Who else could it be but that freakish dragon? No way. This boss can evolve and become the master of the outer perimeter. The players who had suffered losses in the Dragon's Nest had increasingly interesting expressions. They knew all too well how outrageous the dragon was. But most players had never witnessed Shao's terrifying power. All they could see were 4 words, purple level legend. It's important to know that the strongest equipment players currently possess is only high-level dark blue equipment. Above that is the red master level. Purple tier legendary equipment is currently the absolute ceiling. Whoever gets this equipment first will instantly gain immense strength and soar to the top of all the leaderboards. In an instant, everyone went crazy. Brothers, let's team up and take down the outer boss. Let's unleash our full power. We're 1 short for 3, looking for a level 1 warrior, quick. 150,000 gold coins. Whoever takes me to fight the outer ring boss, the money will be there immediately. One female player even directly declared, whoever helps me defeat the Outlaw King, I'll be his girlfriend. The entire world chat channel was flooded with team-up requests. The buzz it generated in just 1 day was almost equivalent to what it usually takes a month. However, among this group of excited players, there was a rogue player who had just completed his first job advancement, who sneered. He was Shao's old acquaintance, the monstrous spy. Looking at the screen, full of team information, he was full of disdain. A bunch of idiots. Once you see how terrifying that dragon is, you'll know you're just throwing your lives away. Although he said that, the wicked by still had designs on it. He dared not even dream of acquiring legendary equipment, but with such a grand spectacle, he figured he might as well join in. This time, he didn't team up. Instead, he planned to sneak over alone to check out the situation. Soon, a large number of players formed teams and headed towards the Wyvern's nest in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Shao was still fast asleep inside the cave, completely unaware of what was happening outside. 3 hours later, Shao slowly opened his eyes. The noise coming from outside was making him a little irritated. What is the collapsing stone dragon doing? Why is it so noisy outside? He shook his head before examining the changes he had undergone after his evolution. Upon seeing this, Shao himself was taken aback. Now, he is completely unrecognizable as Hongyan Yalong. Its entire body was purplish black, with a faint luster flowing across its scales, and complex flame runes moving across its body. Purplish black ice crystals covered its entire body like natural armor. The dragon horns on its head extended all the way to the back of its neck, shimmering with a sharp and domineering light. He stood on his feet, his chest and abdomen like cast steel, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The crystals on the wings had disappeared, replaced by strange patterns resembling eyes. When he lay down, his body length had reached 50 meters and his height was over 10 meters. His red, vertical pupils made him look even more sinister and dangerous. Yi Shao couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. Host, Yi Shao. Race, Ice Crystal Flame Dragon. Rank, Lord. Level, 22. Title, Master of the Outskirts. Health points, 19,000 plus 12,000. Attributes, Strength 217, Agility 126, Constitution 183, Spirit 83, Defense 235. Dragon's Fury, July 99. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Talents, 100 Refinements Evolution, Commander Evolution, Magic Resistance, Elemental Manipulation. Skills, Elemental Missile, Stonewall, Invisibility, Hurricane Tornado, Explosive Impact, Flame Domain, Extreme Ice Armor, Probe, Ice Crystal Domain, Frost Crystal Spikes. Evolution points, 372, 1,600 points required for next evolution. After looking at the panel, a red light flashed in Yi Shao's eyes. The fourth evolution is complete. Chapter 28 Players Join Attack. Yi Shao's mood instantly improved as he looked at the two new skills he had acquired. This evolution involved the fusion of legendary biological components, so he naturally hoped to unearth some amazing finds. Ice Crystal Domain instantly covers hundreds of meters of land, lowering the temperature within the domain to below 0 degrees Celsius, with a 10% chance of triggering a freezing effect. Frost Crystal Spikes creates frost crystal spikes from the ground, covering a range of 30 meters. They have extremely strong penetrating power and a 15% chance of inflicting frostbite. Yi Shao's eyes lit up. The Ice Crystal Domain is primarily for crowd control, covering a large area and weakening enemy movement. The Frost Crystal Spikes, on the other hand, suddenly erupt from underground, making them useful for ambushing or instantly killing enemies. The two skills, when combined, one for crowd control and the other for finishing off enemies, are definitely effective. Adding to his existing flame domain, Yi Shao now possesses a number of skills that are probably more exaggerated than many legendary creatures. But before he could continue checking the second attribute panel, a loud explosion suddenly came from outside the cave. Bang! Boom! Boom! The commotion was significant. It was clearly not an ordinary riot. Yi Shao frowned. With the mountain-crushing stone dragon guarding the territory, why is it so noisy outside? He immediately climbed out of the dragon's lair. Upon emerging from the cave, the enormous dragon wings finally unfolded fully, stretching across the sky for 60 or 70 meters. A large shadow instantly enveloped the entire territory, and many creatures instinctively lowered their heads. Yi Shao glanced down and quickly spotted the 4 players who had intruded into his territory. He immediately understood. Here we go again, to conquer the dungeon. When the 4 players saw Yi Shao appear, they were first taken aback, and then they all became excited. Look, a fiery crystal dragon. This must be the master of the outer perimeter. This size is outrageous. It's much bigger than any lord I've ever seen before. What's there to be afraid of? The stronger the opponent, the better the reward. If we take him down, we might just get our hands on some purple-grade equipment. They were clearly still stuck on the information about Yi Shao before his evolution, thinking that he was just a boss monster that could drop high-level equipment. But Yi Shao soon discovered that there were more than just these 4 people. Outside the territory, a large group of players surrounded the area. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them. The sudden influx of players is clearly abnormal. However, Yi Shao did not panic. Hundreds of people is indeed a lot, but for him now, it's not like he can't kill them. The only problem is that the dungeon limits entry to 4 at a time. Fighting them wave after wave would be too time-consuming. More importantly, these are experience points and evolution points that are practically handed to us. If we turn around and run away when things don't look good, like last time, we'll lose a lot. Just then, a lizard man ran over quickly to report. Lord, we have defeated 4 waves of invading players. 2 giant horned dragons are injured, but none have died yet. Yi Shao nodded. Fortunately, the stone dragon and giant rhinoceros had been strengthened beforehand. Otherwise, with such continuous attacks today, the territory's creatures would definitely have suffered heavy casualties. It seems that other creatures also need to be strengthened as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he's not around one day and there's a coordinated attack from hundreds of players, the consequences would be troublesome. Shao raised his head, his voice low. All right, leave the rest to me. The next second, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire territory. All territorial creatures stopped simultaneously and retreated in unison. The players who were struggling in the middle of the battle were suddenly stunned. Berserker Farmer 3 Punches was just struggling to breathe under the pressure of the mountain-crushing stone dragon when he saw the opponent suddenly retreat, leaving him completely bewildered. What happened? Why did they retreat? The water mage next to him, nicknamed Clumsy Little Fool, immediately cried out, "Watch out! The Lord is coming!" The enormous crystal dragon approached step by step, its oppressive aura making it difficult for the four people to breathe. The adorable, confused little girl gritted her teeth and raised her hand. Water jet. A jet of water shot straight into Shao's chest. But the next second, everyone was stunned. The water jet hit Shao, but didn't leave a single mark. Shao didn't even stop and continued walking forward. He looked down at the four players, his tone cold yet tinged with a touch of adolescent angst. You insignificant and foolish humans, how dare you disturb my slumber? Are you prepared to pay the price? He stomped down as soon as he finished speaking. The cold air spread instantly along the ground. Before the four players could react, the ground beneath their feet suddenly exploded, and countless icy crystals pierced through the soil, directly penetrating their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the four people vanished as data fragments. Ding! Gained 7,100 experience points and 68 evolution points. Players outside the territory gasped in shock. They killed him instantly? Their team has 2 first-tier professional classes. This skill is terrifying. No wonder Sunny Day tripped up here back then. Forget it, let's not go in. This monster is way too dangerous for us right now. Many players chicken out on the spot, and some are even preparing to retreat. But how could Shao let them leave? After killing the 4 people in the territory, he did not stop, but continued to walk out of the territory. The players quickly realized something was wrong. Wait, why is he coming towards us? What does this lord want to do? Look, he's leaving the territory. Some were afraid, while others were instantly excited. Great, we can only fight with 4 people in our territory, so we can't do anything about it. But it's different when he comes out. Yes, let's send hundreds of us together and wear him down. Brothers, don't be afraid. This is the boss of the outer perimeter. The reward for taking him down is absolutely explosive. A group of players began to get restless. Of course, some rational people, seeing the scene of 4 people being instantly killed, had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Before they could think any further, Shao had already stepped out of the territory. He looked down at the densely packed players in front of him, his dragon eyes flashing with cold light. Foolish humans, death is your best destiny. A deafening dragon roar erupted, startling many players who retreated in fear. This group claimed they would launch a joint attack, but in reality, they were a disorganized mess. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, a player named Time Management Master suddenly stepped forward. Listen to my command. Retreat. Create distance. Whatever you do, don't get hit by his area of effect skills. Under his command, the previously chaotic player team finally began to retreat in unison, attempting to reorganize their formation. But why would Shao give them a chance? Nearly 100 players, nearly 100 experience points and evolution points have been delivered right to his doorstep. He will not let them go. The next second, Shao suddenly stomped on the ground. Rumble. The earth shook violently, and cracks spread rapidly. Several massive stone walls rose from the ground in different directions, instantly sealing off all escape routes like a cage. Chapter 29 is just too much. Since you're already here, why don't you all stay? Looking at this group of players who had come to him willingly, Shao almost burst out laughing. These people had no idea what kind of monster they were facing. They were only staring at the legendary equipment on his body, their eyes turning red. What's there to be afraid of? There are so many of us. One skill from each of us can blast him to death. Yes, He's just a level 10 dungeon monster. He might just look scary. Brothers, take him down, and the legendary gear is ours. Upon hearing about legendary equipment, the previously timid players instantly became excited again. Someone yelled, "Charge! Take him down!" The 100-person team immediately pressed forward. Shao found it amusing. He wasn't afraid of them joining forces. He was afraid they would run away. Soon, the player teams began to coordinate and command each other. Priests applied buffs. Mages and archers go for the first attack. As soon as he finished speaking, multicolored magic lit up simultaneously. The priest's buff aura descended layer by layer in dozens of attacks. Ice explosions, fireballs, wind blades, and arrow rain slammed down on Shao. Shao snorted coldly and stomped his foot. Boom! A stone wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking his way. The next second, all the attacks slammed into the stone wall, creating a series of explosions. Debris flew everywhere, dust billowed, and the once sturdy stone wall was riddled with holes and cracks, on the verge of collapsing. Just then, a system notification sounded. Once the stone wall is upgraded to the intermediate level, you can choose its evolution path. One is the Ice Crystal Wall, which can be used in conjunction with Ice-type skills to reflect damage to enemies. One is the Redstone Wall, which has extremely high defense and even stronger restrictive capabilities. Shao chose the Red Rock Wall without hesitation. His attacks were already terrifying enough. What he needed now was defense. Perfect timing. The group of players focused their fire and crippled the ordinary stone wall, making it the perfect time to upgrade. On the other side, the players saw the stone wall about to crumble and immediately became excited. Keep pushing. This wall is about to fall. Round 2. Release them all at once. Another wave of skills came crashing down. But just as the attack landed, a new stone wall suddenly rose from the ground. Rumble. The Red Rock Wall blocked the way, and all attacks crashed down upon it, sending up clouds of dust. The players waited with great anticipation for the dust to clear. The next second, everyone was stunned. That wall was completely intact. Instead of breaking, it became even thicker, the entire wall looking as if it were covered with a layer of red metal, smooth and hard. The explosion just now only left a few shallow scratches on it. What the hell? Holy crap. What's the point of fighting now? Even 10 rounds might not be enough to penetrate it. The players' mentality collapsed on the spot. With this wall blocking their way, they can't even touch Shao, let alone get any equipment from him. Should we retreat? This is impossible to fight. Just as the thought of retreating arose, a dragon's roar suddenly came from behind the wall. Hold head high. A giant dragon claw climbed up the Red Rock Wall, and then Shao's dragon head emerged from behind the wall. He opened his mouth wide, and blazing flames instantly erupted out. The fiery domain spread out immediately. The sea of fire swept across the player camp like a tidal wave. Priest, heal. Quickly heal. Earth shield. Ice barrier. The players instantly erupted into chaos. Priests frantically cast healing buffs. Mages unleashed defensive spells like they were free, and warriors stood at the forefront, shields raised. But the flames still engulfed everyone. Screams, explosions, and the sounds of skills shattering were all mixed together. Once the fire subsided, the original team of over 100 people was reduced to less than half. A system notification then sounded. Shao gained over 50,000 experience points and over 400 evolution points, instantly leveling up to level 23. Shao glanced at the survivors. This wave of players is definitely of much higher quality than before. Archers, who are fragile, were basically all sent to the respawn point, and a large number of mages and priests also fell, leaving only the tanky warriors barely holding on. Even if they survive, they'll be severely damaged. One by one, they turned pale with fright and frantically drank health potions. The priest was busy healing himself, completely losing the momentum he had shown when he was grabbing equipment. Shao opened the properties panel. Strength 247, Agility 163, Constitution 209, Spirit 98, Defense 253. The increased growth rate after the upgrade is becoming increasingly exaggerated. His health has now reached 33,400 points, And with his terrifying defense, even if these players stand still and attack, they may not be able to kill him. Just when everyone was in despair, a wounded warrior staggered out. His name is Who Will Accompany Me on My Adventures, and he wields a giant sword. He is a first-tier professional judgment swordsman. He gritted his teeth and stared at Shao, his eyes still filled with a final madness. Luckily, I managed to hold on to this health level, just enough to unleash that move. After saying that, he raised the greatsword with both hands. In an instant, countless points of light converged on the sword, and a giant sword of light, magnified dozens of times, materialized out of thin air, its light dazzling and its aura astonishing. Shao did not interrupt him. Instead, they watched with great interest, as if it were a performance. A confident smile appeared on my face as I asked who would accompany me on my journey. This move was his trump card. He had used it to turn defeat into victory countless times. The outer perimeter is mine now. Trial. Execute the verdict. The enormous lightsaber crashed down. The red rock wall blocked the way, but only made the lightsaber pause for a moment before the entire wall was cleaved in two. The player's eyes lit up. There's hope. It can break through the defense. The lightsaber continued to fall, heading straight for Shao's head. Shao neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he took the initiative to meet him. He opened his dragon mouth, aimed at the lightsaber, and took a bite. Bite! A crisp cracking sound rang out. That imposing giant sword of light was actually bitten to pieces by Shao, turning into golden light that dissipated into the sky. Who will accompany me through this ordeal? The greatsword in my hand is also cracking open with fissures. He stood frozen in place, his eyes completely vacant. Impossible. That's a red-level master skill. They didn't even break Shao's skin. Shao looked down at the remaining players, his voice icy. Foolish humans, now, etch my power into your souls. All the players felt a sinking feeling in their hearts at the same time. The next second, a chill burst forth from Shao's body. A chilling blue light swept across the entire area, instantly causing thick ice crystals to form on the ground, completely sealing the players' legs. Ice crystal domain, activate. Players with low health were restricted in their movements, and their health continued to drop. Several players who couldn't withstand the damage were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, and then vanished as data fragments. Those who were still alive were in complete panic. But Shao didn't give them a chance to escape. He stomped his forefoot on the ground. Frost crystal spikes, activate. Chapter 30, The Extravagance of a Bountiful Harvest. The next second, the ground exploded. Countless purplish-black, icy crystal spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, their sharp points gleaming with a chilling light, instantly blocking the player's escape route. Who will accompany me? Who was at the forefront didn't even have time to react before his body was pierced by several earth spikes, and he instantly turned into white light and disappeared. The remaining players' expressions changed drastically. They wanted to hide, but it was too late. The ice crystal field pressed down on them, severely reducing their speed. The icy crystal spikes came without warning, and amid screams, players fell one after another. Ding! You have gained 55,600 experience points and 489 evolution points. Shao thoroughly enjoyed this meal. What's even better is that players not only give you experience points, but also equipment. Because Shao is now the master of the outer area of Sunset Forest, the entire outer forest is considered his territory. Even if it's not a special dungeon, there's a chance to get equipment by killing players. At a glance, the ground was littered with jewels, rings, necklaces, weapons, and armor. Shao's eyes lit up. Wow, so much equipment. That must amount to a lot of evolution points, right? He roughly counted them, and there were a total of 78 items. Without saying a word, Shao took everything and brought it back to the dragon's lair. Meanwhile, the respawn point in Chaoshi City was completely destroyed. One after another, white lights flashed, and the players who had been aggressively besieging Shao just moments before were now all resurrected, looking disheveled. Some people start rummaging through their backpacks as soon as they open their eyes. Huh, where's my critical strike ring? Holy crap, my deep blue-grade long sword is gone. My staff is gone too. That was a high-end blue item that I bought for a fortune. What's that compared to what I've done? My pants are gone. Ah. One player looked down and saw that he was only wearing system shorts on his lower body. He screamed and logged off on the spot. Everyone panicked. Everyone frantically searched their inventory, going through it again and again, but they just couldn't find what they'd lost. They finally realized that their equipment had really been destroyed. The respawn point was instantly filled with cries of agony. Nobody said there would be loot drops before we went. Who invited me to team up just now? Step forward. I promise I won't kill you. If I'd known, I would never have gone. Even more outrageous, several female players' chest armor and skirt armor were also destroyed, and a wolf howl suddenly came from the respawn point, and the scene completely got out of control. The eccentric Bai, who was standing by watching the commotion, was so trying not to laugh that his face was almost twitching. He dared not laugh out loud, for fear of being ganged up on and beaten up by the group. Luckily, I only caught a glimpse of the excitement from afar. Otherwise, my newly bought equipment would have been gone again. Seeing 70 or 80 people crying and wailing at the respawn point, Yao and Ye Bai felt instantly at peace. The little bit of equipment I lost before doesn't seem so bad anymore. Soon after, the game's customer service was also overwhelmed with calls. The phone kept ringing off the hook, and the customer service department went into wartime mode because they were simply not manpower enough. The complaints were almost identical. Either their equipment was destroyed, or they questioned the existence of the Lord of the Sunset Forest Outer Zone, saying that it was a monster that players couldn't fight at this stage and must be a bug. Meanwhile, gaming forums were flooded with posts. Just how strong is the newly crowned master of the outer perimeter? Shocking. Nearly 100 players have appeared at the respawn point. Supernatural event. Dozens of players' equipment disappears simultaneously. What's the truth? Dozens of female players lost their clothes at the respawn point. High-definition photos of the scene. Posts were refreshed with dozens of new posts every second, causing the popularity to explode. Some people are criticizing the official team for secretly changing the game mechanics. Some are analyzing that this is an advanced mission, and others have already begun to study Shao's skills and fighting style. After all, that's a purple-level legendary equipment quest. Who wouldn't be envious? While everyone was discussing it enthusiastically, the real culprit, Shao, was lying in the dragon's lair, thoroughly enjoying himself. A bumper harvest, a truly bumper harvest. This player kill not only yielded a large amount of experience and evolution points, but the equipment that dropped could be converted into 468 evolution points. However, Shao was not in a hurry to switch. He threw all the equipment into the dragon's lair treasure, storing it as a backup resource. More importantly, these items are fatally attractive to players. Once the news gets out, there will definitely be more people who can't resist coming to deliver it. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. After collecting his spoils, Shao climbed out of the dragon's lair and summoned all the creatures in his territory. The stone dragon, giant rhinoceros dragon, and blazing moth king stood at the forefront, with the other creatures neatly gathered behind them. Shao opened the commander evolution panel and began to make plans. The stone dragon and giant rhinoceros each require 50 evolution points. The blazing moth king requires 70 points, and other common creatures generally require 10 points. After calculating everything, over 600 evolution points were gone. Shao's lips twitched. What a waste of money, such a waste of money. This is even without his intention to evolve into a regular flame moth. There are as many as 39 flame moths, and their key ability is self-destruction. Each self-destruction reduces the number of moths by 1. If all the resources were used to evolve them, that would be ridiculously extravagant. Fortunately, a large number of players came to deliver evolution points today, otherwise it would have been far from enough. Shao quickly began making arrangements. The first one is the collapsing stone dragon. It has strong defense, but weak attack. Shao added a red horn to it, spending 50 evolution points. Soon, the stone dragon fell into a deep sleep and entered its evolutionary state, which was expected to be completed in half an hour. The second one is the giant rhinoceros. The giant rhinoceros dragon already possesses considerable offensive power, and Shao further enhanced it with the swift lightning fawn. If it were to be equipped with lightning power, its combat strength would undoubtedly become even more formidable. The giant rhinoceros then fell into a deep sleep, its evolution time lasting 40 minutes, longer than that of the rock-crushing dragon. This made Shao secretly hopeful that there might be an unexpected surprise. The third one is the Blazing Moth King. After training for some time, the collapsing stone dragon has reached level 15. Shao thought for a moment and added spirit sandalwood bone to it. The blazing moth already has a strong mental attribute, and this advantage should not be wasted. The Blazing Moth King also quickly fell into a deep sleep, with an evolution time of 50 minutes. As for the remaining creatures, Shao had it much easier. Choose the basic evolution option for all components, without adding any extra parts. This method has low consumption and short time, and can be completed in about 20 minutes. Once everything was arranged, the entire territory quieted down. All the evolving creatures lay dormant in place, with only faint breathing sounds remaining near the dragon's lair. Before long, the giant horned dragon, stone dragon, and lizard dragon, which had the shortest evolution time, awoke one after another and completed their evolution. At almost the same time, the collapsing stone dragon also opened its eyes. Its body was thicker and heavier. Its stone armor gleamed with a hard luster, and the crimson horn on its head exuded a dangerous aura, making it much more imposing than before. Race: Rockbreaker Dragon. Class: Mutant. Level: 18. Health points: 3,600. Attributes: Strength 46, Agility 35, Constitution 34, Spirit 21, Defense 41. Alliance: Le Fou Neutral. Skills: Earth Wall, Mountain Crash, Rock Charge. Chapter 31, Comprehensive Upgrade. After the stone dragon evolved, Shao only glanced at its attributes and felt reassured. This guy's current strength far surpasses that of ordinary lords. Combined with the Flame Moth King and the giant rhinoceros, he can easily crush players at this stage, let alone defend their base. The evolved stone dragon has grown exponentially in size, reaching a full 20 meters long and 7 meters tall, with a pair of giant, spiraling horns sprouting from its forehead, exuding an overwhelming sense of menace. More importantly, it now possesses offensive skills, no longer merely a tank, further elevating its combat power to a new level. Afterwards, Shao checked on the other races that had completed their evolution. Stone Dragon is level 14, with 100 HP, solid strength and physique, and a characteristic of being tough. The Lizard Dragon is level 14, with an agility of 13, giving it a clear speed advantage and a swiftness trait. The Giganotosaurus is level 14, with 130 HP and 13 strength. It has the Iron Rhinoceros ability, and its ramming ability remains formidable. The only group that hasn't evolved is the Fiery Moth Swarm. It's not that they're not strong enough, but rather that there are too many of them. Their characteristic is self-destruction. They should be consumables, but thanks to Shao and the mountain-crushing stone dragon's protection, not a single one has been lost so far. Before long, the giant rhinoceros and the Blazing Moth King also awoke one after another. The Flame Moth King hasn't changed much, except that there are some small, scattered light spots around its head, making it look even more eerie. But the changes in the giant rhinoceros dragon made Shao's eyes narrow. At this moment, the giant rhinoceros was almost unrecognizable as the original giant horn dragon. The single horn on its head had shrunk considerably, but it was entirely purple, with lightning crackling around it. One glance was enough to tell that it was not to be trifled with. It even sprouted a pair of small fleshy wings from its back. Its skin turned purple, constantly flashing with electricity. It was larger than before, 14 meters long and 5 meters tall, but no longer bulky. Instead, it was full of explosive power. Shao immediately realized what was happening. This is a mutation. He immediately opened the properties panel. Giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragon, mutant level 18. Health points, 2,700. Strength 48, Agility 40, Constitution 24, Spirit 17, Defense 31. Skills: Chain Lightning Arrows, Lightning Horn Piercing. Upon seeing this, Shao couldn't help but laugh. I was right. The system information was also updated. The giant rhinoceros absorbed the thunder crystal, a Lord-level biological component, and underwent a combination of characteristics, completing a mutation-level evolution and gaining the Thunder characteristic. Now, there are two mutated creatures in the territory. The Stone Dragon is primarily defensive, while the Thunder Rhinoceros is primarily offensive. One can withstand attacks, and the other deals heavy damage. When they work together, their combat power doubles. Even if Shao is not in the territory, there's no need to worry about players raiding his base. Then, Shao looked at the blazing, exploding Moth King. This creature was already a Lord-level being, and he was also looking forward to what surprises this upgrade would bring. Blazing Moth King, level 15, 2000 HP. In terms of attributes, Strength is 18, Agility is 23, Constitution is 19, and Spirit is 19. Talents: Fire Element Manipulation, Mimicry, Explosive Crystals. Skills: Bursting Crystal, Perfect Mimicry, Mental Shock. Shao noticed the new skill, Mental Impact, and immediately realized that it most likely came from the Spirit Sandalwood Bone. Although the Flame Moth King hasn't reached level 18 yet and hasn't activated its defensive attributes, its abilities are already quite unique. With fire explosions, mimicry, and mental attacks, it would be absolutely unstoppable in a real fight. Shao nodded in satisfaction. The territory is now secure. Once all the creatures had evolved, he directly summoned the mountain-crushing Stone Dragon, the giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragon, and the blazing, exploding Moth King. I will be leaving the territory for a while. While I'm gone, you guard this place. Kill any player or other creature that trespasses into the territory. The Stone Dragon and the giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragon immediately bowed their heads and accepted the order. Yes, the blazing, exploding Moth King circled around Shao, clearly reluctant to let him leave. Shao looked at it, feeling both helpless and amused. All right, I'll be back soon. What you should do now is to quickly increase your level and strength. Compared to the mountain-shattering Stone Dragon and the giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragon, the fiery Moth King's personality is still like a child's. It's not suitable for Shao to bring it along on his next mission. After understanding, the Flame Moth King obediently nodded and flew back to the Rockbreaker Dragon's side. The Rockbreaker Dragon had always been the one carrying it, so it was very close to the Rockbreaker Dragon. After settling his territory, Shao spread his dragon wings and soared into the sky. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the dragon's lair. Hold head high. The next second, all the dragon-like creatures in the territory let out a long cry, as if they were seeing off their king. Shao flew towards the human town. He didn't believe that the sudden gathering of a large number of players to besiege the dragon's lair was simply due to being attracted by the so-called dragon's lair treasure. There must be a reason behind this. That's perfect. He also wanted to see how far the players had progressed overall. After flying to the edge of Sunset Forest, Shao found a secluded spot to land. Immediately afterwards, he activated his second form. The enormous dragon body rapidly shrank, and after a short while, it became the size of a normal human. However, this time, the appearance of the second form is also different from before. Her originally crimson hair turned purplish-black. The dragon horns on her forehead transformed into sharper cones, their elegant curves carrying a dangerous aura. The fine scales on its neck and claws were replaced by a layer of purplish-black crystalline substance, which looked both dazzling and eerie in the light. The dragon's tail still exists, also covered in purplish-black crystals. Shao looked down at his new form, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Next, it was his turn to go to the human towns and see what the players were up to. Chapter 32, Entering Chaoshi City. Standing deep within the Sunset Forest, Shao made sure no one was around before speaking in his mind. System, change my name to Young Master Long. The next second, the name above his head, which only players could see, changed from Ice Crystal Flame Dragon to Dragon Young Master. Shao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he's trying to infiltrate player towns now. If he actually went out with the words, Ice Crystal Flame Dragon, on his person, even a fool would know there's something wrong. But just as he was about to leave, a piercing scream suddenly came from afar. Help! Shao raised an eyebrow. There are still players here? He followed the sound, and soon saw a female player scrambling towards him. A giant caterpillar monster was chasing her at a leisurely pace, its body twisting and turning, but the female player was already terrified and on the verge of tears. Yeah, a giant bug. Help! The female player looked up and saw Yi Shao. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she rushed over as if grasping at a lifeline, hiding directly behind him. Great! Someone's here. Help me! Yi Shao glanced to the name above her head, and Mo ran. His lips twitched slightly. This girl is truly fearless. She dares to wander alone on the outskirts of Sunset Forest. The large insect quickly crawled up to him, and Yi Shao, too lazy to waste words, raised his hand and ripped it apart with his sharp strength. Ding! You have gained 30 experience points. Yi Shao glanced at the notification and saw that there were no evolution points. Trash monster. When Mo ran saw that the bugs were gone, she plopped down on the ground, patting her chest and panting heavily. You scared me to death. You really scare me to death. Thank you so much. This game simulates real appearance. Mo Ran looks young, with delicate features and a bit of baby fat on her face. She is the kind of cute and cuddly player. After she came to her senses, she realized that Yi Shao looked a little strange. With its dragon horns, scales, strong physique, and domineering, wild aura, it would definitely stand out in a crowd. Mo Ran blinked and asked cautiously, "Why do you look like this?" Yi Shao had already prepared an excuse and replied with 3 words indifferently. Rare profession. Mo Ran's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, it's a rare profession. This is the first time I've ever seen a profession with this kind of appearance. Can I touch your horns? As she spoke, she raised her hand, yet hesitated to get too close. Yi Shao took a half step back without hesitation. No. Mo Ran was immediately embarrassed and awkwardly withdrew her hand. Yi Shao looked at her and asked in return, "But what are you doing in Sunset Forest all by yourself? Normal players team up to kill monsters. It's more efficient and safer. Someone like her, clearly lacking in combat strength. Coming in alone is practically suicide." Mo Ran lowered her head, her voice becoming much softer. "My friend thinks I'm too bad at the game and doesn't want to play with me. So I thought I'd come here to find low-level monsters to level up, but I never expected to run into something so scary." At this point, her mood visibly somber. Yi Shao paused for a moment. That's true. Some people are just bad at games, so it's normal for them to be disliked. Mo Ran paused for a moment, then looked up at him again. "Young Master Long, what are you doing here?" Yi Shao casually replied, "Do a mission." Mo Ran nodded, then tentatively asked, "Are you going back to Chaoshi City now?" Upon hearing the words Chaoshi City, Yi Shao's eyes flickered slightly. He had come out this time intending to go to Chaoshi City. However, he only knew the general direction and not the exact location. Now that someone had offered to guide him, it saved him a lot of trouble. Yi Shao nodded. "Yes. It's best if you don't stay here alone any longer." Mo Ran immediately said, "Then let's go back together, okay?" She spoke very cautiously, as if afraid of being rejected. Yi Shao didn't say much and agreed immediately. The two set off quickly. Along the way, Mo Ran led the way, while Yi Shao followed at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. He maintained a distance at all times, acting neither like a companion nor a guard. Mo Ran wanted to turn around and talk to him several times, but seeing his indifferent expression, she swallowed her words back. Before long, a town finally came into view. Towards the West City. This is one of the closest towns to Sunset Forest, and one of the first towns players arrive at after leaving the starting village. Currently, the 2 main cities and medium-sized cities are not yet open, so players have limited access to only 5 small towns, all connected by teleportation portals. As Yi Shao approached, he surveyed the city before him. The stone walls are mottled, the city gate is heavy, and the overall style is like a medieval town, giving it a somewhat vintage feel. Just as they were about to reach the city gate, Mo Ran finally mustered up the courage to speak. "Young Master Long, although it may be a bit abrupt to say this, I hope." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Shao raised his hand to interrupt him. "No." Mo Ran was stunned on the spot. She hadn't even finished speaking. Yi Shao spoke calmly, but offered her no illusions. "I have a lot of things to take care of myself. If you really want to keep playing, find a way to improve yourself. Don't always think about relying on others." After saying that, He walked straight toward the city gate without turning his head. Mo stood there, watching his back, and after a long while, she pouted in dissatisfaction. What? He hasn't even finished speaking. Two guards stood on either side of the city gate, their bodies clad in silver-white armor, holding long spears, looking as if they had stepped out of a medieval oil painting. Shao was still a little uncertain. Although he is now disguised as a player, he is still a monster at heart. Whether we can get into the city is really hard to say. But when he stepped through the city gate, nothing happened. There were no alarms, no checks, and no guard to stop them. Shao felt a sense of relief. It seems that renaming the system and using the second form can indeed evade the town's rules. After entering the city, he did not linger and headed straight for the city center. He knew very well that he hadn't come to Chaoshi City for sightseeing. However, as soon as he entered the city, he immediately attracted the attention of a large number of players. Female players in particular had their eyes glued to him almost instantly. Look, that guy is so handsome. My God, his physique is outrageous. You can see his chest and abs. Don't stop me. I'm going to strike up a conversation. Shao's dragon human form was already imposing, and with his equipment and aura being so eye-catching, he seemed to have a spotlight on him when he walked in a crowd. Some male players were immediately annoyed. This outfit is way too over the top. Does the game even have costumes like this? Don't even think about it. It must be some rare profession. Otherwise, why would they be so flamboyant? So what if it's a rare profession? Maybe it's just good looking. In a real fight, who knows who would win? Jealous glances, admiring glances, and whispers mingled together. But Shao completely ignored him. He just sneered inwardly. These players are unaware that the so-called young Master Long in front of them is not a human player at all. Chapter 33 Shao's Fury. Shao's original intention in coming to Chaoshi City was simply to secretly gather intelligence, hoping that no one would notice him. The problem is, in his current second form, he can't keep a low profile even if he wants to. Its towering figure, two dragon horns on its head, and the oppressive aura it exuded immediately attracted a large crowd of players as soon as it entered the city. Shao felt helpless. I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but my abilities wouldn't allow it. He walked towards the center of Chaoshi City, enduring countless stares. Seeing the constant scrutiny from other players, he was momentarily at a loss. Just then, a pleasant voice rang out from the side. Handsome, interested in joining our guild? I've noticed you ever since you came into town. Shao turned his head and saw a female player who looked to be about 24 or 25 years old standing in front of him. Her name was Chinyuki Anto. She had a mature demeanor and an eye-catching figure. Her skirt and armor could not hide her curves at all, and her eyes were especially alluring, like jewels. Shao glanced at it and silently uttered two words in his mind. Fairy. She escaped under the cover of moonlight with a beaming smile, clearly very confident in her charm. Shao simply replied, Guild? Not interested. This moment, Chung Yu, who was trying to escape, was completely stunned. She seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Don't be so quick to refuse. Our Moonlit Guild is all female players, and this is the first time we've ever tried to recruit male players. Are you really not going to consider it? As she spoke, she moved a few steps closer, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. Most male gamers would be completely captivated by these conditions. But Shao is no ordinary player. In fact, he wasn't even a player. If I actually join a guild, my identity might be exposed on the spot. So he answered more directly, not considering it. The smile on his face froze for a moment as he tried to escape under the moonlight. She was starting to question the meaning of life. Wasn't her offer tempting enough? Why did this man only glance at her once from beginning to end, and then his gaze kept wandering elsewhere? Has her charm declined? Undeterred, she added, if you encounter any problems, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you solve them. Shao frowned. Why are you so persistent? It was their first time meeting, yet this woman acted as if she was determined to pull him into the guild. It was really abnormal. When his attempt to escape under the cover of moonlight failed, he decided to lay all his cards on the table. Because I see potential in you. I've never seen this profession of yours before. It seems to be related to dragons, right? Her gaze fell on the dragon horns on Shao's head, and her eyes lit up. In this game, Dragons are extremely powerful beings. Rare classes are already few in number, perhaps only 1 in a million players, let alone an ultra-rare class that is associated with dragons. Shao then understood. It turns out that those 2 dragon horns were too conspicuous. She took advantage of the moonlight to escape and saw him looking over. A slight smile appeared on her lips. See? I guessed right, didn't I? Shao remained calm. So what? It has nothing to do with me. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze had already moved past the moonlit escape and locked onto an NPC not far away. While he was talking to Chun Yueqian, he was observing that person. Almost every player returning from outside the city stops in front of that NPC. The identity of the person that players interact with so frequently is already quite obvious. Task Publisher. White. Shao ignored Cheng Yu's attempt to escape and walked directly towards White. As he fled under the moonlight, he stood frozen in place, his expression once again frozen. She was ignored again? Shao approached White. Strangely, as soon as White saw him, he immediately stared at him intently, his eyes full of vigilance. That reaction was nothing like watching an ordinary player. Shao's heart skipped a beat. We've been discovered? He tentatively asked. Give me a mission for Sunset Forest. However, White did not respond. She didn't give him any tasks or say anything. She just stared at him warily, as if afraid he would suddenly make a move. Shao frowned slightly. It seems unlikely that we can get anything out of this NPC. Just then, you escaped and caught up. So you want to do the Sunset Forest quest. But I advise you not to go. Shao looked at her. Why? This sentence clearly contains intelligence. Since we can't get anything out of White, we could try to get out of him by having him sneak away during the moonlight. I was somewhat surprised that he managed to escape under the cover of moonlight. You didn't know? You must be from another town, right? Shao didn't speak. He just shook his head. Taking advantage of the moonlight to escape, he explained, the forums are flooded with this news. Almost all the quests on the outskirts of Sunset Forest are no longer valid. Now, there's only one task left. Kill the Outer Ringmaster. Upon hearing these words, Shao's eyes flickered slightly. Taking advantage of the moonlight to escape, he continued, You have no idea how terrifying that Outer Circle Master is. He's as strong as a monster. Last time, more than 100 players went there, and dozens of teams attacked together, but not only did they fail to take him down, they were all wiped out by him. As she spoke, she observed Shao's expression, hoping to discourage him. So I advise you not to even think about it. This is not a task that just anyone can handle. Shao raised an eyebrow slightly after hearing this. I see. By sheer chance, he managed to find out why over 100 players were besieging his territory. Now, he's not just a boss in special dungeons. It's still the big boss on the outskirts of Sunset Forest. No wonder so many players are coming to us. After becoming the master of the perimeter, he did receive a lot of rewards and benefits, but at the same time, he also became prey in the eyes of all players. This made Shao very unhappy. He has always treated monsters and players as prey. When did it become someone else's place to care about him? A cold glint appeared in Shao's eyes. Since these players want to hunt him, they shouldn't blame him for turning the tables. The next second, all players simultaneously heard a cold system announcement. Server-wide announcement. The Lord of the Outer Territory is enraged by the players' attacks. In 2 days, the Lord of the Outer Territory of Sunset Forest will launch a siege on Chaoshi City. Server-wide announcement. The Lord of the Outer Territory is enraged by the players' attacks. In 2 days, the Lord of the Outer Territory of Sunset Forest will launch a siege on Chaoshi City. Server-wide announcement. The Lord of the Outer Territory is enraged by the players' attacks. In 2 days, the Lord of the Outer Territory of Sunset Forest will launch a siege on Hunter Cloud City. 3 server-wide announcements were issued in quick succession. The entire game chat channel instantly erupted in excitement. Chapter 34, Entering the Depths of the Forest. The players in Chaoshi City had just received the system announcement when the entire city erupted in chaos. What? The outer defenses are going to attack the city? Really? It's over, it's over. I've seen that monstrous dragon before. It's not something a human can fight. What are you afraid of? This time, the entire city's players are defending the city. No matter how strong he is, can he withstand thousands of people? The best part is triple experience. and the equipment drop rate is increased by 35%. Isn't this a freebie? At first, some players were traumatized by Yi Shao's attacks, but many more were quickly blinded by the rewards. Triple experience points and increased drop rates. With such temptations right in front of them, who cared what kind of monsters were coming? For a moment, the entire western part of the city was filled with excited shouts. Unbeknownst to them, at the same time, a system notification also sounded in Yi Shao's mind. Ding! Epic quest activated. As the Lord of the Outer Perimeter, you must show the foolish humans your might. In 48 hours, lead your troops to conquer Hunter Cloud City. Mission rewards, legendary creature parts, evolution points, world value. Upon hearing this, Yi Shao's expression changed instantly. Legendary creature parts, evolution points, world value. This is not danger. It's clearly an opportunity delivered to our doorstep. The person next to him, who was also sneaking away under the moon, became excited. You're so lucky. You were just about to go to Sunset Forest to do a mission, and the system sent you such a big surprise. Yi Shao's lips curled up slightly. Players thought this was a perk for defending the city, but for him, it was also an epic hunt. Chaoshi City isn't very large, with about 2,000 or 3,000 players. Ordinary monsters would have been overwhelmed by so many. But Yi Shao is different. With his current strength, the so-called experts in the city are nothing more than slightly stronger ants in his eyes. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to charge into the city alone and withstand an attack from thousands of people. A siege requires a plan. While Yu was escaping, she continued to try and recruit him. How about it? Young Master Long, come join our guild. I promise I'll get you a whole set of good equipment this time. For ordinary players, good equipment is indeed a huge temptation. Yi Shao simply replied, I have other things to do. After saying that, he turned and left, heading straight towards the city gate. He stood there stunned, almost laughing in anger, as he tried to escape under the moonlight. She'd seen aloof people before, but never one so stubborn and unyielding. The system only gave him 48 hours to prepare, and Yi Shao didn't want to waste a single moment. For other players, this was just a game. They could revive after dying. But for Yi Shao, this was the real world. Once he died, he was truly gone. To survive, you must crush everything that gets in your way. When Yi Shao reached the city gate, he saw Mo Ran still standing there. As soon as she saw Yi Shao, she immediately came to greet him, looking somewhat nervous. Why are you still here? Yi Shao asked. Mo Ran stammered. Can we add each other as friends? I don't mean anything by it, it's just... Before she could finish speaking, Yi Shao had already walked past her and headed straight out of the city. It didn't even stop. Mo Ran froze on the spot, her smile completely gone. She didn't expect Yi Shao to refuse so decisively, this time not even bothering to reply with a single word. Honestly, at least say goodbye before you leave. She puffed out her cheeks and complained softly. Just then, Chung Yu, who had fled from the city, also came out and witnessed this scene. Do you know that person from earlier? Mo Ran nodded. You mean young Master Long? He saved me on the outskirts of Sunset Forest before, and then we came back together. Taking advantage of the moonlight to escape, his eyes lit up. If Yi Shao can't be pulled, then let's change targets. Have you joined a guild yet? Would you like to consider joining our Chunyue guild? Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned red. Can I? That's great. She was a newbie, so of course she was happy to have a guild to guide her. Yi Shao, who had already walked far away, naturally had no idea what was happening behind him. After leaving Chaoshi City, he hurried back to Sunset Forest. Finding a secluded corner, he transformed back into his first form, spread his wings, and flew directly towards his territory. Upon returning to his territory, Yi Shao discovered several new signs of a fight on the ground. As expected, there are still people who are not giving up. Clearly, some players had sneaked back while he was away. Fortunately, no one was injured in the territory. Yi Shaofei returned to the dragon's lair. After being expanded by his subordinates, including the collapsing mountain stone dragon, the dragon's lair is now much larger than before, large enough to accommodate his current body. He remained in the cave and began calculating resources. I have 817 evolution points left. If I convert all of these equipment, I can get 1310 points. I still need 290 points to evolve. With the siege imminent, he must become stronger. With our current strength, we're not incapable of fighting, but we're not yet confident enough. After thinking for a moment, Shao ultimately decided not to switch equipment immediately. These dropped items could serve as backup resources in critical situations and shouldn't be easily depleted. He then climbed out of the dragon's lair, summoned his subordinates, including the collapsing mountain stone dragon, and directly ordered, defend the territory to the death and kill any outsiders without mercy. After arranging everything, Shao once again took to the air. This time, he didn't stay on the outskirts, but headed west, crossing the territory that originally belonged to the Amethyst Lion King, and heading straight into the deeper part of the Sunset Forest. He had basically cleared out the outer biological territories. There was no point in staying on the outskirts any longer, as he needed to gather enough evolution points within 2 days. He was heading to the central region of Sunset Forest. Shao had only ever seen that place from afar before, never actually setting foot inside. He had no idea what kind of monsters were inside, or how powerful they were. But the greater the danger, the greater the reward. As soon as Shao entered the central region, he sensed something was wrong. From the surrounding dense forest, several cold gazes fell upon him simultaneously. The hostility was obvious. Looks like I, an outsider, am not very popular. Shao chuckled softly, but his body was already in battle mode. The next second, 2 dark figures suddenly darted out from behind the giant tree and blocked his way. One of the monsters resembled a centipede, was entirely green, and was over 10 meters long. Its rows of foot blades were like sharp razor blades, gleaming coldly. The name Azure Wish Centipede appeared above its head. The jade centipede spoke in an unfriendly tone. Something from the outside? Who gave you permission to come in? The depths of the forest are not a place for trash like you. As soon as he finished speaking, another enormous figure slid out of the shadows. It was a giant python, nearly 20 meters long, its body like cast brass, its scales covered with eye-like patterns, its forked tongue flicking out, and its aura so chilling it sent shivers down one's spine. A giant python with bronze eyes. It stared intently at Shao. Then suddenly its voice turned deep. Wait, this aura isn't from an ordinary outer creature. The bronze-eyed python slowly raised its head, and the contempt in its eyes disappeared. He is the master of the periphery. Chapter 35, Obtaining Lightning Attribute. The Lord of the Outer Circles? He's the newly appointed Lord of the Outer Circles. Upon hearing this name, the jade centipede shrank back. It knew very well that a being who could reign supreme on the outskirts was not someone an ordinary monster could mess with. But the giant bronze-eyed python beside them got excited. That's right, looks like we've hooked a big one this time. If we can devour it, we might just be able to advance to the Lord level. The giant copper-eyed python raised its enormous head, its blood-red eyes fixed on Shao, its killing intent almost overflowing. Shao was not careless and immediately launched an exploration mission. Race, bronze-eyed giant python. Class, mutant. Level, 18. Health points, 1600. Attributes, strength 40, agility 32, constitution 22, spirit 6, defense 27. Faction, chaotic evil. Mutation level? Shao's eyes flickered slightly. As expected, the quality of monsters deep in the forest was far superior to those in the outer areas. Previously, in the outer areas, he had seen almost no mutated monsters besides the stone dragon and the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon. He never expected to encounter one so soon after entering the middle section. Moreover, it's a monster belonging to the chaotic evil faction. No wonder those lord-level creatures on the outskirts don't dare to venture into the middle of the forest. If they were to encounter 2 of these formidable creatures, even a lord could be surrounded and killed. Just then, the copper-eyed python suddenly opened its blood-red maw, its body moving like a black shadow, and snapped at Shao's forepaw with lightning speed. Snort! Shao snorted and moved even faster than it. The next second, the dragon claw rose and slapped the head of the bronze-eyed giant python hard. Bang! The copper-eyed python didn't even have a chance to dodge. Its massive head was smashed to pieces on the spot, splattering blood and bone fragments everywhere. Ding! You have gained 2,600 experience points and 23 evolution points. Ding! Obtained a mutated grade biological component. Giant Python Crystal Core. The quality is not bad. Shao glanced at the notification and was in a good mood. The experience and evolution points were even higher than what ordinary lords in the outer areas gave. Then, he turned to look at the Jade Centipede. Shh. Bai Yuan's centipede felt a chill run down his spine. The giant bronze-eyed python was uttering threats 1 second, and the next its head was gone. How could it dare fight back? Its 1,000 legs thrashed wildly, and it turned to flee. At that moment, it only regretted that it didn't have enough legs. The Lord of the Outer Regions is someone it can't afford to mess with. But how could Shao possibly let it go? This is a huge amount of moving evolution points. Where are you going? As soon as he finished speaking, a stone wall rose up with a roar, directly blocking the Jade Centipede's retreat. Immediately afterwards, a burst of cold air erupted. Ice spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, piercing its body instantly, chilling it to the bone from head to toe. The Jade Centipede couldn't even put up a fight. After struggling a few times, it went completely still. Ding! You have gained 2,400 experience points and 20 evolution points. Ding! Obtained a mutated grade creature component. Azure Wish Leather Armor. Whole head high. Shao looked up at the sky and roared. A resounding dragon roar echoed for the first time deep within the sunset forest, as if announcing, "The Lord of the Outer Regions has arrived." The dragon's roar carried far and wide. Upon hearing this, many monsters deep in the forest trembled involuntarily. They seemed to have a premonition that a bloodbath was about to sweep through Sunset Forest. Half a day has passed. A day has passed. A day and a half later, the area deep in the forest, near the outer edge, finally quieted down. Many of the monsters that had been hiding breathed a sigh of relief. That menacing figure who had stormed in from the outside was finally gone. When Shao left, the area where the middle section of the forest met the outer edge was almost completely cleared out. The ground was littered with corpses and bloodstains, and a heavy stench of blood permeated the air. It would likely be a long time before this place regained its vitality. But for Shao, the continuous hunting over the past day and a half yielded an astonishing harvest. Evolution points have accumulated to 1831. The monsters deep in the forest are of extremely high quality. Lord level and mutant level monsters are everywhere, while phenomenal level and low level creatures are practically non-existent. What is a forbidden zone for others is a treasure trove of evolution points for Shao. After we go back, we can proceed with the 5th evolution. The 5th evolution requires 1,600 evolution points, which he has already accumulated. As for the remaining evolution points, Shao didn't plan to keep them all. He intended to continue strengthening the creatures in his territory to maximize the success rate of sieges. This time, the number of biological components he collected surged to 53, and his level even increased to level 24. Upon returning to his territory, Shao immediately checked the situation there. Several giant horned dragons were injured, but fortunately the damage was minor and did not affect the overall combat strength. At this point, there were only 6 hours left before the siege began. Shao wasted no time and went straight into the cave to prepare for his 5th evolution. Evolution. Please select the desired biological component. The current body's genes can add up to 3 biological components. Shao made his choice immediately. Add Lightning Crystal Core, Ice Demon Crystal Core, and Flame Crocodile Fawn. During the last evolution, the effect of the lightning crystal seemed to be overshadowed by the legendary biological component, and it did not bring him the lightning attribute he expected. This time, what he wants is thunder. Ding! This evolution will take 3 hours. Begin evolution. As the system notification sounded, Shao's massive dragon body slowly fell silent, and his consciousness gradually drifted into slumber. 3 hours later, Shao suddenly opened his eyes. At this point, there were less than 3 hours left before the siege began. He slowly got up, stretched his body slightly, and fine lightning crackled across his skin. This time, his appearance hadn't changed drastically, but his aura was noticeably more dangerous. A purplish-black ice crystal covered the surface of the dragon's scales, its purple hue even more intense than before. Faintly flickering lightning coiled around them, reflecting off the ice crystals. The red in its vertical pupils had also turned a deeper, darker crimson, appearing both sinister and incredibly oppressive. Properties panel. Host, Shao. Race, Ice Crystal Flame Dragon. Rank, Lord. Level, 24. Title, Master of the Outskirts. Health points, 30,700 plus 10,000. Attributes, Strength 357, Agility 246, Constitution 305, Spirit 161, Defense 313. Dragon's Fury, 99/99. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Talents, 100 Refinements Evolution, Commander Evolution, Magic Resistance, Elemental Manipulation. Skills, Elemental Missile, Redstone Wall, Invisibility, Hurricane Tornado, Explosive Impact, Flame Domain, Extreme Ice Armor, Prospecting, Ice Crystal Domain, Frost Crystal Spikes, Lightning Chains. Evolution Points, 231, 3,200 points required for evolution. Shao's gaze instantly locked onto the new skill. Lightning Attribute Skills. He immediately activated the Lightning Chains. Lightning Chains connects with lightning elements to form lightning chains, unleashing powerful, chain-like area of effect attacks on enemies. After reading the introduction, a look of satisfaction flashed in Shao's eyes. Area Attack, Lightning Chain. This skill came at just the right time, especially now that the siege is imminent. Those players in Chaoshi City probably have no idea what they are about to face. When the lightning chains fall, they will receive a huge surprise. Chapter 36, The Prelude to the Siege. After this evolution, Shao's appearance did not change dramatically, but his attributes increased by a huge margin. In other words, disaster is imminent for Chaoshi City. Shao opened the second attribute panel and saw that Attack Critical Strike, Magic Critical Strike, Evasion, Taunt Value, and various resistances had all significantly improved. In particular, Earth Resistance, Fire Resistance, Ice Resistance, and Dragon Resistance were all quite considerable. Looking at the remaining 231 evolution points, he immediately made a decision. Having completed my own enhancements, the next step is to improve the core combat capabilities of my subordinates. Shao stepped out of the dragon's lair and let out a dragon's roar as he looked up at the sky. Whole head high, the dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire territory. Soon, the mountain-crushing stone dragon, the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon, and the blazing, exploding moth king all arrived in front of him. Shao didn't waste any words and directly helped them evolve. Soon after, the stone dragon and the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon completed their metamorphosis almost simultaneously. The stone dragon has reached level 19, with 5,800 HP, and its strength and defense have all increased dramatically. Its skills are still Earth Wall, Mountain Crash, and Rock Charge, making it a solid frontline heavy tank. The giant rhinoceros thunder dragon has also reached level 19, with 4,300 health, a strength of 91, and agility that is not low. It has 3 sets of skills, Thunderhorn Pierce, Chain Thunder Arrow, and Thundernet, giving it both burst damage and control. Immediately afterwards, Blaze Moth King also completed its evolution. This time, it gave Shao a pleasant surprise. The Flame Moth King has been upgraded to Lord level, reaching level 18 with 5,900 HP. Its attributes have been comprehensively improved, with its defense increased to 71 points. With the 3 talents of Fire Element Manipulation, Mimicry, and Explosive Crystal, plus Explosive Crystal, Complete Mimicry, Mental Shock, and Iron Armor, it has completely transformed from a fragile damage dealer into a terrifying unit that can both withstand damage and deal significant damage. To compensate for its defensive shortcomings, Shao specifically chose a high defense Lord-level biological component, spending a full 80 evolution points. But the result was worth it. The current Blazing Moth King has begun to catch up with the mountain-shattering Stone Dragon and the giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragon. The evolution of the 3 core combatants consumed a total of 200 evolution points. The remaining evolution points were not enough for further large-scale enhancement. But for Shao, it was sufficient. With their current strength, they could easily defeat ordinary players in a one-on-one fight. Shao spread his dragon wings and took to the air. Whole head high. The resounding dragon roar echoed once again throughout the territory. The next second, all the creatures in the territory roared in response, and their momentum was instantly pushed to its peak. The siege of the outer perimeter has officially begun. Shao hung in the sky, his voice rolling down like thunder. Humans have run rampant on our territory. Now it's time for them to bear the brunt of our anger. All creatures, follow me and conquer human towns. Upon receiving the order, the creatures within the dragon's lair territory did not hesitate for a moment, all following Shao as they rushed out of the territory and headed straight for the western city. But when the group reached the outer edge of Sunset Forest, Shao suddenly discovered that hundreds of monsters had emerged from behind them. These are not creatures from the dragon's lair territory, but rather from other areas on the outskirts of Sunset Forest, including some primordial, elite, and even unclaimed monsters. Shao was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood. He is now the master of the periphery. Since the outermost leader is the main force attacking the city, all the monsters under his command in the entire outer area of Sunset Forest must participate in the battle. Although these monsters vary in strength and are not particularly strong individually, there are hundreds of them in number. It's perfect for charging into enemy lines, acting as a meat shield, and wearing down player formations. Thus, a massive monster army, led by Shao, marched in a mighty force toward Chaoshi City. Meanwhile, the players had already assembled in Chaoshi City. The number of players who were able to participate in the defense of the city was only counted if they were already in the town at the time, but it was still as high as 2,372. At the city gate, Dan Tongqing Tian stood at the very front, his gaze sweeping over everyone. He had fought Shao before, so he naturally knew how terrifying the Outer Circle Master was. But precisely because of this, he has now become a leading figure in the eyes of the players in Chaoshi City. Painful Sunny Day spoke in a deep voice. Listen to me, everyone. All first-tier players, join me in fighting against the Outer Lord. The rest of you, face the monster army head-on. Your job is simply to hold them off. Of course, it would be best if you could defeat them. As soon as he finished speaking, all the players around him were excited. This defense of the city is not only a crisis for them, but also an opportunity. The fact that the Outer Lord is attacking the city with a large number of monsters means that experience, equipment, and loot will all be delivered to your doorstep. This time, the Outer City Lord's attack is a great opportunity for us to gain experience and equipment, and also the best chance to defeat the Outer City Lord. No one is allowed to slack off, and no one is allowed to cheat, said Danpao Qingtian. Do you understand? Clear. More than 2,000 players responded in unison, creating a tremendous atmosphere. Then, Eggpain Sunny Day looked to the other side. The main battlefield will be left to the command of the fugitive commander, Chengyu. For this city defense, the players of Chaoshi City elected two commanders. One is Eggpain Sunny Day, ranked first in combat power, responsible for leading top players to block the Outer Circle Master. The other one is the guild leader of Chenyue Guild, who absconded during Chenyue. She is extremely popular, and her strength, ability, and appearance are all admired. She is in charge of leading the main force to resist the monster tide head-on. Just then, a player on the city wall suddenly shouted, "They're here! We've detected movement from the outer perimeter. They're approaching Chaoshi City." The atmosphere instantly became tense. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he sneaked onto the city wall, dressed in leather armor, looking dashing and heroic. He had completely lost his previous mature and alluring demeanor, and instead exuded the sharpness of a battlefield commander. She gave the order immediately. Prepare to leave the city and meet the enemy. Warrior players, move to the front line and withstand the first wave of monster attacks. Mages and archers, stay in the back and deal damage. The priest should prepare to heal and buff, while the assassin provides support from the flanks, looking for an opportunity to eliminate the monster. As commands were issued, the player teams quickly deployed. At the same time, Eggpain Sunny Day also shouted loudly, "All first-tier players, follow me. We'll intercept the outer defenses." All 131 first-time players immediately followed and rushed out of Chaoshi City first. Having learned his lesson from Yi Shao, Dan Tung Qing Tian knew that a head-on confrontation was never worthwhile. So this time, instead of leading his men to block the way in the open, he went around to the back of a small hill outside the city to prepare for an ambush. The remaining players, under the arrangement of taking advantage of the moon to escape, set up their formation in front of the western city. The monster army is approaching. The player army is ready. Outside the western city, a major battle is about to break out. Chapter 37, The Siege begins. Yi Shao led his monster army toward Chaoshi City, issuing orders as he went. He first summoned the stone dragon to his side, his tone cold and hard. In a moment, you will lead all the stone dragons and giant horn dragons in a frontal charge. If necessary, immediately activate the earthen wall to block the first round of fire from the mages and archers. Then he looked at the Flame Moth King. You take the flame moths and go around from the flank, specifically to harass the mages and priests. Use Mind Blast a lot. Don't let them deal damage and heal in peace. The players had already set up their formation, with warriors in the front row holding the line, and mages, archers, and priests positioned in layers in the back, looking quite professional. Unfortunately, Yi Shao saw through it at a glance. Just as players have plans, he also has countermeasures. As for the remaining monsters, they were all brought on from the front. Before arriving, Yi Shao had placed the newly recruited creatures from the outskirts of Sunset Forest at the forefront as the vanguard, while leaving the core monsters of the dragon's lair territory in the rear, ready to deliver a crucial blow at any time. After arranging these things, Yi Shao called over the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon, "Come with me." As soon as the words were spoken, a dragon and a beast took off into the air at the same time. After this evolution, the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon gained a pair of lord-level creature parts, the wind and thunder eagle wings. The enhanced fleshy wings are enormous, enough to support its agile flight at high altitudes. Yi Shao flew with the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon to the skies above Chaoshi City. Because of the high altitude, none of the players below noticed them. He glanced down at the formation outside the city. The players' arrangements were crystal clear. In a chaotic melee, it would indeed be troublesome. But in Yi Shao's eyes, this fixed formation with its positions clearly defined was actually easier to tear apart. Suddenly, he noticed a group of players hiding behind the hill on his right. Ambush! Yi Shao's eyes turned cold. It seems these players aren't too stupid. They know that if they focus their fire on him first, the monster army will be leaderless. However, while the idea is good, the actual ability is far from sufficient. He turned to the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon and ordered, "Once the battle begins, you stay here and find an opportunity to attack the back row, prioritizing mages and priests." The giant rhinoceros thunder dragon roared in response. "Yes, Lord." Yi Shao then flew back to the main force and landed at the forefront. Rumble. Hundreds of creatures from the edge of the forest surged in, causing the ground to tremble violently, like a beast tide sweeping towards the western city. The man on the city wall, who had been secretly fleeing under the moonlight, stared intently at the giant dragon at the very front, feeling a sense of unease for the first time. Can they really win against such a huge monster? The next second, the siege countdown on the system panel reached 0. The siege has officially begun. Hold head high. Yi Shao looked up and let out a deafening dragon roar, instantly shattering the deathly silence of the battlefield. The players' camp was also ignited. The master of the outer perimeter has arrived. Focus fire. Take it down first. Mage, get ready. Unleash all your skills in the first round. Countless players, as if injected with adrenaline, unleashed their pre-charged skills simultaneously. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, and arrow rained down on Yi Shao in a dense barrage. Yi Shao, however, did not retreat an inch. He stomped his hind foot hard on the ground. Boom! The earth split open, and 5 red rock walls rose from the ground, instantly piecing together a huge natural barrier. Hundreds of skills slammed into the stone wall, creating a continuous explosion that billowed smoke and dust, obscuring everyone's view. Just as many players were about to cheer, They heard someone on the city wall gasp in shock as they tried to escape under the moonlight. After the smoke and dust cleared, a massive black shadow slowly emerged. It was Shao, whole head high. He opened his enormous mouth, and purple flames roared out. A fiery domain instantly spread out, sweeping towards the player's front row. Unlike usual, this time the flames had a pale, purple hue, the terrifying flames amplified by the dragon's fury. Taking advantage of the moonlight to escape, his expression changed drastically. He could feel the terrifying heat even from a great distance. She immediately shouted, "Quick! Front row, back up!" But it was too late. Hundreds of soldiers stood at the forefront, each holding a single-handed shield, originally intending to withstand the onslaught. As soon as the shield touched the purple flames, it began to melt. With the blessing of the dragon's wrath, the power of the blazing domain increased fivefold. In just a moment, the frontline warriors didn't even have time to scream before they were all turned into data fragments and returned to the respawn point. A system notification popped up in front of Shao. Gained 93,400 experience points and 873 evolution points. Shao roared again, giving the order to launch a general attack to all the monsters behind him. Roar! Whole head high! Moo! The roars of beasts shook the battlefield. Shao swept away the obstacles in front with a single burst of fire, and the monster army, now without any resistance, charged directly into the player's camp. The player team was instantly torn apart. Taking advantage of the moonlight to escape, she lived up to her commanding presence. Even with the front line being wiped out, she didn't panic completely and immediately shouted, "Mages and archers, second round of attacks. Priests, cast buffs immediately." More than 500 mages raised their hands at the same time, and all kinds of skills rained down on the monster horde, creating a spectacular scene. But the player's expressions changed completely the next moment. Before the skill could even hit the monster, the ground rose up again. One after another, red rock walls and earthen walls rose up, blocking the vast majority of spells. Despite the impressive scale of the operation, the damage was minimal. Instead, this attack completely enraged the monster. The stone dragon led the charge, followed closely by the giant horned dragon, like a row of moving battering rams, crashing directly into the ranks of mages and archers. Fragile players simply couldn't withstand it, and large numbers of them were reduced to data fragments. In a short while, more than 200 people were sent back to the respawn point. Just as they were about to adjust their formation to escape under the moonlight, a thunderclap suddenly resounded in the sky. Boom! Several bolts of lightning fell from the clouds, striking precisely the ranks of mages and priests. The player who was hit head-on was instantly wiped out, and dozens of people nearby were also blasted to near death. Holy crap! Where did this lightning come from? How are we supposed to play like this? Look in the clouds. What's that? The giant rhinoceros thunder dragon has finally made its move. Its enormous form appeared high in the sky, and a dragon's roar resounded throughout the battlefield. He was completely stunned when he tried to escape under the cover of moonlight. Where did this monster come from? Before she could react, a large net formed from lightning descended from the sky, instantly covering a large number of mages and priests. Players covered by the lightning net were stiffened, paralyzed, and their health continued to drop. The lightning net itself doesn't deal excessive damage, but its control effects are terrifying. Almost no squishy class can escape from it. Immediately afterwards, the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon unleashed another barrage of lightning bolts. Bolts of lightning struck one after another, and together with the lightning net controlling the field, they wiped out all the players inside the net. The back row collapsed. Taking advantage of the moonlight to escape, his face was extremely pale, yet he still forced himself to continue giving orders. She shouted urgently, "Mage on the left, activate your defensive skills. A flying monster is passing by." But before she could finish speaking, the Flame Moth King had already led a swarm of flame moths to attack from the flank. The mental shock erupted instantly. Nearly 200 mages and priests were hit on the spot. Their minds went blank, and their skills were abruptly interrupted. The player's prize formation was completely thrown into chaos by Shao's series of arrangements. Chapter 38. Seriously, sir? The player hit was instantly stunned for more than 20 seconds, and the skill was forcibly interrupted as soon as the player raised their hand. The next second, the swarm of flame moths pounced, knocking the mage players to the ground and tearing them apart. Even worse, the crystals on the flame moth king's body kept glowing red, flying towards the stunned crowd like bombs, exploding on contact and instantly engulfing the surrounding players. Taking advantage of the moon's escape, his face darkened, and he immediately shouted, "Archers, stop attacking the Moth King. Switch targets to the blazing moth." He also wanted to rescue these monks. Just as the archer was about to adjust his target, a huge black shadow suddenly crashed down from the sky. Boom! Shao descended from the sky, his massive body crashing directly into the archer ranks, instantly killing a group of players. The shockwave also sent the back ranks flying. The frontline archers were completely overwhelmed and could no longer afford to deal damage. They turned and ran back. This task of defending the city is simply impossible to complete. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm out of here. Run." That's the Outer Lord. Once someone took the lead, the entire defensive line collapsed instantly, and a large number of archers put away their weapons and turned to flee for their lives. How could Shao possibly let go of these experience points that were delivered to his doorstep? He coldly surveyed the crowd, his voice low and menacing. "Foolish humans, feel my wrath." With a heavy stomp of his hind feet, an ice crystal field instantly spread out, and a chilling aura swept across the entire area. Dozens of archers hadn't even taken a few steps before they were frozen into ice sculptures, turning into data fragments the next second. Just as the remaining people were about to take a detour to escape, icy crystal spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, piercing them straight through. Ding! Gained 10,300 experience points and 984 evolution points. Ding! Host level has increased to level 25. With a massive influx of experience, Shao leveled up again, and his attributes skyrocketed across the board. Attributes: Strength 407, Agility 315, Constitution 351, Spirit 211, Defense 363. With increased strength and a tougher defense, its destructive power has also reached a new level. On the city wall, an assassin player was still rallying morale. "Hold on, everyone. The warriors have respawned and are coming to our aid soon." Shao was annoyed by what he heard and raised his scarlet eyes. Noisy. A fire element missile was launched, instantly sending the assassin and several nearby players back to their respawn point. Ding! You have gained 400 experience points and 4 evolution points. At this moment, several familiar figures appeared at the city gate. They were the warrior players who had been killed by Shao at the beginning. Shao then realized that Chaoshi City was a player respawn point. Players died and were resurrected and then charged again. As long as the city existed, this battle would never end. "We must capture Chaoshi City." Lightning flashed in Shao's eyes, and his body crackled. A chain formed of lightning suddenly flew out, weaving among the players like a serpent. Players grazed by the lightning chains didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to data fragments. Shields and defensive barriers were virtually useless against this chain of lightning. The players in front of the city gate were instantly wiped out. Ding! Gained 2,400 experience points and 227 evolution points. Taking advantage of the moonlight to escape, he immediately saw through Shao's intentions and roared urgently. "Quick! Stop the Outer Lord! It's going to enter Chaoshi City." Behind the hill, Egg Pain's Sunny Day, who had been lying in ambush for a long time, could no longer sit still and let a group of first-tier players out. "Go! Stop it!" But they were still a step too slow. Xiaolong flapped his wings suddenly, and his massive body flew directly over the city gate and into the western city. As soon as he landed, all the NPCs in the city surrounded him, each fully armed and looking furious. "Evil dragon, get out of Chaoshi City. Lord, stop wasting words with it and just kill it. This evil dragon cannot be allowed to live." Shao's eyes turned cold as he looked at the NPCs. As expected, the NPCs inside the city also belonged to the defending faction. White's previous reaction had given him some clues, and now it was completely confirmed. However, These low-level NPCs were not as strong as some players, and were not worth mentioning in Yi Shao's eyes. With a flap of its wings, the dragon unleashed a fierce gale, instantly forming a hurricane tornado that swept up all the NPCs who had surrounded it. Powerful wind blades tore them apart relentlessly, leaving them no chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were shredded into pieces. After the tornado dissipated, only Lord Matt remained at the scene. Yi Shao looked down at him, his massive foot slowly rising. There's one more. Just then, Egg Tender Sonny finally arrived with his men, shouting from afar, Lord of the Outer Area, your opponents are us. Release the city lord. But Yi Shao didn't even pause. Boom! The giant foot stomped down, and Matt was instantly crushed into a meat pie, blood seeping from between the dragon claws. Ding! Defeat all NPCs in Chaoshi City, gaining 5,000 experience points and 500 evolution points. Yi Shao frowned slightly. There was no task completion notification. Does killing all the NPCs and the city lord mean that we haven't truly conquered Chaoshi City? Just as I was pondering this, Eggpain Sunny Day roared and charged forward. Damn it, today we'll settle both the old and new scores. He thrust his spear fiercely at Yi Shao's giant foot. When, with a crisp crack, the spear was bent and deformed by the pressure, but not a single scratch was left on Yi Shao's scale armor. The sunny day was so painful that everyone was dumbfounded. Seriously, officer? Has this guy's skills been constantly improving? Last time, he fought with all his might and managed to leave some marks on Yi Shao. But this time, he couldn't even break through his defenses. His attack successfully interrupted Yi Shao's thoughts. Yi Shao lowered his head, his cold gaze falling on Eggpain Sunny. Foolish humans feel the pain of death. He exhaled a scorching breath, his scarlet eyes becoming even more terrifying in the hot mist, like a demon crawling out of purgatory. Despite his annoyance, Dan Tung Chin Tian sneered through gritted teeth. Death doesn't exist. As long as the respawn point is still there, we players will never truly die. He immediately took command of the troops. Shield warriors, step up. Block it. High priest, heal the backline. Everyone else, find opportunities to deal damage. This is the most common and reliable tactic for players fighting Lord-level bosses. Frontline tanks absorb damage, backline healers sustain life, and damage dealers slowly whittle down the enemy's health. Many powerful lords have been worn down and killed in this way. Unfortunately, they were facing Yi Shao. Yi Shao of today is no longer comparable to the ordinary lords of the outer forests. Danting Qing Tian severely underestimated his strength. A dozen shield warriors charged forward, abandoning attacks and focusing entirely on extreme defense in order to withstand the boss's damage. Yi Shao did not rush to kill them. He simply raised his dragon claw, and the ice crystal domain unfolded once more. The cold air spread along the ground, and the shield warriors at the forefront had just taken a step when their thighs were frozen solid by the frost, pinning them to the spot and rendering them unable to move. Chapter 39, Let Me Cool You Down. Oh no, my thighs are frozen too. We can't move. Someone, please help. Help me. A group of shield warriors wanted to retreat, but the freezing effect of the outer lord was too annoying. Even a slight pause could result in being frozen. Several shield warriors tried to rescue their teammates, but they themselves were frozen in place. Dan Tung Qing Tian's face darkened, and he immediately commanded, Don't panic. Battle mages, keep attacking. Everyone else, rescue the shield warrior first. In his view, with the outer lord surrounded, this was the perfect opportunity to concentrate fire. As long as they could suppress this dragon, it would be worth the cost. But the next second, before the mages could even unleash their skills, the ground suddenly shook violently, and red rock walls rose up from the ground, blocking everyone's view and stopping a large wave of ranged attacks. Dan Tong Qing Tian led his warriors over the rock wall, only to find nothing there. The master of the outer perimeter has disappeared. Damn it, where did he go? On a sunny day, with a headache, my heart skipped a beat. Such a large dragon couldn't simply vanish into thin air, much less flee in fear. The only possibility is that it's hiding and waiting for an opportunity to strike back. At this moment, Yi Shao had already activated his stealth ability and silently flew into the air. With a gentle flap of his dragon wings, he looked down at the densely packed players below, a cold smile appearing on his lips. The players below grew increasingly anxious as they waited. The boss suddenly disappearing is more frightening than a direct attack. Just as everyone was looking around, Yi Shao's voice came from above. Here it is. The moment the words were spoken, the air temperature skyrocketed. A deluge of flames descended from the sky, like a sea of fire pressing down on the crowd. Before the players could react, Yi Shao suddenly flapped his wings, and a massive tornado materialized out of thin air. The flames were caught in the wind, which fueled the fire, and the fire gained power from the wind. The next second, a whole group of players were swallowed up by the fiery tornado. They were torn apart by the gale and scorched by the flames in midair, their health bars plummeting, their screams drowned out by the wind. Even Sunny Day couldn't escape. Just as he was about to use his skill to break free, he was swept into the air by a fiery tornado. In a short while, all the first-tier players turned into white light and were sent back to the respawn point. Even players who were watching and providing support from afar were swept away by the aftershocks, with many being knocked down. Ding! Gained 128,300 experience points and 1,581 evolution points. Looking at the system notification, Yi Shao couldn't help but sigh. Tisk, as expected of a first-tier player, the quality is indeed quite good. But he did not stop. The giant rhinoceroses and thunder dragons are holding the line on the outside battlefield, so they can hold out for now. But the players can keep respawning, and the monsters will eventually be worn down. So the most important thing now is not to keep racking up kills, but to take Chaoshi City as soon as possible. Since killing the city lord was useless, this city must still have a true core. Yi Shao flew into the sky, his gaze quickly locking onto the huge statue in the city center. It is the most conspicuous and unique place in the entire west-facing city. The statue resembles a human hero, clad in armor, holding a long sword with its blade pointing straight to the sky, his mouth slightly open as if he were shouting. Without hesitation, Yi Shao flew to the statue and slapped it down with his dragon claw. Bang! The expected cracking sound did not occur. A white light suddenly appeared around the statue, forcefully blocking his attack. Yi Shao's eyes lit up. There was definitely a problem. How could an ordinary statue be protected by such a strong light shield? His power is considerable now. One swipe of his claw would have reduced an ordinary building to ruins long ago. Yet this light shield not only blocked it, but didn't even crack. Yi Shao immediately threw out the exploration. Name: Statue of Hero Eren. Note: Hero Eren is a hero of all mankind. He saved humanity from the ancient demon god and the evil dragon god, and is a figure admired and respected by all humankind. An ancient demon god? A god of evil dragons? Yi Shao was slightly taken aback. These few lines of information revealed quite a lot. This world is far more complex than he imagined, and there are probably truly top-tier powerhouses within the human camp as well. However, this further proves that the statue in front of us is the key to capturing Chaoshi City. Yi Shao slapped it again with his claw. Bang! The white light shield reappeared, firmly blocking the attack. The recoil even made his dragon claws go numb. Forcibly dismantling it won't work. At least for now, he can't break through this layer of protection in the short term. Yi Shao stared at the statue, then suddenly changed his mind. And what about the flames? A fiery domain instantly expanded, engulfing the entire statue in terrifying heat. This time, the white light shield did not reappear. The flames scorched fiercely, quickly turning the statue's surface glowing red-hot. After burning for a long time, the statue only got redder and redder, but showed no signs of melting at all. Yi Shao was stunned. The quality is amazing. Despite his complaints, he had no intention of giving up. Since high temperatures aren't enough, let's add some more stimulation. Yi Shao raised his dragon claw and approached the statue, causing ice elements to gather wildly. Then let me cool you down a bit more. An ice crystal domain unfolded, and icy crystal spikes erupted simultaneously, causing a large number of ice crystals to rapidly climb up the crimson statue. Extreme heat and extreme cold collided instantly. and the ice crystals hissed as soon as they touched the statue, sending up a large amount of white mist. The statue finally succumbed to the combined effects of heat and cold. Click! A crack burst open from his chest. Immediately afterwards, countless cracks quickly spread all over his body. With a loud crash, the statue of the hero Eren collapsed completely. Amidst the flying pebbles, a jade-green crystal slowly floated out. Yi Shao's eyes narrowed. This is it. Just as he stretched out his dragon claw to grab the crystal, a longsword suddenly appeared in the middle. Yi Shao turned his head and saw that the person who came was actually taking advantage of the moonlight to escape. He was speechless. Why did I have to run into this player at this particular time? Unbeknownst to her, the young master dragon she had met before was actually the Outer Lord standing before her. Even if someone told her, she probably wouldn't believe it. Without a word, she flashed her sword and thrust it directly at Yi Shao. Yi Shaoyan didn't even bother to glance at her. The dragon's tail lashed out suddenly, like an iron whip. Bang! Before Yu could even react, his body was ripped into a pile of data fragments and vanished on the spot. Ding! Gained 1,500 experience points and 18 evolution points. Yi Shao seized the emerald green crystal in one swift motion. The system panel then pops up. Item: Westward City Crystal. Note: the core crystal used to construct and maintain the town facing west is the town's most important core item. Can perform the following operations. Occupy/destroy. Yi Shao's eyes flickered. Can still be occupied? If he chooses to occupy it, Chaoshi City can become his second territory. But he suppressed the thought as soon as it arose. Judging from the information reflected in the hero statue, there are definitely still extremely powerful beings within the human faction. His strength hasn't yet grown to the point where he can withstand the entire human faction. Rashly occupying a city would only put him in a precarious position. The second territory is tempting, but it's not the right time yet. Yi Shao did not hesitate and chose directly. Destroy. Rumble. The next moment, the entire city of Chaoshi shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. Huge cracks appeared one after another in the city walls, spreading densely like a spider web. Houses inside the city also began to collapse one after another, streets crumbled, and dust billowed into the sky. The core of Chaoshi City was destroyed. Chapter 40 advanced in world value. Boom! With a final loud bang, the earth finally stopped trembling. But the western part of the city has completely changed. Just minutes ago, this was the main city where players gathered. Minutes later, only ruins remained, dust filled the sky, and the entire city was reduced to rubble. Click! Click! The emerald green crystal in Yi Shao's hand shattered one after another, turning into fragments that fell to the ground. The next second, system notifications started popping up like crazy. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing an epic siege mission. Ding! Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Reward received. Legendary creature part. Azure Claw. Ding! Reward received. 1,600 evolution points. Ding! You have gained 20 world points. World value. A special stat gained after triggering special events. Usable for advancement. A red light flashed in Yi Shao's eyes. Advanced? I see. No wonder he evolved so many times before, but never really stepped into the next level. It turns out the key is not just evolution points, but also this world value. Just then, an announcement that resounded throughout the entire server exploded. Server-wide announcement. Chaoshi City has been destroyed by the Outer Lord. All players inside the city will be teleported to other towns in 10 seconds. Due to the failure of all participating players to defend the city, the penalty level has been reduced by 2 levels. Server-wide announcement. Chaoshi City has been destroyed by the Outer Lord. All players inside the city will be teleported to other towns in 10 seconds. Due to the failure of all participating players to defend the city, the penalty level has been reduced by 2 levels. Server-wide announcement. Chaoshi City has been destroyed by the Outer Lord. All players inside the city will be teleported to other towns in 10 seconds. Due to the failure of all participating players to defend the city, the penalty level has been reduced by 2 levels. All the players were stunned, their faces growing increasingly grim. What? Demoted 2 ranks. No one said we'd lose a level if we failed to defend the city. I'm completely devastated. Who could handle this? It's over. All those 10 or 15 days of training were for nothing. No sooner had the complaints begun than a beam of white light descended from the sky, enveloping all the players. The next second, all the players in Chaoshi City disappeared and were forcibly teleported to other towns. Even worse, players soon discovered that the marker for the western city on the map had disappeared. This city is no longer a teleportation point. Want to come back? Sure, but you'll have to walk all the way from the nearby towns. Chaoshi City has been completely removed from the list of players' main cities. Amidst the ruins, only the monster army on the outskirts of Sunset Forest remained. Shao walked out of the shattered city and came to the original city gate, letting out a low roar. As the sound spread, the mountain-crushing stone dragon, the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon, the blazing, exploding moth king, and all the creatures scattered throughout the ruins quickly gathered together. Shao looked at the collapsing stone dragon and gave the order directly. Statistical loss. The city has been captured. Now the most important thing is to take stock of the battle losses in our own territory. Not long after, the collapsed mountain stone dragon rushed back to report. My lord, we have lost 2 giant horned dragons, 1 stone dragon, and 7 fiery moths. Shao was not surprised to hear this number. Although hundreds of creatures from the outer forest participated in this siege, and giant rhinoceros thunder dragons and blazing moth kings constantly held back the players, the sheer number of players and their firepower were too great, making it impossible to achieve 0 casualties. However, he could accept this loss. The truly tragic victims are the ordinary creatures in the outer forest. They came in a grand procession, but now their numbers have been reduced by about half. If it weren't for Shao's red rock wall and the earthen wall of the collapsing stone dragon, which withstood several major attacks, these creatures would probably have been wiped out long ago. Of course, forest organisms reproduce and recover quickly, and their numbers will soon be replenished. Compared to the losses, the gains this time are truly extraordinary. Shao looked at his attribute panel. Evolution value, 5,812 points. Seeing this number, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This is not only enough for him to evolve once more, but the remaining evolution points are also enough to further enhance the overall combat power of the Dragon's Lair territory. Taking a city comes at a great cost, but the rewards are even greater. Roar! Return! At Shao's command, the monster army immediately followed him, retreating in a mighty procession towards Sunset Forest. During this siege, Shao not only received generous rewards, but more importantly, he saw hope for advancement. Moreover, he was particularly concerned about the intelligence hidden in Chaoshi City. The strange statue of Aaron and the ancient demon god and evil dragon god mentioned in the message. These names are clearly not ordinary. Legendary? Gods? The red light in Shao's eyes grew increasingly dangerous. If one day, even gods can be devoured, that is the true ruler. Not long after, Shao returned to the Dragon's Lair territory with the creatures from it. Upon entering the Dragon's Lair, he didn't linger and immediately prepared to evolve again. He had a premonition. This time, it will definitely bring about earth-shattering changes. Now that he has a large number of evolution points, the mere 3,200 evolution points are no longer a burden for him. However, before starting, Shao still asked a question. System, how many world points are needed to advance to the legendary level? Advancing to legendary level requires 20 world points. Shao's lips curled up slightly. Just. The 20 world points gained from this siege are just enough. There's nothing to hesitate about. To control everything, you must become stronger. Evolution begins. Please select the desired biological component. The current body's genes can increase the number of biological components by 4. For components, after a moment's thought, Shao quickly made a decision. Add sapphire claw, crystal scorpion tail, mirror crystal, and lapis lazuli crystal. Simultaneously consume world points to advance. Ding! This evolution will take approximately 5 hours. Evolution begins. 5 hours. This is the longest time Shao has ever spent evolving. But the longer the time frame, the greater the changes will be. The next second, the familiar dizziness struck. Yi Shao's massive body slowly sank into a deep sleep. Immediately afterwards, a milky white light surged from his body, quickly enveloping him completely. From a distance, it looks like a giant cocoon of light, quietly suspended deep within the dragon's lair. But this cocoon of light was not at peace. The white light swirled continuously, frantically drawing in the surrounding elemental forces and converging them into Yi Shao's body. Soon, an astonishing phenomenon appeared in the sky above the dragon's lair territory. A huge funnel-shaped stream of air slowly took shape, stretching from the ground to the clouds, as if connecting heaven and earth. All the elemental power in the vicinity was forcibly extracted. The creatures within the territory all looked up, horrified to feel the elements around them being instantly sucked away. They didn't know what was happening in the dragon's lair, but instinctively dared not approach. The suction and tearing force emanating from there is enough to shred an ordinary creature on the spot. Rumble. High above, large swaths of dark clouds were drawn in, piling up layer upon layer, darkly obscuring the sky. Lightning bolts danced through the clouds, as if brewing some terrifying descent. Inside the dragon's lair, Yi Shao's advancement officially began. Chapter 41 advancing to legendary level. At the same time, deep within the sunset forest, near the core area, a massive, wolf-like monster was standing on the corpse of a lord-level prey. It kicked the prey away, and all three wolf heads rose up simultaneously, gazing towards the edge of the forest. That's right, it has 3 heads, but they all share one body. One of the wolf heads whispered, "Is a creature about to advance to the legendary level?" Another sneered, "Is that even a question? Their auras have already reached this far, and they're right on the outskirts." The last wolf head grinned, its jaws wide and bloody, flesh still clinging to its lips, and let out a grotesque laugh. Legendary grade should taste better than these lord grade ones, right? Meanwhile, in another desolate swamp, a withered tree, half buried in the mud, swayed gently at that moment. It seemed to have been asleep for countless years, with faint sounds emanating from its cracked trunk. After all this time, are the creatures on the periphery finally about to rise up? As soon as he finished speaking, the withered tree fell silent again, and the swamp returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Deep in the forest, on the other side, in a forbidden area, a group of giants gathered together. Each of them has only one eye on its forehead, and the one standing at the front is over 40 meters tall, like a moving small mountain. The next second, it suddenly turned its head and looked towards the outside. A terrifying roar erupted, shaking the entire restricted area. Upon hearing this roar, all creatures, whether the Cyclops in the restricted area or the monsters outside, instinctively lay prone on the ground, trembling in fear. On the periphery, there is someone about to enter the legendary level. This matter has already alarmed the terrifying beings deep within the sunset forest. 5 hours later, the strange phenomenon in the sky above the dragon's lair territory finally dissipated. The dark clouds dispersed, the lightning disappeared, and the terrifying aura that had been pressing down on the entire surrounding forest also subsided. But just then, bang! The rocks above the dragon's lair suddenly exploded, and a huge hole was smashed open. A massive, blue-purple figure shot into the sky from the dragon's lair, soaring high into the heavens and circling beneath the clouds. A resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. This dragon's roar instantly overwhelmed the entire surrounding forest. All creatures within the dragon's lair prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Creatures further out in the outer forest also seemed to have heard the king's call, pressing their heads close to the ground and bowing their heads towards the dragon's lair. They are welcoming the new king. Yi Shao has successfully advanced to the legendary level. This evolution completely changed his appearance. The icy crystals that once covered his body have been replaced by blue-purple, cone-shaped crystals. These crystals were larger, sharper, and more dazzling, like a natural dragon armor covering his entire body. His body was mostly dark purple, while his wings gradually changed from purple to dark blue. At the tips of his wings were 2 prominent spikes. Encased in transparent crystal, their sharpness fully exposed. From the jawline to the abdomen and then to the inside of the limbs, it is a cold blue. But from the head all the way down to the spine and tail is a noble and dangerous purple. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sunlight shone through. The crystals on his body refracted brilliant colors in the light, dazzling, gorgeous, and yet oppressive. The biggest change is in body shape. The original entrance to the dragon's lair was no longer large enough for him to climb out, so he simply crashed through the top of the dragon's lair. At this moment, Shao is nearly 80 meters tall from head to toe, and his height is more than 20 meters just by raising his head. He glanced down at the dragon's lair, which he had smashed to pieces, and couldn't help but complain inwardly. Is this dragon's lair still habitable? Being too big isn't always a good thing. However, Shao knew very well that for the dragon race, a huge size was itself a symbol of strength. The explosive growth in physical size means a terrifying increase in strength, life force, and defense. He landed at the top of the dragon's lair, the rocks beneath his feet cracking under the weight. Without hesitation, Shao immediately opened the attribute panel. Host, Shao. Race, Sapphire Crystal Dragon. Rank, Legendary. Level, 25. Title, Master of the Outskirts. Health points, 83,200 plus 12,000. Attributes, Strength 891, Agility 685, Constitution 779, Spirit 571, Defense 821. Dragon's Fury, 49.99. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Talents, 100 Refinements Evolution, Commander Evolution, Magic Resistance, Elemental Manipulation. Skills, Elemental Missile, Redstone Wall, Invisibility, Hurricane Tornado, Explosive Impact, Flame Domain, Extreme Barrier Crystal Armor, Prospect, Ice Crystal Domain, Frost Crystal Spikes, Lightning Chains, Enhanced Critical Strike, Materialized Crystal, Absolute Explosion Domain. Evolution Points, 2612, Evolution required, 6,400 points. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded. Ding! The Extreme Wall Ice Armor has mutated into Extreme Wall Crystal Armor. Shao's eyes flickered. Mutations? It seems that as I advance to the legendary level, some of my original skills have undergone a qualitative change. He immediately checked the skill description. Extreme Barrier Crystal Armor. Upon release, a high-strength armor made of condensed crystals will form on the body surface. Its texture is extremely hard, sufficient to withstand an attack exceeding the current rank. Upon seeing this, Shao's eyes lit up instantly. The meaning is very simple. He's now a legendary level being, so the Extreme Wall Crystal Armor can block an attack from an epic level creature for him. This is no ordinary defensive skill. In a critical moment, this is a life at stake. Moreover, this advancement not only strengthens one skill, but also adds 3 brand new skills. Shao immediately continued to examine the situation. Enhanced Claw Strike. Upon release, the dragon claws are greatly strengthened, granting claw attacks a triple attack power bonus. Triple attack. Shao's heart skipped a beat. With his current strength, a single swipe of his claw is terrifying enough, but with a triple boost, it's like taking down a child with a single slap. Close quarters combat is incredibly exhilarating. The second skill is also exaggerated. Crystal Materialization, a breath weapon. It spews a cone-shaped crystal beam from its mouth. Enemies struck by the beam are solidified and permanently transformed into crystal. Upon seeing this, Shao couldn't help but gasp. To permanently turn into crystal? This skill is no longer just about dealing damage. It directly alters the enemy's state of being. If it hits, the enemy may not even have a chance to fight back. The last skill is even more violent. Absolute Explosion Domain, an explosive skill that combines earth, fire, wind, and ice elements. Upon release, it can cause devastating damage to surrounding creatures and the environment. A devastating blow. These 4 words say it all. After learning about the 3 new skills, Shao was deeply moved and his emotions remained unsettled for a long time. Is this legendary power? The difference between Lord level and legendary level is not just a little bit. If he had provoked a truly legendary creature before, it would have been tantamount to suicide. Fortunately, although his journey has been risky, he has not yet encountered an enemy of that level. But things are different now. He has reached the summit of the outer forest. The extreme wall crystal armor gave him a trump card for survival. The enhanced heavy strike greatly increased his melee ability, and the materialized crystal and absolute explosion domain provided terrifying ranged damage and area destruction. This evolution has brought about a qualitative leap. Shao spread his wings, and the blue-purple crystals shimmered in the sunlight. Legendary status. From this moment on, the true king of the outer forest has been born. Chapter 42, The Changes of the Mountain-Crushing Stone Dragon. With this evolution, Shao's strength increased almost linearly. Feeling the surging power within him, he had only one thought in his mind. Even if he unleashed all his attack skills now, legendary creatures would probably turn tail and run away. And that is precisely the target he has set his sights on next. When he ventured deep into the Sunset Forest before, he had already learned that 3 legendary creatures resided in the depths of the forest. In the past, Shao would have had to think twice before venturing into it. But now that he himself had reached the legendary level, ordinary Lord-level creatures could hardly satisfy his appetite anymore. The outer and deeper parts of Sunset Forest are completely different worlds. The outer perimeter was mostly inhabited by phylogenetic and elite-level creatures, where a Lord-level creature could rule and carve out its own territory. But ever since Shao became the ruler of the outer perimeter, he has long since shattered this structure/pattern. But it's different deep in the forest. Lord-level and mutated creatures roam the area, with almost no stable territories. Devouring, slaughter, and competition are rampant. For weak creatures, it's hell, but for someone like Shao, it's a paradise for leveling up. However, there was one more thing he needed to do before setting off. Let's strengthen the mountain-crushing stone dragon and the others first. Shao didn't know how long it would take to return from this deep forest trip. Although the outer perimeter was temporarily stable after the Chaoshi City incident, he was still uneasy without a sufficiently strong fighting force to maintain order. Thinking of this, he looked down and saw that all the creatures in his territory were still lying on the ground, not daring to move at all. Roar! Get up, all of you! Shao let out a low roar, and all the creatures trembled as they stood up. Then he directly called out, Stone Dragon, Giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragon, Blazing Moth King, come here. Before long, the 3 main generals arrived before him. Having gone through several evolutions, they all understood that Shao was going to enhance their strength. Shao immediately brought up the attribute panels of the 3. The Stone Dragon needs 200 evolution points to evolve, as does the Giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragon, while the Blazing Moth King needs 300. A total of 700 points. In the past, Shao would have felt a pang of regret. But now that he's wealthy and powerful, this expense is nothing to him. More importantly, all 3 can now be equipped with 2 additional biological components. Shao pondered for a moment and immediately made a plan. Let's start with the collapsing stone dragon. He directly chose to add brown amberstone and black rock heart. Begin the evolution. A system notification tone then sounded. It takes about an hour for the stone dragon to evolve. The next second, the massive body of the collapsing stone dragon was enveloped in white light and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Shao did not stop, but turned to look at the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon. Add the body of lightning, the heart of thunder. The white light shone again, and the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon collapsed to the ground, entering its evolutionary state. Finally, there's the blazing moth king. Shao chose the flame butterfly wings and the flame insect tentacles. This evolution will take longer, requiring 2 hours. All 3 main forces began to evolve, with Shao personally guarding them. With the deterrent effect of his previous siege, no player dared to approach this territory. The entire outer forest was eerily quiet. All creatures knew that this was Shao's land. An hour passed quickly. The white cocoon of light surrounding the collapsing stone dragon began to fluctuate violently. To prevent it from affecting the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon and the blazing moth king when it completes its evolution, Shao personally moved the other 2 a distance away. Soon, the cocoon of light dissipated. The collapsed stone dragon stood up again. This time, however, its appearance has completely changed. Its original heavy, rough stone body had disappeared, replaced by an amber-colored skin. Its skin was covered with bumps of varying sizes, making it look less bulky but more powerful and explosive. Those muscles looked like they were cast from steel bars, exuding a sense of power. It has a row of bony spikes growing on both sides of its head, arranged neatly from large to small, and its tail is also covered with sharp bony spikes. Just standing there, it gives people a sense of oppression. Roar! The stone dragon raised its head and roared, its voice filled with the excitement of its evolution. Yi Shao's eyes lit up. The changes are quite significant. Let's take a look at the attributes. He opened the properties panel, and a system notification popped up the next moment. The mountain-crushing stone dragon has undergone an advanced evolution, rising to the Lord level. The race also changed from rock dragon to rock dragon. Level 20. Health points, 8,100. Strength 153. Agility 107. Constitution 137. Spirit 73. Defense 141. The skills have changed to Earth Wall, Mountain Crash, Rock Charge, and a brand new skill, Solidified Juice. Upon seeing these attributes, Yi Shao couldn't help but click his tongue. He actually advanced directly to the Lord level, and his attributes are still so high. This evolution was clearly a huge win, especially the brown amber stone, which comes from the Lord level dragon-like creature, the brown amber dragon. Yi Shao only received this reward after completing the system's mission to kill 7 Lord level creatures. He just kept it because he didn't need it. Now, when used on the mountain crash dragon, the effect is indeed amazing. Then, Yi Shao clicked on the introduction of a new skill. Solidified Liquid is a spray-type skill. The mountain crash dragon can spray cone-shaped jets of sap, which will freeze enemies that are hit or splashed, lasting for up to an hour. Upon seeing this, Yi Shao immediately smiled. Not bad. Finally, we have a ranged skill. While the old stone dragon was powerful, its attack methods were too straightforward, relying mainly on charging and melee attacks. Now, with its solidified sap, it's significantly stronger in both crowd control and pursuit. But just as Yi Shao finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. A burst of amber light suddenly shone from the body of the mountain-crushing dragon. The light flickered back and forth from head to tail, as if reshaping its body. Yi Shao frowned. Huh? What's going on? The massive body of the mountain-crushing dragon began to shrink continuously, and the structure of its limbs also changed, gradually turning it from a prone position to an upright one. After a moment, the change stopped. Standing before Yi Shao was no longer the enormous dragon beast, but a burly man of exaggerated strength. His upper body was bare, his muscles sharply defined, as if they had been forged through countless trials. His waist and back were covered with fine scales, and the backs of his hands also had scale-like patterns. His short, yellow hair looked ordinary, but it exuded a fierce and domineering aura. The mountain-crushing dragon actually transformed into human form. Chapter 43, A Subordinate's Plea. My lord. As the light of evolution faded, the mountain-crushing dragon transformed into a strong, middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and eyes full of awe for Yi Shao. Yi Shao understood immediately. This guy actually awakened his second form. This evolution was a huge success. However, Yi Shao still felt a little awkward. Compared to the human form, he still found the original giant beast form of the mountain-crushing dragon more pleasing to the eye. Immediately afterwards, a dragon's roar exploded out. The giant rhinoceros thunder dragon also woke up. Its appearance did not change significantly, but the lightning element within its body surged, and its aura became much stronger than before. Yi Shao glanced at the attributes. The giant rhinoceros thunder dragon had reached level 20, still a mutated type, but its combat power was absolutely top tier among its peers. Its new skill, Thunder Missile, was specifically designed to concentrate lightning element for a single target burst attack, and its power was extremely ferocious. Yi Shao nodded in satisfaction. The awakening of the second form of the mountain crash dragon and the significant increase in the combat power of the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon are already quite surprising. Not long after, the blazing moth king also completed its evolution. When she spread her wings, Yi Shao was stunned for a moment. The originally thick moth wings became larger, while the body became much more slender. The flame runes on the wings flowed like patterns, making it less fierce and more stunning. Calling it the Blazing Moth King now seems a bit inappropriate. She's more like a butterfly burning with flames. Yi Shao checked her attributes and found that she had reached level 19 of a Lord rank, with her strength, agility, spirit, and defense all greatly improved, and she had also gained a new skill, Flame Wave. The wide-range flames engulf the enemy, and when combined with mental shock, it becomes an excellent tool for clearing out enemies. Yi Shao secretly made his plans. 2 Lord-level units, and 1 Super Mutant-level unit. With the 3 of them around, I don't need to worry too much about the safety of the territory, even if I leave for a while. But as soon as he said that, Bang Shamlong heard it keenly. He stepped forward, his expression serious. Lord, are you leaving? Yi Shao looked into the distance and nodded. Yes, I need to leave the territory for a while to improve my strength. I'm still too weak right now. Upon hearing this, the Blazing Moth King immediately flew over and anxiously circled around Yi Shao. No, that's not true. Your lordship is already incredibly strong. Yi Shao extended his dragon claw, letting her rest on its tip, his tone unusually gentle. We can't just look at the present. There's a long road ahead, and I can't stop. The Blazing Moth King seemed to understand, but not quite, its wings fluttering incessantly. She was attached to Yi Shao and didn't want him to leave. She argued softly, we can also protect the Lord. Yi Shao countered, if you all leave with me, what will happen to the territory? The Blazing Moth King fell silent. She understood. Yi Shao did not need them. Rather, they were needed to guard this place. A moment later, she flew back to the mountain-crushing dragon's side and said earnestly, Lord, we will definitely protect the territory. Yi Shao nodded in satisfaction, then reminded him, don't let your guard down just because we've evolved. Humans are getting stronger too, and they won't abandon this place. The humans he was referring to were, of course, the players. Those players still have the quest to kill the Outer Lord, so they'll be back sooner or later. The mountain-crushing dragon maintained its human form, standing upright like a predator. Yes, my lord. Yi Shao spread his wings, preparing to leave. But just then, the mountain-crushing dragon suddenly spoke up. Lord, please wait a moment. Yi Shao stopped and turned back in confusion. Is there anything else? Bang Shamlong scratched his head, his expression somewhat unnatural. That little moth asked me to ask if you could give us a name. Upon hearing this, the Flame Moth King panicked instantly and tried to hide behind the mountain crash dragon. But since the mountain-crushing dragon is now in human form, it can't stop her enormous body. The giant rhinoceros dinosaur also quickly joined in, its eyes full of anticipation. Your subordinate humbly requests that your lordship bestow a name upon me. Yi Shao was taken aback, then realized what was happening. It's time to name it. He had always referred to them by race. Now, if other members of their kind were to appear in the territory again, it would be impossible to distinguish them. Yi Shaoxian looked at the collapsed mountain dragon. From now on, your name will be Yi Shi. Bang Shamlong's expression changed, and he immediately bowed his head to accept the order. Yi Shao looked at the Blazing Moth Queen again. He originally wanted to call her Yi Moth, but when the words came out, he felt that they didn't sound quite right. His gaze fell on the flame crystal on her body. Your name will be Yi Jing. The Blazing Moth King was so happy that its wings fluttered wildly. Finally, Yi Shao looked at the giant rhinoceros thunder dragon. The giant rhinoceros was so nervous that it even held its breath. Yi Shao simply said, your name will be Yi Lei. Yi Shao's naming skills were not particularly high, but his 3 subordinates seemed to have received unparalleled honor. Yi Shi, Yi Ving, Yi Li. From this moment on, they were no longer just monsters under the name of their race, but the true core fighting force of Yi Shao's territory. Even the usually composed, mountain-crushing dragon couldn't contain its excitement and immediately reverted to its dragon form, roaring to the sky. Hold head high. The dragon's roar shook the mountains and forests. Looking at them, Yi Shao felt much better. Before leaving, he gave the instructions again. Guard the territory well. No matter who breaks in, don't let them out. Yes. The 3 main players responded in unison. Yi Shao didn't linger. He suddenly spread his wings, and his massive body soared into the sky. Yi Shi, Yi Jing, and Yi Lei stood below, watching their lord fly into the depths of the forest, until that figure turned into a black dot on the horizon and completely disappeared. Yi Jing looked up at the top of the dragon's lair that Yi Shao had damaged and suddenly said, "Let's help the lord repair the dragon's lair." Yi Shao's size grew larger and larger, and the original cave could no longer contain him. Yi Shi nodded. "I agree." After saying this, he returned to his original form and stepped into the dragon's lair. Yi Lei followed. Meanwhile, Yi Shao flew westward. He has only one goal. Deep in the forest. Legendary creature. Chapter 45, The Lost Giant. Yi Shao lowered his enormous head, his gaping maw almost touching the faces of the four creatures. "Now, I'm going to ask you a question. If you answer it well, you might survive." Upon hearing this, the four lord-level creatures instantly erupted in anger. "I'll do it. I know a lot more. Get out of my way. You don't know anything. Ask me. Ask me. Ask me." The scene of the Black Wind Wolf being instantly killed was still fresh in everyone's mind. Everyone knew that the bloodthirsty dragon in front of them wasn't just trying to scare them. It really did eat. Yi Shao glanced around, and his gaze fell on a bull-shaped creature. "You go first." That was a savage green ox, 6 or 7 meters long, usually a local overlord, but now, with Yi Shao staring at it, its legs were almost weak. Yi Shao cut to the chase. Where's the legendary creature deep in the forest? The savage ox was taken aback. Legendary? Such beings are elusive and mysterious. How could he possibly come into contact with them? He knew he would die if he didn't speak, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and spill everything he knew. I'm not sure, but there's a forbidden zone for giants in the southwest of the forest. I've heard that there might be legendary creatures there. The system notification sounded as soon as he finished speaking. Ding! Legendary quest, The Lost Giants triggered. A giant race with Titan blood, now diluted and no longer what they once were, has set their sights on restoring the glory of their ancestors. Find and subdue them. Legendary quest rewards. Abundant experience points and evolution points. A hint of interest flashed in Yi Shao's eyes. A lost race of giants? This is not simple. The ancient Titans were beings capable of going toe-to-toe with dragons. Even now, with their bloodline diluted, they are still far superior to ordinary races. Moreover, his territory really needs to be expanded. Yi Shi and the others are far from enough. Seeing Yi Shao's silence, the savage ox assumed it had a way out and cautiously asked, Can I leave now?" Yi Shao came to his senses and said calmly, "There are too few clues. This won't work." The next second, flames erupted. Before the savage ox could even let out a scream, it was engulfed by the dragon flames. Moments later, the aroma of crispy on the outside and tender on the inside meat wafted out. The remaining 3 creatures were completely dumbfounded. Yi Shao, however, remained calm and quickly swallowed the barbarian ox whole. "Ding! You have gained 1,500 experience points and 15 evolution points." To put it bluntly, he had his eye on this cow from the very beginning. "It's been so long since I've had any meat. How could I let such a delicious meal slip by?" After finishing his meal, Yi Shao reverted to his second form and stood before the 3 creatures. Even though it was much smaller, the 3 creatures were even more afraid of it. Who would have thought that this seemingly human-like creature had just devoured a wild blue ox in a few bites? Yi Shao smiled and said, "Next, you should know what I'm going to ask, so you'd better not waste your breath." To the 3 creatures, that smile was more terrifying than a demon's. Jin Dianhu was the first to speak, his voice trembling. "I know. There might be legendary creatures deep within the forest, near its core. That's all I know." Yi Shao rolled his eyes after hearing this. Isn't that obvious? The deeper the forest, the more powerful beings it contains. Do I need to say that? It's no use. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shao's hand instantly transformed into a sharp claw, piercing straight through the golden lightning tiger's neck. Jin Dianhu's eyes widened, unable to even resist, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Yi Shao turned his head and looked at the other flame crystal dog. "And you? What do you know?" The flame crystal hound was a full 2 meters tall and exuded a scorching aura, but at this moment it was so frightened that its tongue was tied in knots. Meh, meh, meh. He couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Yi Shao, too lazy to listen anymore, turned around and lashed out with his tail, smashing the flame crystal hound's head. Whether he knew or not, he no longer had the chance to say it. Ding! You have gained 3,300 experience points and 31 evolution points. In the end, only one snow fox remained. It was pure white, about the size of an ordinary fox, and looked delicate and cute, but it was certainly no pushover standing here. The snow fox is a true lord-level creature, most skilled at launching mental attacks using sound. But now, it dares not utter the slightest thought of attacking. Yi Shao looked at it, his smile growing even more gentle. The last one. I hope you won't disappoint me. Snow Fox trembled and immediately said, I know some things about legendary creatures, but you have to promise to let me go before I tell you. Yi Shao narrowed his eyes. You're a bit smarter than them. Fine, I'll let you go as long as the information is useful. Snow Fox dared not delay and quickly said, There is a swamp in the northwest of the forest. Legend has it that a legendary creature lives there, and it has existed for many years. That's all I know. This information will definitely be useful. After saying that, it stared at Yi Shao with pleading eyes, wishing it could run away for its life immediately. Yi Shao pondered for a moment. The swamp is still somewhat useful. As he finished speaking, the ice crystals binding Xinhu's limbs slowly shattered. Once Xinhu regained its freedom, it didn't dare to look back and immediately ran away into the distance. It vowed never to set foot here again in its entire life. But it hadn't run far when the ground suddenly exploded, and an ice spike shot up from the ground. The ice spikes pierced through the snow fox's body in an instant, tearing a large hole in its abdomen. Blood continued to flow, but Xinhu was not dead yet. She struggled to turn her head and stared at Yi Shao with resentment in her eyes. You don't keep your word. Before it could finish speaking, it went completely silent. Yi Shao shrugged, looking completely innocent. Do you have the right to negotiate with me? I clearly let you go. You ran too fast and bumped into the ice spikes. Is it my fault? From the very beginning, Yi Shao never intended to actually let it go. These guys just surrounded him like prey, and now they dare to negotiate with him? Are they going to keep him alive for the new year? Moreover, one shouldn't refuse experience that's offered up for free. Ding! You have gained 2,100 experience points and 21 evolution points. Ding! Obtained Lord-level creature component. Transformation crystal core. For Yi Shao at this point, this amount of experience and evolution points is not much. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, no matter how small. After eliminating the 4 creatures, Yi Shao looked up towards the northwest of the forest. Let's go check out that swamp first. Although the news about Yukine Fox was just a rumor, it at least gave us a direction. As for the exact location of the swamp, he'll have to find it himself. Yi Shao headed northeast. The surroundings were unusually quiet, and we encountered almost no living creatures. The commotion from the fight must have been too great because the guys nearby had already run away. The legendary creature he was looking for might be deep within that unknown swamp. Chapter 46 News of a Legendary Creature. Yi Shao arrived at a small hill and was just about to continue his journey when a loud noise suddenly came from the direction of the hilltop. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar exploded, startling the birds in the forest into scattering. Yi Shao paused, his eyes immediately lighting up. There's sounds of fighting, and it's right on the hill. A slight smile played on his lips. Wasn't this just experience points and evolution points delivered right to his doorstep? Without hesitation, Yi Shao headed straight for the hill. The closer he got, the clearer the sounds of battle became. Besides the sounds of impacts, there were also the low growls of several ferocious beasts, indicating that more than one creature was fighting. Soon, he reached a high place, hid behind a tree, and looked ahead. On the open ground, 3 canine-like creatures were attacking a tiger-like creature. The tiger was covered in light blue wind patterns and possessed a powerful aura. It was named the Blue Wind Tiger. The 3 dogs that attacked it were Star Pearl Dog, Stone Spirit Dog, and Black Flame Dog. Yi Shao casually tossed out a probe and immediately saw the situation clearly. Blue Wind Tiger is a Lord-level creature. The other 3 canine-like creatures were only at the mutated level. Logically speaking, Blue Wind Tiger should have no problem taking on 3 opponents at once. But now it is being forced to retreat repeatedly, looking utterly pathetic. The reason is simple. Its hind limbs were severely injured. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible, and blood kept flowing out. He could barely put any weight on his hind leg. Shao found it somewhat amusing. This is truly a case of a tiger fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs. However, he also had some doubts. Were the injuries caused by these 3 dogs? Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Instant special mission triggered. Rescue the Blue Wind Tiger and obtain clues about a legendary creature. Special mission reward. Lots of experience points. Shao's eyes narrowed. A clue to a legendary creature? It seems this Blue Wind Tiger knows something of value. He originally just wanted to gain some experience, but now it seems he has no choice but to get involved in this fight. Shao took a step forward and appeared directly in the center of the battlefield. The 3 canine creatures immediately stopped what they were doing and all looked at him. The lead black flame hound narrowed its eyes, its tone puzzled. Strange, where did this human come from? The starbeam dog sniffed and immediately growled, no, he's not human. He doesn't have that awful human smell. The stone dog bared its teeth and barked fiercely at Shao, its warning clear. Get out of my way, or I'll eat you up too. The 3 canine-like creatures simultaneously lowered their bodies, baring their fangs, their killing intent fully unleashed. Shao didn't even lift his eyelids. What truly interested him wasn't the 3 dogs, but the legendary creature Blue Wind Tiger had mentioned. Shao said calmly, you're the ones who should get lost. Take advantage of my good mood now and leave quickly. It'll be too late if you wait any longer. The 3 canine-like creatures were taken aback. The next second, his anger erupted instantly. Black Flame Dog sneered. You're asking for death. Well, then we'll have an extra meal today. Stone Spirit, keep an eye on Blue Wind Tiger. Don't let it escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Flame Dog and the Star Bee Dog approached Shao at the same time, preparing to flank him from the left and right. Shao's eyes turned cold. If you don't leave after I give you a chance, then I'll accept your dog heads. No sooner had he finished speaking than his hand transformed into a sharp beast claw, and his figure vanished from the spot. Before Black Flame Dog and Star Bee Dog could react, they only felt a chill on their necks. The next instant, 2 pillars of blood shot into the sky. Shao's sharp claws had already pierced their throats. The 2 mutated creatures were filled with disbelief. Before they could even scream, their bodies went limp and collapsed to the ground. Ding! You have gained 3,500 experience points and 33 evolution points. Ding! Obtained a mutated grade biological component. Black Flame Crystal Core. Shao shook his hand, and the sharp claws returned to their normal shape. He looked at the last Stone Spirit Dog and said calmly, I told you to get lost, but you insisted on dying. Now, you're the only one left. The Stone Spirit Dog was originally staring at the Blue Wind Tiger, but when it saw the Black Flame Dog and the Star Pearl Dog being instantly killed, it was completely terrified. It could no longer utter a threatening growl from its throat. Only terrified howls remained. It retreated step by step until its back hit a huge rock, leaving it nowhere to go. At this moment, it completely lost its will to fight. The monster in front of it, which looks like a human, is not someone it can mess with. The stone dog turned to run away, but it had only taken 2 steps when a tail whip lashed out at it. How could Shao let experience points slip away right under his nose? Bang! Its tail slammed down, instantly smashing the stone dog's head to pieces. Ding! Gained 1,500 experience points and 15 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing a special mission. Ding! You have gained 13,000 experience points. The continuous beeping sounds put Shao in a good mood. Blue Wind Tiger, who was standing to the side, witnessed this scene with fear in his eyes, his body tense, and he growled in a low voice. The 3 mutated creatures that had just cornered it were now completely powerless against this guy. Shao glanced at it and said indifferently, Don't be nervous. I'm not interested in you. That's not a lie. While Lord-level creatures are valuable for Shao at this point, 1 more or 1 less makes no difference. What he really wanted were clues from the mission. Lan Fenghu remained vigilant, keeping a close eye on Yi Shao, ready to flee at any moment. Yi Shao didn't bother beating around the bush and went straight to the point. I saved you because I have a question for you. Tell me, where are the legendary creatures? Upon hearing the words legendary creature, Blue Wind Tiger's pupils constricted sharply, and a deep fear instantly welled up in his eyes. It remained silent for a long time before giving Yi Shao a deep look. I advise you not to provoke it. After speaking, Lan Fenghu slowly turned around, fully exposing the wound on his hind leg to Yi Shao. Upon closer inspection, the injury was even more horrific than before. The skin and flesh were torn open, and the bone was vaguely visible. The center of the wound was a strange dark green color, and blood kept gushing out, but it could not scab over, as if it was being continuously corroded by some kind of force. Blue Wind Tiger's voice was deep. This is the wound left by that legendary creature. We all call it the withered tree demon king. Yi Shao immediately understood. No wonder those 3 mutated dogs dared to gang up on a Lord-level Blue Wind Tiger. It turns out that Blue Wind Tiger's real injury was inflicted by a legendary creature. A hint of interest appeared in Yi Shao's eyes. A legendary plant-type creature? This was a type he had never encountered before. He continued, "Where is it now?" Blue Wind Tiger hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Start from here and head northwest. It'll be about a half-day's journey. You'll see several swamps. The Withered Tree Demon King is in the largest swamp." At this point, Lan Fenghu couldn't help but remind him again. "I'm advising you one more time, don't provoke it." When talking about the Withered Tree Demon King, its eyes still held a lingering fear. It was lucky that it escaped, but even though it survived, it almost lost half its life and was left with this wound that could not heal. Chapter 47, The Withered Tree Demon King. Yi Shao's eyes lit up instantly after hearing Lan Fenghu's words. Interesting. This time, it's probably not as simple as just provoking them. He wanted to see just how strong this so-called legendary creature really was. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shao's body suddenly expanded, his bones grew larger, and scales covered his entire body. In the blink of an eye, the human who had just been standing in front of Lan Fenghu had transformed into a colossal dragon that blotted out the sky. Blue Wind Tiger was stunned on the spot. It stared wide-eyed, not reacting for a long time. This human is actually a dragon? The next second, Yi Shao flapped his wings, creating a gust of wind that nearly knocked the Blue Wind Tiger to the ground. The giant dragon soared into the air, heading straight for the northwest direction of the forest. Blue Wind Tiger stared blankly at the departing dragon's shadow and muttered a self-deprecating laugh. It seems my perspective was too narrow. Perhaps the Withered Tree Demon King will truly become a legend in the future. It takes Lan Fenghu half a day to travel, but for Yi Shao, it only takes a quarter of an hour. Soon, he arrived in the northwestern sky above the forest. Below lay vast, lifeless swamps, churning with black mud. Based on Blue Wind Tiger's description, Yi Shao located the largest of these swamps. He did not fall directly into the swamp. This type of peat moss swamp may appear shallow on the surface, but underneath it is a bottomless pool of silt, making it difficult to escape once you get stuck. Although this little trouble is nothing to him, there might be a legendary monster lurking nearby, so there's no need to be careless. Yi Shao landed on the edge of the swamp. As soon as it landed, a pungent stench filled its nostrils. The swamp contained a large amount of flammable gas, which gave him a simple and brutal solution. This area is so big, it would be too much trouble to search slowly. Then let them come out on their own. Yi Shao flew back into the sky, creating distance, and flames quickly condensed in the dragon's mouth. The next moment, flames erupted. A massive wave of fire instantly engulfed the entire swamp. Boom! The flammable gas in the swamp was ignited, and the explosion was deafening, with flames shooting into the sky. The entire swamp seemed to have been overturned, with mud exploding and thick smoke billowing. Even Yi Shao, who was in midair, was almost hit by the shockwave. Even after the explosion, the flames continued to burn on the swamp. Black smoke filled the sky, and the ground was a complete mess. As the fire gradually died down, the entire swamp was completely unrecognizable. Yi Shao looked down, his brows slightly furrowed. Have you come to the wrong place? Looking around, there was still no sign of the legendary creature. Just then, a dead tree in the middle of the swamp suddenly moved. Yi Shao's gaze sharpened. An ordinary dead tree would have been reduced to ashes long ago after the explosion and fire. But this piece of dead tree not only didn't break, it didn't even have a trace of char. The next second, the withered tree trembled violently. With a loud bang, the entire mud exploded, and a colossal creature rose from the depths of the swamp. Its lower body was covered in thick black mud, and its body was wrapped in large patches of green moss. Its trunk was ridiculously thick, measuring over 10 meters in width alone. The dead wood that had been exposed before was actually only a small section of its body. Two scarlet lights shone on the moss-covered tree trunk, like two terrifying eyes. Yi Shao's lips curled up slightly. It must be you. He immediately used the exploration technique. Race, Swamp Treant. Rank, Legendary. Title, King of the Deep Realm. Level, 29. Health points, 57,000. Attributes, Strength 643. Agility, 227. Constitution, 621. Spirit, 177. Defense, 583. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Skills, Entangling Thorns, Flower of Life, Swamp Mist, Parasitic Seed, Vine Whip, Intimidation. This was the first time Yi Shao had seen a legendary panel other than his own. Its attributes are not weak. It has a total of 6 skills, and its level is 4 levels higher than his. However, Yi Shao was not flustered. With a boost from his evolutionary talent, his attributes had long surpassed those of the withered tree spirit. The swamp tree spirit's red eyes flashed, its voice low and angry. Lord of the Outer Forest? Your duty is to protect the Outer Forest. Why aren't you staying on the outskirts? What are you doing venturing into the depths of the forest? This is not a place for you. It was certainly angry. Yi Shao's fire just now almost burned down their entire front yard. The fact that they've held back until now is already giving the outer area leader some face. Yi Shao, however, just stared at it, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Duties? I don't recall having such a thing. Having finally found a legendary prey, how could he possibly let it escape? Sensing Yi Shao's undisguised hostility, the swamp tree demon's tone turned completely cold. In that case, I will find a more qualified leader for the outer forest. As soon as he finished speaking, the swamp tree demon roared and unleashed a terrifying aura. Yi Xiaolong's eyes lit up, and he suddenly flapped his wings. Then bring it on. The giant dragon swooped down, heading straight for the swamp tree demon. As the distance closed, Yi Xiao realized that this thing was even larger than he had imagined, with its canopy almost reaching into the sky, like a living dead mountain. Yi Xiaofei moved to a position level with its main trunk, maintaining the optimal attack distance. But before he could even come to a complete stop, the swamp tree demon had already made its move. Thick vines burst forth from the mud, like countless whips, lashing fiercely at Yi Xiao. Whole head high, a dragon's roar resounded. A fiery domain instantly unfolded. Before the vines could even touch Yi Xiao, they were burned to ashes by the high temperature. The withered tree demon waved its 2 arm-like branches wildly, and large green light spots flew out from its body, densely drifting towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's eyes darkened. See, he immediately recognized it as the transparasitic seed skill. These things may seem insignificant, but once they get on your body, they can cause a lot of trouble. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao flapped his dragon wings, and wind elements instantly gathered. A fierce wind swept out. Before the green seeds could even get close, they were forcibly pulled back, with most falling directly into the swamp. The next moment, the seed touched the black mud and immediately took root and burrowed into it. Chapter 48, Abnormal Skills. In a blink of an eye, the swamp suddenly exploded. Countless thorny vines grew wildly, slithering through the air like venomous snakes. These vines were entirely purplish-gray, clearly poisonous. Any ordinary creature struck by them would have a large chunk of flesh torn off. Yi Xiao immediately sneered upon seeing this. It was definitely not a good thing. Without the slightest hesitation, he opened his dragon mouth and spewed down a torrent of flames. Flames swept through the swamp, instantly engulfing all the vines. The fiery domain was practically the natural enemy of plant-based monsters. The vines that touched the flames crackled and burned, turning to ash in the blink of an eye. But the swamp tree demon was no pushover either. Below its scarlet eyes, a large gash suddenly appeared, followed by a torrent of purple poisonous mist that surged towards Shao. Shao flapped his dragon wings, trying to disperse the poisonous mist. However, the poisonous fog covered too large an area, and the withered tree demon was constantly creating more, making it impossible to clear completely. Shao couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is this legendary creature some kind of garbage dump that came alive? How come its skills are all so disgusting? Although the poisonous fog couldn't harm him for the time being, its constant presence was quite annoying. The next second, Shao spat out a mouthful of flames. The flames collided with the poisonous mist, causing a deafening explosion. The purple mist was burned to ashes, and the shock wave even reached the withered tree spirit, abruptly interrupting its continued spraying. Shao's eyes darkened. We can't delay any longer. This is their home turf. If we keep fighting, who knows what else might emerge from this swamp. He had originally wanted to test the legendary monster's combat power further, but now it seemed he had to finish the battle quickly. Shao steadied himself, and the crystals on his wings lit up with red light, as raging fire elements rapidly gathered in front of him. Now it's his turn to attack. The withered tree spirit in the swamp opposite also sensed the danger. On its massive canopy, a small, emerald green flower slowly sprouted. The flower stood out starkly against the backdrop of withered branches and fallen leaves, exuding an eerie vitality. But Shao didn't give it much time. The beam of flame instantly coalesced. Explosive flame impact. A blazing beam of light shot through the air and slammed into the swamp tree demon. Boom! The powerful explosion blasted a large hole in its thick trunk. The stench of burning filled the air instantly. The mud cracked, the moss turned to ash, and large sections of the trunk were charred black. Shao glanced at the panel and was startled. My health is down to just over 300. It was so close, so very close. That one burst of fire could have taken it down instantly. Of course, this is also because fire-type skills are effective against plants. Without hesitation, Shao prepared to fire a fire element missile to finish off the withered tree demon. But just then, the small, emerald green flower on the treetop suddenly bloomed. Countless green specks of light drifted down from the heart of the flower and sprinkled onto the withered tree spirit. Immediately afterwards, an astonishingly rich life force spread out. The huge hole that had just been blown open healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The charred bark regrew, the broken branches returned to their original state, and in the blink of an eye, the swamp tree spirit was back to its original appearance. Shao's pupils contracted. My health has actually been fully restored. This skill is way too overpowered. If we can't completely kill it in a short time, wouldn't this guy be invincible? It truly lives up to its legendary status. Shao had to admit that this recovery skill was indeed ridiculously powerful. He just didn't know if it had a cooldown limit, or if it could be used on other creatures. But now is not the time for research. Shao immediately organized the next round of attacks. We must wipe them out in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if it keeps relying on this flower to recover its health, even Shao might be worn down to death. The next moment, a burst of cold energy erupted from Shao's body. Ice crystal domain activated. The extreme cold power spread out instantly. The swamp beneath their feet was covered with ice crystals, and the chill spread all the way to the withered tree demon in the swamp. In a short time, the ice climbed up its trunk and froze most of its body. The swamp tree spirit sensed this cold power, and its scarlet eyes suddenly flashed. It seemed to have thought of something, its voice low and excited. I understand, you're the one who advanced to the legendary level from the outer perimeter. Shao was taken aback. He was in a dormant state throughout his evolution and had no idea how much commotion he had caused. But the swamp tree spirit was completely excited. The red light in its eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the entire canopy shook violently, as if it had discovered a long-awaited treasure. Legendary! That's fantastic. As long as I turn you into my nourishment, My power will be able to break through. Just now, it only regarded Yi Shao as an enemy. Now, it has come to regard Yi Shao as an excellent feast delivered to its door. Yi Shao was too lazy to waste words with it. The ice crystal domain continued to exert its suppression, and countless icy crystal spikes rose from the ground, frantically stabbing at the withered tree demon. But this thing's surface is ridiculously hard. The frost crystal thorns can't pierce its bark at all. However, Yi Shao didn't expect these ice spikes to cause much damage. His sole purpose was to restrict movement. The withered tree spirit's vines and thorns are too annoying. Once we control it, things will be much easier. Soon, solid ice covered most of the withered tree spirit's body, rendering it unable to move for a short period of time. The withered tree spirit fell silent, its scarlet eyes flickering uncertainly. Unbeknownst to Yi Shao, a thin vine was quietly burrowing deep into the ice, slowly prying open a crack. Click! The next second, the ice covering the withered tree demon suddenly cracked. Yi Shao's gaze sharpened. That guy broke free so quickly. However, it was precisely because of this brief period of control that Yi Shao successfully closed the distance. He unleashed his prepared explosive attack once again. Boom! The flame beam hit head-on. The withered tree spirit's body was blasted open once again, a huge hole piercing through the trunk, and flames burned wildly in the wound. And at that very moment, the small, emerald-green flower on the treetop will reappear. Yi Shao sneered. Do you want to use the same trick on him a second time? The wings suddenly throbbed. His entire dragon instantly transformed into a blur, rushing directly to the canopy of the withered tree demon. The swamp tree demon reacted and quickly lashed out with its vines at Yi Shao. Yi Shao neither dodged nor avoided the blow, but instead withstood the vine whip head-on. His dragon claw suddenly shot out and grabbed the small emerald-green flower tightly. Then pull hard. He forcibly plucked the little flower from the tree crown. The next second, the swamp treant let out its first scream since the start of the war. The sound was shrill and piercing, as if the soul had been torn apart. Chapter 49, 3 Attributes Breaking 1000. The small emerald-green flower on the head of the swamp tree spirit is not an ordinary decoration, but its most crucial body part, almost as important as its heart. But now, Yi Shao has forcibly pulled this thing off. The withered tree demon roared in pain, and the entire swamp trembled. Yi Shao coldly retorted, "What are you yelling about?" As soon as the words were spoken, the ground suddenly exploded. Ice crystals rose from the ground, and large patches of frost condensed in the air. At the same time, countless grains of sand, as if attracted by a magnet, frantically clung to the withered tree demon. The next second, a fierce storm erupted. The three elements of ice, earth, and wind are forcibly intertwined, barely maintaining a precarious balance. But the moment the most unstable flame was added, this balance was instantly shattered. Boom! The crimson flames exploded with a roar, blooming like a giant flower of death in the center of the swamp. The withered tree spirit was swallowed directly into the center of the explosion. The terrifying heat and shockwave swept in all directions, and billowing smoke and dust rose into the sky, just like a sandstorm. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a huge crater nearly 100 meters wide had been blasted into the center of what was once the swamp. The surrounding mudflats were all dried up, cracked, and charred black, and a small hill was leveled on the spot. The largest swamp in this area was destroyed by Yi Shao in one move. As for the swamp tree spirit, it was originally at the very center of the explosion, and now it's completely shattered. Even a careful search reveals only a few pieces of charred bark. Yi Shao watched this scene from afar, feeling somewhat shocked. The destructive power of an absolute explosion domain is indeed outrageous. Even though he had distanced himself beforehand, he could still feel the terrifying high temperature, high pressure, and explosive power that could almost crush everything. Soon, system notifications began to sound one after another. Gained 37,000 experience points and 400 evolution points. Upon completion of the special mission, you will receive an additional 63,000 experience points. Yi Shao's level increased, reaching level 26. At the same time, he also obtained a legendary biological component, the Flower of Life. Upon hearing this name, Yi Shao's eyes flickered. The Flower of Life? Isn't this the little flower on the head of the withered tree spirit that can heal injuries? He looked down and saw that the small, bright green flower he had just plucked had disappeared, clearly absorbed directly by the system. Yi Shao was immediately in a great mood. What he coveted most about the withered tree spirit was its terrifying regenerative ability. He already has strong defense, and if he fuses this part during evolution, he will be both tanky and able to recover in battle, which would be incredibly awesome. The only thing that bothered him was if a small flower really grew on his head after he evolved. Something about that scene was a little off. However, Yi Shao quickly suppressed the thought. Appearance doesn't matter, ability does. As long as it makes me stronger, I'm not in a bad mood about getting a flower on my head. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Yi Shao killed one of the 3 kings deep in the forest, the swamp tree demon, and obtained the legendary title of King Slayer. Yi Shao's eyes lit up. There are even title rewards. He had already experienced the bonuses brought by the title of Lord of the Outskirts, and the effect was very strong. This title was earned by defeating a legendary creature, so its strength is definitely even more outrageous. He immediately opened the title panel. King Slayer, strength plus 280, agility plus 160, constitution plus 210, spirit plus 100, defense plus 190. Additional skill, intimidate. The intimidation effect creates an indescribable, enormous phantom image behind the host. When an enemy faces Yi Shao directly, they will be gripped by fear, the duration of which depends on the level difference between the two. Upon seeing the attributes, Yi Shao couldn't help but gasp. Both are legendary titles, but the King Slayer is clearly more than 1 level stronger than the Outer Lord. Not only does it offer higher attribute bonuses, but it also comes with a control skill. Although this title doesn't provide any health bonus, Yi Shao didn't hesitate at all and immediately replaced the Outer Lord title with the King Slayer title. After switching titles, coupled with a boost from the recent upgrade, Yi Shao clearly felt that his physical strength had increased dramatically again. The properties panel has been refreshed. Strength 1,372. Agility 931. Physical fitness level 1093. Spiritual 743. Defense 1,130. Yi Shao looked at the data, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. 3 major attributes exceed 1,000. Strength, physique, and defense have all surpassed the 1,000 mark. This means that his combat effectiveness and survivability have entered a whole new level. If he were to face the Swamp Tran again now, perhaps it wouldn't take this long at all. A single explosive flame impact would be enough to send him packing. After killing the withered tree demon, Yi Shao also roughly judged the strength of the other 2 legendary creatures deep in the forest. Since the withered tree demon could be killed, he was confident that he could also defeat the other 2 kings. At the same time that the swamp tree spirit died, in another area deep in the forest, under a large tree, a wolf-like creature with 3 heads was lazily lying down. Suddenly, it stood up abruptly, and all 3 pairs of eyes looked toward the swamp at the same time. One of the heads exclaimed in surprise, "That old guy's power has disappeared. Could it be that big guy in the south who did it?" The other head immediately retorted, "Impossible. That guy doesn't like gnawing on tree bark, so there's no reason to kill it." The middle head paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Whoever did it, the facts are clear. One of the 3 kings is missing, and they're up to no good. We need to be careful." The disappearance of the swamp tree spirit made the 3-headed demon wolf instinctively uneasy. Meanwhile, in the giant's restricted area to the southwest, a giant over 40 meters tall slowly raised its head and looked towards a northern swamp. He frowned and muttered to himself, "The tree spirit is gone? Was it the demon wolf's doing? Or..." The giant suddenly remembered the legendary creature that had recently appeared in the outer forest. But soon, he shook his head again. He thought it was unlikely. After all, how could someone who has just entered the legendary level kill the swamp Tran so quickly? Yi Shao was unaware that his battle had alerted the other 2 kings deep in the forest. At this moment, he was rapidly flying away from the swamp area. He's not in a hurry to go to the giant's restricted area. Anyway, the restricted area is right there. It's not like it's going to grow legs and run away. Now, the more important task is to find clues about another legendary creature. His evolution points have accumulated to 3,144, but he is still far from the 6,400 points required for the next evolution. Aside from the clear target of the giant forbidden zone, he currently has no leads regarding the last legendary creature. Shao could only continue hunting creatures to accumulate evolution points while searching for intelligence. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after leaving the swamp. The pungent smell in that swamp was truly unbearable. Upon re-entering the forest, Shao had arrived at a location deep within the forest, near its core. This place is more dangerous than the outer areas. But for Shao now, it also means more prey, more evolution points, and stronger opponents. Chapter 50 is about not having enough meat. Shao found a secluded corner and switched back to his second form. There was no way around it. Its original form was too conspicuous. Walking sideways in the forest was like having "come and hunt me down" written all over its face. He knew very well that survival in this game world depended not on luck, but on skill. Players would grow stronger, monsters would evolve, and the creatures in the forest were becoming increasingly ferocious. Especially after encountering a first-tier player last time, he already felt a sense of crisis. Players are just getting started now, but once they reach the second, third, or even fourth job advancement, their combat power will definitely skyrocket. Therefore, Shao must become stronger even faster. Evolve, devour, upgrade. Anyone who blocks the way, run them over. As he continued deeper into the forest, he suddenly stopped. Something's coming, and there's more than one. Moo! The next second, 3 dark figures suddenly sprang out from behind the tree, surrounding Shao. These 3 monsters were nearly 2 meters tall, with bodies as muscular as strong men, bulging muscles, and rough, hard skin, and on top of that, a bull's head perched on their necks. They carried stone axes in 2 hands and a stone hammer in the other, exuding a menacing aura. Shao was stunned. This appearance makes him look more and more like a relative of the Bull Demon King. He casually tossed out a survey. Name: Minotaur Warrior. Race: Tauren. Class: Mutant. Level: 19. Health points: 2,300. Attributes: Strength 41, Agility 20, Constitution 25, Spirit 5, Defense 27. Alliance: Lawful Evil. Skills: Bull Charge. Shao noticed not the attribute, but the word warrior. Since there's a Minotaur Warrior, there are likely other classes as well. Archer? Priest? Mage? It seems the depths of this forest are even more bustling than he imagined. Moo! One of the Minotaur warriors didn't give him any time to think and swung his stone axe down. Shao stood still, too lazy to even dodge. When the stone axe struck his hand with a dull thud. Shao was unharmed. Instead, the Minotaur warrior's arm trembled from shock. Shao clenched his 5 fingers together and crushed the stone axe with a snap. Before the Minotaur warrior could react, Shao's claws had already pierced its chest. Sold out instantly. The remaining 2 Minotaur warriors watched their comrade fall, yet seemed completely unafraid, continuing to charge forward with their weapons raised. Shao stod svipt horizontal. A Minotaur warrior was instantly cut in half at the waist. Just as the last bull raised its stone hammer, Shao slapped it down, smashing it to pieces along with its head. The 3 Minotaurs were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Ding! You have gained 4,700 experience points and 45 evolution points. Just as Shao was about to leave, he suddenly saw something fall out of the Minotaur's pants after it was severed. He reached out and pulled it out. It turned out to be a cowhide map. Moreover, it's a standard map of the depths of the forest. Shao's eyes lit up. Now that's what a map should be. The thing the mountain-crushing stone dragon and the others drew before was practically mental pollution. Now, seeing this map with clear directions and terrain markings, his mood instantly improved a lot. Soon, he noticed a red circle mark on the map. It's not far away, just deeper in the forest. A Minotaur camp? Shao narrowed his eyes. Now that the map has been delivered, it would be a waste not to take a look. He checked the direction and headed straight for the location, circled in red. Not long after, a commotion arose ahead. Yi Shao parted the branches, and his view suddenly opened up. There really was a place ahead that resembled territory. In the middle stood a simple wooden hut with campfires around it, and many towering warriors were moving around. This was clearly not a temporary gathering point, but a towering camp. Yi Shao glanced around and saw that there were at least 30 Minotaur warriors in the camp. In the depths of the forest, a place where the strong prey on the weak, there are even social creatures. That's interesting. However, Yi Shao had no intention of doing it secretly. He walked straight out from behind the tree. In an instant, all the Minotaur's eyes fell on him. Moo! The Minotaur on guard duty let out a long howl. The alarm sounded, and the entire camp erupted in chaos. Minotaur warriors grabbed their weapons and quickly surrounded Yi Shao. In less than a breath, Yi Shao was surrounded by rings of soldiers. Stone axes and stone hammers were all aimed at him. Yi Shao remained calm, but his gaze passed over them and landed on the wooden house in the center of the camp. He was even more curious about what was hidden inside. He had just taken a step forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows suddenly shot out and embedded themselves in the ground in front of his feet. This is a warning. Yi Shao looked up. Sure enough, several Minotaur archers were hiding behind cover in the distance. As expected, there are other professions. Just then, the door of the wooden house slowly opened. A strangely shaped Minotaur emerged. It held a scepter that looked like a fire poker. Its face and body were covered in colorful juices. It wore a necklace of animal teeth around its neck and a crest of bird feathers on its head. He's clearly not an ordinary soldier. He seemed more like a priest of this camp. The bull-headed priest exhaled 2 streams of hot air from his nostrils, staring coldly at Yi Shao. Who are you? What are you doing in our camp? Yi Shao glanced at it. The aura of this Minotaur priest was indeed stronger than that of an ordinary lord, but it was far from being legendary. In other words, it can kill. Yi Shao's tone was indifferent. There's no particular purpose. We're just short of meat to eat. He paused, his gaze falling on the group of Minotaurs around him. The flesh of a Minotaur should be similar to beef, right? The atmosphere in the entire camp froze instantly upon hearing this. The bull-headed priest's eyes darkened, and he snorted angrily. You think you can get away with this? You're asking for trouble. It suddenly raised its scepter and pointed it at Yi Shao. Charge them. As soon as the command was given, the surrounding Minotaur warriors roared simultaneously. The bull-headed priest seemed to have victory in his grasp, and didn't even bother to look at Yi Shao again before turning around and walking into the wooden house. The next second, stone axes and stone hammers rained down on Yi Shao. More than 30 Minotaur warriors launched an attack in an instant. Chapter 51 Special Biological Component Rewards. Knock, knock, knock. Arrows, stone axes, and stone hammers rained down on Yi Shao. But when these attacks landed, they only produced a muffled thud, without even breaking his skin. Yi Shao stood there, like a piece of real steel. The Minotaurs tried their best, but couldn't leave a single mark on him. Yi Shao glanced down at the stone axe on his shoulder, his tone turning cold. Have you guys had enough? As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fingers and crushed the stone axe into pieces. The next second, he grabbed a Minotaur and plunged his claws through its chest. Blood splattered. Before the surrounding Minotaurs could react, a layer of frost had already spread beneath Yi Shao's feet. The ice crystal domain erupted instantly. Click, click, click. Several Minotaur warriors were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The rest were about to rush forward when ice spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing them like sieves. Ding! You have gained 38,000 experience points and 375 evolution points. Yi Shao glanced at the blood and flesh scattered on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Tisk, it's in such a state. I'm afraid it's inedible. Those that were frozen have long since shattered into ice shards and chunks of meat. In the instant he paused, several more arrows shot over, striking him with a clanging sound. Yi Shao looked up and saw several Minotaur archers in the distance, continuing their attack from behind cover. Because of their higher position, they had avoided the ice crystal field. Whoosh! Another volley of arrows came, this time aimed straight for Yi Shao's head. Yi Shao simply tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the attack. These Minotaurs seemed fearless. They had a chance to survive if they escaped, but they insisted on courting death. It was precisely because of this attack that their location was completely exposed. A few are still missing. Shao sneered, and his figure vanished instantly. Just as the archers were about to knock their arrows, they suddenly realized their target was gone. They all froze on the spot, looking around. The next second, a cold voice rang out behind one of the archers. "Are you looking for me?" The archer instinctively turned around, and as soon as the bowstring was drawn, his chest was pierced by sharp claws. Shao didn't stop. He flashed and pounced on the next one. In just a few breaths, the remaining archers all fell to the ground. Ding! Gained 6,500 experience points and 61 evolution points. The campsite fell completely silent. The ground was littered with the corpses and fragments of the minotaurs, and no more attacks landed on Shao. Now it seemed that the only one still alive was the minotaur priest who had returned to the wooden house earlier. Shao walked up to the wooden house and kicked it. Bang! The wooden door was kicked away and crashed heavily to the ground. But the house was empty, with no sign of the bull-headed sacrifice. They ran away. Shao narrowed his eyes. Wrong. While he was dealing with the minotaurs outside, he kept a close eye on the movements inside the cabin. The priest had no chance to escape through the door. The interior was simply furnished, with nowhere to hide. Shao's gaze slowly fell to his feet. The problem lies in this room. He walked to the center of the wooden house and gently stomped his foot twice. Bang! The sound was crisp, and it was clearly hollow underneath. A layer of animal hide was laid on the wooden floor, obviously for concealment. Shao was too lazy to slowly find the mechanism, so he simply stepped on it. Bang! The floor exploded, revealing a large hole beneath his feet. Shao took the opportunity to fall down. The cave wasn't deep, about 3 meters. It connected to a long tunnel below, with torches stuck in the walls on both sides, their light extending into the darkness. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Hidden quest, the struggle of the Minotaur clan, triggered. The struggle of the Minotaur race. As social creatures, the Minotaur race has limited individual strength and is frequently preyed upon and hunted by other creatures deep in the forest. The Minotaur priest, unwilling to let his race become prey, secretly researches powerful life forms. Please kill the life form being researched by the Minotaur priest. Hidden quest rewards, abundant experience, abundant evolution points, and special creature parts. Shao's eyes lit up instantly. Special biological components. He originally came here just to farm experience and evolution points, but now it's different. The rewards specifically marked by the system are definitely not bad. Moreover, the life form researched by the bull-headed priest sounds extraordinary. Just then, a terrifying roar suddenly came from deep within the tunnel. The sound exploded, and the entire corridor trembled slightly. The torches on both sides swayed wildly, their flames flickering. Shao was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he became excited. This is a legendary-level creature with such imposing presence. The mere roar was enough to shake the tunnel. This guy's strength was definitely not weak. Although his level was still uncertain, there was no doubt that the secret hidden by the Minotaur priest lay at the end of the corridor. Shao quickened his pace. The deeper he went, the more he could feel the elements around him becoming restless, as if stimulated by some kind of force, and the air was filled with an increasingly strong smell of blood. Smack! Smack! As they neared the end, a sound of whipping rang out. Immediately following was the bull-headed priest's somber roar. Behave yourself. Accompanying the crack of the whip was a low, suppressed roar, as if some monster was being forcibly controlled. Shao took a few steps across the last section of the tunnel, and the view suddenly opened up before him. At the end was a huge underground cave, several times wider than the corridor. The ground was covered with dark red blood, which had congealed into thick clots, a horrifying sight. On both sides were piles of skeletons and corpses of various creatures, including even the remains of a minotaur. The area around him was filled with herbs, bottles, and unidentified juices. The pungent, fishy smell made Shao frown. The Minotaur priest, who should have fled, now stood in the center of the cave, holding a long whip and lashing the creature in front of him repeatedly. That was a minotaur, but it's not exactly like a minotaur. It was bound by chains, its eyes emitting a terrifying red light, its muscles bulging, and its aura was so violent that it seemed like a normal living being. The bull-headed priest raised his long whip again and lashed it down hard. Snap! The monster let out a low growl, its red pupils suddenly turning as it stared intently at Shao, who had just appeared. Chapter 52, He Really is an Old Pervert. Deep inside the cave, Shao finally saw the monster being whipped. It was completely different from ordinary minotaurs. More than twice the size of a minotaur priest, its fur appearing to be stained with blood, a strange reddish hue. At this moment, it was curled up in a corner, its limbs tightly locked by heavy iron chains, making it difficult to even move. Shao narrowed his eyes. The red minotaur's eyes were empty, devoid of reason and clarity, filled only with the instincts of a wild beast. Looking around, the ground was littered with rotting corpses, some oozing green pus, others swollen and deformed, clearly the products of a failed bull-headed sacrificial experiment. Shao sneered. TSK, he really is an old pervert. Using their own people as test subjects, and then leaving them to rot here if they fail. Such people deserve to die 1,000 times over. At this moment, the bull-headed priest finally spotted Shao at the cave entrance. Its whip suddenly stopped, and its eyes widened instantly. It's you? You're still alive. It clearly couldn't believe it. Shao walked into the cave step by step, his face cold. Of course I'm not dead, but it's hard to say about your people. The bull-headed priest panicked upon hearing this. By the time Shao was able to get here so quickly, the minotaurs outside were probably all wiped out. Even the dumbest minotaur would understand that this human was not as easy to deal with as it had imagined. You stay away. Shao ignored him completely and continued forward. The minotaur priest panicked and swung his scepter violently. Blue flames instantly condensed into a fireball, which shot towards Shao. Will-o'-the-wisp. The fireball looked like an ordinary fire element missile, but the blue flames wrapped around its surface were extremely cold and carried a strange mental fluctuation. Shao didn't even bother to dodge and slapped him across the face. Bang! The will-o'-the-wisp was smashed to pieces on the spot. The bull-headed priest was initially delighted, thinking he had struck gold. But the next second his smile froze on his face. Because the mental shock that rushed into Shao's mind was easily suppressed by Shao, without even causing a ripple. Shao spoke calmly. Your tricks don't seem to be working. The bull-headed priest was truly terrified now. Its most prized technique was easily neutralized by its opponent, demonstrating a significant difference in strength. Who exactly are you? Shao stared at it coldly. Who I am is not important. What is important is that you are not leaving here alive today. He approached step by step, the sense of oppression growing stronger. The bull-headed priest retreated in terror, his voice changing. Don't push me, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. Shao's eyes remained completely unmoved. Of course he knew what the minotaur priest relied on last. Wasn't it the red minotaur behind him, chained up? As expected, the bull-headed priest's face instantly turned ferocious when he saw that his threats were useless. Fine. Then let's die together. It suddenly ripped open the chains, freeing the red minotaur from all its restraints. Splash! The iron chain fell to the ground. The next second, the red minotaur roared to the sky. A terrifying roar exploded in the cave. It seemed to have finally regained its freedom, its red fur becoming even more eerie, and its aura surged instantly. Shao took a closer look, but his expression remained calm. Not legendary level. Far inferior to the tree's spirit. He simply threw out the exploration. Race, Misfit Minotaur Chieftain. Rank, Pseudo-Legendary. Level, 26. Health points, 48,000. Attributes, Strength 463, Agility 130, Constitution 430, Spirit 30, Defense 415. Faction, Chaotic Evil. Skills, Minotaur Charge, Echo Stomp, Natural Order, Berserk Charge. Shao glanced at the panel. Pseudo-legendary level. Aside from a slightly lacking agility and spirit, its strength, constitution, and defense are already very close to legendary level. Especially its alignment, which has changed from ordinary monster to chaotic evil. This means it is completely dominated by desire and destruction, devoid of loyalty and reason, leaving only destruction. Shao had to admit that although the Minotaur priest was monstrous, he was indeed quite capable. The failed experiments in the cave showed that he had experimented countless times before finally creating this monster. If given a little more time, it might actually create a legendary creature. Unfortunately, the chance is gone. The bull-headed priest, however, had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Instead, he excitedly pointed at Shao and roared, "Tauren chieftain, charge! Ram him to death." However, the mixed-breed Minotaur chieftain stood still, motionless. It completely ignored the bullhead sacrifice. The next second, a layer of blood-red light shone on its body, and its body began to expand wildly, with muscles bulging and bones making a teeth-grinding cracking sound. The bull-headed priest's expression changed, and he angrily drew his whip. "Are you deaf? You're not listening to me anymore? Go kill him." Snap! The whip lashed fiercely at the Minotaur chieftain. This time, the Tauren chieftain finally reacted. It slowly lowered its head, its scarlet eyes fixed on the bull-headed priest. A roar shook the entire cavern. The Minotaur priest had barely sensed something was wrong and hadn't even had time to retreat when the Minotaur chieftain swung his massive fist and slammed it down. Bang! The bull-headed priest's head exploded on the spot, and his upper body was also smashed into pieces by a single punch. It never imagined, even in its death, that the monster it created would kill not its enemies, but itself. Even more terrifying, the Minotaur chieftain grabbed the remaining carcass and stuffed it into its mouth to chew. Click, click! The sound of bones being crushed echoed continuously in the cave. Shao stood aside, watching the scene with cold eyes. That really fits the description of chaos and evil. The Minotaur priest spent his entire life researching monsters, only to be devoured by his own experimental subjects, leaving not even bones behind. A rather ironic end. But the matter is not over yet. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. A powerful, deep heartbeat resounded from within the Minotaur chieftain's body, as muffled as a war drum. The red light on its body flashed with each heartbeat, and with each flash, its body swelled to a new size. Soon, its head reached the top of the burrow. Boom! The cave ceiling was forcibly cracked, but its body continued to grow, and the soil and rubble kept collapsing, pushing a huge hole through the entire burrow. When it stopped expanding, it had become a behemoth over 30 meters tall. It leaped out of the burrow, and the ground trembled violently the moment it landed. The original underground space completely collapsed, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Shao looked up at the giant beast, his eyes showing no fear, but rather a hint of interest. They've caused such a commotion, but we don't know how strong they really are. As soon as he finished speaking, Shao's body began to swell rapidly. Chapter 53, Growth Level Dragon Horns. Boom! The ground suddenly cracked open, and a huge dragon shadow burst out of the earth, directly blocking the Minotaur chieftain's path. The visitor was Shao. The mutated Minotaur chieftain had bloodshot eyes, a blank expression, and only one word left in his mouth. Eat, eat, eat. It stared intently at Shao, as if it were starving. Shao looked at it coldly, but only one thought was in his mind. This guy needs to be taken down. The hidden quest can be completed by defeating the Minotaur chieftain. As for food, Shao glanced at it and immediately dismissed the idea. The thought of the rotting corpses in the cave and the unknown experiments the bull-headed priest had conducted on this stupid bull made Shao completely unable to bring himself to eat it. It's best not to eat this kind of thing indiscriminately. You'd be in big trouble if you did. The next second, Shao made the first move. With a flap of its wings, a fierce wind suddenly arose. A large amount of wind element instantly gathered on his dragon wings, turning the originally hard dragon wings into two high-speed, vibrating wind blades. This move was inspired by the withered tree demon in the swamp. If the Tran can cover its body with mud to enhance its defense, why can't it cover its dragon wings with wind element to enhance its cutting power? As it turns out, the effect was powerful. Shao's agility far surpassed that of the Minotaur chieftain. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the other party. Call out! The dragon's wings sliced across. The Minotaur chieftain's thick left arm was severed completely, flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. Moo! The excruciating pain caused the towering chieftain to roar in fury. Its entire body glowed red, and its aura suddenly intensified. Berserk. Shao glanced at the attribute panel and found that this guy's attributes had almost doubled. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. The gap between them was still ridiculously large compared to Shao. Thump, thump, thump. The Minotaur chieftain strode forward with his massive hooves, shaking the ground, then lowered his head and rammed his horns fiercely at Shao. The momentum was very strong, but the speed was pitifully slow. Shao simply dodged, and the bird missed its target. In the instant they brushed past each other, the dragon's wings unleashed another strike. The Minotaur chieftain's chest was ripped open with a deep, bone-revealing gash. Blood gushed out wildly, and the beating organs could even be vaguely seen in the wound, especially the crimson heart, which was particularly glaring. Shao frowned as he looked at it. Too weak. This battle was completely predictable. The Minotaur chieftain was completely powerless against him. Let alone fighting him. He's far inferior to even the swamp tree demon. Never mind, let's wrap this up early. Shao didn't want to delay any longer. The wind element that had been covering the dragon's wings suddenly erupted, condensing into a massive hurricane tornado that swept towards the Minotaur chieftain. The gale tore through the air, like a prehistoric beast pouncing on its prey. Just as the tornado was about to engulf the Minotaur chieftain, its crimson heart suddenly skipped a beat. Thump! A strange red light spread out. Moo! The Minotaur chieftain roared again, its body flashing red light wildly, and its entire body swelled up another size. The hurricane tornado crashed into them. In an instant, the Minotaur chieftain's entire body was covered in countless tiny cuts. Blood spurted wildly. In the blink of an eye, it looked as if it were covered in blood plasma, its appearance extremely terrifying. Even so, it still hasn't fallen. The heart was still beating strongly, proving that it was still alive. Ding! Hurricane Tornado upgraded to Intermediate Hurricane Combo. Shao's eyes lit up. Your skills have been upgraded? He was somewhat surprised to see the Minotaur chieftain still standing there. Logically, the power of a hurricane tornado should be enough to tear it to pieces. The fact that we were able to survive was most likely due to that red light from earlier. Survival skills? Perfect. Let's try out this new trick on you. Xiaolong flapped his wings, and the surrounding wind elements gathered wildly. A fierce gust of wind rose from the ground, instantly forming an even more violent tornado that completely enveloped the Minotaur chieftain. But this time, it's different from before. Within a tornado, there's more than just a raging wind. And there were also huge wind blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blades slashed down wildly, like countless steel blades cutting simultaneously. The towering chieftain had already reached his limit and couldn't withstand this barrage of attacks. First, his limbs were severed. Next, the torso. Then, the massive body was torn apart layer by the wind blades. Moments later, the once ferocious Minotaur chieftain was reduced to pieces. Looking at the scene, Shao couldn't help but sigh. This skill is practically a dismemberment maniac's dream come true. Soon, a system notification sounded. Ding! Gained 28,000 experience points and 275 evolution points. Ding! Obtained pseudo-legendary creature component. Minotaur Chieftain's Heart. Ding! Hidden quest, the struggle of the Minotaur clan completed. Ding! You have received 25,000 experience points, 210 evolution points, and a special creature component, a growth level dragon horn. Shao was slightly taken aback when he heard about the last reward. Growth level dragon horns? This name sounds extraordinary. He immediately opened the message. Dragon horn, a growth level biological component. A biological component with unlimited potential, capable of continuous growth and evolution. The power it contains needs to be constantly developed. Unlimited potential, growth, and evolution. Shao's eyes lit up instantly when he saw those words. This is not a concept at all like ordinary biological components. Even the strongest ordinary components are only strong at the current stage. The growth potential is different. As long as it merges and evolves, it can continue to grow along with itself. In other words, The system has not given an upper limit to how far this dragon horn can evolve in the future. This is truly good stuff. Hold head high. Shao soared into the sky, letting out an excited dragon roar. At that moment, he could hardly contain his excitement. If he were in his second form now, his mouth would probably be stretched all the way to his ears. The hidden quests have made them a fortune. In addition to the growth level dragon horn, there is also a pseudo-legendary level creature component. Heart of the Tauren Chieftain. Shao wasn't surprised by this. When he first checked the Tauren Chieftain's attributes, he guessed that this guy was likely to drop good items. After all, biological parts are dropped randomly, and their level and quantity are beyond his control. However, as the creatures he killed became stronger and stronger, Shao also discovered a pattern. Elite level and lower monsters generally don't drop any useful parts. Occasionally, 1 or 2 items might drop from mutated item. Once you reach the Lord level, the drop rate increases significantly. Special variants like the Minotaur Chieftain can even drop pseudo-legendary level components. This time, not only did they complete the hidden quest, but they also obtained the growth level dragon horn. Shao knew very well. My own path of evolution is about to take another big step forward. Chapter 54, Three-Headed Demon Wolf. The hierarchy of biological components is largely determined by the level of the organism itself. Looking at his haul, Shao knew very well that while pseudo-legendary level items couldn't compare to true legendary level items, they were still quite good. He now possesses the legendary Flower of Life, the pseudo-legendary Minotaur Chieftain's Heart, and a special component, the Dragon Horn. During his last evolution, he could add 4 biological components. This time, he should add even more. Since we're going to evolve, we should naturally choose the strongest one. Shao's goal was clear, to acquire another legendary level component, and then officially prepare for the next evolution. As for the 6,400 evolution points required for the next evolution, he was still quite short, and had plenty of time. He had already figured out the source of this legendary component. Besides that legendary giant, there is another king deep in the forest. But then a problem arose. His previous successes had an element of luck, but now he had no clue whatsoever about the legendary creature he was looking for. Fortunately, Shao had obtained a map from the Minotaur warrior, so he wouldn't wander around aimlessly in the depths of the forest like a headless fly. He stared at a location on the map, his gaze gradually turning cold. Let's start here. For the next 3 days, Shao remained in his second form, wandering wildly deep into the forest. While hunting creatures to accumulate evolution points, they also searched for the whereabouts of that legendary creature. In those 3 days, he himself lost count of how many monsters he had killed. Mutant level and Lord level enemies surged forward wave after wave, only to fall one after another. His evolution value soared to 5,865 points, and his level also increased to level 27. As for the Lord level and mutated level biological components, there are hundreds of them. Unfortunately, there's still no news about legendary creatures. Shao kicked away the Lord level corpse at his feet, shook the blood off his hands, and frowned slightly. Something's not right. He encountered too many creatures along the way. Some monsters, though trembling with fear at the sight of him, still brazenly charged forward to their deaths. Once or twice is acceptable, but if it happens too often, it's definitely not normal. There must be something behind this, either directing or intimidating them. Only true kings in the depths of the forest can make mutated or even Lord-level creatures risk their lives to cause trouble. Thinking of this, Shao not only didn't feel nervous, but instead smiled. Am I being targeted by my prey? I hope you won't disappoint me. He turned and left, leaving only a pile of mangled corpses in his wake, the stench of blood filling the forest. After a while, a slight noise suddenly came from behind the shadow of a tree. A wolf-like creature silently emerged. It was enormous, measuring 4 or 5 meters long, and had 3 heads growing from its neck. Its body was purplish-black, and strange patterns spread across the 3 heads, making it look both sinister and dangerous. The 3 heads sniffed the ground, then looked at the corpses scattered everywhere, and their eyes all changed. The person on the right side gasped. What a terrifying guy. Could he really have killed the tree spirit? The head on the left gave a cold snort. It's normal for the tree spirit to be old and weak, but it might not be so easy to defeat it if it encounters us. The middle head didn't speak immediately, but simply raised its head and looked in the direction Shao had left, its gaze deep. Who exactly is this guy? He's almost killed all our food supplies. But just then, a ghostly voice suddenly rang out from behind them. You actually came out. The three wolf heads jolted simultaneously and turned around abruptly. Shao was already standing behind them, walking towards them step by step. The wolf on the right narrowed its eyes, its voice filled with shock and anger. You didn't leave. Shao's lips curled up slightly. Of course I didn't leave. Having killed so many idiots, I also want to see if the mastermind behind it will come out and take a stroll. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the three-headed wolf, his eyes growing brighter. 3 heads? Conjoined twins? That's interesting. The oppressive aura emanating from this wolf-like creature was significantly stronger than that of the previous swamp tree demon. The wolf heads on the left and right bared their teeth and growled at Shao, their faces full of ferocity. Are you waiting to become our prey? It's nice to try something different. Only the head in the middle kept staring intently at Shao without rushing to speak. Shao remained calm and directly proposed the exploration. The next second, the attributes appear before my eyes. Race, 3-headed demon wolf. Rank, legendary. Title, King of the Deep Realm. Level, 29. Health points, 55,000. Attributes, Strength 705, Agility 637, Constitution 530, Spirit 620, Defense 510. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Skills, Shadow Devourer, Wolf Thrust, Mental Impact, Demonic Flame Missile, Wolf Howl, Wind Slash. Upon seeing this attribute, Shao's eyes lit up. Goodness, isn't this the other legendary creature he's been looking for? I was originally planning to search slowly, but the other party delivered themselves to my door. This saves me trouble. Shao flexed his wrists, and his aura slowly rose. But just as he was about to make his move, the middle head of the 3-headed wolf suddenly spoke. Before we begin, I'd like to ask you 2 questions. Its voice was calm, completely different from the 2 irritable heads on the left and right, clearly indicating that it was the true master of this body. Shao was taken aback and immediately stopped what he was doing. Explain. The wolf in the middle stared at him, its eyes full of doubt. Why have you been hunting us ever since you entered the forest, even though you're a human? He even killed one of the 3 kings deep in the forest. What exactly is your purpose in doing this? It couldn't see through Shao. Despite having a human appearance, it can transform into a terrifying monster. Despite their astonishing strength, they hunted relentlessly as if they had no bottom line. Such an existence is too dangerous and too unreasonable. Shao listened, but only smiled faintly. First of all, I am not human. Secondly, if I had to give a reason, he raised his head, his eyes sharp as knives. That's so that we can stand at the top of the world. Chapter 55. I'll take more symmetrical pictures for you. Without the slightest hesitation, Shao replied with 3 words, Demon Wolf. He knew very well that this world was not a game, but a real dog-eat-dog world. To avoid becoming prey, he had to crush everyone else and reach the very top. After hearing this, the 3 heads of the 3 demon wolves fell silent for a moment. To stand at the top? That's arrogant, but it's not wrong. Which creature in the forest doesn't strive to become stronger? The weak are always destined to be devoured by the strong. The wolf head in the middle lowered its gaze, its killing intent erupting completely. Since that's the case, then in order to survive, I have no choice but to turn you into my prey. The 2 heads next to him immediately joined in the shouting. We should have done a long time ago. Kill him. Stop talking nonsense, just tear it to shreds. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 3-headed wolf's body suddenly expanded. Its bones cracked and popped, and its dark purple fur bristled wildly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a terrifying giant wolf 20 meters tall. This is its true nature. Shao looked at it and grinned. Then I'll be serious too. The next second, a dragon's roar echoed through the forest. Whole head high. Shao's body also swelled dramatically, covered in scales, and his dragon wings spread out, blotting out the sky. In the blink of an eye, a colossal dragon appeared before the three-headed demonic wolf. The 20-meter-tall demonic wolf, which had been so menacing just moments before, now stood before Shao like a child. The three heads of the three-headed wolf were completely dumbfounded. Not human? It's a dragon. Where would a dragon come from in the forest? Wait, could it be the one that advanced in the outer forest last time? The three-headed wolf finally realized what was happening. This creature in front of us is not prey that has stumbled in by mistake, but a legendary creature. The wolf head in the middle stared intently at Shao, its expression growing increasingly grave. Besides the three kings, the legendary creature deep in the forest that has recently appeared is none other than a giant dragon that has advanced from the outer reaches. But it never expected that this dragon would actually trespass into its territory. The next second, the three-headed wolves stopped probing. Black light spread from beneath its feet, a circle of black ripples emanating outwards. The ground instantly seemed to be eroded by darkness, and countless viscous shadowy substances spread out, wrapping around Shao's feet in the blink of an eye. Shao's eyes flickered. Domain-specific skills? He has his own field of expertise, so he naturally knows how troublesome this thing is. Strange, phantom-like figures emerge from the dark matter, resembling countless undead beasts, frantically tearing at him. Even more troublesome was the fact that he could clearly feel his attributes being weakened, especially his mental attributes, which were being most eroded. This is a bit annoying. Yi Xiaolong flapped his wings, unleashing a whirlwind that bent large swathes of trees, but the dark matter remained unmoved. Even as he soared into the air, the shadows continued to pursue him relentlessly, as if they were living creatures. The three-headed wolf sneered. "Stop struggling. You can't escape my shadow, soul devourer." Before the words were even finished, its enormous figure suddenly flashed and appeared instantly beside Yi Xiao. Its three gaping maws opened simultaneously, with the middle wolf head lunging straight for Yi Xiao's neck. This strike was swift, ruthless, and precise. Yi Xiao just gave a cold laugh. Oh, that's too slow. After the upgrade, his agility had already exceeded 1,000. Even with the domain weakening him, he was still no match for the three-headed demon wolf. Just as the wolf was about to bite down, Yi Xiao raised his dragon claw and slapped it across the face. Bang! The three-headed wolf's attack was abruptly interrupted. Its massive body flew out like a broken sack, crashing heavily into the ground, its face burying itself in the mud, landing face first in the dirt. It reacted quickly, immediately flipping over and leaping up to create distance. But at this moment, all three heads were covered in mud, especially the middle wolf head, which looked as disheveled as if it had just been dug out of a pit. Such immense power. The wolf in the middle spoke in a low voice, and a hint of fear finally appeared in his eyes. But Yi Xiao didn't give it a chance to adjust. His figure shot out instantly, his right claw enveloped in wind element, and he slammed it down hard at the three-headed demon wolf. That's too fast. The three-headed wolves had no time to dodge. Bang! This claw landed squarely on its right side of its head. The next second, the three-headed wolf was sent flying backward, crashing into the depths of the forest like a blackish-purple meteor. Trees along the way were snapped one after another, and the roar continued. It's unclear how far it flew before it struggled to its feet. The head on the right side was half-dented, and blood was flowing down the hair, making it look extremely gruesome. Monster! The wolf on the right was in so much pain that its voice changed. It finally realized that going head-to-head with Yi Xiao was simply courting death. The wolf in the middle suddenly looked up and howled to the sky. Ah! A visible ring of sound waves suddenly spread out, distorting the air itself. This is a sonic attack, invisible and intangible, making it extremely difficult to defend against. Yi Xiao immediately summoned several red rock walls in front of him, but the sound waves were hardly weakened and passed right through. The sound waves hit the body, but did not cause major external injuries. But Yi Xiao's head jolted suddenly, and a wave of dizziness rushed to his brain. Immediately afterwards, an even stronger mental shock crashed into his mind, as if trying to tear his consciousness apart. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. Yi Xiao's powerful mental attributes immediately suppressed the dizziness, which quickly dissipated. When he looked up again, the three-headed demonic wolf had already rushed in front of him, its huge mouths open, ready to bite again. The wolf in the middle looked utterly shocked. What? You woke up so quickly? Its mental impact only controlled Shao for such a short moment. This is bad. A strong sense of unease instantly welled up inside me. But it's too late for it to back down now. Shao's enormous dragon claw slammed down from the side, his voice filled with mockery. I'll take a more symmetrical picture for you. Bang! The claw slammed hard into the left head of the three-headed wolf. The three-headed demonic wolf flew out again, smashing through a large area of trees and sending dust billowing into the sky. When it got up again, half of its left side was dented, and its skull was almost smashed. One on the left and one on the right, perfectly symmetrical. The three heads of the three-headed wolf were trembling, and its previous arrogance was gone. Shao looked down at it, his dragon eyes icy cold. Now let's try my area. Whole head high. The dragon's roar rose once more. Shao opened his enormous mouth, and towering flames erupted forth, instantly engulfing the entire area in terrifying flames. The domineering fiery domain spread out, and the three-headed demon wolf's dark domain retreated as soon as it came into contact with it, as if it had encountered its natural enemy, and it simply could not withstand it. Shao breathed a sigh of relief. The domains of these three demonic wolves are indeed strange. If this continues, who knows how much they will be weakened. Now it's his turn to suppress the opponent. Faced with the engulfing sea of fire, the three-headed demon wolves hastily retreated to avoid it. But the flames were too fast. Even though it tried its best to dodge, several pieces of its purplish-black fur were burned off, leaving it charred black, and the unpleasant smell of burning filled the air instantly. Even more critically, as it retreated, its soul-devouring shadow technique could no longer be sustained. The dark territory was forced to close. Chapter 56: Revenge from the Depths of Territory. The three-headed demonic wolf roared angrily, but dared not approach Shao again. Its left head, half of which had been smashed open, suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a ball of purplish-black fire, which slammed straight into Shao's face. Shao raised his claw and slapped the fireball, shattering it instantly. But the next second, his eyes flickered. The flames didn't dissipate. Instead, they clung to his giant claws like maggots, burning wildly at a temperature so high it seemed they would burn through his defenses. That's interesting. Shao directly mobilized the wind element, and a gust of wind swept through, instantly blowing away the purplish-black flames. The three-headed wolves were completely panicked. With his domain broken and both his heads severely injured, even the strongest flames couldn't harm Shao. Continuing the fight would only lead to his death. Without a second thought, it turned and ran. The enormous figure darted wildly through the forest, its speed reaching its limit, as if afraid the monster behind it would catch up. But just then, Shao's voice suddenly rang out close to its ear. Hey, running away isn't a good habit. The three-headed wolf trembled in fright and jumped away. It stared intently at Shao in front of it, its middle head filled with fear. It had been sensing its surroundings the whole way, yet it hadn't noticed at all when Shao had caught up with it. Shao grinned, revealing his enormous mouth. The cat-and-mouse game is over. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! The three-headed demonic wolves barely managed to dodge, and the spot where Shao landed was smashed into a large crater, sending dust billowing into the sky. If this attack hits, the three-headed wolf will be instantly crushed. It reluctantly let out a howling sound, trying to disturb Shao again. But Shao was prepared and was not affected at all this time. Seeing this, the three-headed demonic wolves fought desperately, their bodies engulfed in raging purple-black flames, and waves of fire swept towards Shao like a tidal wave. Shao stomped his foot, and walls of red rock rose up from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The purplish-black flames crashed against the stone wall, turning even the hard red rock red-hot and almost melting it. Just as the three-headed demon wolf was breathing fire with all its might, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind it. I'm here. The three-headed wolf suddenly turned around and saw a giant claw already slapping its middle head. Bang! Its massive body was instantly flung away. Before it even landed, Shao had already caught up to it in midair, unleashing a powerful strike as his giant claws ripped down fiercely. Puff! The three-headed wolf's abdomen was torn open, and it slammed heavily into the ground, creating a crater. It struggled to get up, but it had no strength left. The next second, flames engulfed it. A system notification sounded. Shao gained 38,000 experience points, 410 evolution points, and also obtained the legendary biological component, the demon wolf pattern. As the flames subsided, the charred corpse of the three-headed demon wolf was revealed, the aroma of meat mingling with the smell of burning flesh. Shao tore off a piece of unburnt wolf meat and started eating it. The wolf meat is alright, quite chewy. The battle was won more easily than he had imagined. Apart from a few bizarre moments at the beginning thanks to its strange abilities, the three-headed wolves were almost completely overwhelmed throughout the rest of the battle. Shao looked toward the heart of the forest, already making plans in his mind. Once this evolution is complete, it's time to probe the core of the forest and the Lost Giants territory. But just then, the system notification sounded again. Shao's massacre has enraged the creatures deep within the forest. 10 minutes later, they will retaliate, lasting for 2 hours. After the retaliation ends, you will gain a large amount of experience points and evolution points. Shao was taken aback. Revenge? Holy crap. The first thing that came to his mind was the legendary Titan in the Titan Forbidden Zone. Shao was confident he could handle a one-on-one fight against a legendary creature, or even a group of ordinary deep-sea creatures. But if a legendary creature attacked alongside a beast tide, that would be troublesome. But soon, excitement flashed in his eyes again. Isn't this also a great opportunity to gain experience and evolution points? With only 10 minutes left, Shao immediately set off to find a suitable defensive position. He knew very well that he couldn't withstand the beast horde on flat ground. Once their numbers piled up, even without legendary-level beasts, they could wear him down to death. Meanwhile, in the Giants' Forbidden Zone, a 40-meter-tall Cyclops gazes westward. Has yet another king fallen? The giant beside him couldn't help but speak up. Your Majesty, should we? He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. No, just stay here. The giant wanted to say something more, but the Cyclops gave him a cold look. Don't forget our glory and mission. What they do is none of our business. Shao was unaware of the changes in the giant's restricted area. He had arrived at the foot of a high hill. This was the very spot where he encountered the blue wind tiger when he first entered the depths of the forest. The terrain was high, offering excellent visibility, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was impossible for the entire pack of beasts to charge at once. This is it. Shao landed on the hilltop without switching to his second form, because only in his first form can he unleash his full power. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The earth deep in the forest began to tremble. Countless creatures surged in from all directions, their roars, hisses, and bellows blending together, as if the entire forest had erupted in chaos. Shao stood atop the hill, his gaze darkening as he looked down at the ever-growing number of creatures below. Wow, so many! But he didn't wait any longer. Roar! Shao let out a dragon roar, like igniting a powder keg. All the creatures below the mountain went crazy and rushed toward the hill. Shao opened his massive maw, and a fiery domain spread out directly. Boom! The creatures at the forefront were burned and screamed in agony as soon as they stepped into the flames, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. Experience points and evolution points started jumping wildly. But these creatures, as if they had lost their minds, were not afraid of death at all and charged forward one after another. Shao snorted coldly. Then come on. He stomped his massive foot, and a chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire hill. Ice crystals spread, the ground turned into an iceberg, and the movement of all the creatures that rushed up was severely restricted. Immediately afterwards, the frost crystal spikes erupted. Ice spikes rose from the ground, piercing the horde of beasts with pinpoint accuracy. The creatures slipped and struggled to maintain their footing, helplessly watching as the ice spikes harvested them. The system notification refreshes almost every second. Experience points increase. Evolution points increase. The first wave of beasts was quickly wiped out, but more creatures kept pouring in. Some of them rushed towards Shao, stepping over the corpses of their companions, but Shao simply crushed them all with a single claw. Before long, the once crystal-clear ice hill was stained with blood and turned into a blood-red mountain. Shao also began to pant. These creatures from the depths are endless. As soon as one batch is killed, another batch immediately takes its place. He raised his claw and unleashed an absolute explosive domain. Boom! A huge crater was blasted out in front, and countless creatures were blown to pieces. But new herds of beasts quickly filled the gap. 2 hours felt like an eternity, like a bloody, hellish battle. When Shao casually slapped the last creature that charged at him to death, the surrounding beasts suddenly froze, the madness in their eyes quickly fading and their eyes regaining their clarity. The next second, one of the creatures cried out in fear, and all the other creatures immediately retreated like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the area around the hill was empty. All that remained were piles of corpses and land soaked in blood. A system notification sounded. Mission complete. You have gained 50,000 experience points and 450 evolution points. Shao finally breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the ground to catch his breath. But his gaze did not relax. Not strong enough, not strong enough. In those 2 hours, he killed 500 or 600 creatures, the lowest of which were mutated. The rewards were generous, but they also made him crave power even more. Shao opened the properties panel. He has reached level 29. His health has skyrocketed to 178,300, and his strength has surged to 2,182. The evolution points have also reached an astonishing 13,865. Shao looked at the panel and couldn't help but gasp. This attribute is skyrocketing. In particular, the evolution points have exceeded 13,000. At that moment, Shao felt as if he had become rich overnight. The feeling of satisfaction is off the charts. Chapter 58: The Cyclops King appears. After a short rest, Shao's emotions finally calmed down. He looked up towards the south, deep in the forest, his dragon eyes surging with fighting spirit. Next target, the giant's restricted area. Shao had already inquired about this area. When he first entered the depths of the forest, he knew that a group of giants occupied the south, and that there were even legendary beings among them. But he didn't rush to take action. The reason is simple. First, he wasn't aware of just how strong ordinary legendary level creatures truly were. There wasn't just one legendary level creature in the giant forbidden zone. There was also a group of lord level giants below. Rushing in recklessly would be far too risky. Second, the system task requires not to defeat, but to subdue. This is much more troublesome than simply fighting. So Shao left it for last. But things are different now. After defeating several formidable opponents, Shao's strength and confidence have completely changed. More importantly, these giants possess the blood of the Titans. In ancient times, the Titans were a terrifying race capable of directly confronting the dragons. Back then, the dragon race even had sacred dragons residing within their ranks, making them arguably the strongest race in the world. The fact that they could challenge such a being speaks volumes about the Titans' glory. Shao became more and more excited as he thought about it. Although his territory is now quite strong, he doesn't have many subordinates who can truly be developed into core combat forces. Apart from the Flame Moth King, the other races are still somewhat lacking. But the Cyclops is different. They have blood, potential, and fighting talent. If they can be subdued, and combined with Shao's leadership and evolution abilities, the strength of the entire territory will definitely increase dramatically. With that thought, Shao didn't delay any longer. He flapped his wings, and his massive dragon body soared into the sky, flying rapidly southward. At his current speed, it wouldn't take him long to traverse the depths of the forest. A dozen minutes later, Shao stopped in the air above a vast area. He took out the map he had obtained from the Minotaur and glanced at it. That's right. This is the giant's forbidden zone. Even without looking at a map, you can find out where this place is just by asking any nearby creature. Because all the creatures deep in the forest know that this territory is off limits. Even lord-level creatures that accidentally wander and almost never come out alive. Over time, What was originally the territory of the giants became known as the Forbidden Zone for giants by all creatures. Shao hovered high in the sky, looking down, and then suddenly let out a dragon's roar. Whole head high, a dragon's roar exploded, instantly resounding throughout the entire restricted area. This sound seemed to announce his arrival, and also to tell all the giants that the new king had come. Inside the restricted area, a Cyclops was looking up in a daze. Huh? Why is it dark? Where did those clouds come from? Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying dragon roar made his eardrums ring, and he froze on the spot. The giant beside him paled and roared. Fool! That's not a cloud. That's a dragon. A dragon? How could a dragon be here? The Lord of the Outer Regions? He actually came. In an instant, the entire giant's forbidden zone was in an uproar. All the Cyclopes looked up at the enormous, sky-covering dragon shadow that blotted out the sun. Their size was already astonishing, with the shortest being over 10 meters tall, but they still appeared tiny in front of Shao. Deep within the restricted area, a giant 40 meters tall slowly raised its head. He gazed at Shao in the air, a solemn look flashing in his huge, single eye. So, in the end, we've come this far. The next second, Shao circled twice in the air before his massive dragon body suddenly swooped down. Boom! With a loud bang, Shao landed heavily on the open ground of the restricted area. The earth trembled violently, and a shock wave spread instantly, throwing several nearby giants off balance. Trees around them snapped one after another, and a large crater was smashed into the ground. Cracks spread outwards like a spider web, and dust filled the air. When the smoke cleared, Shao finally saw what these giants looked like. Their overall appearance is similar to that of humans, but they are enormous, with the smallest being over 10 meters tall and the tallest even exceeding 30 meters. They were both men and women, with normal flesh-colored skin, and they wore clothing made of animal hides. The most striking feature is the enormous eye in the center of their foreheads. Cyclops. Shao casually tossed a probe at a giant in front of him. Race, Cyclops. Rank, Lord. Level, 20. Health, 5400. Its attributes are also quite exaggerated. 108 strength, 85 constitution, 78 defense, and although agility is average, its overall combat power is definitely top-notch among Lord-level characters. The faction was absolutely neutral, a first for Shao. They are impartial, neither biased towards good nor evil, and do not take sides. They simply follow their own beliefs and rules. Shao's gaze swept around, and he became more and more satisfied with what he saw. This is just an ordinary Cyclops about 20 meters tall. There are other giants over 30 meters tall behind it. Such a group is practically a natural war machine. Shao and the others evolved their powerful attributes with Shao's help, but these Cyclopes were born with a strong foundation. Shao had only one thought in his mind. I've struck gold. If he can bring these giants under his command, the fighting strength of his territory will definitely undergo a qualitative change. But just then, the Cyclops around them finally realized what was happening. Roar! They all growled, and the huge wooden clubs slammed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Soon, a group of giants surrounded Shao. Giant eyes stared intently at him, their gazes showing no fear, but rather as if they were eyeing prey that had been delivered to their doorstep. Clearly, this isn't the first time this restricted area has swallowed up intruders. Shao, however, showed no sign of panic. He merely glanced around coldly, a hint of excitement appearing in his dragon eyes. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a deep and hostile voice suddenly came from deep within the restricted area. Lord of the Outer Circle, you shouldn't be here. You are not welcome here. Please leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the Cyclopes blocking the way all stepped back, making way for a wide path. Immediately afterwards, a colossal figure, 40 meters tall, slowly emerged from the depths of the restricted area. With each step, the ground shook. When all the Cyclopes saw him appear, their imposing aura instantly subsided, and they were clearly filled with awe. Shao narrowed his dragon eyes, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the other party. Legendary. He immediately launched an exploration. Name, Cyclops King. Race, Cyclops. Rank, Legendary. Level 29. Health 86,000. Strength 1,480. Defense 1,074. Constitution 863, and even agility and spirit far surpass those of ordinary legendary creatures. The skills are even more impressive. I have Fear, Force Field, Berserk Assault, Violent Impact, Stone Throw, and Earth Shake. After reviewing the data, Yi Shao's dragon eyes lit up slightly. As expected of a giant with Titan blood. That's really strong. These attributes far surpass those of the three-headed demon wolf and the swamp treant. The stronger it was, the more satisfied Yi Shao was. This means that if Yi Shao can subdue him, he will have an extra trump card in his hand. Chapter 59, Let me show you my confidence. Yi Shao's whisper instantly changed the Cyclops King's expression. Just moments ago, it was merely wary, but now that enormous single eye is filled with murderous intent. He stared intently at Yi Shao, his voice low and rumbling like thunder. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming here? How do you know about the origins of my people? The atmosphere instantly tensed up when the three questions were thrown at them. The Cyclops King's massive body shifted slightly, silently blocking Yi Shao's retreat. If Yi Shao answered even one wrong question, the Cyclops King would likely attack immediately. But Yi Shao wasn't flustered at all. He acted as if he hadn't noticed the other person's murderous intent and said calmly, "Who am I? Didn't you just shout it out?" The master of the periphery. These four words are his answer. The Cyclops King snorted coldly, his eyes growing even colder. Yi Shao continued, "As for why I know, you have no right to ask. I'm here today simply to give you a choice." The Cyclops King was taken aback. What choice? Yi Shao's gaze darkened, his tone calm, yet extremely domineering. "Submit to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding Cyclopes all became agitated. The Cyclops King threw his head back and laughed loudly, the sound of which shook the mountains and forests. "Ha ha! You think you can be so confident just because you wiped out two kings?" In his opinion, Yi Shao was indeed strong. The ability to consecutively kill two kings deep in the forest is enough to make any race wary. But apprehension does not equate to fear, because he, the Cyclops King, could kill those two kings as well. Moreover, this is a forbidden area for the Cyclops race, not Yi Shao's territory. Yi Shao listened and just gave a cold smile. "Then I'll show you where my confidence comes from." The next second, he flashed, his massive body moving as fast as a black shadow, instantly appearing beside the Cyclops King. The giant claw clenched its fist and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A muffled thud exploded. The Cyclops King's mountain-like body was sent flying by a single punch. He tumbled twice in mid-air to regain his balance, then slid along the ground for nearly 100 meters after landing, carving a deep trench before finally stopping. This scene silenced all the Cyclopes. The Cyclops King looked down at his chest, and shock finally appeared in his eyes. That punch almost pierced through his body like a chisel. Such immense power. Yi Shao was also somewhat surprised. He didn't go all out just now, but the Cyclops King managed to stabilize himself so quickly. It seems that this guy is indeed not weak. The next moment, the Cyclops King raised his hand and clenched it in the air. Deep within the restricted area, a massive bronze weapon flew through the air and landed steadily in his hand. The thing resembled a spike club, but without spikes. Its shaft was covered with square protrusions, and a heavy iron chain was wrapped around the handle. It was clearly a weapon specifically designed for Cyclopes. Yi Shao's eyes lit up. This race is not only incredibly powerful, but also skilled in forging. If we could subdue them, wouldn't the combat strength and equipment in our territory be significantly improved? Just as Yi Shao was pondering this, the Cyclops King roared and swung his giant club down at him. Perfect timing. Instead of retreating, Yi Shao advanced, his giant claw slamming towards Yi Shao's face. Bang! The giant club clashed head-on with the giant claw, and a violent impact exploded outwards. Yi Shao's claws trembled slightly, and a dent appeared on the surface, but quickly recovered. The Cyclops King was so shaken that he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to regain his footing. The shock in his eyes deepened. Even when I used my own weapons and fought with all my might, I still couldn't gain the slightest advantage. How could this monster's power be so outrageous? The Cyclops King stopped probing. He gripped the giant club tightly with both hands and slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! A ring of earthy yellow waves instantly spread out, enveloping Shao. Shao suddenly felt a weight on his body, as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and even the air became heavy. Force Field Domain. This is precisely the Cyclops King's domain ability. If an ordinary creature were to be pinned down, its bones would likely shatter on the spot, leaving it kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Shao merely raised an eyebrow slightly. There are indeed restrictions, but they are not significant. His strength attributes far surpassed those of the Cyclops King. This level of pressure is nothing to worry about. Drink it! The Cyclops King roared and slammed his giant fist into the ground. The earth trembled violently, and cracks spread towards Shao's feet. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the ground, trying to overturn him. But Shao was faster than him. With a flap of its wings, the dragon's massive body soared into the air, directly avoiding the explosive impact from the ground. The Cyclops King's pupils suddenly contracted. The force field couldn't suppress him. This peripheral master is even more terrifying than he imagined. But he didn't stop. The next second, the Cyclops King slammed his giant foot into the ground, and the already shattered earth cracked open again with spiderweb-like patterns. His body shot into the sky like a cannonball, carrying a violent force, and crashed straight into Shao. Shao's eyes turned cold, and he spread out his giant claws. Let me show you what real power is. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped him across the face. Bang! The Cyclops King was sent flying on the spot. Shao's arm was also numb from the recoil, but the Cyclops King fared even worse. His massive body crashed to the ground, shaking the earth, and rolled several times before finally stopping after crushing a large number of trees. Dust billowed into the sky. The surrounding Cyclopes were all dumbfounded. Their king was being suppressed and beaten, but the Cyclops King remained tenacious. He quickly stood up from the ruins, his face full of anger, his one eye fixed on Shao. The next moment, a beam of red light suddenly shot out from that terrifying giant eye. Too fast. Shao had no time to dodge, and the red light instantly struck his body. In an instant, he felt as if he had lost control of his body, as if he were nailed to midair by an invisible force. The Cyclops King seized the opportunity, and his momentum surged once again. But Shao just snorted coldly. Get down! A powerful force erupted within him, instantly suppressing the sense of control he had been holding back. Shao regained control of his body. At this moment, the Cyclops King roared again. His muscles bulged wildly, like hard lumps of iron piled up on his body, with large blood vessels clearly throbbing under his skin. His aura began to rise steadily. Chapter 60, Subduing the Cyclops Clan. The Cyclops King roared and swung his massive spike club at Shao. This blow carries terrifying wind pressure. If it were to hit, even Shao wouldn't be spared. But Shao had already regained control of his body and dodged the attack in a flash. The single red light from that eye only momentarily paralyzed him. But when a strong clash, a single moment can be fatal. Shao's eyes turned cold. We must not be touched by that red light again. The next second, he activated the extreme wall crystal armor. A layer of icy blue crystals rapidly spread from his body, as fine as scales, adhering to his entire body, yet without hindering his movements in the slightest. The dragon's body, which was already covered in crystal, now looked as if it were wearing a dazzling crystal armor, with even its giant claws gleaming with a cold light. The Cyclops King swung his club down again. This time, Shao did not dodge. He raised his giant claw and met it head-on. When a loud bang exploded, the Cyclops King's pupils contracted sharply. Shao actually caught his spike club with his bare hands. He strained with both arms, veins bulging, but the spike club remained motionless, as if locked in iron clamps. Shao grinned, revealing his dragon mouth, and growled, "The testing is almost complete." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the spike club and pulled it up along with the Cyclops King's arm. His massive dragon body unleashed astonishing power, lifting the Cyclops King up completely. Immediately afterwards, Shao spun around in place. 1 lap, 2 laps. The Cyclops King was thrown around like a sandbag, losing his balance, and was finally tossed away by Shao. Boom! Its massive body swept through the air and crashed onto the ground nearly a kilometer away, creating a deep, human-shaped crater. Just as the Cyclops King was climbing out of the pit, Shao was already standing in front of him. It was so fast that he couldn't even react. The giant claw slammed down. The Cyclops King hastily raised his spiked club to defend himself. When? Another loud bang. He was thrown backward by the shock, rolling several times on the ground, covered in mud, looking extremely disheveled. Shao gave him no chance to catch his breath. Bang! 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 The giant claws bombarded the Cyclops King relentlessly, forcing him into a retreat. Their strength was crushed. Their speed was also crushed. This king, who had never been defeated in the eyes of his people, now looked like a target to be beaten in front of Shao. Before long, the Cyclops King was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing down his skin. But Shao did not kill him. His goal was not to kill. Instead, they subdued him. The surrounding Cyclopes were all dumbfounded. Their invincible king was actually beaten up by a dragon, and they were completely powerless to fight back. The battle happened so fast that they didn't even have time to intervene. Even if they wanted to intervene, they couldn't. This level of collision is something that ordinary Cyclops cannot participate in. Soon, Shao pressed a claw against the Cyclops King's neck, the sharp claw tip already piercing his skin. If we just cut him 1 point further, we could slit his throat. Shao looked down at him and asked in a cold voice, "Do I not submit?" The Cyclops King, his single eye bloodshot, gritted his teeth and growled, "We Cyclops will never submit to any power, even if it means death." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Cyclopes instantly erupted in chaos. "Yes, we will never submit. Damn dragon, release our king. Let's fight him." One by one, Cyclopes, wielding hammers and iron axes, fiercely surrounded them, their eyes filled with a desperate madness. Shao's eyes turned completely cold. He had lost his patience. Noisy, he looked down at the Cyclops King, his voice icy. "If you don't want them to die before you, shut them up." The Cyclops King was startled. He could tell that Shao wasn't threatening him. "They really will kill." He immediately roared, "Get out of the way." But with Shao pressing down on his neck, he couldn't help but cough violently as soon as he finished shouting. Some members of the tribe were unwilling to accept this. But the Cyclops King's single eye suddenly widened, unleashing the aura of a king. I said, "Step back." At this moment, all the Cyclopes finally gritted their teeth and retreated. Shao loosened his grip on the claws with satisfaction. "That's more like it." The Cyclops King, panting heavily, stared intently at Shao. "What do you want from us to leave our territory?" Shao said indifferently, "I have said it before, submit to me." He paused, and a murderous intent suddenly filled the air. "Or, I'll give you a second option, death." The Cyclops King's body trembled slightly. Even he felt a chill at that moment. But he still gritted his teeth and said, "You should know that this is impossible. Even if we Cyclopes perish, we will never submit to any power." At this point, he forcibly suppressed his anger and changed the terms. "However, we can forge equipment for you and the forces behind you. You should know the value of the Cyclops' forging skills." He wants to negotiate. They wanted to use leverage to dissuade Shao from recruiting them. But Shao just stared at him coldly. "Don't test my patience." The Cyclops King's face darkened. However, Shao's words the next second made him freeze in place. "Submit to me, and I can help you restore the bloodline of the Titans." Shao spoke calmly. It was as if they were talking about a trivial matter. But these words struck the Cyclops King like a thunderclap. His single eye suddenly lit up, staring intently at Shao. My chest heaved violently, and even my breathing became heavy. Restore the Titan bloodline. That was the obsession of the Cyclops race for generations. It is the glory of their ancestors that they have passed down by word of mouth. It is also a belief they can never let go of. The surrounding Cyclopes were also stunned. Some people's eyes showed longing, while others' faces were full of doubt. "Your Majesty, don't believe him. He only covets the power of our giant race." "That's right. He's lying to us." The Cyclops King whirled around and roared, "Shut up, all of you, The entire room fell silent instantly. He looked at Yi Shao again, his eyes flickering. He wanted to see through Yi Shao's true thoughts, but he discovered that he couldn't see through the dragon at all. After a long while, the Cyclops King asked in a trembling voice, "Can you really help us regain the glory of our ancestors?" Yi Shao loosened his grip and released him. Then he said calmly, "Why would I need to lie to you?" He looked at the Cyclops King, his tone calm, yet incredibly powerful. "Besides, did you even have a choice?" As soon as the Cyclops King was released, he immediately took several steps back, putting distance between himself and Yi Shao. He gripped the spiked club tightly, his single eye filled with struggle. Yi Shao gave him two choices. In reality, there is only one. Either exterminate the entire clan. They must either submit and gain the hope of regaining their Titan bloodline. Faced with the threat of annihilation and the temptation of ancestral glory, the Cyclops King finally bowed his head. He knew that if he refused today, the bloodline of the Titans would be lost forever in his hands. Chapter 61 The Leader of the King. Master, I am willing to lead the Cyclops race to submit to your greatness. The Cyclops King suddenly knelt down, his massive body prostrating on the ground, bowing his head to Yi Shao. This scene left all the Cyclopes dumbfounded. Their invincible king has actually submitted to an outsider? After a brief silence, the first Cyclops knelt down. Then the second, the third. I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to. Soon, all the Cyclopes in the entire giant forbidden zone were prostrate on the ground. But Yi Shao saw it at a glance. Apart from the Cyclops King, who was genuinely sincere, most of the other giants still harbored anger, resentment, and even doubt in their eyes. They weren't surrendering, they were just afraid of dying. Yi Shao was well aware that relying solely on force to subdue them would inevitably lead to trouble sooner or later. To truly make a race submit, it's not enough to just use force, you also need to show them hope. So Yi Shao raised his hand and pointed. You come here. The one he pointed to was a one-eyed giant who was only a dozen meters tall and was obviously still very weak in the tribe. The giant trembled and hesitated before walking up to Yi Shao. To other Cyclops, a height of over 10 meters was already quite large, but standing in front of Yi Shao, he looked like a nervous child, his voice even trembling. Master! The Cyclops King couldn't help but look up, wanting to say something, but in the end he swallowed it back. Yi Shao didn't waste any words, and his mind was set on something. To lead evolution. The next second, the Cyclops' attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Lord level, level 18, health 3100, strength 58, constitution 52, skills are only violent charge and stone throwing. Most importantly, the faction has now become lawful neutral. Yi Shao's heart skipped a beat. This indicates that the Cyclops race has officially come under his command. It was worth all the time he spent maneuvering. If it were his old style, he would have swept through the enemy lines long ago. Evolutionary Cyclops. This time, to make the effect even more stunning, Yi Shao directly added a pair of Lord-level biological components, the Brute Ape arms. The next moment, the Cyclops closed his eyes, collapsed to the ground, and fell into a deep sleep. The surrounding Cyclopes immediately tensed up. Several even subconsciously took a step forward, but seeing that the Cyclops King didn't move, they forced themselves to retreat. Although the Cyclops King did not know what Yi Shao was going to do, his huge single eye was fixed on his people, clearly showing that he was also very worried. Time passed little by little. 2 hours is nothing to Yi Shao, but for these Cyclops, it feels like a long trial. Finally, the Cyclops on the ground slowly opened its eyes. Seeing that it was still alive, all the giants breathed a sigh of relief. But when the light that enveloped its body completely dissipated, all the Cyclopes froze. The little giant, who was originally a dozen meters tall, has grown to over 20 meters. Even more terrifying is that its arms are ridiculously thick, with muscles like steel bars twisted together, exuding explosive power even when it is not exerting any force. A female Cyclops rushed out and circled around it, scrutinizing it. That must be its mother. Her single eye was filled with shock, as if she couldn't believe that the strong giant in front of her was actually her child. At that moment, a Cyclops over 20 meters tall suddenly rushed out and punched the evolved giant. The evolved Cyclops did not dodge and also threw a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, creating a huge shockwave. The evolved Cyclops stood motionless, while the giant who had attacked first had to retreat more than 10 steps before barely managing to regain his balance. The entire venue erupted instantly. Drink it! Drink it! Drink! All the Cyclopes raised their hands high, uttering ancient and obscure shouts, as if celebrating or welcoming a miracle. Shao looked at the evolved attribute panel. Health points surged from 3,100 to 5,900. Strength 120, Agility 60, Constitution 103, Spirit 82, Defense 98, plus an extra skill, Earth Shake. For the Cyclops, this was a qualitative change. But Shao's eyes merely flickered, seemingly not quite satisfied. This scene alone was enough to shock the entire tribe. Before anyone knew it, the Cyclops King had arrived beside Shao. Its rugged face flushed red with excitement, and the way it looked at Shao had completely changed. That's not about looking at the strong. Instead, they looked to the gods. The next second, the Cyclops King knelt down again, his forehead slamming heavily onto the ground, his booming voice echoing throughout the entire restricted area. Thank you for the King's grace. Boom! All the Cyclopes reacted instantly and knelt down in unison. Thank you for the King's grace. This time, the voice was louder and more sincere than before. Even from far outside the giant's restricted area, it could be heard clearly. Looking at the kneeling giants before him, Shao finally realized that this time they had truly submitted. The Cyclops King understood that Shao had not lied to him. This man can truly lead them to reclaim the glory of their ancestors. Even if they cannot return to the pinnacle of the Titans, it is enough to make the Cyclopes prosperous and powerful again. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the legendary quest, The Lost Giant. Ding! You have received a reward of 100,000 experience points and 1,000 evolution points. Ding! You have obtained the legendary title King of Kings. Shao had become somewhat numb to experience and evolution points. What truly interested him was this new legendary title. Soon, the title information appeared. Title: Supreme Ruler. Attributes: Strength plus 450, Agility plus 270, Constitution plus 450, Spirit plus 300, Defense plus 450. Additional skill: Deterrence. Intimidation. Unleashes a powerful aura, conjuring a phantom of a dragon god behind the user. Anyone or any creature facing this phantom will be gripped by fear. The duration of this fear is determined by the difference in their level. Shao nodded slightly after reading it. The effect is similar to intimidation, but the attribute bonus is higher. Even a little more is still a lot. Without hesitation, he equipped himself immediately. After the title was changed, Shao's attributes increased again. Strength 2352, Agility 1745, Constitution 2137, Spirit 1436, Defense 2214. At this moment, the Cyclops race returned to their homeland, and Shao truly became the king who ruled over the giants. Chapter 62, Return to Territory. After checking the attributes, Shao remembered that there was a large group of Cyclopes kneeling on the ground. He said calmly, "Get up. From now on, just call me Lord." The Cyclopes, who had been defiant to the death just moments before, were now all prostrate on the ground, their attitude ridiculously respectful. Watching this scene, Shao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Isn't this a classic case of I was wrong, but I was right moment? Yes, my lord. Dozens of Cyclopes responded in unison, including the Cyclopes King. They slowly stood up, and when they looked at Shao again, their eyes had changed. They no longer looked at an enemy, but rather at a god they believed in. Shao's gaze fell on the Cyclops King. From now on, your name will be Yi-Man. The Cyclops King shuddered, his eyes filled with excitement. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, Lord. For it, being given a name by Shao meant being truly accepted. From this moment on, it was no longer just the Cyclops King, but Yi-Man under Shao's command. Shao didn't waste any words and went straight to asking the question he cared about most. Yi-Man, do you know how to forge armor? I want to equip all the creatures in our territory with it. This idea had been on Yi Shao's mind ever since he saw the spike club in Yi Man's hand. Cyclopes are strong and large. If they could forge such a weapon, their forging skills must be quite good. If all the warriors in the dragon's lair territory were to wear armor, their defensive capabilities would definitely take another step forward. Yi Man immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Lord, rest assured, my clan will take care of this." As soon as he finished speaking, the Cyclopes around him began to beat their chests and roar in anger. "Drink! Drink!" The sound waves shook the entire giant's forbidden zone, creating an astonishing spectacle. Yi Shao nodded in satisfaction. "All right, come to my territory later." He had no intention of relocating the entire Cyclops clan to the dragon's lair. The reason was simple. Space was limited in the dragon's lair, and Cyclops were better suited to living deep in the forest. More importantly, Yi Shao has already killed 2 of the 3 kings deep in the forest, and now this place needs a strong enough being to guard it for him. Yi Man and the Cyclops clan are just the right fit. "Yes, my lord." Yi Man did not hesitate for a moment. It was now completely subservient to Yi Shao. It planned to go to the dragon's lair territory as soon as Yi Shao left to begin preparing to forge the armor. Given Yi Shao's current reputation in the outer forests and deep within the forest, Yi Man has no fear of not finding the place. With everything arranged, Yi Shao looked up into the distance. "That's enough. Let's go back to the territory." The next second, his wings suddenly spread out, and his enormous dragon body soared into the sky. "Hold head high!" A dragon's roar resounded, echoing across the giant's forbidden zone. At the same time, a terrifying pressure emanated from him, sweeping in all directions like an invisible wave. The Cyclops' expressions changed drastically, and their bodies, which had just stood up, all knelt down again. This oppressive aura was far more terrifying than anything they had ever felt from Yi Man on ordinary days. Even Yi Man's expression changed drastically, especially when it looked up and saw the enormous phantom of the dragon god appearing behind Yi Shao. Its mind felt as if it were about to be devoured. It then realized that Yi Shao hadn't used his full strength in the battle just now. "Lord, you actually held back." Thinking of this, Yi Man immediately lowered his head and prostrated himself on the ground. If you were to look down from above at this moment, you would see an extremely shocking scene. The entire giant forbidden zone, along with a large area outside the zone, is filled with countless creatures lying prostrate on the ground, as if they are seeing off their true king. Yi Shao hovered high in the sky, looking down with a slight smile on his lips. I didn't expect the deterrent skill to be so useful. He had just casually released his pressure to test out his new ability, but the effect was more exaggerated than he had imagined. This time, Yi Shao has been deep in the forest for 7 full days since leaving the dragon's lair territory. This is the longest he has ever been away from the territory. Without further delay, he flapped his wings and flew towards the dragon's lair territory. Before long, the familiar territory appeared below. From the air, everything in the dragon's lair territory appeared normal. There was no fighting, no chaos, and no signs of invasion. Yi Shao breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest worry was that something would happen to the territory while he was away. Now it seems that Yi Shi and the others have done a good job of guarding it. But before he even landed, he suddenly noticed that the direction of the dragon's lair was somewhat different. "Is that my dragon's lair?" Yi Shao's eyes flickered, and then he let out a long howl in the air. "Hold head high!" The dragon's roar instantly resounded throughout the surrounding forest. All the creatures within and outside the territory looked up at the sky, and then roared in response. The entire dragon's lair seemed to be welcoming the return of their king. Boom! Yi Shao's massive dragon body landed in the territory, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Soon, Yi Shi, Yi Lei, and Yi Jing all gathered around. The Lord has returned. Yi Jing was the most excited and immediately flew to Yi Shao's side, dancing around incessantly. Yi Shi and Yi Lei were equally excited. After all, this was the first time Yi Shao had been away from the territory for so long, and everyone was waiting for his return. Yi Shao didn't exchange pleasantries. His first question was about business. "How is the territory faring while I was away?" Yi Shi immediately stepped forward to report. Reporting to the Lord, Only one group of humans has come during this period, but they were not strong and have already been dealt with by us. Yilei added, in addition, we also launched a hunt. All the creatures outside our territory that had the potential to grow into lords have been eliminated. Shao nodded in satisfaction after listening. These are the right things to do. Eliminating potential threats in advance is essential to ensuring the safety of the territory. It seems that with Yi Shi and the others around, he can indeed save a lot of trouble. Well done. Go on with your work. After seeing the three off, Shao didn't linger and went straight to the dragon's lair. Next, he will undergo his 7th evolution. Now that he's a legendary creature, each evolution takes longer than the last. Evolving deep in the forest is too risky. Returning to his dragon lair is the safest option. Upon entering the dragon's lair, Shao discovered that it had completely changed. The originally cramped space has been expanded and renovated by Yi Shi and his team, and is now much more spacious. The large hole in the cave ceiling is still intact, and sunlight streams in from above, making the entire dragon's lair much brighter. Shao looked up at the cave ceiling, his expression somewhat strange. Is it outdoors? But this is good, at least it's not stifling. He sat in the center of the dragon's lair, his excitement gradually growing. Now, let the evolution begin. A system notification then sounded. Please select the desired biological component. The current body genes can add 4 biological components. Sure enough, there were 4. Shao had already made preparations. Choose the legendary grade creature parts, Flower of Life and Demon Wolf pattern, the pseudo-legendary grade creature part, Minotaur Chieftain's Heart, and the growth grade creature part, Dragon Horn. The 4 components were determined one by one. The system voice sounded again the next moment. Ding! This evolution will take approximately 6 hours. Evolution begins. Chapter 63, Secondary Main City opens. As the system notification ended, Shao fell into a deep sleep. This evolution will take a full 6 hours, and after 6 hours he, the master of the outer edge of Sunset Forest, is destined to experience another surge in power. On the other hand, the player camp has already changed. Since Shao led his monster army to conquer Chaoshi City, the outskirts of Sunset Forest have become a no-go zone for players. Previously a popular spot for leveling up and grinding monsters, it's now a place no one dares to easily venture in. The reason is simple. The road is too far, and the risks are too high. With Chaoshi City gone, players who want to travel from other towns will waste a lot of time just on a journey. To make matters worse, a terrifying boss is lurking on the outskirts of the forest. The master of the outer perimeter of Sunset Forest. Almost every player who participated in the defense of Chaoshi City witnessed Shao's terrifying power firsthand. The image of a dragon overwhelming an entire city had long been a source of psychological trauma for them. As a result, Shao's infamous reputation spread far and wide. When countless players mention Sunset Forest, their first thought isn't resources and experience, but rather the invincible dragon. With no other option, players had to shift their focus and move their leveling up to another region, the Red Rock area. About a week after the fall of Chaoshi City, a player finally reached level 25. The next second, a server-wide announcement exploded. Server-wide announcement. Players have triggered a secondary main city quest while going to the Western Paradise to retrieve essence. The secondary main city of Stan and its affiliated medium-sized cities will open in 1 hour. The servers will be shut down for an upgrade, which will last approximately 6 hours. Forced disconnection will begin in 10 minutes. Server-wide announcement. Players have triggered a secondary main city quest while going to the Western Paradise to retrieve essence. The secondary main city of Stan and its affiliated medium-sized cities will open in 1 hour. The servers will be shut down for an upgrade, which will last approximately 6 hours. Forced disconnection will begin in 10 minutes. Server-wide announcement. Players have triggered a secondary main city quest while going to the Western Paradise to retrieve essence. The secondary main city of Stan and its affiliated medium-sized cities will open in 1 hour. The servers will be shut down for an upgrade, which will last approximately 6 hours. Forced disconnection will begin in 10 minutes. After the announcement was repeated 3 times, the World Channel instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap! The secondary capital city is open. who went to the Western Paradise to retrieve essence. The first level 25 expert. Finally, I don't have to stay cooped up in small towns anymore. The main city must have new features. I'm about to change jobs too. I really want to see what this expert looks like. The players were incredibly excited, but what they didn't know was that at the same time the secondary main city opened, Shao also received a series of new notifications. Unfortunately, Shao was still in the process of evolving and was in a deep slumber, so he couldn't see it all. The system panel was constantly refreshing its information. Ding! The player's secondary main city is now open. World-class creature clues are available. Storage space function is now available. Ding! Due to the opening of the player's secondary main city, Stan City is extremely shocked and furious about the destruction of Chaoshi City. Stan City will dispatch a legendary human hero in 6 hours to exterminate the Lord of the Sunset Forest's outer perimeter and its surrounding creatures. Please prepare yourself. Ding! Legendary quest begins. The slaying of Hero Darniel. The slaying of Hero Daniel. Legendary Hero Daniel, a member of the legendary Hero Guild of Stan City. Enraged by the Lord of Stan City, Daniel volunteered to lead the campaign against the Lord of the Outer Reaches of Sunset Forest. Stop and slay Daniel. Mission rewards: abundant experience points, abundant evolution points, and the ability to trigger subsequent missions. A new crisis has loomed over Shao. Shao, however, remained asleep in the dragon's lair. A milky white light completely enveloped his body, like a pair of invisible hands, constantly reshaping his flesh, bones, scales, and dragon form. Every second, his aura grew stronger. For Shao, who was fast asleep, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the white light slowly receded and merged entirely into his body. Evolution complete. Shao opened his eyes, and a crimson light flashed in the huge dragon eyes, instantly filling the entire dragon's lair with a sense of oppression. He stood up, stretched his body slightly, and immediately felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his body. This evolution didn't result in an exaggerated increase in size. He only grew slightly larger. For Shao, this was actually a good thing, otherwise the dragon's lair would have had to be expanded again. However, the changes in appearance are still very obvious. The most striking feature is his dragon horns. The 2 horns that once graced its head had now become a single horn, standing diagonally across its forehead. The dragon horn was thicker and longer than before, sharp and cone-shaped, extending forward with a chilling gleam. This is no longer just a symbol of the dragon race, but a real weapon of slaughter. In addition, the blue-purple crystals on his body became even deeper, with strange and demonic patterns faintly wrapped around them. His dragon wings were also wider than before, exuding an extremely strong sense of oppression when spread out. Shao wasted no time. His first reaction was to check the attributes. The biological components fused this time were more luxurious than any before, and he was eager to know just how much he had improved. Attribute panel. A panel pops up, but Xiaogang glanced at it and immediately realized something was wrong. The above not only shows attribute improvements, but also a bunch of new information. Secondary main cities are now open. Hero Darniel was defeated. There are also world-class biological clues. Shao immediately perked up. It's important to understand that the highest level he's ever encountered is only legendary level creatures. Above legendary level are epic level creatures, and above that are world level creatures. Shao had originally planned to visit the core area of Sunset Forest after completing his evolution. Now it seems he won't be able to leave anytime soon, because Stan City has already set its sights on him. However, as Shao continued reading and saw his new attributes, excitement couldn't help but show in his eyes. Host, Shao. Race, Blue Crystal Dragon. Rank, Legendary. Level, 29. Title, Supreme Ruler. Health points, 315600. Attributes, Strength 3647, Agility 2581, Constitution 3156, Spirit 2468, Defense 3223. Dragon's Fury, 9999. Growth level creature component. Dragon Horn, basic level. Requires 100 world values to grow. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Talents: 100 Refinements Evolution, Commander Evolution, Magic Resistance, Elemental Manipulation. Skills: Elemental Missiles, Redstone Wall, Invisibility, Hurricane Slash, Explosive Impact, Flame Domain, Extreme Wall Crystal Armor, Prospecting, Ice Crystal Domain, Frost Crystal Spikes, Lightning Chains, Enhanced Critical Strike, Materialized Crystal, Absolute Explosion Domain, Demon Horn Pierce. Evolution Points: 8,465, 12,800 points required for evolution. After reviewing the attributes, Shao was in a great mood. With over 300,000 life points, a comprehensive surge in all 5 attributes, and the brand new growth level dragon horns, his current combat power is on a completely different level from before. But the next second, his gaze fell on the column for dragon horns. Growth requirement: 100 world values. Shao's excitement froze instantly. World value: another 100 points. This time, the entire dragon was in trouble. Chapter 64: The Arrival of the Legendary Hero. Shao stared at the panel, his heart sinking. Keep in mind, it only cost him 20 world points to advance to legendary level. But now, a basic growth level biological component costs a whopping 100 world points. This is just the beginner level. How much more will it take to advance to the next level? Shao couldn't help but complain. Bio components that require world points to upgrade. This is just too wasteful. When he first got the dragon horn, he thought he had found a great treasure. Now, however, he realized it wasn't a treasure at all, but a bottomless pit that devoured world value. However, after calming down, Shao quickly realized that something was wrong. With such extravagant consumption, the returns can't be as simple as they appear on the surface. He immediately remembered that this evolution also granted him a new skill related to dragon horns. Shao opened the skill panel. Demon Horn Pierce. Sharp, hard dragon horns can be used for melee attacks, inflicting a piercing effect. Piercing an enemy inflicts paralysis. They can also be used to unleash ranged attacks with a concentrated beam of power, inflicting a mental shock. Upon seeing this, Shao's dragon eyes instantly lit up. This skill is practically designed to make up for his weaknesses. His melee attack methods have always been relatively limited, relying on brute force with his claws, teeth, and tail. But now, with the Demon Horn Piercing Strike, he can exert extra pressure in both melee and range combat. Penetration, paralysis, and psychological impact. These effects combined will definitely give the enemy a run for their money. Then, Shao looked at the second attribute panel. Attack critical hit, 3. Magic critical hit, 2. Dodge, 8. Taunt value, 30. Water resistance, 0. Wind resistance, 16. Lightning resistance, 12. Earth resistance, 35. Fire resistance, 31. Ice resistance, 26. Poison resistance, 9. Light resistance, 0. Darkness resistance, 0. Dragon resistance, 26. The overall changes aren't particularly dramatic, but the attribute improvements are very noticeable. In particular, the mockery value has increased again. Shao knew without even thinking that he would only attract more and more hatred in the future. But so what? A fierce glint flashed in his dragon eyes. Next, we just have to wait for Daniel to come to us. Since Stan City dared to send people to attack him, they should be prepared to pay the price. Meanwhile, the game upgrade and maintenance have officially ended. A large number of players logged back in and entered Stan City and the medium-sized cities attached to it. One of the annex cities, called Shiza City, was more than 10 times larger than a small town like Chaoshi City. Wide streets, luxurious buildings, countless NPCs, and a variety of brand new features dazzled players. This is what a secondary capital city should be like. This is what a medium-sized city should be like. The players were excitedly exploring when suddenly, the heavy sound of horses' hooves came from the end of the street. Thump, thump, thump. The ground seemed to be shaking. Everyone looked up and saw a troop of iron cavalry slowly appearing. There were about 40 people, each wearing heavy silver-white armor, with solemn expressions and an imposing presence. The person walking at the very front is the most dazzling. He was wearing golden armor, which shimmered with a dazzling light, clearly not ordinary equipment. He rode a snow-white warhorse. A golden sword hung at his waist, and seemed to be surrounded by an aura. Most importantly, the name above his head instantly ignited the entire audience. The legendary hero team, Darniel. The players were in an uproar. Holy crap, what kind of NPC is that? It looks really fierce. Didn't you guys read the official information? They're from the Legendary Heroes Squad. The Legendary Heroes Squad? Really? That's the top-tier NPC legion in the human faction, filled with legendary level or higher powerhouses. It's said that everyone here has a record of soloing a legendary creature. Solo kill of a legendary player? That's outrageous. As soon as Daniel appeared, he immediately became the focus of all players. Soon, someone noticed that something was wrong. Where are they going? It looks like they're heading towards the teleportation array. Let's go. Let's follow them and see. Something big might be happening. What if we can find a bargain? A group of players immediately got excited and chased after the Iron Cavalry. Not long after, Daniel led his Iron Cavalry to the teleportation array in Stan City. A large group of players had already followed behind to watch the spectacle. Some people just wanted to watch the plot unfold, while others had their eyes shining, clearly intending to get benefits by following the NPCs. The next second, the teleportation array lit up with a blue light. The destination is Sunset Forest. The players immediately understood. Daniel is leading a team to attack the outer lord of Sunset Forest. Meanwhile, in the Sunset Forest Dragon's lair territory, Shao had just completed his evolution and was slowly emerging from the dragon's lair. He spread his dragon wings, stretched his body, and let out a deep breath. He had been lying down for too long during the evolution process, and he felt like his whole body was about to stiffen. However, he was very satisfied with the attribute boost brought about by this evolution. He hadn't fully adapted to the surge of power within him, but even now, he could clearly feel that he was much stronger than before. Shao raised his head and looked towards the direction outside the territory. They should be here soon. It's about time that the so-called legendary hero, Darniel, made his appearance. No sooner had he finished speaking than a deafening rumble came from afar. It was as if a large number of creatures were rushing about, and the ground shook accordingly. Shao's eyes instantly turned cold. They're here. The Dragon's Lair territory is located on one side of the outer forest. Normal players and monsters do not need to pass through here to go deep into the forest. Therefore, this commotion could only be directed at him. As the sound drew closer, the atmosphere within the territory quickly became tense. Shao let out a low growl. Roar! The creatures in the territory immediately went into battle alert. The next moment, the distant woods were forcibly cleared away. A troop of silver-white iron cavalry appeared in front of the dragon's lair territory. The leader was none other than Daniel, who was wearing golden armor and riding a white horse. Behind them followed a large number of players. These people were incredibly excited, wanting to see both the spectacle and how the legendary NPC would defeat the boss. Daniel led his team to the edge of the territory, but did not immediately step inside. He rode on a white horse, slowly drawing a golden longsword from his waist, the blade pointing directly at Shao. The next second, he shouted angrily, "Foolish and ignorant creatures! Your actions have angered Stan City. Now, on behalf of Stan City, I will bring you to a just trial, and your only fate is defeat and destruction." The sound echoed throughout the entire Dragon's Lair territory. The players were thrilled. Some players who had previously suffered losses at Shao's hands were particularly gleeful when they saw that Daniel's target was indeed this place. They have been waiting for this moment for far too long. Now, the legendary hero himself has arrived, leading his team. This black dragon is finally going to be in trouble. Chapter 65, Instant Kill of Darniel. Daniel led his team to the outskirts of the dragon's lair, and the group of players behind him instantly became excited. No way. Darniel's target is actually the lord of the outer tribe. The NPCs in the Legendary Heroes Guild are all at least level 35 legendary heroes. This dragon is doomed. Once he dies, all the equipment, materials, and Dragon's Lair treasure will be ours. The group became more and more excited as they talked, as if they could already see the ground covered with top-tier equipment, waiting for them to pick it up. However, some people quickly realized that something was wrong. Wait, Why is the name of the Outer Lord changed again? They looked into the depths of the dragon's lair, where they saw the blue crystal demon dragon, Shao, coiled up, its icy blue dragon scales gleaming with a cold light, its massive body exuding a sense of oppression, and its eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Shao frowned slightly when he heard the player mention the level 35 legendary hero. His rank is indeed higher than his. But so what? From the very beginning, Stan City has been constantly issuing missions targeting him. First, they provoked him, and now they've sent a legendary hero squad to subdue him. Do they really think his dragon's lair is something he can come and go as he pleases? Shao spoke coldly. Insignificant humans, you will pay the price for your folly. His long history of killing had already imbued him with a terrifying aura. As soon as that voice fell, many players instinctively took a half step back. Daniel didn't take it to heart at all. As a member of a legendary heroes guild, he had conquered countless monster territories. To him, the outskirts of a mere dragon's lair were nothing more than the next piece of loot. He drew his golden sword and gave the order in a stern voice. Entire team, enter the dragon's lair territory. Defeat the Outer Lord. Objective, kill the blue crystal dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 40 cavalrymen charged into the territory. Unlike players, the restrictions on four-person teams in Dragon's Lair have no effect on these city NPCs. One by one, the iron cavalrymen, holding long spears, quickly formed two rows, their war horses neighing and their iron hooves pounding the ground, and charged directly at Shao. That aura was so powerful, it seemed like it would pierce him right there. Shao's eyes turned cold, and he slammed his giant claw into the ground. Boom! The ground cracked. Sharp ice spikes suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the path of the iron cavalry without warning. The frontline cavalry had no time to stop and crashed into the ice spikes, horse and rider alike. Puff, puff, puff. The ice spikes pierced through the war horse and rider instantly, pinning them to the ground. The powerful momentum of the charge continued to drag them forward, tearing large chunks of flesh from the warhorse's body. Before the screams could fully erupt, the first row of knights were killed on the spot. A system notification then sounded. Gained 61,200 experience points and 585 evolution points. With a single blow, nearly half of the Iron Cavalry was wiped out. The players, who were just excited, instantly changed their expressions. Daniel finally abandoned his contempt and walked to the front with a gloomy expression. He knew the leader of the outer perimeter was no ordinary person, but he never expected that the opponent would wipe out half of his Iron Cavalry with a single move. We cannot let the rest of them die in vain. Daniel raised his hand to give the order. You all step back. This dragon is not something you can handle. The remaining cavalry immediately retreated. Daniel rode his phantom white warhorse, standing alone in front of Shao, his golden longsword raised high. He has absolute confidence in his abilities. Come, evil dragon. I will represent Stan City to carry out your trial. The next second, the golden longsword erupted with dazzling light. Golden energy condensed into a gigantic holy sword, hovering in mid-air, its power astonishing, pointing directly at Shao. Seeing this, the players' hopes were rekindled. Here it comes. Darniel is about to unleash his ultimate attack. A legendary hero's skill can definitely take it down. However, Shao simply exhaled a breath of hot air. After that attack, he had gradually adapted to his evolved power. Just to be on the safe side, he glanced at Daniel's information. Danielans, human, legendary, level 35, gold paladin, member of the legendary hero group. Health, 8,500, strength, 837, agility, 523, defense, 610, mount, phantom white warhorse, level 28, lord rank, 15,000 HP. It certainly doesn't look weak. But compared to Shao now, he's no match. Daniel spurred his horse, and the phantom white warhorse leaped high into the air, its hooves stomping on the ground. Horse and rider seemed to fly into the sky, the golden greatsword gleaming with terrifying light as it slashed down fiercely at Shao's head. All the players held their breath, waiting to see the dragon beheaded. But just before the giant sword fell, Shao made a move. No skills were used, and no dodging was performed. He simply raised his head abruptly and rammed his dragon horns at Daniel. It was so fast that no one could see it clearly. The dragon horn pierced through Daniel's armor in an instant, penetrating his chest as well. Daniel froze in midair. The golden greatsword in his hand lost its support and shattered into countless points of light, dissipating into the air. Puff! Daniel coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open, his face filled with disbelief. How can this be? He didn't even see how Shao made his move. He only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, and the next moment, his chest was pierced by the dragon's horn. Even more terrifying was that as the dragon horn pierced his body, a mental shock also exploded wildly in his mind, as if trying to tear his consciousness apart completely. Dizziness, excruciating pain, and fear all struck at once. Daniel didn't even get to finish his last sentence before he breathed his last. Shao casually tossed his head. Bang! Daniel's body was thrown on the ground and rolled around like a rag several times. The system notification sounded again. Gained 56,000 experience points and 450 evolution points. Shao looked down at the legendary hero on the ground, his tone full of disappointment. That's it. It breaks at the slightest touch. He thought the legendary heroes would put some pressure on him, but he didn't expect them to not even last a single round. So what if he's a level 35 legendary hero? Compared to his terrifying evolved attributes, they are not even in the same league. After landing, the white warhorse let out a mournful cry and ran to Daniel's body, nudging its master with its mouth, but Daniel no longer responded. In the distance, the player group erupted in chaos. What's going on? Did I see that right? Daniel got killed instantly. That was a legendary hero, gone in an instant. Just what kind of monster is this Outer Lord? Find a bargain? What a load of rubbish. Let's get out of here first. The group of people who were just waiting to get rich are now filled with fear. They finally realized that they weren't there to collect equipment. They followed Daniel and voluntarily entered the dragon's hunting grounds. Chapter 66 World-Class Creature. Players who had originally hoped to follow Daniel and take advantage of the situation panicked at this moment. Are you kidding me? Daniel was instantly killed by the Outer Lord. What chance do they have of picking up scraps? If they don't run now, once those Iron Cavalry are wiped out, they'll be next. It was only then that everyone suddenly remembered that this Outer Lord was never someone to be trifled with. Up to now, no player had been able to conquer the dragon's lair territory. Instead, a small town had been completely razed to the ground by it. The players retreated frantically, while the remaining cavalry on the battlefield went completely berserk. They witnessed Daniel's murder, and their anger instantly overwhelmed their fear. Damn it! Kill him! Avenge Captain Daniel! A mounted soldier, brandishing his spear, roared as he charged toward Shao. Kill! Slay this evil dragon! The remaining knights also charged forward, their warhorses neighing and their iron hooves pounding the ground, as if they were ready to fight Shao to the death. Shao merely glanced at them coldly. In his eyes, this group of people was not a threat at all. The next second, lightning elements gathered wildly in front of him, crackling and exploding with blinding light. A lightning chain suddenly lashed out, like a silver serpent coming to life, and burrowed directly into the ranks of the Iron Cavalry. Sizzle. Lightning flashed back and forth between the crowd and the warhorses. Those menacing cavalrymen didn't even have time to scream before they and their horses collapsed to the ground. Their hair stood on end, electricity crackled across their armor, and wisps of smoke rose from their bodies. A moment later, the entire room fell silent. Ding! You have gained 58,500 experience points and 545 evolution points. Shao couldn't help but complain in his heart. A bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. They looked scary when they rushed over, but they were as brittle as glass. They would shatter at the slightest touch. He himself hadn't fully realized just how terrifying his attributes had become after this evolution. Whether it was legendary creatures or powerful human beings, they were all far inferior to him. Shao has now become a monster-level existence. After dealing with the Iron Cavalry, his gaze immediately fell on the dozen or so players fleeing for their lives in the distance. There aren't many people, but even a small mosquito is still a treat. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. The players were running frantically when they suddenly felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being watched by something terrifying. Someone glanced back and immediately felt a chill run down their spine. Holy crap, we're doomed. He's looking over here. Stop talking nonsense. Run. Who the hell said they could come here to pick up Bardens? I'll skin him alive when I get back. This is outrageous. I'm going to have to return to town for free again. A group of players took off running as fast as they could, wishing they had 2 more legs. They were quick-witted. As soon as they realized something was wrong, they started running. Plus, the charge of the cavalry bought them some time, allowing them to create considerable distance from the battlefield. As they ran, they realized that there seemed to be no movement behind them. No one chased after them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I should be all right now, right? It was terrifying. It was so thrilling. I never want to do it again in my life. Me too. If anyone ever asks me to come to the Dragon's Lair again, I'll get mad at them. Are the game developers out of their minds? They created such a bugged monster. Who can possibly defeat it? The group, panting and cursing, had just begun to relax. Just then, darkness suddenly fell over the sky. A massive black shadow descended from the sky, instantly obscuring the light above them. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the earth trembled violently. Some players were so shocked that they fell to the ground, looking ahead with a look of horror. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a colossal creature slowly rose to its feet, its massive form blocking almost all escape routes. Immediately afterwards, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded all around. Upon hearing this sound, the players' faces instantly fell. Some people's legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground. No way. Don't tell me it's the leader of the outer perimeter who caught up with us. What do you think? With such a huge size, who else could be here but it? It's cold now, really cold this time. Shao took a step forward. His dragon wings flapped violently, instantly dispersing the dust and revealing his figure to everyone. The players were utterly desperate. It was him after all. I'm not running anymore. Free return to town is fine, then. I'll come back for revenge one day. Before he could finish speaking, Shao opened his enormous mouth, and blazing flames roared out. A wave of fire swept across, instantly engulfing more than a dozen players without even a chance to struggle. After this incident, most of them probably won't dare to set foot in this area again for a while. At least for now, the area around the Dragon's Lair has become an absolute no-go zone in their minds. Ding! Gained 25,300 experience points and 210 evolution points. Soon, the system notifications sounded again. Ding! The mission to subdue Hero Darnier is complete. Rewards will be distributed. Ding! You have received 50,000 experience points and 500 evolution points. Ding! The follow-up quest for the defeat of Hero Darniel has been unlocked. The evil dragon appears. The conquest of Stan City has angered you. To let Stan City know your wrath, you will launch an attack on High City, a medium-sized city affiliated with Stan City, in 2 days. Let Stan City tremble and regret under your anger. Mission rewards: abundant experience points, evolution points, and world points. Upon seeing the word siege, Shao's eyes flickered slightly. Siege? This follow-up quest is interesting. But what truly excited him was the last 3 words: world value. After consuming world points to advance last time, Shao had thoroughly tasted the benefits. Whether it was advancing himself or advancing his dragon horns, world points were indispensable. It can be said that this is exactly the resource he lacks most right now. This task was practically handing him world points. However, Shao quickly calmed down. There are certainly more ways to obtain world points than just siege missions. If the only way to obtain it is through sieges, even if you conquer the entire city of Stan and all the medium-sized cities attached to it, the world points you can get may not be enough. Perhaps the answer lies in the clues about world-class organisms. Shao suddenly remembered that the system had indeed given him some hints about world-class creatures before. However, at the time, his attention was entirely focused on the mission to subdue the hero Daniel, and he hadn't had time to check it. With that thought in mind, Shao stopped and flew back to the Dragon's Lair territory. Upon returning to his territory, He immediately opened the system panel and clicked on the clues about world-class creatures. Soon, a line of information appeared. World-class organisms. There are two types of world-class organisms. The first type consists of naturally occurring, world-class creatures born from the heavens and earth, who are naturally endowed with extremely powerful elemental forces. The second type consists of world-class creatures that evolve from epic-level beings through long periods of training and accumulation. They possess immense power, varying in type and intensity, but without a doubt, they are all extremely difficult to deal with. Chapter 67, The Damaged Teleportation Array. Shao continued to look through the documents, but the more he looked, the more speechless he became. The so-called clues consisted of only brief descriptions of two world-class creatures, without even a general location. What's more troublesome is that he doesn't even have a complete world map, and he doesn't know exactly where Sunset Forest is located on the continent. Finding world-class creatures is basically a complete mystery to him. Shao frowned. It seems we still need to go into human cities to gather information. His first thought was Stan's city. When he last entered Chaoshi City, the NPCs that were clearly hostile towards him. Later, he directly destroyed Chaoshi City and has now killed members of the Legendary Heroes Guild. Perhaps he has completely placed himself on the opposite side of the entire human kingdom. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I must make a trip to Stan's city. Even if I can't get into the main city, I can check out the surrounding cities first. Maybe I can get a map or information about world-class creatures. Then, Shao initiated a new siege mission. Target, High City. The countdown has 47 hours and 52 minutes left. Shao knew very well that this was the preparation time the system had given him. This time, the trouble will only be bigger than last time. With the opening of secondary main cities and subordinate medium-sized cities, players' growth rate will inevitably surge. Quests, equipment, skills, and the class system will all be rapidly improved, and a new generation of top-tier players will certainly emerge. Moreover, since he had already destroyed Chaoshi City, the fact that Daniel and the other players were still able to get here indicates that Stan's city, or other cities, must have teleportation arrays that can directly reach this area. This is definitely not good news for his territory. Players could attack at any time via the teleportation array. Shao's eyes darkened. The creatures in the territory need to evolve again. On the one hand, it was for defense, and on the other hand, it was also for the upcoming attack on Heiser City. With our current troop strength, a direct confrontation might not be a safe option. High City is located directly east of Chaoshi City and on the east side of Sunset Forest, about 40 kilometers away from the original Chaoshi City. This distance is nothing to Shao, but it's quite far for ordinary territorial creatures. If the main force were to march all the way there, losses would be inevitable along the way. By the time they actually reached the city, their fighting strength would certainly be weakened. Shao stared at the information about Shiza City on the panel, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If we could teleport directly there via a teleportation array, that would be much simpler. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked towards the west of the city. Although Chaoshi City was destroyed, the teleportation array may not be completely useless. Why don't we go and take a look at the ruins? The next second, Shao flapped his wings, and his massive body soared into the sky, flying eastward. Before long, he arrived above the former Chaoshi City. The once thriving city is now nothing but ruins. Broken walls and rubble are everywhere, with no trace of any life in sight. Shao fell into the ruins and began searching for the location in his memory. He remembered that when he last entered Chaoshi City, there seemed to be a teleportation array near the city center. The rubble was overturned, and the remaining walls were pushed down. Soon, his gaze settled on a stone platform covered with complex runes. Found it. This is the original teleportation array of Chaoshi City. However, at this moment, the runes on the stone platform were dim and lacked any energy fluctuations as they would when they were functioning normally. Shao did not step on it rashly, but switched to the second form first. In his first form, he was so enormous that if someone were to stand on him, the stone platform would probably collapse under his weight before the teleportation array could even be activated. The system notification sounded the moment he touched the stone platform. Ding! Damaged teleportation array detected. Damaged teleportation array. This teleportation array is damaged and can only be used after repair. Repair requires 4 space stones. Yi Shao's eyes brightened slightly. As long as it can be repaired. Although we don't have any space stones now, as long as we can bring them back through the teleportation array, they'll come in handy sooner or later. At that time, his dragon lair territory will also have teleportation capabilities, which will have a completely different meaning for both offense and defense. Yi Shao reverted to his first form, his giant claws plunging into the ground. Rumble. The entire ruins shook. He dug out the teleportation array along with its base stone. Like an excavator, his movements rough but without damaging the stone platform in the slightest. Afterwards, Yi Shao carried the damaged teleportation array back to the dragon's lair territory and placed it deep inside the cave for safekeeping. After doing all this, he stepped out of the dragon's lair, tilted his head back, and let out a low roar. The roar spread, and the entire territory instantly erupted in commotion. Leaf stone, leaf thunder, leaf crystal, and other creatures in the territory quickly gathered together. With the great battle imminent, Yi Shao planned to give them another evolution and upgrade before attacking the city. Just then, Yi Shi suddenly stepped forward to report. "My lord, while you were asleep, a creature calling himself Yi Man came to our territory. He said he wanted to help us forge armor, but since you were asleep at the time, we sent him away." Yi Lei immediately added, his tone tinged with apprehension. "He was very strong. None of us were a match for him. I warned him to leave, and he was instantly sent flying." Yi Jing thought for a moment, and then said, "Before he left, he seemed to measure the size of the creatures in his territory and count their numbers again. It seems that he really was forging armor." Yi Shao then realized what was happening. After returning to his territory, he was so preoccupied with security and his own evolution that he completely forgot to tell them about the Cyclopes. Yi Man was naturally not an enemy. That was the Cyclops King he had subdued deep in the forest. I forgot to mention this. Yi Shao looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Yi Man and his Cyclops clan have been subdued by me. From now on, they are members of the territory and your companions." Hearing this, Yi Shi and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if Yi Man comes again and the two sides misunderstand and fight, they might end up hurting their own people. Yi Shao's gaze swept over the territorial creatures in front of him. There are less than 2 days left before the attack on High City. The teleportation array requires space stones and cannot be repaired at the moment. The human kingdoms could retaliate at any moment. In the next battle, High City will inevitably be even more difficult to conquer than Shaoxi City. Therefore, before the great battle begins, he must further enhance the military strength of his territory. Chapter 68, Pre-War Preparations. Little did they know that while Yi Shao was asleep, the Cyclops had just arrived in the territory when he was warned and attacked by Yi Shi and Yi Lei, but was directly suppressed by Yi Man. Fortunately, Yi Man did not come with any ill intentions, so Yi Shi and Yi Lei compromised and chose to send Yi Man away from the dragon's lair territory. "Yes, my lord." Yi Shi, Yi Li, and Yi Ving responded in unison. Yi Shao then added biological components to Yi Shi and the other two, and with the start of this evolution, the 3 of them fell into a deep sleep. "Hurry up and guard the 3 commanders here. Don't let any person or creature near." As for the remaining creatures, Yi Shao did not choose to evolve with them. To be on the safe side, it was better to let them guard Yi Shi and the other 2. He wanted to take the opportunity to go to Shiza City to take another look, since they were going to attack Shiza City next. With his ability to instantly kill the legendary hero Daniel as a deterrent, Yi Shao wasn't too worried about players coming to their door during Yi Shi and the others' evolution, especially since there were so many creatures guarding their territory. Immediately, Yi Shao left the territory, and about half an hour later, he saw Shiza City at full speed. Meanwhile, there were an unusually large number of players in Shiza City, even more than 10 times the number when Yi Shao attacked Shaoxi City. Why are there so many players? Yi Shao's gaze sharpened as he noticed that in addition to the players inside the city, a steady stream of players were pouring into the city from the teleportation array or outside the city gates. It should be the same as last time. Yi Shao quickly recalled the scene after he met Chunyu when she fled last time. He guessed that this time it would be the same as last time. After he received the mission to attack the city, these players also received the mission announcement to defend the city at the same time. But no matter how many players there are, he's determined to take Hai's city. No one could stop him. Shao took a deep look at Shiza's city, making a general assessment of its defensive strength, and then returned to the dragon's lair territory. Back in their territory, the evolution of Leaf, Stone, and the others was not yet complete. Roar! Immediately afterwards, Shao let out a low roar, summoning all the creatures in his territory and beginning to evolve them one by one. Shao's evolution points dwindled rapidly, leaving him with only 7,130 points. But he didn't care. He believed that once he conquered Shiza's city, his evolution points would definitely increase back with interest. Therefore, the expenditure on these evolutionary points is worthwhile. Not long after, the evolution of Yi Shi and the other two was completed. This time, Yi Shi's attributes increased dramatically, but there were no major changes. Yi Jing's attributes have also increased significantly, and she has closed the gap with Yi Shi in terms of level, reaching level 21. The biggest change this time was in Yi Lei, who finally evolved into a Lord-level creature, which was a pleasant surprise for Shao. Name: Yi Lei. Race: Giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragon. Rank: Lord. Level: 21. Health points: 27200. Attributes: Strength 361, Agility 350, Constitution 267, Spirit 179, Defense 313. Alliance: Le Fou Neutral. Skills: Chain Lightning Arrows, Lightning Horn Piercing, Lightning Net, Lightning Missiles, Lightning Armor, Lightning Arrow Technique. Thunder Armor: condenses lightning element to form a layer of thunder armor on the body, which can absorb 50% of the damage from external attacks. When an enemy comes into contact with a thunder armor, there is a certain chance to inflict a paralysis effect. Lightning Arrow: a long arrow condensed from lightning element, delivering a long-range attack to enemies. It explodes upon impact. There are now 3 powerful Lord-level main forces in the territory. Looking at the attribute panels of Yi Shi and the other two, Shao nodded in satisfaction. The other giant horn dragons, stone dragons, and lizard dragons all reached elite level after completing this evolution. There were even 3 mutated ones. As for the blazing moth, there's still a few of them at the general level, while the other 20 or so have reached the elite level. I wonder how the armor forging on the Cyclops side is going. Now all the creatures in the territory have completed their evolution, and they're just waiting for the Cyclops to send over the forged armor. The Cyclops clan didn't keep Shao waiting for long. About a day later, the Cyclops King led more than 10 Cyclops, each over 20 meters tall, pulling a large wooden cart. Crunch, crunch. The wheels made a constant noise, leaving deep tracks on the ground, while the cart was loaded with objects that looked like pieces of iron. Upon hearing Yi Shi's report, Shao immediately rushed out of the dragon's lair and met Yi Man once again. "My lord, the armor you requested has been forged." Upon seeing Shao, Yi Man immediately bowed and greeted him, pointing at the cartloads of irregularly shaped iron sheets with an air of extreme pride. They certainly had reason to be proud, as they were able to forge the armor needed by so many creatures in their territory in less than 2 days, which even impressed Shao. "Change them." Shao gave the order, and he was somewhat looking forward to seeing the creatures in his territory fully armed. "Yes, my lord." Immediately, under Yi Man's organization, more than a dozen Cyclopes got to work together, and in no time, they had dressed all the creatures in the territory in this armor made of iron plates. Whether it's the giant horned dragon, the stone dragon, the lizard dragon, or the fiery moth, their armor is entirely black, made up of pieces of iron armor pieced together, with chains of unknown material connecting the pieces. The armor of the giant horned dragon and the stone dragon is basically all over their body, with thicker armor on vital areas and thinner, or even no armor on some parts. This is done to protect the creatures from harm to the greatest extent possible without affecting their agility and movement. As for the armor on the lizard dragon and the flame moth, it looks very light. The lizard dragon's body is only partially covered by iron plates, and the flame moth's body is only covered by some iron armor, so their movement is basically not affected. This will greatly weaken the player's attacks, to the point that even attacks from ordinary players will be ineffective. Seeing this, Shao nodded in satisfaction, full of confidence in capturing Shiza City. Preparations are almost complete. There are still 15 hours until the siege. Chapter 69, A Bold Idea. Shao glanced at the siege countdown on the system panel, his eyes flashing with uncertainty, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Why should I wait until the siege countdown ends before going through with the siege? What if I could launch a surprise attack? Thinking of this, Shao's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. Why should he stick to the old ways? This is a game world for the player, but for him, it's a real world. There are no constraints for him. Shao had witnessed the situation in Shiza City before. Players kept pouring into the city. If he were to directly confront all the players in the city, although he was not afraid, the losses to the creatures in his territory would probably be more than what he experienced during the last siege. Therefore, Shao immediately made a decision to head to Shiza City now, advance the siege time, and launch a surprise attack on Shiza City. Immediately afterwards, Shao soared into the sky, hold head high. A resounding dragon roar instantly echoed throughout the outer forest and deep within the forest, even reaching the core forest. Rumble, roar, hiss. For a moment, the roars of various creatures in the forest and the rumble of running creatures rang out continuously, as if responding to Shao. Having learned from his previous experience, Shao realized that as the lord of the outer perimeter and the king of the realm, he could mobilize all the creatures deep in the forest and in the outer perimeter. Otherwise, relying solely on the strength within the Dragon's Lair territory, it would probably be difficult to conquer Shiza City. Before long, large groups of creatures gathered in front of the Sunset Forest. The scene was truly spectacular. Groups of creatures were constantly hissing and groaning. These creatures were from the outer and deep parts of Sunset Forest, summoned by Shao. Their numbers reached a terrifying tens of thousands, and more creatures were constantly being added from behind. Hiss! Awoo! Imagine how awe-inspiring it would be to hear tens of thousands of creatures growling at the same time. Target. High City. Let's go. Rumble. Under the organization of Shao, Man, and others, tens of thousands of creatures showed no signs of panic and marched in orderly formation towards Shiza City. If players saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. 10,000 creatures gathered together and moved forward at the same time. Their iron hooves pounded the ground, stirring up countless clouds of dust that enveloped them, forming a natural barrier that made it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. The sheer power of this was already terrifying. The ground trembled wherever it went, and even rugged terrain was flattened. In High City, there are still 13 hours left before the siege begins. I'm saying, there are still 13 hours until the siege starts. We can't just keep waiting here, can we? You have no idea how nervous, painful sunny day and burning chest hair are about this city defense. They're determined not only to hold High City, but also to take down the Outer Lord. What's there to be nervous about? It's just a monster siege, right? It's happened before. It's not just Sunset Forest and Westward City. Monster attacks from surrounding areas have also occurred in other towns and medium-sized cities, and players are already used to it. However, unlike Sunset Forest, other areas don't have a bug-level existence like Shao. Usually, other players team up to defeat all the creatures and gain a lot of experience points and equipment in the process. Are you a complete newbie? You don't even know about the Outer Ring Master. Isn't it just a peripheral leader? Last time, the quality of players in Chaoshi City wasn't very high, but it's different now. That's true. There are probably close to 80,000 or 90,000 players gathered in the city during the day. There shouldn't be any problems this time. Never mind, I'm so sleepy. The siege doesn't start until tomorrow morning. I'm going to sleep now. I won't stay up all night. Too much liver damaging is bad for your health. I'm going to bed now. See you tomorrow. The players were discussing things in small groups, and there wasn't much tension. The time in the game is basically synchronized with the time in the outside world. It is roughly equivalent to 10 p.m. in the real world, and there is still a long time before the siege. Therefore, most players did not choose to stay here. Instead, they logged off to rest or went elsewhere to level up overnight. As long as they logged on to High City before the monster siege to participate in the city defense battle, they were fine. However, many players are taking this siege very seriously, with Egg Tender Sunny being the most prominent among them. He has already been defeated by Shao twice in a row. The first time was when he was killed while farming a special dungeon, and the second time was when he was completely crushed by Shao in Chaoshi City. This time, I must take down the master of the outer perimeter. Dan Tong Ching Tian clenched his fists as he looked towards Sunset Forest. The priests who used to be with him were no longer by his side. Ever since he was defeated by Shao twice, he had been working hard to level up and improve his strength, no longer indulging in girls or showing off. This siege of High City is an absolutely golden opportunity, a perfect chance to conquer the outer city. That's why Danting Ching Tian attaches great importance to this siege. As time went by, it became late at night, and there were only 8 hours left before the siege of High City began. Shao and the creatures he had gathered from Sunset Forest disappeared into the darkness. They had been there for some time and had maintained a safe distance from the players in High City, so they had not yet been discovered. Man, in a moment, you will lead 15 Cyclopes to the front of the formation and use the slingshot skill to launch the first attack, then initiate the charge. Before attacking the city, Shao made the following arrangement for the Cyclops clan. He placed half of the Cyclops who came this time at the very front of the formation. On the one hand, the Cyclops' slingshot skills can be extremely effective in sieges. On the other hand, Shao also wanted to test the loyalty of the Cyclops clan. He wouldn't blindly believe that the Cyclops would truly submit to him just because he shouted a few words and crawled on the ground. "Yes, my lord." The Cyclops king agreed without the slightest hesitation. "Drink up." With the Cyclops agreeing, 15 more Cyclops stepped forward in quick succession, thus confirming the candidates to lead the siege. It's almost time. Shao looked towards the direction of Shiza City. It was already past midnight, and most of the players in the city had logged off to rest. The remaining players were mostly hardcore gamers. At this point, even if all the players in the city were added together, there would probably only be a few thousand players, making it the perfect time to attack. Chapter 70. The siege moves ahead of schedule. Players panic. Target, High City. Attack. Roar. Shao roared, as if it were a signal to attack a city. The nearly 10,000 creatures behind him simultaneously let out deafening roars and howls, and began to move again, advancing towards the direction of Shiza City. Rumble. From the city walls of Shiza, countless dark figures, shrouded in billowing dust, were rapidly approaching the city. 2 players who were resting on the city wall of High City inadvertently noticed the situation. "Huh, what's going on? Was there an earthquake? No, wait, what's that over there? I can't see clearly, what is that?" Just as the 2 players were still wondering, suddenly, the roars of wild beasts made them shudder. "Holy crap, did I hear that right? Gulu, I think you heard right. Something terrible has happened." The other player couldn't help but swallow hard. The 2 exchanged a glance and instantly realized a bad possibility. Oh no, monsters are attacking the city. What the hell? The monster siege has started early. The 2 players were shouting like madmen, but their shouts were ultimately limited. No matter how loud they were, only a portion of the players could hear them. The monster siege has started early? Have you 2 been playing too much? Ha ha, I think they must be having a nightmare. Ugh, this is no good at keeping up with my energy levels. There's still a long time before the siege starts. Who knows? It might just be a drill. Are these 2 guys so desperate for the reward that they're in such a hurry? The first reaction of all the players who heard the loud warnings from the 2 players was disbelief. How could the siege be brought forward? What the hell? Do you have a megaphone? Mine's used up. Send a server-wide message. Quick. I don't have any left either. Wait a minute. I'll go buy some right now. The 2 players on the city wall were so anxious they were jumping up and down. Hearing what the players below said, they were so angry they almost vomited blood. Immediately afterwards, in order to prevent the message from being pushed down, the 2 spent a lot of money to buy dozens of announcement megaphones and launched an announcement in the channel of Shiza City. The monster siege has started ahead of schedule. The monster siege has started ahead of schedule. Monster siege. Other hardcore players still in the city, seeing the constantly refreshed messages on the public chat, finally realized that something was wrong. If this were fake, there would be no need to buy a loudspeaker to make an announcement, unless someone is a spendthrift with nothing better to do. Moreover, as the monsters drew closer, the ground trembled more and more intensely, and even players inside the city could faintly hear the roars of some creatures. In an instant, all the players in High City sprang into action, rushing towards the city walls. Holy crap! What's going on? Why did it happen so early out of nowhere? Damn it, this official announcement is so unreliable. Is this some kind of sabotage on us? At the same time, before the players in High City could react, countless dark figures shrouded in smoke and dust stopped nearly 100 meters away from the city wall. As the smoke cleared, all the creatures encased within were gradually revealed. When tens of thousands of creatures were illuminated by the light spell, their eyes reflected a terrifying greenish light as they stared intently in the direction of High City. Hiss! All the players gasped, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. Hold head high. Immediately following, a loud dragon roar rang out, and a blue dragon swooped down from the sky. It was none other than Shao, hovering in midair at the same level as the city wall of Shiza City. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen giants, each 20 meters tall, emerged from behind Shao. They made a grasping motion with their hands, and a yellowish-brown light flashed in their hands. Soon, a huge rock appeared in their hands. The next moment, they were seen throwing stones forcefully at the city wall. Bang! 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 The players on the city wall didn't have time to escape before they were pelted back to their respawn point by the stones. Oh my god! Run! The monsters are really attacking the city. Get to the city center. Who the hell can hold out like this? Wait for me. The players on the city wall couldn't even hold on for long. They couldn't withstand the pressure at all. One by one, they tumbled and scrambled down to the bottom of the city. All they could think about now was escape. The mere sight of tens of thousands of green eyes was enough to terrify them, and they began to flee, not to mention the constant barrage of flying boulders. Bang! Among these, Yi-Man's enhanced stone-throwing skill was the most powerful, as he threw out an enormous stone that smashed a large hole in the city wall. The players in High City haven't even gathered yet, so they're not qualified to participate in this siege battle. As players ran down the city wall, they heard the continuous loud noises coming from the wall, and even the players inside the city panicked. There are only about 7,000 players in the entire city of Shiza, and the strongest players, including Danting Qing Tian, are located in the city center. You, and the rest of you, don't you have guilds? Quickly call all your guild members up here. Dan Ning Qing Tian, who was resting in the city, immediately stood up after receiving the news and pointed to the people around him, shouting something. Meanwhile, the other commander in this city defense battle, Burning Chest Hair, has gone offline. Everyone don't panic. We can still revive. As long as we hold on, there's still hope. If you have other players' contact information, log off immediately and call them. As for the rest, warriors, step forward and hold off the charge. Mages and archers, prepare to attack. Priests, prepare your buffs and healing. The next moment, Egg Tender Sunny Day bought a lot of announcement megaphones without any hesitation. Commands kept flashing in the public chat of players in the city, and the voice kept shouting. Quick, quick, someone log off and call for backup. We really can't hold on any longer. What a joke. I'm not staying here anymore, bye-bye. Don't stop me. 1,000 alpacas. This game is unplayable. With so many monsters, what are we going to use to hold them up? Why doesn't he just tell us to go up and hold them up? Many players at this point didn't even have the idea of fighting. For them, running away was the best option. Resurrection? That's a real problem. I wonder if we can dismantle the resurrection point. Shao had already noticed his old acquaintance, and upon hearing his words, he couldn't help but frown. After the Cyclops' first attack, the once magnificent city wall is now in ruins, with a large gap torn in the middle, and the city gate has become nothing more than a decoration. Chapter 71. The Gauntlet Battle at the Resurrection Point. Immediately, Shao roared and was about to fly over the city gate and enter Shiza City to pursue the enemy in victory. Stop, you evil dragon. This is not a place for evil dragons. Just then, two voices in front of the city gate caught Shao's attention. There are two more guards here. I wonder how strong these NPCs in Shiza City are. Despite the efforts of Danting Qing Tian in organizing things in Shiza City are still in complete chaos. The players are no longer a concern, but these NPCs might be a variable. Immediately afterwards, Shao sent 2 exploration missions over. Name, Don Samuel. Race, human. Rank, elite. Occupation, guard. Level, 25. Health points, 1100. Attributes, strength 78, agility 51, constitution 55, spirit 26, defense 52. Alliance, lawful good. Skills, charge, spear throw. Level 25? These stats are almost at the level of a first-class player. Shao looked at the guard's attribute panel and muttered to himself. The other guard's attributes were similar, and overall, he was a level above the NPCs in Chaoshi City. God of High City, did you hear me? Otherwise, we won't be polite to you. However, before the guards could finish speaking, Shao stomped them into mincemeat, and blood flowed continuously from the cracks under their feet. Ding! You have gained 3,600 experience points and 35 evolution points. Bang! The next moment, Shao slapped the gate of Shiza City, flipping the entire gate over and sending it flying over the heads of the players. When it landed, it smashed several players into data fragments. Ding! Gained 7,300 experience points. 71 evolution points. Holy crap, what kind of lousy city gate is this? It can't keep out anything, but it's pretty accurate at hitting people. Both guards were instantly killed. This is so frustrating. Even if Qing Tian went up there, she couldn't hold them off. Run! That bloodthirsty dragon is looking this way. The city gate is now more like a psychological defense line for all players. After the city gate was blown away, the nearby players were plunged into great panic. Bloodthirsty demon dragon. Did that name originate from Chaoshi City? Shao was stunned. This is what they mean by good news not traveling far, but bad news travels fast. Foolish humans, are your souls ready to tremble? The next moment, Shao opened his huge mouth and activated the blazing domain. A vast expanse of flames swept out and caught up with the more than 200 players who were still fleeing. Almost instantly, all the players covered in flames turned into data fragments. Even the mage players who had put on several layers of protective shields couldn't last a second longer. Ding! You have gained 255,000 experience points and 2,350 evolution points. Ding! Host level has increased to level 30. The quality of the players is also much higher than last time. Huh? Shao discovered that his flames after this evolution were somewhat different from the last one. The color of the flames was darker, and they seemed to contain some black flames. Moreover, the flames themselves have a strong adhesive property. If a warrior player manages to escape, even a tiny bit of flame will spread and quickly engulf the entire warrior if it gets on their shield. Only some warrior players who decisively abandon their shields and flee manage to escape. Shao then opened the attribute panel of the Blazing Flame domain to check the reason for the mutation of the Blazing Flame domain, and saw a system prompt that he hadn't had time to check after the previous evolution. Ding! The fiery domain and the demon wolf pattern attributes have merged, resulting in a mutation. The flames will now possess adhesion. Roar! Drink it! Immediately, more than a dozen cyclopes took the lead, leading a continuous stream of creatures that rushed in, and the breaches in the city wall were pushed wider and wider. The players who had already fled were quickly caught up by the horde of monsters that rushed in, and were completely routed. Iron hooves continued to ravage the city, and it seemed that even if Shao failed to conquer Shiza City this time, it would be destroyed beyond recognition by these monsters. Follow me. Attack the king first. Seeing this, Dan-Tung Qing Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He gathered the top players around him and turned his gaze to Shao. Before long, Shao, who had just arrived in the center of Shiza City, was surrounded by more than 200 players, all of whom were first-level players. Warriors, mages, archers, and priests, all divided into 2 teams as originally planned. One team attacks first. After one team is killed, the other team immediately takes over to hold off the main force on the perimeter. Once one team revives, they immediately rush over to replace the other team. We'll use a rotation strategy. Coveted. This plan was something they had prepared long ago, specifically to deal with Shao. Their advantage lay in having resurrection points, allowing them to resurrect without limit and use a war of attrition to wear down the Outer Lord. Insignificant humans. Repent for your folly. Shao snorted when he heard Dan Tung Qingtian's words. The resurrection point was indeed a big problem. Then he stomped his giant foot on the ground. The next moment, the players who had just lined up were instantly covered by ice crystals. The extreme cold continued to erode their bodies, and nearly half of the players were frozen into ice blocks in an instant. Quick, get out of the area covered by ice crystals. Dan Tung Qingtian's pupils shrank suddenly. He had witnessed Yi Shao's ice crystal domain during the last city defense battle, and naturally knew how troublesome the ice crystal domain was. During that time, he had always kept his distance from Yi Shao. However, unexpectedly, after Yi Shao's evolution this time, the coverage of the ice crystal field became wider, and the chance and power of freezing also increased significantly. However, before the remaining players could escape, ice spikes suddenly rose from the ground, crisscrossing and piercing through the remaining players one by one. Forget about using a war of attrition to wear down Yi Shao. They didn't even have a chance to attack before Yi Shao sent them all back to the respawn point. Ding! You have gained 486,500 experience points and 4,750 evolution points. Damn it, it can't withstand the damage at all. Dan Tung Qingtian watched as Yi Shao wiped out the players around him in one fell swoop, and his eyes turned red. At this moment, the number of players in Huan City was less than 1/10 of that during the day, and they couldn't stop Yi Shao's advance at all. Yi Shao didn't have time to play along with their antics this time. He flapped his dragon wings and appeared in front of Dan Tung Qingtian in an instant, creating a gust of wind. Bang! Although Dan Tung Qingtian escaped from the ice crystal domain and the frost crystal spikes immediately, he couldn't dodge Yi Shao's claws at all and was directly smashed into data fragments by the dragon claws. Ding! You have gained 4,000 experience points and 40 evolution points, using the respawn point for a series of attacks. Yi Shao's gaze swept across the city, and he noticed players pouring out from one direction. Yi Shao flew towards that direction at top speed. What appeared before Yi Shao was a large circular platform that was more than 50 meters wide. Chapter 72. A gauntlet battle? No, it's fountain diving. The circular platform appears to be constructed of a pure white stone, from which white light constantly flashes. With each flash, a player emerges from the white light. Now it's my turn. Yi Shao's eyes flashed with a terrifying red light, and his huge body stood in front of the respawn point platform, immediately attracting the attention of all the players. Holy crap! What the hell? How did this evil dragon get here? Quick, quick! He's about to breathe fire again. Get back quickly. Go back. Go back where? We're really finished now. I'm done playing. Let's play with hammers. Goodbye. The next moment, the fire domain was activated instantly, enveloping the entire respawn point. Hundreds of players who had just come out of the respawn point immediately plunged into the sea of fire again, suffering a second death. Some who did not log off in time were even killed a third time. Ding! Gained 13,800 experience points and 128 evolution points. Ding! Gained 23,860 experience points. 226 evolution points. Ding! 18650 experience points and 172 evolution points gained. Ding! Experience points gained. Almost every second, the information on the system notification panel would refresh, and Yi Shaoxin felt like he was picking up money. This temporarily restricted players' respawn time, and players in High City no longer poured out of the respawn point in droves. However, the flames continued to burn at the respawn point for a long time, and the entire platform was burned red hot, yet there were still no signs of damage. Huh, this kind of stone is quite nice. The materials used to build the resurrection point are exceptionally resilient. Ordinary rocks have long since melted into lava under his intense heat. Just then, Yi Shao noticed a lifelike little tree sculpture in the center of the round platform. Although it was not very conspicuous, It did not even turn red under the scorching heat of Yi Shao's flame domain. Interesting. Yi Shao's gaze swept over the small tree sculpture, and then his claws slammed down on it. The moment they made contact, Yi Shao's claws felt as if they had been pricked by a pebble, but the small tree sculpture only developed tiny cracks. It's pretty tough. At the same time, Yi Shao noticed that the flashing white light at the respawn point was dimmer than before, and the player's respawn time had nearly doubled. Stop him. Don't let him destroy the respawn point. Upon seeing this scene, the newly resurrected Egg Tender Sunny exclaimed anxiously, but before he could finish speaking, he was engulfed by flames and disappeared, awaiting resurrection. Many players outside the respawn point reacted immediately, wielding their weapons, staves, and bows and arrows, launching all sorts of attacks at Yi Shao. Bang! 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 Before their attack could reach Yi Shao, 4 red stone walls rose from the ground, directly surrounding Yi Shao and the stone platform at the resurrection point. The attacks landed on the red stone wall, leaving scratches of all sizes, but without making any impact. Immediately, Yi Shao's powerful claws struck the small tree sculpture, shattering it into several pieces. Immediately afterwards, the white light on the stone platform dimmed, and some players who were about to respawn disappeared as the white light vanished. The stone platform at the respawn point instantly cracked, clearly having lost its original function. Roar! Awu! Drink it! Without the support of the respawn point, and with no reinforcements for the players inside the city, the attacking creatures were suddenly relieved of pressure and continued to roar and trample the players in front of them with unstoppable momentum. Especially when facing Yi Man and Yi Shi, they all have group attack skills. From a distance, lightning flashes, flames sweep, and the earth trembles. With one move, a large number of players are taken down. These players were basically powerless to resist and were instantly torn apart and bombarded into data fragments, making it a completely one-sided situation. During this time, Yi Shao was even more direct, basically taking down a player with a single ice spike, reaping a lot of player kills, and taking the opportunity to earn a large amount of experience points and evolution points. In just a few moments, all the players in the vast city of Highs were slaughtered, leaving only the city lord and a few NPCs struggling to hold on. You evil dragon, you will surely suffer the revenge of Stan's city. Lord of the city, let's fight them to the death. The lord of the main city will definitely avenge us. Yes, let's drag this evil dragon down to hell with us. At this moment, Lord Quint of Shiza City and his many NPCs were forced into the northwest corner of Shiza City by Yi Shao and his group of creatures. They couldn't escape, and going up to fight would probably be a waste of time. These native NPCs in Shiza City were deliberately left behind by Yi Shao. If you were to ask who knows Shiza City best and has the most information, it would undoubtedly be them. You evil dragon, do you know what you're doing? The city lord of Highs, Kunt, had his clothes tattered from constant battles. His face was contorted with rage, and his body trembled as he spoke. Immediately, Yi Shao sent a probe, and the information about Quint was displayed before Yi Shao's eyes. Name, Quintgino. Race, human. Rank, legendary. Title, Lord of Highs City. Class, Order Swordsman. Level, 34. Health points, 7,900. Attributes, Strength 632, Agility 481, Constitution 786, Spirit 350, Defense 567. Alliance, Lawful Good. Skills, Blade of Order, Whirlwind Slash, Charge. A level 34 legendary class weapon. Yi Shao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the city lord of Shiza City would have such high attributes, especially in terms of physique, which was far superior to that of the city lord of Chaoshi City, who was a complete slacker. Foolish. This is the consequence of angering me. Yi Shao glanced at Kunte, completely ignoring him. As for the earlier mention of the Stan City Lord's revenge, Yi Shao simply ignored it. He has set his sights on the Lord of Stan City. The two are bound to clash sooner or later. The cause and effect were already completely tied when he attacked Chaoshi City and killed Daniel. Damn dragon, I'll fight you to the death. Quint raised his greatsword, pointing it directly at Yi Shao, his eyes flashing with a death-defying light. The next moment, he attacked Yi Shao. Yi Shao didn't move an inch, letting Quint's greatsword strike him. When? This is impossible. Quint's face was filled with fear. The greatsword struck Yi Shao's body as if it had struck a piece of steel, making a crisp sound. However, not a single scratch was left on Yi Shao's crystal-covered body. Chapter 73, not even worthy of manicuring. Bang. The next moment, Quint was slammed into the ground by Yi Shaoyan, who was carrying the giant sword. The thick ground was smashed into a large crater. City Lord. Lord City Lord. City. The dozen or so NPC guards who were surrounded in the corner became anxious when they saw the City Lord being slapped and seemingly dead. They were about to rush forward, but Yi Shi swept them back with his tail, and they rolled several times on the ground before getting up. Cough, cough again. With a cough, Quint slowly crawled out of the pit, his head covered in a mixture of blood and mud. Quint's greatsword was pointed at Yi Shao again. Yi Shao could vaguely sense that wind element was constantly gathering on Quint's greatsword, as if it was preparing some powerful skill. Can you still stand up? Yi Shao was slightly surprised. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, he had estimated that Quint would be half dead. He did not expect that Quint would still be able to stand up, except for looking a bit disheveled. The next moment, a bright blue light shone from Quint's greatsword, and wind elements continuously condensed on the blade. Then, Quint wielded the greatsword and slashed at Yi Shao Xiu. A series of wind blades, formed from wind elements, slashed out and shot towards Yi Shao. Tajda. Yi Shao raised his arms slightly and blocked all the wind blades, but it still had no effect. Your attack isn't even worthy of trimming my nails. As he spoke, Yi Shao turned around, his tail whipping out like a sharp blade, easily slicing through Quint's body and severing the arm holding the giant's sword. Quint let out a scream and fell to his knees. The pain of losing an arm was unimaginable, especially since it was the arm he used to wield the sword. The pain was excruciating. This time, Yi Shao didn't give Quint a chance to stand up again. With an extremely fast swing of his claws, he had already grabbed Quint in his hand. Ugh! Huff! Quint was not even as big as Yi Shao's claws. When Yi Shao held him in his claws, he felt as if he were trapped in a cage and his throat was locked. His body was gripped so tightly that he could not move, and even breathing was extremely difficult. Evil Dragon, release the City Lord at once. Release the City Lord at once. Everyone, follow me to rescue the City Lord. The dozen or so people who had just been overturned by the stone dragon seemed to have not learned their lesson and were noisily trying to rush forward. But Yi Shi whipped them back again with his tail whip. This time Yi Shi hit harder, and several people spat out blood. If you don't want your City Lord to die right now, you'd better stay put. Yi Shao's cold, emotionless voice quietly rang out around the dozen or so people, which finally made them behave. However, their eyes were still glaring fiercely at Yi Shao, as if they wanted to bite him. Yi Shao ignored their gazes. If these people weren't somewhat useful, Yi Shao wouldn't have bothered to waste words with them. He would have simply unleashed a blazing flame domain, burning them all to ashes. Humans, hand over everything you have. Judging from the appearance of these NPCs, Yi Shao no longer expected to extract any useful information from them. We can hand it over, but you have to release the City Lord first. Yes, release the City Lord. Boom! Yi Shao stomped his foot hard on the ground, and the ground beneath the two NPCs who had just been shouting suddenly rose up, as if hiding two giant beasts, sending the two NPCs flying dozens of meters into the air. When they fell back down, they were already dead. Ding! Gained 7,300 experience points, 69 bonus points. You think you have the right to negotiate with me? Either you die, or you do as I say. As Yi Shao's voice fell, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop several degrees, and all the NPC guards couldn't help but shiver, not daring to meet Yi Shao's gaze. It was only when someone died in front of them that they truly realized how enormous the creature before them was. Clang! Clang! The next moment, they were seen taking things out of their bodies one by one. Swords, spears, coins, and even their armor. In no time, they were left with only their clothes. I feel like I've become a robber. Looking at the scene before him, Yi Shao found it increasingly strange. One of the rolled-up pieces of paper caught Yi Shao's attention. It looked like a map, and his eyes lit up immediately. For Yi Shao now, a complete map could greatly fill the gaps in his understanding of the world. He immediately gave a wink, signaling Yi Shi to collect everything he had looted from the NPCs. Snap, crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from between Yi Shao's claws, accompanied by streams of blood flowing out from the gaps between them. City Lord. City. More than a dozen NPC guards were filled with rage, but before they could make any further moves, they were pierced through the body by ice spikes rising from the ground, and died right after Quint. Ding! You have gained 76,500 experience points and 741 evolution points. The next moment, Yi Shao turned and walked towards the center of Shiza City. For him, every single one of these NPCs in Hai City had harbored thoughts of attacking and killing him before he killed them. Since you have this idea, you should also be prepared to be killed by him. He's not some saint. If you want to survive in this world and reach the pinnacle of it, then these killings are inevitable. At this time, Hai City was in ruins, and apart from the creatures in Sunset Forest, there were no players or NPCs to be seen. Immediately, Yi Shao arrived at the statue of the hero Eren in the center of Hai City with ease. The statue of Eren in Hai City was much larger than the one in the Western City. Having learned from his previous experience, Yi Shao skillfully spewed out a large amount of flames, heating the Eren statue until it was red hot, but just like last time, it showed no signs of melting. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shao stomped his giant foot slightly, and ice elements instantly condensed. Strands of ice crystals wrapped around the red-hot Eren statue, instantly evaporating countless wisps of mist. Click, click. Under the extreme torment of ice and fire, the statue of Eren finally could not withstand it, cracking open with huge lines before shattering, and a bright green crystal emerged from it. Yi Shao extended his sharp claws and grabbed the emerald green crystal. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yi Shao's mind. Chapter 74, A Lot of Goods and the Player's Nightmare. Item, Hai City Crystal. Note, the core crystal used to construct and maintain Hai City is the most important item for the city. Can perform the following operations. Occupy/destroy. Yi Shao's sharp claws gently caressed the city crystal of Shiza City, but he was in no hurry to destroy Shiza City. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the teleportation array not far away. Unlike the damaged teleportation array he had previously unearthed in the ruins of Chaoshi City, this teleportation array still shimmered with a lustrous glow, clearly indicating that it was usable. The teleportation array seems to be made of the same stone as the resurrection point, and its overall size is several times larger than the one Yi Shao dug out in Chaoshi City. This time, even if Yi Shao used both of his claws at the same time, he probably wouldn't be able to dig it out. Man, take a few of your clansmen, dig out that teleportation array over there, and then move it back. Yi Shao pointed in the direction of the teleportation array and said to Yi Man, "It's more appropriate to leave this kind of meticulous work to the Cyclops. If we leave it to Yi Lei and the others, and they manage to damage the teleportation array, Yi Shao's dragon lair will have another damaged teleportation array." "Yes, my lord." Without wasting any words, Yi Man picked out a few meticulous giants, grabbed his tools, and started digging a teleportation array. Well, as for these things, Yi Shao looked around at the shops. Although most of the shops had been smashed to pieces by the creatures in the forest, the various items inside were still there. Most of these shops supply players with weapons, equipment, and other items. Taking these back could help expand Yi Shao's Dragon's Lair treasure trove. There are also some animal hides and miscellaneous items, a whole variety of things. Of course, what Yi Shao cared about most were the various paper scrolls and leather scrolls mixed in. These scrolls contained all sorts of information, and for Yi Shao at the moment, these were things he desperately needed. Yi Shi, Yi Lei, Yi Jing, you three take the creatures from your territory and move everything from these shops back to your territory. Yi Shao naturally wouldn't let go of the items in these shops. During the last attack on Chaoshi City, due to a lack of experience in siege warfare, many spoils of war were not carried out of the city. Thinking of this, Yi Shao couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Subsequently, Yi Shi and the other two also obeyed the order and left, summoning the creatures within the dragon's lair territory to sweep through the entire city of Shiza like a whirlwind. TSK, Yi Shi and his gang really do have the potential to be bandits. Yi Shao stared at the scene before him, speechless. But wouldn't that make him a bandit leader? Before long, everything in Shiza city, both useful and useless, was swept away by Yi Shi and his group. The shops that were originally full of goods were now empty, and the facades had been demolished so badly that they were unrecognizable. With the 3-all's objective, Yi Shao and his group had already achieved 2 of the goals, killing everyone and looting everyone. They were only missing the last one, destroying everyone. That's about it. Yi Shao glanced at the teleportation array carried by several Cyclops and the territory creatures returning laden with their spoils, and nodded in satisfaction. After all the creatures had evacuated from High City, Yi Shao looked at the system panel in front of him and selected the destruction option. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the follow-up quest to the Hero Darniel campaign. Attack on High City. Ding! Rewards are being distributed. Ding! You have received a reward of 200,000 experience points, 2,000 evolution points, and 50 world points. 50 world points aren't enough to advance. Yi Shao looked at the reward distribution panel and muttered to himself. He didn't expect the world points he gained from this siege to be enough to support his advancement. Before this, Yi Shao had checked and found that advancing to an epic level creature required 100 world points, while the world points gained from destroying High City were only 50, barely enough for half. Rumble. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to tremble, cracking open deep fissures. Houses collapsed one after another, and the once luxurious buildings began to crumble. The city would soon be reduced to ruins and disappear from the players' maps. Boom! Amidst a cloud of billowing dust, Yi Shao led the creatures of his territory further and further away, heading towards the sunset forest. However, for Yi Shao it was a great victory and a triumphant return, but for the players who participated in the defense of Shiza City, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Server-wide announcement. High City has been destroyed by the royal ruler. Due to the failure of all participating players to defend the city, the penalty level has been reduced by 3 levels. Furthermore, players will enter a weakened state for 1 day, with attributes reduced by 70%. Server-wide announcement. High City has been destroyed by the royal ruler. Due to the failure of all participating players to defend the city, the penalty level has been reduced by 3 levels. Furthermore, players will enter a weakened state for 1 day, with attributes reduced by 70%. Server-wide announcement. High City has been destroyed by the royal ruler. Due to the failure of all participating players to defend the city, the penalty level has been reduced by 3 levels. Furthermore, players will enter a weakened state for 1 day, with attributes reduced by 70%. Players who had just been teleported to other cities suddenly felt uneasy when they saw the server-wide announcement on the world chat, which sounded like it had been bombarded. What's going on? Downgraded by 3 levels. Holy crap. No reward whatsoever. And a punishment too. Exactly. So many creatures attacked at once, but the most terrifying one was that king of the realm. We couldn't stop them at all. How many players are there in the city? How can we defend it? This game is garbage. I'm going to file a complaint. If the official customer service doesn't give me a response this time, I'm quitting. The players involved were all indignant, and they were determined to get an official response this time. So the defense failed. Luckily I didn't sign up, or I would have been doomed too. You should thank me for stopping you back then. I've seen that king of the realm before. His strength is truly terrifying. Being weak isn't so bad, but if our level drops by 3, a lot of people will have worked for nothing these past few days. Players from other cities were suddenly struck by the large number of new players and immediately understood what had happened after seeing the announcement. They secretly rejoiced that they hadn't impulsively signed up for the defense of High City. However, the most frustrated and indignant were those players who registered but logged off to rest late at night. They had originally planned to get a good night's sleep and then have a big battle with the king and his creatures as soon as they woke up in the morning, frantically farming for equipment. But when they logged in, they could only stare blankly at the city of Shiza that had disappeared from the map. After a brief mental lapse, they finally came to their senses and realized what had happened, feeling a surge of warmth and comfort. Chapter 75, The Kingdom of Tenectit. What the fuck? How did Hai's city get destroyed? Damn it. I just took a nap and dreamt I got a legendary item today. What's that compared to that? I haven't even seen what the King of Kings looks like, and I've already been demoted 3 levels. Is this game even playable anymore? Holy crap. I'm back to square one. No way. I'm going to file a complaint this time. Yes, a complaint. Meanwhile, the official customer service for the game, Awakening of the Gods, Prelude, is facing its most severe test ever today. The customer service department's phones are ringing off the hook with angry complaints from players one after another. The customer service department, which is usually quite calm, is now facing a barrage of phone calls, and the original staff is simply not enough. In light of this, the company behind the game, Awakening of the Gods, even temporarily reassigned some staff from its marketing and R&D departments to serve as customer service representatives. And all of these player complaints were about the siege of High City. Many people in the game company hated that mischievous dragon for causing so much trouble, which added so much extra workload for them. However, the R&D team checked it more than 10 times but still couldn't find any problems or bugs. Everything was running normally. Left with no other option, the game company had to issue a statement and announcement, preparing to make balance adjustments to the game, Awakening of the Gods, Prelude. Server-wide announcement. Due to balance issues during monster sieges, the game will undergo an emergency update and maintenance. This update will make the following adjustments. A protective shield function will be added to all city siege battles, which can withstand some attacks from the outside. The downtime will last approximately 5 hours, and force disconnection will begin in 10 minutes. Server-wide announcement. Due to balance issues during monster sieges, the game will undergo an emergency update and maintenance. This update will make the following adjustments. A protective shield function will be added to all city siege battles, which can withstand some attacks from the outside. The downtime will last approximately 5 hours, and force disconnection will begin in 10 minutes. Server-wide announcement. Due to balance issues during monster sieges, the game will undergo an emergency update and maintenance. This update will make the following adjustments. A protective shield function will be added to all city siege battles, which can withstand some attacks from the outside. The downtime will last approximately 5 hours, and force disconnection will begin in 10 minutes. After seeing this announcement, all the complaining players gradually calmed down, but the debate about the city defense battle on the game forums continued and dominated all the hot topics. Meanwhile, in the city of Stan, what? The city of Shiza has been breached by monsters. Bang! Austin slammed his fist on the table next to him, and the fine stone table shattered into pieces on the spot. Although Austin, as the Lord of Stan City, was usually very calm and composed, he couldn't help but feel furious when he heard the news that yet another city under his rule had been destroyed by monsters. If the king punishes him this time, even as the Lord of Stan City, he might lose his life. The only thing we can do is to destroy the dragon and make up for these 2 losses. Oomph. This evil dragon. How dare it repeatedly provoke me? Austin clenched his fists, exuding a powerful aura. The guard reporting the situation was also seeing the city lord so angry for the first time. He knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Pass down the order. Gather all forces and launch a full-scale attack on the dragon's lair in Sunset Forest in 1 week. Slay the evil dragon. This time, we must annihilate it. Before long, all the garrison troops in Stan City received the order and immediately went into battle preparedness. Austin intends to use all his power to completely annihilate the dragon's lair and the evil dragon. Meanwhile, Shao had led all the creatures back to Sunset Forest. The Cyclops clan returned with Shao to the dragon's lair territory. After the Battle of High City, the Cyclops clan demonstrated their loyalty to Shao and truly became his personal guard. For Cyclopes carried a large stone platform, which was the teleportation array of High City, and followed Shao to the side of the dragon's lair, finally placing the teleportation array outside the dragon's lair. "Yi-man, Yi-sure, come here and report on the extent of the damage." Shao called Yi-man and Yi-sure over and asked him a question. Although they had won a great victory this time, he was most concerned about the damage within the territory. Reporting to the Lord. There are 2 stone dragons, 3 giant horned dragons, and 2 blazing moths injured within the territory, but none are dead. Reporting to the Lord. 14 members of my tribe have been injured, and 1 has died. Ye Shur and Ye Man reported on the damage this time. Although they had easily captured Shiza's city, the Cyclops clan was at the forefront and suffered casualties when faced with the players' counterattack. As for the other creatures in Sunset Forest, several hundred were also lost, but overall, the casualties were within Yi Shao's expectations. Yi Shao then began to tally up the spoils and haul. Under Yi Shao's instructions and arrangements, Yi Shur and his men moved most of the looted supplies into the dragon's lair. The equipment and Yi Shao's dragon's lair treasure were all thrown together, and some paper scrolls and leather scrolls were also moved into the dragon's lair. These were all important documents. If this happens a few more times, the dragon's lair won't be able to hold them all. Looking at the large pile of items inside the dragon's lair, which had clearly become his private dragon warehouse, Yi Shao wondered if he should arrange for Yi Shur and the others to expand the dragon's lair. A great harvest! A great harvest! My evolution points have reached 35,875. My level has also increased to level 31. When Yi Shao saw the attribute panel, he felt like a nouveau riche. So many evolution points were enough for him to squander as he pleased. Attributes: Strength 5347, Agility 4255, Constitution 4958, Spirit 3873, Defense 5077. The improvement and changes in his attribute values surprised Yi Shao even more. With his current impressive attribute values, ordinary legendary creatures were no different from ants in front of him, and he could easily crush them. After reviewing and tallying the results of the battle, Yi Shao turned his attention to the map and scrolls he had obtained from Shiza City. Immediately, Yi Shao transformed into his second form. His size in his first form was far too large compared to these scrolls, making them difficult to flip through. Kingdom of Tenektit. Yi Shao opened the map scroll, his gaze slightly narrowed, and he learned from it that the human kingdom behind Stan City was called the Kingdom of Tenek. Chapter 76, Squandering Evolution Values. The Kingdom of Tenek is located near the center of the map and has a very large territory. In addition, there are 2 other exceptionally powerful kingdoms. The left side of the map is mostly forest, which belongs to the territory of the Elf Kingdom. The Sunset Forest where Yi Shao is located is sandwiched between the Kingdom of Tenek and the Elf Kingdom, bordering both kingdoms and acting as a natural territorial boundary. Further to the left of the map, almost to the edge, Yi Shao saw a large mountainous area that did not belong to the Elf Kingdom and was not marked at all. Crossing the heart of the forest should lead us to the Elf Kingdom, right? Yi Shao looked towards the heart of the forest to the west, or perhaps into the distance, his fingers lightly stroking his chin, his gaze flickering, lost in thought. On the right side of the map is the Orc Kingdom, a vast desert area inhabited by various races, large and small. Yi Shao didn't pay much attention to it. There was also a human kingdom lying across the middle, which he decided to ignore for the time being. As for the area below the map, it was a sea, the domain of the mermaid race. Yi Shao didn't consider it, because his next target was the core of Sunset Forest. Immediately, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Shao's mind. Ding! An epic quest has begun. The War in Stan City. The War in Stan City. Your 2 acts of destruction of human cities have enraged Lord Austin of Stan City. Austin will mobilize the entire city's forces to wage war against you in a week, targeting the dragon's lair territory. Defeat and crush them. Epic quest rewards. Epic creature parts. Abundant evolution points. Abundant world points. Stantown, Austin. Bring it on. Ha ha ha. Ignoring Yi Man, Yi Shur, and the others who were still beside him, Yi Shao burst out laughing without any regard for his image. If he were in his first form, he would definitely have shot into the sky and let out a long roar. Yi Man, Yi Shur, and the others glanced at Yi Shao curiously, wondering what made him so happy. He couldn't wait for Stan City to attack, but it would be quite difficult for him to attack Stan City now, since Stan City has a geographical advantage and is a secondary main city with many subordinate medium-sized cities around it. The most troublesome are the players. Although their strength is far inferior, they have the advantage in numbers. After this attack on High City, The players must be on guard. This plan to raid High City may not be feasible. But this is just an attack launched by Stan City against Yi Shao. Even if players participate, there probably won't be many. Yi Shao faces no pressure at all when facing Stan City's attack alone. It could be said that the war launched against him by the City Lord of Stan City was tantamount to sending him experience points and evolution points. Yi Shao naturally accepted it all. Let's further enhance the strength within our territory. We'll prepare a big surprise for the Lord of Stan City. The first thing Yi Shao needs to do is to further evolve and enhance the strength of all the creatures within his territory. Then, if the City Lord of Stan City, Austin, dares to come, Yi Shao will lead the creatures of his territory to crush them. After the devastation of Shiza City, Yi Shao reaped considerable rewards, giving him the confidence to squander his wealth. He did a rough calculation and found that even if the Cyclops race were included, the evolution value required for this evolution would only be a little over 10,000. He now has 35,875 evolution points. For him, more than 10,000 evolution points are nothing, and he can easily support himself. And this is assuming that the evolution points required for this evolution are not included. This time, Yi Shao didn't rush to evolve, because without legendary level biological components, the improvement after evolution would probably be limited. He decided to first improve the creatures in his territory and the Cyclops before preparing for his own evolution. Yi Shao let out a low roar, summoning all the creatures and Cyclops within his territory, with Yi Man and Yi Shi positioned at the front. Having undergone several evolutions, Yi Shi, Yi Lei, and Yi Jing naturally understood what Yi Shao was going to do, and they couldn't help but get excited. They had all tasted the sweetness of their increased strength after evolution. For Yi Shi, I'll add the giant lizard's tail, and also a spirit crystal. During this siege, Yi Shao discovered that Yi Shi's tail whip was a powerful offensive weapon, and added the spirit stone purely to compensate for and improve Yi Shi's spirit attribute. Yi Lei, select to add thunderclaw, purple lightning pattern. As for Yi Jing, fire combined with poison should be a good choice. I'll add the heart of the venomous insect and the wings of the fire butterfly. After Yi Shao finished adding biological components to the three, Yi Shi, Yi Lei, and Yi Jing fell into a deep sleep and began this evolution. As for the remaining creatures within the territory, Yi Shao selected some worthwhile ones to cultivate and added biological components to them. And one by one, they fell into a deep sleep. Throughout the entire process, Yi Man and more than 30 Cyclops watched helplessly from the sidelines. They had all witnessed similar scenes in the previous giant forbidden zone and vaguely understood what had happened. When they looked at Yi Shi and the others, a hint of envy appeared on their faces, yet they remained surprisingly quiet. Once they acknowledged Yi Shao as their master, they placed themselves in a very proper position, not daring to disturb Yi Shao, and even less daring to ask for anything. Yi Man, and all of you come here. Yi Shao pointed to Yi Man and the Cyclops behind Yi Man. This time, the Cyclops clan made great contributions to the attack on High City, but also suffered some losses. The creatures in the territory were able to minimize the damage thanks to the armor made by the Cyclops clan. Therefore, the Cyclops race naturally needs to be rewarded. This evolution cannot be without them. Otherwise, it will only discourage the Cyclops race. Lord, my lord. Yi Man walked quickly to Yi Shao and knelt on one knee. As if she understood what Yi Shao was going to do, she couldn't help but feel excited. Even her words became a little incoherent. Wasn't this precisely his purpose in following and submitting to Yi Shao? To reclaim the glory of his ancestors. And Yi Shao gave him hope. However, Yi Man did not dare to be careless when he saw Yi Shao, who looked like a human. He had experienced Yi Shao's terror before, and after seeing Yi Shao this time, he felt that Yi Shao's strength was even more terrifying than when he saw him in the giant forbidden zone. Yi Man, you guys did a great job this time. Yi Shao's words caused Yi Man to lean forward slightly, as a response to Yi Shao's praise. Then, Yi Shao silently recited something in his mind. Command evolution. Yi Man's attribute panel immediately appeared in front of Yi Shao's eyes. Chapter 77 Evolution of Creatures Within the Territory. Name, Yi Man. Race, Cyclops. Rank, Legendary. Level, 29. Health points, 86,000. Attributes, Strength 1480. Agility, 675. Constitution, 863. Spirit, 787. Defense, 1074. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Eye of Fear, Force Field, Berserk Assault, Violent Impact, Stone Throw, Earth Shake. Yi Manki can add a whopping 3 biological components. Select to add Lava Armor, Power Core, and Power 8 Feet. Yi Shao hesitated for a moment before deciding on the biological components he wanted to add to Yi Man. Titans possess power comparable to dragons, and Yi Shao focused on enhancing Yi Man's strength and expanding his advantages in Yi Man's evolution. Boom! After Yi Shao finished adding the biological components, Yi Man, who had been kneeling on one knee, collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Man is the only legendary creature under Yi Shao's command. The evolution value required for his evolution alone reaches 2,000 points. Immediately, Yi Shao also evolved the remaining Cyclops, and the remaining Cyclops, along with the creatures in the territory, all fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, the entire Dragon's Lair territory was unusually quiet. The evolution points that Lin Lin has squandered this time have reached 11,380. But Yi Shao didn't feel bad. These evolution points were obtained from the attack on Hai City. Both the creatures in the territory and the Cyclops clan contributed greatly to this siege. This is a reward they deserve, and the overall strength of their territory will definitely rise to a higher level after this evolution. So the expenditure on these evolution points is worthwhile. Roar! The silence within the territory did not last long before it was broken by a low growl, revealing that a stone dragon had already completed its evolution. Immediately, creatures within the territory awoke from their slumber and stood up one after another. Yi Shao walked over, brought up the system, and checked their attribute panels one by one. Race, Megaloceros. Class, Mutant. Level, 20. Health points, 5,100. Attributes, Strength 93. Agility, 61. Constitution, 71. Spirit, 39. Defense, 73. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Ironhorn Pierce Charge. Race, Stone Dragon. Class, Mutant. Level, 20. Health points, 6,300. Attributes, Strength 98. Agility, 51. Constitution, 93. Spirit, 35. Defense, 91. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Stone Armor, Recklessness, Tail Whip. After circling around, apart from Yi Shi and the other two, most of the creatures in the territory had completed this evolution. Yi Shao also took the opportunity to count, and found that more than half of the creatures had reached the mutated level. However, since these ordinary stone dragons and giant horn dragons are low-level dragon species, not even considered subdragons, even if some mutations occur, they still cannot escape the constraints of their species. Not bad, better than I expected. Yi Shao turned his gaze to the two creatures in the territory that were still evolving. Apart from Yi Shi and the other two, these two creatures have been evolving for the longest time. The two creatures still evolving within the territory are a mutated giant horn dragon and a mutated stone dragon. Yi Shao did have some recollection of these two creatures. They were two of the three creatures that first reached the mutated level during the evolution before the attack on Shiza City. They were also the first creatures in the territory to reach the mutated level, besides Yi Shi and Yi Lei. What happened? What attracted Yi Shao's attention was not the slightly longer evolutionary time of these two creatures compared to other creatures. Instead, Yi Shao discovered that the stone dragon was simultaneously emitting earth yellow and silver light, clearly distinct, each enveloping half of its body. This was the first time Yi Shao had encountered such a situation. It was a similar case with the giant horn dragon, except that the colors of the light were different, namely silver white and blue purple. Yi Shao approached Shilong to examine him, and a system notification sounded in Yi Shao's mind. Ding! Stone Dragon has advanced to Lord level. Please select the evolution path. Mountain Crushing Stone Dragon / Moonlight Stone Dragon. Moonstone Dragon, a dragon species with exceptionally high mental attributes, specializing in mental attacks, and also possessing the ability to fly. Evolutionary path. Lord level. The evolution of this stone dragon was a pleasant surprise for Shao. As a result, the territory now finally had a creature that had reached the Lord level after Yilei. However, this situation is probably because he didn't add any other biological components. Let's choose the Moonstone Dragon. Its stats shouldn't be too much worse than the Mountain Crash Stone Dragon. Shao did not hesitate for long before determining the evolutionary direction of the Stone Dragon. Immediately, the silver light enveloping the Stone Dragon grew increasingly intense, while the yellowish-brown light seemed to be swallowed up by the silver light. In no time, the light enveloping the Stone Dragon's body had been completely replaced by silver. The next moment, the surging silver light enveloped the Stone Dragon's body, making it much smaller. It was clear that a miraculous transformation and change was taking place on the Stone Dragon. A short while later, when the silver light faded, it revealed the evolved form of the Stone Dragon. No, to be precise, it is now called the Moonstone Dragon. The evolved Moonstone Dragon has undergone tremendous changes compared to the original Stone Dragon. Its streamlined body gradually becomes thinner, eventually forming a fin-like appendage at the tail end. Its nose becomes thinner and longer, and two fan-shaped crests sweep backward on both sides of its eyes. Its pupils are white, and it has an extra pair of fleshy wings on both sides of its body. Its size is much smaller than the original Stone Dragon, only about 13 meters long. There have been quite a few changes. Let's check the attributes. Immediately, Shao brought up the Moonstone Dragon's attribute panel to check. Race, Moonstone Dragon. Rank, Lord. Level, 20. Health points, 8,700. Attributes, Strength 107, Agility 131, Constitution 104, Spirit 148, Defense 109. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Moonlight Sleep, Mental Shock Illusion, Deep Sleep. The Moonstone Dragon's breath weapon, which can spew out a mist-like breath that will put enemies caught in it to sleep. The sleep duration depends on the enemy's level. A Lord-level creature is indeed far superior to a mutated creature. Shao was astonished when he looked at the Moonstone Dragon's attribute panel, especially the Moonlight Sleep skill. If an enemy was shrouded in it, they would only be able to wait to be slaughtered while asleep. Chapter 78 Adamantite Horn Dragon. As for the mental shock and illusion, Shao didn't bother to check them out. He had experienced these two attacks on other creatures in previous battles and knew how troublesome they were. Overall, this evolution was very successful. My lord, after the Moonstone Dragon completed its evolution, it saw Shao standing in front of it and gently prostrated itself to express its respect for Shao, but its voice could not hide the excitement of advancing to the Lord level. Little female dragon. Shao felt a little strange. The Moonstone Dragon's voice was an extremely gentle female voice. The Moonstone Dragon was probably the first female dragon in the territory to reach the Lord level. Shao remained outwardly calm, nodded, and then walked up to the giant horned dragon that was still evolving. A system notification sounded in Shao's mind. Ding! The Megaloceros has advanced to Lord level. Please select the evolution path. Megarakete Brontosaurus / Adamantite Horn Dragon. Adamantin Diablos. The Adamantin Diablos' entire body appears to be forged from adamantin. Its massive horns are incredibly hard and possess immense penetrating power, making it an exceptionally destructive ground-based dragon. Really, similar to the Moonstone Dragon, the evolution of the giant horn dragon also went in two directions. Select Adamantite Horn Dragon. Begin evolution. Shao did not hesitate and directly chose the evolution path of the Adamantin Horn Dragon. He also wanted to see how powerful the other evolution path of the giant horn dragon was. As soon as Shao made his choice, the blue-purple light was swallowed up by the silver-white light in no time. Then, the silver-white light enveloped the giant horned dragon's body and expanded at a visible speed. When the light faded from the giant horned dragon's body, it revealed its new form. The adamantite horned dragon was over 30 meters long. Its skin was smooth and shiny, sparkling like diamond dust sprinkled on silvery white metal. Its body is much smaller than its limbs and tail. A diamond-shaped tail hammer hangs at the end of its tail. The most eye-catching feature is the giant horn on its forehead, which reflects a chilling light under the sunlight. Race, adamantite horned dragon. Rank, Lord. Level, 20. Health points, 9100. Attributes, Strength 143, Agility 98, Constitution 137, Spirit 65, Defense 142. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Touch of Adamantite, Double Damage, Claw Strike, Tail Hammer. Touch of Adamantite, the Adamantite Horn, a natural weapon of the Adamantite Horn Dragon, possesses extremely high penetrating power, easily destroying enemy armor and weapons. This is practically a living fighting machine. Shao was also shocked when he looked at the attribute panel of the Adamantine Horn Dragon. The Adamantine Horn Dragon's skills and attributes were simply designed for combat. My lord. The Adamantite Dragon's voice sounds like a deep male voice, much more composed than that of the Moonstone Dragon. Following that, Shao and the other two also completed this evolution, and their attributes were greatly improved, making them comparable to legendary creatures. With the current strength of Shao and the other two, they could probably hold their own against ordinary legendary creatures for a short time. If the three of them joined forces, even ordinary legendary creatures or human powerhouses would perish. Excellent. Excellent. Shao nodded without hesitation. After Shao and the other two evolved, the safety of the territory was greatly guaranteed. Although the system indicated that the City Lord of Stan City would attack the dragon's lair territory a week later, Shao could not guarantee that Austin would not launch an attack ahead of time, just like him. But after Shao and the other two evolved this time, even if he leaves the outer forest and is no longer in the dragon's lair territory, he is no longer afraid that the City Lord of Stan City will take the opportunity to attack the territory. Since the Cyclops race consisted mostly of Lord-level or higher creatures, and were the last to begin evolving, Shao had to wait quite a while before the Cyclops began to awaken from their slumber. Drink it! Drink it! After the Cyclops clan awoke, they were all extremely excited, discovering that their own strength had greatly improved. They looked at Shao with even greater awe, as if they were looking at a god. My lord! The last one to complete its evolution was Yi-Man. At this time, Yi-Man's body was covered with a pattern that looked like lava, and its size increased to about 47 meters. Yi-Man felt the changes in his power after the evolution, and his heart was filled with excitement. He looked at Shao, wanting to say something, but his lips felt dry and he couldn't speak. All of this was given to him by Shao. Thank you for your grace, my lord. Our clan will swear to serve you to the death. Immediately afterward, Yi-Man prostrated himself on the ground. He had made up his mind that even if Shao wanted to drive him away, he would not leave. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Thank you, lord. In an instant, all the Cyclopes and Yi-Man prostrated themselves on the ground, paying their deepest respect and gratitude to their supreme lord. Yes, get up. Shao was very satisfied with the effect, and then walked to Yi-Man's side and brought up his attribute panel. Name, Yi-Man. Race, Cyclops. Rank, Legendary. Level, 29. Health points, 103000. Attributes, Strength 1863, Agility 967, Constitution 1132, Spirit 998, Defense 1381. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Eye of Fear, Force Field, Berserk Assault, Violent Impact, Earth Shatter, Lava Throw, Ground Shatter. The improvement is still limited after all. Shao looked at the Cyclops' attribute panel and murmured, seemingly somewhat disappointed, which puzzled Yi-Man. Shao chose to add Lord-level biological components to Yi-Man. Although this had already improved the creature considerably, the improvement from using Lord-level biological components on a legendary creature was ultimately limited, so Shao was not very satisfied. For Yi-Man, his strength has improved significantly this time, but for Shao, the evolution points required for each evolution are increasing, far more than Yi-Man needs, and he can't afford to consume them. Therefore, it is natural to add the best biological components and then strive to maximize the improvement of strength. Looks like we need to make a trip to the heart of the forest as soon as possible. Shao turned his gaze back towards the core of the forest. Now that everything in his territory had been settled, it was time to advance into the heart of Sunset Forest. Apart from Yi-Man, He had killed the other two legendary creatures deep in the forest. If he went deeper into the forest, the resources there would no longer be enough to satisfy his ever-growing appetite. Chapter 79, The Core Forest. Here I come. Therefore, the core of the forest, where the top combat forces of Sunset Forest gathered, naturally became Yi Shao's target. 6 days and 19 hours left. Yi Shao looked at the countdown in the upper right corner of the taskbar. There was less than a week left before the city lord of Stand City attacked the dragon's lair territory, as given by the system. This week is enough time for him to explore the heart of the forest and come back. He might even have time to complete this evolution. Yi Shao let out a low roar, summoning Yi Shi and the other two, as well as Yi Man, over. Yi Shi, Yi Lei, Yi Jing, if you find any humans around the territory while I'm away, kill them on sight. Yi Shao gave the order in a cold voice, and anyone could hear the chill in his tone. Yes, my lord. The three responded in unison, their voices filled with a murderous aura, as if they too sensed that something unusual was about to happen. My lord, are you leaving the territory again? Yi Jing asked timidly. Although she had become a main force warrior in the dragon's lair territory, she was still as reluctant to part with Yi Shao as before. My lord, what are you going to do? Yi Man couldn't help but ask a question, but he thought about something else more, and inadvertently recalled Yi Shao's previous sweeping victory over 2 kings and crushing other creatures deep in the forest. I'm going to explore the heart of the forest. Yi Shao didn't intend to hide it from Yi Man and Yi Shi, and casually said it. But what Yi Man heard confirmed his earlier guess, and he was shocked. My lord, you are incredibly powerful, the strongest creature I have ever seen, but what about the core of the forest? Yi Man hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help but interject, her gaze seemingly lost in memories. Yi Man, do you know anything about the core forest? Yi Shao was curious. Yi Man seemed to know something, but thinking about it, it made sense. After all, Yi Man was a legendary creature who had lived deep in the forest for a long time, and he had far more opportunities to come into contact with the core of the forest than Yi Shao. Yi Shao, however, has never set foot in the core of the forest so far, so he is not very clear about the strength level there. It would be great if he could learn more from Yi Man. The core of the forest gathers the most elite forces in the entire Sunset Forest. Even I, upon entering the core, would likely not rank among the top. There's a high probability that there are epic-level beings there. Therefore, Lord. Yi Man paused for a moment, then told everything he knew. He didn't say the rest, but Yi Shi and the other two understood the meaning behind his words. It was precisely because Yi Man was well aware of the terror of the forest core that he sincerely hoped Yi Shao would not take the risk. The Lord is the strongest. He can absolutely crush the core forest. Yi Jing, however, was unconvinced and said, her words filled with confidence in Yi Shao, whom she considered invincible. The creatures in the core forest are no match for you, Lord. I believe in you, Lord. Yi Lei, who is usually quiet, chimed in, while Yi Shi remained silent, but it was clear that both of them had great confidence in Yi Shao. Epic level? I wonder how their strength compares to my current level. Yi Shao murmured something under his breath, showing no fear whatsoever, but instead igniting a strong fighting spirit. Hearing Yi Shi and the other two's words and Yi Shao's murmurs, Yi Man was greatly shocked, and his assessment of this lord's strength rose even higher. Yi Shao withdrew his gaze and couldn't help but think about the matters concerning Stand City after he left. After thinking for a while, Yi Shao gave Yi Shi and the other two a task. Yi Shi, Yi Lei, Yi Jing. After I leave, the 3 of you go and organize the creatures within your territory. Then launch surprise attacks on players in other cities. Give the Lord of Stand City a boost. This was Yi Shao's strategy to counter the attack on Stand City. He wanted to add fuel to the fire of the Stand City Lord's anger. You must understand that humans are very prone to losing their minds in anger, and the things they do will inevitably be absurd. At that time, it will be Yi Shao and the dragon's lair territory's chance to completely defeat the Lord of Stand City. Even if we don't know the strength of Stand City, it's always right to arrange everything perfectly. Yes, my lord. Yi Shi and the other two responded in unison, already planning how to complete the task assigned by Yi Shao. My lord, what about me and my people? When Yi Man saw that Yi Shao had assigned tasks to Yi Shi and the other two, but not to himself, he immediately became anxious. As for you and your clansmen, don't rush back to the giant forbidden zone these next few days. Just stay near the dragon's lair territory. If any powerful humans or players appear, eliminate them all. As Yi Shao finished speaking, his voice grew colder and colder. Yi Man and the Cyclops clan were another powerful safeguard that Yi Shao left in the dragon's lair territory to deal with the Lord of Stan City. Yes, my lord. Yi Man's voice was extremely loud. If it weren't for the fact that the space within the dragon's lair territory was not enough to accommodate the Cyclops clan, he would have really wanted to move the entire giant forbidden zone here. All right. As Yi Shao's voice fell, his body in his first form rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a giant dragon over 90 meters long. Hold that high. Yi Shao flapped his wings, and a loud dragon roar resounded through the sky, echoing throughout the outer perimeter and depths of Sunset Forest. Upon hearing the dragon roar, the creatures within trembled with fear and prostrated themselves on the ground. Meanwhile, the creatures and Cyclops within the dragon's lair were hissing and shouting, seemingly wishing their lord a swift and triumphant return. They only turned their gaze away when Yi Shao had become a tiny black dot in the sky and disappeared into the heart of the forest. Yi Shao flew westward at full speed, and before long, he arrived at a place he had never been before when he last came to the depths of Sunset Forest. This is considered a hidden boundary between the depths of Sunset Forest and the core of the forest. Crossing this boundary means entering the core area of Sunset Forest. Near this hidden boundary line, Yi Shao could no longer see any signs of life from the depths of the forest, not even a shadow. However, it makes sense when you think about it. Creatures without some strength wouldn't dare to approach this place, let alone cross it and enter the heart of the forest. The core? Here I come. Roar. Yi Shao did not hesitate at all. He flapped his dragon wings and crossed the hidden boundary line. He let out a long roar and announced his arrival to all the creatures in the core forest. Chapter 80, The Invitation of the King of the Forest. Boom! Yi Shao landed in the heart of the forest, but as he had imagined, he did not encounter any attacks from the creatures in the heart of the forest, and there was not even the slightest disturbance. It was unusually quiet here. There was no chance of encountering any creature attacking you, not even shadow of one. Something seems off. Yi Shao's questions kept popping up. If there wasn't a single creature from the core of the forest at this dividing line, then why didn't any creatures from the depths of the forest dare to cross the dividing line? They didn't even dare to approach the hidden dividing line, which was somewhat illogical and intriguing. Yi Shao wandered around the area, but still couldn't find any trace of life in the heart of the forest. Then, to verify his theory, Yi Shao prepared to search along the hidden dividing line. Generally speaking, creatures in the core area of the forest would usually wait near the boundary line if they wanted to hunt creatures that had crossed the boundary line from the depths of the forest. However, to Yi Shao's disappointment, he still did not find any trace of any living creatures, as if they had all vanished. Could it be that I made too much noise when I stepped into the heart of the forest, scaring all the creatures away? Yi Shao recalled the scene when he first stepped into the core area of the forest and couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. However, this doesn't quite make sense, since the creatures in the core of the forest are likely a level stronger than those deep within. Therefore, while legendary creatures might reign supreme deep within the forest, they probably wouldn't be able to do so in the core. Moreover, Yi Shao guessed that there were already a certain number of legendary creatures here, and his own aura might not be enough to frighten the creatures in the core area of the forest. However, just to be on the safe side, Yi Shao transformed into his second form during the subsequent exploration of the core area of the forest. Compared to his flamboyant behavior when he first arrived at the core forest, Yi Shao became more low-key. Regardless, we need to find some creature to gather information first. Yi Shao continued to explore deeper into the core forest. Combined with the areas he had previously searched in various places, Yi Shao had already covered a considerable area in the core of the forest. Is this a ghost forest? Yi Shao still hadn't found any living creatures, which made him feel that the core area of the forest was very strange and unusual, and he didn't know what had caused this strange scene. But he didn't give up. The core area of the forest was vast. Even if he couldn't find any creatures this time, he would find out the reason. There's a living thing here. Just as Shao was about to approach the core area, his eyes suddenly flashed green light as he spotted the first creature in the core forest. Heaven rewards those who persevere. Shao felt a surge of excitement. At least he knew that creatures still lived in this ghostly forest. He immediately flashed forward, blocking the creature's retreat as if afraid it would escape. What appeared before Shao was a wolf-like creature, slightly larger than an ordinary wolf, with white stripes extending from its head to its tail. Shao threw a probe at it. Race, white-striped wolf. Rank, Lord. Level, 27. Health points, 17,000. Attributes, Strength 185, Agility 180, Constitution 156, Spirit 108, Defense 151. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Powerful Bite, Gale Wolf Claw, Wind/Bullet, Wolf Howl. Lord level, TSK. As expected, these attributes are far superior to those of the creatures deep in the forest. Shao stared in astonishment at the white-striped wolf's attribute panel. If he didn't have the talent to lead evolution, the creatures in his territory might not have had higher attributes than the white-striped wolf. You're coughing. Before the white-striped wolf could finish speaking, Shao instantly rushed in front of him, grabbed the wolf's neck with one hand, and pinned it against a large tree behind it. Shao held half of the white-striped wolf in midair, its throat tightly locked, making it difficult for it to even breathe, let alone speak. Next, I'm going to ask you a few questions. You only have a right to answer or die. Shao's subsequent words were filled with chilling, killing intent and coldness, leaving White-Striped Wolf with no doubt about Shao's determination to kill him. Where are the other creatures in the heart of the forest? As he spoke, Shao loosened his grip, giving the White-Striped Wolf a chance to breathe. If he continued to squeeze it like that, not only would he not be able to get anything out of it, but he would probably just crush the White-Striped Wolf to death. Huff! Huff! They're all at Sunset Pool, summoned there by the king of the forest. The White-Striped Wolf was panting heavily, not daring to play any tricks. For the first time, he felt the air was so fresh, and for the first time he felt so close to death. King of the forest? Then what are you doing here? When Shao heard the name, King of the Forest, his brows furrowed. He naturally understood what the king of the forest meant. He was the true ruler of this sunset forest. You must be the king of the realm. I have come to see you with the invitation of the king of the forest. The king of the forest wishes you to come to me. White-Striped Wolf spoke with great respect for Shao. There was nothing he could do. His life was in Shao's hands. When the king of the forest was mentioned, Shao noticed that the White-Striped Wolf's eyes were filled with awe. That kind of heartfelt awe cannot be faked, and it also reflects the great strength of the king of the forest. He may even be an epic-level creature. An invitation? This is getting more and more interesting. Take me there. Bang! Shao threw the White-Striped Wolf to the ground, where it rolled around several times, getting covered in dust and dirt. Yes, Your Majesty, please follow me. The White-Striped Wolf was limping after being thrown by Shao, so walked ahead of Shao to lead the way. The core area of the forest was quite large, and if Shao had to find it himself, it might not be easy to find Sunset Pool in a short time. The White-Striped Wolf led Shao further west into the heart of the forest. According to the map, they were already quite close to the Elf Kingdom. Soon after, Shao followed the White-Striped Wolf to a large waterfall. What unfolded before Shao's eyes was a completely different scene from Sunset Forest, like a paradise on earth. A waterfall hangs high above, cascading into the pool like silken threads of ice. Under the sunlight, it sparkles with a crystalline luster, yet it is not dazzling, giving people a comfortable and peaceful feeling. This must be Sunset Lake. The pool water was crystal clear and sparkling, a completely different scene from the bloodshed and fighting deep in the forest. Chapter 81 Dragon Blood Icebird. Shao did not linger on this beautiful scene, but instead looked at a small island in the middle of the pool. Although it was called a small island, it was only compared to Sunset Pool, and it occupied a very large area. Hundreds of creatures, large and small, have gathered on this small island. Those creatures that disappeared from the core area of Sunset Forest must have all come here. Surprisingly, there are far fewer creatures here than in the outer and deeper parts of Sunset Forest. There are probably only a few hundred of them. However, the strength and overall level of these creatures were far superior to those of the creatures in the outer perimeter and deep within. Although Shao did not send out exploration materials one by one, he could roughly judge their class and strength by their aura. As expected of the core area of Sunset Forest, Shao was speechless. Among these creatures, the lowest level was the aura of a Lord-level creature. Mutant and elite-level creatures were not qualified to stand on the island or survive in the core area of the forest, let alone Pan-Life-level creatures. The white-striped wolf is already considered to have decent attributes among Lord-level creatures, but the aura of every creature on the island is much stronger than that of the white-striped wolf. Among these hundreds of creatures, only about 100 possessed the aura of a Lord-level creature, while the rest were almost all legendary-level creatures. Because the island's terrain rises from low to high, these creatures are also distributed in a fan shape. The bottommost part consists of Lord-level creatures, while the middle part is filled with legendary-level creatures. The stronger the creature's aura, the higher it is located. Shao finally understood that Yi-Man's statement that his strength, even in the core area of the forest, was probably not among the top was not just modesty. However, after Yi-Man's evolution, things might change. The king of the forest? After glancing at the creatures, Shao's gaze finally settled on one of the creatures at the very top of the island, and his eyes narrowed. This is a large bird that is nearly 100 meters long. It wears a blue ice crystal crest on its head, and its feathers are like blue ice sculptures, covered with a layer of ice crystal material, which reflects extremely brilliant colors under the sunlight. However, the bird's head has nothing to do with birds. It has no beak and looks more like a dragon's head. Its neck is covered with a layer of fine, dragon scale-like substance, and its two giant feet are more like dragon's claws. Its name, displayed above its head, was Dragonblood Icebird, preceded by the title of King of the Forest. It currently perched beneath a towering tree hundreds of meters tall, surrounded by a vast, untouched area where no creature dared approach. Perhaps because the Dragonblood Icebird had concealed its aura, Shao could not sense much of its presence, but this did not diminish Shao's wariness of it. Dragonblood Icebird. Shao murmured something, his eyes narrowing slightly. He knew that dragons were exceptionally powerful creatures in this world, and most creatures associated with the word dragon represented power or great potential. This was the first time Shao had encountered a creature with the word dragon in its name that wasn't actually a dragon. Awoo! After leading Shao to Sunset Pool, the white-striped wolf tilted its head back and let out a soft howl. It's so noisy. The next moment, an ice spike shot out from the ground and pierced the white-striped wolf's body with a soft thud, abruptly silencing its howl. His eyes widened as he stared at Shao, seemingly unable to believe it was real. The king of the forest and so many other creatures were standing there watching. Shao actually dared to make a move. The white-striped wolf, who thought he could escape once he arrived at Sunset Pool, had his hopes dashed by Shao in the next moment. Not long after, he let out a whimper and died. Roar! Ah! Wah! In an instant, the cries of apes, the roars of lions, the howls of tigers, and the sounds of various creatures roared at Shao one after another. They all bared their teeth and stared at Shao with hostile eyes. Shao's behavior was undoubtedly a provocation to them. During this process, the Dragonblood Icebird only glanced at Shao briefly before turning its gaze to him and scrutinizing him closely, seemingly ignoring the dead white-striped wolf beside it. You've arrived, Lord of the Outer Circle. Unexpectedly, the Dragonblood Icebird spoke first, not calling Shao the king, but calling him by the title of Outer Lord. As soon as the Dragonblood Icebird made its call, the creatures on the island fell silent, but their eyes still held undisguised anger towards Shao. However, there was no anger in the voice of the Dragonblood Icebird. On the contrary, it was extremely amiable, looking at Shao as if he were an old friend and greeting him. You know me? Shao couldn't help but ask curiously. From the beginning until now, the Dragonblood Icebird seems to know him very well, and even sent the white-striped wolf to invite him. Of course I know, this year's Outer Lord. Welcome to the core territory of Sunset Forest. The Dragonblood Icebird gave a very vague answer, without directly addressing Yi Shao's question. But do you know who the previous leader of the Outer Perimeter was? That's right. It was me. I used to be the leader of the Outer Perimeter, and I climbed up to where I am now step by step. Before Yi Shao could ask again, the Dragonblood Icebird added a sentence, seemingly talking to itself, its words filled with extreme arrogance. Having grown stronger from the outermost level to become the king of the forest, the Dragonblood Icebird certainly has every reason to be proud. Really? Well, it's time for me to take your place. Hold head high. Yi Shao let out a long roar, and his body instantly swelled up, transforming into a giant dragon with a size similar to the Dragonblood Icebird. Yi Shao flapped his dragon wings continuously, hovering in mid-air, level with the Dragonblood Icebird. Releasing all his power, his spearhead aimed directly at the Dragonblood Icebird. Yi Shao was extremely annoyed by the Dragonblood Icebird's arrogant attitude, so he didn't intend to waste any more words with him. Yi Shao's residual power also affected the creatures beneath the Dragonblood Icebird. Some powerful legendary creatures were all right. Their own strength was already formidable, and they only caught their breath in the face of the residual power, their gazes towards Yi Shao becoming extremely wary. However, the weaker legendary creatures and the lord-level creatures below them felt as if a huge mountain was hanging over their heads when facing this residual power. The terrifying dragons might even made them unable to distinguish whether it was Yi Shao's or the pressure from the king of the forest. Bang! 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 Creatures, unable to withstand the oppressive force, bent their limbs and collapsed to their knees. However, the Dragonblood Icebird, facing Yi Shao's imposing presence, was completely unaffected, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 82, I'd rather kill you all. This caused Yi Shao's pupils to shrink sharply, and his assessment of the Dragonblood Icebird's strength increased even further. We are both lords of the Outer Perimeter, and I can grant you a chance. Come live in the core forest. Under my management, there will be no fighting or killing here. It is the most ideal paradise. As for the matter of your offense against me, it can also be forgiven. The Dragonblood Icebird's voice remained calm, as if it didn't take Yi Shao's provocation seriously. Just as the Dragonblood Icebird said, this place is like a paradise, without fighting or killing. All creatures live in peace and harmony. Compared with the cruelty of the outer and deep parts of the forest, this place is worlds apart. However, all of this is predicated on the suppression of the Dragonblood Icebird. Yi Shao is unwilling to submit to the Dragonblood Icebird. He doesn't want to stay in a place like this for the rest of his life. It's too narrow-minded. That sounds tempting, but I'm more interested in getting something out of you right now. Living in such a peaceful environment might mean not having to worry about being prey. But for Yi Shao, who wanted to become stronger, this kind of life was something he didn't want at all. Living such a comfortable life is like being a flower in a greenhouse. One will never know the cruelty of the world, and one's own improvement will likely be hindered or even reach a bottleneck. Without strength, one is nothing more than a fish to be slaughtered. Yi Shao wants to become stronger, to stand at the pinnacle of this world, to become an existence that all living beings must submit to, fear, and respect. The Dragonblood Icebird that now possesses dragon blood is an opportunity for him to become stronger. Yi Shao knew himself well. Although his strength had changed a lot since he came from the outer forest, it was like a rocket-like improvement. However, he was aware of his bloodline problem. Among dragons, he was considered to have an impure bloodline. Yi Shao knew nothing about the origins of the Dragonblood Icebird, the current king of the forest, nor did he know where it came from. But he knew that as long as he killed the Dragonblood Icebird and obtained its biological components, his dragon bloodline would change, and his strength would surge once again. Roar! Without any hesitation, Yi Shao roared. The terrifying sound wave caused by the huge roar made even the legendary creatures at the top unable to withstand the pressure and take 2 steps back, while some of the lord-level creatures at the bottom were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Immediately, Yi Shaolong flapped his wings and sped toward the island. Before Yi Shaolong could reach them, the The strong wind generated by his wings knocked the dozens of creatures that had just gotten up at the front to the ground again. When they finally faced Shao, they realized just how terrifying his strength was. The first to suffer were the Lord-level creatures who were at the bottom and at the forefront. Whole head high. With a resounding dragon roar, Shao opened his massive maw and spewed out flames that filled the sky. The blazing flame domain was activated instantly, and endless flames swept towards the Lord-level creature at the bottom. Roar. Hiss. Awoo. In an instant, hundreds of creatures wailed in unison, and some even turned to ashes before they could even let out a scream. Ding. Gained 13,800 experience points and 115 evolution points. Ding. Obtained Lord-level biological components, lightning crystal core and iron rhinoceros horn. Ding. Gained 18560 experience points and 153 evolution points. Ding. Obtained Lord-level creature components, flame crystal core and red horn deer antler. Ding. Experience points gained. The prompts on Shao's system panel kept refreshing. Shao had become somewhat numb to the ever-increasing experience points and evolution points. Quick, quick, get into the water. Whoosh water. Water turtle, use your water jet. Some legendary creatures in the middle, unaffected by the attack, immediately roared downwards, tried to use the water to extinguish Shao's fiery domain. However, many legendary creatures were thrown into disarray by the overwhelming power of the flames and hastily retreated. At this moment, everyone was concerned about their own survival, and no one cared about those Lord-level creatures. Thump! Thump! Creatures caught in the flames kept jumping in a sunset pool, but the terrifying flames seemed impossible to extinguish, and the water could only slightly hinder their spread. Damn it! The water is completely useless. Put out. Quickly tear off the Thunder Tiger's front claws. Get out of the fire area quickly. The flames of the blazing domain cling to these creatures like maggots attached to bones. Once a part of their body is entangled in the flames will quickly spread and burn them. There are also lucky creatures that act decisively, tearing off the affected part of their body the moment they are touched by the flames, thus escaping unscathed. Roar. Ah! Awoo! However, the agonizing cries continued, and many more creatures were burned to ashes on their way to Sunset Pool. Those creatures that were engulfed by the flames, but managed to jump into Sunset Pool in time, were gradually consumed by the flames. Although the water slightly hindered the burning of the flames, it only prolonged their suffering. In the end, they could not escape the fate of turning into ashes. The terrifying heat of the flames even caused much of the sunset lake surrounding the island to evaporate in an instant, with mist rising continuously into the sky. The power of the flames has indeed increased considerably compared to before, but their adhesion is a bit difficult to control. If we don't control them well, we'll have to eat raw meat again. Looking at the chaotic scene below, Shao couldn't help but think to himself, now, let alone using the blazing domain to roast meat, all the creatures have been turned into ashes and charcoal, and the air is filled with the pungent smell of burning meat. There's not a trace of meaty aroma to be smelled. All of this happened in a very short time. Some creatures didn't even have time to react before they saw the creatures below being swallowed up by the flames. When the flames subsided again, the bottom of the island was burned beyond recognition, charred black, with some areas glowing red like lava. None of the Lord-level creatures at the bottom level could be seen anymore, along with some legendary creatures that had been swept away by the flames, all of which turned to ashes. The small fry are done. Now it's your turn. Shao turned his gaze to the remaining legendary creatures. The legendary creature at the top of the island, near the dragon blood iceberg, had an aura similar to that of the evolved Yi-Man. Chapter 83, let's see how many more hits you can take. Shao also gained a general understanding of their strength through this experience. If he were to deal with the remaining legendary creatures on his own, he would be extremely confident that he could annihilate them one by one, even if they all attacked together. The only thing to be careful of is the dragon blood iceberg, as Shao is still unsure about its strength. The dragon blood iceberg is most likely an epic level creature, and its strength is beyond doubt. It is definitely far superior to these legendary creatures. Otherwise, how could it suppress them and become the king of the forest? An epic level creature. I wonder how it compares to my current strength. Yi Shao took a deep look at the dragonblood icebird. He had the talent of 100 refinement evolution, and his own attributes and strength were far beyond what these legendary creatures could compare to. He just didn't know who would be stronger against the dragonblood icebird. From a moment Yi Shao began attacking the lord-level creatures at the bottom of the island, the dragonblood icebird watched quietly, showing no intention of intervening, as if it had nothing to do with him. If Yi Shao were to fight the remaining legendary creatures on the island, and add a dragonblood icebird to the mix, he wouldn't be afraid, but he probably wouldn't gain any advantage. Do you want to come one by one, or do you want to all die together? Yi Shao shouted loudly at all the legendary creatures in front of him, his killing intent palpable, blatantly provoking them. You damn bastards. You bunch of cowards. If you won't go, then I'll go first. Humph. Woo. Bang. 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 A creature named Iron-Skinned Ape, unable to withstand Yi Shao's provocation, stepped forward first. Immediately, the iron-skinned ape roared at Yi Shao, pounding its chest with its fists, producing a series of dull thuds. Tin-skinned ape, don't be impulsive. Come back quickly. The legendary lion-like creature next to it tried to call out to the iron-skinned ape, but it was too late. The iron ape bent its knees slightly to the sides, then leaped up like a cannonball, shooting straight at Yi Shao. The ground beneath its feet was deeply dented. Bang! Boom! Yi Shao raised his sharp claws and slapped the charging iron-skinned ape. With two loud bangs, the iron-skinned ape, which had been charging fiercely, was seen flying back to the ground at the same speed and embedding itself deeply in the soil. What? The iron-skinned ape's savage charge was interrupted? That's not all. He was sent flying. This guy has always been incredibly arrogant because of his strength. He's finally getting his comeuppance. I wonder if he's all right. That guy's thick-skinned. He should be fine. It's good for him to suffer a little. The four legendary creatures at the top stared wide-eyed as the iron-skinned ape was sent flying, seemingly unable to believe it was real. However, based on the iron-skinned ape's attack, the legendary creatures at the top level had a higher estimate of Yi Shao's strength, and their eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity. Ugh! Cough cough, you bastard! A few seconds later, the iron-skinned ape crawled out of the pit, covered in dust, and tried to growl, but blood gushed out involuntarily. Yi Shao was somewhat surprised to see that the iron-skinned ape could still stand up. Although the attack just now did not have the added power of a heavy blow, Yi Shao had still used all his strength to strike it down. He did not expect that the iron-skinned ape would only suffer some injuries. The legendary creatures at the heart of the forest are indeed quite capable. However, Yi Shao's eyes shone brightly. He flapped his dragon wings, and several giant tornadoes instantly formed, enveloping most of the island and affecting almost all the legendary creatures. The strong winds made it difficult for some of the weaker legendary creatures to stand, and several were even swept into the sky. The gale tore at their bodies, causing their wounds to burst open and blood to spurt out. However, what's even more terrifying is that wind blades shoot out from the tornado, and if you're not careful, you'll get a horrifying wound. Many creatures' limbs were severed directly, and soon after, they were cut into pieces by the subsequent wind blades. At this moment, the island had become a small slaughterhouse, with the limbs and internal organs of dozens of creatures scattered everywhere by the gale. Ding! You have gained 93,000 experience points and 945 evolution points. Ding! Obtained legendary grade biological components, Earthfire insect shell, purple flame butterfly wings, and rift wind crystal core. Ding! Experience points gained. Ding! Host level has increased to level 32. At the same time, Yi Shao's evolution points and experience points also skyrocketed. The quality of legendary creatures is far superior to that of lord-level creatures. However, the main target of the hurricane slash was not these weaker legendary creatures. Most of the wind blades swept towards the topmost few legendary creatures. Damn it, did this guy come out of the eye of the storm? And he's so strong. His quickly raise your defenses. We just need to hold on. This kind of large-scale, area of effect attack is extremely energy-consuming. That dragon won't last long. That's right. That will be our time to strike back. The four legendary creatures on the top floor instantly raised their defenses. Although the wind blades generated by the hurricane slash were very powerful, they did not have a significant effect on these four creatures. It only left dents on their bodies and more or less cuts, but they were not deep and did not damage their fundamental health. Let's see how many more blows you can take from me. The next moment, Shao appeared in front of the iron-skinned ape like a ghost. Before the iron-skinned ape could react, it saw a huge claw attacking its chest. A faint blue-purple light flickered on Shao's claws. This time, even the enhancement to his heavy strike had been added to his claws. If the iron-skinned ape and the four legendary creatures on the top floor were to team up, Shao really wouldn't have a way to deal with them for the time being. But now that the iron ape is alone, Shao will naturally not hesitate to accept the experience points and evolution points that are offered to him. Bang! A muffled thud followed, and then a large section of the iron-skinned ape's chest caved in. It flew backward, traveling hundreds of meters through the air before landing. Oh no! His target is the tin ape. Quick! Break through the tornado! That idiot! I told him not to be impulsive, but he wouldn't listen. These wind blades are too dense. There's no way to get through. At this moment, the four legendary creatures on the top floor became anxious and even abandoned their defenses, trying to rush out. However, they were forced back by the dense wind blades and strong winds. Chapter 84 Shao is besieged. Cough cough oh. The tin ape landed on the ground hundreds of meters away, struggling to get up, coughing up blood and its own internal organs. Despite the iron-skinned ape's extremely high defense, which was probably unmatched by the other four top-tier legendary creatures, its internal organs were still shattered by the powerful force of Shao's heavy claw attack. Boom! Before the tin ape could even stand up properly, it stumbled and fell to the ground again, its face and chest covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. It seems we won't be able to withstand a third attack. The moment Shao finished speaking, the surrounding fire elements all surged violently, unleashing a burst of flames that shot out a beam of fire. The next moment, the iron ape, which had completely lost its ability to resist, was pierced through from head to toe by a beam of fire. Its body was split in two, and its body was charred black by the flames. Boom! With a loud bang, the second stage of the explosive impact blasted the remaining body of the ironhide ape to obliterate it, leaving a small crater around it. Ding! You have gained 78,600 experience points and 750 evolution points. Ding! Obtain the legendary creature component, iron-skinned ape armor. Wow, the quality is really good. Even Shao, while maintaining such a large-scale hurricane-like combo and attacking the iron-skinned ape, couldn't help but exhale a heavy breath. Immediately, Shao stopped maintaining the hurricane slash. The several giant tornadoes that had covered most of the island instantly dissipated, and the weaker legendary creatures were also filtered out and wiped out one by the hurricane slash. The remaining creatures are all much stronger, and there's also a dragonblood icebird eyeing them covetously. Maintaining the hurricane tornado effect probably won't be very effective. Therefore, Shao did not intend to waste his strength. The remaining battles would only be more brutal, so he had to conserve his strength. There are also four creatures of similar strength to the iron-skinned ape. Shao narrowed his eyes as he looked at the four legendary creatures on the top floor. The names displayed above their heads were Purgatory Spirit Lion, Thunder-Summoning Demon Wolf, Seven-Tailed Snow Fox, and Black Gold Ice Python. The iron-skinned ape's defense surprised Shao. Because he had to focus on the other legendary creatures, it took Shao some effort to kill the iron-skinned ape. The remaining four top-tier legendary creatures were probably no less troublesome than the iron-skinned ape. That tin ape is brainless. Sigh. Alright, you've all seen it. This guy's attack power doesn't seem to be much weaker than the one above. Is the one up there just going to stand by and watch? Aren't you going to make a move? I don't know. Anyway, let's stick together tighter from now on. Don't let him split us up and break us up. The four top-tier legendary creatures exchanged glances. The death of the iron-skinned ape had also shocked them. Shao's strength and decisiveness in killing exceeded their expectations. The four of them decided to join forces and fight together to deal with Shao. Let's all charge. Yes, tear him apart. We'll eat dragon meat today. The Hellfire Lion and the Thunder-Summoning Wolf roared down. To defeat Yi Shao, their combined strength was probably not enough. They would need to let the legendary creatures below wear down Yi Shao's power. Roar! Awu! Hiss! In an instant, the legendary creatures below roared and bared their teeth at Yi Shao. They were legendary beings, after all, and from the very beginning, they had been suppressed and beaten by Yi Shao. They wished they could tear him apart alive. A tiger-like creature launched the first attack on Yi Shao, and the remaining legendary creatures also surrounded Yi Shao at almost the same time, unleashing a dazzling array of skills as they shot towards him. Rumble! Yi Shao stomped his giant foot on the ground, causing the earth to crack open. Four massive red rock walls rose high, surrounding Yi Shao and providing comprehensive defense against attacks from all directions. Bang! 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 The booming sounds echoed continuously from the redstone wall, including the loud noises of skills striking it and the roars of creatures crashing into it. Click! Click! Soon, cracks appeared on the wall. Yi Shao's gazes sharpened. These legendary creatures were far more powerful than the players, and their attacks were so dense that even the redstone wall couldn't withstand them. Bang! The first tiger-shaped legendary creature broke through the wall and rushed in. But before it could attack Yi Shao, its gaze was fixed on the huge dragon's mouth, and Yi Shao bit off half of its body in one bite. Ding! You have gained 60,000 experience points and 600 evolution points. Ding! Obtained a legendary creature component, White Tiger Fong. Immediately afterward, the other walls also cracked open one by one, and attacks for various creatures followed in quick succession. As the redstone wall rose, Yi Shao spread out his ice crystal domain, and the icy crystal spikes also rushed towards these legendary creatures. However, these legendary creatures also have exceptionally high resistance and defense. Although the ice crystal domain and frost crystal spikes cause them great obstacles and damage, only a few dozen could be completely killed. Moreover, these legendary creatures went completely mad, attacking one after another. In just a short while, Yi Shao killed at least 60 creatures with his bare claws, not counting the dozens more that were killed by the ice spikes. Bang! Boom! However, under such a high-density attack, Yi Shao was inevitably hit. Fortunately, he had the extreme wall crystal armor and his own high defensive attributes. Otherwise, even the top-level legendary creatures would not have lasted a breath. Hold head high. Yi Shao let out a long cry, flapped his dragon wings, and soared into the sky. The battles on the ground were too intense, and if this continued, he would expend too much energy. Seeing Yi Shao soar into the sky, the creatures on the ground roared and continued to attack him with ranged attacks. The legendary creatures with the ability to fly even flew directly towards Yi Shao, launching a suicidal attack. Snort! Yi Shao snorted coldly, and the next moment he opened his huge mouth. A ball of light flashing with silver light condensed in his mouth, and then a silver beam of light about 4 or 5 meters in diameter was spat out, which swept the legendary creatures that flew over. Immediately, their bodies, still in the air, began to be assimilated by a crystalline substance at a visible speed. Their bodies eventually turned into a piece of crystal, which fell to the ground with a thud, still maintaining the lifelike posture of flapping wings in the air. This silver beam of light was none other than the skill materialization crystal that Yi Shao had previously obtained. This was the first time Yi Shao had put into actual combat. Chapter 85: The Power of the Explosive Domain reappears. The power and effect of materializing crystals were unexpectedly good. Everything that was hit by the beam of light turned into crystals without exception. However, the power required to maintain the materialized crystals was also enormous. In an instant, all the legendary creatures that were about to fly up and attack Yi Shao turned into crystals in midair, along with the creatures on the ground that were accidentally swept away, totaling 30 or 40. What exactly was that beam of light? I don't know either. I don't know if we can stop them. Try it and you'll see. Let's go. We can't wait any longer. The 4 top-tier legendary creatures became anxious when they saw that less than 100 legendary creatures remained in the arena in the blink of an eye. The dragon in front of them was too terrifying in strength, and the legendary creatures below had not caused it much damage. The Hellfire Lion, the Thunder-Summoning Wolf, the Seven-Tailed Snow Fox, and the Black Gold Ice Python also rushed up, surrounding Yi Shao in the air from 4 directions. At this moment, Yi Shao had already withdrawn the beam of light from the materialized crystal, which gave the 4 top legendary creatures an opportunity to take advantage. The infernal lion roared, its body stretching to a length of 50 or 60 meters, and it opened its mouth to bite Yi Shao's neck. Bang! However, Yi Shao was faster, slapping the Hellfire Lion away. Its canine teeth were broken off by Yi Shao and smashed to the ground. Boom! While Yi Shao was defending against the Purgatory Spirit Lion, the thunder-summoning demon wolf opened its mouth and spat out a ball of light flashing with lightning, launching a sneak attack on Yi Shao, which succeeded. A numbing and burning sensation spread across Yi Shao's back, but fortunately, the extreme barrier crystal armor remained in its state and did not break through Yi Shao's defenses. Get out of my way! The next moment, Yi Shao swung his tail horizontally, whipping the thunder-summoning wolf directly into the ground. The sound of bones cracking could be faintly heard. Hiss! The black ice python flicked its bright red tongue, its mouth wide open, ready to ambush Yi Shao. Green mist continuously condensed around its 2 fangs, clearly indicating that they were highly poisonous. However, Yi Shao was already prepared. With a single slap, he pulled one of the black gold ice python's fangs out by the root. Then he grabbed the black gold ice python's tail and slammed it to the ground like a meteor hammer. Blood streamed from the mouth of the black ice python, and it was thrown around so hard by Yi Shao that it was completely disoriented. Finally, it was only when the half of its tail that Yi Shao was holding broke off that it was able to escape Yi Shao's clutches. The Seven-Tailed Snow Fox, who had originally intended to take the opportunity to attack, stopped in its tracks upon seeing such a ferocious scene. Get out of my way. I'll deal with these little bastards first, then I'll send you on your way. Roar! When the Seven-Tailed Snow Fox saw Yi Shao looking over, it turned and ran without thinking. It ran quite a distance before realizing that Yi Shao hadn't chased after it, and only then did it breathe a sigh of relief. The next moment, the Seven-Tailed Snow Fox's pupils suddenly contracted, and it realized something was wrong. All that could be seen was a gale carrying ice crystals and clods of earth rising high around the legendary creatures. Some clods of earth that had condensed in the air collided with the ice crystals under the pull of the gale. Even from a great distance, the Seven-Tailed Snow Fox could sense the restlessness of the wind, earth, and ice elements. Since the remaining legendary creatures had been waiting for an opportunity to attack Yi Shao, they had all gathered together and had not dispersed. The restless elements enveloped all the legendary creatures. Immediately, the raging fire element ignited the other 3 elements, causing the elemental balance to instantly collapse. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose, and the power of the absolute explosion domain was even greater than before. By this time, the legendary creatures who sensed the danger had no time to escape and were all engulfed in the terrifying explosion. The erupting lava shot straight into the sky, its destructive power tearing their bodies to shreds. The air itself was distorted, and the resulting shockwave sent the Seven-Tailed Snow Fox, which would try to rush back to stop Yi Shao, tumbling several times before being sent flying backward. What terrifying power! The Dragonblood Icebird at the very top watched this scene silently and couldn't help but sigh. Even it wasn't confident that it could create such terrifying power. As the flames subsided and the smoke settled, the scene at the epicenter of the explosion was revealed. The once flat land was blasted into a huge crater, scorched black. Nearly 100 creatures were torn to shreds by this destructive force, with limbs and filth scattered everywhere. Many more were simply wiped out in the explosion. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yi Shao's mind that sounded almost like a dream. Ding! You have gained 4,705,600 experience points and 46,075 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to level 33. Ding! Obtained legendary creature components, Moonstone, Hellfire Insect Touch, and Frost Crystal Stone. Shao had never encountered such a huge number in an instant before, and the number in the experience value column on the attribute panel jumped wildly. However, Shao couldn't afford to check right now, as there were still 4 top-tier legendary creatures and a Dragonblood Iceberg that was very likely an epic creature that he hadn't dealt with yet. The Purgatory Spirit Lion and the Thunder-summoning Demon Wolf, who had just gotten up, were terrified when they saw this scene. Shao's attack was too swift, and they didn't even have time to expand their own domains. Quick, he's exhausted. Let's take this opportunity to kill him. That wretched bastard, I want to eat his flesh. Oh, with a roar, both of them unleashed their domains and crushed towards Shao. A scene resembling a magma inferno appeared around the infernal lion, while a lightning domain flashed around the thunder-summoning wolf. Thunder Domain and Purgatory attacked Shao from both the front and the rear, trapping him within their domains. Shao stood brazenly within the domains of these 2 top-tier legendary beings, showing no fear whatsoever. You guys really never learn. Shao seemed completely unaffected by the power of the 2 domains, leaving the 2 top legendary creatures in shock. Hold head high. Shao let out a long cry, and the blazing flame domain instantly spread out, with terrifying flames spreading out. Even the 2 top legendary creatures could not resist the erosion of the flames. In the blink of an eye, they felt that certain parts of their bodies had been roasted, and a meaty aroma filled the air. The thunder-summoning wolf and the hellfire lion no longer had the will to attack Shao, nor could they maintain the power of their domains. Only one thought remained in their minds: to escape this place as quickly as possible. How could Shao let these 2 top-tier legendary creatures go? He lashed out with a tail whip wrapped in wind element. The thunder-summoning wolf didn't even have time to raise its defense before being whipped in 2 by Shao's tail and quickly engulfed by flames. Chapter 86 forgot there was one more. Seeing the thunder-summoning demon wolf's miserable state, the Purgatory Spirit Lion fled even faster, instantly escaping from the blazing domain. However, its entire body was charred black, and its once majestic appearance was no longer recognizable. But Shao caught up in an instant, biting the neck of the Hellfire Lion. Blood spurted out, and the Hellfire Lion struggled in Shao's mouth, but it was all in vain. It soon died. Ding! Gained 157,000 experience points and 1,530 evolution points. Ding! You have obtained the legendary creature components Thunder, Summoning Crystal, and Purgatory Stone. Medium rare is just right. With a little effort, Shao bit off the entire head of the Purgatory Spirit Lion. The remaining body could not withstand the tearing of Shao's huge mouth, and he swallowed the most tender pieces of meat from its body in a few bites. Hiccup. The Purgatory Spirit Lion, which kept clamoring to eat Shao, even tried to ambush Shao and bite off his throat, but unexpectedly, it ended up becoming Shao's meal. What kind of monster has been born? The 7-tailed snow fox, who had just gotten up from the ground, saw such a brutal and bloody scene. Fear seeped into his eyes, and he no longer had the courage to fight Shao. Oh no, the black ice python. That giant dragon is coming towards you. Run. Seeing Shao rushing towards the black gold ice python, the 7-tailed snow fox cried out anxiously. If the black gold ice python died, she would be the only legendary creature left here, and becoming Shao's next target would be inevitable. The black gold ice python, still dazed and disoriented from Shao's fall, had just gotten up from the ground, blood streaming from its mouth. Suddenly hearing the 7-tailed snow fox's cry, it jolted awake, and by the time it reacted, Shao was already beside it. Shao's sharp claws pierced through the body of the black gold ice python in an instant, and he lifted the black gold ice python up as if he were carrying a large earthworm. It must be said that the black gold ice python was extremely resilient. Even though Shao used both claws to tear it into several pieces, it was still not completely dead. In the end, Shao burned it to ashes with a fire. Ding! You have gained 75,000 experience points and 750 evolution points. Ding! Obtained legendary biological component. Ice Python Venom Fawn. Huff! Shao exhaled a puff of hot air. After such an intense battle, even Shao was somewhat exhausted. Although his body was tired, his spirit and blood were boiling. Only one left. The dragonblood ice bird was perched atop it, eyeing him menacingly. Shao felt that the dragonblood ice bird had never interfered in his battle with these legendary creatures, but only wanted to use them to deplete Shao's strength. If he shows signs of weakness or fatigue, the dragonblood ice bird's attack will likely follow. During this trip to the core of the forest, the number and strength of the legendary creatures in Sunset Pool have exceeded his expectations. As a result, Shao had exhausted most of his strength in the battle just now. The only thing he could do now was to defeat the dragonblood ice bird in one fell swoop. Tap, tap, tap. Huh, I forgot there was one more. Seeing that it had failed to save the black gold ice python, the seven-tailed snow fox immediately ran away quietly. Whether it was to go to the elf kingdom or to hide deep in the forest, it had to get away from Shao, this demon-like dragon, as soon as possible. We're doomed. We've been discovered. When the seven-tailed snow fox saw Shao looking over, it knew something was wrong and immediately stopped hiding, pushing its speed to the limit and running for its life. Where else can you run to? A ghostly voice rang out beside the seven-tailed snow fox. Hiss! The seven-tailed snow fox's fur bristled, its seven tails flailing wildly behind it. It immediately changed direction and ran towards the dragonblood ice bird. Fighting this giant dragon in front of her was a hopeless battle. She was simply throwing her life away. There was no way she could escape, and Shao's speed far surpassed hers. The only one who could save her now was the dragonblood ice bird. However, Shao blocked her way the next moment, forcing the seven-tailed snow fox to stop. When she looked at Shao, her eyes revealed undisguised fear. Immediately, a layer of red light emanated from the seven-tailed snow fox, spreading outward in a circular pattern and quickly enveloping Shao. Oh, you still have the power to unleash a domain. A hint of doubt flashed in Shao's eyes. From the beginning until now, he had never fought the seven-tailed snow fox and knew nothing about it. This layer of red light did not seem to have caused him any substantial harm, so Shao was not quite sure for the moment. Take care of this one, then deal with the dragonblood ice bird. Just as Shao was about to make a move, the seven-tailed snow fox in front of him suddenly expanded and transformed into a mother dragon that resembled Shao but was more elegant and had a more beautiful body. Shao felt a strange mix of emotions and didn't immediately take action. Your Majesty, please allow me to serve you by your side. The mother dragon, transformed from the seven-tailed snow fox, swaggered toward Shao, her eyes seemingly filled with a captivating allure that could ensnare a dragon's soul. If judged solely by the aesthetic standards of a dragon, the mother dragon transformed from the seven-tailed snow fox would definitely be considered a beauty, but Shao is not just an ordinary dragon. Bang! Shao slapped the mother dragon that the seven-tailed snow fox had transformed into, and the seven-tailed snow fox was immediately knocked out of its original form, fell face first to the ground, and was covered in blood, looking extremely disheveled. The seven-tailed snow fox was filled with fear. She was confident that Shao had just fallen into her illusion, but she didn't expect him to attack directly. Now that the illusion could no longer be maintained, she dared not linger any longer and seized the opportunity to rush towards the direction of the dragonblood ice bird, seeking refuge. King, great king of the forest, please protect me. Before the seven-tailed snow fox could even reach the dragonblood ice bird, the voice rang out, with Shao close behind. The next moment, the seven-tailed snow fox leaped high into the air, about to dart to the dragonblood ice bird's side. Bang! As soon as the seven-tailed snow fox approached the dragonblood ice bird, it saw the dragonblood ice bird raise its wings and swat the seven-tailed snow fox back like a badminton shuttlecock, which landed right at the feet of Shao, who was following closely behind. King, Shao didn't hold back, accepting the blow without hesitation, and crushed the seven-tailed snow fox into a meat patty with a single kick. If the seven-tailed snow fox had chosen to fight back against Shao, it might have been able to put up a fight, but now it didn't even have the will to fight, so it was destined to be instantly killed. Chapter 87 Dragon Mountain. Gained 76,000 experience points and 760 evolution points. Ding. You have obtained the legendary creature component, Snow Foxtail. What? You think you have too many men? Or do you think they're not dying fast enough? Shao ignored the system notification and instead stared intently at the Dragonblood Icebird. He was now somewhat confused about the Dragonblood Icebird. Throughout the battle between Shao and the legendary creatures on the island, the Dragonblood Icebird never made a move, remaining a silent observer as it watched everything unfold. When faced with the distress calls from the creatures under its command, the Dragonblood Icebird not only ignored them, but also tossed them aside like a piece of trash, indirectly causing the death of the seven-tailed snow fox. Shao initially guessed that the Dragonblood Icebird wanted to use these legendary creatures to deplete his power, but so far, the Dragonblood Icebird still showed no intention of making a move, looking down at him from its high position. You're exhausted. You're no match for me. The Dragonblood Icebird shook its head, as if it hadn't heard Shao's words. It still showed no intention of making a move. It looked Shao up and down carefully for a moment, then looked away as if it were pondering or recalling something. Whether you're a match for me or not, why don't you come try? Shao Long spread his wings, assuming a stance to attack the Dragonblood Icebird, but his aura was far less imposing than before. Shao is not in good condition right now. He has already used up most of his strength. Although he is well aware of this, he knows even more that he cannot back down. Retreating would create too many uncertainties, but if the Dragonblood Icebird were to take the opportunity to attack him, he would most likely suffer a great loss. If he goes all out now, his chances of winning are still very high. Moreover, his Dragon Fury has already been fully charged, which is a trump card he has saved to deal with the Dragonblood Icebird. Ignoring Shao's provocation, the Dragonblood Icebird gently flapped its wings on the tree behind it. Then, elemental power surged and swept towards the void, drawing out small water droplets that condensed into a large water droplet. Here you go. Recover first before we talk about challenging me. The Dragonblood Icebird gently propelled the water droplets towards Shao with its wings, and the water droplets flew towards Shao. Shao was very cautious and did not catch the water droplet immediately. Only after confirming that there was no danger and it was not an attack from the Dragonblood Icebird did he raise his sharp claws to catch the water droplet. At the same time, a piece of information about water droplets appeared in Shao's mind. Water of life. Essence from the Tree of Life, capable of instantly restoring 80% of one's health. The water of life? Shao couldn't help but look at the big tree behind the Dragonblood Icebird. Recalling its actions just now, he instantly realized that the big tree must be the Tree of Life. This is good stuff. Shao's eyes lit up. The water of life alone could instantly restore 80% of one's life force. What about the Tree of Life? Its effects and benefits would probably be even greater. Holding the water of life in his claws, Shao clearly felt a powerful life force spreading through his claws. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the water of life directly. Instantly, Shao felt a massive life force permeate his body, and his consumed power and previously lost life points were restored at an extremely terrifying speed. This is practically a super-powered version of a health potion plus a mana potion. Shao felt a surge of joy as he sensed the changes in his physical condition. In no time, he had returned to his peak state. If you want to fight me, then go all out, and I will take all your attacks. The Dragonblood Icebird raised its head high, extremely arrogant, as if it didn't take Shao seriously at all. This was the pride that belonged to the Dragonblood Icebird. Just as Shao was about to do his best to crush this arrogant and conceited guy under his feet, a single sentence from the Dragonblood Icebird made him stop in his tracks. You are that impure dragon who fled Dragon Mountain, or perhaps one who was banished from Dragon Mountain. The Dragonblood Icebird stopped abruptly, its gaze fixed on Shao. Shao's expression flickered, as if it had thought of something taboo, or perhaps encountered something that couldn't be said. Huh? Dragon Mountain? What do you mean by that? This was the first time Shao had heard of the name Dragon Mountain, but he keenly sensed something unusual about it, and perhaps some of the mysteries surrounding his presence here would be solved. However, the Dragonblood Icebird stopped there, simply watching Shao quietly, then raising its head high again, unwilling to say another word. All right, then I'll defeat you completely first, and see if you'll talk today. Huh. Yi Shao sighed and had no intention of delving any further into the matter with the Dragon Blood Icebird. He only knew that the only thing to do at the moment was to defeat the Dragon Blood Icebird, and the truth would naturally come out when the time was right. Now, the Dragon Blood Icebird is standing right in front of Yi Shao. Yi Shao immediately casts a probe, and the Dragon Blood Icebird's data is displayed before him. Race, Dragon Blood Icebird. Class, Epic. Title, King of the Forest. Level, 36. Health points, 308900. Attributes, Strength 6750, Agility 6430, Constitution 5730, Spirit 4556, Defense 5805. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Skills, Frost Domain, Ice Crystal Featherblade, Dragon Blood Enhancement, Frost Beam, Dragon Claw Strike, Ice Bird Howl, Ice Wing Strike Dash. Epic. Just as expected, Yi Shao wasn't particularly shocked, as he had already guessed that the Dragon Blood Icebird was an epic-level creature. The only thing that concerned him was the Dragon Blood Icebird's terrifying attributes. Yi Shao checked and compared his own attributes. Attributes, Strength 6447, Agility 6160, Constitution 5780, Spirit 4790, Defense 5895. Even though he leveled up twice in these two battles, his strength and agility were still slightly inferior to the Dragon Blood Icebird, but he was slightly better than the Dragon Blood Icebird in other attributes. Yi Shao's gaze toward the Dragon Blood Icebird became more solemn than ever before. This was the first time in so long that Yi Shao had faced a battle of equal strength. It is slightly inferior to the Dragon Blood Icebird in terms of strength and agility, but it is not certain who will win in a real fight. Yo! The Dragon Blood Icebird let out a long cry, spread its wings, and an aura no less powerful than Yi Shao's instantly burst forth, rivaling Yi Shao's dragon might. Chapter 88 Bug Birdwing. The battle between Yi Shao and the Dragon Blood Icebird was evenly matched. The strong winds generated by their collisions stirred up the small island, which had finally regained its peace and quiet, causing the clear lake water to churn and churn. Yi Shao decided to strike first, opening his mouth wide and simultaneously unleashing dozens of fire element missiles that shot towards the Dragon Blood Icebird. Bang! 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 Faced with the incoming fire element missiles, the Dragon Blood Icebird did not dodge. It folded its wings back to protect itself, easily blocking all the fire element missiles. As Yi Xiaolong flapped his wings, his figure flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing beside the Dragon Blood Icebird and striking with a claw. Boom! The wings of the Dragon Blood Icebird were like an incredibly tough shield. Yi Xiao's claw strike only left a scratch on the bird's wings. Even Yi Shao was somewhat envious of the wing's terrifying defensive power. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, the Dragon Blood Icebird's wings suddenly snapped open, and Yi Shao was the first to be hit, the terrifying force sending him flying backward. He tumbled several times in the air before regaining his footing. Show me your full strength. If this is all you've got, then I'm really disappointed. The Dragon Blood Icebird stared coldly at Yi Shao, its voice seemingly both angry and genuinely disappointed. All right, I'll roast you sooner. Roar! Yi Shao roared, and his flame domain instantly expanded. The overwhelming flames attacked the Dragon Blood Icebird. The Dragon Blood Icebird still showed no intention of dodging and was completely engulfed by the flames in no time. Although the flames obscured his vision, Yi Shao could still clearly perceive the situation within the flame domain. The next moment, Yi Shao stopped spewing flames, and the flames gradually dissipated. The land around the Dragon Blood Icebird was scorched red, like lava, yet it still did not cause any damage to the Dragon Blood Icebird. The Dragon Blood Icebird continued to protect its body with its wings, the ice crystals on its wings shimmering with a cold light, showing no trace of being burned by the flame domain. So tough, even the blazing domain can't burn it. This caused Yi Shao's two huge eyes to narrow slightly. This was the first time he had encountered something that even the blazing flame domain couldn't do anything about. If he can't even break through the Dragon Blood Icebird's wing defenses, how can he talk about defeating it? He'll only be the one who ends up on the defensive. Now that started to get interesting. The dragonblood ice bird spread its wings, its previous calm and arrogant demeanor gone, and for the first time, its gaze toward Yi Shao was filled with fierce fighting spirit. Yo! The next moment, the dragonblood ice bird let out a long cry, and a terrifying sonic attack radiated outward from itself, distorting the air. Yi Shao tried to dodge, but it was too late. The sound waves instantly enveloped him, and at the same time, Yi Shao felt his eardrums ringing and he was temporarily deaf. A strong sense of dizziness followed, and the dragon wings that were floating in mid-air stopped flapping. It lost its balance and fell to the small island below. Bang! Boom! Taking advantage of Yi Shao's momentary dizziness, the dragonblood ice bird flashed above him, and, as if teleporting, slammed its wings down, blasting Yi Shao directly into the ground beneath the island. I thought you'd let me fight to my heart's content, but now I realize I overestimated you. The arrogant voice of the dragonblood ice bird echoed throughout Sunset Pool. It shook its head, seemingly expressing a sigh. Tisk, shut your arrogant attitude. I'll drain all your dragon blood from you sooner or later. Hold head high. Yi Shao had appeared behind the dragonblood ice bird without anyone noticing. He showed no signs of injury and had completely defended against the dragonblood ice bird's attacks. At that moment, Yi Shao seized the opening and, with the added power of his dragon claw, slammed it down on the dragonblood ice bird. Bang! Crash! Although the dragonblood ice bird managed to protect itself with its wings in time, it was difficult to maintain its position in the air, and Yi Shao still managed to slap it into the water, creating a huge wave. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the dragonblood ice bird burst out of Sunset Pool again, but didn't turn into a drenched mess as Yi Shao had expected. The dragonblood ice bird's entire body was covered in ice crystals, so water couldn't get it wet at all. Let's keep going. Despite suffering a minor setback, the dragonblood ice bird was not angry at all. Instead, it became even more excited, and its fighting spirit soared even higher. Then I'll grant your wish. Yi Shao realized that the dragonblood ice bird was a complete battle maniac obsessed with fighting. With a flap of its wings, a gale arose, and a massive tornado raged across the sky, instantly gathering countless wind blades that slashed towards the dragonblood ice bird. Tajda. In the blink of an eye, the dragonblood ice bird withstood countless wind blades and pulled itself out of the tornado, attacking Yi Shao once again. This turtle shell is such a hassle. Yi Shao's eyes flickered uncertainly. The wings of the dragonblood ice bird were simply a bug-level existence. But thinking about it, it was normal. If it wasn't troublesome, how could one cross the threshold of an epic-level creature? Yi Shao dodged the dragonblood ice bird's attack, and then saw the dragonblood ice bird spread its wings, flashing with a strong ice blue light, and tens of thousands of ice blue, crystal-like feather blades appear behind it. There's an opportunity. Yi Shao's eyes suddenly lit up. Now that the dragonblood ice bird's wings were spread, it was the best opportunity to attack. However, even if Yi Shao went up against tens of thousands of feather blades, he would probably be riddled with holes. But opportunities don't wait, and Yi Shao no longer held back, directly applying the extreme wall crystal armor to his body. The next moment, the giant foot stomped down, and just before the feather blades flew over, the earth cracked open, and several red stone walls rose up from the ground, briefly blocking the constantly flying feather blades. However, the first layer of red rock walls soon broke, followed by the second layer. Just as the third layer was about to break, thick layers of ice crystals climbed up the red rock wall, revealing Yi Shao's ice crystal domain. The redstone walls were immediately reinforced. Their defensive capabilities increased significantly, and each layer could withstand attacks for a much longer period of time. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shao also used the blazing domain. The red rock wall that was originally covered by ice crystals was engulfed by flames. When the feather blades encountered the flames, they were quickly evaporated and turned into wisps of mist. By the time they hit the stone wall, they had little power left. The ice crystals on the stone wall evaporated instantly when they encountered the flames, forming a large amount of mist that enveloped Yi Shao and the dragonblood ice bird in the blink of an eye. The thick fog made the surroundings a white blur, with only the stone walls and burning flames vaguely visible. Chapter 89: Fierce Battle. The dragonblood icebird's feather blades are essentially formed from a large amount of ice element, so they were greatly restrained when they encountered Shao's blazing domain. Huh, you think it will work? Seeing this, the dragonblood icebird spread its wings even wider, and in an instant, twice as many feather blades appeared around it, shooting towards the red rock wall in an arc. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The feather blades sliced through the air, seemingly tearing it apart. Even with the restraint of flames, many feather blades still managed to rip through the fiery domain and strike the red rock wall. Click, click, click. Soon, the first layer of red rock wall at the top shattered instantly, and the two layers behind it also quickly crumbled, with the broken pieces of stone flying everywhere and scattering in all directions. The fiery domain seemed unable to sustain itself as the redstone wall crumbled, gradually weakening. The next moment, countless feather blades swept forward like locusts. Puff, puff, puff. However, the attack did not strike Shao as the dragonblood icebird had anticipated. Although the fog obscured the view, making it difficult to see clearly, the sound was still distinct. The sound of the feather blade striking an object was rather dull, more like an impact on the ground. Wrong. The dragonblood ice bird reacted instantly and hurriedly folded its wings, but it was already too late. Suddenly, Shao appeared beside the dragonblood icebird, unleashing a powerful claw strike that swiftly and fiercely aimed straight for its chest. Boom! Shao didn't hold back. The dragonblood icebird's chest was hit squarely, leaving a small dent. The powerful force sent it flying hundreds of meters into the air. Bang! 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 Shao pressed his advantage, launching over a dozen fire element missiles without hesitation. For a moment, the dragonblood icebird was unable to maintain its balance in the air. The next moment, Shao instantly appeared below the dragonblood icebird. A faint green light enveloped the horn on his forehead. Fearing that the horn might not be able to pierce the dragonblood icebird's body, Shao also added a layer of wind element. Without wings to protect its body, the dragon horn easily pierced through the dragonblood icebird's body, leaving a large hole in its chest from which blood flowed freely. A mental shock then struck the dragonblood icebird's mind. As expected of an epic-level creature, the dragonblood icebird reacted extremely quickly. The moment Shao appeared beneath it, it forcibly shifted its body sideways in midair, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Therefore, although Shao pierced through the body of the dragonblood icebird, it was not fatal. However, the subsequent mental shock caused the dragonblood icebird to become dizzy, temporarily losing its ability to resist. Shao seized the opportunity and circled around to above the dragonblood icebird in the air. Pia! With a crisp sound, Shao lashed the dragonblood icebird with his tail whip, causing the bird's body to arch downwards and crash to the ground like a shooting star. Boom! The island was slammed into the ground by the dragonblood icebird, and then Xiaolong's horn flashed with light, forming a blue-purple beam of light at the tip of the horn that shot straight toward the spot where the dragonblood icebird had crashed down. However, before the blue-purple beam could fall, an ice-blue beam shot out almost simultaneously, colliding with the blue-purple beam and annihilating in midair. Did they suppress the mental attack so quickly? Xiao's attack was interrupted, so he stopped and stared intently at the ground below. He saw the dragonblood icebird gradually emerge from the crater that had been smashed. The dragonblood icebird's chest was covered in blood, and there was also a faint trace of blood flowing from the corner of its mouth. Many of the ice crystals covering its body had also been shattered. It was clear that Xiao's attack had caused it considerable injuries, but the dragonblood icebird's eyes were still full of energy. I did underestimate you before, but now you're more like a dragon. Joe. The dragonblood icebird let out a long cry. Xiao was already on guard this time, and hurriedly used his power to protect his mind to prevent being hit again. The next moment, a giant dragon appeared behind the dragonblood icebird, its body several hundred meters long. The dragonblood icebird itself also emitted a strange red light. Xiao clearly felt that the dragonblood icebird's aura was strengthened by more than double in an instant. A skill that enhances your abilities? Xiao looked at the strange phenomenon on the dragonblood icebird and muttered to himself. It was obvious that the dragonblood icebird had used a full-body amplification and enhancement skill, But such skills also had time limits. Whoosh whoosh. A series of icy blue beams shot out from the mouth of the dragonblood icebird, which Shao narrowly avoided. Now that the dragonblood icebird had enhanced skills, it was clearly not a good choice to confront it head-on. Bang! Shao was accidentally hit on the foot by a beam of icy blue light. He felt a chill creep into his body and a layer of ice formed on his foot. But the ice receded in the next instant, and the chill was instantly dispelled. It's probably an ice-based beam attack. I can't afford to get hit again. Shao recalled that when he was exploring the dragonblood iceberg before, there was a skill called Frozen Beam. It had high ice resistance, so Frozen Beam wouldn't have much effect on him, but it would slow him down. As soon as Shao landed on the ground, he saw the dragonblood icebird flap its wings and rush over at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterwards, stone walls rose from the ground, accompanied by ice spikes, which crisscrossed and trapped the dragonblood icebird. Just as the dragonblood icebird was about to break through the stone wall and ice spikes, the wind and fire elements instantly merged in, and the four elements instantly went berserk. This time, Shao unleashed his absolute explosion domain without holding back, and its destructive power was much more terrifying than the last time. Bang! Rumble! Shao had already moved away from the explosion's epicenter and was watching the beautiful fireworks display from a distance. As the absolute explosive domain fully exploded, a massive wave of flames swept across almost half of the island, causing the earth to tremble. Right before Shao's eyes, most of the island cracked open and sank to the bottom of the water, creating waves. When the flames subsided, the once beautiful island was utterly destroyed, broken and charred, and the clear pool in the center of the island had become murky. Cough, cough, cough. With a cough, a dark lump of coal emerged from the center of the explosion, limping, but its shape and appearance could be vaguely discerned as those of a dragonblood icebird. Chapter 90: Ice and Fire Domain. However, the once majestic, ice-blue king of the forest is now charred black by flames and explosions, looking extremely disheveled and completely unlike what one would expect of a king of the forest. They're still alive. Their vitality is truly remarkable. Shao couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious that the dragonblood icebird's survival in the absolute explosion domain was thanks to his wings. The outer side of the wings was charred black, while the inner side, although also somewhat charred, was mostly ice blue. I refuse to believe that I can't break these ghostly wings. After being entangled with the dragonblood icebird for so long, Shao was also getting angry. Hold head high. As Shao let out a long roar, his dragon fury points were no longer held back and were instantly squandered. The patterns on the dragon's wings suddenly shone brightly red, as if they had come to life, and countless fire elements converged on Shao from the center. Because the energy gathered so rapidly, a terrifying gale arose, and in no time, the explosive impact had already been fully charged. Almost simultaneously, a beam of fire formed in front of Shao. The originally fiery red beam had now turned into an almost pure white color, but the high temperature emitted was even more terrifying. The high temperature generated even scorched the surrounding space, making it extremely unstable, and the space was almost burned through. When the dragonblood icebird witnessed the strange phenomenon caused by the explosive flame impact, its pupils constricted, and for the first time, terror appeared in its eyes. It could feel the terrifying power within. However, its movements were restricted due to its previous injuries, and it had no time to dodge. The dragonblood icebird had no choice but to quickly fold its wings to protect its body. Immediately, a beam of white flame shot out, causing the space along its path to tremble. Boom! Unsurprisingly, the dragonblood icebird's wings failed to protect him this time, and a large hole was burned through them by the white beam of flame. Bang! The second stage of the explosive impact dealt explosive damage, and the dragonblood icebird was the first to be hit. The terrifying explosion and impact once again sent the dragonblood icebird flying. Yo! The dragonblood icebird let out a roar, but unlike its previous long cries, this roar was filled with pain. Its wings were one of the hardest and most important biological parts of its body, but now they had been shattered by Shao. One can imagine the excruciating pain it was experiencing. What a pity. These wings can't be used as a shield. Shao looked at the dragon blood icebird's damaged wings and couldn't help but sigh with regret. He had been extremely envious of the defensive power of those wings. However, Shao acted swiftly, rushing towards the dragon blood icebird. The absence of a system notification indicated that the dragon blood icebird was not yet dead. However, when Shao approached the dragon blood icebird, the surroundings suddenly turned cold. The extreme cold was so intense that even Shao could not withstand it, and he retreated rapidly. At the same time, the surroundings instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow, with the ground covered in thick ice and snowflakes fluttering in the sky. When the snowflakes landed on your body, an extreme cold would continuously erode your body. Is this the domain of epic-level creatures? Shao stood outside the icy world, looking at the scene before him with deep apprehension. This must be the dragon blood icebird's domain skill, whose coverage and frigidity far surpassed that of his ice crystal domain. Immediately afterwards, the dragon blood icebird emerged from the depths. Its body was pitch black, its wings were shattered, and a large hole had been blasted in its chest, from which blood flowed freely. One could even vaguely see its beating heart. The game should end. The dragon blood icebird's voice became hoarse. This challenger, whom he had originally disregarded, had unexpectedly made him look so pathetic. Only blood could wash away this humiliation. The next moment, the dragon blood icebird took a step forward, and the icy world spread towards Shao at an extremely fast speed, enveloping the entire sunset pool in an instant. Even if Shao wanted to retreat, it was too late. Snowflakes kept falling on Shao, and the extreme cold relentlessly assaulted his body. Even the extreme wall crystal armor seemed to have lost all its effectiveness at this moment. Huff! I wonder if the blazing domain will be useful. Shao shivered, then opened his mouth wide and spewed out flames that filled the sky. However, within the dragon blood icebird's domain, Shao's blazing domain seemed to be suppressed, and the area it covered was not even half of what it usually was. The snowflakes that kept falling from the sky continued to land on Shao, and even the blazing flame domain could only slow down the speed at which the severe cold was invading. Stop struggling. I admit your strength is indeed formidable, far exceeding my expectations, but you cannot break through my domain. Enjoy the last moments before you're frozen into an ice sculpture. After such an intense battle, the dragon blood icebird's body was at its limit. It could only use its domain power to gradually erode Shao. Otherwise, it would have already come up and prepared to tear Shao apart. Really? What about the other two areas? A look of madness appeared in Shao's two enormous dragon eyes. While maintaining the blazing flame domain, the ice crystal domain also emerged from under his giant feet and spread outwards. This was the first time Shao had released two domain-type skills at the same time. Ice and fire don't mix, which is common knowledge, but Shao had no other choice but to try his luck. As expected, the moment the flame domain and the ice crystal domain came into contact, a large amount of mist burst forth. Not only did it have no effect, it indirectly weakened Shao's flame domain and accelerated the speed of the cold invasion. So it really won't work? Shao's eyes flickered. Just as he was about to think of another way to break through the dragon blood icebird's domain, two system notification sounds suddenly rang in Shao's mind. Ding! Ice crystal domain upgraded to intermediate frost crystal domain. Ding! The frost crystal domain and the blazing flame domain have merged to form the ice and fire domain. Immediately afterwards, the fog stopped forming, and the two originally mutually repelling realms gradually began to merge. The ice crystals seemed to contain flames, and the flames seemed to cover the ice crystals. Centered on Shao, an extremely magnificent scene appeared, where ice and fire merged, like a world of ice and fire. Extremely strange, yet extremely harmonious. The dragon blood icebird's domain seemed to be countered, retreating the instant it encountered the ice and fire domain. From above, it appeared as if the ice and fire domain was constantly eroding the dragon blood icebird's domain. The dragon blood icebird's territory is constantly shrinking, while its ice and fire territory is constantly expanding. Chapter 91, The Tree of Life. As for the severe cold that had invaded Yi Shao's body, it had long since been dispelled, as if it had encountered a natural nemesis and was eliminated by the ice and fire domain. What? The dragon blood ice bird looked at the unexpected turn of events with disbelief in its eyes. Its greatest reliance had been destroyed by Yi Shao, and its domain was completely overwhelmed when it encountered Yi Shao's domain. Soon, Sunset Lake, which was originally covered by a world of ice and snow, has now transformed into a world of ice and fire, with ice and fire dancing among each other like countless spirits. As the ice and fire domain enveloped the dragon blood ice bird, it finally felt the terror of this domain's power. The forces of ice and fire surged wildly through its ravaged body like two restless spirits. Cold hot, the dragon blood ice bird was ravaged and could barely speak. Before Yi Shao could reach it, the dragon blood ice bird had already been completely devoured by the ice and fire domain, its massive body gradually turning into nothingness. Ding! You have gained 800,000 experience points and 8,000 evolution points. Ding! Obtain the epic level creature component Dragon Blood Ice Heart. Dragon Blood Ice Heart. A century-old ice heart bathed in high-concentration dragon blood. Comes with a skill Blood Rebirth. When the blood level reaches 100%, one can enter true dragon form, doubling attack and defense. Ding! You have obtained the epic title King of the Forest. Huh! The Dragon Blood Ice Heart even has additional skills. No wonder it's an epic level biological component. Yi Shao was overjoyed. He couldn't help but think of the Dragon Blood Ice Bird's enhanced skill, which might have evolved from the Blood Rebirth skill, doubling its attack and defense. My first epic title shouldn't be bad. Yi Shao pondered for a moment, and then opened the panel for the title of King of the Forest. Title: King of the Forest. Attributes: Health plus 50,000, Strength plus 2,100, Agility plus 2,000, Constitution plus 2,000, Spirit plus 1,800, Defense plus 2,000. Additional skills: Intimidation, Immunity, Deterrence. Immune to intimidation. Immune to biological pressure, ignoring the pressure of higher-level organisms. No wonder my pressure had no effect on the Dragon Blood Ice Bird. Without hesitation, Yi Shao changed the title of King of the Forest and stared at the attribute panel. He saw the values on the attribute panel suddenly surge. Attributes: Strength 8547, Agility 8260, Constitution 7850, Spirit 6690, Defense 7995. Feeling the tremendous boost from his attributes, Yi Shao dispelled the power of his ice and fire domain. Now that he had finally killed the Dragon Blood Ice Bird, the tension in his heart eased. When the ice and fire domain returned to Yi Shao's body, the scene of Sunset Pool reappeared before Yi Shao's eyes. The once beautiful Sunset Pool had been ravaged into a mess. The island was almost completely sunk. Anyone who says that this place was a beautiful holy land not long ago would probably be considered crazy. Yi Shao found a dark spot on the island and lay down, panting heavily. Although he still had a lot of strength left, he was more exhausted from mental exertion. Even Yi Shao felt exhausted after experiencing such intense combat in such a short period of time, but the gains from this battle were also enormous. 193,590 evolution points. Yi Shao glanced at the evolution value option on the system panel, gasped, and suddenly felt all fatigue disappear. He jumped up from the ground, filled with a sense of happiness. Yi Shao felt as if money had suddenly rained down from the sky. He had been so busy fighting that he hadn't had time to check the changes in his evolution points. The constant system notifications had made him numb, but now they had accumulated into such a big surprise. All right, there's also the Tree of Life. Yi Shao's mind raced. He hadn't finished collecting his spoils yet, so he flew towards the big tree where the Dragon Blood Ice Bird had been perched. He had seen the notification about the Tree of Life refreshed on the system panel before, and had been eyeing it for a long time. Surprisingly, while the rest of Sunset Lake was completely destroyed and the island was shattered, the Tree of Life remained a pristine place. Untouched by pollution, teeming with life, it seemed as if a magical force protected this place, demonstrating the extraordinary nature of the Tree of Life. As soon as Shao stepped into the shade of the Tree of Life, he felt a powerful life force wash over him, cleansing away the fatigue hidden in his body. The extreme comfort made Shao want to rush into the sky and let out a long cry. Tree of Life. At the same time, information about the Tree of Life also appeared on Shao's system panel. Ding! Obtain the Tree of Life, a relic left behind by the Dragonblood Icebird. Tree of Life. A tree that has grown for thousands of years. Its branches and leaves are of extremely high quality. The Tree of Life is currently in its first stage. Name, Tree of Life. Owner, Shao. Level, unknown. Phase 1. Understanding, execution, and substance of the rational fountain of life, capable of instantly restoring 80% of one's life state. Upgradable. Upgrade requirements, unknown. Phase 2, unknown. My goodness. This Tree of Life looks like something extraordinary. Looking at the introduction about the Tree of Life, Shao realized that the water of life he had previously obtained was probably conceived from it. Having the Tree of Life was like having an endless supply of mana and health potions. Not only that, this fountain of life can also advance, and perhaps it will eventually reach 100%. More importantly, there's another stage like this. Its value is probably even greater than that of the epic-level biological component Dragonblood Iceheart. Perhaps the Tree of Life is Shao's greatest gain in the core forest area. Shao was amazed, feeling as if he'd struck gold, and his claws touched the Tree of Life. Suddenly, a white light flashed, instantly enveloping the entire sunset pool. The light was so dazzling that even Shao couldn't open his eyes, but he could feel the powerful vitality and creativity within it. Boom! Boom! In the light, Shao could feel the ground trembling slightly, and the water was splashing softly, as if a tremendous change was taking place in Sunset Pool. When the light faded, even Shao was shocked, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape, unable to close for a long time. Sunset Pool, which had been ravaged by the battle between Shao and the Dragonblood Icebird, instantly returned to its former idyllic state, without leaving a trace of the battle. No wonder this place has maintained its idyllic, paradise-like appearance. Chapter 92 Storage Space. Logically speaking, even with the suppression of the Dragonblood Icebird here, there should be some fighting among ordinary creatures. However, since Shao came, no trace of fighting has been found. It is probably because the Tree of Life is rooted in Sunset Pool and has been repaired by the Tree of Life. Moreover, the Tree of Life likely plays a significant role in creating this vibrant and beautiful scene in Sunset Lake. This Dragonblood Icebird certainly knows how to enjoy life. Living here is indeed quite nice. Looking at the beautiful, idyllic scenery before him, Shao couldn't help but sigh. While the Dragon's Lair territory is decent, being a special instance with excellent defensive capabilities, it's no longer suitable for Shao in his current state. Firstly, the Dragon's Lair territory is too small, and secondly, it's located on the outskirts of the forest, making it too conspicuous. Moreover, if more spoils were to be stored inside the Dragon's Lair, it would probably need to be expanded, but there's not much room left inside the Dragon's Lair to accommodate such expansion. Let's move our territory here later, and then have the Cyclopes move over too. Shao thought for a moment and muttered to himself, "It's time to change our territory, and Sunset Pool is a very good choice." He planned to move the entire Dragon's Lair territory to Sunset Pool after completing the war mission in Stan City. Sunset Pool was much larger than Dragonblood territory. It could easily accommodate the entire Cyclops clan. As for the Tree of Life, Shao looked at the Tree of Life and was at a loss for what to do. Now that we've completely dealt with the Dragonblood Icebird and the legendary creatures here, it's time to go back. But we can't exactly take the Tree of Life back with us, can we? The Tree of Life is hundreds of meters tall, taller than several Shaos combined. How are they supposed to move it? But if they just leave it here, Shao is a little worried. After all, such a precious thing might be snatched up by someone else if no one is watching it. Alright, it seems the system previously enabled a storage space function. Shao thought for a moment and immediately brought up the system panel. At the bottom, there was a panel called Storage Space. Storage Space, an extra-dimensional space carried by the host, infinitely vast, capable of storing physical objects. I wonder if we can fit the Tree of Life inside. Looking at the Tree of Life, which was hundreds of meters tall, Shao had no idea what to do with it. As Shao had a slight thought, a cone-shaped white light was released from his body. Enveloped in the Tree of Life, the hundreds of meters tall Tree of Life gradually became ethereal and eventually disappeared into the white light, which then returned to Shao's body. The spot where the Tree of Life once stood has been cleared into a large pit, where the roots of the Tree of Life took root. The soil in the pit is very fresh, and you can still vaguely see some traces of roots, large and small. The storage space is quite useful. I'll throw all the items from the dragon's lair into it later. Shao was delighted to see the Tree of Life successfully stored in his storage space. Let's go back to our territory. Hold head high. Shao flapped his wings and let out a long cry, the sound of which spread throughout most of Sunset Forest and even reached the territory of the Elf Kingdom. The creatures that heard this sound trembled involuntarily, all turning their gazes towards the heart of Sunset Forest. The creatures within Sunset Forest, in particular, seemed to sense the arrival of a new king, cautiously prostrating themselves on the ground. Within the Dragon's Lair territory, Yi-Man has been staying in the Dragon's Lair territory for the past 2 days, diligently completing the tasks assigned to him by Shao. However, he would occasionally glance towards the core of the forest, with a hint of worry in his eyes. He had advised Shao against going to the core area of the forest because he had some understanding of the terrifying strength of the creatures there. But just a short while ago, Yi-Man looked in the direction of the core area of the forest and seemed to sense something. The worry in his eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by an expression of disbelief. What's going on? Could it be? Yi-Man stared intently at the horizon, standing there motionless, more like a statue. Yi-Man? What's wrong with you? Yi Jing waved her hand in front of Yi-Man, but seeing that Yi-Man still didn't react, she couldn't help but ask a question. After spending the last 2 days together, Yi Jing, Yi Shi, Yi Lei, and Yi-Man had become much more familiar with each other. Hasn't he been watching from there the whole time? It's nothing unusual. Let's go. We've spotted another strong human team near Granum City. Yi Lei also came up and grabbed Yi Jing, preparing to leave. They're here. They're back. Yi-Man suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, his voice filled with excitement, as his unbelievable idea was confirmed. What? Yi Lei and Yi Jing stopped. Yi-Man was usually quite composed, so why was he so impatient today? Both of them couldn't help but be a little curious. Immediately, Yi Lei and Yi Jing also turned around and looked in the direction Yi-Man pointed. They saw a small black on the horizon gradually growing larger and rapidly approaching the Dragon's Lair territory. It's the Lord. The Lord has returned. After Yi Jing clearly saw the small black dot, she suddenly shouted with delight and flew around it continuously. Yi Lei also let out a low roar towards the territory, conveying the message of Yi Shao's return to the many creatures within the Dragon's Lair territory. Hold head high. Before long, Yi Shao had already flown back to the Dragon's Lair, circling and chanting in the sky above the territory. The creatures within the territory roared in unison, seemingly welcoming their king's triumphant return. Yi Shi, having already returned after hearing Yi Lei's roar, was also there. Boom! Yi Shao's massive body landed on the ground, generating a powerful gust of air that sent dust flying everywhere. My lord, have you become the king of the forest? Yi-Man stepped forward and spoke first, his excitement impossible to conceal. Perhaps Yi Shi and the others didn't understand the significance of the king of the forest, but Yi-Man was extremely clear about it. At this moment, Yi-Man looked at Yi Shao with awe and did not even dare to meet Yi Shao's eyes. He also lowered his posture, kneeling on one knee and lowering his upper body even more. King of the forest? Just a byproduct. Yi Shao's indifferent words stirred up a storm in Yi-Man's ears, making him feel extremely agitated and unable to calm down for a long time. For a moment, he had a conjecture that terrified him. Chapter 93, The Reclusive Players. My lord, those creatures from the core forest. Yi-Man's question trailed off halfway through, her voice trailing off as she hesitated, unsure how to continue, fearing she might offend Yi Shao with her words. Yi Shao glanced at Yi-Man, then at Yi Shi and the others, and noticed that they all had expectant looks in their eyes, clearly wanting to hear about what Shao had encountered in the core area of the forest. To put it simply, there's one epic-level creature that's a bit tricky, but the other hundreds of legendary-level minions are pretty easy to deal with. Shao's words are terrifying. He speaks the most shocking things in the most ordinary tone. What could be more frightening than this? This. Man gasped in shock. Those were hundreds of legendary creatures, not to mention one epic creature. Just now, when Shao was still far away from the Dragon's Lair territory, he could feel Shao's powerful and domineering aura. Even when he was standing in front of Shao, he felt like he wanted to tremble. Every time man met this lord, he could sense that Shao's strength was much greater than the last time. This time was no exception. He could clearly feel that the gap between himself and Shao was getting bigger and bigger. Man was also constantly feeling fortunate that he had made the wisest choice of his life by leading the Cyclops to submit to Shao when they were in the giant forbidden zone. I knew it. Lord, you can definitely annihilate those scum in the core of the forest. The Lord's strength is extraordinary. Of course, Yi Jing, Yi Lei, and Yi Shi chatted amongst themselves, but they never seemed to worry about Shao. Instead, they had an almost blind confidence in him. All right, call all the creatures you sent out from your territory back. Shao stopped Yi Shi and the other two from continuing, and glanced at the war mission panel in Stan City. The countdown on the task panel showed 3 days and 4 hours left, which was still plenty of time. Within these 3 days, Shao could evolve and upgrade the creatures in his territory once more. Yes, my lord. Yi-Man, Yi Shi, and the other two responded in unison, their voices loud and clear, as if they all vaguely guessed something. After issuing a summons, Shao flapped his wings and flew towards the human kingdom. He still had much to do. Shao planned to first go to the human kingdom of Tennek to inspect the situation, and then prepare for the evolution after Yi Shi summoned the creatures in the territory back. Just to be on the safe side, Shao flew high in the sky, his figure becoming invisible. Flying at full speed, Shao soon hovered above Stan City. Yi Shi and the others did a good job. Looking at the scene in the human city below, with Shao, Shi, and the others involved, Shao wasn't worried about any unexpected events. There are hardly any players to be seen outside Stan City anymore. Most players are currently holed up inside Stan City or active in some of the city's rear areas. Shao, on the contrary, saw several giant horned dragons and stone dragons lying in ambush outside Stan City. Any player who passed by them would be killed with lightning speed. However, after receiving Yi Shi's order, the giant horned dragons and stone dragons that were lying in ambush outside Stan City also began to retreat one after another. I've spotted those dragons. Wait, why are they starting to retreat? Yes, it seems they really have retreated. The giant horned dragon and the stone dragon rushed back to their territory, causing a commotion that alerted the players on the city walls. What? It got away? Then let's go after it. Are you a newbie? You probably don't know how terrifying those dragons are. Yesterday, the burning chest hair stubbornly chased after it, only to be attacked by dozens of creatures and crushed to pieces. It's still depressed. Stay put in the city. We'll go stir things up when the city lord of Stan City attacks the dragon's lair territory. The players in the city have been driven to the brink of despair by the attacks on creatures within their territory over the past 2 days. Even though several dragon-like creatures are brazenly exposed in the player's sight below the city, no one dares to chase them. But the most tormented by these days were the NPCs in the city lord's mansion. At first, it was fine, as the city lord would immediately send troops to pursue them. However, those dragon-like creatures didn't fight at all and just ran away. If you chased them too far, you would be killed instead. As the city lord received more and more news about players being attacked, he eventually couldn't contain his aura anymore and smashed many tables and chairs in anger. As a result, a particularly strange phenomenon has occurred in the city lord's mansion these past 2 days. Every now and then, someone will carry in a new table and chair to replace them. Excellent. Excellent. Shao praised it again, saying that this was exactly the effect he wanted. Then, without lingering, he flapped his dragon wings and flew back towards the dragon's lair territory. When Xiaofei returned to his territory, All the creatures that were still outside had been summoned back, and the Cyclops clan made the area somewhat crowded. The first to evolve were Yi Shi, Yi Man, and the other three. This time, they obtained a total of 325 legendary-level biological parts in the core area of the forest. Yi Shao was not stingy and directly added legendary-level biological parts to them. Yi Shi chose to add purple-striped tiger fang, enchanting bee stone, and ironclad crystal core. Yi Jing's words, ghostly electric touch. Yidi, Yiman. After Yi Shao finished adding the biological components, all four of them fell into a deep sleep. Next were the other creatures in the territory. This time, each creature also had its own biological components added. However, most of the creatures had their own Lord-level biological components added, while Yi Shao added legendary-level biological components to some of the more suitable creatures. Soon after spending 21,230 evolution points, all the creatures fell into a deep sleep, and the territory fell into silence. Yi Shao's gains from this trip to the core forest were beyond imagination. Even after consuming so many biological components and evolution points, the storage displayed on the panel in Yi Shao's system was still astonishing. Perhaps we can cross the threshold of epic-level creatures in one fell swoop. Yi Shao looked in the direction of Stan City. After returning to his territory this time, he did not rush to evolve. Instead, he took the lead in improving the strength of all the creatures in his territory. Yi Shao had even greater ambitions. He wanted to break through to the epic level directly after defeating the people of Stan City. He had this idea when he was preparing to return to his territory after defeating the Dragonblood Icebird. Chapter 94-3 False Legends. Afterwards, Yi Shao stopped guarding Yi Man and the others who were evolving and returned directly to the dragon's lair. Now, as the king of the forest, Yi Shao was no longer worried about any creatures attacking or harassing his territory. As for the players, Yi Shao was even less worried. Right now, the players in the city were so scared that they were hiding inside, afraid to come out. They were already doing well if the creatures in the special dungeon didn't ambush them from the city. When Yi Shao emerged from the dragon's lair again, all the creatures had completed this evolution, and at a glance, the size of all the creatures had generally increased significantly. In particular, the size of the giant horned dragons and stone dragons has generally increased to 30 or 40 meters in length. The original dragon-like creatures in the territory alone have filled the entire territory to capacity, and they can hardly fit them in anymore. As for the Cyclops race, they were simply squeezed out of the dragon's lair territory. It seems we need to move to Sunset Lake as soon as possible. Yi Shao glanced at it and felt that moving the territory to Sunset Pool should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. This evolution consumed many legendary biological components and more than 20,000 evolution points, resulting in a significant improvement in the overall strength of the territory. Especially Yi Shi, Yi Lei, and Yi Jing. Yi Shao walked up to them and brought up their attribute panels one by one, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Name, Leafstone. Race, Mountain Dragon. Rank, Pseudo-Legendary. Level, 26. Health points, 118800. Attributes, Strength 830, Agility 495, Constitution 786, Spirit 381, Defense 792. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Earth Wall, Mountain Crash, Rock Charge, Solidified Liquid, Earth Prison, Ground Split, Powerful Tail Whip. Name, Yilei. Race, Giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragon. Rank, Pseudo-Legendary. Level, 26. Health points, 85200. Attributes, Strength 810, Agility 798, Constitution 650, Spirit 452, Defense 670. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Chain Lightning Arrows, Lightning Horn Piercing, Lightning Net, Lightning Missiles, Lightning Armor, Lightning Arrow Technique, Lightning Claw. Name, Yi Jing. Race, Fiery Moth. Rank, Pseudo-Legendary. Level, 26. Health points, 75600. Attributes, Strength 750, Agility 834, Constitution 765, Spirit 650, Defense 754. Faction, lawful neutral. Skills, exploding crystal, perfect mimicry, mental shock, iron armor, flame wave, sleep beam, fire poison mist. As expected, without the world value, even using all legendary level parts won't be enough to break through. Shao looked at the attribute panels of Shi and the other two and pondered for a moment. After this evolution, Shi and the other two did not break through the legendary level and advance. Instead, they remained at the top of the pseudo-legendary level. However, in terms of attributes alone, all three have already crossed the threshold of legendary creatures, and even ordinary legendary creatures may not necessarily have higher attributes than them. The only difference is that Shi and the other two did not acquire the domain-type skills that are almost essential for legendary creatures. In battle, domain-type skills have an extremely powerful effect on amplifying oneself and restricting enemies. To give an example, although Shi and his two companions' attributes are already comparable to those of ordinary legendary creatures, if they were to face a legendary creature with a domain, even if their attributes were significantly higher, Shi and his companions might not be able to secure a victory. Then Shao turned his gaze to Yi-Man, and Yi-Man's attributes were displayed one by one in front of Shao. Name, Yi-Man. Race, Cyclops. Rank, Legendary. Level, 30. Health points, 145,300. Attributes, Strength 2541, Agility 1657, Constitution 1850, Spirit 1652, Defense 1968. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Eye of Fear, Force Field, Berserk Assault, Violent Impact, Earth-Shaking Stomp, Lava Throw, Ground Shatter Combo, Lava Frenzy. As a true legendary creature, Yi-Man's improvement this time was undoubtedly enormous. As soon as he finished evolving, he kept pounding his chest with his fist to vent his restlessness. Besides Shi and Yi-Man, the attribute improvement of the other creatures in the territory is also quite good, with more than half of the creatures already reaching the level of Lord-level creatures. As Shao had predicted, the other creatures in the territory had evolved in two directions after reaching the Lord level, and Shao had chosen the best combination ratio for them. There are currently 2 Moonstone Dragons, 7 Mountain-Breaking Stone Dragons, 4 Giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragons, and 6 Adamantite Horned Dragons in the territory. It's not that the Giant Rhinoceros Thunder Dragon and Moonstone Dragon are weaker than dragons from the other evolutionary path. It's just that with the other 2 pseudo-legendary dragons around, the others only need to be assigned attack power. After all, Shao has not yet gathered all the creatures that are currently providing full support. As for the other creatures that have not yet fully transformed into Lord-level beings, Shao is not in a hurry. Their strength alone is definitely stronger than that of ordinary Lord-level beings. All right, it's about time. Shao looked toward Stand City and fell into deep thought. Now all the creatures in his territory had completed this evolution. As for the remaining time, he still needed to prepare and arrange the next battle. Shao had already devised a battle plan to deal with the attack on Stand City, while the creatures within his territory were in a state of dormant evolution. Now all that was needed was for Yi-Man and the others to execute it. Compared to Stand City, the biggest advantage of Dragon's Lair territory is that Stand City doesn't know much about them. And even if they do, it's only from the time when they attacked High City. After such a long period of time, the creatures within the Dragon's Lair territory have undergone 2 evolutions, and their strength has also experienced a qualitative leap and transformation. However, Shao still has a rough estimate of the military strength of Stand City. Right now, Stand City is in the open, while they are in the shadows. Moreover, they have the home advantage of Sunset Forest, so Shao is determined to give the Kingdom of Tennek a profound and unforgettable lesson in this battle. Yi-Man. Shao looked at Yi-Man, who had grown even taller. Yes, my lord. Yi-Man hurriedly responded, stepped forward, and spoke in a loud voice like a great bell, as if he had boundless power waiting to be released. Yi-Man knew that Shao must have some task for him, and he was eager to try it out. After this evolution, he couldn't wait to find someone to fight to his heart's content. Chapter 95, The Army of Stand City. You and your people will ambush along the only route into the territory. Once you see any human troops from Stand City entering, launch a volley of stones. Remember, only one volley is enough. Do not linger in the battle. Shao paused for a moment, and then emphasized again that there must be no mistakes in certain details. Next, lure the people from Stand City to your territory, and when they return, wait on the left side of the territory. All right, you can get ready now. Shao brandished his claws. He was quite at ease with Yi-Man's work. It's the Lord. Drink it. Yi-Man shouted loudly and led the 30-odd Cyclops behind him away. Yi Shi, Yi Lei, and Yi Jing, the three of you hide on the right side of the territory and wait for Yi-Man's signal to return. After Yi-Man leads the people of Stand City back, Yi Lei will lead the other 4 giant rhinoceros thunder dragons to unleash a large-scale lightning attribute skill. Yi Shao then instructed Yi Shi and the other 2 that Stand City's strength should not be underestimated. If they were to face the enemy head-on, Yi Shao feared that even Yi Shi might not be able to withstand it. That's when Yi Lei and the other 4 giant rhinoceros thunder dragons' thunder attribute skills would come in very handy. Leave the rest to me. Yi Shao muttered to himself. As a secondary main city of the Kingdom of Tennik, Stand City's strength was not to be underestimated. Correspondingly, defeating them would also yield a large amount of experience points and evolution points. Although it may not be much compared to the experience and evolution points Yi Shao gained in the core area of Sunset Forest, it is very suitable for the evolution of territorial creatures. Yi Shao has now taken care of most of the battle plan and other necessary arrangements, and is just waiting for Austin to lead the people of Stand City to his doorstep. Meanwhile, in the city of Stand City Lord Austin was also ready to set off. Stand City and Sunset Forest were quite far apart, and even with the help of the teleportation array, which greatly saved travel time, he still needed to set off early to conserve his energy. Austin stood in the most conspicuous spot on the city wall, dressed today in a fiery red battle armor. The armor shimmered with red light, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary piece. He also held a long sword of the same deep red color in his hand. A wicked dragon has appeared in Sunset Forest, disrupting the peace and order of my kingdom of Tennik. For the glory and splendor of Tennik, my city of Stand will deliver a just verdict and judgment against the dragon. Target Sunset Forest to vanquish the dragon. Austin stood atop the city walls of Stand and shouted loudly, his voice penetrating and infectious. Slaying the dragon. Slaying the dragon. Slaying the dragon. The more than 3,000 NPC soldiers at the foot of the city wall were all excited, shouting in unison, their voices deafening and echoing throughout the entire city of Stand. Now, only Yi Shao wasn't there. Otherwise, they couldn't immediately rush forward to fight the evil dragon. Of course, they did indeed possess extremely strong strength and confidence. At the rear were more than 2,500 soldiers dressed in black armor, their ranks neat and their military might imposing. In the center stood 500 cavalrymen in silver-white armor, their white war horses with their heads held high, as if they could crush any obstacle in their path. At the very front were only 30 knights clad in golden armor and riding phantom white war horses, but no one dared to underestimate them. The mere fact that they bore the title of members of the legendary hero group was enough to amaze anyone. In other words, each of these 30 golden knights must be at least at the legendary level. A powerful army of over 3,000 men. Such strength would likely make even epic-level creatures wary. Stand City truly lives up to its reputation as a secondary main city. Its strength is no joke. Yeah, look at those legendary heroes up there. I wish I could reach legendary strength someday. Stop daydreaming in broad daylight. Even big shots like Egg Pain Sunny Day and Burning Chest Hair are still a bit short of legendary strength. Even if all the players in this city attacked together, they probably wouldn't be a match for these armies. Players in Stand City had received news early on that Austin was going to lead troops to attack Sunset Forest. At this moment, they surrounded Austin in layers throughout the city, wishing they could see him in person. They were all amazed. For glory! Let's go! Austin drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it towards Sunset Forest. Thump! 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 Instantly, the 3,000 troops gathered at the foot of the city wall moved in unison, their footsteps making a powerful and resounding sound. The entire city of Stan seemed to vibrate in rhythm with this movement. Soon, hundreds of soldiers stepped onto the teleportation array in unison. With a flash of white light, they were all teleported to the teleportation point closest to Sunset Forest. Then came the second wave, and the third and final wave saw Austin and the 30 Golden Knights step onto the teleportation array together, disappearing in a flash of white light. They're gone. They're gone. Austin has led his army to hunt down that bloodthirsty dragon. Let's go. Let's go take a look. You go if you want. I don't want to go. Last time Daniel tricked me and made me lose all my equipment. Exactly. You've all seen how terrifying that bloodthirsty dragon was. It's clearly a bug deliberately created by the developers. The players inside the city watched as the city lord of Stan City and his army disappeared into the white light, and they couldn't help but be eager to follow and see what was happening. However, when they thought of Yi Shao's terrifying strength, they hesitated for a moment. The strength of the army that is launching this attack on Stan City is not comparable to that of Daniel. What if they wipe out that bloodthirsty dragon? I heard that Lord Austin of Stan City is almost as strong as an epic-level being. That dragon has absolutely no chance. And then there'll be the top-tier equipment it drops. Fine, I'll just lose a couple more pieces of equipment if necessary. I'll risk it all. Then I'll go and see too. A small group of players, tempted by the top-tier equipment, finally gave in and followed Austin onto the teleportation array leading to Sunset Forest. Outside the forest at sunset, the teleportation point, which had not been flashing white light for a long time, lit up with white light again after several days. Thump, thump, thump. With a flash of white light, a steady stream of black-armored soldiers stepped out from within, and in no time, they had reassembled into a punitive army of more than 3,000 men. Chapter 96, The Cyclops Sneak Attack. Behind the army of Stan City, hundreds of players followed at a distance, heading towards Sunset Forest. Austin watched the vast army marching forward, determined to win this campaign, not only because the dragon had attacked human cities twice. Furthermore, in the past few days, players in the cities under his jurisdiction have been repeatedly attacked, which has greatly damaged the reputation of the cities under his jurisdiction. His Majesty the King is very dissatisfied and has been holding back his anger. Therefore, he must wipe out these creatures that are disrupting order and peace no matter what, in order to quell his anger and then report to His Majesty the King of Tennek. The 1st and 2nd Infantry Battalions will advance in Sunset Forest simultaneously. The 3rd and 4th Battalions will provide flank protection on the left and right, and the 5th Battalion and the Cavalry Battalion will bring up the rear. Enter Sunset Forest. As they approach the Sunset Forest, Austin ordered a change in the army's formation, a battle formation that had been rehearsed long beforehand. As for Austin and the 30 Golden Knights, they were in the very center, in control of the entire situation. Thump, thump, thump. The area around Sunset Forest was unusually quiet today. Not a single low-level, unclaimed creature could be seen in the surroundings. The only sound was the orderly marching of an army. When the Cavalry Battalion and the 5th Infantry Battalion, which were at the very back, also stepped into Sunset Forest, Austin seemed to sense something, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Oh no! Retreat quickly and spread out." Austin shouted, but it was too late. Just as his voice fell, more than 30 boulders suddenly shot out from both sides and in front of Sunset Forest. Each boulder was 5 or 6 meters in diameter, with the largest boulder being more than 10 meters wide. The largest boulder was also covered with a thick layer of lava, which sparked in the air and crashed into the 2 infantry battalions in front of it like a meteorite. Bang, bang, bang. However, the force of several thousand people was too large a target, and even the well-trained Stan City army was unable to dodge in time and were hit by the falling boulders. Each boulder could hit more than 10 people, and others would be hit by the flying debris. Except for legendary heroes, no other infantryman could even dream of being hit. When faced with such a huge boulder falling, the shields were of little use, and the infantrymen were no match for it and were smashed into pieces. In particular, dozens of infantrymen were crushed to death by that giant lava boulder. The crater created by the boulder was quickly stained with blood, forming a gaping maw that seemed to devour lives. Screams filled the air, and the two leading squads lost their composure in their panic. Damn it, everyone stay calm and don't panic. Erwin, take some men and organize the army up ahead. Yarlin, quickly take some men and chase after those creatures that are attacking from the front. Austin's voice resonated like a bell in the hearts of everyone in the army, and under his command, the army quickly stabilized and regained its order. Drink! Seeing several golden knights riding phantom white war horses charging towards them, Yi-Man quickly gave the order to retreat. Then, without looking back, he led the other Cyclops back towards the dragon's lair territory. This doesn't mean Yi-Man was no match for those few golden knights. It just means he always kept the task Shao assigned to him firmly in mind. Yi-Man sensed the aura emanating from the several golden knights, and he was confident that even if they attacked together, he could take them down one by one in a very short time. Reporting to the city lord, in the attack by those creatures, 347 infantrymen were killed, and more than 200 others were injured and rendered unable to fight. Knight Erwin quickly brought the chaotic infantry ranks back to order, and after regrouping, returned to report to Austin. Listening to Erwin's report, Austin's expression darkened even more. In fact, even without Erwin's explanation, Austin already had a general assessment of the casualties. Damn it, I must slaughter every single creature in the dragon's lair. Austin roared and habitually slammed his hand on the table, only to realize that he was no longer in Stand City. This time, the army was mobilized to fight the evil dragon, but they didn't even see a shadow of the dragon. A large number of soldiers were already dead or wounded and unable to fight. How could he not be furious? Lord City Lord, those creatures ran too fast. Your subordinate is incompetent. They escaped. Yarlin's voice became almost inaudible towards the end, but this completely ignited Austin's anger. Useless trash. I'll deal with you when I get back. Now, before those creatures get too far, have the cavalry turn around and give chase at full speed. Catch them up and wipe them out. The usually composed city lord of Stand City was now blinded by rage. All he wanted to do was catch up with the creatures that had just attacked him and wipe them out one by one to vent his anger. Erwin, take a few more men and go ahead to keep watch to prevent them from attacking us again. They learned from their mistake. The attack from those creatures alone had caused them heavy losses, and they couldn't afford to suffer anymore. Then, if any person or creature were suspended in the air, they would see a spectacular scene. Thousands of troops from Stand City were advancing at full speed through the Sunset Forest, with the cavalry at the forefront. Led by several golden knights riding phantom white war horses, they stirred up a cloud of dust wherever they went. Ahead of these iron cavalry were more than 30 Cyclopes galloping through the forest, keeping a close watch on the army of Stand City. Although the 500 iron cavalry of Stand City were fast, the Cyclops clan was even faster. Moreover, the Cyclops clan had the home field advantage of the forest, and their knowledge of the forest was far beyond what the iron cavalry of Stand City could match. Moreover, in the forest, the 500 cavalrymen could not fully utilize their speed. The intricate trees allowed them to rampage through the forest on their war horses, and it was clear that wherever the cavalry passed, large areas of trees would be destroyed. This further hindered the speed of the iron cavalry, to the point that the Cyclops race had to slow down after running a certain distance to wait for the army of Stand City. Austin also commanded his army to relentlessly pursue Yi-Man and his group. In this chase, they gradually approached the dragon's lair territory. Chapter 97, The Slaughter Feast begins. When the army of Stand City regained its visibility, they had already arrived in front of Yi Shao's dragon's lair territory. Yi-Man, however, had already led the Cyclops clan into the left side of the dragon's lair territory to await orders. Charge in. Slaughter these damned Cyclopes. Austin gave the order directly to the iron cavalry in front of him. He was so enraged that he even ignored the fact that a Cyclops had appeared. Just then, Yile suddenly let out a loud shout and led 4 giant, rhinoceros thunder dragons out from the right side of the dragon's lair territory. Before the troops behind Stand City could react, terrifying bolts of lightning raged from their mouths and horns, engulfing the 2 infantry battalions behind them. Sizzle, sizzle. A large area was transformed into a sea of lightning, with powerful and terrifying lightning constantly flashing through the infantry. The soldiers caught in the shockwave convulsed. Their hair stood on end, and they lost their grip on their shields and weapons, which fell to the ground. Even those who tried to run were unable to move due to the lightning strikes. Oh no, we've fallen for their trap. Austin was jolted awake by the noise behind him and quickly regained his composure, but by then it was too late. After the chase with the Cyclopes, the entire army of Stan had been completely routed. The cavalry was too far forward to provide support, and the infantry was too scattered and disorganized to mount any effective defense or attack. Oh, and Yarlin, you two go quickly to support the rear and drive away those dragon-like creatures behind us. Austin broke out in a cold sweat. The reason why the army in Stan City was in such a state was largely due to him. We're not even looking to kill those dragon-like creatures behind us right now. Just getting rid of them will do. As for those 2 infantry battalions, we'll save as many as we can. However, Yi Shi and Yi Jing were not just standing by and watching. When they saw Erwin and Yarlin set out, they blocked their way. With Yi Jing and Yi Shi's current strength, they are more than capable of dealing with legendary creatures like Erwin and Yarlin in a short time, and they can also spare some time to help Yi Lei and the others deal with the ordinary army of Stan City. In no time, the 2 infantry battalions enveloped by the lightning field were charred black by the electricity and fell to the ground one after another, their bodies still emitting blue smoke, looking extremely comical, but they had gradually lost their lives. You bastard! Austin watched as Erwin and Yarlin were intercepted. The 2 battalions behind them also collapsed in droves. This scene made his eyes widen in horror, but he could only watch helplessly. Austin wanted to rush forward to help several times, but he stopped himself. Having been the Lord of Stan City for half his life, he knew very well that in times like these, he couldn't afford to lose his composure. He had to maintain overall control. However, the current situation is extremely unfavorable for the army of Stan City. They have already lost more than half of their troops as soon as they arrived in the Dragon's Lair territory. On the other hand, the Dragon's Lair territory suffered no losses whatsoever, and they didn't even know the strength of the Dragon's Lair territory. Upon realizing this, Austin suddenly understood that he had been led by the nose by the creatures of the Dragon's Lair all along, which had led him to this predicament. Charge for glory! Austin drew his long sword and roared. Although the situation was extremely unfavorable for the army of Stan City, they had no other choice. For the glory of Stan City, they could only grit their teeth and continue to fight. The players trailing far behind escaped unscathed because of the distance, but they were still terrified, fearing that it would be their turn to suffer the consequences. This city lord of Stan City is no good. His army is completely routed. No. It's just that the creatures in the Dragon's Lair are too terrifying, okay? Forget it. Why bother picking up equipment? You guys can stay here if you want. I'm leaving first. Exactly. Once that bloodthirsty dragon comes out, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. However, just as the player known as God-Level Crow's mouth finished speaking, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Hold that high. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shao's figure swooped down from the sky. His wings spread, and his huge figure floated above the army of Stan City, which was awe-inspiring. Holy crap, you're such a jinx. It actually came true. Yeah, right. You guys are thinking of getting a bargain? Goodbye. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here, or you really won't be able to escape. The player, a master of bad luck, couldn't help but offer a kind reminder, but what happened next left him speechless, wishing he could sew his mouth shut. Roar! Awoo! With a long cry from Yi Shao, the inner perimeter of Sunset Forest erupted in roars from all sorts of creatures. In an instant, all the beasts cried out, and no place in Sunset Forest was at peace. This scene was especially awe-inspiring when the army of Stan City was conquering the Dragon's Lair territory. What's going on? Austin's gaze sharpened, and he felt completely panicked, while the others were in an even worse state. On the Stan City side, almost everyone, including the 30 legendary powerhouses, was terrified by the roar of 10,000 swords, and they were all gripped by fear. The cavalry's horses were also frightened. No matter how the knights tried to calm them down, it was no use. The horses threw the knights off their backs, causing them to fall to the ground and then run wildly in all directions. Some knights were even trampled to death by their own horses, and the chaos in the cavalry ranks also affected the surrounding infantry, resulting in a series of trampling accidents. Don't panic! Don't panic! Austin's eyes were red and his face was flushed, but he couldn't stop it from happening. Even the phantom white warhorses ridden by the Golden Knights around him were restless and almost out of control. The massacre feast has begun. Shao looked down at the chaotic Stand City army below and was very satisfied with the effect he had created. The next moment, ice crystals and flames simultaneously appeared beneath the feet of the Stand City army, like a hymn to ice and fire, beautiful beyond compare, yet containing extreme danger. Any soldier who comes into contact with Shao's ice and fire domain will be reduced to nothingness in a very short time. Even legendary level experts cannot withstand it for long. Chapter 98, Did I Let You Get Away? The entire scene was a one-sided massacre. Shao didn't even use any other skills. Just by unleashing his domain power, the number of troops in Stand City was decreasing every second. At the same time, the system panel in Shao's mind was also refreshing rapidly. Ding! Gained 25,800 experience points and 247 evolution points. Ding! Gained 19530 experience points and 180 evolution points. Ding! Gain experience points. The experience and evolution points from killing legendary creatures are still faster. Shao didn't even bother to glance at the constantly refreshing prompts on the system panel. Compared to the rocket-like increase he experienced in the core area of Sunset Forest, this was nothing. Only when he killed the legendary Golden Knight would he experience a sudden surge in power. Meanwhile, on the player's side, after the roar of all the beasts, all the players panicked and tried to escape, only to find that the road they came from was blocked by all kinds of creatures, making it impossible to move. Holy crap! You bastard! Is your mouth blessed or something? Brother, I'm begging you, please stop talking. I've never heard you say you're this accurate before. You're right about bad things, but not good ones. You can't blame me for this. Let's think of a way to escape. Otherwise we'll all be finished once those creatures come crashing down on us. The player, nicknamed God Level Crowd, looked aggrieved and decided that the first thing he would do upon returning was to buy a name change card, change his name, and try to improve his luck. Roar! Woo! Immediately, the creatures blocking the way roared and charged towards the players. Their momentum was so strong that even hundreds of players would not be able to withstand the first wave of attack. Damn it, we're really doomed this time. Oh well, let's just head back to town. I wasn't coming this time. Who the hell dragged me here? A god-level jinx, huh? I'll remember you. I swear to God I'll never come back to this godforsaken place again. Seeing the massive onslaught of creatures, most players turned green with fear and gave up resisting. In no time, they were all swallowed up by the ferocious beast tide and turned into fragments of data. Meanwhile, the battle continued on Shao and Stand City's side. As expected of the city lord of Stand City, he does have some merits. Shao looked at Austin and exclaimed in surprise, only to see that Austin's domain power was a domain like magma. Under the encroachment of Shao's ice and fire domain, it instead took the initiative to shrink and condense its own magma domain, forming a protective shield-like structure. Moreover, it seems that he also used the flames in Shao's ice and fire domain to give back to his own magma domain to a certain extent. Although Austin's domain was still being eroded by Shao's ice and fire domain at a visible rate, the erosion speed of the ice and fire domain had been greatly slowed down. Wow, there's such a usage. Shao saw clearly how Austin used the power of the domain and was inspired. Perhaps the use of the power of the domain is not as simple as just unfolding it. In terms of sheer power, the Dragonblood Icebird's frost domain is far stronger than Austin's domain. However, the Dragonblood Icebird's frost domain is not as resilient as Austin's domain under the encroachment of the ice and fire domain. On one hand, it's because the Dragonblood Icebird was injured after the battle, resulting in a significant depletion of its power. On the other hand, it's also related to the way it uses its domain power. Thinking of this, Shao habitually sent a scouting message to the city lord of Stand City. Name, Austin Cosmo. Race, human. Class, pseudo-epic level. Title, Lord of Stand City. Class, Flame Warrior. Level, 39. Health points, 25,000. Attributes, Strength 4285, Agility 3800, Constitution 3550, Spirit 2100, Defense 3670. Alliance, Lawful Good. Skills, Magma Domain, Blazing Assault, Blazing Judgment, Flame Slash, Flame Charge, Whirlwind Slash. Austin's attributes are far superior to those of the other Gold Knights, so it's probably only a matter of time before he successfully crosses the threshold of epic. You evil dragon, I'll fight you to the death. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly out of control, Austin roared and leaped high off his horse, gripping his longsword with both hands as he slashed horizontally at Shao. As soon as Austin leaped into the air, his warhorse, lacking the protection of the magma domain, was instantly swallowed up by the ice and fire domain and turned into nothingness. In midair, countless flames instantly condensed around Austin's longsword, making the fiery red sword appear magnified dozens of times. Austin's figure was completely disproportionate to the longsword he held. Shao glanced contemptuously at Austin, who was slashing at him, and raised his claws to swat at him. However, halfway through, fearing that he might knock Austin out of the slab, he withdrew some of his strength. Bang! As the longsword clashed with Shao's claws, Austin was sent flying by Shao's blows, while Shao himself remained completely unaffected. With Shao's current strength, he could easily kill Austin, but he was not in a hurry to make a move against Austin. Boom! Austin crashed to the ground and was immediately slapped out of the ice and fire domain by Shao. He quickly got up from the ground, but in just a few breaths, the army of Stan City had been almost completely swallowed up by Shao's domain, leaving only a few legendary gold paladins with slightly stronger strength still holding on. Asshole! Austin's voice became much hoarse. He wanted to save those legendary gold paladins, but he couldn't even get to their side. In the blink of an eye, he found that they had all failed to hold on and were being devoured by the ice and fire domain. Owen! Yarlin! Austin shouted, and then rushed towards the battle site of Yishur and Yijing. Now, only he and two other golden paladins who were still fighting Yishur and the others remained in the Stan City army. However, after Yilei finished off the two infantry battalions and joined Yishur and his men in battle along with Yi-Man, Erwin and Yarlin instantly showed signs of defeat. After just a few moves, the two remaining golden paladins were already badly injured and on the verge of death. Did I say you could run away? Yi Shaoxin's cold voice suddenly rang out behind Austin. The voice, which seemed to come from the underworld, made Austin shudder. Then, Austin roared and spun around, slashing behind him. Chapter 99, King-Level Warrior Captain. However, Austin's reaction, though swift, was as if he had struck thin air, achieving nothing. Instead, Yi Shao seized the opportunity with his claws, which opened wide and grabbed Austin completely in his hand. Lord of Stan City, have you been scared out of your wits? Yi Shao was just worried about not being able to catch Austin, but he didn't expect Austin to turn around and be handed to him in one fell swoop. Let me go, you damned dragon. Austin struggled incessantly in Yi Shao's claws, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free. How could he possibly escape those steel-like claws? Oh, it can talk. Austin's lack of tact greatly displeased Yi Shao, who lost his patience and increased the force between his claws. Click, click, click. Whether it was Austin's armor or his own bones being crushed, the sound kept coming from between Yi Shao's dragon claws. As for Austin, he had been pinched so hard that his face turned red and his neck bulged, and he couldn't even catch his breath, let alone speak. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to struggle anymore, so Yi Shao loosened his claws. In less than a breath, Erwin was knocked away by Yishur and crushed into a meat patty under his foot. Yarlin fared even worse, facing Yi Jing and Yi-Man, a violent maniac brimming with brute force. Before he even landed, Yi-Man tore him apart. Austin was held in Yi Shao's dragon claw, watching this scene quietly. He wanted to roar, but it was no use. He could only stare wide-eyed, his eyeballs bulging out. All right, now it's your turn. After the army of Stan City was dealt with, only the lone commander, Austin, remained. He was specially left behind by Yi Shao. As the city lord of Stan City, he naturally had a better understanding of the kingdom of Tennek. Given his escalating strained relationship with the kingdom of Tennek, a full-blown confrontation is inevitable sooner or later. Therefore, it would be even better if we could extract some useful information from Austin. Otherwise, they might follow in Austin's footsteps, knowing nothing and charging headlong into the dragon's lair without even understanding its strength, resulting in their crushing defeat today. My lord, what use is there in keeping this human alive? Seeing that Shao hadn't yet taken drastic action against Austin, Man couldn't help but ask him a question out of curiosity. Shao was worried about how to get Austin to open up. It was really difficult to get anything out of someone as tough as Austin, and he might even say something misleading. Unexpectedly, Man came up at just the right time, and Shao immediately had a plan. Austin has the kingdom of Tennek behind him. I fear that if we were to truly kill him, we would offend the kingdom of Tennek far too thoroughly. Shao glanced at Austin, then looked towards the direction of the kingdom of Tennek, his eyes revealing extreme apprehension. He loosened his grip on the dragon's claws, at least enough to keep Austin able to speak. Man was stunned when he heard Shao's words. In his memory, Shao was not a dragon who was afraid of trouble. The kingdom of Tennek should pray that Shao would not expose the genius, right? Immediately, Man noticed Shao's eyes constantly flashing at him, and after a brief moment of surprise, he realized what was happening. My lord, please rest assured, the kingdom of Tennek is not a threat, and the other human armies are just as insignificant as those rotten potatoes and stinking eggs from Stan City. Man's words were extremely arrogant, showing no regard for the kingdom of Tennek. Shi, Lei, and Jing also joined in, their faces full of suspicion. They felt that the Lord and Man Jin had both suddenly changed their personalities, and they had no idea what they were up to. After hearing Shao's words, Austin seemed to see a glimmer of hope. If he could live, Austin would naturally not want to lose his life like this. He thought he might be able to escape Shao's clutches by taking advantage of Shao's fear of the Tennek kingdom, completely unaware of the unusual situation. But after hearing Man's words, Austin, who had already calmed down, started struggling again. You're nothing but a creature from Sunset Forest, a frog in a well. What do you know? What do you understand about the kingdom? Austin was now eager to spill everything he knew, his expression one of rage. This cyclops in front of him was trying to cut off his path to survival. How could he not be angry? If Shao hadn't been holding him tightly, he would have really wanted to go up and challenge him to a duel. Oh, how strong is the kingdom of Tennek? Shao asked tentatively. The great kingdom of Tennek has the most powerful army, composed of the kingdom's top mages and warriors. Among them, the warrior captain possesses king-level strength. He has even once single-handedly slain a real dragon. And the court mages on the other side are the most powerful mages among humans. Their destructive power is extremely strong. A single forbidden spell from them is enough to directly destroy a large city. Austin blurted out everything he knew, looking rather smug. Especially when recounting how the warrior captain had slain a real dragon, he deliberately emphasized the word dragon in order to make Shao wary. King-level strength? That does seem a bit troublesome. Shao also pondered for a moment, not expecting that the kingdom of Tennek had such a powerful legion. That's right, so you'd better let it go. Austin's voice grew softer and softer until it fell silent. He seemed to realize he had let something slip, and his expression suddenly turned grim. Having obtained the information he needed, Shao was too lazy to argue with Austin any longer. With a slight exertion of his claws, he crushed Austin to pieces, blood mixed with bits of flesh splattering everywhere like tomato juice. Ding! You have gained 400,000 experience points and 4,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the epic mission, The War of Stan City. Ding! Rewards are being distributed. Ding! You have received the epic grade creature part, Eternal Punishment Dragon Core. Ding! You have received 5,000 evolution points. Ding! You have gained 100 world points. Well, including the military, it's about 19,000 evolution points, barely enough. With the evolution points gained from defeating Austin, Shao's total evolution points have now reached 193,950. In comparison, 10 or 20,000 evolution points are really not much for him now. Chapter 100 New Territory. Of all the rewards, the one Shao cared about most was the epic level creature component and the 100 world points. With these world values and epic level biological components, Shao is finally able to break through to the epic level biological rank in one fell swoop. Shao believed that if he successfully advanced this time, his strength would definitely experience a leap forward. It was only then that Shi and the other two realized what had just happened. They all immediately felt that their lord was truly cunning, wise, and powerful. What comes next? Shao pondered for a moment. After this great victory over the army of Stan City, the army he would face next would probably not be the army of a certain city, but the army of the Kingdom of Tennek. According to the information that Austin had just extracted, the Kingdom of Tennek even has a powerful expert with the strength of a king. Even Shao's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Based on information gathered from High City, above the world-class level is the Transcendent class, followed by the King class. And above that is the Emperor class. As for levels above the Emperor level, Shao had no idea. He hadn't found any records of it in the documents he found in Shiza City, so it was very likely that the Emperor level was the limit. Shao is currently only a legendary level creature, and his strength is at most slightly stronger than that of an ordinary epic level creature. He is 4 levels below the king level creature, not to mention that the Tennek Kingdom may have some hidden power. Therefore, with his current strength and the strength of the Dragon's Lair territory, it is not a wise choice to confront the Kingdom of Tennek, especially since 2 other powerful countries have not yet expressed their stance towards him. However, Shao was not worried. Given enough time, it could surpass everything, even the Emperor level. I need to prepare for my next level. Shao's eyes flashed red, and he couldn't help but look forward to this advancement that he had been preparing for so long. He also became more eager for powerful strength. Yi-Man, Shi, and the other 2 stood quietly beside Shao, as if they had already sensed the impending storm and did not make a sound to disturb Shao. Just as Shao's thoughts were drifting, a system notification sounded in his mind and jolted him awake. Ding! Triggered a royal level quest. Destroy the kingdom. Destroy the kingdom. Given the defeat and death of the Lord of Stan City at your hands, the conflict between you and the Kingdom of Tennek has reached an irreconcilable point. Therefore, let the Kingdom of Tennek tremble and be torn apart by your world-destroying power. Destroy the Kingdom of Tennek. King-level quest reward. 20,000 world points. King-level creature component. 20,000 world values. A royal-level biological component. Even Shao's pupils constricted and his breathing became rapid when he saw the reward. However, after seeing the description of the mission to destroy the kingdom, Shao's gaze quickly darkened. With his current strength, it was like an egg hitting a rock, an impossible task. With such a huge task, Shao naturally needs to plan carefully. His only task at present is to break through to the epic level and do everything he can to improve his strength. Yi-Man, go, but make preparations. Take yourself and your people with you, and get ready to move your territory to the heart of the forest. After a long period of silence, Shao's first order was naturally to relocate the territory to the core of the forest. Shi, Yilei, Yijing, you guys also need to organize the creatures within your territory and move them all to the core forest area. Shao also instructed Shi and the other 2 that with a powerful enemy like the Kingdom of Tennek, the Dragon's Lair territory was no longer suitable for habitation. Yes, my lord. While Yi-Man was still in a daze, Shao and the other 2 responded in unison. Yes, my lord. Yi-Man immediately accepted the order. You see, he never dared to step into the core area of the forest before. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength, but he had an entire race to take care of. So, bound by his race, he chose to stay deep in the forest. Moreover, he knew clearly that once he entered the core area of the forest, with his strength at that time, he would only be living under someone else's roof. Now that Shao said that the entire Cyclops clan should move into the core forest area, Yi-Man felt like he was in a dream. But then he thought about it again and realized that Shao had wiped out all the creatures in the core area of the forest, so it was only natural. As for Yijing, Shi, and Shi, apart from Yijing feeling somewhat reluctant to leave the Dragon's Lair territory, where she had lived for so long. The others didn't have any particular feelings. Thump, thump, thump. Immediately, under the arrangement of Yi Shi and the other two, all the creatures in the dragon's lair territory sprang into action, and Yi-Man also led more than 30 Cyclopes to the giant forbidden zone to arrange the relocation. Soon, all the creatures in the dragon's lair territory were neatly arranged, and there was nothing to move. All that was needed was to lure them all over. As for the dragon's lair treasure and other spoils of war within the dragon's lair territory, Shao had already thrown them all into his storage space, along with the 2 teleportation arrays. With the storage space, storing and transporting these things would undoubtedly be much more convenient. Roar! Rumble! With a low roar from Shao, all the creatures within the territory sprang into action, heading towards the heart of the forest. At Shao's speed, it wouldn't take long to fly to Sunset Pool, but now, leading the creatures of the dragon's lair territory, it still took him most of a day to completely cross the boundary of the core forest area. During this time, Yi-Man also led the Cyclops clan to catch up early and closely followed behind Shao and the others. Phew! As Yi-Man crossed the boundary between the core of the forest and its depths, he couldn't contain his excitement, breathing in the fresh air of the Sunset Forest core area. When Shao led them to Sunset Pool, they were deeply shocked by the beautiful scenery that resembled a paradise on Earth. They never expected that there would be such a pure land in the bloody and cruel Sunset Forest. My lord, will we be living here from now on? Yi Jing asked incredulously, but Shao didn't answer. He just nodded his huge head, which was considered confirmation of Yi Jing's question. Tick-tock. Immediately, Yi Jing was the first to rush into Sunset Pool and frolic in the water, her reluctance to leave the dragon's lair territory quickly fading away. What are you all standing there for? There's a road over there that leads to the island. We'll all be living here from now on. Seeing that Yi Shi, Yi Lei, and Yi-Man were still in a daze, Shao finally couldn't help but remind them. At Shao's prompting, all the creatures marched in a great procession toward the island and settled into their new territory. Chapter 101 Epic Evolution. After moving Shi and the others to the small island in Sunset Pool in the core forest, Shao immediately began to work on this evolution. Finally, I can aim for the epic rank. Shao had been preparing for this evolution for a long time, and now he couldn't help but feel excited. He naturally lay down where the Dragonblood Icebird had once perched, looking down at the creatures on the lower island like a king ruling the world. System. How many world points are needed to advance to epic level? Shao contacted the system in his mind and asked a question. In fact, Shao had already confirmed this answer with the system earlier. The reason for asking again is simply to confirm with the system once more to ensure that there won't be any mistakes during this advancement. Advancing to epic rank requires 100 world points. 50 points remain. Shao currently has 150 world points, and after deducting the points needed for advancement, he still has some left over. Then let's begin the evolution. Without much hesitation, Shao directly chose to evolve. Please select the desired biological component. The current body's genes can add up to 5 biological components. Added Eternal Punishment Dragon Crystal Core, Dragon Blood Ice Heart, Iron Skin Ape Armor, Thunder, Summoning Crystal, and Purgatory Stone. The evolution materials chosen by Shao are the best biological components currently available. Ding! Advancing to epic level requires an additional 100,000 evolution points. Consume/do not consume. An extra 100,000. Shao was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening and felt that the whole dragon was in a bad state. If we add the original 12,800 evolution points, the total required is 112,800. Damn, if it's not an epic level upgrade, it'll be a huge loss. Even Shao felt an urge to curse. He had originally thought that the evolution points he had gained after slaughtering the creatures in the core area of Sunset Forest would be enough to support him to evolve several times over. But now this has happened, bringing him back to square one. Never mind. Improving my strength is the priority. I'll consume an extra 100,000 evolution points to begin evolving. After only a moment's hesitation, Shao gritted his teeth and chose to advance to the epic level. After all, there was still a behemoth like the kingdom of Tennek hanging over his head. Ding! This evolution will take approximately 10 hours. Evolution begins. As the emotionless system notification sounded in Yi Xiaolong's mind, the muscles on Yi Xiaolong's face twitched involuntarily, feeling a pang of heartache. Immediately, a wave of sleepiness washed over him, and Yi Xiao gradually fell into a deep sleep, beginning this epic evolution. Yi Xiao is currently in the core of Sunset Forest, and with Yi Man and Yi Shi guarding below him, he is not worried about being disturbed by anyone or any creature. Chill. Quiet down. The Lord is advancing in rank. Yi Man whispered something, and only then did Yi Shi and the other two notice Yi Xiao lying on the top of the small island, who had fallen into a deep sleep, his body enveloped in a dark light. The dark light flowed and writhed, as if possessing a strange magic that could devour everything. Yet it also appeared somewhat eerie. The Lord is advancing in rank. Let's go and keep watch outside Sunset Pool. Yi Man made a suggestion, and Yi Shi and the other two nodded in agreement. They then organized all the creatures in their territory to leave the island and temporarily settle by the pool. As they left, Yi Man and Yi Shi vaguely sensed a faint sense of oppression gradually enveloping the island, and this oppressive feeling continued to intensify as time went on. The source of this oppressive feeling was radiating outwards from Yi Xiao. In fact, even if they don't leave the island on their own initiative, it probably won't be long before the increasing sense of oppression becomes unbearable for them, and they will eventually go to stay somewhere further away. This startled Yi Man, Yi Shi, and the other two, who also sensed that their lord's strength would undergo another dramatic change after this advancement. 10 hours is neither a long nor a short time. With Yi Man and Yi Shi's organization, the creatures in the territory still live in an orderly manner, much like when they were in the Dragon's Lair territory. The only difference is that they have changed territories. However, they were more cautious than usual. After all, they were in a critical period and Yi Xiao was still evolving. Even the core forest where there was little conflict, they had to be extra vigilant. Meanwhile, on the kingdom of Tennek, more than 9 hours had passed before news of the complete annihilation of the armies of Austin and Stan City finally reached the kingdom of Tennek. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a strong wind blew across Sunset Lake, and the once calm waters of Sunset Lake suddenly began to rise and fall like boiling water. A series of powerful auras spread outwards from Yi Xiao, and any creature that sensed this aura felt an irresistible urge to lie prostrate on the ground. Retreat further! Yi Man, Yi Shi, and Yi Shi simultaneously growled at the creatures in their territory, causing them to retreat further. Yi Xiao's evolution was nearing its end, and they wanted to prevent the residual power from being too strong and injuring them after his advancement. Boom! When this momentum reached its peak, the dark light enveloping Yi Xiao attracted the elemental power of heaven and earth to rush into Yi Xiao and be absorbed by him. The rapidly surging elemental power instantly formed an elemental vortex connecting heaven and earth above Yi Xiao. The elemental vortex covered the entire core forest area. Yi Man and Yi Shi could clearly feel the elemental power around them being stripped away. Even if they managed to absorb some elements, they would be forcibly pulled away by the powerful suction force the next moment. Is this a sign that the advancement is about to be successful? Yi Man was deeply shocked by the immense power, which far surpassed the power of a creature advancing to the legendary level. And this was only the beginning. As time went on, the commotion near Yi Xiao's dwelling grew louder and louder. The raging winds caused by the surge of elements continued to wreak havoc on the island. The island, which had been restored to its original state by the Tree of Life, was now experiencing a new round of devastation. Luckily, I left the island earlier. Yi Man and Yi Shi felt a surge of relief. If they were still on the island with the creatures from other territories, even a Lord-level creature would probably have been torn to shreds. The power of the gale was comparable to that of Yi Xiao when he unleashed the Hurricane Combo. Chapter 102 Advancement. Yi Xiao's Transformation. As the gale raged on, it also pulled in countless dark clouds from the surrounding area, layering them over the sky and shrouding the entire core forest in darkness, as if the sky itself had turned black. Rumble. Amidst the dark, heavy clouds, flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder could be heard from time to time. For a moment, the creatures in the heart of the forest even felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Many creatures in the heart and depths of the forest were once so frightened by the leaked power and terrifying sight that they cowered on the ground, trembling. This apocalyptic scene lasted for more than half an hour before gradually fading away. The thunder weakened, and the dark clouds that had enveloped the core forest slowly dispersed. "It's finally going to end." Yi Man, Yi Shi, and the other two breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the strange phenomenon gradually weaken and show no signs of continuing. If this continues, they will have to lead the creatures in their territory out of the core area of the forest, otherwise it will still affect them. At the same time, the dark light on Yi Shao's body gradually faded until the last wisp of black light completely disappeared into his body, and Yi Shao finally completed this evolution. Immediately, the dark clouds in the sky completely dissipated, and the sky cleared up completely. The island returned to peace. If it weren't for the traces left by the raging wind, probably no one would believe that a world-ending scene had just occurred here. Hold head high. With a long roar, a huge black shadow soared into the sky, hovering high in the air. Its powerful pressure radiated directly throughout the sunset forest, seemingly proclaiming its power as the king of the forest. At this moment, all the creatures in the sunset forest prostrated themselves, including Yi Man, Yi Shi, and other creatures within their territory, to celebrate the further enhancement of their king's strength. Yi Shao's overall appearance has changed dramatically this time. He has become much thinner, and the blue-purple crystals on his body have completely disappeared, replaced by mostly scales that shimmer with a dark luster. The claws had also grown much longer, and in addition to the glossy black scales, there were also some gray and olive-green scales that intertwined to form a striped pattern. His eyes, which had turned from blood red to pitch black, now shimmered with an eerie green light, and his expression was always chilling, like a sneer. This is the Lord?" Yi Man said in disbelief. Yi Shao was hovering above their heads. After Yi Shao evolved, he felt as if there was a huge chasm between them. Yi Shao's dragon might was domineering, and his strength was unfathomable. Even his own aura had changed a lot. It was like a real dragon. After a long while, Yi Shao finally landed from the sky. Feeling the explosive power in his body, Yi Shao became excited. He took a step and, without controlling his strength, crushed a piece of the island. Perhaps we'll need to choose a different venue for the next advanced session. Looking at the island ravaged by the storm, Yi Shao couldn't help but ponder. Although the Tree of Life can repair it, it's not good to destroy it with every evolution. Soon after, Yi Shao used the Tree of Life to repair the island, and Yi Man, Yi Shi, and the other creatures from the territory returned to the island one after another. "My lord!" Yi Man, Yi Shi, and Yi Shao all spoke at the same time. The giant dragon in front of them was undoubtedly their lord. Compared to Yi Shao's tremendous changes, the shock brought to them by the Tree of Life repairing the island was nothing. "Okay, all right, everyone go about your business." Yi Shao waved his dragon claw and sent Yi Man and the others away. He could feel the huge improvement he had gained this time, but he hadn't even figured it out yet, so he had no mind to pay attention to Yi Man and the others. After being dismissed, Yi Man kept glancing in Yi Shao's direction. He understood that the chasm between him and Yi Shao was more than just a difference in class. Yi Man had never seen a dragon blood iceberg before, so this was the first time he had ever seen an epic-level creature. Yi Shao continued to familiarize himself with the surge in power. The most noticeable change was undoubtedly the attribute panel. Immediately, Yi Shao immersed himself in reviewing it. Host, Yi Shao. Race, Eternal Punishment Dragon. Class, Epic. Level, 33. Title, King of the Forest. Health points, 474500. Attributes, Strength 14450. Agility 13565. Constitution 12980. Spirit 10586. Defense 13050. Dragon's Fury, 4099. Growth level creature component. Dragon Horn, basic level. Requires 100 world values to grow. Faction, chaotic neutral. Talents: 100 refinements evolution, unique talent, commanding evolution, unique talent, magic resistance, innate talent, elemental manipulation, innate talent. Skills: elemental missile, beginner 97, red rock wall, intermediate 25, stealth, beginner 56, hurricane slash, intermediate 10, explosive impact, intermediate 09, ice and fire domain, beginner 20, extreme wall crystal armor, beginner 15, prospecting, beginner 48, frost crystal spikes, beginner 85, lightning chains, beginner 25, enhanced heavy strike, beginner 20, materialized crystal, beginner 17, absolute explosive domain, beginner 09, demon horn pierce, beginner 03, dragon blood, ice heart, beginner 00. Domain: eternal punishment domain, unique domain power. Evolution points: 82,570, 100,000 points required for evolution. Eternal punishment domain: unique, a divine punishment that reduces the life status of enemies within the domain, deducting 5% of their life points per second. Reduce life status. Unique domain power: Yishao's Gazis Sharpenit. Unlike domain-type skills, the unique domain refers to a true domain that belongs exclusively to epic-level creatures. Yishao's previous ice crystal domain, blazing flame domain, and ice and fire domain were all domain-type skills. When used against enemies, they primarily dealt magical damage and restricted the enemy's movement. The unique domain power is fundamentally different from domain-type skills. Take Yishao's Eternal Punishment domain as an example. It forcibly reduces the life status of enemies within the domain, and in essence, it is close to the form of law power. From this point of view alone, the Eternal Punishment domain is already far superior to any other domain-type skill. Therefore, although he didn't get any new skills after this evolution besides the additional skills of Dragon Blood Ice Heart, Yishao felt that the Eternal Punishment domain was better than any other skill. Epic. The race has changed too. Yishao successfully advanced to the epic level, and another thing that caught his attention was that his race had also changed. Chapter 103, The Forbidden Land of the Far West. The Eternal Punishment Dragon is a true giant dragon species among the dragon race. After being baptized by the Dragon Blood Ice Heart, Yishao's own dragon bloodline has been greatly improved. These combined factors led to a complete transformation of the race, which was Yishao's greatest gain after this evolution. The improvement brought by the evolution of good biological components is really huge. Yishao took a deep breath, and it took him a long time to calm down the turmoil in his heart. He also gradually adapted to the surge of power. With his current strength, Yishao was confident that he could instantly kill the Dragon Blood Ice Bird if he faced it again. All those fancy wing shields were no match for absolute power. Next, we need to think about how to deal with the Kingdom of Tennek. Yishao's ambitions extend far beyond simply resisting the potential retaliation from the Kingdom of Tennek. He harbors a far greater ambition: to completely annihilate the Kingdom of Tennek and complete his Emperor-level mission. After all, even Yishao was tempted by the royal-level biological components and 20,000 world points. However, to destroy the Kingdom of Tennek, it would require at least the assistance of a power equivalent to that of a king. If they were to lead only the creatures within their territory and the miscellaneous wild monsters of Sunset Forest to attack the Kingdom of Tennek, it would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog, a waste of time and resources. It's simply impossible. If one could lead an entire race. Several glints suddenly appeared in Yishao's dark eyes, as if he had grasped something. The most convenient and best course of action now is to directly subdue or lead an entire race as a surprise force against the Kingdom of Tennek. This is the only way to have a chance of victory. However, based on what we know so far, it seems rather unlikely that the orcs and elves are involved. Yishao pondered for a moment, his dark eyes flickering uncertainly. According to information previously obtained from High City, both the orcs and elves are backed by powerful kingdoms and possess deep-rooted strength. Both the Elf Kingdom and the Orc Kingdom have the strength to contend with the Tennek Kingdom, so it is almost impossible for Yishao to exploit them. We'll have to target other races from Dragon Mountain. The Dragon Clan. Yishao's eyes lit up again, flashing with a sharp light. Yishao had seen all sorts of creatures in the Sunset Forest, But apart from some dragons in his own territory that weren't even dragons, he hadn't seen any other dragon-like creatures. Even the scrolls obtained from High City did not contain any records about dragons. The only information about dragons they obtained was about Dragon Mountain, which they learned from the dragon blood icebird. Yi Man, come here for a second. Yi Shao waved his claws at Yi Man, beckoning him over. Yi Man had been rooted in the Sunset Forest the longest and knew more than ordinary creatures. At this point, they had no choice but to try anything. Yes, my lord. Upon hearing Yi Shao's call, Yi Man arrived at Yi Shao's side in just a few steps. Let me ask you something. Do you know about Dragon Mountain? When Yi Shao asked the question, his eyes were fixed on Yi Man, and he still had high hopes for Yi Man. Dragon Mountain? Yi Man's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had thought of something. Tell me everything you know. Seeing Yi Man's reaction, Yi Shao knew he had asked the right person and quickly asked another question. I've only heard about Dragon Mountain from that old tree spirit. He said it's a forbidden place in the far west of the world. Yi Man recalled for a moment and said that the old tree demon he mentioned was naturally the swamp withered tree demon that Yi Shao had killed deep in the forest. No one knows how long the swamp tree demon has lived, but ever since Yi Man had memories, the swamp tree demon has existed deep in the forest. It is likely that no creature in the original core area of the forest has lived longer than the swamp tree demon. However, he later unfortunately encountered Yi Shao, and his long life ended under Yi Shao's claws, but his words still have a high degree of credibility. The forbidden lands of the far west. Yi Shao also pondered for a moment. Then his body shrank rapidly, transforming into a size roughly the same as a normal human in the blink of an eye. After advancing to the second form, it also underwent significant changes. The black scales on its body gleamed coldly in the sunlight, exuding a deadly charm, and its deep red eyes were filled with an evil aura. The next moment, Yi Shao took out the map he had obtained from Shiza City from his storage space. When he heard Yi Man mention the forbidden land in the far west, the first thing he thought of was the mountain range he had seen on the left edge of the map earlier. As the map unfolded, Yi Shao didn't even glance at the other areas. His gaze immediately focused on the left side of the map, where there was a large mountain range on the very edge, but did not belong to the territory of the Elf Kingdom. Moreover, there were no markings on that mountain, as if it were an area that no one had yet set foot in or discovered. Yi Shao had only glanced at it briefly last time and hadn't looked closely. It was only after Yi Man reminded him this time that he noticed some clues. It's most likely the forbidden land in the far west. Yi Shao suddenly became excited, as if he had grasped some extremely important key point in his mind, which might be the only way to unravel the many mysteries and doubts in his heart. Hold head high. Yi Shao couldn't help but let out a long roar, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming into his first form. He had never been this excited when he advanced to the epic level. Immediately, Yi Shao flapped his wings and flew into the sky, his gaze fixed on the distant direction of the Elf Kingdom, as if eager to fly there. My lord, there's a no-fly spell over the Elf Kingdom. Yi Man quickly reminded him. Recalling Yi Shao's question and his reaction when he saw the map, Yi Man already knew what Yi Shao wanted to do. Oh! Upon hearing Yi Man's words, Yi Shao quickly calmed down and flew back to the ground. The Elf Kingdom's strength is no weaker than that of the Tenant Kingdom, meaning that there are at least king-level powerhouses among them. Therefore, it is almost impossible to force one way into the no-fly Elf Kingdom. However, to reach Dragon Mountain, one must pass through the Elf Kingdom, which means one must travel on foot, which is somewhat uncomfortable for Yi Shao, who is used to flying at high speed. Yi Man, as you probably guessed, I might be going to Dragon Mountain next. Why don't you come with me? Yi Shao paused for a moment, then turned to Yi Man and gave her an instruction. He wanted to bring a helper with him on his trip to Dragon Mountain, and the reason he chose Yi Man was quite simple. Yi Man had been living in Sunset Forest for a long time, and naturally, he knew and noticed a lot of things through whispers and observations, which would be of great help to Yi Shao. Chapter 104 Bestowing Titles. On the other hand, Yi Man's growth potential and abilities are the highest among all creatures in the territory. Moreover, he is a legendary creature and possesses the bloodline of a titan. Keeping him by one side can ensure that Yi Man continues to grow. Yes, my lord. Yi Man quickly bowed down and responded, his voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. In his view, this meant he had gained the Lord's appreciation and attention. Yi Shao nodded. Yi Man's performance during this period had indeed been quite good, and he also wanted to deliberately cultivate Yi Man. Yi Shi, Yi Lei, Yi Jing, you three come over here too. Yi Shi and the other two were already standing not far from Yi Shao, and upon hearing Yi Shao's call, they immediately rushed over. I will be leaving with Yi Man for a while. You all stay in the territory. Human armies may attack. Do not confront them directly. Use the natural terrain advantage of Sunset Forest to deal with them. Yi Shao gave Yi Shi and the other two a few words of advice. After confirming that he would leave with Yi Man, his biggest concern was the safety of all creatures in the territory. Sunset Forest connects to the Elf Kingdom, and its terrain is quite complex. Even if the Kingdom of Tennek is incredibly powerful, unless they completely destroy the entire Sunset Forest, they won't be able to do anything to Yi Shi and his group for the time being. Also, while ensuring safety, hunt down players and creatures in the surrounding cities to level up as quickly as possible. The creatures in the territory have been leveling up more slowly lately, and during the time he and Yi Man were away, the other creatures in the territory were given a good opportunity to grow. Yes, my lord. Yi Shi and the other two responded in unison. This wasn't the first time Yi Shao had left the territory. Yi Shi and the others were already used to it. Yi Lei, Yi Shi, you two come forward. After giving instructions to Yi Shi and the other two, Yi Shao said something else. Although Yi Lei and Yi Shi were a little confused and didn't understand what the Lord was going to do, they still obediently stepped forward. Grant Yi Lei the title of Lord of the Outer Territory, and grant Yi Shi the title of King of the Royal Territory. Yi Shao raised his dragon claw, pointed at Yi Lei and Yi Shi, and said something. Then, two beams of light floated out from Yi Shao and landed on Yi Lei and Yi Shi. Immediately afterwards, Yi Lei and Yi Shi each felt their overall attributes surge slightly, and the titles of Outer Lord and Royal King appeared above their heads respectively. Yi Shao only discovered the ability to bestow titles upon other creatures after obtaining the title of King of the Forest. It was a privilege unique to the King of the Forest. It's likely that the former King of the Forest, the Dragonblood Icebird, also had this privilege, but he simply never used it. Both the King of the Realm and the Lord of the Outer Zone have the power to mobilize the creatures in the outer and deep parts of Sunset Forest. Yi Shao also wanted Yi Shi and Yi Lei to make effective use of the resources in Sunset Forest after he left. As for Yi Jing, she should stay in Sunset Pool and work with Yi Lei and Yi Shi to protect the core territory of the forest. Yi Shao made arrangements for Yi Jing. Since there were no other creatures in the core area of the forest besides the creatures from the original Dragon's Lair territory and the Cyclops clan, there was no need to assign Yi Jing any special title. It's the Lord. Upon hearing these arrangements, Yi Shi and the other two responded in unison, their voices loud and clear, as if to express their determination to fulfill the tasks assigned to them by Yi Shao. Yi Man, can you transform into your second form? Yi Shao couldn't help but ask. Yi Man is now over 80 meters tall. If he were to cross the Elf Kingdom, he would definitely attract the attention of the elves. Our current goal is to cross the Elf Kingdom and reach Dragon Mountain, so it's best not to attract attention. In Yi Shao's memory, it was not easy to transform into human form in the second form. Yi Shi was able to transform into the second form only because Yi Shao improved the race with the biological components he obtained from the mission rewards. As for Yi Lei and Yi Jing, although their current strength is not necessarily weaker than Yi Shi's, they do not have the ability to transform into their second form. Therefore, Yi Shao was not sure if Yi Man could transform into her second form. Ever since Yi Man came under Yi Shao's command, she had always appeared in her current form. My lord, is that what you mean? As Yi Man spoke, his body began to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a miniature Cyclops, which was Yi Man's second form. Although it is in its second form, it is still over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over its body. It looks almost exactly the same as its original form, and it still has a single eye on its forehead. Yes, that's it. Yi Shao nodded, and his figure shrank, instantly transforming into a dragon man a head shorter than Yi Man's second form. Let's go. He waved to Yi-Man and jumped onto the cliff next to the waterfall at Sunset Pool. This was Shao's first time here. Before, he had only glanced at it from afar. Crossing the cliffs here and following the direction of the waterfall's source, it won't be long before you enter the territory of the Elf Kingdom. Tread. Yi-Man followed closely behind, standing next to Shao, but half a step behind him as a sign of respect. Things should be fine now. Let's go check out this forbidden land in the far west. Shao turned his head and glanced at Shao and the other two, as well as the creatures in the territory. Then he looked into the depths of the Elf Kingdom, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the Elf Kingdom itself. Having explained everything to Yi Shi and the others, Shao was ready to officially embark on his journey to find Dragon Mountain. Having set a goal, Shao didn't waste any more time and headed straight for the Elf Kingdom, with Yi-Man following closely behind. Shao didn't want to attract attention when leaving the territory, so he kept a low profile. Many creatures in the territory didn't even realize their lord had left. The waterfall flowing into Sunset Pool connects to a wide river, and Shao and Yi-Man walked along the river. Although it was walking, the speed couldn't compare to Shao's full-speed flight, but it was still extremely fast. Shao walked swiftly as if taking a leisurely stroll, but for Yi-Man, it was a different story. Yi-Man ran at almost full speed to barely keep up with Shao's pace, panting heavily, but he didn't say anything. Shao slowed down only when they were almost crossing the boundary of Sunset Forest. Chapter 105 The Secrets of the Elf Kingdom. Is the Elf Kingdom just ahead? Shao carefully examined the world ahead, a world he had never explored before, and he was filled with curiosity about everything within it. After completely traversing the Sunset Forest, what appeared before Shao and Yi-Man was a wide, bottomless ravine. Shao looked up and saw a vast forest stretching as far as the eye could see on the other side of the ravine. The trees there were slightly different from those in the Sunset Forest. They were generally taller and thicker. Clearly, these trees are quite old, seemingly bearing the marks of time, and a vast area covered by these trees is the territory of the Elf Kingdom. Yi-Man, what else do you know about the Elf Kingdom? As they were about to enter the territory of the Elf Kingdom, Shao couldn't help but ask Yi-Man beside him a question. His knowledge of the Elf Kingdom was limited to the markings on the map. He certainly didn't know as much as Yi-Man did. I heard from the elders of my clan that the elven race does not welcome people and creatures of other races and has always remained in the vast forests of the western part of the world. Yi-Man tilted her head and thought for a moment, as if she was organizing her thoughts. The elven race not only does not welcome people and creatures of other races, but they also do not accept their own dark elves. Thus the dark elves can only live in the dark underground. The term elf race is a general term for all elven races. If we break it down further, we can distinguish between 4 types: light elves, water elves, wood elves, and fire elves, as well as the dark elves mentioned earlier. Among these, the light elves are the core, and the elven queen is the strongest female light elf. Yi-Man paused for a moment and then added, telling Shao everything he knew. Dark elves? Interesting. Then why don't the elven race accept other races? Shao was still very interested in the dark elves and why other races were not accepted by the elven race. The elders didn't explain the reason to me very clearly either. The rumor is that an evil race invaded the Elf Kingdom, and other races were involved in this invasion, but they didn't know exactly which races they were, so they simply refused all contact with any races. Moreover, it is said that in that war of racial invasion, the elven race lost 80% of its population. This is why there are so few elven people now. Yi-Man patiently explained to Shao, not knowing why her lord was curious about these things. An evil race. Shao pondered for a moment. Through Yi-Man's explanation, Shao had gained a general understanding of the elf race. It seemed that he had extracted almost everything Yi-Man knew, and there was probably no hope of getting anything more out of him. Let's go check on the dark elves first. Shao then set his sights on the dark elf race. Based on what we know so far, the elf race is probably very united, and they do not welcome other races, so it is probably unrealistic to expect to communicate with the light, water, wood, and fire elf races. Therefore, the only option is to seek out the dark elves, who are rejected by other elven races, in order to have a chance to communicate with them and be led by them through the elven kingdom. Do they live underground? Yi Shao stared blankly at the bottomless ravine before him, lost in thought. Then, he leaped into the ravine and plunged straight to the bottom. My lord! Yi Man was startled by Yi Shao's sudden action, but without any hesitation, she followed Yi Shao and jumped down. After Yi Shao and Yi Man jumped into the ravine, they felt weightless and their bodies kept falling involuntarily. In midair, they could only barely control their bodies so as not to tilt. They didn't know how much time had passed, but the two of them still hadn't landed. The surroundings were completely dark, as if they were being swallowed by a gaping maw of darkness. Bang! Bang! After two loud thuds, Yi Shao and Yi Man finally felt their feet firmly on the ground again. Yi Shao was fine. His strong physique meant that he was unharmed after jumping from such a height. But when Yi Man landed on the ground, the huge recoil made his head spin. He almost fell to the ground because he lost his balance and couldn't help but grimace and gasp for breath. Serving the Lord is no easy task. In his heart, Yi Man and Yi Shao didn't hold back in criticizing Yi Shao. After the two landed on the ground, they were able to observe the surrounding terrain, but it was completely dark and they couldn't see anything. Snap! Yi Shao snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame instantly formed in his palm, illuminating an area of about 10 or 20 meters. The true landscape beneath the ravine was revealed to Yi Shao and Yi Man. A vast expanse of barren land surrounded them, with a small undercurrent flowing in the distance. My lord, we're here. Yi Man simply followed Yi Shao as he jumped down from the ravine, unaware of Yi Shao's purpose. Since we need to find the Dark Elves first, we must first go to the underground where they live. And in this naturally formed ravine underground, there's a high probability that the Dark Elves live here. Yi Shao gave a simple explanation. In such a large elven kingdom, it would take some effort to find the Dark Elf race. Shoo! When? Huh? Are there creatures fighting? While Yi Shao was explaining to Yi Man, the sounds of fighting came from a more remote area, which Yi Shao and Yi Man could hear clearly. Let's go take a look. Yi Shao waved to Yi Man, signaling her to follow, and then took the lead in heading towards the direction of the sound. Shoo! It was only a short distance before Yi Shao and Yi Man arrived at the source of the fighting. It was less of a fight and more of a one-sided chase. A girl with pointed ears was followed by a huge spider-like creature. The spider-like creature's 8 legs were each as sharp as spears, rustling as they fell to the ground, each time kicking up a large amount of dust and leaving small pits in the ground. They could probably easily pierce through a human's silver armor. The name above its head, Red Dark Knight Spider. The dark spider is 7 or 8 meters tall, which is completely disproportionate to the pointy-eared girl who is only about 1.6 meters tall. Yi Shao and Yi Man were both hiding in the shadows, observing, and the pointy-eared girl didn't notice their presence for a while. At this moment, although the girl was fleeing from the pursuit of the Dark Knight Spider, she did not appear flustered at all, and was even able to retaliate against the Dark Knight Spider from time to time. Chapter 106 News from Dragon Mountain. The sounds of the creatures fighting earlier were from when the pointy-eared girl retaliated. Yi Shao already had a rough idea of what the pointy-eared girl was like, and then sent a probe. Name, Shirley Temple Simon. Race, Dark Elf. Rank, Lord. Level, 21. Health points, 5,500. Attributes, Strength 156, Agility 181, Constitution 100, Spirit 130, Defense 99. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Spirit Perception, Night Raid, Dark Power. Race, Night Spider. Rank, Lord. Level, 24. Health points, 1,300. Attributes, Strength 211, Agility 200, Constitution 196, Spirit 95, Defense 203. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Dark Knight, Spider Venom, Spider Spear Pierce, Spider Web. This pointed-eared girl, named Temple, was undoubtedly the Dark Elf clan that Yi Shao was looking for. Under the pursuit of the Dark Knight Spider, Temple had already suffered many wounds and was on the verge of collapse. Yi Man, go and rescue that Dark Elf first. Yi Shao instructed Yi Man that if the Dark Knight Spider continued its pursuit, Deng Boer would definitely be killed and become its meal. Yes, my lord. Yi Man responded and went to her. Just as the spider's leg was about to pierce Shirley Temple, Yi-Man took the lead and directly stood between the Dark Spider and Shirley Temple. Yi-Man forcefully grabbed the Dark Knight Spider's sharp legs. The Dark Knight Spider's body froze, and no matter how hard it tried, its legs seemed to be imprisoned by steel bars, and it couldn't pierce through. Click! Instead, with a slight exertion, Yi-Man's sharp and hard spider legs snapped off instantly. Get out of my way! Yi-Man gave a low shout to the Dark Knight Spider. Upon hearing this voice, Shirley Temple opened her eyes and, seeing the tall figure blocking her way, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought she was going to die this time and was ready to close her eyes and wait for death. But unexpectedly, Yi-Man appeared in front of her. Although she did not know the purpose and identity of the person in front of her, she had at least temporarily escaped death. Hiss! Upon hearing Yi-Man's roar, the Dark Spider did not retreat. Instead, it let out a low growl at Yi-Man, who seemed oblivious to his own mortality. Oomph! You're asking for it. Yi-Man roared angrily. He originally didn't want to waste his breath on such a low-level creature, but he didn't expect the Dark Knight Spider to be so ungrateful and provoke him, especially since the Lord was watching from the side. As the king of the Cyclops race, Yi-Man was no pushover. His movements were swift. He grabbed two of the Dark Knight Spider's legs and yanked them off with a single force. Hiss! The Dark Spider let out a miserable cry. Only now did it realize just how powerful this tiny creature was. However, by the time it reacted, it was too late. The Dark Knight Spider unleashed a large web, attempting to ensnare Yi-Man. Its remaining legs twitched, trying to escape. However, Yi-Man ripped the web apart, pinning the spider down and brutally tearing off its remaining legs, leaving none behind. Before long, the Dark Spider that had put Temple in such a dangerous situation lost its life and became completely still. Yi-Man looked at Dang Boer, which startled Dang Boer so much that she involuntarily took a step back before she realized what was happening. Thank you for saving me. Temple quickly thanked Yi-Man. The strange-looking man in front of her was exceptionally powerful, far beyond her ability to contend with, but at least he had saved her. Yi-Man did not respond, but instead took a step back. Shao had already arrived beside Yi-Man and Dang Boer without them noticing. Who are you? Dang Boer was startled and looked at Shao, who had suddenly appeared in front of her with a wary expression. To Temple, the human who could appear before her silently was extremely dangerous and far stronger than her. However, the aura emanating from the other party was very different from that of a human. Me? I was traveling with him all the way. I'm the one who had him save you. Shao pointed to Yi-Man beside him and answered, inwardly, smiling bitterly. This dark elf girl was very wary of him. Dang Boer glanced at Shao, then at Yi-Man, and seeing that he didn't react, she relaxed her guard. Thank you for saving me. My name is Temple. Temple thanked them again, as the strength of the two humans who had suddenly appeared was far beyond her comprehension. Living in the dark underground world, there are all sorts of strange creatures, so Yi-Man, who only has one eye, and Shao, who has a tail, are not strange to them. But Temple's attention was more focused on Shao. The man before her was outstanding even among the elven race, which was known for its handsome men and beautiful women. His sharply defined face was unusually hard, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth that looked a bit sinister, yet made her unable to help but take a second look. The black outfit added to his mysterious aura, with the front of the garment mostly open, revealing glimpses of his well-defined muscles, making him exceptionally eye-catching. Teresa Temple? That's a nice name. Where are you from? Shao exchanged a casual greeting, but he had already gathered most of Dang Boer's information through a single survey. Standing close by, Shao was able to get a full view of Temple Street. Perhaps because she lived underground, Shirley Temple had dark skin, but her face was a classic oval shape with very defined features. Her dark skin gave her a unique kind of beauty. Thank you. I'm for the night elf race and live around here. I came out to play today, but I was unlucky enough to run into that night spider. What about you? As Shao had discovered, Dang Boer belonged to the dark elf race. After explaining her origins, Dang Boer turned to ask about Shao and Yi-Man's origins. Do you know what that large mountain range to the west of the Elf Kingdom is? Shao didn't rush to answer Dang Boer's question. Instead, he asked about the large mountain range on the map. Shirley Temple lightly rested her chin on her finger, tilted her head slightly, and thought for a moment, looking extremely cute. That place is called Dragon Mountain. It's said to be the dwelling place of dragons, but they are all restricted. The Elf Kingdom is located here to limit the dragons of Dragon Mountain, because only the elves possess some anti-flying magic. After organizing her thoughts, Temple blurted everything out. These were not secrets within the elven race. There was nothing that couldn't be said. Chapter 107, The Underground World. But Shao heard it differently, especially when he heard about Dragon Mountain. Shao's eyes trembled, and he seemed a little excited, but he quickly concealed it so that Dangboer wouldn't notice anything. A restricted area, a forbidden land in the far west. Shao thought to himself, and unconsciously connected the two pieces of information. The information revealed in Temple's words was more complete than any information she had ever received about Dragon Mountain before. In particular, it pointed out that the dragons were the restricted objects of Dragon Mountain. This gave Shao a vague idea and verified some of his conjectures, but he still needed to make a trip to Dragon Mountain to prove it. My name is Young Master Long, my companionly man, and I want to go to that mountain range, which you call Dragon Mountain, to do business and see if we can make a small fortune. Hopefully we can make it. After learning about the information about Dragon Mountain, Yi Shaokai began to explain his and Yi Man's origins. This explanation was something he had just come up with and was the most reasonable. As long as they weren't scrutinized too closely, there shouldn't be any major problems. Oh, I see. Temple nodded. Although she found it a little strange, she didn't suspect anything too much. After all, she had seen many merchants go to Dragon Mountain to do business, because humans, orcs, and elves all wanted to obtain treasures from the dragons. It's important to know that every part of a dragon is valuable. It has a wide range of uses and can be used as various extremely rare materials. These items are often snapped up as soon as they appear on the market, and there's often no market for them, especially since Dragon Mountain is also extremely rich in mineral and medicinal herb reserves. This makes it common for merchants seeking to make a fortune here. Then come with me. Dang Boer gradually lowered her guard against Yi Shao and Yi Man, then turned around and led the way for them. Yi Shao and Yi Man followed closely behind Dang Boer. Because it was the underground world, the visible area was limited and it was pitch black all around Yi Shao and Yi Man. Therefore, everything looks pretty much the same, and you might even get lost if you walk for too long. But Temple was different. She had lived in the underground world since birth and was perfectly at ease in this dark environment. Yi Shao and Yi Manji felt as if they had been walking in the darkness with Dangbor for a very long time, during which they had turned several times before entering a long passage. The passage was pitch black, and after following Temple for about half an hour, they finally saw a glimmer of light ahead. We're almost at the exit. Even Yi Shao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As they continued forward, the light gradually increased, and when the light was fully revealed, a vast underground world appeared before Yi Shao and the other two. The light source in the underground world is not sunlight in the ordinary sense, but is created by the inhabitants of the underground world and hangs high at the top of the underground world. There was more than one light source. Yi Shao observed that there was a light source at regular intervals in space and distance, which ensured that the normal life and routines of the underground world's inhabitants were not affected. This is the prosperity of the underworld. Yi Man, who was following beside him, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. In this vast underground world, houses were interspersed, and a market was sandwiched in the middle, and it had already grown to a considerable size. At the same time, Yi Shao noticed that there were three main races in this area: blood elves, dark elves, and night cat demons. They lived together peacefully, like neighbors in this world. Let's go. It's still far from the prosperity of the ground. Seeing that Yi Man was still in a daze, Deng Boer couldn't help but remind him. Immediately afterwards, Yi Man and Yi Shao followed Deng Boer into this vast underground world. Huh? What's going on? Yi Shao couldn't help but feel puzzled. As he followed Deng Boer further in, he noticed that the elves and cat demons here were all staring at him. They didn't seem to react much to Yi Man. Is there something on my face? Or is my second form just too cool? Yi Shao muttered to himself with a touch of narcissism. Yet he also knew that something was amiss when things seemed out of the ordinary. The further he went into this area, the more this phenomenon occurred. On the contrary, more cat demons and elves focused their attention on him, which made Yi Shao even more puzzled. Rumble. Just as Yi Shao was wondering what was going on, the ceiling above the underground world suddenly shattered, and large chunks of soil fell and crashed to the ground, as if the sky had collapsed. Immediately afterwards, one after another, fiery red figures emerged from the large hole in the ceiling. Each fiery red figure was about the same height as an ordinary person, and their appearances were also similar, all of them exceptionally handsome. However, their skin was fiery red, and they had pointed ears like Shirley Temple. There were flame-like patterns on their faces and around their eyes, and they also had 2 pairs of wings on their backs that looked like flames. They were clearly the fire elf race. Among these fire spirits, there are both males and females, but females make up the majority. A fire spirit? What's it doing in the underworld? Its strength is barely passable, though. Yi Shao only needed to sense them slightly to get a general idea of the strength of these fire spirits based on their auras. Each fire spirit possessed an aura above the Lord level, with the leading male fire spirit being the strongest, its aura extremely close to the legendary level, but still a step away from it, likely being a pseudo-legendary level. Hurry! We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Before Yi Shao could think, Deng Boer suddenly shouted at Yi Man and Yi Shao, her eyes filled with terror. Yi Shao couldn't help but glance at Deng Boer again. He knew that Deng Boer hadn't been this terrified when she faced the dark spider, or even when she was threatened with death. Run! We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Seeing Yi Shao and Yi Man standing still, Deng Boer was so anxious that she stomped her feet in frustration. Immediately, Temple grabbed Yi Shao and Yi Man's arms with both hands and ran in the opposite direction from the fire spirit. Why are we running? How did a fire spirit end up here? As Yi Shao was being dragged along by Deng Boer, he couldn't help but ask a question. Logically speaking, shouldn't fire spirits live in the spirit kingdom on the ground? How come they're now appearing so powerfully and domineeringly in the underground world? Chapter 1:08 The Fire Sprite's Greed. Moreover, aren't the 4 elven races of light, fire, water, and would all hostile to the dark elves? So the appearance of the fire elves here seems very abrupt, leaving Yi Shao somewhat bewildered by the chaotic and complex relationships among the elves. The fire spirits have been going crazy lately, coming all over the underground world looking for us, saying that the elf queen has ordered us to be conscripted. Phew! Deng Boer ran to explain to Yi Shao, her breathing gradually becoming rapid. Doesn't the elf kingdom reject your dark elf race? Why would they conscript you? Yi Man couldn't help but chime in at this moment, harboring the same doubts as Yi Shao. We don't know. We're not entirely sure of the specifics. All we know is that the elves who went there never came back, and we lost contact with them. When Temple spoke of the elves who were later captured, her expression and eyes dimmed, as if she were recalling some sad events. Run! Run! They're coming! Seeing the fire sprites chasing after them, Deng Boer shouted anxiously, wishing she could just carry Yi Shao and Yi Man on her back and run away. Sizzle! Suddenly, streaks of flame shot onto the ground in front of Temple, forming a wall of fire that blocked their path. Deng Boer, Yi Shao, and Yi Man ultimately failed to escape and were cornered by the group of fire spirits. Although Yi Shao and Yi Man could have escaped with Deng Boer, they didn't. Yi Shao hadn't figured out why the elves and cat demons here were all staring at him, while Yi Man was always with Yi Shao. What are you all running for? The female lead ordered you to be conscripted. That's your honor and glory. The fire spirit with the strongest aura flew to the highest point and shouted down, its face extremely arrogant and contemptuous, as if it were bestowing charity upon the creatures below. Yi Shao was also sizing up this fire elf. It was more robust than the other fire elves, and it was holding a fiery red longsword. The name above its head also showed that it was the captain of the fire elf team, Dick. In the past, Yi Shao would never have let go of such high-quality prey, but now that he is stronger, even legendary creatures are no longer worth keeping. Such a strong dragon smell. Just then, Dick let out a soft exclamation and turned his head to look at Yi Shao. Call out. Dick flapped his wings and flew to Yi Shao and the other 2 in an instant, leaving a whooshing sound in the air. When Shirley Temple saw Dick flying over, her heart tightened, and she shrank back, looking at him warily. However, Dick's attention was not on her, but on Yi Shao behind her. After taking a careful look at Yi Shao, a greedy look suddenly flashed in his eyes. Just then, the other fire spirits arrived as well. Surround him. Don't let him get away. Dick pointed at Yi Shao and gave the order to the other fire spirits. Immediately, the fire spirits around Yi Shao and his companions surrounded them. To be precise, they surrounded Yi Shao. Seeing that Yi Shao was surrounded and did not resist, Dick flew over with peace of mind. I haven't seen a dragon in ages. I never expected to encounter something so amazing while on a mission. Dick stared intently at Yi Shao, as if afraid he would run away. His eyes gleamed with a green light, like a hungry wolf eyeing a delicious meal. The other fire spirits seemed to understand as well, and their gazes toward Yi Shao were all similar, revealing a greedy look. Yi Shao frowned. Dick's gaze disgusted him. If he didn't stare at other creatures like that, they should be grateful. But now he was being stared at like that by these fire spirits. It would be strange if he felt good about it. But then he realized why the other elves and cat demons had been staring at him like that. It was because he had a very strong dragon aura. The fire spirits are now surrounding him, having even abandoned their initial mission upon arriving here, clearly indicating their ill intentions. Take him down. Dick raised his long sword and swung it at Yi Shao. Immediately, the other fire spirits moved in unison, raising their weapons and attacking Yi Shao. Get out of my way. The first to attack was a fire sprite wielding a short sword and wearing dark red soft armor. However, when the software encountered Yi Shao's palm, it didn't even have the power to resist and was directly torn apart by Yi Shao. Before the fire spirit could react, Yi Shao's hand transformed into a sharp claw that pierced through his chest. Even as he died, his face was filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't believe that he had actually reached the end of his life. Ding! You have gained 3,500 experience points and 35 evolution points. The death of the first fire sprite caused all the fire sprites that rushed forward to pause in their actions. Only then did they realize how dangerous this prey they thought was. However, by the time they realized this, it was already too late. Yi Shao would not let them off so easily. These fire spirits had practically climbed on his face. How could Yi Shao possibly let it go like this? Bang! 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 Splat! With each impact, a fire sprite would be knocked to the ground by Yi Shao and Yi Man. Some were even unlucky and couldn't withstand even a single blow from Yi Shao, being instantly killed. Yi Man and Yi Shao fought in an extremely brutal style, charging around recklessly. The fire spirits' weapons couldn't even break through their defenses. Before Temple could react, apart from the fire spirits' lover Dick, all the other 30-odd people in the arena had been knocked to the ground by Yi Shao and Yi Man, and more than 10 of them had already lost their lives. How dare you disobey the Queen's decree? Dick's face showed disbelief. He did not expect that these lowly people in his eyes would dare to resist him. Moreover, Yi Shao and Yi Man attacked far too quickly. Dick had no time to react. The next moment, Dick raised his long sword and slashed at Yi Shao. Insect! Yi Shao scoffed dismissively, grabbing the long sword that Dick was slashing at him. The sword seemed to encounter steel as soon as it met Yi Shao's hand, causing him no harm whatsoever. Click! Yi Shao exerted only a little force, and the fiery red, long sword snapped in two. Immediately, Yi Shao seized the opportunity to lift Dick up. Dick finally couldn't help but tremble. He knew he was afraid. The person in front of him with a strong dragon aura was too powerful. Chapter 109 Dark Elf Elder. Let me go. Let me go. Otherwise, Her Majesty the Queen will not forgive you. Dick panicked and tried to intimidate Yi Shao into releasing him by mentioning the Elf Queen. However, Yi Shao tightened his grip on Dick's neck, and Dick felt as if his neck was about to snap. And what a noisy bug. Yi Shao raised his other hand and aimed it straight at Dick's head. Even when Dick brought up the Elf Queen, it did not shake Yi Shao's mind in the slightest. The elves and cat demons around him had no doubt that Yi Shao wanted to kill the fire elf. Stop! Just then, Temple suddenly rushed up and grabbed Yi Shao's arm. Yi Shao's arm was so strong that Deng Boer felt dizzy from the force of the blow. If Yi Shao hadn't stopped in time, Deng Boer would probably have been thrown away. Oh, what's wrong? Yi Shao glanced at Deng Boer, his brows furrowing slightly. Deng Boer's obstruction was making him somewhat irritated. Deng Boer felt a little scared by Yi Shao's gaze and took a step back. You can't kill them, otherwise the Elf Kingdom won't let you pass. Then you won't be able to cross the Elf Kingdom and reach Dragon Mountain. Finally, Deng Boer met Yi Shao's gaze and mustered up her courage to say something, not only for Yi Shao and Yi Man's sake, but also to avoid causing trouble for the races and creatures in this area. However, before Temple could finish speaking, Yi Shao didn't even flinch. He simply tore Dick apart, and Dick died before he could even let out a scream. Ding! You have gained 4,500 experience points and 45 evolution points. You? Temple's eyes widened. She couldn't understand how someone could be so impulsive. Yi Man was already used to it. It would be strange if their lord were afraid of trouble. Ball! Yi Shao then gestured towards Yi Man with his lip. Yi Man understood and stomped on a fallen fire sprite, killing it instantly. He then immediately ran towards the others in the distance. Yi Shao was too lazy to deal with the remaining small fry himself, so he simply handed them over to Yi Man. He actually dared to kill the captain. That bastard will face Her Majesty's punishment sooner or later. That barbarian is coming. Run! Run! The fire sprites who had just gotten up were furious when they saw this scene, but when they saw Yi Man rushing towards them, their faces instantly turned to panic, and they ran away like stray dogs. Asterisk. Asterisk. How could these fire spirits be faster than Yi Man? They were quickly caught up by Yi Man and eliminated one by one. When Shirley saw that Yi Shao wouldn't listen to her advice, and instead let Yi Man kill all the other fire spirits, she was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, making her look very cute. But she also wisely didn't say anything more. All of this happened in a very short time, and it took the surrounding blood elves, dark elves, and night cat demons a long time to react. Good. Well done. I don't know who around me shouted it first. Damn it. I've been wanting to kill these bastards for ages. Good riddance. Well done, hooray. Well done. This bastard took my brother away last time, ugh. After Yi Man and Yi Shao killed the fire spirits, the surrounding blood elves, dark elves, and night cat demons cheered. Some even went so far as to spit and kick the corpses of the fire spirits, still feeling unsatisfied. It's easy to imagine how long these elves and cat demons had been oppressed by the fire spirits to accumulate such deep resentment. Temple was initially stunned by what she saw, but after thinking about it, she felt relieved. However, she thought further ahead. Although she felt relieved now, a layer of worry appeared in Temple's eyes if the Elf Queen were to blame her. Sigh, things have come to this. Come with me to see my grandfather. Maybe he'll have a solution. Come with me. Temple sighed deeply and said to Yi Man and Yi Shao that this matter had escalated too much and was beyond her ability to resolve. Then, Temple turned and walked into the depths of the underground world, leading the way so that Yi Shao and Yi Man could follow her. Yi Man and Yi Shao showed no awareness of getting into trouble. Instead, they followed behind Deng Boer leisurely and carefree, as if they had just killed ordinary cats and dogs. For Yi Shao, he had already killed quite a few fire spirits before eliminating Dick, which meant he had already offended the Elf Kingdom. In that case, adding Dick wouldn't be too much. Besides, Yi Shao isn't the kind of dragon who waits until others bully him and then swallows his anger. He'll simply sweep aside any creature that dares to mess with him and eliminate it. That's his style. Yi Shao and Yi Man followed Deng Boer into the underground market, stopping only in front of the innermost shop. This shop is inconspicuous and small compared to the surrounding shops. It mainly sells everyday household goods. The plaque on the doorframe looked quite old, with some of the paint faded. It was inscribed with the unique script of the elven race, which Yi Shao didn't recognize very well. Okay, this is it. My grandpa lives here. Deng Boer introduced herself to Yi Shao and Yi Man, and she had briefly explained the situation to them along the way. Through Temple's account, Yi Shao learned that Temple's grandfather was an elder of the Dark Elf clan who lived in a shop in front of them. He held a certain position in the clan and might be able to help Yi Shao with his affairs. Come in with me. As she spoke, Temple stepped inside first, but she did so furtively, looking left and right. Yi-Man even wondered if this wasn't Temple's grandfather's house, but rather someone who had come to steal something. "Grandpa, I'm back." Seeing that no one was in the shop, Shirley Temple hesitated for a moment, but finally called out softly, though she seemed a little scared. "Da, da, da." Just as Temple's words fell, an old man from the dark elf race emerged from around the corner behind the shop, holding a wooden staff that was a head taller than him. The dark elf elder was clearly using the staff in his hand as a cane, and he also bore a resemblance to Temple in his features. Chapter 110. This shop is no ordinary place. Shao glanced at the dark elf elder. Although the elder looked frail, Shao discovered that the aura emanating from him was that of a genuine legendary level expert, and one with considerable strength at that. The name above his head was Dark Elf Elder Simon. "You crazy girl. You actually know how to come back. Do you know how dangerous it is outside right now?" Elder Simon gave Temple a severe dressing down as soon as he saw her, and then picked up a staff and hit Temple on the head. Temple shrank back and made faces. No wonder she had been acting suspiciously when she came back. "How did your clothes get torn? And what happened to these injuries?" "What did I tell you? I told you not to go out." Elder Simon reprimanded Temple, but when he saw her injuries, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her, making no attempt to hide his concern. Shao and Yi-Man were standing at the door. Elder Simon only had eyes for Temple at the moment and did not notice Shao and Yi-Man standing there. Of course, this was also because the two of them deliberately conceal their auras. While being scolded, Dangboer couldn't help but playfully stick out her tongue at Shao and Yi-Man. "I encountered a night spider while I was out playing today." Temple's voice gradually faded as she secretly glanced at her grandfather, not wanting him to worry about her. "What? A night spider? How did you get involved with that kind of creature? Were you bitten?" "Let me see." Elder Simon suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Although the dark night spider was nothing to him, he knew his granddaughter's own limitations. Encountering a dark night spider would be extremely dangerous. "I'm back now, and I'll never dare to go out alone again. It was those two who saved me from the dark spider's jaws. Otherwise, you really wouldn't have seen your granddaughter again." Seeing that Elder Simon was about to continue his nagging, Dangboer quickly changed the subject, shifting Simon's attention to Shao and Yi-Man. "There will be a next time." "Huh? What's this?" Elder Simon only noticed Shao and Yi-Man standing at the door at this moment. He originally wanted to continue scolding Dangboer, but after seeing Shao, he couldn't take his eyes off him. As one of the best among legendary experts, even though Shao and Yi-Man had concealed their auras, he could still vaguely sense the immense strength of the two before him. In particular, the domineering dragon aura emanating from Shao made Simon's gaze sharpen. "Thank you both for saving my granddaughter. I'm sorry to have troubled you. My name is Simon, and I'm the owner of this small shop. May I ask who you are?" Before Elder Simon could finish speaking, Temple interrupted him. "His name is Young Master Long, and his name is Li-Man. They're merchants who want to do business in Dragon Mountain, so I brought them here to see if Grandpa could help them." Dangboer pointed to Shao and Yi-Man and introduced them to Elder Simon. Shao and Yi-Man nodded to Simon. "Silly girl." Elder Simon gave a wry smile. The merchant identities fabricated by Shao and Yi-Man might fool a young girl like Dangboer, but he, with his shrewd eye, didn't believe them. Elder Simon didn't say much. After all, the two people in front of him had their own secrets and concerns, and if they didn't want to say more, then so be it. Dragon Mountain? No problem. Elder Simon readily agreed, as delivering just the two items to Dragon Mountain would not be a difficult task. "I knew Grandpa would agree. I was worried that you wouldn't agree after they just wiped out a fire spirit squad." Shirley Temple shouted happily, but the words that came out of her mouth startled the elf to death. "What? A whole team of fire sprites? All the fire sprites, including their leader?" Simon suddenly exclaimed, almost jumping up, as if he had heard something unbelievable. He hadn't even reacted this strongly when he heard that Simon was being chased by the dark spider. Shao and Yi-Man didn't react much. They just watched the scene quietly, unsure whether the old man before them could be trusted. Clearly, judging from Elder Simon's expression just now, Shao predicted that Elder Simon must have already discovered something. Only Temple nodded weakly. After Elder Simon's question was confirmed, his face immediately darkened. Seeing that Yi Shao and the other two remained silent, it was already a good thing that they were not directly sent away. That won't do. I'm afraid we can't send them to Dragon Mountain. The Elf Queen won't tolerate this, and will definitely send the Elf Army to capture them. After a long silence, Elder Simon said that the Elf Queen, a being of such high esteem, and the Elf Army, such a behemoth, were simply not people he could afford to offend. But if it weren't for them, I would have been captured by the fire spirits too. Including the last time, they've saved me twice already. Grandpa, please help them. Poor Deng Boer pleaded with Elder Simon to help Yi Shao and Yi Man. Yi Shao had originally planned to leave immediately after hearing Elder Simon's words, but he stopped when Temple's voice rang out. Elder Simon did not respond to Temple immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Shao and Yi Man, seemingly pondering something, with a hint of hesitation and struggle on his face. "Sai, the only solution now is to get you two out of the Elf Kingdom as soon as possible, then hurry to Dragon Mountain." After a long while, Elder Simon sighed, looked at Yi Shao and Yi Man, and said seriously that he finally decided to help them. This time, Temple didn't dare to speak again, quietly hiding behind Elder Simon. She knew clearly that it was no longer her place to interrupt when discussing such matters. Yi Shao nodded, which was exactly the result he wanted. Yi Man stood quietly to the side, not saying a word, just like a wooden stake. "Dean Buck, you two come here." After Elder Simon and Yi Shao reached an agreement, Elder Simon shouted in the direction of the store, and two shadow elves came out from around the corner. Yi Shao glanced at the two shadow elves and saw that the prefix of their names above their heads indicated that they were both shadow elf scouts. Their auras were at the Lord level, at least much stronger than Dunbar, and they also had a certain killing intent about them. This shop seems to be something special. Yi Shao took a deep look inside the shop. Although the shop looked ordinary, it was probably not simple inside. However, Yi Shao wasn't too interested in finding out more. He just wanted to get through the Elf Kingdom and reach Dragon Mountain as soon as possible. Chapter 1:11 Heading to Dragon Mountain. "Dean, you and Buck, take them both through the Elf Kingdom as quickly as possible and get them to Dragon Mountain. Remember, you must avoid all the elves of the four land races along the way." Elder Simon gave two scouts a few instructions, emphasizing one point, and his expression returned to calm. He then turned his gaze to Yi Shao and Yi Man, and stroked a sapphire-like ring on his other hand. The ring emitted a faint blue light, and then a crystal radiating dazzling light appeared in Simon's hand. As soon as the crystal appeared, the entire shop seemed to be illuminated. At the same time, a sacred aura instantly filled the entire room. Enveloped by this aura, Yi Shao felt as if he were bathing in a clear spring, extremely comfortable, and the accumulated fatigue was instantly dispelled. "This is a sacred crystal. Here you go." Elder Simon handed the crystal to Yi Shao. Without thinking much, Yi Shao reached out and took it. A system notification sounded in Yi Shao's mind. Sacred crystal, an attribute stone imbued with sacred properties, produced from sacred crystal deposits, capable of dispelling negative energy. Excellent quality. Apart from that, there was no further information about the sacred crystals. Yi Shao couldn't help but feel puzzled, not understanding why Elder Simon would give him this attribute crystal, which didn't seem to have anything special about it. Between the Elf Kingdom and Dragon Mountain lies a death zone, not marked on the map. This death zone connects the Elf Kingdom and Dragon Mountain, and was constructed by the three kingdoms together to restrict the dragons of Dragon Mountain. Therefore, to reach Dragon Mountain from the Elf Kingdom, one must pass through the death zone. Elder Simon could tell that Yi Shao was unaware of the death zone, so he patiently explained it to him. However, the death zone is extremely dangerous. Within it, one must confront all sorts of undead creatures, and without exception, these creatures possess undead attributes. Furthermore, one must resist the corrosive influence of the undead aura permeating the entire death zone. Therefore, by the time Elder Simon got to this point, Yi Shao had pretty much figured it out. Can this crystal block the corrosive power of the undead's breath? Yi Shao couldn't help but be a little suspicious of this sacred crystal, which was about the size of his palm, and asked a question. Yes, sacred crystals possess strong, holy attributes, which greatly restrain the aura of the dead and can dispel it. Being within the light and aura emitted by sacred crystals can protect you from being corrupted by the aura of the dead in the death zone. Elder Simon affirmed Yi Shao's words, only because Yi Shao and Yi Man had saved his granddaughter. Otherwise, he might not have bothered with such a trivial matter. Thanks. Yi Shao thanked Elder Simon and then looked at Deng Boer, also thanking her. If it weren't for Temple's help in pleading with Elder Simon on his and Yi Man's behalf, Elder Simon would never have been willing to risk offending the Elf Queen to help them. Moreover, Elder Simon also informed Yi Shao about the death zone. Otherwise, even if Yi Shao and Yi Man successfully crossed the Elf Kingdom, they would be blocked in front of the death zone or trapped in the death zone, gradually being eroded by the breath of the dead. Elder Simon nodded to Yi Shao, accepting his thanks. As for Deng Boer, she gave Yi Shao a haughty look before turning her face away. Let's go. Yi Shao didn't pay any attention. He whispered something to Yi Man and the two Dark Elf Scouts, then walked out of the shop without looking back. Yi Man and the Dark Elf Scouts followed closely behind Yi Shao, gradually disappearing into the distance. When Yi Shao turned around, Deng Boer turned her head back and watched Yi Shao's figure disappear around the corner before turning her gaze away. For some reason, the image of Yi Shao trampling those fire sprites under his feet in the market kept haunting Deng Boer's mind. Please come with us, gentlemen. Dean walked up to Yi Shao and said that after walking through a small street, Dean and Buck also walked in front of Yi Shao and took the lead for Yi Shao and Yi Man. Yi Shao and Yi Man exchanged a glance. Having learned from their previous experience, Yi Shao concealed his aura to the extreme. Now, unless someone was deliberately paying attention to him, or was a legendary level or higher expert, ordinary creatures would not be able to detect the dragon aura emanating from Yi Shao. Dean and Buck, as natives of the underground world, were extremely familiar with it. They were also scouts personally trained by Elder Simon, possessing exceptional talent and abilities. They led Yi Shao and Yi Man to quickly traverse the underground world. Sometimes Dean and Buck wouldn't even look at the road next to them, and would directly lead Yi Shao and the other person into the side road. This made Yi Shao wonder if they were allowed to close their eyes, these two shadow elves would probably not get lost in the underground world. Before long, Dean and Buck had left the market and led Yi Shao and the other two directly to the edge of a residential area in this underground world. They could still vaguely see the large hole that the fire sprite had made in the ceiling when it fell on the other side. Yi Shao glanced back and found that the route from Elder Simon's shop to his feet was basically a straight line. Even after many turns, it did not deviate much. It was as if the route was already imprinted in their minds. This is also one of the reasons why Elder Simon was willing to help Yi Shao and Yi Man. He believed in Dean and Buck's abilities, and with the two of them guiding Yi Shao and Yi Man, the risk of exposure could be minimized. Then Dean and Buck suddenly stopped. In front of them was an ordinary wall. Dean walked forward and pressed a stone into the wall. Rumble. The wall in front seemed to come alive, suddenly rotating, and in the blink of an eye, an opening about the same height as Yi Man appeared, which connected to a passage. Let's go in. This secret passage leads directly through the central area of the Elf Kingdom. Dean pointed to the passageway ahead and introduced it to Yi Shao, seemingly quite proud. The central region? Can't we go directly through the Elf Kingdom from the underworld? Yi Shao couldn't help but ask. The underground world is already very prosperous, with no shortage of manpower and resources. Logically speaking, digging a secret passage directly to Dragon Mountain shouldn't be too difficult, right? However, this passage only passes through the central area of the Elf Kingdom and does not lead directly to Dragon Mountain. Chapter 1:12 The journey will not be peaceful. Do you think Her Majesty the Elf Queen would allow someone to carve out a separate road directly to Dragon Mountain right under her nose? Buck said irritably, Dragon Mountain is a forbidden area. The Elf Queen will absolutely not allow any passage from the underground world to Dragon Mountain. If such a passage were opened, it would certainly be impossible to keep it from the Elf Queen. Moreover, the Elf Kingdom is so vast that the underground tunnels spanning the entire kingdom would require a considerable amount of manpower and resources, even if it's not a problem for the underground world. Let's go. Dean and Buck were the first to step into the secret passage, followed closely by Yi Shao and Yi Man. The walls of the passage were made of earth and looked as if they had been hollowed out, with faint traces of tools scraping them. The passageway was paved with stone slabs, and the walls were inlaid with luminous stones that emitted a faint glow. The view was not obstructed, so Shao and his companions were still moving very fast. The entire secret passage was also interconnected, and there would be a fork in the road every so often. Dean and Buck did not hesitate at all, as they had already memorized these routes. But Shao and Man were almost completely confused by their left and right turns. Man even wondered if she had been going around in circles the whole time. After about 2 or 3 days, Dean and Buck, who were walking ahead, finally stopped. After feeling around in the wall for a while, a hidden passage suddenly appeared. "Let's go. We'll reach the surface through this passage." Dean wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he had been running at top speed for 2 or 3 days straight, and even as an excellent scout of the Dark Elves, he was panting heavily. "Finally, we can go out." Man sighed inwardly. He would rather go out and fight other creatures than spend another half a day wandering through these secret passages. As they continued to travel through these dark passages, they could hear nothing but their footsteps, let alone see any other creatures. Once the passage is opened, it is clear that the passage is heading upwards. Unlike the secret passage, the stone slabs under the passage are paved like steps, extending upwards at a 45-degree angle. Dean, Shao, and the other 3 stepped into the passage one after another. Compared to the dark passage that they had walked for 2 or 3 days, this passage leading to the ground was much shorter. In no time, the group arrived at the end of the passage. Above the end of the passage was a stone slab, which looked like another mechanism or similar device. Sure enough, Dean touched a small stone on the wall, and the stone slab above them suddenly made a crackling sound, followed by a ray of light shining in. Once the stone slab above their heads was completely removed, Dean and Shao jumped out one after another, and then the slab clicked shut again. A huge boulder lay hidden on the outer slab. It was so well concealed that even if other creatures passed by, they wouldn't notice anything. Phew! Surrounded by dense forests, Shao greedily inhaled the fresh air. The only downside of the underground world was that it was too stuffy and damp. He wondered how the creatures underground could stay there for so long. After Man came out, she sat down on the ground, her chest heaving, clearly feeling suffocated. Dean and Buck didn't react much. They simply wiped the sweat off their bodies, and their rapid breathing quickly calmed down. The Elf Kingdom truly lived up to its reputation as one of the 3 great kingdoms of this world, possessing a vast territory. Even with their constant use of secret passages and shortcuts, they had only managed to cross the central area of the Elf Kingdom in 2 or 3 days. All right, we've already crossed most of the Elf Kingdom, and this is the western region. The main military force and residences of the Elf Kingdom are in the central region, so there aren't many troops deployed here. As long as you're careful, you won't run into them. After resting for a while, Dean said to Shao. Upon hearing this, Shao understood that these 2 dark elf scouts could only send him and Man here. Keep heading west from here, and you'll reach the death zone. We can only take you this far. The rest of the way is up to you. As expected, Dean's next words were a farewell to Shao. Shao and Buck Dean nodded to each other. Then the boulder was moved aside, and they disappeared back into the passage. Rumble, Dragon Mountain, here I come. The stones covered the entrance to the passage again. Shao turned to look westward. Although countless trees blocked his view, Shao's emotions were still uncontrollably stirred. Without lingering there for long, Shao led Man quickly westward toward Dragon Mountain. Throughout the journey, Shao kept a close eye on whether there were any elven troops patrolling the area, but in the end, he did not encounter a single elf. Later on, Shao stopped concealing himself and carried Man at high speed through the forest. They encountered many other creatures, but not a single elf. Huh, what's going on? Although the data on the elf race is much less than that of humans and orcs, it shouldn't be this little less. Moreover, during this time, Shao also discovered 2 elven sentry towers, built of wooden blocks, but without any elf stationed there, which puzzled Shao. Shao's rapidly running figure suddenly stopped, and he looked ahead, lost in thought. What's wrong, my lord? Have you discovered something? Man, who was closely following Shao, almost crashed into Shao because he couldn't stop in time. No, it's nothing. Let's keep going. The journey ahead won't be peaceful. A wicked smile suddenly appeared on Yi Shao's lips, and he moved forward at an even faster speed than before. Yes, my lord. Yi Man was a little confused by Yi Shao's words, but he still quickly followed. He had to run very fast to keep up with Yi Shao's pace. However, after walking for a short while, Yi Shao and Yi Man stopped again. This time, it wasn't that they stopped voluntarily, but that more than 30 fire spirits appeared in their path. Stop right there. You two stop right there. The captain of the fire sprites at the front shouted at Yi Shao, and the other fire sprites lined up in a row, blocking Yi Shao and Yi Man's path, which forced them to stop. Chapter 113, The Fire Sprite Squadron Attacks. A soft, melancholy sound. At the same time, a fire sprite on the left suddenly uttered a whistling-like syllable. Although the sound was not loud, it was extremely penetrating and spread very widely. It's obvious that the fire spirit is trying to gather the other spirits in the vicinity to come and help as soon as possible. Drink it, Yi Man shouted and was about to rush forward to wipe out the group of fire spirits, but Yi Shao stopped him. Don't rush. Let's take care of a few more this time to teach them a lesson. Yi Shao had a faint smile on his lips, but the words he spoke were chilling, as if a terrifying demon was hidden beneath that smile. Even Yi Man couldn't help but shudder when she saw it, secretly relieved that she and Yi Shao were on the same side. Captain, are you sure it's those two creatures? One of the fire elves asked the elf captain, holding a long sword beside him, a question, his gaze constantly shifting between Yi Shao and Yi Man. Yes, based on the portraits we obtained from the underground world, it's undoubtedly them. The fire elf captain took out 2 portraits from his pocket, compared them, then put them back, answering with certainty. But why don't they run away? Instead, they stand there fearlessly. Look carefully before you speak, okay? Those 2 creatures were clearly terrified of us. They knew they couldn't escape, so they simply stayed here and surrendered. Another fire sprite beside them confidently chimed in, looking at Yi Shao and Yi Man with disdain. Don't let your guard down. However, Her Majesty the Elf Queen's power is awe-inspiring, and they are indeed intimidated by Her Majesty the Elf Queen's reputation. The fire sprite captain gave a reprimand, but his viewpoint was not much different from that of the previous fire sprite. Have the squadron leader and the others received the signal? Why haven't they arrived yet? Why don't we go first? If we take them down first, the credit will be ours. Yes, I heard that horned creature up ahead has the aura of a dragon. Some fire sprites couldn't contain themselves and were eager to try. Their eyes were gleaming green as they looked at Yi Shao and Yi Man, like wolves eyeing their delicious prey. No, have you forgotten the terrible state Dick and the others were in? Their strength is probably not simple. Just follow orders and hold them off. Although the fire elf captain was quite tempted by what he was saying, he quickly calmed down when he thought about the complete annihilation of Dick's squad. Time ticked by, and the faint sound of fire sprites muttering about their captain being too cowardly could be heard. Yi Shao and Yi Man remained standing still, glancing around occasionally, quietly waiting for the other fire sprites to arrive. These fire sprites are so slow. Yi Man grumbled impatiently, already itching to tear these fire spirits apart. They're here. Yi Shao looked into the distance and saw several dark red figures flying rapidly toward him and his companions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Man also looked up and around. He saw that fire spirits were surrounding them from behind and to the left and right. The 2 pairs of wings behind them were vibrating at a high frequency, leaving a constant whistling sound as they cut through the air. In no time, all the fire spirits surrounded them. Even a small group of fire spirits at the front closed in on them. The quality isn't much different from last time. Yi Shao was somewhat uninterested. There were more than 100 fire spirits in the 4 directions, and their overall strength was not much different from the ones from last time. The most powerful of the elves barely crossed the threshold of legendary creatures, and was located behind Yi Shao's original position. Barnet, the captain of the fire sprite squadron, was the name displayed above the head of that legendary creature. Yi Shao glanced at it a couple of times. He was clearly the leader of these 100-odd fire sprites. Barnet carefully examined Yi Man and Yi Shao's figures, confirming that they were indeed their targets. Very good. Waiting here for so long hasn't been a waste of time. We finally got you 2 lowly commoners here. Barnet cursed at Yi Shao and Yi Man viciously. These two country bumpkins who came from who knows where dared to provoke their fire elf clan and the elf kingdom. In his opinion, this was unforgivable. Have you been waiting here for a long time? Although Yi Shao was quite annoyed by Barnet's tone, he couldn't help but ask a question. Logically speaking, the two shadow elf scouts led him at top speed through the dark passages across the central area of the elven kingdom, rather than running on the ground. They didn't encounter any more elves from the elf kingdom along the way, so they shouldn't have received any news about Yi Shao and Yi Man's progress, let alone reacted so quickly. That's right. We've been waiting here all day to catch you two lowly commoners. How about that? Didn't expect that, did you? Barnet turned to Yi Shao and said something, his expression quite smug. According to the information I received, you have the aura of a dragon, so you should belong to the dragon race. So, we guessed you would return to Dragon Mountain, and this is the only way to Dragon Mountain. So, we lay an ambush here early on, and even transferred some elves from the surrounding outposts. Before Yi Shao could speak, Barnet explained in detail why they had been lying in ambush here so early. This dispelled Yi Shao's doubts. He had initially suspected Elder Simon and the others, but now it seemed that was not the case. I should have dealt with those fire sprites faster. It seems some small fish still managed to escape. Yi Shao thought to himself that it must have been during the fight with the fire spirits that he and Yi Man hadn't completely killed all of them at the beginning. So, without much attention being paid afterwards, some still managed to slip through the net and escape. At the same time, they also sent back all the information related to him and Yi Man. Something's not right. There's no dragon scent. There's a hint of it. Barnet sniffed. It didn't match the description. Because Yi Shao concealed his aura, he didn't detect the dragon's aura at first. He only noticed it slightly later, and his eyes became greedy and excited. They're really courting death in every way. Yi Shao thought to himself. Barnet kept calling people lowly people, and his tone and expression were extremely disgusting to the dragon. If he didn't know something, Yi Shao would have already torn him to pieces. Chapter 114, Is Your Attack a Joke? However, Yi Shao has now gotten everything he wanted to know out of them, and the ones in danger are these fire spirits. That should be all, Yi Man. Let's get started. Yi Shao waited a few breaths, and, finding that no other fire spirits had arrived, immediately ordered Yi Man to attack. Drink it. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Man habitually pounded his chest with both fists, then punched a fire sprite next to him. Before the fire sprite could react, it saw Yi Man punch a hole straight through its chest. Immediately following were the second, third, and fourth fire spirits that had just blocked his way, causing Yi Man to unleash his pent-up anger on these fire spirits without reservation. Yi Man's attacks were almost always fatal, one punch at a time, showing no mercy. He was like a killing machine, rampaging through the fire spirits, and some unlucky fire spirits were even torn in half. This barbarian's strength is terrifying. Attack together. Let's take care of this barbarian first. Kill them. The rest of the fire sprites had barely reacted when they discovered that more than a dozen of them had already perished under Yi Man's fists. Immediately, they all glared angrily at Yi Man, raising their weapons to slash at him, but no matter how many there were, it was all in vain against Yi Man. These fire spirits couldn't even break through Yi Man's defenses. On the contrary, they were powerless against Yi Man. Damn it, how could this guy be so powerful? Barnet watched his men fall one by one and became frantic. He didn't even care about Yi Shao anymore. He conjured a fiery red streak with his longsword and launched a sneak attack on Yi Man. Sizzle. Get out of my way. Yi Shao flashed in front of Yi Man, grabbed the fiery red streak in his hand, and crushed it with his bare hands. This made Barnet's breath catch in his throat, and his gaze gradually turned serious. Whether it was Yi Man or Yi Shao, their strength had far exceeded his original expectations. He hadn't captured a single one of the two troublemaking creatures, and instead, his squadron had already lost many fire sprites. Go to hell! Barnet roared, unable to contain himself any longer, and in that short time, several more of his men fell. Yi Shao's face immediately darkened. The fire spirit in front of him seemed rather clueless. Yi Shao originally wanted to keep him a little longer and ask him more questions, but it seems he needs to teach him a lesson to make him behave. When Barnett raised his long sword and slashed at Yi Shao's body, as if striking steel, producing a crisp sound. Yi Shao withstood Barnett's attack head-on without flinching, while Barnett's eyes betrayed undisguised shock. He hadn't held back at all in that attack, unleashing all his power. Boom! Suddenly, Barnett and Yi Shao separated, their entire bodies engulfed in flames, and their long swords were also coated with a layer of flames, clearly gathering the power for some powerful attack. Let's see if you can handle this move now. As soon as he finished speaking, Barnett raised his flaming longsword and swung it at Yi Shao, unleashing a massive flaming sword strike that slashed horizontally towards Yi Shao. Bang! The flaming sword struck Yi Shao, but like the previous 2 times, it had little effect. Instead, Yi Shao opened his mouth and inhaled all the raging flames. Pickup was your attack sent by the Elf Queen, just to make us laugh. Yi Shao couldn't help but tease him. The power of the flaming sword slash was not bad, but only relatively speaking. When it landed on Yi Shao, it couldn't even break through his defense. What kind of monster are you? Barnett couldn't hide his shock. That was his most powerful move, yet it couldn't even make a ripple in front of Yi Shao. Even Barnett couldn't help but panic. Yi Shao and Yi Man's power was completely beyond their ability to contend with. Yi Shao didn't give Barnett much time to react. He covered dozens of meters in one step and appeared directly in front of Barnett. Barnett panicked and slashed with his sword, not even remembering how to use his moves. Click! Click! Yi Shao shattered the long sword in one grab, then lifted Barnett into his hand, suspending his entire body in midair. Barnett struggled violently, but Yi Shao's hand was like an iron claw, impossible to break free from. Watch closely. It'll be your turn soon. Yi Shao wasn't in a hurry to kill Barnett. Instead, he wanted to tease him a bit. Barnett was held in Yi Shao's hand. He looked around and found that more than half of his men had been killed or wounded, with limbs and torsos scattered all over the ground. Moreover, the number of casualties was increasing every second. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before all the fire spirits around would be torn to shreds by Yi Man. Squad leader, release the company commander. Let's go rescue the company commander. After discovering Barnett's predicament, the fire sprites turned their attack on Yi Shao. Oh, if you want to die even faster, come here. Yi Shao said with murderous intent, and crushed a fire sprite that rushed up from the side into pieces. The other fire sprites that rushed up did not last a single move in Yi Shao's hands. Ding! Gained 3,300 experience points and 33 evolution points. Ding! Experience points gained. Yi Shao's speed was no slower than Yi Man's. Together with Yi Man, they slaughtered the fire spirits. In no time, all the fire spirits in the field, except for Barnett, the captain, had lost their lives. Gulp you, you devil. When Barnett saw that Yi Shao and Yi Man had finished dealing with the other fire spirits and turned their attention to him, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He was still afraid of dying. Especially after Yi Shao and Yi Man imitated him and slaughtered all his subordinates, Barnett was terrified. Tell me, how do you want to die? Yi Shao looked at Barnett with amusement. It was this fear and dread he found most satisfying. Let me go. By the way, don't you want to know how Her Majesty the Queen plans to deal with the Dark Elves? Barnett struggled violently, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had grasped at a straw. Oh, the Dark Elves? What happened to them? Upon hearing the words Dark Elf Clan, Yi Shao lowered his raised hand. It seemed that Elder Simon's side had been discovered, which looked quite ominous. He still cared about the Dark Elf race. After all, Elder Simon had given him a sacred crystal, which was a great help to him. Chapter 115. Go to see the Elf Queen. Her Majesty the Queen is furious that the Dark Elves dared to harbor the two of you. She has already dispatched a large force to the underworld to punish the Dark Elves. Barnett briefly explained the course of events and how things unfolded to Yi Shao. Oh, Yi Shao's eyes narrowed, and his gaze became more dangerous. However, Barnett did not notice this and thought that Yi Shao was wary. But if you obediently come back with me, I will plead with Her Majesty the Queen, and maybe she will spare them. Otherwise, they definitely won't live more than 2 days. Barnett continued talking, oblivious to the danger. All he wanted now was to escape Yi Shao's clutches as quickly as possible. Once they reach the Elf Queen, no matter what she says, or no matter how powerful Yi Shao is, he will have no say in the matter. Only Yi Man couldn't help but shake his head, his gaze towards Barnet filled with pity. He had been following Yi Shao for some time, and understood Yi Shao's personality fairly well. Is Yi Shao a coward? Obviously not. So, for Barnet to threaten him with the Dark Elf race and the Elf Queen, isn't that just courting death? At least you won't be able to see it. As expected, Yi Shao coldly uttered a sentence, and with a soft sound, Barnet's last consciousness and vision lingered on a sharp pain in his neck, followed by a dizzying sensation as the world spun around him. Ding! You have gained 40,000 experience points and 400 evolution points. The Elf Queen. Yi Shao's dark eyes suddenly began to flicker. Originally, he planned to go directly through the Elf Kingdom to Dragon Mountain. Now it seemed necessary to visit the Elf Kingdom again. My lord, what should we do now? Yi Man couldn't help but ask a question. To him, the life and death of the Dark Elves were irrelevant and had no impact on them. The best option now was to continue heading towards Dragon Mountain. Since we're already in the Elf Kingdom, let's go and meet Her Majesty the Elf Queen. Yi Shaoyan didn't hesitate for a moment before speaking directly, his calm tone making it sound like he was talking about something extremely easy. But what Yi Man heard almost made him dumbfounded, and he even doubted whether he had misheard. It took him a while to come to his senses. My lord, the Elf Kingdom is one of the 3 great kingdoms of this world. Its strength and foundation are in no way inferior to the kingdom of Tennik. Yi Man couldn't help but remind him, inwardly chuckling bitterly. His lord was truly fearless. Who knew when he might tear a huge hole in the sky? I know, so what? Let's hurry up and go. It doesn't seem to be far from the Elven settlement in the center of the Elven Kingdom. Yi Shao gave a soft reply, then quickly retraced his steps, heading towards the direction where the Elf Queen was. Although Yi Man felt helpless, he followed without hesitation. Yi Shao was his lord, who had given him great strength, so at this time, he had to stay by Yi Shao's side. If any conflict arises with the elves, he will stand before Yi Shao. If he wants the Lord's life, he will first have to step over Yi Shao's dead body. The entire Elf Kingdom, wow. Yi Shao walked along the road, muttering to himself. He understood Yi Man's worries better than anyone. Although his current strength was considerable, he had virtually no chance of success against the entire Elf Kingdom. But he still went. The Dark Elves had indeed helped them. Elder Simon could have easily ignored them at the time, but he still risked exposure to help him and Yi Man. Without the help of the Dark Elves, Yi Shao might still be wandering aimlessly in the underground world, unaware of any specific information about Dragon Mountain, let alone how to get there. Therefore, it would be too unrighteous to leave like this. As a real evil dragon, Yi Shao may be decisive in killing, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have his own principles and beliefs. Yi Shao himself couldn't get over this hurdle, so he decided to take Yi Man to explore the Elf Kingdom, hoping to gain some unexpected rewards. I wonder if the identity of the Dragon Mountain envoy is feasible. As Yi Shao traveled at breakneck speed, his brain was also working at lightning speed. In fact, Yi Shao already had a plan in mind when he was just about to decide to meet the Elf Queen, so it was not really a reckless attempt to force his way into the Elf Kingdom. Yi Shao is not stupid. It would be truly foolish for him to confront the entire Elf Kingdom head-on with his own strength. After arriving in the Elf Kingdom these past few days and learning some information about Dragon Mountain, some of Yi Shao's doubts gradually dissipated and became clearer. Therefore, this trip to the Elf Kingdom is not to cause trouble, but to go directly to the Elf Queen's location and discuss matters with her. In addition, Yi Shao also arranged for himself to be the envoy of Dragon Mountain. He has a strong dragon aura, so he will definitely not escape the Elf Queen's detection. The identity of the envoy of Dragon Mountain is just right for him. Yi Shao and Yi Man sped through the forest, but Yi Man's journey was far less relaxed than Yi Shao's. He constantly kept an eye on the creatures around him to avoid another ambush by the elves. Yi Man's body remained in a tense fighting state, ready to deal with the upcoming battle at any time. And that was indeed the case. Yi Shao and Yi Man encountered several more fire spirit sentries, but they were quickly dealt with by Yi Shao and Yi Man before they could even pass on the message. Based on the location shown on the map, that should be where the elf queen lives. After running at full speed for most of the day, Yi Shao finally stopped and took out the map to compare it with the places he had been traveling to. The closer you get to the center of the elf kingdom, the more elves you'll encounter. It's safe to say that at least half of the elves in the entire elf kingdom live in the central region. Upon arriving at the elves' residential area, Yi Shao even used his invisibility skill, while also casting invisibility on Yi Man. It was precisely because of this that Yi Shao and Yi Man were able to reach the central area of the elf kingdom without alerting a large number of elves. Chapter 116, The Messenger of Dragon Mountain. Therefore, before these elves could react, Yi Shao and Yi Man charged straight into the heart of the elf kingdom. Here you can see all kinds of elven buildings, which can be roughly divided into 4 types. The architecture corresponding to the 4 elven races is different and has its own characteristics. For example, the wood elves live in tree hollows and tall trees, giving people a feeling of being integrated with nature. However, the most eye-catching of all these buildings is a magnificent elven structure in the middle. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it the Elf Palace. The Elf Palace is suspended above a tree that is hundreds of meters tall. Green light spots constantly fall from the tree, containing a powerful life force, and seemingly in harmony with the aura of the elf race. The divine tree of spirits? I wonder how it compares to my tree of life. Yi Shao looked at the elven palace and the elven sacred tree before him and murmured something. The elven tree is the foundation of the elven race. Some legends even claim that it nurtured the entire elven race. There are also rumors that the elven tree's existence is the reason for the elven race's long lifespan. Regardless of the rumors or legends, they all demonstrate the wonder and power of the spirit tree. To the 4 sides of the elf palace, there are 4 smaller palaces as embellishments, each bearing the emblems of the 4 races of elves: light, wood, water, and fire. However, each palace is only half the size of the one in the center. The top of the central palace resembles a blooming flower, with water and light cascading down from it. The surrounding area is filled with countless plants, birdsong, and fragrant flowers. Most of the elven palace is enveloped in vegetation. Every now and then, various brightly colored birds circled in the sky. This palace seemed to be naturally sculpted by nature, and it was as beautiful as a fairyland on earth. "My lord, shall we go in?" Yi Man asked somewhat hesitantly. The elf palace is different from other elf buildings. Yi Shao and Yi Man might be able to explore other elven buildings without much trouble, since the capture of Yi Shao and Yi Man is currently limited to some fire elf soldiers, and most of the elves in the elven kingdom don't even know Yi Shao and Yi Man yet. If Yi Shao and Yi Man went inside for a stroll, they would just be treated as ordinary outsiders. But the elf palace is different. It's where all the elf queens have lived. The elf queen is not only the representative of power in the elf kingdom, but also a symbol of strength. Her formidable strength is something that Yi Shao and Yi Man cannot currently contend with. "Go. Of course we have to go in. That's why we came here." Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Shao swaggered over and led Yi Man toward the elf tree. The closer you get to the elf tree, the fewer elven buildings there are. And around the elf tree, apart from the elf queen's palace, there are no other buildings. Therefore, a large area of forest was cleared out, but there were quite a few elves in this area, most of whom were elf soldiers within the elf kingdom's organization, including elves of the 4 races of light, fire, water, and wood. Yi Shao swaggered into the area, and many elves looked at him curiously, wondering what the origins of these 2 who suddenly appeared were, and how they were so confident, showing no awareness of being trapped in an elf's den. Unlike Yi Shao's swaggering manner, Yi Man followed behind Yi Shao fearlessly, ready to face death at any moment, without showing any panic. "Stop right there. I'm talking to you. Stop right there. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Just as Yi Shao was about to reach the sacred tree in the elf kingdom, he was suddenly stopped by a group of water elves. The water sprites were all exceptionally beautiful, with light blue skin and 2 pairs of water wings behind them. They were generally shorter than the fire sprites by about a head, and all of the water sprites in the group were female. Although they're all female, these water spirits are by no means weak. As elven guards responsible for protecting the sacred tree, each of these elves possesses legendary strength or higher, just like the legendary hero groups in the human kingdom, making them a force to be reckoned with. Where did you come from? Get out of here. The spirit tree is not a place for you. The water sprite at the front, wielding a trident, also shouted at them. She was the captain of this water sprite squad, and her gaze was extremely aggressive, as if she would launch an attack immediately if Yi Shao's answer was not satisfactory. Yi Shao, however, was unfazed and met the water elf captain's gaze without fear. Even if all these water elves attacked him together, he could easily handle them. He could even crush Yi Man in a minute. However, Yi Shao was not here to fight the elf race this time. I am an envoy from Dragon Mountain, here to prepare for the establishment of diplomatic relations with the elf kingdom. Yi Shaozhong made a statement with great enthusiasm, as if it were a serious matter. Even Yi Man, who was unaware of the situation beforehand, was stunned for a moment, wondering if it was really true. But she quickly realized what was going on and concealed her unusual behavior so that the elves wouldn't notice anything amiss. Impossible. This is impossible. The dragons of Dragon Mountain are all confined within Dragon Mountain. How could they possibly escape from Dragon Mountain? The water sprite captain shouted, completely disbelieving Yi Shao's words. She had been to Dragon Mountain more than once, witnessing firsthand the terror of the death zone and the powerful creatures within. Therefore, it was almost impossible for the dragons to cross the death zone and escape from Dragon Mountain. Now, Yi Shao claimed to be an envoy sent by Dragon Mountain to establish diplomatic relations, which the water elf captain immediately rejected. Impossible? Nothing is impossible. Hold head high. Yi Shao opened his mouth and let out a long roar, releasing his dragon aura without any concealment. At the same time, a terrifying dragon's might also emerge. Dragon's might is a unique pressure of the dragon race. The noble and powerful bloodline can exert a strong pressure on any species. What's going on? Is it really a dragon? The water sprite captain looked incredulous, but the dragon's might emanating from Yi Shao could not deceive him. As neighbors of Dragon Mountain, the elves of the Elf Kingdom are very familiar with the might of dragons. Now that the might of dragons has suddenly appeared in the Elf Kingdom, all the elves are unsettled. Chapter 1:17 Dragon's Might Shocks. What happened? Where did this dragon come from? Aren't the dragons in Dragon Mountain supposed to be unable to escape? Has the death zone stopped working? Won't the dragons retaliate against us? Some elven soldiers were all right, but the ordinary elven people, who were intimidated by the dragon's power, couldn't help but feel apprehensive. After the initial shock, the water sprite captain quickly calmed down and looked coldly at Yi Shao. Dragon's might? That doesn't mean anything. Every Sea Emperor dragon in the southern seas has dragon's might, but they can't cause any trouble. The water sprite captain said dismissively, and his gaze toward Yi Shao grew increasingly dangerous. She now strongly suspects that Yi Shao came to the Elf Kingdom purely to cause trouble. The Sea Emperor dragon mentioned by the water elf captain originally belonged to a race from Dragon Mountain, but it was a dragon species with a thin bloodline. Long before the dragon race was restricted to Dragon Mountain, all the Sea Emperor dragons have been driven to the Southern Sea. Because the Sea Emperor dragon's dragon bloodline is thin, its strength is generally not very high, and it is extremely weak when facing a powerful kingdom like the Elf Kingdom. Therefore, Captain Water Sprite suspects that Yi Shao may be in the same situation as the Sea Emperor dragon, or even that he himself may be a Sea Emperor dragon. It was just a case of the fox borrowing the tiger's power. There's nothing to be afraid of. Exactly. The death zone has been around for so many years, and we've never heard of any anomalies or malfunctions. Seize him. Hand him over to Her Majesty the Queen. After the water sprite captain's explanation, all the surrounding sprites calmed down. It was precisely because of their fear of the dragons that they had been so panicked that they couldn't make the most accurate judgment in the first place. But after being baptized by the dragon's might, the elves looked at Yi Shao with even more hostility, and they all clamored to capture Yi Shao. Oh, is that so? How about this then? Yi Shao was completely unconcerned about the elves' reactions. He had long anticipated that they wouldn't easily trust him. Immediately, the dragon's might behind Shao intensified, and many of the elves who were at the forefront of the attack changed their expressions drastically upon sensing this dragon's might, feeling an urge to prostrate themselves on the ground. Then, all the dragon's might gradually converged and intertwined, and a giant dragon phantom, hundreds of meters long, appeared in the sky, hanging high above the forest of the Elven Kingdom. Hold head high. Suddenly, the phantom seemed to come alive, roaring in the sky. A loud dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire forest, and its figure circled above the Elven Kingdom, its dragon might raging continuously. At this moment, almost all the creatures in the Elf Kingdom saw this terrifying phantom. Many intelligent beings were filled with panic. Was the era of dragons ruling the world about to return? What's going on? What happened outside? The Elf Queen, who had been resting in the main hall, suddenly opened her eyes, and a terrifying light suddenly burst forth from them. Her frail body seemed to contain boundless power. Can it be proven now? Shao looked at the group of water sprites in front of him with amusement and said something in a very joking manner. The water sprite captain, who had initially calmed down quickly, found herself unable to regain her composure. Every time she made eye contact with Shao, she couldn't help but feel terrified, and her legs would tremble uncontrollably. Other weaker Pokemon fared even worse. Some were so frightened that their legs went weak and they fell to the ground, unable to get up even after several attempts. The giant dragon phantom in the sky was more than just a manifestation of dragon might to them. Generally speaking, only those with high-purity dragon bloodlines possess such powerful dragon might, which is incomparable to the Sea Emperor dragon or other miscellaneous dragons. Dragons with such pure bloodlines have been sealed in Dragon Mountain, so Shao's identity and origin are naturally clear. Gadu, please wait a moment. I'll go ask Her Majesty the Queen. The water sprite captain couldn't help but swallow hard. From the very beginning, her legs had been weak with fear, and she was in a constant state of terror. Even though she was a legendary level powerhouse with considerable strength, she couldn't withstand the terrifying dragons might head on. Moreover, the water sprite captain had been bearing this pressure head on from the very beginning. If it weren't for her strong will supporting her body, she would have collapsed long ago. Now, all she wanted was to escape from here as quickly as possible. Shao nodded, feeling a sense of relief. It seemed he had gotten away with it, but he remained outwardly calm. The water sprite captain breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to report to Her Majesty the Elf Queen. After walking a distance, she realized that her back was completely soaked with sweat. While the water sprite went to report, Shao brazenly surveyed all the sprites and buildings around him. Every sprite whose gaze fell upon him couldn't help but take a step back. Their expressions betrayed a deep sense of apprehension. Dragon Mountain was an invincible force to them. The power of the dragons was universally acknowledged, and for a long time, they had been a formidable shadow in the hearts of all living beings. After so much time, only some non-dragons remained in the outside world, and the power of the dragon race had faded from their minds. However, Shao's arrival made them feel the terror of a real dragon once again. The sheer dragon aura emanating from him was enough to make them almost unable to breathe. Of course, this was also because the strongest of the elves present was only a legendary level expert, and the top experts of the elven race were hidden in the shadows. Not long after, the elf captain returned. When facing Shao, he was no longer as arrogant as before, and his expression was much more respectful. Your Excellency, Her Majesty the Queen requests to see you and invites you in for a talk. The water sprite captain bent down in front of Shao, looking completely different from how she had blocked Shao at the beginning. Man stared blankly at the scene, feeling as if it were a dream. The dramatic reversal made him feel unreal. My lord, could you really be an envoy for Dragon Mountain? After a long period of stunned silence, Man couldn't help but wonder to himself, but on the surface he remained calm and showed no sign of anything amiss. Okay, take me there. Shao was overjoyed. If the Elf Queen invited him over, his plan was already half successful. Chapter 118 Epic Guardian. Actually, on the way here, Shao had no idea what to expect. There was a high chance that the plan would fail, but now it seems that the reasons are not as simple as he thought. As he spoke, Shao withdrew the dragon's might from his body, and all the creatures around him immediately felt a lightness on their bodies. The water sprite captain also breathed a sigh of relief. If Shao doesn't retract his dragon might, it's questionable whether I can even bring him before Her Majesty the Queen. The water elf captain's legs are still weak. Please follow me. The water sprite captain greeted them, and then led the way, with Shao and Man following behind, heading towards the spirit tree. They arrived at the elven tree, where many elven guards lined up along the way. There were elves from all 4 races. As expected of one of the 3 great kingdoms, they were all responsible for guarding the elf palace and the elf tree, and each of them was at least legendary level, which made Shao sigh in admiration. This power, if unleashed, would absolutely make any force, except for the other 2 great kingdoms, tremble. Of course, Dragon Mountain is not included. As Shao sized up the guardians of the divine tree, the guardians were also sizing him up one by one. Every elf looked at Shao with deep apprehension. As for Man beside Shao, they automatically ignored her. As they walked to the roots of the elf tree, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the water elf captain, Shao, and Man. The patterns on the circle lit up, and the 3 of them were then enveloped in a white light. Shao and Man only felt a slight sense of weightlessness for a moment before a white light suddenly flashed before their eyes. When the scene before them became clear again, Shao and Man suddenly found themselves in a small palace bearing the emblem of the Water Elf clan. Without lingering, the water sprite captain continued walking forward. Ahead was a staircase leading directly to the central queen's palace, ascending higher and higher, its material unknown. The road has a light blue fluorescent glow, and when you step on it, it feels like you're walking on water with a cool and refreshing sensation. At the same time, ripples spread out, but it was a solid, hard material that I was actually stepping on without any discomfort. When they reached the middle of the steps, the water sprite captain suddenly stopped, and a purple magic circle suddenly lit up beneath her feet, enveloping Shao and the other 2. Within the magic circle, Shao clearly felt waves of coolness seeping into his body, but he felt no discomfort. On the contrary, it was as if his dragon bloodline was being nourished, making him extremely comfortable and prompting him to let out a long sigh. This doesn't look like a teleportation array, nor does it look like any kind of formation that can cause harm. Shao couldn't help but wonder, as this was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. This is a magical detection array. To ensure Her Majesty the Queen's safety, several magical arrays must be used to detect individuals before meeting her. The water sprite captain noticed Shao's doubts, and, fearing that Shao might unleash his dragon might again, gently explained it to him. Are there still several magic checks? This is too troublesome. I'm skipping the checks and going straight to see the Queen. This magical detection was similar to his exploration technique, and Shao didn't want his secrets to be secretly discovered. Moreover, before meeting the Elf Queen, Shao planned to build up his own momentum and make himself appear more confident. And now was a perfect opportunity. Your Excellency, I'm afraid this won't work. The water sprite captain looked troubled. This was the first time he had encountered such a request. In the past, which creature hadn't been extremely respectful when meeting Her Majesty the Queen? But Shao was the envoy of Dragon Mountain, and he couldn't afford to displease her. Snort! Shao snorted and stepped directly out of the magic detection array, completely ignoring the water sprite's words. Halt! You can only enter after passing the magic detection. Just then, 2 powerful auras emerged from either side of the steps. Shao's eyes narrowed slightly. These 2 powerful individuals were actually epic-level experts. Did the epic-level guardian finally manage to escape? Shao was not afraid at all and faced the 2 epic-level guardians. This was the first time Shao had seen an epic-level creature other than the Dragonblood Icebird. As soon as Shao stepped into the elf palace, he vaguely sensed the aura of epic-level creatures. If Shao's guess was correct, there were probably more than just these 2 epic-level elves in this staircase passage. Although both are epic-level, Shao was confident that he could take down both epic-level spirits in front of him in a very short time. It should be noted that Shao was a powerful being who could defeat the Dragonblood Icebird back, when he was at the legendary level. Now he has successfully advanced, and his strength is completely different from before. He is not comparable to ordinary epic-level creatures. Get out of my way. I need to see the Elf Queen. Yi Shao roared arrogantly, making even Yi Man sweat for him, as this was the Elf Queen's territory. The dragon race, huh? Then let me see just how powerful the dragon race is. One of the epic fire spirits frowned and drew his greatsword. The water sprite captain looked left and right, and suddenly became anxious. The situation was not good. Bar, step back. Let them come up. Just then, a pleasant yet authoritative voice rang out around Yi Shao and the others. The source of the sound was unclear, yet it seemed to possess a magical power to cleanse the soul. If Yi Shao had to describe it, it would be an ethereal sound born from nature. Yes, your majesty. The powerful fire spirit named Bard sheathed his greatsword, glanced at Yi Shao with a cold snort, and then disappeared along with another epic-level spirit, as if they had never appeared at all. Seeing this scene, Yi Shao's smile deepened. Without pausing, he continued walking towards the Elf Queen's palace in the center. In just a few breaths, Yi Shao stepped into the central palace. Only the successive Elf Queens could reside in this palace, which was located at the very top of the Elf Divine Tree. Chapter 119, The Elf Queen. The Elf Palace is mainly supported by the branches of the Elf Tree. After entering the Elf Palace, you can see branches constantly intertwining within the palace. The palace was not decorated with many ornate ornaments, only green leaves on the tree trunks as embellishments, and everything looked so fresh and natural. Next to the palace are several side halls, which are where the Elf Queen usually lives. Yi Shao has now stepped into the main hall, which is also the palace where the Elf Queen is currently located. At the innermost and highest point of the main hall, the throne of the Elf Queen was formed by the intertwined vines of the Elf Tree. The Elf Queen sat on it, looking down over everything below with majesty and inviolability. The Elf Queen had long, flowing golden hair that cascaded down her back, with two strands framing her shoulders and curling slightly at the ends. Her skin was fair, and the outlines of her cheekbones were faintly visible on her face. Her eyes were a clear blue, and she looked exceptionally ethereal and lively from any angle. Small specks of light adorned her, making her beauty even more breathtaking. As for the Queen's crown on the Elf Queen's head, it was made of a platinum-colored material, with striped arcs interwoven into a wing-like shape, forming an exaggerated V-shape from both sides to the middle of her forehead. In addition, the crown is adorned with countless tiny, diamond-like crystal particles, making it impossible for anyone entering the palace not to focus their gaze on the Elf Queen. Is this the Elf Queen? When Yi Shao first saw the Elf Queen, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. From a human aesthetic point of view, Yi Shao couldn't find any flaws in her appearance or figure. After Yi Shao stepped into the main hall, Yi Man and the Water Elf Captain followed him in. The Water Elf Captain looked at the Elf Queen with awe, just like Yi Shi and the others looked at Yi Shao. As for Yi Man, he glanced at her and then looked away. From the perspective of the Cyclops race's aesthetics, the Elf Queen was too thin and too petite, so she was not good-looking. If she were a little more robust, it would be acceptable. Are you an envoy from Dragon Mountain? The Elf Queen's gaze swept over Yi Shao, scrutinizing him with a hint of apprehension. Yi Shao felt as if sharp blades were slicing across his face, making him extremely uncomfortable. Besides the Elf Queen's gaze, dozens of other elves' gazes have been fixed on Yi Shao ever since he entered the palace, as if they wanted to see right through him. These gazes all came from the dozens of powerful elves standing on either side of the Elf Queen. Apart from the Water Elf Captain, all the elves standing here were high-ranking members of the Elf Kingdom. These high-ranking members of the Elf Kingdom are also the most elite fighting force in the Elf Kingdom. Judging from the faint aura emanating from them, each elf has the strength of epic level or above, and the lowest level is probably legendary level. None of the three kingdoms are simple indeed. Yi Shao was secretly shocked, especially by the two elves who were second only to the Elf Queen on the left and right. Yi Shao couldn't sense even a trace of their aura, but he had no doubt about their strength. Yes, I am an envoy from Dragon Mountain, representing the will of Dragon Mountain to establish diplomatic relations with the Elf Kingdom. Yi Shao spoke fluently and confidently in front of the elf queen, showing no sign of panic. If it were an ordinary creature, it would probably have been too frightened to speak in the face of the elf queen and so many powerful elves. The Lord truly lives up to his reputation. Yi-Man sincerely admired him in his heart. He had only been here for a short time, but his back was already covered in sweat, and he couldn't do it as easily as Shao. The elf queen continued to gaze intently at Shao, remaining silent for a long while, her expression serene. You may all leave now. I need to speak with the envoy from Dragon Mountain in detail. The elf queen raised her hand and waved it outwards, signaling all the elves seated on her left and right to leave. Your Majesty, Dragon Mountain. A male fire elf named Moore, second only to the elf queen, hesitated for a moment, as if there was something he shouldn't say, and only uttered half of a sentence. Moore's position is second only to the elf queen's seat, and he is one of the only two elves that Shao did not sense any aura from. Shao suspects that Moore's strength is probably one of the most powerful elves, second only to the elf queen. When the other elves saw Moore speak, they also stopped. Get out. Only a dignified voice responded to Moore's words. Yes, Your Majesty. All the elves responded in unison, then turned and left one by one, their gazes only shifting away as they passed Shao and the others. Shao sensed a variety of emotions in those gazes, including apprehension, suspicion, and hostility. After all the elves left, the queen remained silent, instead looking at Yi-Man beside Shao. As for the water elf captain, she had already left the main hall before the other elves did, as this was not a situation a mere captain like her could afford to get involved in. Yi-Man, you get out too. Shao turned to Yi-Man and gave her an order. Yi-Man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately withdrew. After Yi-Man also left, only the elf queen and Shao remained in the main hall, making the spacious hall seem somewhat empty. Their eyes met, and Shao didn't react much. On the contrary, the elf queen suddenly stood up from her throne, and her graceful and slender figure was fully displayed before Shao. Suddenly, the elf queen's face darkened, and she stared coldly at Shao, her exquisite and beautiful face seemingly covered with a layer of frost. Who exactly are you? The dragons of Dragon Mountain cannot possibly pass through the death zone. The elf queen asked in a cold voice, seemingly quite certain that Shao was not a dragon belonging to Dragon Mountain. At the same time, a powerful aura was constantly impacting Shao. It was the aura that the elf queen had accumulated over a long reign on the throne. Aura is different from the aura one gathers. Aura is more like a strong psychological pressure exerted on the other party through spiritual perception. For some creatures with weak psychological resilience, aura is even stronger than aura in terms of pressure. Although the elf queen did not deliberately concentrate her power, Shao still felt a powerful pressure falling on him. If it were an ordinary creature facing the powerful aura of the elf queen, it would probably have been so frightened that its legs would have gone weak or even collapsed to the ground. Chapter 120, The Elf Queen's Reaction. However, Shao was different. Despite being surrounded by the elf queen's powerful aura, Shao showed no abnormality. Instead, he wore a faint smile on his face, as if he regarded the elf queen's aura as nothing. Our dragon god isn't just waiting around for time. Shao remained completely calm, speaking slowly as if the one sitting on the elven throne was not the elven queen, but an ordinary low-ranking creature. However, when the elf queen heard the words dragon god, her pupils suddenly contracted, her eyes flickered, and even her body trembled involuntarily. Although the elf queen quickly concealed her unusual behavior, Shao could still clearly feel that the aura pressing down on her had weakened considerably and was noticeably less intense than before. There's hope. When Shao noticed the fluctuation, he was overjoyed, but on the surface he remained calm, not giving the elf queen any chance to notice anything unusual. The dragon god that Shao mentioned was just his own guess. Back when he came out of Elder Simon's shop and traversed the various secret passages of the underground world, Shao had a bold guess. It can be said that the dragon race is the most powerful race in the world, without exception. This power was evident from the elves' reaction to Shao and their fear of him. Although Shao's current rank was only epic, they dared not underestimate him at all. It is conceivable that in the past, dragons were colossal beings that could dominate the entire world, and no creature or force could rival them. Not even all the creatures in the world combined. In the past, the dragon race was a glorious and powerful race, but now they have been confined to Dragon Mountain by the three kingdoms. Shao speculated that the reason for this outcome was likely that the Dragon Clan's former top combat force might have disappeared or left the Dragon Clan altogether. Therefore, other forces in this world seized the opportunity to join forces to suppress the Dragon Clan, completely confining them to Dragon Mountain. As for the speculation that top combatants had died in battle, Shao ruled it out. Such terrifying combatants who could influence the entire continent's war situation could not die easily, and no force could control their life or death. Moreover, its immense strength also granted an incredibly long lifespan. While it may not be infinite, it could probably live from the previous era to the present without any problem. When Shao shared this speculation with the Elf Queen, he simply used a more subtle way of putting it. And from the Elf Queen's reaction, Shao became even more certain of his suspicions. After a long while, the Elf Queen and Shao remained silent, their eyes locked. In the entire Elf Palace, apart from the breathing of Shao and the Elf Queen, no other creature could hear them. For a moment, the main hall was eerily quiet. You could probably hear a pin drop. Messenger of Dragon Mountain. So, what is your purpose in coming here? Finally, the Elf Queen, unable to contain herself any longer under Shao's gaze, spoke up. From a moment Shao entered the main hall, he remained calm and unhurried, making it virtually impossible for him to speak first. But the Elf Queen was different. The dragon god, mentioned by Shao, was like a huge stone in her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. She desperately wanted to know the purpose of Shao's trip to Dragon Mountain. During the silent exchange of glances with Shao, the Elf Queen appeared outwardly calm, but inwardly, her mind was churning with turbulent emotions, like a stormy sea. She imagined countless terrifying possibilities. What do you think? Shao did not explicitly state his purpose, but instead asked a question, the smile on his lips involuntarily widening slightly. However, in the eyes of the Elf Queen, that smile seemed to contain a chill, and also seemed to carry a hint of mockery. The Elf Queen's expression changed drastically upon hearing Shao's words. Her originally gloomy face turned even more grim, and she looked quite unwell. Shao's answer involuntarily reminded her of the recent news of several Human Kingdom cities being destroyed by dragons. If Shao is the messenger of Dragon Mountain, then it's probably not far off that the dragons of Dragon Mountain will break free of their restrictions and escape. Once the dragons of Dragon Mountain are completely freed from their restrictions, given the nature of the dragon race, they will definitely retaliate against the forces that participated in sealing them off. Among them, the three major kingdoms on the continent are involved. If we really face retaliation from Dragon Mountain, the Elf Kingdom, which is adjacent to Dragon Mountain, will definitely be the first to suffer. Moreover, the aura emanating from Shao and his dragon bloodline were clearly proclaiming his identity to the Elf Queen, conveying the wrong message. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Elf Queen was almost certain that Shao was the envoy of Dragon Mountain. In a split second, the Elf Queen thought of many things. The more she thought, the more alarmed she became, and the uglier her expression grew. Was the city completely wiped out? According to recent news from the Kingdom of Tennek, the human city attacked by the dragon was not only destroyed, but all the humans in the city also perished. This coincides with the result of the dragon's revenge, further confirming the Elf Queen's suspicions. For a moment, the Elf Queen's expression kept changing, and she seemed to be struggling, as if she was weighing whether the current strength of the Elf Kingdom could withstand the retaliation of Dragon Mountain. However, the result was that it could not. If the dragon god were leading the way, Dragon Mountain would be virtually invincible. Phew! The Elf Queen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The pressure exerted on her by the dragon god and Dragon Mountain was just like the pressure exerted on legendary and lower-level creatures by epic-level beings, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. After careful consideration, the only and worst outcome the Elf Queen could imagine was that the entire Elf Kingdom would be completely ruled by Dragon Mountain. Thinking of this, the Elf Queen suddenly broke down, her eyes glazed over, and she took a step back before collapsing onto the throne, as if her legs could no longer support the immense pressure. Even Shao was surprised by the Elf Queen's reaction. This was the first time she had ever lost her composure in front of him. His original intention was simply to intimidate the Elf Kingdom and force them to spare the Dark Elves. Chapter 1:21 The Elf Kingdom's Submission. Unexpectedly, this trip has yielded some unexpected gains. This made Shao keenly aware of a certain possibility, and he couldn't contain his excitement. At the same time, Shao's gaze became even more unrestrained when he looked at the Elf Queen, as if he were appraising his exquisite spoils of war. Compared to before, the Elf Queen's face now looked haggard, and her stunning beauty seemed to have dimmed a bit, as if she had lost everything in an instant. About 15 minutes later, the Elf Queen, who had been slumped on her throne, stood up as if she had made a momentous decision, and the light in her eyes returned. However, her gaze was no longer so aggressive, and her imposing manner gradually dissipated, replaced by a gentle look. The pressure on Shao suddenly eased, and the aura belonging to the Elf Queen was instantly withdrawn. Then, the two pairs of light wings behind the Elf Queen gently fluttered and slowly flew to Shao's front. Shao did not dodge. He did not sense any intention to attack from the Elf Queen. Of course, his body was also tense at all times. If the Elf Queen took the opportunity to attack him, he would retaliate immediately. Then, the Elf Queen suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Shao. I am willing to submit to Dragon Mountain on behalf of the Elf Kingdom. I humbly request that you, Your Excellency, put in a good word for me before the Dragon God, so that the Elf Kingdom may be spared from annihilation. The Elf Queen's voice was no longer majestic, but instead filled with a tenderness that made people want to pity her. Even Shao felt a sense of unreality upon seeing this scene. Although the Elf Kingdom is one of the 3 great kingdoms in the world, it is not the most powerful one. The number of elves in the Elf Kingdom is far less than before. After the racial war, the number of elves was drastically reduced, and even after so many years of recuperation, there is still no sign of them recovering. Now, if they were to face retaliation from Dragon Mountain, the elven race would be in dire straits. The already small elven population might even face extinction, turning to dust like other races in history. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, the only way to ensure the survival of the race is to submit to the envoys from Dragon Mountain when they come to establish diplomatic relations. Forehead. Shao was stunned by the Elf Queen's actions. He hadn't expected her to be so decisive. He was probably the first person she would kneel down and submit to. But he was only momentarily stunned. Shao quickly recovered and covered it up, so the Elf Queen didn't notice anything unusual. Shao nodded and gave a soft seemingly quite satisfied with the Elf Queen's tact, and his smile deepened. In reality, Shao was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what kind of scene the Elf Queen had imagined, it was clear that the situation was developing in a good direction, and the current result was even better than he had expected. The Elf Queen was right in front of Shao. Shao immediately cast a probe spell, and the Elf Queen's basic attributes immediately appeared before his eyes. Name: Sophia Zenny. Title: Elf Queen. Race: Light Elf. Rank: King. Level: 90. Health points: Unknown. Attributes: Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit, Defense: Unknown. Faction: Absolutely neutral. Domain: Unknown. Skill: Unknown. The Elf Queen, kneeling on the ground, had even more acute senses. She noticed a magical fluctuation emanating from Shao and then flowing into her own body. In an instant, the Elf Queen felt as if her clothes had disappeared, and her entire body was exposed to Shao's eyes. The Elf Queen frowned. She understood that Shao was probably spying on her, but she didn't dare to say anything. It's common knowledge that dragons are lustful, just like they love shiny things. It would be strange if Shao didn't covet her. When she first chose to submit to Dragon Mountain, she had already made all the plans and preparations. So even after noticing Shao's spying, the Elf Queen remained silent. For now, everything had to be for the survival of the elf race. Level 90. Shao was astonished when he saw the Elf Queen's basic attributes. To hide his surprise, Shao quickly turned around, which shows just how strong the shock the Elf Queen had just given him was. Keep in mind that the highest level creature he has ever encountered is only around level 30, while the Elf Queen is a terrifying level 90. Although the specific attributes of the Elf Queen are still unknown, once she reaches level 90, the power of her attributes will be absolutely terrifying, beyond anything Yi Shao has ever imagined. Just as the Elf Queen was wondering why Yi Shao had suddenly turned around, a voice came and immediately dispelled her curiosity. I order all the elves in the Elf Kingdom to remain in place within its territory and await further instructions. I am also returning to Dragon Mountain to report back. Yi Shao said calmly. The matters of the Elf Kingdom have been dealt with almost completely. We can't stay here any longer. If we delay, things might change. The longer we stay, the more likely we are to slip up. You better not try anything funny. We'll be back soon, and next time we'll be much more accommodating. Before leaving, Yi Shao warned the Elf Queen again, emphasizing the word we and conveying some incorrect information to her. It's the envoy. The Elf Queen responded to Yi Shao as if he were a subordinate. After hearing Yi Shao's last words, she felt a tremor in her heart and was even more grateful that she had made her choice in time. Otherwise, if Yi Shao and the other dragons of Dragon Mountain had returned, it would have been too late for them to submit to Dragon Mountain. Yes, get up. Yi Shao nodded, then walked out of the elf main hall without looking back. Phew, I'm finally out. Yi-Man had been waiting outside the hall, and when she saw Yi Shao come out, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 1, 22 Death Zone. Your Excellency, the Envoy. Yi-Man hurriedly came forward. He originally wanted to call him Lord, as usual, but after seeing the Elf Queen behind Yi Shao, he immediately changed his address. The Elf Queen came out with Yi Shao mainly to see him off. Now that she had submitted to Dragon Mountain, she naturally had to act like a follower. Okay, let's go back to Dragon Mountain. Yi Shao didn't look at the Elf Queen behind him, but said something to Yi-Man. Upon hearing this, Yi-Man quickly followed, understanding that the matter of the Elf Kingdom should be resolved. For a moment, Yi-Man even developed a sense of admiration for Yi Shao. Yi-Man finally understood the feeling of Yi Shi and the others blindly believing in Yi Shao. Even the Queen of the Elf Kingdom personally came out to see Yi Shao off. So what else couldn't he do? Ever since Yi-Man followed Yi Shao, he has witnessed many miracles created by Yi Shao, turning all the seemingly impossible things into possibilities. Yi Shao and Yi-Man descended the elf tree without encountering any further obstacles. Instead, they ran into the same water elf captain they had met when they first entered. The water sprite captain looked at Yi Shao with complicated emotions. She remembered that when Yi Shao came, she had blocked him under the elf god tree. She never expected that in less than half a day, even an elf queen would come out to personally see Yi Shao off. A soft, melancholy sound. The elf queen whistled a sound towards the sky, and immediately all the elves around gathered or looked in her direction. A soft, melancholy sound. A soft, melancholy sound. A soft, melancholy sound. In an instant, all the elves around emitted syllables that sounded like whistles. Great God of nature, please grant your faithful servants your protection and shelter these two visitors before us. May they travel safely on the wind to their distant land. The ethereal and melodious voice of the Elf Queen resounded throughout the world. Immediately afterwards, two green lights descended from the Elf Divine tree and, guided by the Elf Queen's scepter, landed on the figures of Yi Shao and Yi-Man respectively. As Yi-Man and Yi Shao came into contact with the green light, a cool and refreshing sensation instantly swept over their bodies, making them almost want to let out a long groan. Then, Yi Shao and Yi-Man felt a powerful life force spreading out from the green light, instantly dispelling their fatigue from their journey. Not only that, their own life force also seemed to have increased slightly. Oh, this green light and the life-giving water of the Tree of Life do have some similarities. Yi Shao couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Actually, that was a farewell ceremony for visiting guests by the elven race. Because the elven race has not welcomed foreign races for many years, this ceremony has been in a semi-abandoned state. However, now, because of the arrival of Yi Shao and Yi-Man, this ceremony has been restarted among the elves, so this is the first time in many years that a farewell ceremony has been used. Moreover, the farewell ceremony that Shao and his companions received was a high-level farewell ceremony personally presided over by Her Majesty, the Elf Queen of the Elf Kingdom. Let's go. Shao said something to Man, who was still immersed in the green light beside him. Man quickly regained his senses and followed closely behind. Under the watchful eyes of all the elves, he and Shao headed towards the Dragon Mountain in the far west. After doing all this, Shao had no more worries. He believed that the Elf Queen would definitely not touch the Dark Elf race again. With Dragon Mountain pressing down on them, the Elf Queen is worried about facing attacks and retaliation from Dragon Mountain, so she won't take any action. After Shao left, the Elf Queen, along with her 2 light elf maids, returned to the side hall to rest. As they entered the side hall, the 2 light elf maidens beside her clearly sensed that the queen's condition was somewhat off today. She seemed to have suddenly become much more depressed. Thump! As the Elf Queen approached the bed, she lost her footing and collapsed onto the bed. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, are you all right? 2 light elf maidens rushed forward and supported the Elf Queen, their hearts filled with anxiety. The Elf Queen was the backbone of the Elf Kingdom, and absolutely nothing could be wrong with her. It's all right, you can all go down now. The Elf Queen waved her hand, pushing away the 2 light elf maidens, looking somewhat haggard. But Your Majesty! The 2 usually obedient light elf maidens hesitated this time, staying by the Elf Queen's side and not going down for a long time. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired and need to rest. The Elf Queen touched her forehead and said something, looking genuinely tired. The 2 light elf maidens hesitated for a moment, but eventually went out. After the 2 light elf maidens left, the Elven Queen's face turned deathly pale, and she collapsed onto the bed as if she had no bones left in her body. The Elf Kingdom is finished. The Elf Queen's face was ashen, and she murmured absent-mindedly, her exquisite features appearing as if she had aged decades in an instant. By this time, she could no longer bear the immense pressure. Although she had submitted to the Dragon Mountain out of necessity to preserve the Elven race, it ultimately meant that the future of the Elven Kingdom had been destroyed by her own hand. As for Shao and Man, they encountered no obstacles from the elves along the way. Instead, they swaggered past the elf outposts and headed towards Dragon Mountain. Having wasted 2 or 3 days in the Elf Kingdom, Shao and Man traveled at almost full speed the whole way. If they hadn't run even faster, Man wouldn't have been able to keep up, and Shao and Man's speed would have been even faster. The creatures in the forest could only feel shadowy figures passing by, creating gusts of wind, and they couldn't even make out Shao and Man's appearances clearly. Even so, because the Elf Kingdom was so vast, it took Shao and Man more than a day to cross even a small part of it before they were blocked by the death zone. Gagaga, awoo. As soon as you approach the death zone, all sorts of chilling sounds emanate from it, as if countless demons and ghosts live there. Is this the death zone? As Shao listened to these eerie and ethereal sounds, his eyes narrowed slightly. The sounds produced in the death zone alone, if taken into the real world without any embellishment, could be used as the soundtrack for a horror movie. Chapter 123, The Curse of the Hero. What appeared before Shao and Man was a scene completely different from the forest behind them. Dozens of meters ahead, the green forest disappeared, replaced by a black area. The soil in the death zone is entirely black, fundamentally different from ordinary yellowish-brown soil. From a distance, it resembles a black boundary line, stretching endlessly from left to right. Moreover, compared to the lush trees of the Elf Kingdom, the death zone was deserted and barren, with only a few withered trees nearby. Moreover, the trees were completely dead, like charred logs blackened by flames, crooked and twisted, a gruesome sight that only added to the eerie atmosphere of the death zone. Looking further into the distance, even with Shao's eyesight, he couldn't see very far. The visibility in the death zone wasn't very high because it was filled with a layer of black substance, similar to fog, but also somewhat different from fog. Still can't see Dragon Mountain? Shao looked towards the far west, thinking that without the obstruction of the vast forest, he would be able to see Dragon Mountain, but it seemed that he still had to cross the death zone. Because of the large area of black matter obscuring the view, when you look into the depths of the death zone, all you can see is a dark expanse. Moreover, this black substance not only permeates the ground of the death zone, but also fills the entire sky above the death zone, thus obstructing visibility both above and below. I should have had the Elf Queen lift the no-fly spell on the Elf Kingdom. Shao muttered to himself. He didn't believe that there was also black matter shrouding the high sky of the death zone, so he wanted to fly up and investigate. However, the edge of the death zone still falls within the territory of the Elf Kingdom and is still shrouded in a no-fly spell. Shao tried to fly, but he couldn't at all. If they stayed in front of the Elf Queen for too long, they might give themselves away. So Shao hurriedly left with Man, forgetting to tell the Elf Queen about lifting the no-fly spell on the Elf Kingdom. Man, let's go. Let's go take a look to the south. Immediately, Shao unleashed his speed, carrying Man along the boundary of the death zone towards the south of the Elf Kingdom. He went to the Elf Kingdom with the intention of bringing all the dragons from Dragon Mountain out of Dragon Mountain, but now he is blocked by the death zone. Even if he can get into Dragon Mountain, the other dragons probably won't be able to get out. Therefore, Shao wanted to explore the border of the death zone to see if there were any other ways out, in order to prepare for bringing the dragon out of Dragon Mountain in the future. Shao and his companion traveled at breakneck speed, and in just one day, they had already come to see a vast sea area. They finally stopped when they reached the seaside. However, an endless expanse of black substance still floats on the sea, and this black substance has even seeped into the black water, forming a clear dividing line in the seawater. A death zone, TSK. No wonder the dragons have been confined to the Dragon Mountain area and can't leave. Looking at the scene before him, Shao couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He finally understood why the dragons of Dragon Mountain couldn't leave the mountain. My lord, shall we go north and take another look? Man understood Shao's meaning and couldn't help but ask a question. No, let's go straight into the death zone. If the southern seas are in this state, the northern territories probably aren't much better. Going there would be a waste of time. We can only look for another way now. Yes, my lord. Immediately, Man followed Shao into the boundary of the death zone. From a distance, it looked as if the black substance had opened its mouth wide and swallowed Man and Shao. As soon as they stepped into the death zone, Shao and Man felt enveloped by waves of negative energy. The negative energy was like countless ants gnawing at their bodies, making their entire bodies feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Asterisk. Moreover, these negative energies have a powerful corrosive effect, which even Shao's strong defense cannot completely resist. As for Man, not long after, many bloodstains appeared on his body, and negative energy continued to seep into his body. Man's face twitched in pain, but he didn't utter a sound. These negative energies are what the Dark Elves call the breath of the dead. As long as Shao and Man are caught in the breath of the dead, they will be constantly eroded by it. I wonder if the sacred crystal Elder Simon gave me will work. Shao hesitated for a moment before taking out the sacred crystal from his storage space. Shao originally did not believe that the aura of the dead, which even dragons could not stop, could be dispelled by a sacred crystal. But when the sacred crystal appeared in Shao's hand, the surrounding aura of the dead retreated as if a human had encountered a venomous scorpion. Wherever the light of the sacred crystal shines, all the breath of the dead is dispelled without exception. Shao and Man, enveloped in the light of the sacred crystal, were thus spared from the erosion of the breath of the dead. Few old Simon didn't lie to me. After the aura of the dead was dispelled, Shao couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. But then he let out a soft exclamation as he suddenly realized that all his attributes were rapidly declining, as if they were being suppressed by something. Shao looked at Man, only to find that Man was also looking at him with a look of astonishment, as if she had noticed the strange changes that had occurred in her body. What's going on? Shao was utterly shocked. He kept staring at his attribute panel, and when all his attributes were suppressed to a certain extent, they finally stopped. If the attributes continue to drop, then the only option is to get out of the death zone first and find another way to cross it. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Shao's mind, making Shao suddenly realize. Ding! Received a hero's curse from the death zone. Currently, all attributes are reduced by 70%. The higher the bloodline purity, the stronger the reduction. Hero's curse? You mean the breath of the undead? After seeing the prompt on the system panel, Shao murmured something to himself, then opened the introduction panel for Hero's curse. Hero's curse. The hero's curse originated from the countless heroes who created the Death Zone. Among them, 11 racial heroes paid the ultimate price to create a royal-level curse. Chapter 124, Undead Creatures. It's a curse of the Emperor level. Shao couldn't help but gasp. No wonder even the powerful dragons couldn't escape from Dragon Mountain. It turned out that this Death Zone was created by a curse of the Emperor level. A curse of the Emperor level is something that only beings of Emperor level strength can possibly pass through. Anyone below Emperor level who falls into it will likely perish without the protection of an item like a sacred crystal. In addition, the Death Zone covers a very long area, both in the sea and on the mainland. No wonder the elves were so terrified when they heard that a dragon had escaped from Dragon Mountain. Even the Elf Queen was no exception. "What's wrong, my lord?" Yi-Man couldn't help but ask a question. Seeing that Shao quickly calmed down, he knew that his lord must have discovered something. This Death Zone is a cursed area. All our attributes will be weakened and suppressed. Shao gave a simple explanation, and Yi-Man immediately understood. Although the surrounding aura of the dead has been dispelled, and the sacred crystals can protect them from the corruption of the aura of the dead, they are still subject to the suppression of the curse in this region. Let's go take a look ahead." As he spoke, Shao had already taken the lead and walked ahead. Yi-Man nodded and followed closely behind Shao. The place where they had just stood was merely the very edge of the Death Zone. The Death Zone is still vast, much like the sunset forest that lies between the kingdom of Tennek and the kingdom of the elves. To successfully cross it, there is probably still a long way to go. The deeper you go into the Death Zone, the less sunlight can penetrate. Before Shao had gone far, the area around him had completely darkened, just like when he and Yi-Man had first entered the underground world. Only the light emitted by the sacred crystal illuminated the small area around them. Rumble. Just as Shao and Yi-Man continued forward, the ground suddenly began to rumble and tremble. Shao and Yi-Man seemed to sense something. Their expressions changed, and they quickly jumped back. What happened? Shao stared intently at the spot where they had just jumped away. Suddenly, the soil beneath their feet bulged up and cracked, releasing a putrid stench that made Shao frown. "Hold head high." Suddenly, the crack widened, and a clear, long chant came from within, causing the entire ground to tremble. Dragon? Shao couldn't help but get excited. This long roar was undoubtedly the roar of a dragon. If it really belonged to the dragon race, it would be the first dragon Shao had ever seen besides Shi and the others. But aren't dragons supposed to be confined to Dragon Mountain? How could there be dragons here? Just as Shao was wondering, a huge claw suddenly stretched out from the crack, slammed into the ground, and shattered the entire ground. The next moment, a huge black shadow, nearly 200 meters long, emerged from the crack. It was a giant dragon. The dragon exuded a putrid stench. The smell Shao had just caught was coming from it. The dragon was entirely black. Its body was emaciated, and it was covered in rotten flesh, with chunks of dark gray flesh visible in some places. In short, not a single part of this black dragon's body was intact. Even its wings had many large holes torn in them. Shao suspected that the wings were purely for decoration. The dragon's head is shaped like a semi-ellipse, and its eye sockets are completely black and sunken in, so the eyes seem to be just for show. Dragons? No, these are undead creatures. Shao's eyes flickered, and he immediately made up his mind. He then cast a probe at the creature in front of him. Race, Death Dragon. Class, World Class. Level, 58. Health points, 3,085,800. Attributes, Strength 45150, Agility 36560, Constitution 41050, Spirit 21080, Defense 42070. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Domain, Domain of Death, Unique Domain Power. Skills, Corrosive Domain, Corrosive Bite, Death Detection, Death Tail Whip Imprisonment. Level 58. Holy crap. World Class. I've encountered someone this strong right from the start. Even Shao couldn't help but swear when he saw the Death Dragon's abnormal attributes. These attributes were far inferior to even Shao's at his peak. Not to mention that Shao's attributes have been weakened by 70%, so he has absolutely no chance of winning against the Death Dragon. Retreat immediately. Holding the sacred crystal, Shao grabbed Man and quickly retreated from the Death Dragon's attack range. If Man, whose overall attributes have been weakened, were to face the Death Dragon, he would either die or lose half his life. Shao and Man only stopped after retreating a considerable distance. Only then did they realize that the Death Dragon had not followed them. Instead, it was raising its head, seemingly sensing something as it looked towards Shao. Rumble. Then the Dragon of Death lowered its head and sank into the ground with its massive body, disappearing as if it had never existed. Huh, they didn't catch up. Shao exclaimed in surprise, then looked at the sacred crystal in his hand and seemed to understand something. My lord, just now. Man was utterly horrified. The terrifying aura that had just appeared made him realize how insignificant he was. In front of that black dragon, his meager aura and strength were not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Let's go. Let's go take another look ahead. Before Man could finish speaking, Shao led Man forward and soon passed the place where the Death Dragon had appeared. Man looked around warily, fearing that another dragon of death might emerge from among them. Shao, on the other hand, looked around and occasionally raised the sacred crystal in his hand to examine it, as if he was searching for something. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, a series of sounds rang out from all around, and an extremely bizarre and terrifying scene unfolded. Gray-green hands, or hand with flesh gone and only bones remaining, suddenly emerged from the soil. A sinister atmosphere, comparable to that of a horror movie, instantly filled the surroundings. If there were any female players here, they would definitely be scared half to death. Chapter 125, Leveling Paradise. What's going on? Has this game been changed to a horror game? Shao couldn't help but mutter a complaint in his heart. Although he wasn't afraid of the scene in front of him, the stench and eerie feeling still made him extremely uncomfortable. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen gray-green undead creatures crawled out from the ground around them. Some of them were humanoid, while others were Orcish, and all of them had gray-green skin. Some of these undead creatures had their chests pierced, some had only half their heads remaining, and others were missing arms and legs. In addition, like the Death Dragon from before, their entire bodies were rotting and emitting a putrid stench. Not a single part of their bodies was intact. Holy crap, there are still 2 skeletons left. Among these undead creatures, there were 2 milky white skeletons mixed in, with 2 blue flames constantly flickering in their eye sockets. Their flesh and blood seemed to have long since turned into nutrients for this land. Immediately, Shao cast a probe spell towards the undead creatures in front of him, and the attributes of the foremost undead orc appeared before Shao's eyes. Race, undead orc. Rank, lord. Level, 50. Health points, 2200. Attributes, strength 1900, agility 1300, constitution 2210, spirit 1225, defense 1617. Faction, chaotic neutral. Skills, breath of the dead, corrosive strike, corrosive bite. These attributes are somewhat normal. Shao looked at the attributes of the undead orcs and muttered to himself, if all the undead creatures here are like the Death Dragon, then this place is simply too abnormal. The other undead creatures behind the undead orcs had similar aura strengths, so even if their attributes were high, they wouldn't be that high. Man watched these creatures warily. Although these undead creatures were not much in his eyes, it would be troublesome to deal with them now that his attributes were weakened. Man's body was slightly hunched, ready for battle at any moment. Perfect. Let's try out first. Hopefully it will work. Shao's eyes flashed, and he raised the sacred crystal in his hand high above his head, the light of the sacred crystal shining on these undead creatures. Although these undead creatures were not harmed, they seemed to hate the light of the sacred crystal, retreating away from it and ignoring Shao and Man. It seems that the situation of that Death Dragon is the same as that of these undead creatures. Shao's eyes gleamed. If his guess was correct, then all dangers in the death zone had been eliminated. Even if the death dragon or other undead creatures are powerful, with the protection of the sacred crystal, they will not be attacked. He and Yi-Man can then freely traverse the death zone. Undead creatures are also considered creatures, so they can be used for leveling up, right? Yi Shao murmured to himself, his bright red tongue licking his lips. If that were the case, then although this place would be extremely dangerous for other creatures, it would be a rare treasure for him. Bang! The next moment, Yi Shao flashed in front of the undead orc, his hand transforming into sharp claws, which slammed down. Yi Shao's claws pierced right through the body of the undead orc, tearing a large hole in its chest. Tap, tap, tap. However, the undead orc seemed completely unaffected. Although it showed no signs of life, it did not fall down. Then, instead of attacking Yi Shao, the undead orc turned and walked towards the light of the sacred crystal in the distance. Undead creatures are really troublesome. Yi Shao couldn't help but complain. Even though all his attributes were suppressed, he was still far superior to the undead orcs. However, the undead creature was still alive and kicking after the attack. An ordinary creature would have been instantly killed by him and would be dead beyond any doubt. Without hesitation, Yi Shao stood in front of the undead orc again, turned around, and lashed out with his tail whip, severing the orc's head. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yi Shao's mind. Ding! Gained 23,000 experience points and 230 evolution points. Is the weakness of these undead creatures their heads? Yi Shao's eyes lit up with excitement. It turned out that undead creatures, just like ordinary creatures, could also be used to level up. Moreover, Yi Shao had no intention of letting go of such a great place to level up. Yi-Man, their weak point is their head. Attack together. Yi Shao gave a briefing to Yi-Man, who was following closely behind him, and then moved with lightning speed, instantly appearing next to one of the skeletal undead creatures. With a single claw strike, the skeleton was smashed to pieces, and the blue flames in its head were extinguished. Ding! You have gained 51,000 experience points and 510 evolution points. Yi Shao solved the skeleton problem with great ease, but it was somewhat difficult for Yi-Man. Even with his own strength suppressed, Yi-Man still had to expend a lot of effort to defeat just one of these undead creatures, even though they didn't fight back. Without pausing, Yi Shao lightly stomped his right foot on the ground, and immediately, icy crystalline spikes pierced out from the ground. The icy crystal spikes crisscrossed, indiscriminately piercing the undead creature's vital points, leaving them with not a single unscathed spot. At the same time, a series of system notifications sounded in Yi Shao's mind. Ding! Gained 22,000 experience points and 220 evolution points. Ding! You have gained 48,000 experience points and 460 evolution points. Ding! Experience points gained. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to level 34. After dealing with all the undead creatures in the vicinity, Yi Shao's level, which had remained unchanged for a long time, finally increased to level 34. Yi Shao dealt with most of these undead creatures, while Yi-Man, being too slow, only managed to take down 2. Let's go. Let's move on to another place. Yi Shao said something and took the lead in walking forward, wanting to find the death dragon from before. The death dragon is a world-class creature, and this is the first time Yi Shao has ever seen one. He had previously associated world-class creatures with world values, so there might be some connection between them. Moreover, Yi Shao was also extremely alarmed by the death dragon's health. If the death dragon attacked him and Yi-Man, even if the two of them combined their strength, they would have no chance of winning. However, the death dragon is currently in the same situation as other undead creatures and will not attack Yi-Man and Yi Shao, who are protected by the Holy Crystal. Chapter 126 Ants Swallowing an Elephant. Yi Shao believed that he could eventually deplete the death dragon's life force. Once he obtained a world-class biological component, he would make a fortune. Yi-Man responded and followed closely behind Yi Shao. He didn't care about anything else now. He just needed to obey Yi Shao's orders. Whatever Yi Shao told him to do, he would do it. As Yi Shao and Yi-Man continued deeper into the death zone, they encountered many more undead creatures along the way, most of which were at the Lord level. These undead creatures are generally not very strong, but their levels are all exceptionally high, with the lowest being level 50 Lord-level creatures. Shao was able to solve the problem easily, and he accumulated a lot of evolution points and experience points. As for Man, he just followed Shao and drank the soup. Rumble. Just as Shao continued forward, the ground suddenly trembled again, and a huge crack appeared in the ground. "We've got a big one." Shao couldn't help but get excited. Ordinary undead creatures couldn't possibly make such a commotion, and the scene right now was exactly the same as when the death dragon appeared. Huh, it's not the dragon of death. Shao let out a soft feeling that it didn't seem like the commotion was caused by the death dragon. When the death dragon appeared, it was accompanied by the putrid smell of undead creatures. Immediately afterwards, two white bone claws emerged from the crack, as if the crack on both sides had been torn open by the claws. The crack widened, and a white skeletal dragon shadow, more than 200 meters long, shot out from the crack. Because it lacks vocal cords, the skeletal dragon shadow cannot utter any long roars. Only the sounds of its skeleton colliding are heard, which are chilling to behold. The skeleton dragon shadow is entirely white, and its entire body is made up of huge bones, with a length of more than 200 meters. Its back was covered with countless thorns, the sharp thorns gleaming coldly under the light of the sacred crystal, their sharpness probably no less than that of a sharp weapon made of precious gold. Within the eye sockets of its head, two blue flames flickered on and off, creating an extremely eerie scene. Shao glanced at the name above its head, Dead Bone Dragon, and then sent it a scouting signal. Race, Undead Bone Dragon. Class, World Class. Level, 57. Health points, 26,085,800. Attributes, Strength 4,300, Agility 31550, Constitution 39070, Spirit 20,000, Defense 38,000. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Domain, Bone Dragon Beast Domain, Unique Domain Power. Skills, Undead Flame, Thorn Shot, Masterful Absorption, Ferocious Bite. The Bone Dragon of the Dead? Since there are no other dragons of death in the world, this Bone Dragon of the Dead isn't bad. Shao stared at the Bone Dragon, his eyes gleaming green, like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey that was within easy reach. If any other creature were to pass by and witness this scene, it would surely find it utterly bizarre. Even Man could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the Bone Dragon of the Dead. If an ordinary creature saw the Bone Dragon of the Dead, it would run away as fast as it could. Yet Shao dared to set his sights on the Bone Dragon of the Dead. After all, Shao's overall attributes had been weakened, and the gap between him and the undead Bone Dragon was like an ant trying to kill an elephant. Give it a try first. Immediately, Shao raised his hand, and a burst of flames instantly condensed in front of him, then shot straight towards the Bone Dragon of the Dead. Bang! The explosive flames didn't cause much of a ripple on the undead Bone Dragon. It was as if they were just tickling it. Health points, 26,070,000. Only 15,000 health points were lost. Even Shao couldn't help but twitch his face when he saw this. How long would it take to kill them all? Fortunately, among the thousands of alpacas, the Bone Dragon of the Dead, just as Shao had predicted, did not launch a counterattack. Faced with Shao's attack, the undead Bone Dragon merely glanced at Shao. Not only did it not attack, but it also took the initiative to retreat after sensing the light emitted by the sacred crystal. Hold head high. Shao suddenly let out a long roar, and his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant dragon over 100 meters long in the blink of an eye. The aura and light of the sacred crystal could barely cover Shao, and Man could only squeeze to the edge of the sacred crystal's light. Man did not revert to his original form. Firstly, the light of the sacred crystal could no longer contain his enormous size. Secondly, given the battle between Shao and the Bone Dragon of the Dead, Man would probably not be of much help and might even do more harm than good. Click, click, click. Immediately, Shao stomped his giant foot down, and sharp eye spikes pierced towards the Bone Dragon of the Dead. Although the damage to the Bone Dragon of the Dead was not much, leaving only shallow marks on its bones, Shao kept a close eye on the changes in the Bone Dragon of the Dead's health. The bone dragon's health was being whittled down little by little. The important thing was that maintaining the frost crystal spikes didn't consume as much energy as the explosive flame impact. The bone dragon's jaws opened and closed repeatedly, its gaze fixed on Shao, seemingly wanting to launch a counterattack, but wary of the light and aura surrounding Shao. It shrank its neck back. To maintain the frost crystal spikes, Shao also flapped his dragon wings. Instantly, a giant tornado formed, and countless wind blades generated from it slashed towards the bone dragon of the dead, striking its body with dull thuds. Apart from that, Shao did not maintain any other skills. The battle with the bone dragon of the dead was a protracted war, and the consumption of skills maintained could not be too great. Under Shao's relentless attacks, the bone dragon's health points were rapidly decreasing. In just a short while, they had dropped by tens of thousands, but compared to its enormous total health points, it was still a drop in the ocean. The bone dragon of the dead was ultimately intimidated by the aura and light of the sacred crystal and did not retaliate against Shao. Instead, it moved in the opposite direction, but not very fast. Shao was able to keep up with it, and it never left Shao's attack range. These undead creatures did not seem to be very intelligent. When faced with the sacred crystal, they simply instinctively kept their distance. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded in the death zone. A black dragon shadow in the sky chased a huge white bone dragon of the dead across the death zone, leaving behind countless ice spikes and traces of raging winds in its wake. Chapter 127 is finally down. Yi-Man followed behind the two, breaking the tranquility of the death zone. As they drifted by, the aura of the sacred crystals disturbed countless creatures sleeping underground. All sorts of large and small, strangely shaped undead creatures crawled out from underground. However, most of them were immediately torn into pieces by the raging hurricane and the icy crystal spikes as soon as they emerged from the ground, and eventually turned into Shao's evolution value and experience value. Ding! You have gained 84,000 experience points and 810 evolution points. Ding! You have gained 67,000 experience points and 650 evolution points. Ding! Experience points gained. Almost every second, Shao's system panel was constantly refreshing, and the number in the evolution value column was constantly jumping, but Shao didn't care about it. His only goal now was the undead bone dragon. After chasing for 2 or 3 hours, Shao had exhausted most of his strength, but the bone dragon's life points had only been reduced by about half. I refuse to believe I can't wear you down. Shao was also determined. During the chase, he never stopped using the frost crystal ground spikes and hurricane slashes. In the subsequent attrition battle, Shao would occasionally use limb claw strikes, tail whips, and horn spikes to attack the bone dragon of the dead in order to conserve his strength. If this continues, the bone dragon of the dead will not be worn down to death yet, but will instead exhaust itself first. When Shao's power was almost exhausted, the bone dragon of the dead still had more than 300,000 life points. At this point, the bone dragon's bones had developed many cracks, and the thorns on its back had been almost completely flattened. The bone dragon of the dead seemed to have sensed its dangerous situation. Whenever the aura of the sacred crystal got close, it would suddenly increase its speed, which even Shao could not keep up with. Therefore, close combat was no longer feasible, and it could only launch long-range attacks. Just a little bit more? Let's give our all. In the end, Shao could barely maintain either of his skills, and could only launch intermittent attacks on the bone dragon of the dead. His own power was completely exhausted, and he was only able to hold on by his own will. Immediately, ice crystals, earth, and hurricanes condensed in the air and collided with each other. Endless flames, like a spark, instantly ignited the other 3 restless elements, and an explosive feast swept over the bone dragon of the dead. Bang! The instant the absolute explosion domain was generated, Shao's wings could no longer support his body, and he fell directly from the sky, his strength completely exhausted. Huff, huff! Shao fell to the ground, or rather, lay on the ground panting heavily, his eyes fixed on the explosion area ahead. If he couldn't deal with the bone dragon of the dead this time, it would really get away. My lord! Yi-Man approached, feeling parched and breathless after following for such a long distance. let alone Yi Shao. Yi Shao ignored Yi Man until the explosion subsided and the system notification sounded, at which point Yi Shao could no longer contain his excitement. Ding! Gained 4,100,000 experience points, 40,000 evolution points, and 100 world points. Ding! Obtained world-class biological component, undead dragon bone. Ding! Your level has increased to 35. Damn it, we finally took it down? Phew! Upon seeing the refreshed information on the system panel, Yi Shao couldn't help but swear. Then, he lay down on the ground to rest. His whole body was soaked with sweat, but fortunately, he finally managed to deplete all of the bone dragon's health. After resting for a while, Yi Shao regained some strength. Seeing the world-class biological components on the system panel, he couldn't help but get excited. Defeating world-class creatures does indeed yield world value rewards. I wonder what about creatures of even higher world-class level. Yi Shao wasn't too surprised by the world points reward, as he had already made similar guesses before. These world points weren't enough to support him advancing another level. Wow, 178,600 evolution points. I'm rich again. I can evolve one more time before leaving the death zone. Yi Shao pondered for a moment. This evolution would require 100,000 evolution points. The remaining evolution points could be used to help Yi Man evolve again. When Yi Shao had recovered enough, he stood up again, his gaze fixed on the depths of the death zone, flashing with greed. It seems the death zone isn't going to be quiet anytime soon. Yi Man, who knew his lord well, couldn't help but sigh when he saw Yi Shao's appearance, and silently mourned for a few seconds for the other undead creatures in the death zone. Yi Shao plans to evolve once more before leaving the death zone, so the biological components he currently possesses will certainly not satisfy his appetite. In Yi Shao's estimation, the biological components required for this evolution should at least be epic-level biological components. During his pursuit of the bone dragon, Yi Shao encountered many legendary and epic undead creatures along the way. However, Yi Shao's mind was focused on the bone dragon, and he had no time to pay attention to them. Legendary and epic-level undead creatures are different from ordinary ones. With Yi Shao's attributes weakened, he couldn't kill them instantly. Moreover, they weren't Yi Shao's main target, so even when he encountered them, they all escaped. Only two unlucky legendary creatures stood in the middle of the bone dragon's escape route. The bone dragon swung its tail at them, and Yi Shao, who was chasing closely behind, finished them off in one fell swoop. Yi Shao thus obtained 2 legendary creature parts. In addition, Yi Shao also obtained many undead attribute, lord-level creature parts from some lord-level beast-type undead creatures along the way. As for other humanoid creatures, such as undead orcs and undead skeletons, he did not get any creature parts. Yi Shao guessed that this might be because their predecessors were all humanoid creatures. Due to the special mechanism of the system, it was impossible to obtain the biological parts needed for monster evolution from humanoid creatures. This rule also indirectly affected undead creatures. The aura surrounding this sacred crystal is a bit weak. Yi Shao looked at Yi Man, who was squeezed to the very edge, and couldn't help but murmur a word before transforming into his second form. In fact, the area covered by the sacred crystal is not small, but it is relatively small compared to Yi Shao's huge size. Chapter 128, Monster Slaying. Let's go. Let's check the right side again. Let's get some more loot. Yi Shao waved to Yi Man, then gripped the sacred crystal and took the lead, heading towards the right. He had previously seen many legendary and epic undead creatures running to both sides, and Yi Man followed closely behind Yi Shao. Yi Shao's main target is the epic-level undead creatures in the death zone. He needs to prepare for the next evolution. As for world-class undead creatures, Yi Shao thought about it and gave up on the idea. After all, just wearing down a single undead bone dragon almost exhausted him. The death dragon I encountered before had even higher stats than the undead bone dragon. If I were to face that creature again, I would likely fail. Puff, puff, puff. Not long after, Yi Shao and Yi Man encountered several more undead creatures. Disturbed by the aura of the sacred crystal, they all emerged from underground. Among them was a legendary tiger-shaped undead creature, while the others were lord-level undead creatures. Yi Shao instantly unleashed his ice and fire domain. except for the tiger-shaped legendary undead creature, which required a bit more effort and energy. The other undead creatures were basically killed instantly by Yi Shao. Ding! Gained 235,000 experience points and 2,175 evolution points. Ding! Obtained legendary creature part, Death Tiger Claw. After killing the Bone Dragon of the Dead, Yi Shao's level increased by 1 level, and his attributes improved significantly. Dealing with these legendary and lower-level undead creatures was not too difficult for him. Wah! Just a few breaths after they had dealt with the undead creature in front of them, a wolf-shaped undead creature suddenly appeared in front of Yi Shao and his companion, letting out a long howl. Unlike the howls of ordinary wolves, the howl of the undead creature was somewhat piercing. The wolf-like creature had lost most of its fur, leaving only a tattered, grayish-green skin that looked rather terrifying. It was only slightly larger than an ordinary wolf-like creature. The Death Wolf, an epic-level creature. Yi Shao's eyes lit up with delight when he saw the wolf-shaped undead creature before him. The wolf-shaped undead creature was named Death Wolf, and judging from the aura it exuded, it was clearly an epic-level creature. Yi Shao then cast a probe spell over it. Race, Death Wolf. Class, Epic. Level, 54. Health points, 710,800. Attributes, Strength 10583. Agility 11255. Constitution 9980. Spirit 6107. Defense 8956. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Skills, Corrosive Domain, Death Strike, Corrosive Bite, Death Gaze. Since it's delivered right to my doorstep, then I won't stand on ceremony. Yi Shao was still worried about not having enough biological components for evolution, but he didn't expect that an epic-level Death Wolf would be delivered to his door so quickly. This evolution requires at least 5 biological components, and Yi Shao estimates that 6 are needed. However, he currently only has 1 world-class undead dragon bone. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the sacred crystal, the Death Wolf tilted its head and tried to move away, but Yi Shao wasn't about to let it go so easily. The Ice and Fire domain activated instantly, enveloping the Death Wolf. The next moment, a burst of flames slammed into it, the powerful impact and explosive force causing the Death Wolf to tumble over. When the Death Wolf rose again, a large chunk of flesh had been completely removed from its chest, revealing its bare bones, and the surrounding area was charred black from the explosion. However, the Death Wolf seemed to have no sense of pain or consciousness. After sensing the light and aura of the sacred crystal, it continued walking away. Immediately afterward, Yi Shao pushed off with his feet and instantly appeared in front of the Death Wolf, lashing out with his tail whip towards the Death Wolf's head. Bang! The Death Wolf was whipped so hard that its body spun around, and then it was Yi Shao's turn to bleed it dry. But the Death Wolf was far inferior to the undead Bone Dragon, and it collapsed completely in no time, never to get up again. Ding! You have gained 350,000 experience points and 3,500 evolution points. Ding! Obtained epic grade biological component, Death Wolf Core. Let's go. Next one. After dealing with the Death Wolf, Yi Shao didn't linger and continued searching for the next epic level undead creature. With the aid of the sacred crystal, finding undead creatures is not difficult. Wherever the sacred crystal is located, the undead creatures underground will be disturbed and brought out. Undead Rampage. Let's get to work. Not long after, Yi Shao and Yi Man discovered another epic-level undead creature. Without hesitation, Yi Shao immediately began to whittle down its health. It must be said that Elder Simon did Yi Shao a great favor this time. Without the sacred crystal, these undead creatures would have attacked instantly as soon as they sensed the presence of the living, let alone epic or world-class undead creatures. Just the combined attack of Lord-level undead creatures and the breath of the undead would be enough to give Yi Shao and his companion a run for their money. Not long after, the undead elephant also collapsed to the ground, its body fragments scattered all over the place. If someone with a weak mentality saw this, they would probably vomit. Ding! You have gained 380,000 experience points and 3,800 evolution points. Ding! Obtained epic grade creature part, Undead Elephant Foot. Next, ding. You have gained 340,000 experience points and 3,400 evolution points. Ding. Obtained epic grade creature part, undead bone claw. Next, ding. Experience points gained. Ding. Obtained an epic level creature component. By the time the last epic level creature fell, Shao had already collected 5 epic level creature parts, plus 1 world-class creature part. It should be about time. We can begin the evolution. Shao pondered for a moment, and now the biological components needed for evolution were ready. Then, Shao glanced at the attribute panel again. This evolution required 100,000 evolution points, and now the evolution points had accumulated to 199,700. Such a large amount of evolution points might have been a huge sum of money for him before, but now more than half of them are used up with each evolution, and the next evolution will probably require twice as many. When we have time, we'll come back to the Death Zone and loot it again. If it weren't for the urgent need to go to Dragon Mountain, Shao would have been reluctant to leave. He had already tasted some of the sweetness of the Death Zone. Then, Shao turned around and handed the sacred crystal to Yi Man for safekeeping. Chapter 129, Undead Summoning. Immediately afterwards, Shao transformed back into his first form, and Yi Man was pushed to the edge again. Shao planned to begin evolving on the spot. For other creatures, the Death Zone might be extremely dangerous, but for Shao, it was no different from being in his own territory. With the protection of the sacred crystal, Shao was not worried about being disturbed by undead creatures during his evolution. Begin the evolution. Immediately, Shao brought up the system panel, silently recited a command in his mind, and prepared to begin the evolution. Please select the desired biological component. The current body's genes can add up to 6 biological components. As expected, the number of biological components that can be added has increased by 1 this time. Shao looked at the system prompt on the system panel and muttered to himself, "Luckily, I prepared an extra epic-level biological component this time. Added world-class creature parts, undead dragon bone, epic creature parts, undead wolf core, undead elephant foot, undead bone claw, death fire, and undead crystal." Without hesitation, Shao quickly added all the biological components that had been prepared beforehand. The biological components that Shao added this time were all obtained in the Death Zone and have undead attributes. Shao wanted to try adding all the biological parts with the undead attribute to see if they could gain the undead attribute after evolution. At that time, he might be able to freely travel through the Death Zone without the protection of the Holy Crystal. Ding! This evolution will take approximately 11 hours. Evolution begins. As a system notification sounded in Shao's mind, a surge of black light enveloped him, and Shao fell into a deep sleep. During this time, Yi Man stood by Shao's side the whole time, and naturally knew that Shao had begun to evolve. He held up the sacred crystal in his hand, protecting Shao from the side. 11 hours is neither a long nor a short time. Black light surged continuously around Shao's body, like a pair of magical hands, constantly reshaping his body. During this time, the Death Zone remained peaceful, with not even a single undead creature in sight. If no external creatures intruded or any other unforeseen event occurred, the Death Zone would likely continue to be peaceful indefinitely. Soon, 11 hours had passed. For Yi Man, it felt like almost a day had gone by, but for Shao, it was just a nap. Is the Lord about to finish evolving? Yi Man, who was standing by, noticed that the black light on Shao's body was gradually fading. Unlike the last time he advanced, Shao's evolution this time was not very significant and had almost no impact on Yi Man. As the last wisp of black light merged into Shao's body, Shao finally completed this evolution, and his enormous dragon eyes suddenly opened. Hold head high. Immediately, a long roar resounded, and Shao soared into the sky, circling above Yi Man. His attributes seemed to have been restored, and a terrifying dragon's might instantly spread out. The tranquility of this area was shattered once again. In that instant, all the undead creatures in the vicinity felt the terrifying dragon's might. Even those without sacred crystals crawled out from the ground and looked towards Shao. They took a step forward, then retreated, seemingly hesitant. As for Yi Man, he couldn't help but prostrate himself after sensing the dragon's might. My lord. Suddenly, Yi Man remembered that his lord seemed to be outside the range of the holy crystal's light and the aura of the undead directly attached itself to Yi Shao, which startled Yi Man. They were already deep in the death zone, where the aura of the undead was exceptionally dense. Even world-class creatures probably couldn't last more than 15 minutes there. Yi Shao noticed Yi Man's anxious expression on the ground and immediately understood. However, even if he went down now, the sacred crystal would not be able to protect his massive body. After this evolution, its size has increased to over 170 meters. The other changes on its body are not significant, except that its body has become more upright and powerful, and the olive green stripes on its skin have turned gray-green. Feeling the changes in his body's attributes, Yi Shao couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He felt that he could now instantly kill any epic-level creature in the death zone. If we face the death dragon again, it shouldn't take long to deplete its health points. Yi Shao pondered for a moment, then opened his attribute panel to check. Host, Yi Shao. Race, Eternal Punishment Dragon. Class, Epic. Level, 35. Title, King of the Forest. Health points, 653700. Attributes, Strength 23650. Agility 21165. Constitution 21580. Spirit 17586. Defense 20050. Dragon's Fury, 9999. Growth level creature component. Dragon Horn, basic level. Requires 100 world values to grow. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Talents, 100 Refinements Evolution, Unique Talent, Commanding Evolution, Unique Talent, Magic Resistance, Innate Talent, Elemental Manipulation, Innate Talent. Skills, Elemental Missiles, Beginner 98, Redstone Wall, Intermediate 25, Stealth, Beginner 56, Hurricane Slash, Intermediate 18, Explosive Impact, Intermediate 15, Ice and Fire Domain, Beginner 29, Extreme Wall Crystal Armor, Beginner 15, Prospecting, Beginner 52, Frost Crystal Spikes, Beginner 98, Lightning Chains, Beginner 25, Enhanced Heavy Strike, Beginner 25, Materialized Crystal, Beginner 17, Absolute Explosive Domain, Beginner 12, Demon Horn Pierce, Beginner 05, Dragon, Blood Ice Heart, Beginner 00, Undead Summoning, Beginner 00, Domain, Eternal Punishment Domain, Unique Domain Power. Evolution Points, 99,700, 200,000 points required for evolution. Undead Summoning. Summons a large number of undead creatures to assist in battle. These undead creatures feel no pain and are incredibly brave. The rank and strength of the summoned undead creatures are randomized, and the summoner can summon undead creatures of the same rank as themselves. Summoning magic? Yi Shao was taken aback. Summoning the undead could summon undead creatures. If a large-scale conflict were to break out with the army of the kingdom of Tennek, undead creatures could be summoned to serve as cannon fodder. Moreover, necromancy is a necromancy skill. As Yi Shao expected, after this evolution, 6 biological components with necromancy attributes were added, and Yi Shao himself also possessed necromancy attributes. This is why Yi Shao didn't rush down to enter the area covered by the sacred crystal. Chapter 130. We went to Dragon Mountain. Yi Shao, who possesses the attributes of the undead, can now freely traverse the aura of the undead without being affected by any corruption. In fact, the aura of the undead even has a slight amplifying effect on him. However, the attributes of the whole body were still suppressed and weakened by the death zone, and now the true attribute value of the whole body is only 30% of the original. After all, he only possessed undead attributes, not become an undead creature. He still had bloodline, so he could not escape the suppression of the hero's curse. However, Yi Shao was already quite satisfied with this. Now, even without the protection of the sacred crystal, he could use the necromancy attribute to simulate the aura of undead creatures. Even if he walked past undead creatures, he would not be attacked. Whoosh! Boom! Yi Shao gently flapped his wings, and with a soft sound, landed on the ground. His body shrank rapidly, transforming into his second form in the blink of an eye. My lord, are you all right? Seeing Yi Shao land, Yi-Man quickly surrounded him, and the light and aura of the sacred crystal enveloped Yi-Shao once again. It's all right. After this evolution, I have acquired the undead attribute, and am not afraid of the corruption of the undead's breath. Yi-Shao gave Yi-Man a brief explanation, then turned around to check his second attribute panel. Attack critical hit, 6. Magic critical hit, 5. Dodge 9. Taunt value, 27. Water resistance, 0. Wind resistance, 12. Lightning resistance, 12. Earth resistance, 35. Fire resistance, 32. Ice resistance, 25. Poison resistance, 12. Light resistance, 0. Darkness resistance, 8. Dragon resistance, 30. Now all that's missing is water resistance and light resistance, which are still 0. Yi-Shao stared at the second attribute panel, lost in thought, while Yi-Man stood quietly to the side, not disturbing him. Dark resistance, which had remained unchanged, increased by 8% this time due to the influence of the undead attribute. In addition, poison resistance and dragon resistance also increased. The undead attribute is different from the elemental attribute. The undead attribute is a different material aspect that transcends the element. It has negative energy and includes the dark element, which indirectly increases Yi-Shao's dark resistance. All right, Yi-Man, come here. After you finish evolving, we need to speed things up and get out of the death zone. Yi-Shao beckoned to Yi-Man, intending to perform an evolution for Yi-Man as well. Command evolution. Yi-Shao silently recited a name as Yi-Man quickly arrived at his side. Select to add the legendary creature parts: Undead Crystal Core, Undead Stone, Death Arm, and Death Ape Bone. Yi-Man can only add 4 biological components at the moment, and Yi-Shao has chosen all of them to be of the undead attribute, as he wants Yi-Man to also have the undead attribute. After all, Yi-Man might have to come out of Dragon Mountain with him and travel through the death zone. Having the undead attribute would make things much easier. As Yi-Shao finished adding the biological components, Yi-Man's body rapidly expanded, involuntarily transforming into its first form. Immediately, it was enveloped by a reddish-brown light and fell into a deep sleep, beginning this evolution. 10,000 evolution points, it's not too bad. I'll make it back by killing 2 or 3 more epic-level undead creatures. Yi-Shao looked at Yi-Man, who was enveloped in black light, and murmured to himself that more than 10,000 evolution points were nothing to him now. Moreover, Yi-Man had helped him a lot along the way, and Yi-Shao also intended to cultivate Yi-Man. This evolution was a reward that Yi-Man deserved. This time, all the biological parts added to Yi-Man are legendary level, so there should be significant changes in their attributes. Yi-Man's evolution lasted for about 5 hours before the reddish-brown light on his body slowly faded, and Yi-Man gradually woke up, completing his evolution. My lord, I've completed my evolution. Yi-Man felt the changes in the power within his body and couldn't help but get excited. If Yi-Shao hadn't been there, Yi-Man probably would have kept pounding his chest to vent his emotions. Name, Yi-Man. Race, Cyclops. Rank, Legendary. Level, 31. Health points, 225,300. Attributes, Strength 3244, Agility 2357, Constitution 2540, Spirit 2154, Defense 2165. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Corrosive Domain, Eye of Fear, Force Field, Berserk Assault, Violent Impact, Earth-Shaking Stomp, Lava Throw, Ground Shattering Combo, Lava Frenzy. Good. Yi-Shao gave a fairly fair assessment, and these improvements were within Yi-Shao's expectations. As for the others, perhaps because Yi-Man's own bloodline was also very strong, the changes on his body were not very significant. His skin turned a bit grayer, and his size increased to more than 70 meters tall. Yi-Man, go, and test if the breath of the undead still has any effect on you. Yi-Shao gave Yi-Man a word of advice, hoping that Yi-Man could also possess the attributes of the undead. The next moment, Yi-Man stepped out of the range of the sacred crystal. From a distance, it was strange to see a giant, over 70 meters tall, obeying a tiny creature on the ground. When Yi-Man's body came into contact with the breath of the dead, he didn't react at first, but after a few breaths, many small bloodstains appeared on his body. So it still doesn't work? Yi Shao's gaze narrowed slightly. Judging from the situation, Yi Man was still unable to withstand the corrosive influence of the aura of the dead. After all, the undead attribute is different from the elemental attribute. A few legendary biological parts alone are not enough to completely imbue Yi Man with the undead attribute. However, Yi Man now seems to have developed some resistance to the breath of the undead. Although he is not completely immune to the breath of the undead, he has slowed down the rate at which the breath of the undead is eroding him. All right, transform into your second form. Let's go. To Dragon Mountain. Yi Shao tossed the sacred crystal in his hand, took a few steps forward, and its light and aura enveloped Yi Man again. Yi Man responded, his body rapidly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into his second form. The next moment, Yi Shao found his direction, lightly stepped on the ground, and his figure shot out like an arrow, with Yi Man following closely behind. This area is still considered a death zone, with too many unknown factors. Yi Shao decided to keep a low profile as much as possible. Yi Shao and Yi Man sped westward, and after about an hour or two, the aura of the dead that enveloped them faded away. Besides the light emanating from the sacred crystal, Yi Shao and Yi Man could also vaguely see a ray of sunlight shining through from ahead, and they knew they were about to leave the death zone. Chapter 131 Red Dragon. Are we finally moving on? Yi Shao couldn't help but get excited. After all this effort, they were finally about to reach Dragon Mountain. It wasn't the prospect of meeting other dragons that excited her, but rather the thought that coming to Dragon Mountain might unravel the mystery of her origins. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Shao quickened his pace, leaving Yi Man far behind and escaping the range of the sacred crystal. Fortunately, the aura of the dead here is not very strong, and we're only a short distance from leaving the death zone. With Yi Man's current resistance to the aura of the dead, he can withstand it completely. As Yi Man followed Yi Shao out of the death zone, a blinding light shone down, making it difficult for Yi Man to open a single eye, but he quickly adjusted. The first figure that came into view after opening his eyes was Yi Shao's back. Yi Shao stood in front of him, his head slightly raised, gazing at the world. Yi Man slowly came up behind him and stood there. Phew, I finally made it out. Yi Shao took several deep breaths and sighed. The only downside of the death zone was that it was too dark and oppressive. Walking inside felt like walking in a prison with extremely poor conditions and no light. Especially after the appearance of undead creatures. The stench they carry lingers in the air for a long time. Only after spending a long time in an environment filled with decay do you realize how precious fresh air is. Is this Dragon Mountain? Yi Shao surveyed the massive, undulating mountain range before him, towering and majestic, stretching across an extremely vast area. Upon arriving at Dragon Mountain, Yi Shao found himself calming down. Just then, Yi Man's expression suddenly changed, and several huge dragon auras suddenly appeared around him. These dragon auras were very unfamiliar and clearly not as powerful as the dragon aura emanating from Yi Shao. However, the combined power of these dragons still put a lot of pressure on Yi Man. We've been discovered? You've moved pretty quickly. Yi Shao pondered for a moment. He knew that the dragons of Dragon Mountain had already noticed him and Yi Man. The dragon's might was coming from all directions in the mountains ahead, varying in strength. After sensing these dragon powers, Yi Shao remained completely calm, neither dodging nor making any unnecessary movements, as if nothing had happened. Yi Man withstood the pressure and stood quietly in place with Yi Shao. Roar! 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 Immediately afterwards, several deep dragon roars rang out, the sound shaking the surrounding ground. The roars echoed continuously in the mountains on both sides, as if dozens of giant dragons were roaring in unison, which was awe-inspiring. They're here. Yi Shao looked ahead, his eyes narrowing slightly. He saw three enormous figures rising into the air from the Dragon Mountain range, their dragon wings flapping as they flew rapidly through the sky. The three giant dragons, each estimated to be over 200 meters long, were flying towards where Yi Shao and Yi Man were. After about 3 breaths, 3 enormous dragon shadows appeared in a triangular formation in front of Yi Shao and Yi Man, surrounding them. Although the 3 dragon shadows did not deliberately block the sunlight, Their size was so enormous that they stood in front of Yi Shao and Yi Man, giving them the illusion that they had returned to the death zone. As the three-headed dragon approached, it scrutinized Yi Shao and Yi Man, allowing Yi Shao to observe them closely as well. Red Dragon. Yi Shao wondered to himself. Just by looking at their appearance, he had a rough idea of the race of these three giant dragons. These three giant dragons all had red bodies and looked very similar, so they should belong to the same dragon species. The three-headed dragon was covered with large, thick red scales, and had a crest on the back of its head that resembled a fish fin, which extended down its neck to its tail. The red dragon's entire body is grayish-white only from its lower jaw to its belly, and it is armed with huge trapezoidal scales, one on top of another, making it look very majestic. Darren. Yi Shao glanced at the giant dragon directly in front of him. The name on its head indicated that it was larger than the other two, and it seemed to be the leader of the three dragons. The prefix Red Dragon in their names represents their race, proving that Yi Shao's guess was correct. You're a dragon? Where did you come from? Darren stared intently at Yi Shao and asked a question directly. Yi Shao did not conceal or hide his dragon aura, so they could recognize that he was also a dragon. As for Yi Man behind Yi Shao, the aura emanating from him was clearly not that of a dragon, so they simply ignored him. However, they were very wary as they stared at Yi Shao. Since almost all the dragons were currently inside Dragon Mountain, this dragon that suddenly emerged from the death zone was highly suspicious. I'm a dragon from Sunset Forest. I traveled through the Elf Kingdom and the death zone to reach Dragon Mountain. As for why I appear in Sunset Forest, I would like to find out that as well. Yi Shao explained that his purpose in coming here was, on the one hand, to bring the dragon race under his control, which would give him the means to fight against the kingdom of Tennek. Of course, he couldn't reveal this purpose now. Otherwise, he would be regarded as an outcast by all the dragons of Dragon Mountain and besieged by them. On the other hand, she wanted to figure out some mysteries in her heart, one of which was the mystery of her own origins. It wouldn't have any impact if she talked about it, and it was quite reasonable, serving as a good cover-up. Sunset Forest? So it's a low-level dragon species from Sunset Forest. Darren hesitated for a moment, as if trying to recall what Sunset Forest was. Then he understood, raised his head high, and looked quite disdainful. How could a mere inferior dragon breed grow to this level? Return to Dragon Mountain. Darren seemed quite surprised, but his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Now that you're back in Dragon Mountain, I'll grant you a territory. Come with me. Before Yi Shao could reply, Darren spoke up on his own, then flapped his dragon wings and took to the air, signaling Yi Shao to follow him. Territory. Yi Shao frowned, staring at Darren's figure, and said something softly, but his mind was not on the territory. The attitude of the red dragon Darren made him very uncomfortable. Chapter 132 Attitude Shift. If this had happened in Sunset Forest, or anywhere else, Yi Shao would have slapped Darren across the face long ago, leaving the other person completely disoriented. But that's probably not possible now. It's not that he's afraid of Dragon Mountain, but if he were to make a move now, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in Dragon Mountain any longer. But to figure out his origins and many mysteries in his heart, he must return to Dragon Mountain. However, Yi Shao had no intention of just swallowing his anger and doing nothing. That wasn't his nature. Hold head high. Immediately, Yi Shao let out a long cry, and then his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a huge black dragon shadow in the blink of an eye, with a powerful dragon might emerging from it. After Yi Shao transformed into his true form, although he was still somewhat smaller than Darren in terms of size, his dragon might and powerful sense of oppression far surpassed Darren's. Yi Man clearly saw that after Darren felt Yi Shao's dragon might, his figure in the air paused for a moment, and he almost fell directly from the sky. Even though Darren managed to stabilize himself in the air, his body was still trembling uncontrollably, and the other two red dragons were in no better condition. Whispering sound. As an eternal punishment dragon, Yi Shao wasn't very clear about the strengths and weaknesses of the various dragon species, but judging from Darren's reaction, his bloodline seemed to be much stronger than that of the red dragon. Immediately, Yi Shao habitually sent out a scouting attack, and Darren's attribute panel appeared in Yi Shao's mind. Name, Darren. Race, red dragon. Rank, legendary. Level, 61. Health points, 165600. Attributes, Strength 8113, Agility 6778, Constitution 5086, Spirit 3067, Defense 5093. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Red Dragon Domain, Red Dragon's Roar, Fiery Dragon Breath, Sandstorm, Dragon's Claw, Powerful Tail Whip. A legendary dragon species at level 61. Shao was secretly surprised. Although Darren's rank was only legendary, his level was terrifyingly high. Shao checked the attributes of the other two red dragons and found that their levels were only one level lower than Darren's. It's clear that these three red dragons aren't exactly formidable figures within Dragon Mountain. They're probably just like lowly soldiers in a human kingdom. Otherwise, why would they have been singled out and sent here to check on Shao and Man? In other words, the adult dragons living in Dragon Mountain, even ordinary ones, are probably legendary creatures of level 60 or above. This is what shocked Shao. However, after sensing the terrifying dragon might and aura emanating from Shao, the red dragon Darren was in no hurry to take Shao away. What kind of territory do you need? Are there any specific requirements? Darren turned around and asked a question, lowering his body and becoming much more respectful in his words, his attitude making a complete 180-degree turn. He originally intended to simply throw Shao anywhere and get rid of him. But after sensing the terrifying dragon aura emanating from Shao, Darren immediately abandoned that plan. Although Shao is not yet an adult dragon, Darren can still feel the even stronger bloodline pressure emanating from him. Within Dragon Mountain, rank doesn't mean anything. What matters is the quality of one's bloodline. A sufficiently pure dragon bloodline often signifies immense future potential. If one's bloodline is strong enough, one could even become a member of the Dragon Council, the ruling power of Dragon Mountain. There, they hold the power to decide everything concerning the dragon race. Therefore, after realizing Shao's superior bloodline, the red dragon's attitude changed. I want to see the high-ranking dragons of Dragon Mountain. After noticing Darren's change in attitude, Shao did not rush to answer the question about the territory, but instead expressed his desire to meet the high-ranking dragon. These red dragons are just ordinary dragons from Dragon Mountain. You probably won't get any useful information from them. It's better to go and talk to the high-ranking dragons of Dragon Mountain. Okay, you can go, but Darren hesitated for a moment, then nodded, indicating that Shao could go over. He then looked at Man behind Shao and examined her carefully. The meaning was obvious. Man couldn't come along, because Man wasn't a dragon. Although Darren could sense that Man's bloodline was of a high grade, he was ultimately not a dragon. Shao also looked at Man, but he didn't expect Man to come with him. Man, you go with the other dragons and help me choose a good territory. I'll be right back. Shao instructed Man that they should definitely meet the high-ranking dragon of Dragon Mountain, and Shao certainly wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Yes, my lord. Man accepted the order, and then Darren nodded to the other two red dragons, who then flapped their wings and carried Man to the left front. All right, please follow me. As soon as Darren finished speaking, he quickly flapped his dragon wings and flew towards the center of Dragon Mountain. Shao lightly flapped his wings and caught up with Darren ahead, his body moving in tandem with Darren's. The scenery of Dragon Mountain also quickly flashed past Shao's eyes. Hold head high. Along the way, Shao could hear various dragon roars and cries from time to time, and he also saw many dragon species that he could name and those that he couldn't. Their auras varied in strength, and they lived in different environments. This is also an interesting phenomenon that Shao discovered along the way. The various mountain ranges of Dragon Mountain have ever-changing weather, including snowfields, deserts, lakes, forests, and nests. Dragons live in most areas, and the dragons of Dragon Mountain choose the environment that best suits them to live in. From this point of view, the living environment of these dragons in Dragon Mountain is quite good. Taking a trip around Dragon Mountain would probably feel like traveling the whole world. Shao couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark, as he had originally thought life on Dragon Mountain was quite monotonous. After all, the dragons were sealed away in Dragon Mountain by other races. In essence, This place is a cage for the dragons, used to restrict their movements. Red Dragon Darren carried Shao at full speed, flying towards the snow-capped mountain in the very center of Dragon Mountain. The snow-capped mountain in the center was the highest peak in Dragon Mountain. Chapter 133, Tiamat. As soon as Shao gang entered the Dragon Mountain area, and was still standing on the edge of the Dragon Mountain region, he saw that snow mountain. The towering snow-capped mountains are exceptionally majestic, standing tall and imposing amidst the surrounding mountains. From a distance, the mountainsides are covered in snow from the middle down, a vast expanse of white. As the place where the dragons live, Dragon Mountain is a very vast area. Even though the red dragon was flying at full speed with Shao, it took 2 or 3 hours to fly from the edge of Dragon Mountain to the vicinity of the central snow mountain. After flying to the vicinity of the central snow mountain, Darren's speed decreased, and he gradually descended to the ground. Shao also landed on the ground along with him. This is it. The Dragon God and several other members of the Dragon Council reside here, so we can't fly anymore. We have to walk. Darren explained to Shao with a look of reverence and awe. If it weren't for the fact that Shao had a superior bloodline, he wouldn't have bothered to say anything more to Shao. Shao nodded, seemingly unjonjernet. He hadn't always lived on Dragon Mountain. He'd found it in Sunset Forest, so he didn't have much of a connection to the Dragon God Darren mentioned. Then, Shao followed Darren along the road until they reached the halfway point of the snow mountain before stopping. Ahead lay a dilapidated road covered with huge footprints, most of which appeared to have been left by dragons. Besides, there are many potholes and broken areas, which look like they have been trampled. This road is a bit difficult to walk on. Shao looked at the road ahead thoughtfully. The devastation on the road ahead was completely different from the scene on the road behind. You'll have to walk the rest of the road yourself. I have no right to walk it. Darren turned to Shao and said that he could only bring Shao here if he wanted to see the Dragon God and the other officials. He, a dragon of low bloodline, was not qualified to go up and pay his respects. Shao nodded. The dragon race had a very strict hierarchy, something Shao had known from the beginning, so he didn't doubt Darren's words. Immediately afterward, Shao stepped onto it, and the moment he did, he immediately sensed something was wrong. 7 immense dragon powers pressed down on him, each one far stronger than his own. The combined force of these 7 powers created an unimaginable, terrifying pressure. No wonder this road is so bumpy. It's really difficult to travel on. Shao instantly understood why the road was so dilapidated. It must be because other dragons wanted to go up to meet the higher-ranking dragons and trample the road while bearing the dragon's might. Darren's statement that he was not qualified was probably true. In other words, he wasn't unqualified, but rather simply incapable of even getting up there. The mere presence of those 7 dragon mighty forces was enough to make his legs go weak, let alone climb up. Moreover, Shao took a few steps up and clearly felt the pressure on his body become even stronger. If it were Darren coming up, he probably wouldn't have been able to walk halfway before his body was completely crushed. However, this alone is probably not enough to overpower me. Shao roared and quickened his pace, continuing to advance towards the top of the snow-capped mountain. The first half of the road had almost no impact on Shao, but in the second half, Shao's speed gradually decreased, leaving deep footprints on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. He didn't know if it was because of the dragon's might pressing down on him, or because he was tired from walking, but he felt his legs becoming heavier and heavier. Later on, with every step he took, the road would sink in a section, which shows how terrifying the pressure Shao was under. Bang, bang, bang. When Shao dragged his heavy steps to the last few dozen meters, he could step over them and reach the summit. The pressure he faced here made Shao feel as if he were carrying a huge mountain on his back. Along the way, Shao, like many of the dragons before him, added many new pits to the road leading to the top of the snow mountain. We're up. Roar. Shao let out a low roar, his muscles bulged, and he suddenly exerted force with his feet. Suddenly, a large section of the road beneath Shao's feet collapsed, and the surrounding land also crumbled, forming a large spider web-like pattern. Boom! The next moment, Shao leaped up instantly covering a distance of tens of meters, and arrived at the top of the snow mountain. At the top of the snow-capped mountain, there's a large flat area, and further in are several huge circular platforms that resemble steps. These platforms are like naturally formed seats, and 7 enormous dragon bodies are lying on them. Standing before these 7 giant dragons, Yi Shao looked like a child compared to an adult. Yi Shao estimated that each dragon was 800 or 900 meters long, and the one on the far right was probably over 1,000 meters long. Yi Shao cast a probe at the largest dragon, and its level information appeared before his eyes. Name, Phil. Race, legendary dragon. Rank, king. Level, 95. Health points, unknown. Attributes, strength, agility, constitution, spirit, defense, unknown. Alliance, le fou neutral. Skill, unknown. His level 95. Yi Shao gaspit, secretly astonished. This was only one of the dragons. There were 6 other dragons to keep in mind. Yi Shao sent out a few more probes, and information about the other dragons appeared before his eyes one by one. Name, Mandel. Race, black dragon. Rank, king. Level, 95. Alliance, lawful evil. Name, Mitchell. Race, blue dragon. Rank, king. Level, 95. Alliance, le fou neutral. Name, Primo. Race, green dragon. Rank, king. Level, 95. Alliance, le fou neutral. Name, Oswald. Race, white dragon. Rank, king. Level, 95. Alliance, le fou neutral. Name, Edesh. Race, golden dragon. Rank, king. Level, 95. Alliance, le fou neutral. Name, Timamat. Title, Dragon God of Dragon Mountain. Race, 7-headed red dragon. Rank, Emperor. Level, 97. Alliance, le fou neutral. Emperor level. Yi Shao couldn't suppress the shock in his eyes. He hadn't expected there to be a king-level dragon. Chapter 134, The Black Dragon's Unfriendly Nature. This was the first time Yi Shao had ever seen a living, king-level creature appear before his eyes. And it was the Dragon God of Dragon Mountain. Yi Shao wanted to learn more information, but the attribute data he had explored was all he could display. As for the other information, it was all the same as the data of the legendary dragon, all showing a row of question marks, indicating that it could not be explored. Yi Shaoyuan thought that the largest legendary dragon was the strongest among the 7 dragons, but he didn't expect that the big red dragon with 7 heads in the middle was the most powerful one. Dragon God. After a brief moment of shock, Yi Shao quickly calmed down and finally understood why the Elf Queen had broken down so quickly when he mentioned the word Dragon God in front of her last time. Imagine a level 97 Emperor-level monster that breaks through the death zone without any hindrance. How many creatures in this world could withstand its claws? Keep in mind that even with the Elf Queen's strength, her level is only 90, which is just the king level. Of these 7 dragons, only the black dragon was of lawful evil, while the other 6 were lawful neutral. This made Yi Shao more wary of the black dragon. In addition, Yi Shao also noticed that the blue dragon was emanating an extremely rich water attribute aura, which was somewhat similar to the undead attribute that Yi Shao had acquired after his evolution, but was far more complete than the undead attribute on Yi Shao's body. The green dragon possessed natural attributes. The white dragon possessed divine attributes. And as for the other dragons, perhaps because they could conceal their auras, Yi Shao couldn't discern anything else. As Yi Shao observed the 7 giant dragons, each of them reacted in its own way. Some of them scrutinized Yi Shao, as if trying to see through him completely. Others glanced at him as if they hadn't seen him at all, and then looked away. Still others lay there with their eyes half closed, seemingly asleep. These 7 dragons could all sense the magical fluctuations emanating from Yi Shao, knowing that he might be investigating them. However, they didn't care, since for dragons, magical detection was merely a way to obtain information. Moreover, they wouldn't bother with a junior dragon like Yi Shao. Only the black dragon, after noticing Yi Shao probing him, stared at Yi Shao with a sharp, knife-like gaze, seemingly very displeased. No wonder the 3 powerful kingdoms on the continent joined forces to banish the dragon race. Yi Shao sighed inwardly. The strength of Dragon Mountain was indeed terrifying. With so many powerful dragons in Dragon Mountain, if they're not sealed off, other creatures in this world will never have a chance to rise up, and Dragon Mountain will continue to dominate the world, becoming a huge shadow hanging over their heads. Leaving aside the other dragons of Dragon Mountain, these 7 dragons alone, if they were to cross the death zone together, would absolutely bring devastating damage to the world. Every nation among the 3 great empires would tremble in fear. Moreover, Shao had previously speculated that one of the Dragon Clan's top combatants had left the Dragon Clan, which was why the Dragon Clan was sealed off. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens, there's another dragon in the outside world whose strength is unknown. However, judging from the current situation of Dragon Mountain, the top combat power of the departing dragons is at least at the level of an emperor, and there is a high probability that it is a super dragon of the emperor level or above. TSK. Looks like this is going to be a bit tricky. Shao couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The terrifying strength of Dragon Mountain was somewhat beyond his expectations. You must understand, his purpose in coming to Dragon Mountain was to bring it under his control. But this undoubtedly adds many more difficulties to his path of ruling Dragon Mountain. Are you a dragon from the outside world? What is your purpose in coming here? Oswald, the white dragon, who was second from the right, had been observing Shao with great interest from the beginning, and now he took the initiative to ask questions. I am a dragon from Sunset Forest, and I came here mainly to find out about my origins. Shao said that he had thought of this reason before he came to Dragon Mountain. This reason was the most appropriate and reasonable. He had also said the same thing to Red Dragon Darren at the time. Oswald nodded, his gaze scrutinizing Shao from head to toe, seemingly quite satisfied with Shao's answer. But Oswald had nothing more to say. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer Shao's question, but rather that he simply couldn't. Too many dragons had left Dragon Mountain back then, and many of them were no longer traceable. Moreover, Osvid, the white dragon, was not the dragon primarily responsible for checking the population size of his race within the Dragon Council, so he was helpless in this regard. Shao turned his gaze to the black dragon Mandel and found that the other party was staring at him with extremely hostility, which made Shao wonder, do I owe him any money? Boom! Just then, a dragon's might crushed towards Shao, and the source of the dragon's might was none other than the black dragon Mandel. So you're just a low-class dragon that ran back from the outside world. What good is it to come back? You're still useless and just a waste of Dragon Mountain's resources. Let me finish you off. Mandel's chilling voice suddenly rang out from the top of the snow-capped mountain, filled with murderous intent, its target Shao. Shao narrowed his eyes and bent his body, ready to flee and counterattack at any moment. Mandel is a king-level dragon. For Shao to go up against him with his current strength will be like an egg hitting a rock. So confronting Mandel head-on is clearly not a wise choice. Boom! As Mandel finished speaking, it suddenly opened its huge mouth and spat out a ball of dark green liquid towards Shao. Sizzle. Having anticipated Mandel's attack, Shao easily dodged it. A dark green liquid sprayed onto the ground, instantly corroding it like sulfuric acid, creating a large hole and emitting a hissing sound. You dodged it. Mandel seemed quite surprised that Shao was able to dodge his attack, while the other 6 dragons were also keeping a close eye on the commotion. Mandel's attack failed to finish off Shao, and feeling the gazes of the other dragons, he lost face. You're lucky. I wonder if you'll have such good luck this time. Mandel stared at Shao with extremely unfriendly eyes, his gaze turning even more sinister. Chapter 135 Dragon Council. In his view, Shao, a low-class dragon from the outside world, should stand still and let him kill him. How dare he hide? The next moment, Mandel leaped high into the air, his body hovering in midair, and rushed towards Shao at lightning speed. Shao's body tensed up. The black dragon Mandel was something he couldn't possibly contend with right now. He was already looking for an opportunity to leave this place. Mandel, that's enough. Come back here and be quiet. Just then, the large red dragon with 7 heads in the center suddenly spoke. It was the topmost and largest head that spoke. Tiamat's voice was extremely majestic and powerful, like that of a high and mighty emperor. When Mandel heard Tiamat speak, he paused in midair, and his momentum immediately weakened. Immediately, the black dragon Mandel flapped its wings and obediently flew back, lying down on the platform again with its eyes slightly closed, and immediately became docile. Black dragon Mandel, I've got it. Yi Shao gave Mandel a deep look. It might not mean much to Mandel, but Yi Shao was not a very magnanimous dragon. He would get his revenge on Mandel sooner or later. However, Yi Shao was not completely at the mercy of Dragon Mountain. He also had his own confidence and trump cards. The dragons of Dragon Mountain cannot cross the death zone or leave Dragon Mountain, but he can. Whether it's the sacred crystal or the undead attribute attached to him, it's enough for him to freely traverse the death zone. This is his bargaining chip in negotiating with Dragon Mountain. I can traverse the death zone on my own, and I can enter and leave at any time. Yi Shao did not hesitate and said in a deep voice, "Oh, what?" The 7 dragons reacted differently, but it is worth noting that they all focused their attention on Yi Shao, including the dragon that had been dozing on the stone platform and the black dragon. Their first reaction was naturally disbelief, and they were very skeptical of Yi Shao's words. After all, the death zone had existed for so many years, and they had never heard of any dragon being able to freely traverse it. To Yi Shao's surprise, the one who reacted the most was the 7-headed red dragon, who had remained completely calm throughout. Is everything you're saying true? Tiamat stared intently at Yi Shao, as if trying to discern the truth from Yi Shao's eyes. However, Yi Shao noticed that Tiamat's eyes were still flashing, clearly indicating that he was extremely agitated. And indeed, after hearing what Yi Shao said, Tiamat couldn't contain his excitement. It's important to know that apart from the true dragon god for thousands of years, no dragon from Dragon Mountain has ever crossed the death zone and left Dragon Mountain. This is the fundamental reason why the dragon race has gradually disappeared from the outside world. As far as Tiamat knew, getting into Dragon Mountain was easy. He knew of several ways and methods to enter Dragon Mountain from the death zone. However, getting out was practically impossible. This is why Tiamat and the other dragons weren't too surprised when they heard that Yi Shao came from the outside world. In the past, there have been several instances where dragons from the outside world had tried to find and bring back dragons from Dragon Mountain, but they were all eventually trapped inside Dragon Mountain and never came out again. After all, the Death Zone is a curse specifically designed to restrict dragons. If dragons were to be released so easily, the curse would lose its purpose. The necromantic aura within the Death Zone has no effect on me, and I'm not afraid of undead creatures. Yi Shao met Tiamat's gaze and nodded, giving him an affirmative answer. Good. After a few moments of excitement, Tiamat couldn't help but utter a single word, good. Immediately, the fluctuations in his eyes stabilized, his aura calmed, and he returned to a serene and composed demeanor. If what you say is true, then I have a request. I hope you can make a trip to the Sea of Time and bring back a dragon bone belonging to the dragon race. Tiamat looked at Yi Shao. Even though he was the dragon god of Dragon Mountain, he had no choice but to use the word request at this moment, since he needed Yi Shao's help. If you can successfully bring the dragon bone back, I can guarantee you entry into the Dragon Council and a place on equal footing with us. Tiamat paused for a moment, then added, stating the conditions he had offered. The Dragon Council? This was the first time Yi Shao had heard this term. Although all the dragons in Dragon Mountain knew that this name represented supreme power and glory, Yi Shao was not very clear about it when he first arrived at Dragon Mountain. However, seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the other dragons, Yi Shao knew that the Dragon Council was probably not so simple and must be quite influential. Yes, the Dragon Council. The Dragon Council is the highest-ranking entity within Dragon Mountain, a parliamentary group with absolute power and resources. In other words, if you join the Dragon Council, you are free to pursue anything you desire within Dragon Mountain. Tiamat, seeing that Yi Shao did not understand the status of the Dragon Council in Dragon Mountain, patiently explained it to Yi Shao, while also guiding him step by step. When Tiamat mentioned the Dragon Council, the other dragons involuntarily raised their heads slightly, seemingly quite proud. Sure enough, Yi Shao's eyes lit up after hearing Tiamat's explanation. Entering the Dragon Council means gaining the right to control Dragon Mountain, which is exactly what he came to Dragon Mountain for. Although he can't completely rule the entire Dragon Mountain yet, this could be a good start. No problem. Without much thought, Shao readily agreed. This was something Tiamat had personally guaranteed, so there was no reason for him to break the contract. Tiamat looked at Shao with some surprise, not expecting Shao to agree so quickly. He didn't think about it any further, but he didn't dwell on it. Okay, here you go. Tiamat opened his giant claws, and a beam of light appeared in his hand. Shao could clearly feel magical elements surging within them. Then, the magical elements intersected and formed a holographic map, with mountains and rivers clearly visible on it. Shao was amazed. It was the first time he had ever seen anything like this in this world. Chapter 136, Returning to the Death Zone. Tiamat gently waved his claws towards Shao, and the magical projection in his hand flew towards Shao. This is... Shao opened his giant claws and held the magical projection in his hands. This projection was a miniature version of the world. Within it, Shao could clearly see the overall appearance and location of Sunset Lake territory, exactly the same as when he looked down at Sunset Lake from high above. He could even see the flow of water. This is a magic map. The Sea of Time is located in the sea below the Orc Kingdom. This magic map can clearly guide you to the location of the Sea of Time. Tiamat explained to Shao, as if afraid that Shao wouldn't be able to find the location of the Sea of Time. The exact location of the Sea of Time has been erased from all the maps circulating outside. If you were to try to find the Sea of Time using those maps, you would probably search every inch of them and still not find any information about its location. Okay. Shao nodded. He noticed a small red standing out prominently in a sea area in the lower right corner of the magic map. That should be the exact location of the Sea of Time that Tiamat had mentioned. On the far left of the map, in the mountain range, there is a small green dot which represents its current location. Having this thing makes things much easier. Shao sighed softly, then clenched his claws, and the magic map in his hand shrank and merged into Shao's palm. If Shao activated his magic power again, it would reappear. All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. As for this matter, you'd better take care of it as soon as possible. Even though Tiamat is usually very composed, he couldn't help but get anxious when faced with this matter. Shao nodded and didn't linger any longer. He then leaped down from the top of the snow-capped mountain. Climbing from the mountainside to the summit was extremely difficult, but getting from the summit to the mountainside was much easier. Shao jumped down and maintained his speed all the way. In about the time it took to breathe, he had already reached the mountainside. Boom! Red Dragon Darren had been waiting on the mountainside when he suddenly saw a dark shadow descend from the sky. He was startled, thinking it was one of the adults rushing down from the snow-capped peak. You're still here? Perfect. Take me to see my territory. Shao was somewhat surprised to see that the Red Dragon Darren had not left yet, and then grabbed Darren to act as his guide. Shao wasn't very familiar with Dragon Mountain, so having Darren lead the way would make things much easier. Okay, please follow me. Red Dragon Darren lowered his body and couldn't help but look at the ground that Shao had trampled into pieces. The place where they were standing, which was originally relatively intact because it was not within the range of the Seven Dragons' might, had become dilapidated again after Shao's rampage. Thinking of this, Red Dragon Darren couldn't help but show even more respect for Shao. Being able to reach the top of the snow mountain by following this path was itself proof of his superior strength and bloodline. However, the fact that Shao jumped down unharmed in this manner was also a testament to the affirmation of Shao by the leaders of the Dragon Council. Darren was lost in thought, his mind wandering as he led Shao toward the southern part of the snow-capped mountains. If he knew that Shao had also reached an agreement with the Dragon God and had the opportunity to join the Dragon Council, I wonder if Darren's eyes would pop out of their sockets in shock. This is it. The territory I've chosen for you is right here. Before long, the Red Dragon brought Shao to the territory that had been chosen, and Man was also there. My lord. When Man saw Shao return, she quickly surrounded him. Not bad, this is it. Shao was extremely satisfied with the territory that Man had chosen for him, as its layout was quite similar to that of the Sunset Pool territory. Overall, it is a large, clear lake with a small island in the middle. Unlike Sunset Lake, the island slopes down from the middle to both sides, and there's no waterfall here. Instead, it is directly connected to a river. Overall, the environment is still quite nice, not much worse than Sunset Lake. Man, let's go. Shao love it to Yaman. He didn't intend to waste any more time at Dragon Mountain. Time was what he needed most right now, and he couldn't afford to waste any more. My lord, where are we going? Man was puzzled. Shao turned around, clearly not towards the chosen territory, but towards the death zone to the east. In other words, Shao was going to go out of Dragon Mountain again. This is what Man finds most puzzling. Shao had gone through a lot of trouble and encountered many setbacks to reach Dragon Mountain, and now Shao is leaving again after not even staying here for half a day. Nothing much. I made a deal with Dragon Mountain, and now I need to go out and take a trip to the Sea of Time. Shao gave a brief explanation and then flew straight eastward, as they were about to cross the death zone once again. Man followed closely behind Shao, running wildly on the ground at a speed that was no slower than any flying creature of the same level. Of course, this was because Shao deliberately slowed down, which was why he was able to catch up with Shao. Boom! Shao quickly arrived at the place where he had stepped into Dragon Mountain from the death zone. It was here that Shao and Man were surrounded by 3 red dragons. Huff huff. Man followed closely behind, having run such a long distance in one breath that even he was panting heavily. Immediately afterward, Shao's figure rapidly shrank, transforming into his second form in the blink of an eye, and then he was the first to plunge into the death zone. Man followed closely behind, transforming into his second form as well, and rushed into the death zone together. Practice makes perfect. Man and Shao walked quite a distance into the mountain, and only after they felt that the dragons of Dragon Mountain were no longer aware of anything did they take out the sacred crystal from their hands. The sacred crystal is one of Shao's trump cards that allows him to move freely in the death zone, and it is naturally impossible for him to reveal it to the dragons of Dragon Mountain now. Shao's actions were indeed correct. On the snow-capped mountaintop, 7 giant dragons stood in front, watching Shao and Man step into the death zone together. Chapter 137 Fishmen. The summit of the snow-capped mountain. Osvid, have you noticed anything? You seem to care a lot about that little guy. Primo, the green dragon among the 7 great dragons, asked Osvid, the white dragon beside him, a question. If we're talking about the 7 great dragons, who has the most say in the land of death? It's definitely not the 7 red dragons, but the white dragon Oswald. Oswald's holy attribute provides him with great resistance to death zones, allowing him to travel long distances within them without incident. Even the 7 great red dragons cannot travel as far in these zones as he can. However, the Curse of Heroes was too powerful. Even Oswald could not travel halfway through the death zone before he had to turn back. Otherwise, he would exhaust his strength and perish there. No, I just sensed a sacred aura emanating from him, which seemed even purer than the sacred aura I possessed. Oswald gave a rather blunt reply, then turned and walked towards his own round platform. That's strange. He can traverse the death zone. It seems his aura has assimilated with the aura of the death zone. The legendary dragon, Phil, watched Shao's departing figure thoughtfully, then turned and strode towards his own platform. The 7 dragons' gazes were all on Shao, and they didn't pay much attention to Man. Because Man's situation seemed exactly the same as Shao's. When they first entered the death zone, they did not show any abnormalities due to their resistance to the breath of the dead. Lord Dragon God, even if that little fellow does retrieve the dragon bones, should we really arrange for him to join the Dragon Council? Primo couldn't help but ask. After all, the Dragon Council was the power control center of Dragon Mountain. Although Shao did have great potential, his strength was still far from sufficient. That's right. How can we let him into the Dragon Council? Mandel the Black Dragon couldn't help but say that if anyone was the one who least wanted to see Shao join the Dragon Council, it was definitely him. Over the next few days, the dragons all turned their attention to Tiamat, including Osvid and Phil, who were walking toward the platform. They wanted to know Tiamat's stance on the matter. I've already spoken. If he really brings back the dragon bones, I will naturally guarantee his entry into the Dragon Council. However, you'll see, the place where dragon bones are kept in the vast sea is not so simple. Tiamat affirmed, but then suddenly stopped talking. He hadn't finished speaking, as if he was hiding something or had touched on some taboo that couldn't be spoken. This time, Yi Shao and Yi Man did not linger in the death zone. They easily passed through it and arrived back in the forest of the Elf Kingdom. Yi Shao and Yi Man quickly advanced southwest along the forest of the Elf Kingdom, alerting many elf sentries patrolling the forest along the way. The news that Yi Shao and Yi Man had reappeared in the Elf Kingdom was quickly relayed back to the Elf Queen's palace. Your Majesty, according to reports from the patrolling elven sentries, the Dragon Mountain Messenger and his men have once again been spotted in the forest. They are rapidly advancing towards the southwest of the kingdom. The light elf maidservant beside her compiled and summarized the messages that had been sent back and reported them to the Elf Queen. Really, the Elf Queen sat on her throne, lost in thought once more, all her last shred of hope vanishing. She had initially imagined that Yi Shao would suffer the same fate as the dragons who had previously retrieved Dragon Mountain, a mere imposter who ultimately became trapped within it. But now, that fantasy was shattered. The fact that Yi Shao emerged from Dragon Mountain so quickly speaks volumes. It seems the Death Zone is no longer effective in restricting the dragons of Dragon Mountain. Yi Shao didn't think too much about it. Because the sky above the Elf Kingdom was covered by anti-flying magic, Yi Shao could only run wildly with Yi Man. A day and a night passed, and the two quickly arrived at the southernmost tip of the Elf Kingdom. Here, the trees had thinned out, and large stretches of sandy beach appeared, bordering vast seas. According to Yi Man's information and other data, the southern sea area is basically the territory of the fishmen. Due to their natural advantage in the sea, even the three major kingdoms in the world can't do anything about them. Therefore, judging from the map, the three kingdoms have very little territory involving the sea. It's not that they haven't tried to incorporate the sea into their territory, but rather that they simply haven't been able to conquer the fishmen in the sea. Over time, the residents and armies of the kingdoms near the sea have been constantly harassed by the fishmen, which has caused great headaches for the three kingdoms. However, compared to the world's three great kingdoms, the merfolk are internally divided, lacking any sense of unity. Furthermore, the basic structure of the merfolk is already established, generally divided into 8 tribes. Each tribe is different in terms of ability, appearance, and lifestyle, which means they are destined to be unable to easily integrate and instead constantly fight each other. However, the 8 tribes of the Fishman race are evenly matched in strength, and even though they have been fighting for thousands of years, they have not been able to determine a winner. If it weren't for this, the Fishman race, if united, would definitely become the 4th largest kingdom, with a territory larger than any other kingdom. It should be just ahead. Yi Shao gazed at the vast sea ahead and murmured softly. The southern sea was boundless and had no end in sight. The ancient sea described by the 7 great red dragons belonged to one of these sea areas. Let's go. Let's go check out the front first. Yi Shao waved to Yi Man, signaling Yi Man to follow. Immediately, Yi Shao stepped into the sea. He enveloped his entire body in wind element and floated rapidly on the surface of the sea, making it look as if he were walking on the waves. As for Yi Man, he reversed the force field, reducing his body mass to the minimum, and then quickly ran across the sea. However, every step he took stirred up many splashes on the sea surface. Yi Man's physical strength was concentrated in his feet, making him appear far less graceful than Yi Shao from a distance. However, if he reversed his force field to its extreme, he could briefly glide, though that would consume too much energy. In no time at all, the beach was far behind Yi Shao and Yi Man. Chapter 138, Search Plan. Yi Shao suddenly let out a soft exclamation and slowed down. Yi Man followed Yi Shao and looked down into the sea, and soon discovered the anomaly. Suddenly, black figures emerged from beneath the sea and rapidly approached them, clearly heading straight for them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, figures emerged from the water, surrounding Yi Shao and Yi Man from all sides, each holding a trident-like weapon made of fish bones. Moreover, These people all have extremely strange appearances. They are generally similar to humans in appearance, except that they have gill-like organs on their abdomen and neck, and fins on their arms. Moreover, their clothing was extremely simple. They were all men, and only their lower bodies were covered with seaweed, shells, and other materials. Their upper bodies floated on the surface of the sea, and perhaps because of the refraction of light underwater, their feet appeared flat and narrow. This design allows them to have unparalleled speed and freedom of movement, even in water. My lord, these are the merfolk I told you about before. However, they should all be ordinary merfolk scattered around, and I don't know which tribe they belong to. Yi-Man was afraid that Shao wouldn't recognize her, so she explained it to him. It seems like they've come with ill intentions. Shao hadn't expected to encounter the fishmen so soon, only a short time after leaving the coast. He scanned the area. They were roughly 10 meters or so in size. Captain, these don't seem to be elves. They're not human. They seem to be beast men. Yes, the one in the back looks just like the Cyclopes from the Orc Kingdom. What kind of look is that? Even the shortest Cyclopes are over 10 meters tall. A dozen or so fishmen curiously sized up Shao and Yi-Man, pointing and whispering about them. These merfolk usually attack lone land creatures on the sea. In most cases, their victims are humans or elves. They rarely encounter the orc creatures of the Orc Kingdom because they are relatively far away. Never mind, just drag them all back. Yes, as long as it's edible, that's fine. Judging by its appearance, the meat quality should be good. Bang! Before the merman could finish speaking, Shao raised his hand and fired a fire element missile, blasting it into the seawater and creating a large patch of bright red on the surface. Ding! You have gained 500 experience points and 5 evolution points. Those annoying flies. Yi-Man, take care of them. Shao gave the order directly to Yi-Man. He didn't rush to deal with them at first because it was Shao's first time seeing the fishmen and he found it quite novel. So he let them live a little longer. However, these merfolk were oblivious to their surroundings, pointing fingers at Shao and Yi-Man, which already annoyed Shao. However, the strongest of these merfolk was the merfolk captain, who was only at the lord level. Shao had already lost interest in fighting such ants, and the evolution points and experience points he could get were not even enough to fill a gap between his teeth. Yi-Man responded and then attacked with domineering savagery, tearing a fishman next to him in half with both palms. Damn it, we've hit a brick wall. What are you waiting for? Run, run. After Yi-Man Shang tore another one of the fishmen apart, the dozen or so fishmen were finally jolted out of their shock by Shao's instant kill of the fishmen. They were just ordinary fishmen at the bottom of the hierarchy, usually only able to ambush and attack ordinary human fishing boats or lone elves. When they encountered powerful creatures like Shao and Yi-Man, they could only run away. Asterisk, splat, bang. However, they couldn't escape in time. Even at sea, Yi-Man's speed far exceeded that of these fishmen. In just a few breaths, all the fishmen were wiped out. The sea beneath Shao and Yi-Man's feet was stained crimson with blood. The fishmen's limbs floated scattered on the surface, and the fishy smell mixed with the salty smell of the seawater wafted around. Let's go. Shao waved to Yi-Man and continued to lead him quickly towards the sea of vastness. These fishmen soldiers were just a small episode in his and Yi-Man's boring journey at sea. Not long after Shao and Yi-Man left, the fishman corpses floating on the sea either sank to the bottom of the sea or drifted far away, but most of them were devoured by sea creatures. In no time, the sea returned to calm, and the water turned blue again, returning to its original state, as if nothing had ever happened. Soon, Shao and Yi-Man arrived at the location marked by a red dot on the magic map. There was an irregularly shaped mark around the red, indicating that this area was within the scope of the vast sea. Although the Sea of Time appears as a small area on the map, once you actually arrive here, you'll discover just how vast this sea is, stretching as far as the eye can see. It's a bit hard to find. It would be great if some merfolk could help us look for it. Looking at the vast and boundless sea, Shao's mind raced. Finding a piece of dragon bone in such a large area would be incredibly difficult for him and Shao, given their combined strength. However, based on what Yi-Man and the information he had gathered, Yi Shao also had a rough plan for finding dragon bones in the vast sea. His plan was simple, to find a merfolk tribe and rule it. If the merfolk helped him find the dragon bones, it would be much faster than the two of them searching for a needle in a haystack. We need to figure out a way to move freely in the seawater first. Yi Shao rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He now had a preliminary plan for the vast sea, and he and Yi Man needed to get started as soon as possible. However, since they are both land creatures, they cannot move freely in the sea, making it very difficult for them to govern a fishman tribe. Yi Man, go over there and look for some sea creatures. Let's have some appetizers first. Yi Shao pointed to the sea area on the right to Yi Man, while he himself quickly headed towards the sea area on the left. The fastest and simplest solution Yi Shao could think of was to evolve again. Unlike gaining the undead attribute, evolving to gain the ability to move freely in the sea is much simpler. There are many monsters in the sea. Yi Shao plunged into the seawater. On both sides, there were all kinds of monsters, colorful and of different sizes, as well as schools of fish. Chapter 139, Fish Clam Beast. Yi Shao used his tail to propel himself in the seawater at an extremely fast speed. The surging water startled a large number of fish, causing them to scatter in all directions. The originally orderly formation of the fish was also scattered, but they quickly regrouped. Why are they all ordinary monsters? Yi Shao frowned as he looked at the large number of creatures around him. Although there were many of these creatures, they were mostly unclaimed or monstrous, with fewer elite creatures and only one or two Lord-level creatures occasionally. Never mind, even a small mosquito is still a piece of meat. Yi Shao looked at these creatures and murmured softly, if we want to find legendary or even higher-level creatures quickly, we'll probably have to go to the deeper parts of the sea. However, now, he can only try his luck. Without hesitation, Yi Shao punched a shark-like creature that was biting him, piercing its upper jaw with a single blow. Ding! Gained 1,000 experience points and 10 evolution points. Blood splattered across the sea, staining a large area red. The shark-like creature quickly lost its life and gradually rose to the surface. In the ocean, most of Yi Shao's skills were unusable, and even if they were used, they were greatly limited and had limited effect. However, Yi Shao discovered that some of his skills were enhanced to a certain extent in the seawater. For example, lightning chains, crackling sounds. Lightning crackled around Yi Shao as chains of electricity were released. Due to the conductivity of seawater, the chains of electricity traveled extremely far in the water, and often a single chain of electricity would electrocute a large number of creatures. Ding! You have gained 54,100 experience points and 510 evolution points. Ding! Gained 61,000 experience points and 585 evolution points. Ding! Obtained Lord-level creature component, Sea Shark Fin. Ding! Experience points gained. Before long, a large number of biological corpses floated to the surface of the sea. Among them, Yi Shao also obtained several biological parts, but they were all Lord-level biological parts, which were too weak for Yi Shao and Yi Man to use for evolution. The scene in the sea to Yi Shao's right was far more gruesome than what was happening on Yi Shao's side. The surface of the sea was covered with the remains of marine life, and the entire area was stained red with blood. Yi Man's fighting style is extremely simple and brutal. Usually, people are either crushed to pieces by his force field or torn to shreds by his own bare hands. Therefore, compared to Yi Shao's side, the scene here is even more unsuitable for children. However, compared to Yi Shao, Yi Man's efficiency was much lower, and the number of creatures he killed was far less than Yi Shao's. Woo! Woo! Just then, Yi Shao and Yi Man both heard two strange sound waves. The sound waves were long and traveled very fast in the seawater. You could see that the sea surface was also rippling with circles of ripples because of the sound waves, and there were small water droplets on it constantly trembling. What is that? Yi Shao slowly surfaced and looked curiously toward Yi Man, because it was obvious that both sound waves were coming from Yi Man's direction. Splash! Splash! Suddenly, Yi Man's figure quickly emerged from the water, followed by a huge clam-like creature. The clam's shells were open, reaching 2 or 3 meters in size. If Yi Man had been a step slower, he would have been swallowed whole. The clam-shaped creatures are entirely blackish-gray, except that their shells are covered with sharp, long spines, making them look extremely frightening. The name on their heads is indicated as fish clam beast. The fish shell beast has a fan-shaped, fishtail-like biological component at its back, which allows it to swim quickly in the seawater. Even Yi-Man was almost eaten by it just now. A legendary creature? Wait, there's another one. Shao sensed the aura emanating from the fish shell beast. It was undoubtedly a legendary creature, but seemed to possess an even stronger aura than other legendary creatures. But when Shao turned his head, he saw another black shadow, similar in shape and size to the fish shell beast, rushing towards Yi-Man from both sides. It looked like it was another one. Immediately, Shao cast a probe at the fish shell beast that had surfaced, and all of the beast's attributes appeared before his eyes. Race, fish clam beast. Class, pseudo-epic level. Level, 41. Health points, 296,800. Attributes, strength 4913, agility 4878, constitution 4581, spirit 3546, defense 4693. Faction, chaotic neutral. Skills, bubble field, powerful bite, scent tracking, fish and clam launch, water jet. Pseudo-epic level creatures? Not bad. Two just right. Shao clapped his hands. He was quite lucky. Although these two fish shell beasts were not epic level creatures, they were pseudo-epic level creatures. In this area where the surrounding sea was full of low-level creatures, they were already considered lucky. Wow. The fish shell beast that surfaced, seeing that its ambush on Yi-Man had failed, plunged back into the water. Then, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the remains of some creatures around it. It seems they were attracted by the smell of blood drifting in the seawater. Shao looked at the two fish shell beasts thoughtfully. Yi-Man's brutal fighting style had inadvertently attracted two pseudo-epic level creatures. Perhaps he could use this method again next time he hunted creatures in the sea. It seems Yi-Man can't handle it. Shao glanced at Yi-Man's situation and said softly. Yi-Man was thrown into the air by the fish clam beast that attacked from behind. After several evolutions, Yi-Man's attributes are outstanding among legendary creatures, but there is still a gap between him and the pseudo-epic level fish clam beast, and he is also much lower in level. Without hesitation, Shao enveloped his body in wind element, and in an instant he appeared beside Yi-Man, slapping a fish shell beast back into the water. Woo! One corner of the fish shell beast's hard shell was smashed, and the sound it made seemed to be a scream, or perhaps a warning to Shao. Call! Just then, another fish shell beast broke out of the water and appeared behind Shao, opening its mouth wide to bite him. Watch out, my lord! Yi-Man's mouth gaped open, and he quickly reminded Shao that he had just experienced firsthand how troublesome the fish clam beast was. Chapter 140 Water Adaptation. Perfect timing. Shao shouted loudly. He had already spotted the fish clam beast that wanted to ambush him, and then he saw it turn around instantly. At the same time, Shao's right hand instantly transformed into a huge claw, exactly the same as the claw in his first form, even in length and size. From a distance, the enormous claws lay across the water's surface, while Shao's second form was somewhat disproportionate to the claws, yet it exuded an exceptionally domineering aura. Bang! Crack! The clam shell was shattered without a doubt, killing it instantly without any power to resist. Immediately afterwards, Shao's dragon claws returned to the size of a normal palm. Ding! You have gained 81,000 experience points and 810 evolution points. Ding! Obtained a pseudo-epic grade biological component, the water-based bead. Woo! Another fish shell beast originally intended to ambush Shao, but after seeing its companion instantly killed, it let out a wail and instantly realized that it had provoked a terrifying creature. The fish shell beast's fan-shaped tail swung rapidly, heading towards the depths of the sea opposite Shao. Trying to run? Wow! Shao leaped into the sea, his tail swaying rapidly, and in an instant, he intercepted the fish shell beast. Shao's punch stirred up the surrounding seawater, dissipating much of its force. Boom! Despite this, when the fist slammed into the clam's shell, the shell shattered, creating a small hole the size of a fist. The immense force propelled the clam's body directly onto the surface of the sea, creating huge waves. Wow! Shao followed closely behind and emerged from the water, then went up and kicked him again. Woo! The fish-shell beast let out a whimper and then died. Ding! You have gained 81,000 experience points and 810 evolution points. Ding! Obtained a pseudo-epic grade biological component, the water-based bead. All done. Now it's time to prepare for the evolution. Time is tight right now, so Shao doesn't plan to fully evolve. This time, he only plans to add one water-type bead for himself and Yi-Man. Because to fully evolve, he would need to spend 200,000 evolution points, and with Yi-Man added, it would probably cost 220,000 evolution points. However, even after just hunting down a large number of sea monsters, he had only accumulated 158,680 evolution points. He had no time to waste on grinding monsters and acquiring evolution points and creature parts. However, if only one water-type bead is added, the evolution points required will be much less. Shao needs 30,000 evolution points, while Yi-Man needs 3,000 evolution points. There's a small island to the southeast. Let's go there. Shao opened the magic map and quickly led Yi-Man towards the location indicated on the map. Evolution certainly cannot take place in the sea. It needs to be in a more stable environment. And in the vast ocean, small islands may be the only suitable place for evolution. Soon, a small island appeared at Shao and Yi-Man's feet. The sea breeze kept pattering on their faces, which was extremely pleasant. However, they didn't have time to enjoy this pleasant time. Whole head high, Shao let out a long, domineering roar, as if to say, "I've taken this spot. All other creatures get out of here." Immediately afterward, Shao's body swelled up and transformed into a black dragon over 170 meters long in the blink of an eye. Gah! Cracking! Whoosh! 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 Upon hearing Shao's long chant, hundreds of bird-like monsters suddenly took flight from the forest on the island, flying off to other places. Rumble. As for the land creatures on the island, they were terrified and ran frantically to hide in another corner of the island. It should work. After completing all this, Shao prepared to begin his evolution. He predicted that adding this pseudo-epic level water-based bead should allow him to move freely in the water. Begin the evolution. Shao silently recited the command in his mind, and the familiar system notification sound rang in his mind. Please select the desired biological component. The current body's genes can add up to 6 biological components. Add water-based beads. Begin evolution. After adding only the water-based beads, Shao immediately chose to begin the evolution process. Ding! This evolution will take approximately 2 hours. Evolution begins. Because only one biological component was added, not only were the required evolution points reduced significantly, but the evolution time was also shortened considerably. Then, a wave of sleepiness washed over Shao, causing him to fall into a deep sleep and begin this evolution. After this evolution began, Shao's body was no longer covered in black light. Instead, it was enveloped in a thin layer of mist-like blue light that slowly flowed around his body. As for Yi-Man, she had already transformed back into her original form along with Shao, becoming a giant over 70 meters tall. She was now standing beside Shao, diligently protecting him as he fell into a deep sleep. Compared to the time required for complete evolution, 2 hours is not a long time at all. It passes in the blink of an eye. Not long after, as the blue light on his body faded, Shao also woke up from his slumber. This time, after waking up, because the added biological component, the water-based bead, was only a pseudo-epic level biological component. Overall, Shao didn't look much different, except that his tail was a little flatter. There doesn't seem to be any improvement in strength either. Shao waved his claws, but didn't feel much pleasure from the increased power. He then opened the attribute panel to check it. Attributes: Strength 24150, Agility 21865, Constitution 21580, Spirit 17986, Defense 20850. Really? Shao checked and found that compared to the last evolution, The improvement in each attribute was not much, only a few hundred, not even 1,000. Compared to its 4 attribute values of over 20,000, a few hundred is nothing. Adapted to water. At the same time, Shao noticed that a new skill, water adaptation, had appeared on the skill panel. He was delighted. Just from the literal meaning, Shao had a vague guess, and then he quickly clicked to check it out. Aquatic adaptation. This allows terrestrial organisms to adapt to water, moving freely in water as they would on land, without any hindrance. It is an essential skill for terrestrial organisms to enter the water. Fine. Shao breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing that the evolution hadn't been in vain, as he had obtained a skill he needed most at the moment. Chapter 141, Lionfish Tribe. Although the water adaptation skill doesn't do much damage, it's very practical. With water adaptation, Shao can move freely in the sea, making the implementation of his plans much easier. It is worth mentioning that Shao's water resistance in his second form has finally changed, with a value rising to 2. My lord, Yi-Man asked uncertainly. Normally, it takes the lord at least half a day to evolve. How come it's done so quickly today? Yi-Man, you also need to evolve once, and you should go to the seabed as soon as possible. Shao gave a soft sound and called Yi-Man to his side without explaining further. Command evolution. Shao silently recited a prayer, consuming 3,000 evolution points. After quickly adding a water attribute bead to Yi-Man, Yi-Man also fell into a deep sleep. When Yi-Man evolved, he was enveloped in a blue light similar to that when Shao evolved. This time, the evolution time was shorter than Shao's, and he completed the evolution in less than an hour. Attributes: Strength 3461, Agility 2457, Constitution 2680, Spirit 2355, Defense 2466. Shao nodded as he looked at Yi-Man's evolved stats. Although a pseudo-epic level biological component was added, since only one biological component was added, the increase in each attribute was only around 1 or 200. As Shao expected, Yi-Man also acquired the same water adaptability skill as Shao in the skill panel, and in the next plan, he can move with Shao in the sea. As for Yi-Man's appearance, there wasn't much change. Her feet seemed to be flatter and larger, which would make her more agile and faster when moving in the water, but wouldn't affect her movement on land. Set off. Shao gave a soft shout, waking Yi-Man, who was still immersed in the evolution process. Yi-Man could sense that this evolution was not as significant as the previous ones, but he was still very excited. Immediately, Shao's figure shrank again, transforming into his second form, and Yi-Man also changed his form accordingly. The next goal is to find the fishmen. If they were to transform into their first form, the fishmen would probably be scared away by Shao and Yi-Man's powerful figures and terrifying aura before they even got close. Thump! Shao leaped into the sea and immediately activated his water adaptation skill. The surrounding magical elements pulsed continuously, and a layer of soft blue light enveloped Shao's body. However, being in the sea and concealed by the water, it was virtually impossible to tell anything amiss. Thump! Yi-Man also jumped into the sea. It was her first time using the water adaptation skill, and she was a little unaccustomed to it at first. However, after splashing around in the sea for a while, she quickly mastered it. Since fishman tribes typically live on the seabed, Shao and Yi-Man quickly descended towards the bottom of the ocean. Shao's tail swung rapidly back and forth, while Yi-Man's feet moved up and down constantly. However, their speed was no less than when they were running wildly on land. Oh, my child! Not long after they descended, a long sound wave suddenly traveled along the seawater to Shao and Yi-Man's ears. Immediately afterwards, a giant shadow, tens of meters long, suddenly appeared in front of them. The giant shadow was a whale-shaped monster, about 60 or 70 meters long, named Ice Whale. Shao noticed that its aura was that of a legendary creature. Ice Whale opened its mouth and lunged at Shao. What a hassle! Shao's face darkened. His primary goal now was to find the Fishman tribe. He didn't want to waste time on these creatures. However, since the prey had come to him, Shao naturally wouldn't accept it without hesitation. Shao's hands and arms instantly grew larger, transforming into a pair of enormous claws. By the time the ice whale realized the danger posed by Shao, it was too late. Shao's claws had already gripped the ice whale's upper and lower jaws tightly. Click! The ice whale's head split open instantly, and after struggling for a few moments, it went completely still, turning the surrounding seawater blood red in an instant. Ding! You have gained 40,000 experience points and 400 evolution points. Ding! Obtained the legendary creature component, Frostfin. Without lingering any longer, Shao and Man continued their rapid descent towards the bottom of the vast sea. As Shao and Man dived deeper, they encountered far fewer sea beasts than they did near the surface, but the sea beasts became increasingly stronger. Sea monsters are a level above the monsters near the surface of the sea. You'll encounter legendary monsters, or even epic monsters, from time to time. Having learned from the ice whale's lesson, Shao did not completely conceal his dragon might along the way in order to reach the seabed as quickly as possible. Instead, he subtly released a layer of it. Upon sensing the dragon's might, most of the sea beasts quickly retreated. Only one or two foolish ones dared to charge forward, but Shao and Man dealt with them in a few moves. Soon, Shao and Man arrived at the bottom of the sea of vastness. The environment here was mostly flat, with occasional mountain-like protrusions. Shao and Man searched the surrounding area together and soon made a discovery. Lionfish tribe. A fisherman tribe? Shao muttered something uncertainly. Shao and Man discovered that there were many fishman creatures in front of them, but then they noticed that the prefix of the names above their heads was Lionfish Clan. These Lionfish tribesmen moved in groups at the front, many of them carrying trident-like weapons. Behind them were many natural or constructed stone caves, from which Lionfish tribesmen frequently entered and exited. The Lionfish clan is similar in appearance to the ordinary fishmen Shao had seen before, but their bodies are covered with sharp spikes that are dark green and appear to be poisonous. They should also be a type of fishman, with a small tribe, which is perfect. Shao glanced at the situation of the tribe. The tribe was connected to the surrounding area, but the overall scale did not seem very large, and it was still within Shao's control. Almost without hesitation, Shao set his sights on the Lionfish tribe. The Lionfish tribe will now be under my command. Shao gave a soft shout, creating many small bubbles in the seawater. Then he swung his tail and quickly swam towards the Lionfish clan ahead, with Man following closely behind. Chapter 142, Lionfish Cathy. Boom! Before the Lionfish tribe members could react, Shao and Man had already appeared and descended upon their tribe in front of them. The powerful vortex created by Shao and Man directly knocked the first few Lionfish fishmen to the ground. Warning! Warning! The enemy has invaded. Go quickly and call Lord Lionfish. The fishmen who were overturned on the ground were ordinary residents of the Lionfish clan. The sentry in charge of patrolling the building in front immediately sounded the alarm. The reaction is barely acceptable. Shao watched the fast-moving lionfish merfolk in front of him and discussed them with Man. Although the fishmen didn't notice or react until Shao and Man arrived in the Lionfish tribe, because they moved so quickly, their response was still very fast. Thump! 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 Before Man and Shao could wait long, a squad of about 100 fishmen soldiers quickly assembled and surrounded them, raising their tridents and glaring at them with hostility. At the same time, Shao was also observing this group of lionfish warriors. Their strength was much higher than that of the ordinary fishmen he had encountered before, ranging from lords to legendary level warriors. Shao nodded in satisfaction. Although the number of these lionfish warriors was small, their strength was quite good. Looking at these lionfish warriors, Shao seemed to have already regarded them as his subordinates. Thump! Thump! Just then, the lionfish warriors in front of Shao suddenly parted to make way, and a lionfish fishman who was much taller than the ordinary lionfish warriors walked out from among them. A lionfish? The leader? Shao noticed that the name on the head of this lionfish was Lionfish Cassiopeia, which seemed to indicate that it was the leader of the Lionfish clan. Immediately, Shao cast a probe spell, and Cathy's attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Cathy. Race: Lionfish. Title, Lionfish. Rank, Legendary. Level, 50. Health points, 2200. Attributes, Strength, 4100. Agility, 3800. Constitution, 3750. Spirit, 2150. Defense, 3600. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Torrent Field, Divine Halberd Throw, Water Jet, Lionfish Charge, Poseidon Strike Combo, Poison Sting Shot. Only level 50. Yishao Fronet. Kashi's aura was the strongest among these lionfish warriors, yet she was only a level 50 legendary warrior, which made Yishao slightly disappointed. In fact, a level 50 legendary warrior is not considered weak among the Murlocs. Moreover, the title of Lionfish can only be obtained by the strongest Murloc warrior in the Lionfish race, representing great strength, high honor, and status. However, Yishao was used to seeing creatures at levels 50, 60, or even 90, so he now looked down on a level 50 legendary warrior. Who are you? Why have you appeared in my Lionfish tribe's tribe? Cathy glared at Yishao and Yi-Man, who were strolling leisurely, his brows furrowed. If he hadn't sensed the faint aura of danger emanating from Yishao, he would have already made his move. Lord Lionfish, we can't let them get away. That's right. Our Lionfish tribe isn't a place anyone can just come to. He also injured one of our people. Cassie could sense the dangerous aura emanating from Yishao, but that didn't mean the other fishmen could either. They all embellished the story and told Cassie their tales. Lionfish are the most powerful warriors of their Lionfish tribe, synonymous with strength and invincibility in their eyes. Dealing with these two alien creatures is a piece of cake. Me? From this moment on, the Lionfish clan will be under my rule. Yishao spoke casually, as if he were simply recounting an extremely ordinary matter, but his words were filled with an irresistible authority. Oof. What arrogance! If you want my Lionfish clan to submit to you, first show me your skills and see if you're worthy. Cathy stared coldly at Yishao, the tip of her trident slowly slicing towards him. If Cassie still doesn't understand Yishao's intention in coming to the Lionfish tribe by this point, then Yishao really needs to reconsider whether these Lionfish fishmen are worth subduing given their intelligence. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Yishao weakly beckoned to Kashi with his finger, almost yawning. Kashi's stats were far inferior to his, and Yishao had no interest in fighting him. Arrogant. Kill. With a roar, Casey raised his trident and charged towards Yishao. Although Yishao gave him an extremely dangerous aura, as the strongest warrior of the Lionfish clan, he could not back down at this moment. Go Lionfish Master. Lionfish. Let the invaders know the might of our Lionfish race. Lionfish. All the Lionfish warriors kept shouting at Yishao and Yi-Man, but then their voices suddenly stopped. Cathy raised her trident and flashed to Yishao's side, thrusting it at him. However, Yishao simply raised his arm slightly. When Yishao's seemingly weak arm easily blocked Cassie's trident without moving an inch. Instead, Cassie's body trembled, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. What? Bang! Yishao didn't have the habit of standing there and taking a beating without fighting back. With his other hand, Yishao slapped her across the face, holding back a lot of force. Without any suspense, Cassie was sent flying. Boom! Cassie crashed directly into a Lionfish clan dwelling, smashing a large hole in the stone house. What happened? It seems that Lord Lionfish has been defeated. Good heavens! How could Lord Lionfish possibly lose? Where did this monster come from? Its strength is terrifying. The surrounding Lionfish merfolk and warriors were mostly terrified. They couldn't believe that their most powerful Lionfish lord had been defeated so easily. This was unacceptable to them. Oof. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of those two? Exactly. We can all come at you together, if necessary. Bring out the seahorse. We'll all die together, no matter what. A small number of Lionfish warriors, after Kashi's instant defeat, did not retreat, but became even more excited. They were all furious and determined to fight Yishao and Yi-Man to the death. Chapter 143, The Terror of the Eternal Punishment Domain. Listening to the voices of the Lionfish warriors around him, Yishao frowned. He was gradually losing patience with these Lionfish. Hold that high. Immediately afterwards, Shao suddenly let out a long shout, and the water surge caused by the sound wave directly knocked all the lionfish clan members around him to the ground. Those lionfish warriors who had just been clamoring to perish together with Shao and who were charging at the forefront were directly knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Shao's body also rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal creature over 170 meters long, blocking the front of the lionfish tribe. At the same time, Shao no longer concealed his dragon might, and a terrifying dragon might was released. Shao's enormous true form and dragon might immediately put immense pressure on all the lionfish clans around him, and they were all stunned and stood frozen in place. Sea dragon. At this moment, Kathy crawled out of the damaged stone house and was startled by the scene before her. How could Hailong be here? He must have been sent by the White Shark clan. Could it be that the White Shark clan is going to attack our lionfish clan? It's over. It's over. Just one sea dragon is this strong. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the surrounding lionfish merfolk gradually recovered. Sea dragon. This was the first time Shao had heard the name Hailong, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. What truly caught his attention was that the name Sea Dragon contained the word dragon. He had returned to the vast sea specifically to search for dragon bones, so who knew if there might be a connection between the two? However, Shao didn't waste too much time on this. He wanted to subdue the lionfish clan first. Once the lionfish clan had submitted to him, he would interrogate them slowly, and then he would know everything. Damn it, they actually sent Hailong. We can't let the White Shark clan get away with this. I'll fight you to the death. In an instant, more than 20 lionfish warriors moved together, their anger soaring, as if they wanted to devour Shao Sheng alive. Still so lively and energetic? Then I'll add some more spice to your diet. Shao whispered something and decisively released the eternal punishment domain. A silvery white domain power rippled out from under Shao's feet. The silvery white domain power was like mercury and seemed to have nothing special about it. However, in an instant, the eternal punishment domain enveloped the lionfish tribe. All the lionfish caught in the eternal punishment domain felt a surge of weakness and exhaustion and collapsed to the ground after taking only a few steps. What's wrong? I have no strength left. What is this thing? I feel like I'm going to die. How could there be such a terrifying monster? At this moment, all the lionfish began to panic. Only then did they realize just how terrifying and powerful this dragon-like creature was. Even Cassie was no exception. Although he was still trying to appear calm, his eyes did not lie. His eyes kept showing a look of fear, just like the other lionfish clan members. He was dominated by the fear of facing Shao Shi. Within Shao's eternal punishment domain, Kathy's senses were the clearest. He could clearly feel his life points plummeting. If this continues, his life will likely come to an end soon. However, faced with all this, Kathy was helpless and could only watch as this strange domain slowly took away their life points. All the lionfish were filled with despair at this moment. They shouldn't have provoked this terrifying creature. Its power was simply beyond their ability to withstand. That's about right. Shao glanced around, nodded, and was very satisfied with the effect and deterrent he had created. He then deactivated the eternal punishment domain. After all, he came to the lionfish tribe to make the lionfish tribe submit to him, not to grind experience points and evolution points. Huff. That's terrifying. I felt like I was going to die. The moment the eternal punishment domain was lifted, all the lionfish creatures, like suffocating beings, greedily inhaled the surrounding air. All the lionfish merfolk who had just narrowly escaped death, except for Kathy, took a step back as they looked at Shao, their eyes fixed on him with extreme fear, still shaken by what had just happened. The eternal punishment field reduces health by 5% every second, and that's no joke. Although they were only enveloped in the eternal punishment domain for less than 5 seconds, even after leaving the domain, these lionfish merfolk still felt weak and would probably take a long time to recover. Now, can we have a proper talk? Shao spoke calmly, but his tone was light, yet it sent a shiver down the spines of all the lionfish clan members. The terror and power Shao had just displayed were already etched into their hearts. At this moment, only the lionfish Cassiopeia could still stand in front and face Yi Shao directly. The other lionfish lowered their heads when Yi Shao glanced at them. First of all, I'm not from Hai Long or his side. Secondly, take me to see someone here who has influence. Yi Shao gave a brief explanation, then adopted a commanding tone. He seemed to be speaking to the lionfish merfolk, but was actually addressing the lionfish Cassie. Not from Hai Long, but he clearly exudes a dragon's might. It's definitely not a sea dragon. He's far more powerful than a sea dragon. Yi Shao's words instantly caused an uproar among the lionfish clan. Kathy kept her eyes fixed on Yi Shao the whole time. When she heard Yi Shao say that he was not a creature from the sea dragon's side, Kathy breathed a sigh of relief. It would be too terrifying to be an enemy of a creature like Yi Shao, and the pressure on her would be too great. However, when she heard Yi Shao say that he wanted to meet someone influential in the lionfish clan, Cassie hesitated again, recalling what Yi Shao had said at the beginning. In the end, Kathy hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Follow me. Kathy told Yi Man and Yi Shao that even if he didn't take Yi Shao and Yi Man to see Chief Lionfish, with Yi Shao and Yi Man's terrifying strength, they could easily break in. Immediately, Cassie turned around and led the way. With Cassie's command, the surrounding lionfish merfolk instantly made way for her. Yi Man and Yi Shao followed behind Kashi, heading towards the interior of the lionfish tribe. Chapter 144, Tribal Chief. When they reached the center of the lionfish tribe, Kashi stopped in front of them. What appeared before Yi Shao and the others was an ordinary-looking stone cave. The main body of the cave is naturally formed, while some parts show signs of later modification. The dwellings of the lionfish tribe are all very distinctive, and the cave in front of us is quite beautiful overall. Lionfish Kathy turned to look at Yi Shao, then hesitated as she looked at him behind her. Although the stone cave in front of them was much larger than any of the stone houses or caves in the lionfish tribe, it was still too small compared to Yi Shao's enormous body. It probably couldn't even fit one of Yi Shao's giant feet. The first form is just inconvenient. Yi Shao also noticed the scene and immediately began to shrink, transforming into his second form in the blink of an eye. When Kathy saw that Yi Shao's figure had shrunk, she breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure that had been weighing on her heart seemed to have lessened considerably. Yi Shao's original form was simply too oppressive. This is where our lionfish tribe chief lives. He's inside right now. Please follow me. Kathy waved to Yi Shao and Yi Man, signaling them to follow. Creak. Then, Kathy gently pushed the door open, and an old lionfish man with a wrinkled face and many black spots on his body came into view. Yi Shao looked at the name above the old man's head. Angelo, the tribal chief. The prefix in Angelo's name clearly indicated his identity. He was undoubtedly the chief of the lionfish tribe. Angelo looked very thin. Yi Shao suspected that his skin was directly wrapped around his bones, as his blood vessels were clearly visible, and his entire body was covered with countless black spots. Because he was so old, the oldest fishman in the entire lionfish tribe, and his breathing was intermittent, Yi Shao was worried that before he could finish speaking with Angelo, the other man might die first. Lionfish, all of you. Angelo stared at Yi Shao and the other two with a look of fear on his face, his cloudy eyes also showing some terror, and he was stammering and unable to speak. He clearly knew what had just happened, and Yi Shao's power had filled him with despair. Now that Yi Shao had appeared here with Cassie, one can only imagine the complexity in Angelo's heart. Is it also legendary? Yi Shao didn't pay attention to Angelo's performance. Sensing the aura on Angelo's body, he had a rough estimate of Angelo's strength. Angelo's level is probably much higher than Casey's, but due to his age, he may not be able to unleash much of his full strength. If he were younger, he probably wouldn't be weaker than Casey. The chief of the lionfish tribe, right? I'm not some sea dragon. On the contrary, I'd like to ask you, what exactly is a sea dragon? Also, tell me about the 8 great fishman tribes. Yi Shao went straight to the point, asking directly that his main purpose in coming here was to govern the lionfish tribe, and there was no need to beat around the bush. Huff huff. Angelo calmed his breathing before slowly recounting the information about the 8 great fishman races. Our fisherman race consists of 8 tribes. The white shark tribe, the dragon whale tribe, the sailfish tribe, the giant squid tribe, the king crab tribe, the lanternfish tribe, the eel tribe, and our lionfish tribe. Angelo explained to Yi Shao the classification of 8 fishman races one by one. But when he got to the lionfish race, he couldn't help but sigh. However, my lionfish tribe has gradually declined. Among the 8 great fishman tribes, the white shark tribe is the strongest, and they are ranked from highest to lowest, down to our lionfish tribe. Angelo's voice gradually lowered, and at this point, Yi Shao finally understood why Angelo had sighed earlier. As the chieftain of the lionfish tribe, Angelo witnessed his race gradually become the weakest of the 8 fishmen races. You can imagine how dejected he felt. What about the sea dragon? What's the story behind the sea dragon? Yi Shao was still very interested in the sea dragon that he had heard about from other fish. We don't know much about the specifics of the sea dragons. All we know is that they're a force that suddenly appeared within the White Shark clan. The sea dragons possess powerful elemental forces that we simply cannot match. The White Shark clan is the most powerful fishman race, largely because of the sea dragons. Looks like I'll have to run around a bit more. After hearing this, Yi Shao pondered for a moment. The information he got from Angelo was far less than he had expected. Seeing Yi Shao deep in thought, the tribal chief Angelo felt uneasy, fearing that his answer might not satisfy Yi Shao and could bring about the extinction of the lionfish clan. Yi Man stood quietly to one side, while Kushi would glance at Yi Shao from time to time, her eyes constantly flickering, and it was unclear what she was thinking. From this day forward, the lionfish clan will rise to power. I can make you the overlords of the vast sea. After a moment of silence, Yi Shao said something to Angelo and Cassie in a very tempting way, his words filled with extremely strong confidence, and he had the strength and confidence to do so. What? Angelo shouted in disbelief. If you ask who wants the lionfish clan to become stronger, he, as the tribal chief, is definitely one of them. Kathy couldn't help but look at Yi Shao, her eyes shining brightly. Wasn't his goal, in striving to become stronger, to lead the lionfish clan to become powerful? Now, such an opportunity was right in front of him. However, I have one condition. All the lionfish fishmen must submit to me. Yi Shao said calmly that these were his conditions. He didn't have the habit of being a sycophant. If he could rule the lionfish clan, he would naturally support the lionfish clan to become the overlord of the vast sea. I promise. I, Lionfish Kathy, am willing to follow you, master. Before the tribal chief Angelo could say anything, Kashi had already taken the initiative, kneeling on one knee to show her submission to Yi Shao. Because she knew Yi Shao's power better than anyone. When he and the other lionfish clan fought against Yi Shao, he was at the forefront. When he faced Yi Shao directly, Yi Shao's strength deeply shocked him. The reason it is said to follow Yi Shao rather than submit to him is because this only represents Kashi's own personal will. The real decision-making power is still in the hands of Angelo. After all, he is the chief of the lionfish tribe. Chapter 145, Subduing the Lionfish Clan. Oh, Yi Shao glanced at Kashi with some surprise. He had thought that Kashi might be the one who resisted the most, but unexpectedly, she was the first to choose to submit to him. Let's give it another shot. Angelo looked at Cassie's reaction, gritted his teeth, and seemed to have made a decision at that moment. I, Angelo, chieftain of a lionfish tribe, am willing to lead the lionfish tribe to submit to you, my master. Angelo's voice trembled slightly, whether from old age or some other reason, but it was extremely firm. As he spoke, Angelo, like Kathy, knelt down on one knee to pay his highest respects to Yi Shao. With Lionfish Cassie leading the way and the strongest warrior in the lionfish tribe agreeing, Angelo didn't have many reservations. For him, the lionfish clan had become the weakest fishman tribe. Even some sea beasts in the vicinity sometimes disregarded them and even attacked his lionfish clan members. Now that we have this opportunity, why not give it a shot? Yi Shao nodded, quite satisfied with Angelo and Kathy's sensibility. With these two influential figures in the lionfish clan agreeing, the other lionfish clan members should have no problem. You'll be glad you made that decision today. Yi Man, who had been standing quietly beside Yi Shao, suddenly spoke up, his expression extremely arrogant, while secretly thinking that these lionfish were lucky. If it weren't for the fact that Lord Yi was new to the sea of vastness and shorthanded, they wouldn't have been so lucky to be under Yi Shao's command. Yi Man still believes that the best decision he ever made since birth was leading the Cyclops clan to follow the Lord. All right, get up, all of you. From now on, just call me Lord. Yi Shao didn't expect Yi Man to provide an assist at this moment. After glancing at Yi Man, he turned to Angelo and Kathy and said, perhaps due to habit, Yi Shao still preferred the title of Lord, and it felt strange that Angelo and Kathy suddenly called him Master. Yes, my lord. Angelo and Kathy responded in unison, then stood up. As for Yi Man's words, their eyes merely flickered slightly, and it was unclear what they were thinking. Kathy, go and gather all the tribespeople here. Prepare for a tribal assembly. Angelo winked at Kathy. Since he was leading the entire Lionfish clan to submit to Yi Shao, he naturally needed to let the other Lionfish clan fishmen know as well. Moreover, this is no ordinary matter. It concerns the life and death of the Lionfish clan. Therefore, we cannot simply issue a notification. A grand ceremony is required. Kathy nodded and went out to organize the event. Angelo then turned to Yi Man and Yi Shao again. My lord, please come with me, and I will have my people prepare a meal for you. Angelo bowed slightly and led Yi Shao out of the cave. They then followed the path to the right of the cave to a more spacious area before stopping. In this area, there's a long stone table surrounded by many stone chairs, all of which were carved, moved, and pieced together by the Lionfish clan fishmen. Angelo arranged for Yi Shao to sit in the very center seat, a position originally reserved for the chieftain of the Lionfish clan. Today, for the first time, someone other than the chieftain was allowed to sit there, which speaks volumes about its special significance. As for Yi Man, she sat next to Yi Shao, while Angelo sat on the other side. Soon, under Angelo's arrangement, many female fish people of the Lionfish clan served up various dishes, including fruits unique to the ocean and various sea beasts hunted by the Lionfish clan, which were presented to Yi Man and Yi Shao one by one. Yi Shao did not stand on ceremony with Angelo's hospitality. Having grown accustomed to large chunks of meat, Yi Shao felt as if he had returned to the real world for a moment when he tasted these exquisite dishes again. My lord. Not long after, Cassie returned and bowed slightly to Yi Shao. At the same time, she brought many lionfish fishmen with her. When these lionfish arrived and saw Yi Shao sitting in the main seat, they seemed to understand something. Some of the fishmen had even received inside information, and their eyes flickered as they looked at Yi Shao, then fell silent. The reason for holding this tribal meeting today is to announce something, which I'm sure you all already know, right? After seeing that most of the fishmen from the Lionfish tribe had arrived, Angelo climbed onto a nearby high platform and announced loudly, our Lionfish clan is falling further and further behind the other fisherman tribes in strength, and now we've become the weakest of them all. We can't let ourselves continue to decline like this. In order to make us strong again, we need a strong and wise leader. Therefore, I have decided to lead the entire Lionfish clan to submit to the Lord's rule and am willing to obey the Lord's orders. Angelo paused for a moment, then recounted the entire video of his submission to Yi Shao. Immediately afterward, Angelo stepped down from the platform, walked a few steps to Yi Shao's side, and slowly knelt down on one knee once more. The Lionfish merfolk around Yi Shao and their tribal chief Angelo remained silent, and the surrounding seawater seemed to quiet down as well. The fact that they were placed under Yi Shao's rule made each member of the Lionfish clan feel somewhat uncomfortable. My lord! Just as all the Lionfish merfolk were still hesitating, a voice broke the silence, and Kathy followed Angelo and knelt down on one knee. My lord! My lord! My lord! Immediately, one after another, the Lionfish merfolk around Yi Shao knelt down, expressing their willingness to submit. After all, even their strongest warrior, the lionfish, had submitted. In no time at all the lionfish fishmen knelt down on one knee, and not a single person had any objection. They dared not have any objections, because the domain Yi Shao released at that time was too terrifying, leaving an indelible psychological shadow on all the lionfish fishmen. With most of the lionfish having already submitted, the others had no choice but to follow suit and choose their allegiance. After all, this world belongs to the strong. In the vast ocean of history, this rule is even more naked and cruel. The law of the jungle is the only constant law of survival. Chapter 146, Lionfish Clan and Eel Clan. Very good. Shao clapped his hands, then suddenly stood up from the main seat. Although the submission of the Lionfish Clan was expected, he was still quite satisfied with their performance at this moment. At least he didn't have to put in any more effort. Get up, all of you. Immediately, Shao raised his hands in the air, and all the lionfish fishmen felt their bodies being lifted up by a force. Almost at the same time, everyone stood up from the ground. At the same time, these lionfish merfolk also sensed a faint dragon's might emanating from Shao. After sensing this dragon's might, they became even more convinced of Shao's power. In the following period, with the organization of the tribal chief Angelo, the atmosphere at the tribal gathering became lively again, and the tribal gathering was able to continue. The Lionfish tribe was officially brought under Shao's command, and everything proceeded very smoothly. The tribal gathering lasted for half a day before it ended. Afterwards, Shao, Angelo, and Mankai returned to the tribal chief's cave. All right, my next goal is to take down the Eel Clan. As soon as Shao entered the stone cave, he immediately turned to Kashi and Angelo beside him and said something. Next, Shao set his sights on the Eel Clan, whose strength ranked higher than that of the Lionfish Clan. The reason he told Kathy and Angelo was that he wanted to use the power of the Lionfish Clan fishmen to attack the Eel Clan. Shao also wanted to take this opportunity to test the loyalty of the lionfish. He wasn't going to be truly at ease just because these lionfish said they had submitted to him. Eel Clan. Angelo was taken aback. Hearing Shao's words, he hadn't expected that they would be targeting the other merfolk so soon. My lord, if we're attacking the Eel Clan this time, please take me with you. I've been wanting to teach that old bastard in the Eel Clan a lesson for ages. When it came to attacking the Eel tribe, Kathy was actually eager to try. In the past, he often suffered setbacks among the Eel tribe because he couldn't act freely. But things are different now. With Shao as their powerful backer, the Lionfish Clan has no more scruples when it comes to taking action. It's the perfect opportunity to go to the Eel Clan's tribe and get back at them. All right, KC, pass the word down and have all the merman warriors prepare to be ready at any time. Angelo originally wanted to say not to be careless, as the eel's strength was no weaker than that of the Lionfish Clan, but then he thought of Shao's strength, which was unmatched, and his terrifying domain power. So Angelo changed his word before they came out. Kathy responded and quickly went down to prepare. When Shao came out of the stone cave, all the lionfish warriors had already gathered in the open space not far away. To Shao's surprise, not only more than 100 lionfish warriors had gathered, but also many ordinary lionfish residents had come and stood among the lionfish warriors. Why are you all more excited than I am about a fight? Even Yi-Man couldn't help but wonder. Although he was usually calm as the Cyclops King, he was actually a violent maniac who always rushed to the front when fighting. This attack on the Eelfish tribe was no exception, but these lionfish tribesmen seemed even more warlike than him. Angelo seemed to see the doubts in Shao and Yi-Man's hearts, gave a wry smile, and stepped forward. My lord, actually, our Lionfish Clan was originally ranked above the Eel Clan, but we were later pushed down by the eels. As a result, our two clans have had friction more than once. However, in the past, they were just minor frictions, but many clansmen have been harboring a lot of resentment. Angelo paused for a moment. Actually, by this point, Shao had almost figured out what was going on. Many members of the tribe heard that you were going to organize an attack on the Eel tribe. So many of them. Angelo patiently explained to Shao that if his body hadn't been so old and decaying, he would have wanted to join the ranks of these lionfish warriors and go with Shao to attack the Eel tribe. At the same time, Shao also noticed that almost half of the Lionfish Clan fishmen were riding a seahorse-shaped creature that was twice the height of a person. Presumably, this was the seahorse that the Lionfish Clan fishmen had mentioned earlier. Seahorses swim extremely fast in the sea, even faster than ordinary mermaids, and their overall physical abilities, such as endurance and defense, are also exceptionally good. When the Lionfish Clan travels long distances to fight, they mainly ride these sea creatures. The combination of the two enhances their combat effectiveness to a certain extent. In that case, let's set off. Conquer the eel tribe. Shao pointed towards the southeast sea. In that direction, the eel tribe's tribe was located. At Shao's command, lionfish Cassiopeia and Man took the lead and swam swiftly towards the southeastern sea, followed by hundreds of menacing lionfish fishmen. Shao also caught up with them, and with a flick of his tail, he quickly caught up with Man and the others ahead. After only 2 or 3 hours, even though the light was very weak underwater, Shao was able to see a mermaid tribe that was larger than the lionfish tribe in the distance. Are those the creatures from over there? Man couldn't help but ask. It's hard for the mermaid tribe ahead not to be noticed, because in this tribe, flashes of electricity can be seen from time to time, briefly illuminating the surrounding scenery, looking like streaks of electric snakes from a distance. Yes, the eel tribe is just ahead. The eel tribe is born with the ability to use electric magic. The eel tribe is stronger than us, but not by much. The lionfish Kathy, who was standing next to Man, explained the situation to Shao as well. Born with the ability to use electric magic? Interesting. After learning about the situation of the eel clan, Shao simply nodded, but he didn't take it seriously. If he wanted to, with his strength, he could completely annihilate the eel clan in a very short time. Man, you're in charge of the initial battle, leading the lionfish clan to attack the eel clan. I don't care what methods you use, just crush the eel clan as soon as possible. With the eel clan right in front of them, Shao immediately gave Man the order to attack. Shao had no interest in taking action against a small tribe like the eel clan. To put it bluntly, the eel clan is not yet qualified to be Shao's prey. Moreover, he trusts Man. So far, Man has never disappointed him in any battle. Chapter 147 Attack on the Eel Clan. Yes, my lord. Man responded in a deep voice, but his hands were already rubbing together, eager to tear these eel-like fishmen apart. Man's current strength has far exceeded the limit of legendary creatures. Although he has not yet reached the pseudo-epic level, he is close. After these 2 evolutions, Man had always wanted to test his strength, but he had never seriously engaged in a biological battle. Generally, either the monsters they face are too weak, causing them to be instantly killed by Man, or they are too strong, causing them to be instantly killed by Shao. The eel clan is a perfect opportunity for Man to test his own strength. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. When Kathy and the other lionfish fishmen saw Shao looking over, they quickly responded, indicating that they would cooperate with Man's instructions and actions. Very good. Go. Shao waved his hand forward, and Man Kai and the other lionfish warriors moved in unison. Wherever they passed, the seawater surged and a thick layer of sand was stirred up, rushing downwards like a locust swarm. Shao remained still, standing on high ground and watching from afar as Man and the others began to move. Although the eel clan is just a small fishman tribe, the strength of its powerful members is probably comparable to that of the lionfish Cassius, while Man's attributes are somewhat inferior to Cassius's. Shao's purpose in having Man lead the lionfish clan in the attack was to intentionally cultivate Man. Man is destined to become Shao's right-hand man. If he doesn't even have this much courage and ability, what use is he? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Just as Man led the lionfish clan warriors to appear, sharp-eyed sentries immediately spotted them and sounded the alarm. What's going on? Who dares to attack our eel tribe? Is it a sea monster? I can't see very clearly, but looks like the bottom of the lionfish clan. All the eel tribe members immediately went on alert. As Man led the lionfish tribe mermen charging in, the flying sand and mud splashed up made it difficult for the eel warriors to see Man and Cassie clearly until they got closer. The moment the enemy attack alarm sounded, all the eel tribes sprang into action, and even the tribal chiefs of the eel fishmen rushed out immediately. So it was those cowards. Are they crazy? How dare they attack our eel tribe? Fortunately, it wasn't sea monsters or other fishman tribes. When all the eel people saw that it was the lionfish who were attacking, they breathed a sigh of relief. Almost all the eel fishmen knew that the lionfish were not as strong as them. In the past, the lionfish clan had organized several attacks against the eel clan, but in the end, the lionfish clan always suffered defeats and was defeated by the eels. That lionfish guy is here too. I was just wondering how to catch them all in one fell swoop, but he delivered himself right to my doorstep. Andre, the chieftain of the eel tribe, was standing at the forefront of the tribe. As he watched the lionfish Cassie charge towards him, his eyes narrowed slightly. He completely ignored Yi-Man, who was standing next to Cassie. Unlike the elderly lionfish tribe chief Angelo, Andre is in his prime, and he is also known as the Electric Eel, the strongest warrior among the eel tribe. Although Andre's strength is not as great as Cassius, his cooperation with other eel tribe fishman warriors and his troublesome electric element make it difficult for him to gain the upper hand in every battle. Before long, Yi-Man led all the fishman warriors to the front of the eel tribe. Yi-Man, as the commander of this attack, was positioned in the very center of the formation, while Kushi stood beside him, half a step behind. This positioning caused Andre to frown, and for the first time, he took Yi-Man seriously. Kashi, it's been a while, and you've become quite timid. Why are you hiding behind a barbarian today? Although Andre kept a close eye on Yi-Man ahead, he still spoke up and mocked Kathy. You, Kathy shouted. As the saying goes, enemies are especially hostile when they meet, but when she saw Yi-Man in front of her, Kathy swallowed back what she was about to say and fell silent. Snort. Yi-Man responded to Andre with only a cold snort and icy killing intent. Kathy's retreat did not make Andre feel smug. Instead, he looked at Yi-Man with a deeper sense of apprehension, his gaze revealing even greater wariness towards Yi-Man. Bang! Drink up! Yi-Man slammed his right fist into his chest, let out a roar, and his body instantly expanded, transforming into a giant over 70 meters tall in the blink of an eye. What's going on? It's a Cyclops. Isn't the Cyclops in the Orc Kingdom? How did he end up in the sea? What a terrifying aura. Yi-Man's enormous figure suddenly appeared in front of the eel tribe, and all the eel tribe members were shocked. They had seen Cyclopes before, but this was the first time they had ever seen a Cyclope that could move freely in the sea, and with such a powerful aura. Even the Lionfish clan was shocked when they first saw Yi-Man's first form. That bastard! Where did he find these accomplices? Upon seeing this, Shao couldn't help but curse, and a bad premonition welled up in Andre's heart, which might disrupt the balance of power between the two races. Drink it! Yi-Man suddenly roared, and his force field instantly spread out, enveloping the eel-like fishmen in front of him. In an instant, the eelmen enveloped by the force field felt as if 1,000 pounds of weight were pressing down on them, their bodies almost falling apart, and even breathing became difficult. However, the area covered by the force field was less than 1/10 the size of the eel tribe. If it weren't for the uncontrollable nature of the corruption domain, Yi-Man was afraid of accidentally harming the Lionfish clan warriors behind him. With the ocean as a flowing medium, he believed that the entire eel clan tribe could be enveloped in a very short time. Back off! Back off! As expected of the chieftain of the eel tribe, Andre immediately determined that the force field's coverage area was not wide and quickly ordered his tribesmen to retreat. Snort! As for Andre himself, he did not retreat an inch, facing Yi-Man head-on. Although Yi-Man's force field was powerful, it had limited restrictive effect on him, and he could still withstand it. Our chance to avenge ourselves has arrived. Take down the eel clan. Kill! Yi-Man's voice was like thunder, and it was incredibly alluring to all the Lionfish clan members. Chapter 148 One Kick, One Kill. Kill them. Take down the eel clan. The Lionfish clan will prevail. Charge! Let the eel tribe know how powerful we are. At Yi-Man's command, the morale of all the Lionfish clan members soared, and they charged towards the eel clan with shouts of battle. They attacked the eel clan with absolute determination to win. With a powerful backer like Shao, they were practically invincible, and every Lionfish clan member was full of confidence. In contrast, the eel men were initially enveloped by Yi-Man's force field and suffered setback. Now, their morale has been further suppressed by the Lionfish tribe. Not good, Andre thought to himself. The eel tribe's fishmen had retreated too much just now. If the lionfish tribe's warriors were to launch another attack now, they would probably lose many of their tribesmen. Crackling sounds. Suddenly, lightning crackled violently around Andre, forming a lightning field that instantly illuminated the surrounding sea. He had to stop the lionfish warriors charging on seahorses and give the eel clan time to recover. Little bug, don't be in such a hurry to leave. E-Man flashed in front of Andre, blocking his way, and said a mocking remark. Upon hearing this, Andre's face instantly darkened. It's true, Andre's nearly 2-meter height appeared particularly miniature compared to E-Man's massive frame. Moreover, eels are generally quite slender, giving them a somewhat worm-like appearance. Get out of my way. Andre gripped a spear-like weapon and swung it at E-Man with all his might. Bang! Again! E-Man was knocked back more than 10 steps before stopping, but looking at Andre, she felt a strong fighting spirit. So strong. What a tough opponent. When Andre saw that his powerful attack had only managed to repel E-Man, his heart sank. He knew that if he couldn't defeat the Cyclops in front of him, he could forget about helping the other eel tribes, especially with the lionfish Cassie watching him like a hawk. Crackling. Immediately afterwards, Andre's electric field seemed to flicker even more intensely, bursting out with dazzling light, and his main target shifted from the lionfish warriors to E-Man. Perfect timing. E-Man stomped on the ground, and a dazzling red light erupted from his body. Immediately afterward, lava-like patterns appeared on his body. Andre was startled. He clearly sensed that E-Man's aura was beginning to surge. Click! The sand and gravel beneath E-Man's feet shattered instantly. The next moment, E-Man's figure appeared beside Andre at an incredible speed. The lightning and the electric field swept towards E-Man, who withstood the electric field head-on. Bang! Andre was caught off guard and could only barely protect his sides with his hands, but he was still smashed into the ground by E-Man's punch. Yes, that's it. Shao stood at a distance, quietly watching this scene, and gave a thumbs up. He knew that E-Man's attribute values were somewhat lower than Andre's, but at this moment, he had used his skill advantage to gain the upper hand, which was quite good. Wow, what incredible strength. After 2 or 3 breaths, Andre crawled out of the ground and took a deep breath. Chief, are you all right? Just then, 4 figures of eel warriors appeared behind Andre, each possessing legendary strength. It's all right. Form formation and take this guy down first. Andre waved his hand and instead turned his gaze to E-Man. 4 legendary eel warriors occupied the 4 corners around Andre, their auras intertwining, instantly boosting Andre's own aura by more than 1 level. And their target was E-Man. Hey, old man, have you forgotten about me? I've been waiting for this move. Kathy's figure darted out from behind E-Man, heading straight for Andre. Andre was only able to gain the upper hand before, because of this move. Along the way, Kathy had already told E-Man about Andre's tricks one by one, and E-Man had already made corresponding preparations. Grass! Even Andre, the tribal chief, couldn't help but swear at this moment, quickly turning his attention to deal with the attacking Kashi, but he was too busy to deal with E-Man. Bang! 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 Andre and Kathy clashed and clashed, but it was clear to anyone with eyes that Kathy was already at a disadvantage. However, E-Man was not idle either. With a flash, he withstood the electric field and punched a legendary warrior next to Andre, sending him flying. Andreas aura weekend instantané. Kathy relentlessly clung to Andre, preventing him from returning to help. Then, E-Man used the same tactic again, kicking the other 3 legendary eel warriors away one by one. The situation reversed instantly. Kathy, who was originally at a disadvantage, was now dominating Andre, pinning him to the ground and grinding him into the ground. She finally got her revenge for the humiliation she had suffered at Andre's hands before. E-Man nodded to Kathy and then rushed towards the battlefield where the Eel Clan and Lionfish Clan were fighting. The outcome of the battle between Andre and Kathy was basically decided. After the initial onslaught, the Eel tribe quickly recovered and organized a counterattack, now locked in fierce combat with the Lionfish warriors. Get out of the way! E-Man shouted at the Lionfish warriors around him, and then charged towards the Eelfish mermen who had nowhere left to retreat. Before the Eelmen, who had just felt relieved, could even rejoice. A giant foot came flying towards them. The remaining merfolk were mostly Lord-level warriors, with only a small number being legendary level, but they were all just ordinary legendary level warriors. Bang! 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 Yi-Man's brute strength was terrifying. Even legendary level merfolk couldn't withstand the force of Yi-Man's kick and were sent flying. Not to mention other Lord-level beings. Sometimes Yi-Man would kick several of them away with one kick. As for the lionfish warriors, they had already retreated far away, fearing that Yi-Man would kick them away as well. Now, this place has completely become Yi-Man's performance time. The entire eel tribe is no match for Yi-Man. Even if they all attacked together, they couldn't stop Yi-Man in the slightest. Gulp! The lionfish warriors couldn't help but swallow hard. Only now did they realize how terrifying the usually silent Cyclops next to Shao was. Chapter 149, The Eel Clan Submits. By this time, Yi-Man had basically taken over all the work that originally belonged to the lionfish warriors. They were supposed to be fighting the eel tribe fishmen, but now they could only cling to Yi-Man's back, doing the statistical work of counting how many eel tribe fishmen had lost their fighting ability and how many were old, weak, sick, or disabled. Before long, the eel tribe mermen were lying all over the ground. At this point, not a single eel tribe merman could stand up, because Yi-Man would kick any merman who was standing. Not only that, every fishman lying on the ground was injured, many with broken arms and legs, and some weaker eel fishmen were kicked to death by Yi-Man. No. Andre's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. He had finally managed to catch his breath from the battle with Kathy. But when he turned around, he saw this scene that filled him with despair. Even as the chieftain of a mermaid tribe, Andre could not withstand such a blow and collapsed completely. Bang! Ugh! We surrender. We surrender. We, the Eel Clan, are willing to submit to the Lionfish Clan. Andre took a blow from Kashi and was knocked down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even so, he still managed to shout out his surrender at the top of his lungs. Because he discovered that after Yi-Man knocked down all the Eel Clan fishmen, he still had no intention of letting them go. He wanted to finish them off and leave them no way out. Left with no other choice, Andre had to surrender. If things continued like this, the Eel tribe might not submit to the Lionfish tribe, but they would definitely face their demise. Upon hearing Andre's words, Kathy stopped what she was doing and looked at Yi-Man. If it were Casey, he would definitely kill without hesitation. Now, even Andre's life and death are in his hands, so Casey would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity to wipe out the Eel Clan. But now that they are all under Yi Shao's control, they can no longer do whatever they want as before. Andre's life or death now depends on Yi-Man's reaction, and the decision is entirely in his hands. Oh, surrender? Yi-Man tilted his head to look at Andre and stopped what he was doing. He hadn't expected Andre to surrender so readily. Yes, we the Eel Clan are willing to submit to you. As if grasping at a straw, Andre changed his tune. He had originally said he would submit to the Lionfish Clan, but now he was submitting to Yi-Man. Although Andre didn't understand why Keishi would listen to Yi-Man, who was weaker than him, it was clear that Yi-Man was the backbone of their group. All right, I'll give you a chance then, but you should submit to the Lord, not me. Yi-Man nodded to Kashi, and Kashi released the restrictions on Andre. My lord. Andre was puzzled, not understanding who the Lord Yi-Man was talking about was. He had lived in the seas for so long and had never heard of such a person. My lord. Just then, before Andre could ask any more questions, Yi-Man bowed down behind Andre. My lord. My lord. Following closely behind Yi-Man, Kashi and the other lionfish warriors also reacted instantly, noticing Yi Shao behind them. They all bowed down, paying their highest respects to Yi Shao. This respect was heartfelt, and after conquering the Eel Clan, it made them completely convinced of Yi Shao's abilities. Andre naturally noticed the conviction in the eyes of Kathy and the Lionfish Clan's mermaid warriors, and curiously looked behind him. A figure, whose every move drew attention, strolled slowly towards them. It was as if this wasn't a battlefield between two tribes, but rather a leisurely stroll. Yi-Man, you did a great job this time. Yi Shao praised Yi-Man generously, and Yi-Man was somewhat flattered. as it was quite rare to hear such high praise from Shao. My lord, the eel tribe has declared its submission. What do you think? Yi-Man inquired whether or not to accept the submission of the eel tribe. Ultimately, it would depend on the lord's decision. Submission? Shao glanced at Andre and the eel men lying all over the ground, not expecting them to surrender so readily. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Faced with the threat of death and annihilation, nothing else matters. Yes, my lord, I, Andre, am willing to lead the eel clan to submit to your greatness. Please let us follow in your footsteps. Before Yi-Man could reply, Andre spoke first. As he spoke, he knelt down on one knee before Shao, his actions extremely decisive and swift. Judging from Yi-Man and Ku Shi's reactions, the person in front of them should be the mastermind behind the scenes. They can't possibly mistake the target again when they submit. Yi-Man, you shall bring all of these under my command as well. Shao gave Yi-Man some instructions. He didn't have the energy to handle these trivial matters personally. Upon hearing Shao's words, Yi-Man responded and went to handle the matter. As for Andre, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to save the eel clan. But Andre remained kneeling on one knee on the ground, and dared not get up without Shao's permission. Yi-Man organized the lionfish warriors, moving them around among the eelfish mare folk lying on the ground. Soon, some of the less injured eelfish mare folk were the first to stand up, followed one by one. But some eelfish mare folk would never get up again. When these eel men saw Andre kneeling on one knee, they fell silent after receiving the message of submission. But they quickly accepted the reality and then knelt down on one knee one after another. I am willing to submit to you, my lord. I am willing to submit to you, my lord. I am willing to submit to you. A short while later, Yi-Man returned and came to Shao's side. Reporting to your lord, the eel clan has submitted to you. We have a total of 107 merfolk warriors and 315 ordinary merfolk residents, including 16 legendary creatures. After reviewing, organizing, and summarizing the statistical data and information obtained from the Lionfish Clan warriors, Yi-Man began to report the situation of the Eel Clan to Shao. Chapter 150 Victory Celebration Banquet. Shao nodded as he listened to Yi-Man's report. The situation was somewhat different from that of the Lionfish Clan. The Eel Clan had been defeated and forced to submit by Yi-Man. They first pledged their loyalty to the Lionfish Clan and then submitted to Yi-Man. Finally, it was Shao's turn. After going through this process 3 times, their loyalty was probably quite limited, but Shao didn't care. For Shao, the allegiance of the Eel tribe was unimportant. What mattered was the genuine allegiance of the Lionfish tribe. With the Lionfish tribe's support, Shao was confident he could conquer the entire vast sea. After Yi-Man finished reporting, Shao turned his gaze to Andre, who was still kneeling on one knee, and slowly walked over step by step. All the creatures in the arena watched this scene in silence. At this moment, although Shao did not deliberately release his power, a powerful aura suddenly enveloped all the creatures around him. Whether it was the Eel Clan or the Lionfish Clan, every fishman dared not even breathe loudly. Shao and Andre were not far apart, but when Shao walked over, Andre felt that every second was so long, and feelings of fear and unease welled up from the bottom of his heart. Today, I will temporarily place you and your people under my rule, regardless of your loyalty. But if I discover that you have betrayed me, or that any of you are of a different kind, I may let you live today, but another day, I might just throw you to feed the sea monsters. Shao paused, then continued in a deep voice, and as he finished speaking, a terrifying dragon's might pressed down on Andre. Although the dragon's might only lingered for a moment before Shao withdrew it, it still caused Andre to groan and sway. Only then did Andre realize just how terrifying Shao was. The intense pressure almost suffocated him. Get up, all of you. Shao then turned around and whispered something to Andre and all the eelmen who were still kneeling. They breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up from the ground. When Andre stood up from the ground, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground, perhaps because his body was stiff from kneeling for so long, or perhaps because of the lingering effects of Yi Xiaolong's power. It was at this moment that Yi realized that Andre's back was already soaked with sweat. The first battle on the vast sea of changes ended with Andre leading the entire eel clan to submit to Shao. Let's go. Back to the lionfish tribe. Shao waved to Yi Man and Ku Shi, then headed back to the lionfish clan's house ahead of the others. Yi Man and Ku Shi were a bit slower, as they still had to collect the spoils of war, and the eel clan, like the lionfish clan, had been incorporated into Shao's command, so they would have to take them with them on the return trip. However, Shao's pace was not very fast, and Yi Man and the others caught up quickly after they finished packing. Along the way, all the lionfish held their heads high, and the seahorses beneath them seemed to sense their master's emotions, their movements appearing even more majestic. As for the eel-like fishmen behind them, they presented a completely different scene. Their morale was low, their heads were bowed, and most of them were injured to varying degrees. When they returned to the lionfish tribe, the lionfish sentries were stunned to see hundreds of eelfish fishmen behind them. If Shao and Cassie hadn't been there in front of them, the lionfish sentries would probably have sounded the alarm for an enemy attack. My lord, this! Angelo, having received the news, rushed out of the cave long ago. Seeing this scene, he already had a guess in his mind, and his old face couldn't help but show some excitement. It's nothing. The eel tribe, like you, is now officially under my command. Let's have a victory celebration. Shao gave a brief explanation, his voice very calm, as if it were just an ordinary matter to him. But it means something different for Angelo and the lionfish clan. They have been at the bottom of the 8 major fishman clans for too long. They never expected to directly defeat the 7th-ranked eel clan. Yes, my lord. Angelo responded, his face glowing, and a newfound vitality appeared on his usually wrinkled old face. After responding, Angelo quickly went to make arrangements for the victory celebration banquet, and Cassie and the other triumphant mermaid warriors also came up to lend a hand. What? Did I hear that right? We've taken down the eel tribe. Absolutely true, and they've been incorporated into the Lord's command, just like us. Regardless, the eel tribe has been defeated by our lionfish tribe this time. Ha ha ha. In no time, news of the eel clan's defeat spread rapidly throughout the lionfish clan. Every lionfish clan member cheered, none of them having ever felt so relieved and excited as they had today. Soon, the victory banquet was all prepared. Since the eel tribe had also come under Shao's command, there were also eel tribe fishmen at this victory banquet. Various foods collected from the eel tribe, as well as various delicacies from the lionfish tribe, were all served at the banquet. Victory Celebration Banquet. Let's officially begin. Angelo stood on the erected platform, raised his arm, and shouted, and all the lionfish began to revel. While feasting and drinking, all the lionfish people also sang and danced. The lionfish people's unique dance was very distinctive, giving Shao a sense of exoticism. The lionfish tribe hadn't celebrated like this in a long time, but this victory brought them unprecedented joy. They had been at the bottom of the fishman race for far too long, and all their pent-up emotions were released at the victory feast. Towards the end of the victory celebration banquet, Shao was also invited to the high platform to give a speech on the victory against the eel tribe. This victory is just the beginning of our conquest of this sea. In the future, many more territories and tribes will be trampled under our feet. I will lead the lionfish clan to conquer the entire vast ocean. Shao raised one hand high, his voice filled with immense confidence. Confidence stemming from his formidable strength and ever-growing potential. This is also a goal he must achieve, because he has not forgotten his main purpose in coming to the Sea of Changes. He needs to find the dragon bones as soon as possible. Now, everything is developing in an orderly manner according to the plan. Chapter 151, Lanternfish Clan. But Shao's words were like the best stimulant for the lionfish and eelfish fishmen below, and the cheers of all the fishmen became even louder. Lord, you are invincible. Conquer the Sea of Time. Conquer the Sea of Time. Lord, you are invincible. Conquer the Sea of Time. Conquer the Sea of Time. Lord, you are invincible. Conquer the Sea of Time. Conquer the Sea of Time. All the lionfish fishmen spontaneously shouted and cheered, and the eel fishmen who were also at the victory celebration joined in the shouting and cheering. However, the lionfish clan and the eel clan held two completely different attitudes towards Shao in their hearts. After this great victory, the lionfish clan had great confidence in Shao. They truly believed that Shao would lead them to conquer the vast sea and eventually become the overlord of this sea. However, the eel tribe did not trust Shao's words. They had not witnessed Shao's true strength and believed that Man's strength alone, along with the two fishmen, was not enough to dominate the Songsang Sea. Moreover, before Shao, countless powerful fishmen had said the same thing, but none of them had ever succeeded. Shao glanced to the lionfish clan and eel clan below the platform and noticed that the eel clan didn't seem to be in a very good mood. He then realized what was going on. We need to give them a little boost. Shao pondered to himself. Although I have brought the eel tribe under my command this time, how to restore their morale and integrate them into the group is still a headache for me. Our next goal is to take down the lanternfish clan. Shao immediately announced that his thinking was very simple. The fastest way to integrate the eel tribe and the lionfish tribe and boost their morale was to go through a battle, and a great victory at that. But after Shao finished speaking, the area below suddenly fell silent, and the fishmen of the eel and lionfish tribes stared blankly at Shao. It seems the lanternfish tribe isn't as simple as I thought. Shao glanced at the scene below with a puzzled look, his mind racing, and he immediately had a rough guess in his mind. Seeing this, the lionfish Kathy, which was located directly below Shao, couldn't help but take a step forward. My lord, the lanternfish are different from us. Our lionfish and eel races are the two races at the bottom of the 8 great fishman races. But starting from the lanternfish, especially the lanternfish, their strength rises to a whole new level. They have completely different combat power. Kathy explained to Shao in a low voice. Although he did not doubt Shao's strength, he couldn't help but show a hint of fear in his eyes when he mentioned the lanternfish clan. Oh, what are their specific strengths? Kashi's words immediately piqued Shao's interest, and he couldn't help but ask a question. Shao originally thought that the situation of the lanternfish clan was similar to that of the lionfish clan, and even if they were ranked higher than the lionfish clan and the eel clan, they wouldn't be much stronger. But judging from the current situation, it seems that things have changed differently than he had expected. Yes, I once saw the strongest warrior of the anglerfish tribe, the anglerfish. In his presence, I felt incredibly small. I estimate that even if all the fishmen of our lionfish and eel tribes were combined, they probably wouldn't be a match for him. Kathy paused for a moment, seemingly lost in memories or organizing her thoughts, before finally expressing her feelings. After Kathy finished explaining, Shao finally understood. Think about it. Even if the two fishman tribes combined, they were no match for a single fishman from the other side, let alone conquer the lanternfish tribe. With such terrifying power, it's no wonder that the lionfish and eel tribes below fell silent. Very good. You're qualified to be my prey now. Shao pondered for a moment, but instead of being intimidated by Katie's words, he became even more excited. A warrior capable of fighting against 2 merfolk tribes is undoubtedly powerful and can be prey that provides him with a large amount of experience points. Tomorrow, I will personally lead you to conquer the lanternfish clan. We will take them down. Immediately, Shao made a statement, his voice loud and clear, full of confidence and infectious energy, which reached everyone's ears. Shao's words also finalized the decision to attack the lanternfish clan. Although not all fishmen believed in Shao, the lanternfish clan and the power of the lanternfish had left a deep impression on them. However, Shao only made a move once, when he first arrived at the lionfish clan. The merfolk of the eel clan had never even seen Shao's first form, but his personal expedition still reassured many merfolk. After Shao finished speaking, the celebration banquet came to a complete end, and Keishi and Andre hurried down to make preparations. They all sensed that a tough battle might be brewing tomorrow, and they needed to be fully prepared. As time went by, the night quickly passed. When Shao arrived at the open space where the army was assembled early the next morning, he found that the warriors of the lionfish clan and the eel clan had already gathered and formed 2 teams. After a night of rest and recuperation, all the merman warriors were in much better spirits. Many of the Eel tribe warriors had also fully recovered, with only a few seriously wounded remaining in the tribe to continue their recuperation. However, compared to yesterday when Shao led the Lionfish clan to attack the Eel clan, their emotions were far less high than yesterday, and many fishmen even had some worries on their faces. It seems this Murloc army still needs further training. Shao frowned as he looked at the merfolk army in front of him. Unlike Shao's direct troops, led by Shi, Lei, and Jing, these fishmen lacked the courage to forge ahead and the sharp edge of a longsword. Without these, the army is like a person without a soul. However, these qualities can be honed and refined through later trials and tribulations. Shao wasn't in a hurry. Objective: take down the Lanternfish clan. Let's go. Shao shouted, and habitually waved his hand forward, instantly stirring up the surrounding seawater. Tap, tap, tap. With Shao's command, his voice echoed in the ears of all the merman warriors, and the two merman armies moved in unison, heading towards the Lanternfish tribe. Chapter 152 Lanternfish. The Lanternfish race is the sixth strongest among the 8 fishman races. The Eel race, ranked 7th, and the Lionfish race, ranked last, have already been integrated and incorporated by Shao. Naturally, Shao's remaining target is the Lanternfish race. The Lanternfish tribe's territory was quite far from the Lionfish tribes. Shao led 2 merfolk armies at full speed for half a day before finally arriving at the Lanternfish's territory. My lord, the Lanternfish tribe is just ahead. Kathy pointed to a glowing area in front of Shao, and Shao looked in the direction Kathy was pointing. The Lanternfish tribe has a very distinctive appearance. Although they do not possess the electric magic of the Eel tribe, they have a light, bulb-like object hanging above their heads that constantly emits light, making their tribe visible even from a great distance. Huh? What's going on? Shao asked in confusion, and then suddenly stopped when he got a little closer to the Lanternfish. With a much clearer view, Shao discovered that in the Lanternfish tribe, there were about 200 Lanternfish warriors gathered at the front of the tribe, all holding weapons and ready for battle. They were clearly prepared to fight. It seems the fishmen are not quite at ease. Shao murmured softly. The actions of the Lanternfish clan made Shao suspect that there must be a traitor in his own camp. The traitor informed the Lanternfish clan of their operation, which allowed them to prepare for battle well in advance. My lord, this... Kathy frowned and couldn't help but ask. These Lanternfish are already prepared for battle, so their surprise attack is useless. Now we have to go up and fight the Lanternfish directly. Even if the combined strength of the Eel clan and Lionfish clan were to face the prepared Lanternfish clan, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Nothing. Keep moving forward. Let's take down the Lanternfish clan in one fell swoop. Shao didn't care much about this. Whether the Lanternfish clan was prepared or not didn't affect him much. Faced with absolute strength, they could only tremble. Shao immediately decided to conquer the Lanternfish tribe with his strongest strength, as such a victory would be more shocking and have a better effect. Yes, my lord. Kathy responded and led the warriors of the Lionfish and Eel tribes forward, quickening her pace. Soon, Shao led the Lionfish and Eelfish warriors to the Lanternfish formation. They did not immediately start fighting, but instead faced each other in a standoff. Shao carefully examined the Lanternfish tribe in front of him. Only when he got closer could he see their peculiar appearance. In Shao's aesthetic opinion, the Lanternfish tribe was not only not good-looking, but rather somewhat ugly. Every Lanternfish is tall and fat, covered in bumps. Only the female Lanternfish at the back are somewhat presentable, with a more normal body shape and skin. At the very front of the Lanternfish warriors stood a Lanternfish that was larger than the others, with a larger and brighter light bulb on its head. The name displayed above his head is Lanternfish Buck, which should be the strongest warrior of the Lanternfish tribe that Casey mentioned. Anglerfish, they barely qualify for my attention. Shao murmured softly. He carefully sensed the aura of the Lanternfish. It was indeed much stronger than the aura of a legendary creature, but it was still far from meeting Shao's expectations. Subduing these lanternfish-like fishmen could brighten up the dark seabed considerably. Shao sikit inyardly. These lanternfish were like natural light bulbs. And when they were all together, they even gave Yi Shao the illusion of returning to land. Kathy, Andre, you have truly disgraced our merfolk race, actually leading your two races to defect to another race. Submit. Buck made a sarcastic remark without restraint. While Yi Shao was sizing him up, he was also scanning the situation of Yi Shao and the others opposite him. Because Yi Shao was concealing his aura, Buck couldn't sense anything or see through Yi Shao at all, but he immediately spotted Kathy and Andre on either side of Yi Shao. So he turned his words to the two of them. You, bastard! What do you know? How could you possibly fathom the Lord's power? Compared to the indignant Keishi, Andre didn't care at all, and instead indirectly flattered Yi Shao. Oh, Andre, I used to respect you as a man, but I never expected you to be such a smooth dog now. Buck gave Yi Shao another deep look, remaining wary of this enemy he couldn't see through, but he retorted mercilessly to Andre's words. Buck, keep being arrogant. Cherish your last moments. Andre's face turned pale and then purple with anger at these words. In the end, he could only manage to utter this sentence. He couldn't help but look at Yi Shao, but in reality, he had no idea about Yi Shao's strength and didn't know who was stronger or weaker than Buck. However, he was aware of his own strength. He knew that Buck was deliberately provoking them, intending to eliminate him and Kathy. Therefore, he did not impulsively go up to fight Buck, as Buck would probably kill him and Kathy instantly in one move. As Andre retorted to Buck, Yi Shao sent out a probe, and Buck's various attributes were displayed before Yi Shao's eyes. Name, Buck. Title, Lanternfish. Race, Lanternfish. Class, Pseudo-Epic level. Level, 60. Health points, 138000. Attributes, Strength 12300. Agility 13500. Constitution 9000. Spirit 7600. Defense 9600. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Scorching Light Field, Torrent Dash, Trident, Lantern Flash, Lantern Pressure, Water Column. Really? Yi Shao murmured. Buck's class was still a bit below that of a true epic level creature, but it was far beyond what Cassie and Andre could handle. You, or all of you, do you want to come to me together? Yi Shao beckoned to Buck with his finger, then glanced at the legendary lanternfish behind Buck, no longer wanting to waste any more words with him. Huh? I've actually run into someone even more arrogant than me. Buck's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. He crouched slightly, then leaped up with tremendous force, stirring the surrounding water to surge. Chapter 153, they were all beaten thin. Lanternfish Buck leaped dozens of meters high, then pressed down on Yi Shaozhong at an incredible speed. Like a shooting star in the ocean, bubbles constantly swirled around it, and due to its high speed, it even left a long tail, comparable to the special effects of a blockbuster movie in the real world. My lord! My lord! After feeling the terrifying power emanating from the giant, Casey and Andre shouted anxiously from the side, while Yi-Man remained calm and composed. Why isn't that humanoid creature moving? Can't you tell? You must have been scared stiff by Lord Lanternfish. 2. On the Lanternfish's side, several legendary fishmen who had been standing behind Buck were also discussing amongst themselves. When they looked at Yi Shao, their eyes were full of disdain. With this level of skill, he dared to attack their Lanternfish clan. However, the next moment, the expressions of all the fishmen around Yi-Man froze. Only when Buck pressed down on Yi Shao's head did Yi Shao begin to move. Pia! With a loud bang, Yi Shao suddenly turned around and lashed Buck with his tail whip. In that instant, all the fishmen present clearly heard a crack sound. Buck's tall and fat body caved in, blood gushing out, and then he flew backward at an even faster speed. Buck's head was spinning, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The pain in his body didn't seem so intense anymore. Little bug, your noisy voice is getting annoying. Yi Shao scoffed mercilessly, but at that moment, no one dared to doubt his words. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shao shot out and caught up with Buck, who was flying backward at an even faster speed. Yi Shao did a somersault in the seawater and kicked Buck again, causing Buck's body to change shape once more. Boom! With another loud crash, Buck plunged headfirst into the sand and gravel, causing the surrounding sand to sink slightly and sending countless grains of sand and gravel scattering into the sea, making the surrounding water murky. Only then did the surrounding creatures react. Whether they were lionfish, eelfish, or lanternfish, a collective gasp escaped their lips. This outcome was something none of the fish people had anticipated. Now finally someone can understand how I felt back then. Yi-Man couldn't help but chuckle to himself with a smug grin, but on the surface he remained calm and composed. He was the only one who remained so composed throughout. Having experienced the power of the Lord and the astonishment Yi Shao had brought, Yi-Man had become somewhat numb. In the death zone, Yi Shao could defeat a behemoth like the bone dragon of the dead. So if Yi Shao told Yi-Man now that he was going to challenge a king-level creature to a duel, Yi-Man wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Cough, cough. Ugh. Not long after, a figure covered in blood slowly emerged from the sand and gravel. However, every few steps, he would open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, along with some lumps of vomit, which seemed to be his own internal organs. Master Lanternfish. Lord Lanternfish. Are you alright? Where did this monster come from? How could this happen? The legendary figures who had been following Buck quickly surrounded him. Unlike their initial mockery, when they looked at Yi Shao now, their eyes were filled with deep fear and shock, and they could no longer mock him. Lord Sea God, is my Lanternfish clan destined for extinction today? At this moment, an elderly figure standing high in the Lanternfish tribe muttered something in a daze. He was Joe, the chief of the Lanternfish tribe. Even the strongest warrior in their tribe was no match for that monster. Joe couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. He looked much younger than Angelo, but now he seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Ha ha! He even got thinner from the beating. While marveling at Yi Shao's terrifying strength, Andre also mocked him mercilessly. His mouth was incredibly venomous. Andre was still holding a grudge about Buck's earlier mockery of him, and now he finally got his revenge. Huh, that old guy actually came out too. When Casey saw Chief Joe, the tribal chief, walking out of the Lanternfish tribe step by step, she couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Who exactly are you? Cough, cough. Buck finally caught his breath and ignored Andre's mockery. Instead, he looked at Yi Shao, who was floating dozens of meters above his head in the sea, and his eyes were filled with despair. Buck knew his physical condition better than anyone. Yi Shao's 2 blows had shattered all the bones in his body. Even if Yi Shao didn't take the opportunity to kill him, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Huh, he can actually get up? Yi Shao was somewhat surprised. He had used the enhanced heavy strike skill for both of his attacks, but he didn't expect Buck to be able to stand up from the ground. Yi Shao didn't answer Buck's question. Whether the dead fishman knew or not was irrelevant. He then raised his hand, and a large amount of wind element condensed, instantly unleashing a hurricane-like slash in the deep sea. Immediately afterwards, the hurricane tornado seemed to merge with the surrounding seawater, and a huge whirlpool was instantly formed, stirring up the seawater violently. In a short while, dozens of sea creatures were swept into it, and then torn to pieces by the oncoming wind blades. In the sea, the hurricane's power was even greater than before. Even Andre, Casey, and others who were far away could feel the terrifying suction force and quickly urged their people to stay away. Hateful! Master Lanternfish! Quickly! Take Lord Lanternfish away! Several legendary murlocs shouted in panic, but the whirlpool had already formed nearby, and it was too late to escape. The legendary creatures, along with Buck, were swept into the whirlpool. Buck, whose body was already falling apart, held on for less than a breath before being torn to pieces. Ding! You have gained 105,000 experience points and 1,050 evolution points. Several legendary creatures that were caught in the vortex, along with Buck, were also torn apart by the vortex and wind blades. Ding! You have gained 51,000 experience points and 510 evolution points. Ding! You have gained 58,000 experience points and 580 evolution points. Ding! Experience points gained. Chapter 154, Finding the Traitor. After several system notifications rang in Yi Shao's mind, he finally withdrew the hurricane combo slash. At this moment, Buck and the other legendary lanternfish warriors who were caught in the whirlpool were left with nothing but a sea completely stained with blood. This is it. Andre and Kathy stared at the scene in disbelief. They had imagined many possible outcomes, such as a fierce battle between Buck and Yi Shao, but they never expected Yi Shao to crush Buck into dust so easily. Immediately, Andre felt a chill run down his spine. He was glad that he had declared his submission to Yi Shao at that time, making the wisest choice, and he would never dare to have any disloyal thoughts again. It's much quieter now. Yi Shao spoke slowly, then looked at the other lanternfish. The lanternfish fishmen couldn't help but take a step back after feeling Yi Shao's gaze. Only the tribal chief, Zhou, at the very front, still stared directly at Yi Shao, his body trembling, looking as if he wanted to perish together with Yi Shao. Huh? There's another one who doesn't know any better. In a flash, Yi Shao appeared in front of Qiao. If he wanted to subdue the entire lanternfish clan, he would have to completely eliminate the old and tough ones like Qiao. Chief, be careful. You bastard. We'll fight you to the death. Suddenly, all the fishmen from the surrounding lanternfish tribes seemed to realize something, and they all rushed forward, ready to fight Yi Shao. Snort. However, Yi Shao merely snorted coldly, not even glancing at them, and then instantly unleashed the eternal punishment domain, enveloping the entire lanternfish tribe within it. The lanternfish warriors who tried to charge forward were all instantly knocked to the ground, unable to advance an inch. At the same time, they felt their life points rapidly draining away. At this moment, all the lanternfish fishmen truly felt how close death was to them. When Kathy saw Yi Shao's eternal punishment domain again, she recalled the terror she had felt before, and her whole body trembled involuntarily. The lionfish warriors behind her were in the same boat. The eternal punishment domain had left a very deep impression on them. This is... Chief Zhou suddenly trembled, although Yi Shao's eternal punishment domain avoided him. He could see the reactions of his merfolk, who were clearly in great agony. Moreover, as the lanternfish clan's fishmen were trapped in the eternal punishment domain, a terrifying dragons might descend upon Zhou. This is a sea dragon? No, you're from Dragon Mountain. Shao cried out in alarm, realizing that a force that had long since disappeared existed. For the first time, fear filled his eyes. He was well aware of the significance that Dragon Mountain represented. Yi Shao frowned slightly, but didn't pay too much attention. He grabbed Qiao by the neck and threw him directly in front of the eel and lionfish tribes. The next moment, Yi Shao rushed over and withdrew his eternal punishment domain. If it continued, the lanternfish clan's fishmen would probably all die, which was not the result Yi Shao wanted to see. Bang! Thud! Thud! Qiao was thrown onto the sand and rocks by Yi Shao, and then rolled around in the seawater several times before stopping. Chief! All the lanternfish looked at their tribal chief and felt a sudden tightness in their chests, but after Yi Shao glanced back at them, they immediately shrank back. They didn't want to experience the eternal punishment domain again. Don't move. I'm fine. Zhou stood up and said something to the lanternfish behind him, at which point all the uneasy lanternfish fell silent. We, the lanternfish, are willing to submit to you. Xiao Sui then said something to Yi Shao, but as he spoke, his voice trembled as if he had remembered something terrible. Oh! Yi Shao twisted his head. How come Xiao, who was just a moment ago acting like he was not afraid of death, suddenly changed his mind? I know you won't let me go, but please spare my merfolk, and I will make them all submit to you. Zhou's voice still trembled slightly. He was, after all, the chieftain of the lanternfish tribe and had to think of his people. You have no right to negotiate with me. As Yi Shao finished speaking, his hand clenched into a fist, which then transformed into a sharp claw tens of meters long, causing Qiao's pupils to shrink again. The claws gripped Chief Zhou in an instant, and the other merfolk were utterly shocked when they saw the terrifying black claws. Crack! The next moment, Yi Shao exerted a little force with his claws, and the body of the tribal chief Qiao was crushed to pieces, as if juiced. Bright red blood floated in the seawater, and the smell of fish filled the air. This time, the lanternfish murlocs, seeing their chieftain's miserable state, fell silent. The terror of the claws and the eternal punishment domain was something no murloc wanted to relive. Just then, Yi Shao suddenly let out a soft exclamation. He noticed that one of the fishmen in the eel tribe suddenly swayed. his eyes filled with fear, clearly showing a great emotional fluctuation due to the death of the tribe's chief. A mole. Yi Shao's eyes suddenly narrowed. Earlier, when he saw that the lanternfish warriors were prepared, he suspected that there was a traitor among the lionfish or eelfish tribes who was tipping off the lanternfish. At that moment, he crushed Zhou in front of all the fishmen, partly because he wanted to see if he could find the traitor mixed in with them. Yi Man, get him out of here. Yi Shao pointed at the eelman warrior who had just wavered. Before Yi Man could even make a move, the eelman panicked and charged wildly backward, trying to escape. This made Yi Shao even more certain that the eelman was the traitor he was looking for. However, how could he be faster than Yi Man? In a blink of an eye, Yi Man blocked the eel warrior's path, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. Bang! The eel warrior was thrown to the ground by Yi Man, leaving him dazed and confused. Although he was also a legendary merman warrior, his strength was far inferior to Yi Man's. Did you pass on the news that I was going to attack the lanternfish tribe? Yi Shao stepped on the eel man, creating a hole in its body. Chapter 155, Subduing the Lanternfish Clan. The eel warrior thrashed violently, trying to break free, but he was as if nailed to the ground. No matter what he did, it was all in vain, and he only felt waves of tearing pain in his body. This, my lord, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. My lord, please spare me. The eel warrior gasped in pain and begged Yi Shao for mercy, but Yi Shao showed no intention of loosening his grip. You only get one chance. All I need is loyalty, nothing else. As Yi Shao finished speaking, his foot suddenly grew larger. Then he ground it into dust, crushing the eel warrior to pieces. His pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. Ding! You have gained 46,000 experience points and 460 evolution points. The surrounding merfolk weren't fools. They quickly realized what was happening, and their faces were filled with horror. Andre, if you don't manage your men properly, your fate won't be much better than his. After dealing with the traitor, Yi Shao looked coldly at Andre. He didn't completely trust Andre. Perhaps this traitor was even trained by Andre. His purpose in doing this was to make an example of Andre and the fishmen of the eel and lionfish tribes, warning them against any disloyalty. Yes, my lord, I promise to discipline the murlocs in my tribe properly. Andre hurriedly responded, his face turning pale with fright, and his back was covered in a cold sweat. He never expected that doing nothing would lead to such a disaster. He immediately made up his mind that he must conduct a thorough investigation when he returned this time, and he must never let anything like this happen again. Immediately, Yi Shao turned his gaze to the lanternfish clan behind him. The lanternfish looked at Yi Shao with extremely complex emotions, including anger, hatred, and, of course, fear. Yi Shao's power made them feel a deep sense of despair. The fishmen who had been hiding in the lanternfish tribe had all come out now. With such a commotion, they could no longer stay in the tribe. In this fairly large open space, almost all the fishmen of the lanternfish tribe had gathered. I'm giving you one more chance. Either submit or die. If you have no other choice, this will be your fate. Yi Shao coldly glanced at the lanternfish clan and said only one sentence, but his words contained a chilling intent that made all the fishmen shiver. Yi Shao's killing of the traitor was not only for the sake of the eel and lionfish fishmen, but also for the sake of the lanternfish. I'm willing to submit to you. Immediately afterwards, a random voice rang out, and a lanternfish merman was the first to kneel down on one knee, showing his submission to Yi Shao. Once there was a first, there was naturally a second, and then a third, and so on. I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to submit to you. In just a short while, all the lanternfish fishmen around them knelt down on one knee. Having lost their strongest warriors and their tribal chiefs in succession, they no longer dared to resist and surrender to Yi Shao one after another. After all, few intelligent beings are unafraid of death. Faced with death and submission, these lanternfish fishmen chose the latter. Very good. Yi Shao nodded. The lanternfish were generally stronger and of higher quality than the lionfish and eelfish, and they were quite useful. If it weren't necessary, Yi Shao would still prefer to directly subdue the lanternfish tribe. Yi Man, gather all the lanternfish clan creatures into your ranks, and then lead them, along with the Eel clan and Lionfish clan, to empty this place. Take everything that's useful back to the Lionfish clan's tribe. After subduing the Lanternfish tribe, Shao handed over the cleanup work to Yi-Man. Without the tribal chief and their strongest warrior, the Lanternfish, all the Lanternfish fishmen lost their leader and were just a disorganized mess. Among the remaining Lanternfish clan fishmen, very few could match Yi-Man in strength, so they were unlikely to pose much of a threat, especially with Cassie and Andre assisting them. Alright, demolish all the houses and dwellings here, and move all the usable materials back. Also, demolish the houses in the Eel tribe's area. Shao paused for a moment, then added that he had now subdued 3 fishman races and was beginning to have some new plans in mind. Yes, my lord. Although Yi-Man was somewhat puzzled, he still responded that he only knew that he should carry out the lord's orders without hesitation. After subduing the Eel clan, the Lionfish clan tribe was already overflowing with Eel clan fishmen. If the Lanternfish clan is added to the mix, many fishmen in the Lionfish clan tribe will probably not even have room to squeeze in. Therefore, Shao immediately decided to expand the Lionfish clan tribe, bringing together the 3 fishmen clans to create their own territory in the vast sea. Among the 3 fishman territories of the Lionfish tribe, Eel tribe, and Lanternfish tribe, Shao observed that the Lionfish tribe's territory was the flattest and had the best terrain, making it the most suitable for building his own territory. When Shao, Yi-Man, and the other fishmen returned to the Lionfish clan, they were laden with countless items and building materials, even on their backs and the backs of their seahorses. They had returned fully loaded. Upon returning to his territory, Shao didn't hold any victory celebration this time. He immediately summoned Yi-Man, Angelo, Kathy, and others to assign new tasks. I will use the Lionfish clan's territory as a foundation to build and expand my own territory. Shao announced this directly to the people inside the cave, already having a general plan in mind. The building materials we brought back are probably not enough. Angelo, Kathy, you're familiar with the area around a Lionfish tribe. Go and get some more materials. Shao made arrangements for Angelo and Kashi, as it was most suitable for them to be in charge of finding building materials. Yes, my lord. Angelo and Kathy responded in unison, unable to contain their excitement. Building a new territory also meant integrating the 3 fishmen races. At that time, their overall strength will reach a new level, and their power will grow to become the overlord of the vast sea, which will no longer be just empty talk. Chapter 156 Dragon Palace. When Shao made the arrangements, Andre immediately perked up his ears. When he heard Shao say that he wanted to build a territory, his eyes shone brightly and he was full of energy. He naturally knew what this meant. Luckily, I made the wisest choice at the time. Andre secretly rejoiced, for Shao's actions gave him hope for making his race stronger. Inside the cave, the fishman representing the Lanternfish tribe is a tall and fat lanternfish. To be precise, every lanternfish is tall and fat. He was the new representative chosen by the other Lanternfish tribe after Buck and Chief Joe died, and is now the strongest warrior in the Lanternfish tribe. His name is Lanternfish Tabor. After Buck returned to the embrace of the sea god, the title of Lanternfish naturally fell to Tabor. Tabor was also listening intently. When he heard Shao mention building a new territory, he was immediately invigorated and understood Shao's goals and ambitions. Yi-Man, your main responsibility is to lead all the fishmen in building new territories. In this regard, your Cyclops clan should have more experience than me. Shao turned his gaze to Yi-Man. As the king of the Cyclops clan, the giant forbidden zone in Sunset Forest was built by Yi-Man leading the Cyclops clan. Furthermore, Yi-Man's presence was also felt in many of the construction plans for the Dragon's Lair and Sunset Pool, so Shao could trust Yi-Man with the task of building the territory. We need to expand the Lionfish tribe's territory at least 4 or 5 times from its current size, and also build more sentry towers on the outer perimeter and at higher elevations. We also need to station 1 or 2 Lanternfish warriors on each sentry tower. Shao further explained the general plan and ideas for the territory to Yi-Man. Now, all Yi-Man needs to do is refine it and then implement it. Yes, my lord. Yi-Man responded loudly. While Yi Shao was speaking, he already had a rough idea of how to build the new territory in his mind. Andre, Tabor, you are responsible for assisting Yi Man in building a new territory. Finally, Yi Shao turned his gaze to Andre and Tabor on his right. If I see any more problems within your tribe, then you and those problems will be turned to dust and fed to the sea monsters. Yi Shao paused, then gave a cold warning. He couldn't manage too many trivial matters by himself. In the end, it would still be Tabor and Andre who had to manage the affairs of their own tribe. Yes, my lord. I guarantee there won't be any problems. Tabor and Andre shuddered and responded in unison, both of them recalling the tragic fate of the traders among the Eel tribe. My lord, what's the name of that new territory? Angelo hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking a question. After all, the territory of the Lionfish tribe is now under the rule of Yi Shao, and it has also incorporated the Eel and Lanternfish tribes, so it certainly can no longer be named after the Lionfish tribe's territory. Let's call it Dragon Palace. Yi Shao paused for a moment before finalizing the name of the new territory. Meanwhile, the construction of the Dragon Palace was also in the midst of intensive preparations. Yi Shao's requirement was to complete the construction of the Dragon Palace as soon as possible so that he could proceed with the next steps and plan for the vast sea. Whether it was due to the Cyclops clan's outstanding forging talent or some other reason, Yi Man was also extremely skilled in the construction of his territory. Originally, Kathy and Andre had some doubts about Yi Man's overall planning for the territory construction. If Yi Man were to lead the charge and attack other fishmen, they would have absolutely no doubts, given Yi Man's strength and leadership abilities. But when Yi Man took out the blueprints for the territory's construction, every merman's eyes lit up, whether it was Angelo, Kathy, or Andre. Countless fantasies flashed through their minds, and they became completely convinced of Yi Man's role as the chief planner of this territory construction project. Moreover, under Yi Man's planning, all the existing resources in the territory were utilized, and not a single fishman was idle. The construction of the Dragon Palace was proceeding in an intense and orderly manner. In just 2 or 3 days, the overall scale of the Dragon Palace had already taken shape. By the 7th day, the Dragon Palace had been completely completed, and the 3 fishmen who had been busy all stopped working. Yes, it was definitely the right decision to let Yi Man oversee the construction of the territory. Yi Shao nodded in satisfaction. The territory built this time was very large, more than enough to accommodate the Lionfish clan, Eel clan, and Lanternfish clan, as well as all the fishmen of the 3 races. However, the most eye-catching thing in the Dragon Palace is the huge palace in the center, called the Dragon King Palace. It was built specifically for Yi Shao. The palace covers an area of over 1,000 square meters, which is more than enough to accommodate Yi Shao in his first form. From a distance, it is so striking that it can draw the attention of any creature at a glance. It has become a landmark building in the Dragon Palace. The palace is decorated with various coral treasures from the deep sea, and the whole structure is built with countless rocks and sand from the deep sea, as well as countless pearls as embellishments. Around the palace were several smaller mansions, where Angelo, Andre, and Kashi lived. The next level up housed the ordinary residents of the 3 major mermaid clans. The outermost layer consists of the military camps of the 3 major mermaid clans. The purpose of this is to ensure that the armies of the 3 major mermaid clans can make the fastest and most timely response when foreign enemies invade. Outside the Dragon Palace, at Yi Shao's request, a ring of sentry towers was set up. Each sentry tower was quite spacious, which was also to facilitate the use of the Lanternfish clan's fishmen for patrolling. The construction of the entire Dragon Palace territory took a week in total, with the construction of the Dragon King's Palace in the center of the Dragon Palace alone taking 3 days. Surprisingly, the idea of building the Dragon King Palace was proposed by Andre, and it was quickly approved by Yi Man, Angelo, and others. As for Yi Shao, he completely washed his hands of the matter. Although the main structure of the Dragon King Palace was designed by Yi Man, many parts were improved with the help of Andre, such as the pearl decorations on the Dragon King Palace and the Dragon King platform inside the palace. Thus, Yi Shao's first true territory in the vast and ever-changing sea was finally completed. Chapter 157, The Hostility of Sea Creatures. However, Before Shao could examine the design of the Dragon Palace more closely and make any further additions, a system notification interrupted his train of thought. Ding! Epic quest triggered. The hostility of the deep-sea creatures. Hate from the sea creatures. As the first alien creature to establish territory in the vast ocean, you have incurred the hostility of its creatures. Therefore, the Dragon Palace will face an attack from these creatures, with a total of 3 waves. The siege will begin in 3 hours. The voices of the ancient sea are a hostile 3-wave siege by creatures. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Shao was not afraid at all. Instead, a big smile spread across his face. Come on, bring it on. I've been worried about not getting any experience points and evolution points. Ha ha. Shao couldn't help but burst into laughter, clearly delighted. Yi-Man, Kai Shi, and the others beside him looked at Shao with confusion, assuming he was happy because the Dragon Palace was completed. The 3 waves of monsters from the vast ocean will siege the city, which means he will gain a huge amount of evolution points and experience points, as well as many biological parts. At the same time, it will also significantly boost the overall strength of the 3 fishman races under his command. Why not do something that kills 3 birds with 1 stone? During this period, Shao had not gone out to hunt because of the many trivial matters of the fishmen, so he had not gained any experience points or evolution points. The experience points and evolution points gained from killing the lanternfish buck and the tribal chief Joe are barely enough to satisfy Shao's hunger. Pass down the order. All creatures in the Dragon Palace enter a state of alert and readiness for battle. After a moment's thought, Shao issued his first order. There's no time to correct the Dragon Palace's current strength or weaknesses, but the monster siege of the Sea of Time is the best way to test its defensive capabilities. If any weaknesses in the Dragon Palace's defenses are discovered during the monster siege, they can be reinforced and remedied after the siege ends. As for the Dragon Palace being breached by monsters from the vast sea, Shao hadn't even considered such a thing. As long as he stood here, it was simply impossible. This confidence stemmed from Shao's immense strength. With the Eternal Punishment Domain deployed, even epic-level creatures would have to obediently lie down. Yes, my lord. Yi-Man and the other merman warriors responded in unison. Although they were puzzled as to why Shao had suddenly put the 3 major merman races into a state of war preparedness, they wisely refrained from asking further questions. Logically speaking, the Dragon Palace has only just been built. Could it be that other fishmen have already received the news and are about to attack? Yi-Man, after receiving the order, did not think much about it and quickly went down to organize the troops. He resolutely carried out Shao's orders. For him, the Lord's orders naturally had their reasons, and in time, all doubts would be naturally revealed. In no time at all the fishmen who had rested in the Dragon Palace for a short while immediately went into battle mode again. On each watchtower surrounding the Dragon Palace, 1 or 2 fishmen from the Lanternfish clan stood atop it, their heads adorned with large, light bulb-like biological components that served as natural searchlights. They scanned their surroundings repeatedly, ready to detect any approaching enemies or creatures and sound the alarm immediately. My lord, are you mistaken? Where did this attack come from? Shao, do you want to be torn to pieces and fed to the sea monsters? Just do as the Lord says. Why all the nonsense? Hey, stop talking. Look at that. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the lanternfish merfolk sentries didn't have to wait long. Soon, 2 lanternfish merfolk sentries at one of the sentries discovered the situation. Huh, so many monsters. Quick, sound the alarm. Monsters are attacking. Holy crap, there are so many monsters. Attention troops. Attention troops. Monsters are attacking the city. The next moment, the enemy attack alarm was sounded instantly. In the underwater world, the way to quickly transmit messages is a simple sound wave magic, which almost every merman can use. In the blink of an eye, all the fishmen were in battle mode, ready to deal with any battle that might come next. Immediately afterwards, alarms sounded from all 4 sides of the Dragon Palace, signaling a monster siege. The Lanternfish clan's merman sentries successively detected the approaching monsters around the Dragon Palace. My lord, your strategy is truly brilliant. Seeing this, Andre couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had been wondering why they needed to prepare for war, but before long, monsters were attacking the city. Andre was unaware that Shao had received a system-generated task notification, so he assumed that Shao had received some message or noticed some clues before making his judgment, which only increased his admiration for Shao. What's going on? Where did such a massive monster siege come from? Cassie's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but ask a question. Although the Lionfish clan had often encountered attacks from sea monsters in the past, it seemed as if they had planned this attack in advance, given the sheer number of monsters gathered here. Bring it on. My trident is about to drink blood again. Cassie quickly calmed down and, seeing the horde of creatures attacking, became somewhat eager to try her luck. If the Lionfish clan had only the strength it once possessed, facing such a massive attack from the monsters of the ancient sea, even if the Lionfish clan tribe could withstand it, most of its members would likely have perished. But the Lionfish clan's strength is now vastly different from what it once was. Moreover, there are two fishman tribes, the Eel tribe and the Lanternfish tribe, which can easily block the attack of these underwater monsters. The first wave of monsters aren't very high level. Shao looked at the monsters attacking from all directions and lost interest. Even without exploring further, Shao could still sense the general attributes of these monsters. These monsters are mostly elite and lord-level creatures. Looking around, you can't even spot one or two legendary creatures. Forget it. Even a small mosquito is still a piece of meat. If the quality isn't good enough, we can make up for it with quantity. Shao pondered for a moment. If Kashi and Andre heard this, they would probably be very depressed. Kathy and Andre were hoping the monsters attacking the city would be weaker, but they didn't expect Shao to complain. Chapter 158 Monster Siege. These monsters are coming for the Dragon Palace. Man, take some men and guard the left side of the Dragon Palace. Take care of all the monsters that charge at us. Upon seeing the monsters from the vast sea attacking, Shao quickly made corresponding arrangements. Kathy, Angelo, you two take men and guard the rear. As for Andre and Tabor, guard the right flank of the Dragon Palace. Immediately afterwards, Shao turned to the others beside him and gave them instructions. With the strength of Kathy and Andre as a guarantee, Shao was even less worried about any accidents happening in the Dragon Palace. Yes, my lord. Man, Kashi, Angelo, and the others responded in turn, and then quickly swam towards their assigned positions. As for the front of the Dragon Palace, Shao personally took charge. The reason for choosing the front of the Dragon Palace was that the monsters attacking from the front would be the most numerous, allowing Shao to take the opportunity to gain more experience points and evolution points. In order to maximize the experience and evolution points that could be obtained, Shao also dismissed the fishmen guarding the front of the Dragon Palace and arranged them to the other three sides, leaving only a few lanternfish fishmen for lighting purposes. Time to stretch my muscles. Shao stretched his body, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly appeared directly in front of the Dragon Palace. Woo! Woo! Ouch! Before all sorts of sea beasts and monsters even reached the Dragon Palace, sound waves had already traveled over. Unlike the roars of land creatures, the cries of sea monsters are melodious and long, lacking the intimidating power of land creatures' roars, and some even evoke a very sad feeling. However, the terrifying sound waves generated by the roar of the sea monster made the surrounding seawater seem to boil and become turbulent. If a weak fishman were under the influence of this sound wave, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand up, let alone fight. Come on, everyone! Shao roared, and in the next moment, the Eternal Punishment domain instantly spread forward, causing all the monsters that entered the Eternal Punishment domain to freeze in place. Although these ancient monsters were being weakened, they continued to attack Shao, seemingly in a suicidal manner. Hold head high. Shao let out a long cry in the seawater, and the sound waves and vibrations caused by the cry instantly suppressed the cries of all the sea monsters. Is this the Lord's true form? Andre and Tabor couldn't help but look at Shao this time, momentarily lost in thought. They even forgot to fight back against the attacking sea monster until it was right in front of them before they came to their senses. This was the first time Andre and Tabor had seen Shao's first form. The lionfish creatures like Cassie and Angelo were much better off, having seen it once before, but they were still shocked when they saw it again. Drink! Tear these monsters apart. Let them taste our power, Yi-Man shouted, and at that moment he transformed into his original form, tearing a Lord-level sea monster next to him in half. Brothers, let's go. We can't let the other two sides outdo us. Kashi and Andre roared in unison and led the fishmen around them to charge towards the sea monster. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sea around the Dragon Palace became murky, filled with the smell of blood. Perhaps it was because of the smell of blood, but the sea monsters that followed went berserk after encountering the various fisherman warriors. They couldn't distinguish friend from foe and would even attack the sea monsters around them. On Yi Shao's side, the underwater monsters directly facing the Dragon Palace were much more peaceful compared to the attacks from the other three sides. Basically, any slow-moving creature would have its life points completely stripped away by Yi Shao's eternal punishment domain before it even reached Yi Shao's side, turning it into a corpse that slowly sank down. While unleashing the eternal punishment domain, Yi Shao was not idle either. He also unleashed the frost crystal ground spikes, with long, thin ice spikes rising from the seabed and attacking the oncoming sea monsters, instantly staining a patch of seawater red with blood. Although many creatures were pierced by the frost crystal spikes in an instant, many more creatures swam higher and were beyond the reach of the frost crystal spikes. Just as Yi Shao was about to unleash another skill, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Frost crystal ground spike has advanced to intermediate frost crystallized spike. Huh, it's advanced. Yi Shao let out a soft, and quickly opened the information panel of the frost crystallized spikes to take a look. Frost crystal spikes instantly generates a large number of ice spikes without relying on any medium, piercing enemies with powerful penetrating force. The extreme cold can inflict massive damage. There is a 15% chance of inflicting frostbite. The upgrade is perfectly timed. Yi Shao's eyes lit up as he looked at the description of the frost crystallized spikes, and he couldn't help but sigh. The deep sea is rich in ice elements. Yi Shao gently raised his giant claw forward, and instantly countless ice elements condensed, forming huge ice spikes that pierced towards the oncoming sea monster. In the sea, the seawater also serves as the best cover for the icy spikes. The slender ice spikes move silently in the seawater, and a single ice spike can often pierce through several monsters of the ancient sea. With Yi Shao's full effort, a vast area of sea in front of the Dragon Palace was filled with ice spikes, forming a broad ice spike blockade. At the same time, system notifications kept popping up in Yi Shao's mind, and the numbers in the evolution value column on the attribute panel were also jumping around wildly. Ding! You have gained 31,500 experience points and 300 evolution points. Ding! Gained 28,800 experience points and 270 evolution points. Ding! Obtained Lord-level creature parts, stonefish tail, and silverwater crab claw. Gain experience points. Because the system panel refreshed so quickly, Yi Shao eventually became too lazy to check it. He would just take stock of his spoils after the monster siege ended. Pick up some seafood would be nice. Yi Shao burped and groaned softly. Occasionally, one or two lucky legendary creatures would break through the ice spikes and come to Yi Shao's side, but they were only there to provide him with food. Even legendary creatures, after being ravaged by both the eternal punishment domain and the frost crystal spikes, have essentially lost all their power. Therefore, when faced with Yi Shao's enormous mouth, they had almost no ability to resist and were basically devoured by Yi Shao one bite at a time. Chapter 159 Appetizer. Soon, about half an hour had passed, and the surrounding seawater was completely stained red with blood. The seawater around and above the Dragon Palace also became turbid, and the strong smell of blood was extremely pungent. Look, what a huge monster! A merman warrior from the Lanternfish clan, standing directly in front of the Dragon Palace, cried out in surprise as a massive black shadow, over 100 meters long, gradually appeared in the distance. There were very few merman warriors directly in front of the Dragon Palace, but they were the most relaxed because Yi Shao had taken care of almost all the siege monsters. The lanternfish warriors were only responsible for providing light, but when they suddenly discovered such a giant shadow, they were caught off guard visually. Shao narrowed his eyes. He had noticed the giant black shadow the moment it appeared. Emperor Crocodile, legendary level. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived not far in front of Shao. The name displayed above its head was Siege Beast Emperor Crocodile. The Emperor Crocodile is a crocodile-like monster, but is much larger than ordinary crocodiles, and its entire body is green. From head to tail, except for its belly, its body is covered with sharp bumps and spikes, and its aura is that of a legendary creature. Their momentum is quite strong, but I wonder about their actual strength. Shao murmured to himself, legendary creatures are basically not worth my attention now. He then sent out a probe. Title, Siege Behemoth. Species, Emperor Crocodile. Rank, Legendary. Level, 50. Health points, 89,600. Attributes, Strength 7,500. Agility, 6,800. Constitution, 6,500. Spirit, 4,700. Defense, 6,600. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Skills, Deep Sea Domain, Ocean Squeeze, Emperor's Bite, Emperor's Roll, Powerful Tail Whip. Level 50 is alright. The first wave of the siege should be over soon. Shao glanced at it disdainfully, not taking the Emperor Crocodile seriously at all. A level 50 legendary monster was only of average quality to Shao at the moment. Shao also glanced around at the monster siege and found that the first wave of monsters had been basically cleared out. After killing this Emperor Crocodile, the first wave of monster siege should be over. You little thing, come here and prepare to die. Shao challenged the Emperor Crocodile, which seemed to be enraged. With its eyes turning red, the crocodile roared and lunged at Shao. The Emperor Crocodile lived up to its reputation as a siege beast, rampaging and lunging towards Shao. Although the eye spikes left many horrifying wounds on his body, they did not hinder his massive size. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to Shao's front. Click! However, Shao simply raised his claws, grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the Emperor Crocodile, and with a crisp sound, the Emperor Crocodile's huge mouth was forcibly pried open. Then, he pressed it into the seabed with another claw. Before long, the Emperor Crocodile completely stopped moving. Ding! You have gained 79,000 experience points and 790 evolution points. Ding! Obtain the legendary creature component, the Deinosuchus's Fawn. Cut! Shao scoffed lightly. In his eyes, the Emperor Crocodile's strength was utterly insignificant. After Shao dealt with the Emperor Crocodile, the remaining battles around the Dragon Palace were basically over, with bits of flesh and monster corpses piled up all over the seabed. Phew, it's finally over. Kashi and Andre breathed a sigh of relief. Although these sea monsters were generally not very strong and did not cause any damage to the defending fisherman warriors, their numbers were the advantage. One after another, the sea monsters kept bothering them, but fortunately, the battle didn't last too long. Your strength has increased quite a bit this time. Ha ha ha. To her surprise, Kathy discovered that her strength had increased after this battle. Not only Kathy, but all the other Murlocs also saw their attributes improve to varying degrees this time. This is because the battle gave them a lot of experience, and, on average, each Murloc leveled up by 1 or 2 levels. Among them, the Murlocs that were originally low level actually gained more levels after this battle, with the Murloc that gained the most level even rising 4 or 5 levels. Furthermore, since the 3 merfolk races were mixed together in this battle, they cooperated with each other. After the battle, the 3 races, which were originally incompatible, began to accept each other and truly merged into one. My lord! My lord! Kathy, Andre, and the others walked up behind Shao one after another, wanting to report the battle situation and results to him. But unexpectedly, Shao spoke first. How did you manage to get here if you didn't stay in your own camp? Shao glanced at the group and asked a question casually. Lord, we've defeated all the monsters, haven't we? That's why we've come to report on the battle. Andre forced himself to explain, but judging from Shao's words, something was clearly not right. Who told you the monster siege was over? This is just the beginning. It's just a little appetizer. Yi Shao's enormous dragon eyes glared at Andre and the others, startling them so much that they shivered and were somewhat dumbfounded. With so many monsters attacking the city, Yi Shao told them it was just an appetizer. Does that mean their tribe's previous monster attacks were just child's play? Huh? My lord. Then what about us? Andre and Keishi, some rubbing their foreheads, others touching their heads, became incoherent for a moment. They originally wanted to run here to report the battle situation to Yi Shao and claim credit, but they didn't expect this situation. Of the three sides of the Dragon Palace, left, right, and back, only Yi Man was still holding his own camp. Andre, Keishi, and the others secretly resolved that they should follow Yi Man's example next time they acted. Why aren't you back in your positions? Let your men rest. The battles to come will only get more brutal. Yi Shao gave Andre and the others a reminder, but didn't blame them. Yes, my lord. Andre, Keishi, and the others responded in unison, then quickly returned to their positions, not even having time to clear away the piles of scraps of flesh around them, so that their soldiers could rest. After dealing with Andre, Keishi, and the others, Yi Shao closed his eyes to rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Chapter 160, The Slitto Beast. Wu. Wu. Soon, the many merfolk warriors who were still resting heard the voices from the sea monsters again, and they became tense once more. The Lord was right after all. Andre's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized that another monster from the vast sea was attacking. Everyone, prepare for battle. Don't let a single monster in. Kill them all outside the Dragon Palace. Andre shouted, and all the merman warriors on his side instantly went into battle mode. He was also the first merman warrior to react. No wonder Andre, despite being weaker than Kathy, was able to lead the eel clan to rank ahead of the lionfish clan. Yi Shao nodded after seeing Andre's performance and couldn't help but take another look at him. Of course, the fisherman warriors on Yi Man and Cassie's sides were not far behind, and they quickly entered battle mode, almost immediately following Andre's side. Look, what's that? That's a deep-sea stone-eyed dolphin. It's a legendary monster. There's another one there. The Lanternfish tribe's Murloc sentries were the first to spot the second wave of monsters attacking, and immediately recognized two legendary monsters. That's when things started to get interesting. Yi Shao's gaze suddenly sharpened. The second wave of siege monsters was clearly stronger than the first. In the first wave of attacking monsters, there were no more than 5 legendary monsters in total, and they were mostly concentrated on the front of the Dragon Palace, the side guarded by Yi Shao. However, now, legendary monsters have also been discovered on the other 3 sides. Although there aren't many, Yi Shao estimates that there are about a dozen or 20 legendary creatures in total. In addition, Yi Shao also noticed that in the second wave of siege monsters, there were basically no elite-level creatures left. Most of them were lord-level creatures, and a small number were pseudo-legendary level creatures. Fortunately, the number of siege monsters was not as large as in the first wave. Casey glanced at the rapidly approaching second wave of monsters and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the quality of all the monsters was much higher, their numbers were only about half that of the first wave, making them appear significantly sparser. Come on, everyone! Yi Shao roared excitedly. The second wave of creatures was not much different from the first wave for Yi Shao. The improvement in quality actually meant that he would gain more experience points and evolution points. Yi Shao was confident that once he activated the Eternal Punishment Domain, combined with the Frost Crystallized Spikes, he could completely seal off all creatures below the legendary level. The next moment, the monster from the Sea of Time stepped into the Eternal Punishment Domain, and the Frost Crystal Spikes were activated, slicing through the first few Lord-level creatures, including a legendary creature. The flowing seawater had barely swept away the bright red blood when it was instantly soaked again by a large amount of blood. However, many more Lord-level creatures sank slowly into the sea without even touching Yi Shao's face. At the same time, the system notifications in Yi Shao's mind and the evolution value in his attribute bar were also refreshing frantically. Ding! Host level has increased to level 36. It's upgraded. Yi Shao let out a soft, unable to suppress a hint of surprise. Let the storm, oh no, let the little shrimps come even more fiercely. Upon realizing the change in his attributes, Yi Shao shouted in his heart. Meanwhile, at almost the same time, extremely fierce battles broke out on the other three sides of the Dragon Palace. Drink up, brothers. Charge! These sea beasts are incredibly nutritious. Let's slaughter them and stockpile food for the Dragon Palace. Yi-Man shouted and charged forward, unstoppable. Even the legendary creatures among these monsters were no match for Yi-Man. Although Yi-Man wasn't the strongest among Kathy, Andre, and the others, he was the most savage and domineering. This greatly boosted the morale of the fishmen behind him, who charged forward with incredible ferocity and fearlessness, as if they had taken stimulants. Unlike the first wave of attacks from the sea monsters, the second wave of monster attacks clearly put all the fishmen under pressure. However, after the first wave of attacks, their coordination and strength improved significantly, and dealing with these monsters was no longer a big problem. However, as the second wave of monster attacks neared its end, after a continuous battle lasting over 20 minutes, some minor casualties still occurred among the three merfolk races. Just then a long, drawn-out cry echoed from the seabed, causing the seawater to ripple. Upon hearing this long cry, the monsters that had not yet been eliminated in the second wave seemed to receive a buff, and their attacks became even more ferocious. Several murlocs were injured in the process. Another big one. It's considerably stronger than the last one. Looks like there should be one more in the third wave. Yi Shao pondered for a moment, and then he saw a black giant shadow swimming over from a distance, just like when he encountered the first wave of emperor crocodiles. As the blood stained the surrounding sea, the black giant shadow drew closer, allowing Yi Shao to see its full form. The black giant shadow resembled a king crocodile. It has a bloody maw like a crocodile, with sharp teeth that could bite through the body of a legendary creature in one bite. Its limbs are flat like fish fins, and its tail is long and thin like a fishtail. This allows the giant shadow to move faster in the water, but does not affect its terrifying strength and destructive power at all. The giant shadow had black markings on its head and was almost as big as Yi Shao. Its name was Leo-Toothed Beast, and it was also called Siege Beast, just like the Emperor Crocodile. Title: Siege Behemoth. Race: Lit Hops. Rank: Legendary. Level: 65. Health points: 456,800. Attributes: Strength 12500. Agility 13600. Constitution 11,000. Spirit 7,800. Defense 11300. Faction: Chaotic Neutral. Skills: Deep Sea Domain, Sliding Tooth Slap, Sliding Tooth Bite, Sliding Tooth Charge, Powerful Tail Whip. Level 65 already. Yi Shao was slightly surprised when he saw the attribute panel of the Lit Hops that the exploration skill had fed back. After the Lysidon entered the Eternal Punishment domain, its health was continuously reduced, but its speed did not decrease at all, and it charged towards Yi Shao. But it's still not quite good enough. Yi Shao was not afraid at all. Before the smooth-toothed beast could get close, he raised his sharp claws and took the initiative to meet it. Chapter 161, The Final Wave. The smooth-toothed beast let out a long roar, and a deep blue ripple spread out. The next instant, Yi Shao felt the pressure of the surrounding seawater suddenly increase many times over, as if it were about to crush all matter. A domain-type skill? It does seem somewhat similar to Yi-Man's force field. Yi Shao murmured softly. He felt the pressure from the seawater, but he seemed completely unaffected and appeared quite relaxed. This is not because the Lithops domain skills are too weak. The pressure from the Lithops domain skills can even crush weak legendary creatures, but Yi Shao's strength is far beyond that range. Yi Shao's claws transformed into fists, and he slammed them down. Just as the beast was about to hit the Slitto beast, it suddenly opened its mouth and bit down on Yi Shao's dragon claw. However, a crisp sound rang out, as if the Slitodon had bitten into a steel bar. Yi Shao's claws were not only unharmed, but had even knocked out several of the Slitodon's teeth. Click! Immediately afterwards, Yi Shao's claws suddenly opened, easily slicing open the upper jaw of the smooth-toothed beast and piercing through it. Woo! The smooth-toothed beast let out a mournful howl, the pain in its upper jaw causing its entire body to tremble. Get down! Boom! Yi Shao swung his claws forcefully towards the seabed. Even with the seawater blocking its path, the smooth-toothed beast slammed deep into the seabed, making a loud noise and stirring up a cloud of sand. When it comes to monsters of the level of the Slitodon, although Yi Shao's eternal punishment domain has slowed down the rate at which it erodes them, their health is still quickly reduced to almost nothing. Woo-woo. As if sensing the approach of death, some clarity returned to the eyes of the smooth-toothed beast, replaced by a look of fear and dread. Then, the Lyogodon struggled violently on the seabed, trying to escape from the eternal punishment domain, but all of this was in vain. Soon, the eternal punishment domain completely depleted its last bit of health, and the slime-toothed beast gradually became still. Ding! Gained 107,000 experience points and 1,070 evolution points. Ding! You have obtained the legendary creature component, the Lithoplurus tail. The next wave of battles will probably be a bit more challenging. Yi Shao glanced around at the situation. The battles on the other three sides were basically over. Judging from the situation of the second wave of monsters compared to the first wave, the overall strength of the third wave of monsters should be a level higher. If last one done, this should be the end. Tabor personally returned the last creature to the embrace of the sea god, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Probably not yet. Andre couldn't help but glance in Yi-Man's direction and said in a low voice. He noticed that Yi-Man showed no signs of letting his guard down and was currently taking the time to rest. Then, Andre glanced at the situation on Kathy's side and found that he was looking over as well, which confirmed his suspicions. The Lord's orders haven't come down yet, so we'll just stay put and wait. Andre gave Tabor a brief explanation, then turned around and waved to a merman warrior beside him. Pass the word. All Murloc warriors, take this opportunity to rest. Even more severe tests and battles are yet to come. Andre paused briefly before quickly issuing the order. Perhaps due to the experience of 2 battles, his voice carried a hint of heaviness. Tabor fell silent, saying little of the joy he had felt from just defeating the last monster and gaining strength. So far, although many monsters of the ancient sea have been eliminated, 2 or 3 merfolk warriors have been lost, and many others have been injured. Tabor and Andre weren't fools. They were already prepared for the next battle. If another wave of even stronger monsters attacked the city, there would likely be even more merfolk warriors lost or injured. There's been some progress. All that time and effort wasn't wasted. Yi Shao's enormous dragon eyes swept across the dragon palace, taking in the condition of all the merman warriors, and he murmured to himself. As for the final wave of attacks from the monsters of the vast sea, Yi Shao was not too worried. With the current strength of the dragon palace, Yi Shao was fully confident in dealing with it. After resting for about 10 or 20 minutes, all the merman warriors had recovered somewhat. Except for some who were seriously injured, they were perfectly capable of handling the upcoming battle. They're here. They're here. More monsters are coming. Quick, quick. Another monster is attacking. After 2 waves of monster attacks, all the merman warriors became very vigilant. Before the sounds of the monsters attacking the city could be heard, they had already spotted the dark shadows that were vaguely appearing in the distance. Woo! Woo! Only after the merman warriors sounded the alarm did the voice of the sea monster come through. Enter battle mode. Be ready to fight at any time. Kathy, Yi-Man, Andre, and the others shouted in unison, their murderous aura growing even stronger. Yi Shao also glanced into the distance and saw a group of dark figures rapidly surrounding the Dragon Palace. In a short while, their figures became clear. Even pseudo-epic level creatures have come out. Yi Shao sensed that among the monsters in the third wave of the siege, there were several pseudo-epic level attack creatures, which meant that the third wave of the battle would be far more brutal than the first 2. In addition, Yi Shao also noticed that there were significantly more pseudo-legendary creatures and legendary creatures among them compared to the second wave, with lords making up the majority of them. In comparison, the overall quality of all siege monsters has improved somewhat, but their total number has decreased significantly. Once I deal with these pseudo-epic level monsters, Yi-Man and the others will be able to handle the rest. Yi Shao pondered for a moment. Among the third wave of siege monsters, only the pseudo-epic level creatures were a little difficult to deal with. The other legendary level creatures were not a big problem. Having learned from the previous two experiences, Shao still used the old method, planning to use the Eternal Punishment Domain and the Frost Crystal Spikes in combination to directly seal off all creatures below the legendary level outside. As for the remaining legendary and pseudo-epic level creatures, Shao planned to deal with them personally, one by one. Although there are pseudo-epic level creatures among them, their general level is not very high, usually around level 40 or 50, which is far lower than the level of the Lit Hops. Chapter 162. Is the third wave over? Therefore, even if there are pseudo-epic level creatures among them, their attributes are not much different from those of the Lit Hops. The battle was about to break out. Due to the extremely wide coverage of Shao's Eternal Punishment Domain, the first battle to erupt was still on the front line of the Dragon Palace. Secondly, Man led his merman warriors to push the battle line forward again. As for the battles on the other two sides, they broke out almost simultaneously. The once clear seawater was instantly stained with blood, which quickly spread. The stench of blood was undoubtedly the best stimulant. Stimulated, the third wave of monsters rushed towards the Dragon Palace with bloodshot eyes, as if they had gone mad. On the other hand, the merfolk warriors, after the first two waves of battle, undoubtedly had their morale and fighting spirit greatly enhanced and united, leading to an even more intense battle when the two sides clashed. Tabor, come quick. There's a big guy here. I can't beat this beast. Andre was being overwhelmed by a legendary monster and was forced to retreat, his body now bearing many wounds. Damn it. Hang in there a little longer. Let me kill this one first. Tabor shouted at the top of his lungs, but he was entangled by another monster and couldn't help Andre for the time being. Aside from a Dragon Palace front, which was still relatively easy for Shao, the situation on Man and Ku Shi sides was not very optimistic. As soon as the third wave of battle began, all the Murloc warriors felt the pressure. Compared to the first two waves, the third wave of monster attacks started to result in casualties among the Murloc warriors not long after it began. It needs to end as soon as possible. Shao muttered something, then snapped a legendary creature in half with his tail, before immediately swimming towards another pseudo-epic creature. And so, half an hour passed quickly. Although half an hour is not a very long time, all the Murloc warriors felt as if it were an eternity, with Murloc casualties occurring every minute and every second. During this period, Shao had already defeated 5 or 6 pseudo-epic level monsters. He had no idea exactly how many. Woo! Just then, a giant whale, tens of meters long, suddenly appeared, exuding a terrifying aura, and charged straight toward Man's direction. A pseudo-epic level creature? Shao naturally noticed the situation on Man's side. He frowned slightly. Basically, all the powerful sea monsters had gathered on the front of the Dragon Palace to attack, and the pseudo-epic monsters were also all concentrated on the front. But there are always exceptions. On Man's side, a pseudo-epic deep-sea purple-striped whale appeared at this moment. Drink it. Boom! Man was fearless and charged forward with his fist raised, but the next moment he was directly slapped away by the deep-sea purple-striped whale. Chief, the monsters here are almost all wiped out. You take a look first. I'll go help Man. Kathy said something to Angelo beside her, then turned and swam towards the side Man was in charge of. The deep-sea purple-striped whale was powerful, and Man probably couldn't handle it alone. Tabor, let's go too. Andre glanced at Kathy, then pulled Tabor over to help Man fight the deep-sea purple-striped whale. Shao remained motionless, observing from a distance. This was partly because he was guarding the front of the Dragon Palace with only one dragon, making it impossible for him to leave. Unlike the other 3 sides, where even if Angelo and Cassie left, other fishmen would be on guard and nothing unexpected would happen. On the other hand, Man and Ku Shi can't live under Shao's protection forever, can they? Shao intends to train Man and the others, and the pseudo-epic deep-sea purple-striped whale is a good candidate. With the addition of Kathy, Andre, and Tabor, Man's pressure was greatly reduced. Instead of being aggressive, the group cooperated to gradually wear down the deep-sea purple-striped whale. Led by Man, Kathy, Andre, and Tabor would seize the opportunity when the target was not paying attention, and then swing their tridents to slash a large gash, causing blood to flow freely. Woo! The deep-sea purple-striped whale let out a mournful cry. Despite its immense strength, its enormous size prevented it from fully utilizing its power with the help of the three, including Kathy. Cassie, quick, take this chance and puncture this beast's breathing hole. When Andre saw that the deep-sea purple-striped whale had revealed a weakness, he hurriedly shouted anxiously to Kathy. If it weren't for the fact that his position was too far from the blowhole, he would have wanted to go up there himself. Kathy understood and seized the opportunity to stab him directly. In the next instant, a jet of blood spurted out, shooting a great distance even in the ocean. Woo! The deep blue-striped whale let out another painful howl. Andre and Tabor were not idle either. The two stood on either side of the deep-sea purple-striped whale's tail fin, their tridents gleaming with a pale blue-cold light, like divine weapons. Then, the trident fell. The deep-sea purple-striped whale, caught off guard, had its tail fin severed on both sides without any suspense. At this point, the deep-sea purple-striped whale had lost its tail fin and its blowhole was damaged, making it a complete paper tiger. At least for the time being, it would not be able to mount any effective counterattack. Drink it. Bang! Yi-Man shouted and punched the deep-sea purple-striped whale, which was smashed onto the seabed. Yi-Man followed closely behind. Yi-Man relentlessly pounded the deep-sea purple-striped whale with punches, leaving deep craters and fist marks on its body, as if venting his anger at having just sent it flying. That beast is finally dead. Andre sighed. With the combined efforts of Kathy and the other two, the deep-sea purple-striped whale finally lost all life. Yes, it's time to end this. Kathy chimed in, saying that the battles around the Dragon Palace had basically come to an end, with only a few minor monsters left to be dealt with or eliminated. At this point, Andre and the other two all looked at Yi-Man. Yi-Man was slightly taken aback, but then he realized what they meant. But if you asked him, he didn't know if there were any more monsters attacking the city. Hold that high. Just then, a long, resounding cry suddenly echoed from afar along the seawater, the intense vibrations causing the surrounding seawater to tremble continuously, just like boiling water. What happened? What's going on? Are there more monsters coming? Is this never going to end? Andre, stop jinxing me. Tabor, Andre, and Keishi all spoke up, startled by the long chant. Even they felt a buzzing in their heads when faced with it. Chapter 163, Azure Dragon. Even Kathy and Andre reacted the same way when faced with this long chant, let alone the other ordinary fishmen. Some of the weaker Murlocs even felt a wave of dizziness, and it took them a long time to recover from the dizziness. Could this be the Lord? No. Yi-Man couldn't help but look at Yi Shao. In his memory, apart from the giant dragons of Dragon Mountain, only their lord could make such a terrifying roar. But then Yi-Man discovered a new problem. Yi Shao's dragon roar was more powerful and higher, as if it were about to pierce the sky, while the long roar that was coming now was relatively low. As Yi-Man looked at Yi Shao gazed into the depths of the sea ahead, his enormous dragon eyes narrowing slightly. There must be something new going on. Let's go check on the Lord. Yi-Man said something and then rushed towards Yi Shao's direction, with Andre and Kathy following closely behind. Yi-Man and the others came up behind Yi Shao, but did not disturb him. They simply stood quietly, looking ahead just like Yi Shao. A few breaths later, Angelo also arrived. Here it comes. A big one has arrived. Just after Yi Shao finished speaking, Yi-Man, Kai-Shi, and the others vaguely saw a black giant shadow, more than 240 meters long, gradually becoming clearer in the sea ahead. This is... Andre's eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured softly, looking somewhat uncertain. This is a mosasaur. The oldest member, Angelo, was the first to recognize the name of the giant black figure and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. What? Chief, you're not mistaken, are you? Are you sure it's a mosasaur? Kathy couldn't help but ask, a look of fear gradually rising in her eyes. Tabor, standing next to her, also couldn't help but look at Angelo, hoping to get a positive answer. Yes, absolutely. This behemoth matches perfectly with the mosasaur recorded in our clan's archives. Before Angelo could answer, Andre spoke first, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Oh, Mosasaurus? What's going on?" Seeing the way Angelo and the others looked behind him, Shao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. There seems to be some hidden story behind this. "Who, my lord?" Mosasaurs were once an extremely terrifying race in the sea, born with immense power, standing at the top of the marine food chain. But mosasaurs were also a legendary race, having disappeared hundreds of years ago. I never expected them to reappear now. Angelo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, before briefly recounting the origins of the mosasaurus. But as he spoke, Angelo's body still trembled uncontrollably. Just as dragons were a shadow looming over the hearts of other creatures on the continent, mosasaurs held an equally high place in the hearts of the marine life. The mosasaurus is interesting. By the time Angelo finished speaking, Shao had basically figured everything out and understood everything. However, Shao was not afraid at all. To him, the mosasaurus was just a larger and stronger sea beast. Now that he was in the Dragon Palace, he had to make it lie down obediently. That's a mosasaur. It really is. My God, how could such a legendary creature appear here? We're doomed. We're doomed. Could the mosasaurus be coming for us? As the mosasaurus drew closer, more and more murlocs recognized it, and their faces showed fear. Although this extinct race exists only in records and legends, it does not diminish the fear in the hearts of the merfolk when they see a mosasaur. Shao glanced at the merman warriors behind him. Even the mermen who didn't know what a mosasaurus was were filled with fear. After all, the terrifying aura emanating from the mosasaurus was no joke. Hold head high. Shao also let out a long roar, which immediately suppressed all the fear brought by the Azure Dragon. "Lord, my lord!" When Kathy, Andre, and the others felt the intense pressure emanating from Shao's dragon might, they were all jolted awake, and the long roar and power of the mosasaurus were instantly overshadowed. Xiaolong's tail swung rapidly, and his wings transformed into fins as he actively moved towards the mosasaurus. In an instant, he had moved away from the location of the Dragon Palace and was positioned in front of the mosasaurus. The reason Shao stayed away from the Dragon Palace was because he sensed that the aura emanating from the Azure Dragon was not weak, probably not much weaker than his own. If he fought against such a being, he might destroy the newly built Dragon Palace if he didn't control his strength properly. As they drew closer, Shao was able to observe the mosasaurus more closely. Like other creatures, the mosasaurus had blood-red eyes and was completely devoid of reason. The mosasaur in front of us was over 230 meters long, looking like a giant lizard magnified countless times, except that its limbs and tail were flat and extremely strong and powerful. A line extending from its head to its tail is covered with countless terrifying spikes, and its body is covered with horizontal ridges. Although its teeth are not very long, no creature would dare to doubt their sharpness. A siege beast, just as expected. Shao looked at the name displayed above Songlong's head. Like the last monsters of the previous two waves, it was also preceded by the title of Siege Beast. Although the name Mosasaurus contains the word dragon, it is not strictly speaking a dragon. It is merely a powerful sea monster. Shao raised his hand and threw a probe, and all of the Mosasaurus's attributes were displayed in front of him. Title: Siege Behemoth. Race: Mosasaurus. Class: Epic. Level: 75. Health points: 726800. Attributes: Strength 22500, Agility 24100, Constitution 19800, Spirit 13,000, Defense 19200. Faction: Chaotic Neutral. Skills: Ocean Domain, Deep Sea Squeeze, Mosasaurus Slap, Death Bite, Mosasaurus Tail Whip, Mosasaurus Roar. Level 75. After seeing the Azure Dragon's level, Shao frowned slightly and lingered on its attributes for a moment before paying no further attention. Although the Mosasaurus has high attributes, it is only considered somewhat troublesome to Shao, far from being tricky. Come on, let's finish you off quickly so we can go back and rest. Shao brandished his claws at the Songlong with utter contempt and disdain. Chapter 164, Acquire Mount. Hold that high. The mosasaur seemed to sense Yi Shao's provocation, roared, and opened its mouth to bite at Yi Shao. At the same time, Yi Shao felt as if the surrounding seawater had turned into solid ice, pressing in on him and hindering his movements. Get out of my way. Bang! Yi Shao roared and amplified his powerful strike on his tail. With a turn, he lashed out at the mosasaurus's head, sending the dragon tumbling twice in the water. The mosasaurus seemed to be affected, and the seawater around Yi Shao returned to normal. Immediately afterward, Yi Shao leaped forward, his claws coated with a layer of green light, emitting a faint glow in the seawater. Boom! Yi Shao's sharp claws easily sliced open the mosasaurus's belly armor, and blood spurted out instantly. Roar! The mosasaurus roared at Yi Shao, and a terrifying sonic attack immediately rippled outwards. This time, due to the close proximity, even when Yi Shao was hit by the mosasaurus's sonic attack, his head was buzzing. Boom! In the instant Yi Shao was stunned, the azure dragon rushed in front of him at an extremely terrifying speed, and a tail whip sent him flying. It's time to get serious. Yi Shao stared at the giant lizard in front of him, his voice gradually turning cold. Yi Shao gently flapped his wings, and the wind elements around him gathered wildly. Instantly, a giant tornado vortex was formed in the sea, covering the mosasaurus. Wind blades shot towards the mosasaurus. The mosasaur roared, trying to break free from the vortex, but the whirlpool had already formed, and the tearing force of the hurricane slashes had been transformed into a powerful suction force by the seawater, making it impossible for the mosasaur to break free. Clang! 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 The wind blades kept slashing at the mosasaurus's body, leaving countless deep marks without causing any obvious wounds. At the same time, a silvery white ripple spread out from beneath Yi Shao's feet, and the eternal punishment domain was activated instantly. Although he had lost a lot of power in the previous battle, it was still more than enough to deal with the mosasaurus. Let me add fuel to the fire. Hold that high. Yi Shao let out a long cry, and chains of lightning wrapped around his two sharp claws. The claws transformed into fists and slammed straight towards the azure dragon. The moment Yi Shao stepped into the vortex not only did not restrict Yi Shao's movements, but Yi Shao also used the wind element to control himself, making him move forward even faster. On the other hand, the mosasaurus was tightly bound by the vortex, as if its limbs were bound by iron chains, and could only passively endure the beating. Bang! Bang! Yi Shao struck the mosasaurus with both claws in quick succession. The terrifying force shaped the mosasaurus's body into a U-shape. At the same time, the mosasaurus finally managed to escape the vortex's tearing, but it was sent flying backward. Woo! The mosasaur let out a mournful cry, and the intense pain gradually brought a sliver of clarity back to its eyes, which then turned into a look of fear. However, Yi Shao would not give the mosasaurus any chance to retaliate. Taking advantage of the mosasaurus's momentary daze, Yi Shao grabbed its tail and swung it horizontally, sending it flying directly into the sea above. Immediately, a large ice spike silently appeared and pierced through the mosasaurus's body. With a soft thud, it pierced a bloody hole in the mosasaurus's abdomen, and blood kept gushing out. Pia! Boom! The next moment, before the mosasaurus could react, Yi Shao had already appeared above it, whipping it with his tail and sending it crashing to the seabed, stirring up a cloud of sand. After a series of attacks, the mosasaurus was completely powerless to resist. When the sand was washed away by the sea, the mosasaurus was revealed again. At this moment, the mosasaurus was severely injured. Bright red blood flowed continuously from the hideous wound on its abdomen. In addition, the eternal punishment domain continued to erode it, making even escape difficult. An epic-level biological component, done. Yi Shao murmured softly. The reason he was able to defeat the mosasaurus so quickly was because the mosasaurus was fighting purely on instinct, with its eyes red and no rationality whatsoever. Therefore, the mosasaurus fell into the vortex trap set by Yi Shao. Its body was restricted, and Yi Shao's series of attacks directly took half of the mosasaurus's life. Woo! Just as Shao raised his claws, preparing to end the Mosasaurus suddenly let out a mournful cry, and then the red light in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by clarity and fear. Huh, interesting. Shao's claws stopped in midair, but the lightning and cold light flashing on them still made any creature tremble with fear. Especially Shao's target, the Azure Dragon, showed even greater fear in his eyes. For the first time, he felt death was so close to him, and his body trembled violently. Please spare me. I don't want to be killed like this. I'm willing to become your mount. The dragon's voice was filled with pleading. Once he was enveloped by the eternal punishment domain, he could no longer escape. Given his current injured state, he probably wouldn't even have time to escape the eternal punishment domain before his life points were completely depleted by it. Oh, a mount! Shao whispered something, withdrew the eternal punishment domain, and then carefully examined the Azure Dragon's figure. If he were to ride it, it would look quite cool at first glance. Moreover, Shao did intend to tame an aquatic sea beast in the vast ocean for transportation, and the Mosasaurus in front of him would be a very good choice. Yes, master. I am willing to become your mount, Songlong said in a deep voice, and when he sensed that Shao had withdrawn the eternal punishment domain, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, the Mosasaurus, dragging its wounded body, prostrated itself completely, its expression one of utmost respect. The situation left the Mosasaurus no room for disrespect. If Shao were to strike with his claws, the Mosasaurus would instantly become Shao's experience and evolution points. All right then, I'll make you my mount for now. After considering it for a moment, Shao decided to keep the Azure Dragon. However, if you dare to betray me, you will only end up as one of these many corpses. Just as the Songlong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it had escaped with its life, Shao's cold voice rang out, startling the Songlong so much that it shivered. Master, I wouldn't dare betray your mighty power. With Shao's terrifying strength as a deterrent, Songlong hurriedly said, I dare not 3 times, which shows how terrified he was. Chapter 165, Who Said the Siege is Over? The Mosasaurus is just one of many siege monsters. Losing one won't make a difference. There are still so many wild monsters in the ocean. Shao is not worried about not being able to find other epic-level creatures. Moreover, he had already accumulated 7 pseudo-epic level biological parts in the battle just now, which was more than enough for evolution. Then, Shao took another look at the Mosasaurus's attribute panel. Title, Siege Behemoth. Owner, Shao. Race, Mosasaurus. Class, Epic. Level, 75. Health points, 726,800. Attributes, Strength 22500. Agility 24100. Constitution 19800. Spirit 13,000. Defense 19200. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Skills, Ocean Domain, Deep Sea Squeeze, Mosasaurus Slap, Death Bite, Mosasaurus Tail Whip, Mosasaurus Roar. The camp has changed. Shao lingered on the Mosasaurus's attribute panel for a while, discovering that after the Mosasaurus chose to become his mount, its alignment changed from chaotic neutral to lawful neutral. In addition, Shao also discovered that the Mosasaurus's panel had an additional item bar for its owner, which meant that the Mosasaurus, originally a wild monster in the sea, had now become Shao's private property. 318,560 evolution points. When Shao turned to take stock of his gains from the battle, he was taken aback when he saw the evolution points on his attribute panel. He remembered that before the 3rd wave of battles began, he only had about 170,000 evolution points. He didn't expect that as soon as the 3rd wave of battles ended, his evolution points would directly break through 300,000. Even pseudo-epic level biological components are barely usable, enough for 1 evolution. Shao quickly came to his senses and realized it was normal. He had basically taken on all the pseudo-epic creatures in the 3rd wave, bearing nearly half of the pressure of the 3rd wave of battle. It would be strange if he gained few evolution points. Let's go. Big lizard. Let's go over there. Shao waved his claws toward the dragon palace, and swam over there with the Mosasaurus. The Mosasaurus's wounds had mostly stopped bleeding, and it could still swim on its own without any problems. It quietly followed behind Shao, behaving obediently, a far cry from the ferocious appearance it had displayed during the siege. "My lord, this." When Angelo saw the two enormous creatures approaching the Dragon Palace, his heart trembled, and he was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Andre, Kathy, and the others stood aside, staring in fear at the Songlong behind Shao, clearly wanting to hear an answer from Shao as well. You mean this giant mosasaur? It's become my personal mount now, and from now on, it's a member of the Dragon Palace." Shao briefly explained the transformation of Songlong's identity, recounting the most shocking event in the most relaxed tone. "I'm out." Kathy, Andre, and the others stared in disbelief at Shao and the Songlong behind him, feeling as if they couldn't believe it was real. Even Yi-Man behind them couldn't help but look over. "What's wrong? Is it not allowed?" Shao glanced at Kashi and Andre and the others, then turned to Songlong. "Come here, big lizard. Come to the front." To prove that the Mosasaurus posed no danger, Shao waved his claws at the Mosasaurus and gave a simple command. The Mosasaur obediently swam forward a little, its terrifying maw almost touching the faces of Kashi and Andre. Glug, glug, glug. Suddenly, a series of swallowing sounds rang out among Kathy and Andre. The Mosasaurus's sharp teeth and huge mouth were truly awe-inspiring. The Mosasaurus actually became the Lord's mount. Kashi couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Among Andre and the others, he was the bravest. After learning that the Mosasaurus was harmless, he even went up and touched the Mosasaurus's chin. Kathy's actions almost gave Angelo another fright, but he was relieved to see that the Mosasaurus didn't make any other moves. Then, Shao waved his claws, causing the Mosasaurus to retreat again. The Lord truly lives up to his reputation. Andre glanced at the shocking wounds on the Mosasaurus and immediately understood, unable to help but sigh as well. "Yes, Lord, you're amazing. The monster siege is finally over." Tabor chimed in, trying to flatter Shao. "Huh? Who told you the monster siege is over?" Shao looked at Tabor with his huge dragon eyes and couldn't help but feel a desire to tease him. What? Is there going to be another wave of monsters attacking the city? Oh my God, just kill me already." Tabor, Kathy, and Andre wailed, saying that with each wave of monster attacks stronger than the last, their chances of defending the Dragon Palace were slim if another wave of monsters attacked. "Just kidding. That's all. This is the last wave." Shao was stunned for a moment, not expecting that Kashi and the others would react so strongly. As soon as Shao finished speaking, Kashi, Andre, and the others froze on the spot, almost turning to stone. Even Yi-Man looked at Shao with a strange expression, as if this was the first time she had met him. Isn't this funny?" Shao felt a little awkward under the gaze of Yi-Man and Kashi and the others. His huge dragon eyes swept over Tabor and the others, and in order to cover up his embarrassment, he blurted out a sentence. However, Shao really had no sense of humor. That's hilarious. Hee. As soon as Shao finished speaking, Kashi, Andre, and the others hurriedly smiled ingratiatingly. However, no matter how you looked at it, their smiles seemed somewhat forced. At the same time, news of the end of the monster siege spread almost at the speed of light, instantly filling the entire Dragon Palace. "Ugh, long live the Dragon Palace. Lord, you are invincible. Sweep away everything. Long live the Dragon Palace. Lord, you are invincible. Sweep away everything. Long live the Dragon Palace. Lord, you are invincible. Sweep away everything." Immediately afterwards, all the fishmen in the Dragon Palace shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the surrounding sea. At this moment, even if the Mosasaurus roared again, its voice would probably be drowned out by them. The lionfish, eel, and lanternfish tribes, being the three weakest of the 8 fishman tribes, would likely have no choice but to relocate if faced with such a terrifying monster siege. But not today. The Dragon Palace not only did not fall, but it also slaughtered all the monsters that attacked the city. This is the confidence that comes from their racial integration. Chapter 166, Andre's Regret. Most of the merfolk warriors in the Dragon Palace were experiencing such an exhilarating battle for the first time. After each battle, they were exhausted, but the joy they felt after the battle overwhelmed them. Not bad. Shao glanced at all the merman warriors below and gave them a fairly good evaluation, as if this was the only evaluation Shao would give no matter what. But this battle was more than just good in description. The Dragon Palace experienced 3 waves of battles. Although the fishmen suffered many casualties, the sea monsters grew stronger with each battle, and they were all slaughtered by the fishmen warriors of the Dragon Palace. Moreover, after this battle, all the fishermen's strength has greatly improved, which is the reason why they were so pleasantly surprised. Aside from the ordinary Murlocs who didn't participate in the battle, almost all the Murloc warriors have improved their levels, and some have even advanced directly. If this continues, dominating the entire vast ocean will be just around the corner. Alright, Yi-Man, Kushi, you guys take some men and clean up around the Dragon Palace in a bit. Shao turned to Yi-Man Kai and the others and gave them an order. Now, the area around and above the Dragon Palace was filled with countless drops of bright red blood, and the ground was littered with the corpses of monsters, one on top of another. They even laid a floor outside for free, but it's a pity they have to remove it. Andre couldn't help but make a joke, which caused the people around him to burst into laughter. Although Andre and his men will clean up the surrounding monster corpses, and the blood in the seawater will soon be washed away by the flowing water, the lingering smell of blood will probably stay in the air above the Dragon Palace for a long time. My lord, what about me? The dragon couldn't help but ask a question. These merfolk warriors were clearly afraid of it, which left the dragon at a loss. It seemed there was no other place for it to stay in the Dragon Palace. Man, could you take some people to help the giant lizard build a resting area for him later? Just build it on the right side of the Dragon Palace. Shao hesitated for a moment, then gave Yi-Man an instruction, and then gestured towards the azure dragon with his lip. Yes, my lord. Yes, master. Songlong and Yi-Man responded almost simultaneously, and Songlong's place to stay was finally settled. Well, we can't exactly call you Big Lizard. That's a really awful name. From now on, you'll be called Yi-Tsong. Shao tilted his head and gave the dragon a name. Shao's Yi family army gradually grew in size. Thank you for bestowing a name upon me, master. The mosasaur was somewhat flattered and immediately prostrated itself on the ground to express its gratitude. It seemed quite pleased with its new name. All right, there shouldn't be any more troublesome guys now. If any monsters attack again, Yi-Man, Cassie, you guys don't need to report to me. Just kill them without mercy. Shao turned his head and gave an order, then walked towards the center of the Dragon Palace, towards the Dragon King's hall, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Yes, my lord. Yi-Man and Kushi responded in unison. After seeing Shao's back step into the Dragon King's palace, Yi-Man had already guessed that the lord was probably preparing to evolve again. Kathy and the others had never witnessed Shao and Yi-Man's evolution. They simply assumed that Shao was tired and had gone to the Dragon King's palace to rest. All mermen, take a break and quickly clear away the corpses around the Dragon Palace. While Shao was away, Yi-Man had essentially become his proxy. Regardless of the relationship between Shao and Yi-Man possessed the strength and ability to command these fishmen. The lanternfish merfolk on the sentry tower, don't let your guard down. Report any new developments to me immediately. As for the other fishmen, after clearing out the monster corpses around them, they will form teams of 10, with 2 teams on each of the 4 sides, to patrol around the Dragon Palace. The remaining fishmen will rest before preparing to change shifts. Yi-Man issued the order concisely and clearly. The reason for doing so was to detect any unexpected events or situations that might occur at any time in advance, so that he could react and take appropriate measures in a timely manner. Of course, the main purpose was not to disturb the Lord's evolution. As for the details, that's something that Kashi and Andre need to pay attention to and discuss. Although Kathy and Andre were somewhat puzzled as to why Yi-Man wanted the Dragon Palace to be in such a state of alert after the battle, they did not ask any further questions. After all, the Dragon Palace has only just been built and has already endured 3 waves of monster attacks from the vast ocean. So, just in case, it's best to be extra careful and vigilant if monsters attack again. I can actually help clean up these monster corpses. Glug glug. Songlong, to be precise, is now called Yeet Song, he said softly, and then two sounds, which seemed to be rumbling sound from the stomach, were heard. All right, let's work together. Clearing up so many monster corpses is really going to be a hassle. Before Yi Man could reply, Andre had already taken the initiative and happily agreed. Clearing out so many monster corpses won't be easy and will likely waste a lot of time. Having more help would be helpful. However, Andre soon regretted his words. With a single bite, Yeet Song completely emptied a small area in front of him, leaving only some small pieces of meat. However, Yeet Song's stomach was like a bottomless pit, opening its massive mouth to the other side. Damn it, brothers, get your all. Hurry up. The meat of these sea monsters is incredibly nutritious. Carry it all back and stock up. Andre shouted anxiously, but the words were already out, and there was no use in regretting them now. He could only urge all the fishmen to move quickly and store the monsters as food in the Dragon Palace's warehouse. Shao was already lying in the Dragon King's palace, ready to begin this evolution at any moment. The third wave of battle not only brought Shao a large amount of evolution points and several pseudo-epic level biological parts, but also raised Shao's level by 1 level, and his current level has reached level 37. We need to find a way to level up as soon as possible. Shao stared at the changes in his level on the attribute panel, his eyes flashing. Although his strength has become very powerful after several evolutions, his level is still far behind. Even some ordinary merfolk warriors are enough to crush Shao in terms of level. Chapter 167 Dragon Palace Buff. Begin the evolution. Please select the desired biological component. The current body's genes can add up to 6 biological components. Add pseudo-epic level creature parts. Clearfish fins, sea turtle shell, water-absorbing beast claws, rainbow squid tentacles, water rain fishtail, and jade crab claws. Shao quickly added the biological components needed for the evolution. These components were obtained during the third wave of monster siege battles and were the best available at the moment. Ding! This evolution will take approximately 12 hours. Evolution begins. As a deep blue light enveloped Shao's body, Shao fell into a deep sleep, beginning this evolution. During Shao's evolution, with all the fishmen moving together and with Yeet Song's help, the monster corpses and bits of flesh around the Dragon Palace were quickly cleared away. In the time that followed, the heavy smell of blood above the Dragon Palace attracted some monsters from the vast sea, but they were all killed by the patrolling fisherman warriors. Yi Man and his companions didn't even have to lift a finger. As for the powerful monsters, most of them are not stupid. After being attracted by the smell of blood, they were scared away when they saw Yeet Song next to the Dragon Palace and felt his terrifying aura. Therefore, while Shao was evolving, the Dragon Palace remained relatively peaceful overall. The 3 fishmen, after experiencing this battle, quickly integrated and adapted to their new environment and life in the Dragon Palace. My lord, you can really sleep. It's been 12 hours already. Tabor glanced in the direction of the Dragon King's palace and muttered something under his breath. 12 hours passed quickly. In the dim light of the seabed, the alternation of day and night was barely perceptible. As the deep blue light faded, Shao completed his evolution and slowly awoke from his slumber. The moment Shao awoke, a deep blue ripple emanated from the Dragon King palace, carrying immense power that forced all the fishmen to lower their heads. Hold head high. Immediately afterwards, a loud dragon roar resounded, and the powerful dragons might terrified all the creatures in the Dragon Palace. Immediately afterwards, Shao also swam out of the Dragon King's palace. The changes after this evolution were not significant. Shao's size had increased again, reaching over 200 meters. A pair of fan-shaped tail crests had grown on both sides of the back of his head. Even without Shao deliberately activating his power, the limbs and tail area shimmered with a layer of pale blue fluorescence, and upon approaching, one could feel an unusually strong concentration of water elements around them. My lord! My lord! Lord! The moment Shao stepped out of the Dragon King's palace, all the merfolk warriors knelt down on one knee to pay their respects to him, as if they were bowing to a king they revered. Even Yi Tsong prostrated himself. Yes, everyone get up. Yi Shao responded, his mind focused on carefully sensing the improvements he had made after the evolution. He then brought up his attribute panel. Host, Yi Shao. Race, Eternal Punishment Dragon. Class, Pseudo-World Class. Level, 37. Title, King of the Forest. Health points, 726100. Attributes, Strength 27100. Agility 25600. Constitution 24500. Spirit 19,000. Defense 24300. Dragon's Fury 9999. Growth level creature component. Dragon Horn, basic level. Requires 100 world values to grow. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Talents, 100 Refinements Evolution. Unique Talent, Commanding Evolution. Unique Talent, Magic Resistance, Innate Talent. Elemental Manipulation, Innate Talent. Skills, Elemental Missiles, Beginner 98. Red Rock Wall, Intermediate 25. Stealth, Beginner 56. Hurricane Slash, Intermediate 21. Explosive Impact, Intermediate 15. Ice and Fire Domain, Beginner 29. Extreme Wall Crystal Armor, Beginner 15. Prospecting, Beginner 59. Frost Crystal Spikes, Intermediate 19. Lightning Chains, Beginner 51. Enhanced Heavy Strike, Beginner 35. Materialized Crystal, Beginner 21. Absolute Explosive Domain, Beginner 12. Demon Horn Pierce, Beginner 08. Dragon. Blood Ice Heart, Beginner 03. Undead Summoning, Beginner 02. Water Adaptation, Beginner 15. Poseidon's Water Crack, Beginner 00. Domain, Eternal Punishment Domain, Unique Domain Power. Evolution Points, 58,560. 520,000 points required for evolution. Poseidon's Water Split. Instantly gathers powerful water elemental energy to crash into the opponent, compressing and weakening them. There is a 5% chance to reduce the enemy's defense. Finally, I have a water attribute attack skill. Looking at the simple skill of the sea god Water Crack, Yi Shao couldn't help but sigh. The attribute improvement this time was secondary. What was expected was gaining an attribute slot skill. Yi Shao, being a dragon from the mainland, is actually not good at fighting in water. Although he possesses many skills, some of which, like Hurricane Slash and Lightning Chain, are even enhanced to some extent in the ocean, many other skills are severely restricted, and their power is greatly reduced. The sea god's water split perfectly filled the gap in Yi Shao's ability to fight at sea. It's practically world-class now. Besides the changes in the skill and attribute bars, Yi Shao also noticed that his rank had now reached the threshold of a world-class creature, but he had not yet truly stepped into the world-class realm. What comes next? Just as Yi Shao was about to consider his next goal, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have received a Basic Dragon Palace buff. Basic Dragon Palace buff. Within the Dragon Palace's area, all Dragon Palace creatures will receive a 20% increase in all attributes. With this 20% increase, the overall strength of the Dragon Palace has improved considerably. Yi Shao felt the changes in his own attributes and sighed softly. At the same time, a deep blue light shield, centered on the Dragon King's palace, instantly enveloped the entire Dragon Palace and the surrounding area. Huh? What's going on? I feel like my strength has increased a lot instantly. Me too. It's like the blessing of the sea god cast by a priest. The fishmen in the Dragon Palace were all astonished when their attributes were boosted. They looked at each other in surprise. Such a powerful instantaneous boost can only occur when the priest class among the merfolk casts amplification magic. Chapter 168, Searching for the Extinct Mosasaurus Race. Could this be a blessing bestowed upon us by the Lord? Angelo murmured softly, and the people around him, including Kathy and Andre, quickly noticed the huge light barrier covering the entire Dragon Palace. That must be it. The Lord's power is boundless. Mere blessing magic is nothing to him. Yes, this must have been done by the Lord. With this blessing, as long as we remain within its protective range, our strength will reach a new level. Kathy, Andre, and the others kept talking, directly attributing the increase in their strength to Yi Shao. As they discussed, they kept glancing at Yi Shao, their gazes now filled with more reverence than the awe they had shown before. As for Yi Man, he remained silent. Regardless of whether Yi Shao cast the Dragon Palace buff, he would naturally assume that it was related to Yi Shao. Having witnessed many more amazing feats of his lord, Yi Man was no longer surprised by this small scene. Whole head high. After receiving the buff from the Dragon Palace, the Mosasaurus couldn't help but let out a long, comfortable roar, indulging in the pleasure brought by the increase in power. Yejang, let's go ask about the Azure Dragon Clan first. Upon hearing this long chant, Yi Shao turned to look at Songlong, as he was very interested in the Songlong clan. Although Angelo and the others said that the Mosasaurus was a species that had disappeared hundreds of years ago, isn't there still one left? There might be other mosasaurs living normally in the sea or hiding in some corner. If we find these mosasaurs and bring them all under Yi Shao's command, it will be an extremely powerful force. In the blink of an eye, Yi Shao had already swum to Yi Tsong's side at an extremely fast speed. Master, Yi Tsong stammered a tentative question, thinking that his long chant had disturbed Yi Shao's rest. Yi Tsong, I have some questions for you. Yi Shao immediately stated his main purpose. Seeing Yi Tsong's appearance, he had the illusion that he wanted to devour him. Master, please speak. When Yi Tsong heard that Yi Shao hadn't come to blame him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I mainly wanted to ask about your background. I heard from Angelo and the others that the Mosasaurus clan was once an extremely powerful race, and it's impossible for them to just disappear without a trace. What about your clansmen? Yi Shao nodded and couldn't help but ask. In the previous battle, he had clearly felt the fear that Angelo and the others had for the Songlong clan, and their terror when they saw Yi Tsong, which was no less than the surprise and fear that the elves had when they faced Yi Shao. Yes, roughly several hundred years ago, our Mosasaurus race was an extremely powerful race in the sea, even dominating a region and standing at the top of the food chain. Yi Tsong pondered for a moment, as if recalling the past, or perhaps organizing his thoughts. When talking about the past glory and achievements of his race, Yi Tsong raised his head high, unable to contain his pride. Go on, how did you disappear next? Yi Shao nodded. He had also heard Angelo and Andre briefly mention what Yi Tsong had said. Upon hearing Yi Shao's words, Yi Tsong's eyes suddenly darkened, and his once proud head seemed to become heavy, slowly lowering itself. We were living peacefully all along, but suddenly one day, our settlement was besieged by other races. As Yi Tsong spoke, his massive upper and lower jaws clenched together repeatedly, as if he were trying to crush his teeth. Other races? Are they the current merfolk? Yi Shao asked in confusion, and couldn't help but look at the three fishmen in the Dragon Palace. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Angelo and the others looked at Yi Tsong in horror. No, not the current races. After hundreds of years of changes, many races have been replaced, and most have become history. The only one that remains is the Megalodon race. Yi Tsong shook his head and said to Yi Shao, his words filled with hatred for the Megalodon clan. I want revenge on the Megalodon clan. So, Master, the reason I was willing to become your mount before and didn't want to die is also because I can't face my dead people before I've completed my revenge. Master, if you won't let me seek revenge against the Megalodon clan, then I'd rather die right now. Yi Tsong said everything he wanted to say in one breath, his purpose being to prevent Yi Shao from hindering his revenge against the Megalodon clan. Go ahead and seek your revenge. Who knows, I might even be able to lend you a hand. Yi Shao patted the mosasaur's head with his enormous claws, then gazed into the depths of the sea and murmured. For Yi Shao, conquering this sea would inevitably mean clashing with other races in the ocean, and perhaps one day he would even help Yi Tsong deal with the Megalodon clan along the way. As for whether the Megalodon clan was powerful or not, Yi Shao didn't care much. How could they be more powerful than the Dragon Clan? Master, upon hearing Yi Shao's words, Yi Tsong became instantly excited and prostrated himself once again. He had witnessed Yi Shao's terrifying strength. If he could get Yi Shao's help, his chances of getting revenge on the Megalodon clan would be much greater. Yi Shao nodded, but just as he was about to consider his next goal, a system notification interrupted his thoughts once again. Ding! Special quest triggered. Search for the extinct Mosasaurus race. Searching for the extinct Mosasaurus race. The Mosasaurus race was once at the top of the food chain in the ocean, but it became extinct in a short period of time hundreds of years ago. However, some seeds and Mosasaurus creatures still remain in the world. Search for the traces left behind by the extinct Mosasaurus race. Quest rewards: abundant world points, abundant evolution points, epic creature parts. Now we have our next goal, don't we? Yi Shao pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Yi Tsang. If Yi Shao were to go searching for the extinct Songlong clan now, he would definitely have no clue whatsoever. Haven't you seen the 3 Murlocs? They haven't found any trace of a Mosasaur in all these centuries. You can't really expect anything from them. But things are different now. Yi Tsang in front of us is a living, breathing member of the Azure Dragon clan. If we start directly with Yi Tsang, this matter will become much easier to handle. Chapter 169, The Reckless Little Thing. Yejang, did your Songlong clan leave anything behind? Or did any other Songlong escape? Yi Shao couldn't help but ask, according to the hints in the mission, what should still be left in the Songlong clan? I don't know the specifics either. The only thing I know is the place where our race once lived. Yi Tsang shook his enormous head and gestured to Yi Shao. Where's the land where your former race once lived? Take me there. Yi Shao directly ordered Yi Tsang, but the only clue now was the place where the race was located, as Yi Tsang had mentioned. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains there. Master, this. Upon hearing Yi Shao's question, Yi Tsang's mind went blank for a moment. Is there a problem? Yi Shao glanced at Yi Tsang, and a terrifying aura instantly gathered around him. No, Master. Anyway, it's not something that can't be said. There should still be records of it in many of the merfolk's records. The place where the Mosasaurus clan once lived was deep in the sea. Yi Tsang quickly waved his fins. If he dared to disobey Yi Shao's orders, he was probably really tired of living now. As for the exact location, I can't say for sure, but I can take you there. After a slight pause, Yi Tsang continued to explain to Yi Shao. Yi Shao nodded. That was his intention as well. Since it was the place where Yi Tsang's former race once lived, Yi Tsang would certainly be most familiar with it, making it most appropriate for him to lead Yi Shao there. The area I'm going might be quite far away. Even at my current speed, it will take a lot of time to make a round trip. Yi Tsang glanced at the Dragon Palace, then turned to Yi Shao and told him something. Yes, that is indeed a problem. Yi Shao pondered for a moment. The Dragon Palace had just been established, and although its overall strength had increased significantly, it had also become an even bigger target. Yi-Man, Andre, Keishi, all of you come here. Yi Shao waved his claws at Yi-Man and Ku-Shi, summoning them all over. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Man, Ku-Shi, and the others had arrived in front of Yi Shao, lined up in a row, and formed a formation. Compared to Yi Shao's enormous size, Yi-Man, Ku-Shi, and the others in their second forms looked rather insignificant. My lord! Yi-Man, Kai-Shi, and the others responded in unison, wondering why Yi Shao had summoned them. Yi-Man, I'm going out for a while. You stay here and guard the Dragon Palace this time. Yi Tsang and I will go. As for the rest of you, you must cooperate well with Yi-Man. If I come back and see the Dragon Palace in such a mess, you can all go and feed the sea beasts. Yi Shao glanced at Yi-Man, Ku-Shi, and the others. As he spoke, his voice gradually turned cold, which startled Ku-Shi, Andre, and the others, causing them to shiver. Yes, my lord. Yi-Man, Ku-Shi, and Andre responded in unison, their voices unconsciously rising a few decibels. All right, without further ado, let's get going. After settling things in the Dragon Palace, Yi Shao prepared to depart. With Yi-Man and Kai-Shi guarding the Dragon Palace, Yi Shao was not afraid of any unexpected events. Yes, master. Yi Tsang responded and gently lay down, gesturing for Yi Shao to mount him. Unlike Yi-Man and Ku-Shi, Yi Tsang is now, to be precise, Yi Shao's personal mount. Yi Shao was slightly taken aback. After this evolution, his size in his first form had reached the threshold of 200 meters, which was not much different from Yi Tsang's body, which was over 230 meters long. Before the evolution, given Yi Shao's size at that time, riding on it would have been barely acceptable, but now, riding on it would look strange no matter how you look at it. Without much hesitation, Yi Shao's body rapidly shrank, transforming into his second form. He then flipped over, and leaped onto Yi Song's head. Set off. Yi Shao waved his hand forward and gave Yi Song the order to set off. At this moment, Yi Shao stood atop Yi Song's head. Although his figure was small, he appeared exceptionally domineering and imposing. If anyone saw Yi Shao and Yi Song together like this, their eyes would definitely be drawn to Yi Shao first. Hold head high. Yi Song let out a long sigh, got up again, turned around, and quickly swam towards the opposite direction of the Dragon Palace, that is, the southern part of the sea. As expected of a once extremely powerful race that lived in the sea, even if Yi Shao used his water adaptation skills, Yi Songlong was still far more suited to living in the water than Yi Shao. Yi Song was extremely fast, and the perfect arc of his body made it almost impossible for him to feel any resistance when swimming in the sea. If they were at sea, even if Yi Shao had a higher agility attribute, he would still be inferior to Yi Song in terms of speed. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Yi Man and the others could no longer even see Yi Shao and Yi Song. You have all heard what the Lord said. Go back and instruct your subordinates not to let their guard down while the Lord is away, and to be extra vigilant. Yi Man turned to Kashi and the others and said that he had always kept Yi Shao's instructions and orders in mind. Yes. Kashi and Andre responded in unison, and soon returned to their posts. Yi Shao and Ku Shi sped along, the corals and landforms on the seabed rushing past them. But they had only been away from the Dragon Palace for a short while when Yi Shao's speed slowed down. Some little things really don't know their own limitations. Yi Shao's eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous glint. A chilling killing intent was inadvertently released from Yi Shao, causing even Yi Song beneath him to shiver. Before long, Yi Song came to a complete stop as many figures appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Not only that, but also many figures surrounded Yi Shao from both sides and behind him. It seems that they had been waiting here for a long time, setting a trap and waiting for their prey to come to them. These monsters are all the same kind of creature called rainbow beast. They have a rather peculiar appearance, with a trapezoidal head, 2 rather large nostrils, and 2 long, sharp teeth on the upper palate of their mouths. The rainbow beast body is thick in the middle and thin at both sides, with a slight curve. Its limbs and tail are flat, like most sea monsters. Each one is more than 10 meters long, and there are about 40 of them. Chapter 170, Slaughtering the Rainbow Beast. In addition, Yi Shao should note that the aura of each rainbow beast is above the Lord level, and a small portion of them are even legendary creatures. It's barely enough to fill a gap between teeth. Yi Shao glanced at the rainbow beasts and muttered to himself. Although he looked down on their class now, they could at least provide him with a lot of experience points and evolution points. Then come on. Yi Shao is now eager to level up quickly, which requires him to kill a lot of monsters. However, in the vast ocean, there is no shortage of all kinds of monsters. Thinking of this, Yi Shao not only didn't find the rainbow beasts blocking his way annoying, but actually found them adorable. This guy is huge. He seems a bit tough to deal with. What's the use of being big? The aura he exudes isn't that strong. That's right. Besides, we have so many brothers around. Why are we afraid of just one guy? Because Yi Shao had Yi Song conceal his aura, the rainbow beast had the illusion that Yi Song wasn't very strong. They stared at the rainbow beasts as if they were prey that was already in their mouths. Come on, let's go up and take him down first. I want to eat the flesh from his limbs. Wait a minute, doesn't he look like that giant beast that's been hunting around here lately? No way. Rumor has it that that beast is far more terrifying than him. A few rainbow beasts were still quite rational and hesitated when they saw Yi Song's enormous figure. Tear this huge thing apart, and it'll be enough for us to eat for several meals. It's unclear which rainbow beast roared first, but the rest of the rainbow beasts, tempted by the food, instantly lost their minds and lunged at Yi Song. Master, should I go and take care of them? Yi Song looked at the rainbow beast that was biting towards him and asked Yi Shao a question. Despite being trampled under Yi Shao's feet and reduced to Yi Shao's mount, Yi Song was actually extremely arrogant and looked down on these rainbow beasts. If Yi Shao hadn't been there, these rainbow beasts that dared to provoke him would have already become Yi Song's food. Besides, now that these rainbow beasts are about to be delivered to his mouth, Yi Song can use them to fill his stomach. No need. I'll take care of them myself. You just need to clean up the battlefield. Yi Shao gave a word of advice, and then his hands began to crackle with electricity. Hearing Yi Tsong's stomach rumble, Yi Shao knew what Yi Tsong was thinking. Yi Tsong's enormous body had a stomach like a bottomless pit. Who knew how much he could eat in one meal? The next moment, Yi Shao took a step forward, and ice spikes quietly appeared in the seawater. At the same time, a lightning chain shot out. Asterisk. Asterisk. Blood spurted out, and the Lord-level rainbow beasts at the forefront had virtually no power to resist. They were pierced by the huge ice spikes, leaving large holes in them, and quickly lost their lives. Ding. Gained 16,000 experience points and 150 evolution points. Ding. Obtained the Lord-level creature component, Rainbow Beast Tail. Ding. You have gained 8,000 experience points and 80 evolution points. Ding. Experience points gained. As for the legendary Rainbow Beast, it was caught off guard and ambushed by Yi Shao's frost crystal spikes, which also took away half of its life. However, the dangers facing the Rainbow Beasts are far from over. The lightning chains are not something Yi Shao just throws out as a formality. The lightning chains, flashing with electricity, moved like a serpent, rapidly weaving among the surrounding rainbow-striped beasts. While the lightning chains won't instantly kill any rainbow beast that comes into contact with them, the paralyzing effect they causes them to convulse uncontrollably, even legendary creatures. No, good. Quick, run. Kick, iron plate. Only then did the rainbow beast that had surrounded Yi Tsong notice Yi Shao, who was not particularly noticeable above Yi Tsong's head. However, by then, it was already too late for the rainbow beast to realize the danger posed by Yi Shao. The lightning chains, just like real chains, bound the bodies of these rainbow-stripped beasts, preventing them from escaping even if they wanted to. Immediately afterwards, massive ice spikes silently appeared behind the attacking rainbow, severing beasts. The legendary rainbow, severing beasts tried to gather their defenses, but found it was all in vain and could only quietly await their death. Bang! Yi Shao swept his tail across, cleaving a nearby legendary creature in two. Ding! You have gained 65,000 experience points and 650 evolution points. Asterisk. Asterisk. Immediately afterwards, the icy ice spikes, like extremely sharp spears, pierced through the hearts of the other rainbow beasts caught by the lightning chains, staining the area red with blood. Some rainbow beasts were even electrocuted by the lightning chains, losing their life force. Ding! Gained experience. Yi Shao's system panel refreshed rapidly again. The rainbow beasts, which had been jumping around and shouting that they wanted to eat Yi Tsong, had all turned into a series of notification sounds on Yi Shao's system panel. All of this happened in a very short time, in just a moment. There were even 4 rainbow beasts that hadn't yet attacked. They didn't even have time to react before they saw their people being wiped out by Yi Shao. I almost forgot, there are still a few interest payments to be collected. Yi Shao glanced at the remaining 4 rainbow beasts. He had no intention of letting them go. Upon seeing Yi Shao's gaze, the 4 rainbow-breaking beasts didn't hesitate and started running away using all 4 limbs and tails. At that moment, they seemed to wish they had grown a few more pairs of fins. However, Yi Shao was faster and caught up with the 2 legendary rainbow beasts in an instant. With one strike, the 2 legendary creatures had no chance to resist and were directly turned into Yi Shao's data. Yi Shao didn't even bother to check the refresh notification on the system panel. Ball. As for the other 2 Lord-level rainbow beasts, Yi Shao was too lazy to put in much effort. He gestured towards Yi Tsong with his lip, and Yi Tsong took care of them in one bite. After dealing with all the rainbow beasts, Yi Tsong finally began to eat heartily. After accidentally biting into a rainbow beast that had been cooked by Yi Shao's lightning chains, Yi Tsong's palate became surprisingly picky. He specifically chose to eat the rainbow beast that Yi Shao had cooked, one bite at a time. During this time, Yi Shao also continued to eat heartily. Don't underestimate Yi Shao's second form because it was small. With one bite, it turned into a giant mouth, and the chunks of meat he bit in were no less than Yi Tsong's. Chapter 171, wouldn't it be better for the obedient girl to be electrocuted? Moreover, Yi Shao's palate is even more discerning than Yi Tsong's. These rainbow beasts probably never imagined that they originally intended to ambush Yi Tsang and then use him as food. The ending has now been completely reversed. To quote a saying from the human world, if you don't court death, you won't die. Soon, all the rainbow beasts, except for a few that hadn't been roasted by the lightning chains, were wiped out by Yi Shao and Yi Tsang. Although these rainbow beasts looked very strange, they tasted extremely good. Yi Tsang, please conceal your aura completely. If only your size could also shrink a little. Yi Shao gave Yi Tsang a word of advice. These rainbow beasts don't seem very smart. Their eyes seem to only have food and survival in them. But if they encounter other creatures like intelligent beings, such as the 3 major fishmen races, they might be scared away if they recognize Yi Tsang's race. Yes, master. Yi Tsang responded and quickly suppressed his aura to the extreme, but he could not shrink his body. Otherwise, he would transform into his second form. However, if Yi Tsang transforms into its second form, its size will become too small, making it impossible to lure other creatures to come and target it. Okay, that's fine. That's settled then. Yi Shao nodded, feeling that things were about right now. The rest of the journey shouldn't be too boring. Yi Shao looked into the depths of the sea, murmured something, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Sea creatures on the road, you'd better pray for yourselves. Upon seeing Yi Shao smile, Yi Tsang couldn't help but shudder, silently praying for the sea monsters they would encounter along the way. Let's go. Let's set off. Yi Shao lightly leaped back onto Yi Tsang's head and gave Yi Tsang the order to set off. Riding Yi Tsang, Yi Shao advanced rapidly into the depths of the sea. Along the way, they encountered many weak creatures. Before Yi Shao and his companions even got close, those monsters, which were not even at the Lord level, were scared away. Fortunately, Yi Shao had no interest in capturing such creatures anyway. Roar! Soon, Yi Shao and Yi Tsang encountered a new situation. A black and white figure darted out from their side and blocked their path. The figure in front of me was over 100 meters long. It was a whale-like creature with a white crescent-shaped pattern from its eyes to its tail. The rest of its body was black, and the name on its head read Tiger Moon Whale. Although the Tiger Moon Whale was not as large as Yi Tsang, the aura it exuded was that of an epic-level creature. Standing in front of Yi Shao and Yi Tsang, it was clearly coming for Yi Tsang. Yi Shao habitually sent out a survey, and all the attributes of the Tiger Moon Whale appeared in Yi Shao's mind. Race, Orca. Class, Epic. Level, 50. Health points, 605,800. Attributes, Strength 10500. Agility 11600. Constitution, 9700. Spirit 6300, Defense 8900. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Skills, Tiger Moon Domain, Tiger Moon Sonic Howl, Tiger Moon Tail Strike, Strong Absorption, and Devour Bite. Indeed an epic creature. Upon seeing the Tiger Moon Whale's rank, Yi Shao immediately became interested. An epic-level creature could be equivalent to hunting nearly 10 legendary-level creatures in terms of experience points and evolution points. Moreover, one could also obtain epic-level creature parts. Haha, since they've come to my doorstep, I won't be polite. Yi Shao shouted excitedly, then lightly flipped Yi Tsang's head off and positioned it between the Tiger Moon Whale and Yi Tsang. Howling fishman, get lost. I have no interest in small fry like you today. Tiger Moon Whale roared at Yi Shao, but its gaze was fixed on Yi Tsang. It instinctively sensed that Yi Tsang was very powerful, but Yi Tsang had completely concealed his aura, so it felt that Yi Tsang couldn't be that powerful. I was originally planning to electrocute you before eating you, but now I'll have to tear your big mouth to shreds first. Yi Shao coldly said to the Tiger Moon Whale, I won't let this food that's already in my mouth fly away. Roar! The Tiger Moon Whale didn't answer Yi Shao's words. Instead, it roared at Yi Shao and opened its mouth wide to bite him. It wanted to swallow this tiny fishman in front of it first. Seeing the Tiger Moon Whale lunge at him, Yi Shao not only didn't dodge, but instead leaped forward a little more. Just as the Tiger Moon Whale was about to bite Yi Shao, Yi suddenly raised his arm. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shao's arm transformed into his original giant dragon claw, which plunged into the gaping maw of the Tiger Moon Whale. When the Tiger Moon Whale had no time to think and bit down, but it felt as if it had bitten into steel. Many of its sharp teeth were broken. "Get out of my way!" Yi Shao swung his claws upwards, sending the massive tiger moon whale flying. The next moment, Yi Shao pounced, arriving above the tiger moon whale at an even faster speed. At the same time, Yi Shao's other hand also transformed into a giant claw, and the two claws moved together to grab the upper and lower jaws of the tiger moon whale. The tiger moon whale seemed to sense the danger and struggled violently, but it was all in vain. With a snap, Yi Shao directly tore off the tiger moon whale's lower jaw. Sizzle. Bang. Immediately, Yi Shao's claws were wrapped with chains of lightning, and he punched the tiger moon whale's gills, creating a large hole in them. With its massive jaws torn open, the tiger moon whale could no longer even howl. Coupled with the blow to its vital organs, its body twitched a few times before becoming completely still. Ding! You have gained 580,000 experience points and 5,800 evolution points. Ding! Obtain the epic level creature component Tiger Moon Fawn. Why did you have to suffer this pain? Wouldn't it have been better if you had just obediently let me electrocute you? Yi Shao seemed somewhat angry as he spoke, and bolts of lightning shot out from his body, entangling the tiger moon whale's body. Yi Tsang watched the whole scene quietly. When he heard Yi Shao's words, he was speechless. Did he want to eat someone and then make them obediently lie down and be electrocuted? This logic was really a bit too strong. Moreover, Yi Tsang was once again shocked by Yi Shao's ferocity. He thought he was an extremely ferocious sea beast in the ocean, but compared with Yi Shao, he really felt like a small witch meeting a great witch. Chapter 172: The Ruins of the Mosasaurus Clan. Thinking this, Yi Tsang approached Yi Shao again. The tiger moon whale was an epic level creature. Putting aside whether the tiger moon whale's meat was delicious or not, just the nutrients from consuming its meat would be enough to further enhance Yi Tsang's strength. After killing a few more legendary creatures, I should be able to reach level 38. Yi Shao sighed inwardly as he roasted the tiger moon whale with his lightning chains while checking the experience bar on his attribute panel. He noticed that his experience bar on his attribute panel was almost full again. When he came out of the Dragon Palace, Yi Shao's experience bar was already more than half full. Now, with the large amount of experience points brought by the tiger moon whale and the rainbow beast, he would be able to level up again in no time. Under Yi Shao's full-force lightning chains, the tiger moon whale was quickly roasted to about 80% done. Yi Shao and his companions began to feast again. Unlike the delicious flesh of the rainbow beast, the flesh of the tiger moon whale was rather chewy and had a good texture. Hiccup. Soon, Yi Shao let out a burp, and the two of them had devoured the flesh of the tiger moon whale. Yi Tsang looked at the skeleton of the tiger moon whale, seemingly still feeling unsatisfied, making Yi Shao really want to cut open Yi Tsang's stomach to see if there was a bottomless pit inside. Soon, Yi Shao climbed onto Yi Tsang's head, and the two resumed their journey. In this way, Yi Shao and Yi Tsang spent several days killing various sea beasts and monsters along the way. Some monsters came to them on their own, while others were hunted by Yi Shao. Yi Shao didn't bother to calculate exactly how many monsters he hunted. He did all the work while Yi Tsang just watched quietly from the sidelines. Among these, from the Lord level to the epic level biology department, Yi Tsang finally had a time when he was stuffed. After a few days, his body became much stronger and he was covered in fat. In the end, even Yi Shao had to limit Yi Tsang's food intake. In Yi Shao's words, "You've gotten so fat, you don't even look like a mosasaur anymore. I'd be embarrassed to ride you around in the future." In the past few days, Yi Shao has hardly had any free time. He has been engaged in a battle every now and then. Of course, his experience points and evolution points have increased rapidly, and he has also collected many biological parts. Almost there. Just one more legendary creature, and we're all set. Yi Shao watched his experience bar soar, now approaching the level 40 threshold. Just one more step, and he would reach level 40. Immediately, Yi Shao glanced at his attribute panel. After leveling up twice, the attributes in each column had improved significantly. Attributes: Strength 28200, Agility 27400, Constitution 26500, Spirit 20300, Defense 26500. The evolution points required for evolution are increasing, so we need to work even harder. In addition to the changes in the level on the attribute bar, Yi Shao's evolution value has also accumulated a lot along the way, reaching 498,400 points. However, he is still far from having the evolution value required for evolution, but he has already cleared out most of the creatures around him, or scared them away. Moreover, after several days of travel, Yi Shao and Yi Tsong finally arrived at their destination, the place where the Songlong race once lived. Now that we're here, completing the mission is the priority. Who knows, there might be some unexpected gains. So, we'll have to put the experience points and evolution points aside for now. Ow, how could this happen? Yi Shao stared at the scene before him, slightly taken aback. In front of him lay a vast expanse of ruins. The ruins were exceptionally vast, stretching as far as the eye could see, far exceeding the scale of the Dragon Palace. Even with Yi Shao's original size, combined with Yi Tsong's current size, he appeared remarkably small standing before these ruins. From these ruins, one can still vaguely discern the former glory of the Mosasaurus clan. Along the ruins, there are still some buildings that have not been completely destroyed, resembling palaces in the human world. However, the place appeared unusually desolate. It was unclear whether the arrival of Yi Shao and Yi Tsong had scared away the monsters that originally lived here, or whether this was simply the way it was originally. Yi Shao and Yi Tsong came here, but so far they haven't found even a single monster of the Panlife level. Besides, Yi Shao can't even sense any magic elements here. This is no longer just desolate. It's downright eerie. I don't know. The Azure Dragon clan was once a race standing at the top of the pyramid, possessing extremely powerful strength, but for some reason, it was destroyed overnight. Yi Tsong explained to Yi Shao that he didn't know why the former location of the Azure Dragon had changed so much and become so desolate. Even though hundreds of years have passed, has this place not recovered any vitality? So how did you survive? Yi Shao pressed on, saying that the ruins of the Songlong clan were so vast and desolate that he didn't know where to begin and could only keep asking Yi Tsong. When our Mosasaurus clan suffered a devastating blow, I was lucky enough to be away from the clan at the time. I was out hunting, but when I returned, all I saw was ruins. Yi Tsong paused for a moment, then recounted a story to Yi Shao. As if recalling painful memories from that time, Yi Shao clearly felt the immense grief emanating from Yi Tsong. Besides you, are there any other mosasaurs in this sea? Yi Shao patted Yi Tsong's head, and a ripple of water elements spread out, slightly calming Yi Tsong's emotions. Then he asked about the other mosasaurs. Yi Tsong's answer only made Yi Shao's thoughts more and more complicated. He didn't know where to start, and could only try a different approach to see if he could find any clues. I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Most of the mosasaurs that went out hunting before and survived went to seek revenge on the races that participated in the extermination of the mosasaurs. I haven't heard any news of them surviving since. It's very likely that I'm the only one left of our Mosasaurus clan. Yi Tsong was somewhat uncertain, so he added a sentence at the end. As he spoke, his body couldn't help but groan and tremble. After the destruction of the Songlong clan, you haven't returned to this place in the hundreds of years since? Yi Shao then asked softly, wanted to know if there had been any changes in the place where Songlong once stood over the past few hundred years. Chapter 173, The Fluctuation of Life's Passage. No, I haven't returned even once in the past few hundred years. This is probably a place I never want to come back to. Yi Tsong shook his enormous head, and his emotions gradually calmed down. Yi Shao nodded and didn't press further. Judging from Yi Tsong's demeanor, he probably wouldn't get any more useful information from him, and would have to find out for himself. Moreover, Yi Shao also realized that when he asked Yi Tsong to bring him here, Yi Tsong hesitated for a moment. It was probably not that he didn't want to bring him here, but that he didn't want to go back here and recall the scene of the extinction of his race. That's a bit strange. Yi Shao looked into the depths of the ruins and wondered to himself, if this place is just a ruin, then why did the system issue a mission? There must be something we've missed. Yi Shao murmured softly. Ever since he came into this world, the system has been with him. So much time has passed, and the system has never had any problems. Let's go. Let's go take a look ahead. Yi Shao waved to Yi Tsong and led him forward. Huh, what's that? Shao, who was carefully observing everything around him, suddenly discovered a huge hidden door on the ground, and then he and Yi Song went to the hidden door together. The hidden door was covered with lush green moss, blending almost seamlessly with its surroundings. If Shao hadn't been so observant, he might not have noticed it. Yes, this is the underground warehouse where our Mosasaurus clan used to store food. Yi Song paused, seemingly lost in memories, before explaining the purpose of the space beneath the hidden door. An underground warehouse? Let's open it and take a look. Yi Shao placed his hands on the hidden door and gently lifted it, causing it to shatter. After hundreds of years of seawater corrosion, the hidden door could no longer withstand Yi Shao's strength. Cough, cough. The shattering of the hidden door stirred up a cloud of sand, catching Yi Shao off guard and choking him. He barely managed to blow the sand away. Let's go. Let's move on to another place. Yi Shao discovered that the underground warehouse behind the secret door had completely collapsed, so there was no hope of finding anything there. Yi Shao didn't intend to waste any more time there. Hey, there seems to be a secret passage over there. Let's go check it out. Yi Shao let out a soft and then he and Yi Song arrived at another place that resembled a secret passage. Whenever Yi Shao passed through a region, if he found anything suspicious, he would stop and investigate it carefully. Yi Zhang followed quietly behind Yi Shao. Although he didn't understand why Yi Shao was so obsessed with these ruins, he also knew that these ruins were probably not as simple as he imagined. Otherwise, Yi Shao wouldn't have gone to such lengths, asking so many questions, and even leaving the Dragon Palace to travel such a far place. Although this place, once home to the Zonglong clan, was vast, Yi Shao and Yi Song quickly explored the ruins, but ultimately found nothing. Nothing at all? Did I miss something? Yi Shao looked at this vast area and fell in a deep thought. According to the system task prompts, if the Mosasaurus clan could have left anything behind, it would most likely be in these ruins. However, after Yi Shao carefully examined the place, it seemed to be nothing more than ruins, which deepened his doubts. Does this mean there really isn't any living thing left in these ruins? Yi Shao finally focused his attention on this problem. No living creatures survived in this ruin, and he couldn't even sense any magical elements. This was a problem Yi Shao had discovered from the very beginning when he entered the ruins, and it was also the most bizarre thing in the ruins. Yi Zhang, get outside the ruins! Yi Shao waved to Yi Song, signaling him to step back. Although Yi Song didn't understand what Yi Shao was going to do, he still agreed and obediently retreated outside the ruins, quietly keeping an eye on the surroundings for Yi Shao. At this moment, Yi Shao had arrived at the center of the ruins, and the next moment, a silver-white domain power suddenly rippled out. With Yi Shao's full effort, the Eternal Punishment Domain quickly covered the entire ruins. Within the Eternal Punishment Domain, the life value of all living beings would be reduced. Still nothing? That's not right. Yi Shao carefully sensed the feedback coming from the Eternal Punishment Domain, even though he hadn't felt anything before. However, when Yi Shao's Eternal Punishment Domain penetrated deeper underground, Yi Shao suddenly felt a faint loss of life. Since there are fluctuations indicating the loss of life, it means that there must be some living creatures or other things with signs of life in the ruins. Over there, Yi Shao looked to his right, not far away, and through the feedback of the life-giving fluctuations coming from the Eternal Punishment Domain, Yi Shao also determined the approximate direction from which the fluctuations came. Immediately, Yi Shao also put away the Eternal Punishment Domain. The silvery white domain power dissipated instantly, and the sky above the ruins returned to calm. However, this calm was only temporary. The next step is to find the exact location of that life-draining fluctuation, which will definitely not be found in a short time. So Yi Shao withdrew the Eternal Punishment Domain. If the Eternal Punishment Domain continues to be deployed, the source of this life-draining fluctuation might not be found before the life itself is completely eroded by the Eternal Punishment Domain. Come on, let's get to work. Yi Shao waved to Yi Song, calling him back. Then, Yi Shao led Yi Song to a patch of collapsed ruins. Compared to the ruins elsewhere, this place was more thoroughly destroyed, completely covered by collapsed walls, with nothing unusual to be seen. However, the life force fluctuations that Yi Shao had just sensed were in this area. Ye Zhang, what was this place before? Yi Shaoxuan pointed to the ruins below and asked a question, wanting to get more information. This seems to be where the clan elders used to hold meetings. Yi Tsong glanced at it carefully and answered, but seemed somewhat uncertain. After all, time has passed, and the place has been destroyed beyond recognition. There are so many ruins piled up on it that it is impossible to tell what it originally looked like. A place for meetings? That must be a pretty important place. Yi Shao looked down at the desolate ruins and murmured something softly, his eyes flickering. Chapter 174, Mosasaurus Statue. This is it. We need to clean all this up first. Yi Shao frowned slightly as he looked at the ruins, and rubble spread out on top of him. Immediately, Yi Shao gently raised his right hand, and the hurricane slash was launched instantly. At the same time, a huge whirlpool of seawater was also instantly generated. The vortex's powerful suction force swept up all the ruins and rubble in the area, and in a short time, everything was completely cleared away. Then, Yi Shao controlled the direction of the vortex, sweeping the ruins and debris to other places. The area of ruins where Yi Shao and Yi Tsong had just stood was left with only a clean ground and some traces of the foundation. Yi Tsong is still down there. Stay deeper. Yi Shao gave Yi Tsong a few instructions, then left the rest of the work to Yi Tsong, while he stood aside, quietly observing the changes on the ground. The ground of the ruins was different from the seabed in other places. The sand and gravel covering it were very solid and extremely hard. Even if Yi Tsong slammed down on it, he could only dig out a small amount of sand and gravel. Fortunately, not long after Yi Tsong started digging, a layer of stone slabs appeared underground. The material of the stone slabs was unknown, but even after hundreds of years, they still did not show much of the passage of time. Stop! What's this? Yi Shao stood on the stone slab and asked in confusion. Yi Tsong then came over, his eyes also full of doubt, clearly unaware of the stone slab that had suddenly appeared under the ruins. Thump! 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 Hollow! Yi Shao tapped the stone slab with his hand, and a crisp sound came out, indicating that the stone slab was hollow underneath. Open it and take a look. Yi Shao gave a soft shout, his palm transformed into a fist, and he slammed his fist onto the stone slab. Bang! With a loud bang. To Yi Shao's surprise, the stone slab did not completely crack, but only a few cracks appeared, which showed just how tough the stone slab was. Again! Hold that high! Yi Shao let out a long roar, and then his body rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into a giant dragon whose size rivaled Yi Tsong's. In his second form, he could no longer fully unleash his power. Immediately, Yi Shao raised his claws, and red light surged wildly on them, clearly indicating that he had enhanced his heavy strike skill. Bang! Boom! Yi Shao's claws flashed red light as he slammed them down. With a loud bang, even the hard stone slab was instantly pulverized by Yi Shao's claws. In the instant the stone slab shattered and collapsed, a dark underground world was revealed. This is... Yi Tsong also came over at this moment. Looking at the underground world that had suddenly appeared below, his eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty. Let's go. Let's go down. Yi Shao didn't hesitate at all. His heavy blow had just blasted down a large part of this area, and there was no problem at all in accommodating his and Yi Tsong's sizes. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shao jumped in first, followed closely by Yi Tsong. The area available for movement in this underground world was limited, or rather, the place where Yi Shao and Yi Tsong are standing is not very large, but it is large enough to accommodate the figures of several mosasaurs. What's this? Just where Yi Shao had sensed the passing of life, a simple and ancient-looking gate came into view. This gate seemed to be the center of this area. All eyes would be drawn to it at a glance. The gate was very tall, and even when Yi Shao and Yi Tsong walked side by side, it did not feel crowded at all. Moreover, there are some strange patterns on it, as well as some sea beast patterns, which vaguely resemble the appearance of the Mosasaurus clan. Huh? Was that fluctuation of life force just now coming from these two statues? Yi Shao let out a soft, his expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Besides the main gate, there were two mosasaur statues on either side of it. These mosasaur statues were exceptionally large, several times larger than the mosasaur statue next to Shao. The most striking feature of the two mosasaur statues is their enormous eyes, which are carved from an unknown material and resemble two huge rubies. They stood on either side of the gate like the most loyal guards protecting it. The life force fluctuations that Shao had just sensed were near the gate. He hadn't yet entered the gate, so he didn't know what was inside. Since there were still no living beings around, Shao could only attribute the life force fluctuations to the two statues. This speculation made Shao more cautious about the two statues and put him on guard. Yejang, do you know this place? And what's the story behind these two statues? Shao looked at Yi Tsong, wanting to see if he could get some more information from Yi Tsong. I don't know either. I've never heard any elders or other clansmen mention that there's such a world hidden beneath the clan's territory. Upon hearing Shao's question, Yi Tsong's eyes were filled with confusion, but when he saw this underground world, his eyes were filled with shock. As a member of the Mosasaurus, he never imagined that there was such a wonderful underground world beneath where they had always lived. Upon arriving here, Yi Tsong's sorrowful emotions about returning to the place where the Azure Dragon race once lived were largely dispelled. Let's go take a look first. I don't know if that stone door can be opened. Shao nodded without saying much. When he saw the confusion in Yi Tsong's eyes, he already knew the answer in his heart. Along the way, Shao seemed to have gotten used to Yi Tsong's clueless answers. Yi Tsong mostly played the role of leading Shao from the Dragon Palace to the place where the Azure Dragon race once lived. Soon, Shao and Yi Tsong arrived at the gate. When Yi Tsong arrived, he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, this was still the ruins of their Songlong clan. Immediately afterward, Shao's claws pressed down on the door, but the next moment an unexpected event occurred. The surrounding ground suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Rumble! Rumble! Just then, the two mosasaur statues suddenly moved. Shao was already on guard against these two mosasaur statues, so he pulled Yi Tsong and quickly stepped back. Shao and Yi Tsong also noticed that the two originally dull ruby eyes were now emitting a strong red light, which looked extremely terrifying in the dim ruins. Chapter 175, Let's Eat Sand from Behind. They seem a bit difficult to deal with. Shao pondered for a moment, and as the two dragon statues moved, they carried with them two terrifying auras. When Shao sensed these two terrifying auras, his eyes narrowed slightly. He then cast a probe, and the attribute panel of the dragon statue appeared in Shao's mind. Title: Guardian of the Mosasaurus. Race: Mosasaurus. Class: Epic. Level: 80. Health points: 568200. Attributes: Strength 27500. Agility 23700. Constitution 30800. Spirit 15,000. Defense 30100. Alliance, Lawful Good. Skills: Sandstorm, Mosasaurus Strike, Deathbite, Mosasaurus Tail Whip, Megalodon Ram. The Mosasaurus clan has quite the resources. 2 level 80 epic Mosasaurus Guardians. Shao couldn't help but sigh, finding it hard to imagine just how glorious the Songlong clan must have been during its most powerful and prosperous period. As for the other Mosasaurus Guardians attribute panel, it was not much different, especially in terms of constitution and defense, which was even higher than Shao's. Looks like we'll have to take it slow. Shao pondered for a moment, and a terrifying aura gathered around him, clashing with the auras of the two Azure Dragon Guardians. Even Yi Tsong, standing beside him, felt his breath catch in his throat when he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Shao, feeling the heavy pressure squeezing his body. Roar! Roar! Just as Yi Tsong was stunned, the two Songlong Guardians let out a low roar and charged forward, their target being Shao. Yejang, stay away! Shao gave Yi Tsong a warning, saying that if they were to fight the two Songlong Guardians, he wouldn't be able to protect Yi Tsong. Yes, master. The instant Yi Tsong responded, he had already moved away from the main battlefield and retreated towards the edge of the ruins. Yi Tsong also knew the implications of this situation. With his current strength, he would likely suffer a crushing defeat if he went up against Yi Shao, and he had already experienced Yi Shao's terrifying eternal punishment domain once before. If Yi Shao were to fight the two Azure Dragon Guardians, and accidentally fall into the range of Yi Shao's eternal punishment domain, Yi Tsang would never want to experience that feeling of having his life forcibly stripped away again. Bang! Bang! The moment Yi Tsang retreated, a terrifying collision sound was heard. Then a giant dragon burst out from the underground world. It was none other than Yi Shao, followed closely by the figures of two mosasaur statues. "Get out of here! Pia! Boom!" Yi Shao roared. A red light flashed on his tail, and he turned around and unleashed a powerful tail whip that struck a mosasaur statue in front of him, sending it crashing back into the ground. "There's one more." Bang! Boom! Yi Shao also unceremoniously delivered a powerful blow to the other charging mosasaur statue with his enhanced claws, blasting it into the ground as well. However, soon, the two mosasaur statues sprang up from the ground again. Yi Shao's attack had only left 2 deep marks on them, without causing much actual damage. The defense is pretty good, but the speed is a bit lacking. Yi Shao murmured softly, his pupils shrinking slightly as he watched the two mosasaur statues charge forward again. Yi Shao knew the attributes of these two mosasaur statues all too well. Although they were statues, they possessed excellent physical and defensive attributes, but at the same time, their agility attribute was also limited. Yi Shao's agility attribute was just ahead of theirs, and he already had a battle plan in mind when he checked the attributes of the Songlong statue. "Let's follow behind and eat the sand and gravel." Yi Shao roared and unleashed his full speed, suspending the two mosasaurus statues in the distance. At the same time, a circle of silver-white domain power rippled out from under Yi Shao's feet, instantly enveloping the two mosasaurus statues. Sure enough, the fluctuation of life just now came from these two mosasaur statues. Yi Shao carefully sensed the feedback coming from the eternal punishment domain and murmured a sentence. The life force emanating from the mosasaur statue was decreasing at a much faster rate than before, but Yi Shao could still sense that it was exactly the same as when he had detected it just now. In this way, Yi Shao used his speed advantage to keep the mosasaur statue at a distance, circling around the ruins, while simultaneously using the eternal punishment domain to continuously reduce the mosasaur statue's health. In no time, the two mosasaur statues had lost more than half of their health points due to the eternal punishment domain. Roar! Just then, a mosasaur statue that Yi Shao had been hanging behind him, whether it had gained some intelligence or was just a lucky break, actually took a shortcut and came out in front of Yi Shao. The mosasaur statue in front blocked Yi Shao's path, and another mosasaur statue closely followed behind. If Yi Shao were to engage in close combat with the mosasaur statue in front of him, it would definitely take the opportunity to entangle him, and then the other one would catch up and attack Yi Shao together, putting him at a disadvantage. "Get out of my way!" Yi Shao roared and swung his right hand forward. Immediately afterward, a massive amount of water elemental power condensed and crashed directly and brutally into the mosasaur statue in front of him. This was none other than the new skill, Sea God Water Crack, that Yi Shao had acquired after this evolution. The mosasaurus statue reacted slowly, directly facing the impact of the sea god's water rift. Even the mosasaurus statue was directly overturned, clearing the way for Yi Shao. However, that wasn't the end of it. The large amount of water-based elements impacting the mosasaurus statue seemed to have been directly absorbed into it. If you were standing around the mosasaurus statue, you would clearly feel the water pressure around you, as if it had increased dozens of times in an instant, and the surrounding seawater would seem to have frozen. Crunch, crunch. Even the mosasaur statue creaked under the immense pressure. The rate at which health points are being drained has increased. Yi Shao let out a soft exclamation. He could clearly feel that the life force of the mosasaur statue, which had just been impacted by the sea god's water rift, was decreasing at a much faster rate. It's likely that Poseidon's water split reduced its defensive attributes. Yi Shao muttered to himself. That was the only explanation he could come up with, but his speed did not decrease at all, and the mosasaur statue that was chasing closely behind was still hanging far behind him. Chapter 176, The Door Opens. Then, Yi Shao took the opportunity to check the attribute panel of the mosasaur statue that had been hit by the sea god's water crack, and found that its defensive attribute had indeed dropped a lot. Therefore, During the subsequent blood grinding process, Shao would occasionally use the sea god's water crack to impact the two Mosasaurus statues, which accelerated the process of blood loss. It should be about time now. Shao sensed that the life points of the two Mosasaur statues were almost depleted, so he stopped moving around and ceased his aimless wandering. The two Mosasaur statues, unaware of pain or fatigue, quickly caught up, their speed now resembling that of tortoises compared to their initial pace. In addition, countless tiny cracks appeared on the statue's body, as well as many traces left by the sea god's water cracks. Roar! One of the statues growled at Shao, and it looked like it was about to attack him. What are you yelling for? I'll beat you to death. Bang! Crack! Crack! Shao impatiently uttered a light snort, and before he could strike, he slammed a sharp claw down, hitting the statue. Immediately afterwards, a huge crack appeared on the part of the body that Shao had hit. Then, the crack spread out in an instant, reaching all parts of the body in the blink of an eye. Then the Mosasaur statue itself shattered and collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble, and there was no more sound. Ding! You have gained 730,000 experience points and 7,300 evolution points. Ding! Host level has increased to level 40. After dealing with one of the Mosasaur statues, Shao didn't stop. He turned around and lashed out with a tail whip at another Mosasaur statue. Pia! With a crisp sound, Shao lashed his tail at another Mosasaurus statue. As expected, the Mosasaurus statue shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments that gradually sank into the ruins. Ding! You have gained 730,000 experience points and 7,300 evolution points. It's a pity that no biological parts dropped. Seeing another Mosasaurus statue shatter, Shao couldn't help but mutter something under his breath. Perhaps because they were statues, Shao did not obtain any epic-level creature parts after smashing the two Mosasaurus statues. Glug! Yitsong swallowed hard as he watched Shao defeat the two Mosasaurus statues. Yitsong had been quietly watching the battle the whole time, not daring to make a big movement even with his cheeks. He didn't expect his master to have dealt with the two Mosasaurus guardians so quickly. Putting himself in their shoes, if Yitsong were placed in the position of the two Mosasaur statues, he would probably be torn to pieces in a few moves by their current master. Let's go. Let's go inside and see what's behind the gate. They're actually using two level 80 epic Mosasaurus guardians to guard the gate. Shao love tu Yejang, signaling Yejang tu Foluth. Soon, Yitsong caught up again and stood right behind Shao. Shao and Yitsong stepped into the underground again. This time, nothing happened. Fortunately, Shao had just lured the two Songlong statues to fight in the air above the ruins, so it did not cause too much damage to the place. Open it for me. Shao slammed his hand on the door and pushed hard, but his body froze and the door did not react at all. Huh? Was it pushed open from here? Just as Shao was about to forcefully break open the door, he suddenly noticed a small indentation on the right side of the door, which was shimmering with a deep blue fluorescence. Without much thought, Shao pressed his claws down directly. The instant Shao made contact with the indentation, a surge of magical energy suddenly rippled out and wrapped around Shao's claws. This is... Shao asked in confusion, but his mind remained on guard against the magical elements wrapped around the claws. Yet those magical elements did not cause him any harm. The fluctuations emanating from the magical elements resembled those of Shao's exploration skill. After the initial magical fluctuations, the magical elements wrapped around Shao's claws quickly retracted. Immediately afterwards, a powerful magical element condensed on the gate, causing the surrounding seawater to generate a powerful thrust, pushing Shao back a few steps. Yejang, go up and try pushing it open. Shao gave Yitsong a word of advice, telling him to go up and see if he could push it open. Shao estimated that there was a magic circle in that recessed area that could detect race and bloodline. It was likely that only the Songlong clan or some other specific conditions could open this door. If even Yitsong can't open this door, Shao plans to force it open or find another way, but that would be much more troublesome. Yes, master. Yitsong responded, walked around from behind to the front of Shao, and then pressed his hand against the dented spot. The recessed area on the gate seemed to be tailor-made for Yi Tsang, fitting perfectly against his forelimbs. Immediately, a surge of magical energy erupted, wrapping around Yi Tsang's forelimbs, just as Yi Shao had just experienced. However, what followed was quite different. Magical elements were wrapped around Yi Tsang's forelimbs, and the elemental fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, creating a stark contrast with the element-deficient scene of the surrounding ruins. Yi Shao guessed that the scarcity of magical elements in the ruins of the Canglong clan was probably related to this place. Perhaps something had gathered all the magical elements from the surrounding area here. The next moment, the runes carved on the gate lit up, giving people a fantastical feeling and color. The mosasaur pattern on it also seemed to come alive, lifelike. There's hope. Yi Shao was secretly delighted, somewhat anticipating what lay behind the door. After all, the Azure Dragon clan was once a powerful race standing at the pinnacle of the sea, and this place likely held the secrets and resources of the Azure Dragon clan. Click, 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 click. The next moment, a series of mechanical clicking sounds came from inside the door, somewhat shrill and annoying, but neither Yi Shao nor Yi Tsang paid any attention to them. Their eyes were fixed on the gate. Gradually, a crack appeared in the middle of the gate, and a ray of soft light shone through the crack, bringing some light to the originally dark underground. Subsequently, the gap continued to widen, and more light shone through, finally allowing Yi Shao and Yi Tsang to see the scene behind the door. Behind the gate were hundreds of giant, dark blue, oval-shaped eggs, each several meters tall, neatly arranged in front and behind. Chapter 177 Mosasaurus Egg. This is a mosasaur egg? Yi Shao murmured uncertainly. After all, he had never seen what a mosasaur egg looked like, whether it was viviparous or oviparous. But since this is a place secretly protected by the Mosasaurus clan, these eggs are very likely to be mosasaurus eggs. Moreover, seeing Yi Tsang's reaction, Yi Shao became even more certain of his guess. Hold that high. Even with Yi Shao still beside him, Yi Tsang couldn't help but let out an excited roar, his massive body trembling with excitement. Yes, master. This is a mosasaur egg. Looking at the hundreds of mosasaur eggs before him, Yi Tsang's voice quickened. These mosasaur eggs represented the hope for his mosasaur clan to regain its glory in the seas. Click, 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 click. As time passed, the door finally opened completely, allowing Yi Shao and Yi Tsang to enter. Once you enter the back of the gate, the light becomes abundant because there are some crystals with a lustrous sheen placed between the surrounding cliffs and the mosasaur eggs. It emitted a similar luster to the sacred crystal Yi Shao had previously obtained, but it lacked that sacred aura and served only as a simple light source. Yi Shao and Yi Tsang were able to observe the mosasaur eggs using the light from the crystals. Although Yi Tsang was behind Yi Shao could still clearly feel the excitement emanating from him. Are all of these magic arrays down here? Yi Shao looked at the hundreds of mosasaur eggs in front of him and asked in confusion. He noticed that under each mosasaur egg was a small blue halo with complex runes naturally drawn on it. Yi Shao could clearly feel that these small halos were filled with a large amount of magical elements. And as soon as he got close to the mosasaurus egg, he would feel a chilling sensation. Yes, master. This is a unique magic circle of my mosasaurus clan, which can put unhatched mosasaurus eggs into a dormant state. Yi Tsang explained something to Yi Shao, and after Yi Tsang's explanation, Yi Shao instantly understood. It was precisely because of the existence of these magic arrays that the magical elements around the ruins were drawn to them. While the magical elements were constantly nourishing the mosasaur eggs, they also caused the mosasaur eggs to fall into a state of slumber. It is precisely because of this that all the mosasaur eggs have remained unhatched and perfectly preserved for hundreds of years, thus preserving the seed for the reappearance of the mosasaur race in the sea. Then, Yi Shao walked up to a mosasaur egg, placed his claws on it, and a system notification sounded in Yi Shao's mind. Ding! Obtained a mosasaurus egg, a relic left behind by the Mosasaurus clan. Mosasaurus egg, the oviparous stage of the Mosasaurus species, which can hatch into a young Mosasaurus. Owner, Yi Shao. Level, 0. Rank, legendary. Status, sleeping. Legendary level. Yi Shao was slightly surprised. This unhatched mosasaur egg was actually of legendary level, which meant that as long as this mosasaur egg successfully hatched, a legendary creature would be born. Next, Yi Shao examined dozens more mosasaur eggs, and without exception, they were all legendary level. Yi Shao didn't bother to check the remaining mosasaurus eggs. These hundreds of mosasaurus eggs were probably all of legendary or higher rank. While most creatures are still struggling at the Lord and Elite levels, the mosasaur hatches as a legendary creature. No wonder the Mosasaurus clan was once a behemoth of the ocean, able to stand at the top of the food chain. Their immense potential alone is enough to amaze people. If all these mosasaur eggs hatch, Yi Shao's eyes flickered. Coming to the former home of the Songlong clan was definitely the right decision, and he made a huge profit. If Yi Shao were to hatch all of these hundreds of mosasaur eggs, it would mean that he would have an army of hundreds of legendary mosasaurs. Moreover, as a sea monster that once stood at the top of the food chain, the Mosasaurus has a very high bloodline limit. There will probably be quite a few Mosasaurus that can evolve into epic-level creatures or even world-class creatures in the future. Then, Yi Shao casually grasped a Mosasaurus egg in his claws. Once removed from the light circle magic array, Yi Shao noticed that the status section on the Mosasaurus eggs panel had suddenly disappeared. In other words, the mosasaur egg has emerged from its dormant state and is now ready to hatch, which relieved Yi Shao. If these mosasaur eggs hadn't hatched for too long and something went wrong, all our hopes would have been dashed. It seems we were overthinking it. Master, owner. Yi Tsong stammered out a shout. Although he had been standing quietly behind Yi Shao, his mind was on these mosasaurus eggs. Seeing Yi Shao pick up a mosasaur egg, his heart jumped into his throat, fearing that Yi Shao would crush the egg with a little force. Yi Shao glanced at Yi Tsong, then focused his gaze on the hundreds of mosasaur eggs. The next moment, a cone-shaped white light emerged from Yi Shao's body and swept across the mosasaur egg in Yi Shao's claws, causing the mosasaur egg to disappear instantly. Before Yi Tsong could even be surprised, the cone-shaped white light swept across the hundreds of mosasaur eggs in front of him. The mosasaur eggs, several meters tall, would disappear into thin air as soon as they were hit by the white light. In an instant, all the hundreds of mosasaur eggs disappeared without a trace, leaving only blue halos on the ground. As for the whereabouts of these hundreds of mosasaur eggs, Yi Shao naturally put them into his storage space. With so many mosasaur eggs, each several meters tall, Yi Shao and Yi Tsong certainly wouldn't be able to transport them all back at once, given their current size. With such convenient storage space, Yi Shao naturally wanted to make use of it, and he didn't have to worry about any damage during transport. Owner, Yi Tsong said again in a deep voice. Yi Shao hadn't explained to Yi Tsong just now. This time, Yi Tsong's eyes turned red. That was the hope for their Songlong clan to regain its glory. Yi Shao turned around to look at Yi Tsong. At the same time, a terrifying aura descended upon Yi Tsong. The powerful dragons might cause Yi Tsong to quickly calm down, his body covered in cold sweat. Can you transport these mosasaur eggs back to the Dragon Palace? Or do you have a storage space on you that can hold these mosasaur eggs? Yi Shao asked a question, which made Yi Tsong tremble and shake his huge head. I will take these mosasaur eggs back to the Dragon Palace, and you will be responsible for hatching them. You will then become the leader of the Mosasaur clan. You must lead these hatched mosasaurs to revitalize the clan. Don't let me down. Yi Shao's voice kept ringing out beside Yi Shao, and Yi Tsong's body couldn't help but tremble violently. Chapter 178, Emperor Crab Clan Attack. How could Yi Tsong not be excited? Hundreds of years had passed, and he had always thought that the Songlong clan, except for him, had been completely wiped out. Unexpectedly, after Yi Shao brought Yi Shao here, Yi Shao found these mosasaurus eggs, which were the hope for their mosasaurus clan to regain its glory. But it was Yi Shao who found them. Yi Shao could easily take all these mosasaurus eggs with him and hatch them into a large army to fight for him. Faced with Yi Shao's overwhelming strength, he had absolutely no way to deal with Yi Shao. But now Yi Shao has agreed to let him take charge of hatching these mosasaur eggs, and even plans to make him the leader of the mosasaur clan, which fills Yi Tsong with hope and anticipation for the future. Yes, master. I will absolutely not let you down. Yi Tsong excitedly responded loudly, then prostrated himself before Yi Shao. Master, I swear in the name of the sea god. I beseech the sea god to bear witness that I am willing to lead the entire Mosasaurus clan to eternal loyalty to you. We will fight for you in the seas and sweep away any obstacles in our path. Yi Tsong's voice was extremely serious and earnest as he swore an oath in the name of the sea god, the highest oath among sea creatures. No sea creature dares to disobey. If it does, according to the legends of the sea creatures, the sea god himself will come to take its life. Yi Shao agreed to let Yi Tsong hatch the Mosasaurus eggs. Besides the excitement of potentially restoring the Mosasaurus clan's glory, Yi Tsong was also incredibly grateful to Yi Shao. Unable to repay him in any way, he immediately pledged his loyalty. Okay, let's go back. Yi Shao nodded, somewhat satisfied with Yi Tsong's statement. If he couldn't control Yi Tsong, then everything he had done would have been for nothing. Yi Shao had actually considered having Yi Tsong incubate the mosasaur egg. Yi Shao had absolutely no idea how to hatch these mosasaur eggs, so having Yi Tsong, a mosasaur himself, in charge of hatching them was undoubtedly the most suitable thing to do. Immediately, Yi Shao's figure shrank rapidly, transforming into his second form in the blink of an eye. With a flip, he leaped onto Yi Tsong's back. Hold that high. Yi Tsong let out a long roar, and the entire dragon's spirit and energy were transformed, brimming with vitality and power. Carrying Yi Shao, it swiftly emerged from the ground and sped back towards the dragon palace. Along the way, Yi Shao did not stop to grind monsters. He had already reached level 40, so grinding was not urgent and could be put aside for the time being. Even if they encountered an attack from some sea monster on the way back, Yi Shao would give the order and command Yi Tsong to just ram into them. With Yi Tsong's current strength, unless he encounters a particularly powerful sea beast, most sea beasts will either have to flee or be directly crushed to death. Upon returning, Yi Tsong acted with all his might, eager to get back and prepare for hatching the Mosasaurus egg. So what used to be a journey that took several days was now completed in just 2 days, with Yi Tsong carrying Yi Shao into the sea area surrounding the Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. During the days Yi Shao was away, the first few days were peaceful and uneventful. There were no major disturbances, and the small fish and shrimp were all dealt with by the fishermen warriors who went out on patrol. However, not long ago, the lanternfish warriors were the first to discover the enemy from the sentry tower. Unlike those small fish and shrimp, this time it was an attack by the King Crab clan. The King Crab clan belongs to the 8 Great Fishman clans. Although it ranks 5th among the 8 Great Fishman clans, only ahead of the Lanternfish clan, its overall strength is much greater than that of the Lanternfish, Eel, and Lionfish clans combined. The Emperor Crab clan Murlocs that attacked the Dragon Palace this time numbered only a few dozen, but each of them was at least legendary level, and there was even an epic level Murloc leading the team. What Dragon Palace? It's nothing but a patchwork of 3 hopeless races. Even if there were more people, it would still be a waste. The King Crab Fishman at the very front curled his lip in disdain. His name was Leonard, and he was also the leader in charge of attacking the Dragon Palace. The King Crab clan's Fishman warriors are all relatively short, but very strong. The Emperor Crab Fishman warriors have no weapons in their hands. To be precise, their hands are their best weapons. Their hands are a pair of huge, brown pincers, and their entire bodies are covered with a hard shell. The weapons wielded by ordinary fishmen of the lionfish, eelfish, and lanternfish tribes are instantly snapped in two when they encounter the giant pincers of the Emperor Crab Fishman, who then quickly suppress them and force them to retreat. Drink it! Yi-Man roared and crushed a legendary Emperor Crab Fishman next to him into dust with one kick. All Murloc warriors, hold the line. No retreating. The Lord will be back soon. He will wipe out these scum. Yi-Man shouted loudly. Although there were many legendary Fishman warriors in the Dragon Palace, they were still inferior in strength to the Fishman warriors of the King Crab clan and were forced to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, Andre, Kashi, and the others also rushed to the front of the Dragon Palace. The Emperor Crab Fishmen were attacking from the front, but they were all entangled in battle and were held back. Where did this Cyclops come from? Leonard quickly noticed Yi Man and immediately became interested. That started to get interesting. Leonard licked his bright red lips, raised his large pincers, and charged towards Yi Man. Yi Man was not afraid at all when he saw Leonard rushing over. The force field instantly unfolded, and the giant single eye shot out a red ray. But the force field seemed to have no effect on Leonard. Leonard easily dodged the ray, then swung his large pincers and tore a large chunk of flesh off Yi Man's body. Get out of my way! Despite the excruciating pain of being torn apart, Yi Man remained silent and slapped Leonard across the face. Leonard, in turn, raised his large pincers and rammed them back. Bang! Upon impact, Leonard's body, though tiny compared to Yi Man's, contained immense power. His body trembled slightly before stopping in midair. In contrast, Yi Man was thrown back several steps by a tremendous force before he came to a stop. But the next moment, Yi Man swung his giant fist to meet the attack again. Even after several evolutions, Yi Man remains a legendary creature, and the level difference between him and Leonard is too great. Their strengths are not even in the same league. Chapter 179, Staying Behind to Pave the Way. Soon, Leonard had torn many wounds all over Yi Man's body, and blood was flowing continuously. But every time Yi Man was knocked back, he endured the excruciating pain and went forward again. Yi Man! Lord Yi Man! You bastard! Get out of my way! When Kathy and Andre saw that Yi Man was injured, they became even more ferocious, their eyes bloodshot, and they launched a desperate attack on the Emperor Crabfishman who was entangled with them. Not only that, the other merman warriors were also completely fearless, and the merman warriors in the Dragon Palace had the advantage of sheer numbers. Under such relentless attacks, the Dragon Palace temporarily halted its retreat and even forced the Emperor Crab Clan's weapons to retreat. A death throes. Leonard was unimpressed by the Dragon Palace's counterattack. Once he dealt with the big guy in front of him, he could free up his hands. At that time, no matter how much the Fishman warriors in the Dragon Palace struggle, it will be to no avail. What's going on? Yejang, faster! As soon as Shao stepped into the waters surrounding the Dragon Palace, he saw this scene from afar, and his face immediately darkened. With Yi Tsong's speed, he arrived above the Dragon Palace in the blink of an eye, and a terrifying aura descended upon him. All right, it's time to take you to meet Lord Poseidon. Leonard originally intended to deliver a heavy blow to Yi Man, but upon sensing this terrifying power, his expression changed. Hold head high. Yi Tsong let out a long cry, and a terrifying sound wave reverberated out, making all the fishmen below dizzy and forcing them to stop. Sanglong! Leonard's eyes widened. As one of the few epic-level powerhouses in the Emperor Crab Clan, he was very knowledgeable and recognized Yi Tsong's race at a glance. Leonard's face instantly darkened. He could feel the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Tsong, whose strength far surpassed his own. Damn it! Where did this mosasaur come from? Leonard cursed angrily, but as expected of an epic-level powerhouse, he quickly suppressed his shock. At the same time, he understood that this attempt would likely be fruitless. As for the other Emperor Crabfishmen, they all looked up suddenly and saw this enormous creature. Feeling its terrifying power, they were all plunged into great panic. The Lord has returned. Great! Brothers, charge! We can't let the Lord look down on us. Kill these pincers. On the other hand, the Dragon Palace's morale was greatly boosted by the loud shouts of Andre, Kashi, and Tabor. Kill them. All the merman warriors of the Dragon Palace roared and charged at the Emperor Crab Merman around them. In just one breath, 5 or 6 Emperor Crab Mermen fell to the ground. The Dragon Palace has protected our lord. Yi Man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Shao on Yi Tsong's head, finally having lived up to the Lord's expectations. However, the next moment, Yi Man suddenly lost her balance and fell halfway to the ground, with only one leg supporting her body so that she did not fall completely. Yi Man's body was already exhausted during the battle, but she was just holding on. Now that she saw Yi Shao return, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. Yi Man, these damned little bugs, do they really want to be turned into data? Upon seeing Yi Man's miserable state, Yi Shao flew into a rage. If this were on the mainland, he would have roasted and eaten all of these emperor crab fishmen to vent his anger. The Dragon Palace was only recently established, and its strength still needs to grow, but these fishmen of the Emperor Crab clan actually attacked the Dragon Palace while he was away. Now, even Yi Man is seriously injured. If Yi Shao and Yi Tsang were to return any later today, the consequences would be unimaginable. This is what Yi Shao cannot forgive. It must be washed away with the blood of the Emperor Crab clan fishmen. Whole head high, Yi Shao let out a long cry, and then his body rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a giant shadow over 200 meters long. At the same time, a terrifying dragon's might enveloped the surrounding area. Unlike Yi Tsang's own power, Leonard's expression changed drastically after sensing this even stronger dragon's might. See dragon? No, it's a dragon. How could there be other dragons here? Leonard could no longer suppress the shock on his face. He had never been so out of control when he first met Yi Tsang. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shao's figure leaped down from the sky above the Dragon Palace, landing right on the battlefield where the Emperor Crab Clan fishmen and the Dragon Palace were facing off. Boom! When Yi Shao landed, he stirred up a large amount of sand around him, and the surrounding seawater was also stirred up and became turbulent. The weaker fishmen were directly knocked to the ground. Everyone in the Dragon Palace, retreat. Yi Shao gave a command to the rear, fearing that the Dragon Palace's fishmen warriors might be accidentally injured while dealing with these Emperor Crab fishmen. After receiving Yi Shao's order, Yi Man also got up from the ground and retreated with the help of Kashi, Andre, and others. The Emperor Crab clan's merman warriors, intimidated by Yi Shao and Yi Tsang's terrifying power, dared not pursue them. Some of the Emperor Crab clan's mermen were so terrified that they couldn't help but retreat. Since you're here, stay and pave the way. As Yi Shao's cold voice fell, a silvery white domain rippled outwards, extending forward and instantly covering all the Emperor Crab clan mermen. What's wrong? I have no strength left. I feel like my life is slipping away. Team leader Leonard, help me. In an instant, all the King Crab clan's merman warriors fell into weakness, their lives being continuously stripped away by the eternal punishment domain. Some of the weaker merfolk even collapsed to the ground, gripped by extreme panic. What could be more terrifying than feeling death drawing ever closer? Damn it. Everyone, listen to my order, retreat. Leonard shouted anxiously. In just 2 breaths, Leonard saw that some of the King Crab clan's fishman warriors had already succumbed to the eternal punishment domain and completely lost their lives. However, the weakened Emperor Crab warriors were much slower, and the eternal punishment domain followed them like a shadow, making it impossible for them to escape. Within a few breaths, half of the Emperor Crab fishmen had completely fallen to the ground. Chapter 180, with a bug like you? Ding! You have gained 92,000 experience points and 890 evolution points. Ding! You have gained 51,000 experience points and 510 evolution points. Ding! Experience points gained. The system notifications kept refreshing in Yi Shao's mind, but Yi Shao ignored them completely. While Yi Shao was using the eternal punishment domain to slaughter these Emperor Crab fishmen, his claws did not stop either. With one slap, he would take away an Emperor Crab fishman warrior. He vented his anger on these King Crab fishmen. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Seeing the miserable state of his people behind him, Leonard roared, his eyes turning red, and then opened his pincers and charged towards Yi Shao. Yi Shao's speed, and the speed at which the eternal punishment domain spread, far exceeded the escape speed of the Emperor Crab clan fishmen. Leonard knew he couldn't escape, and he became determined. Fight? With a bug like you? Yi Shao didn't take Leonard's attack seriously at all. He raised his claws and slapped him across the face. Bang! Crack! Like swatting a fly. The moment Yi Shao's claws made contact with Leonard, a clear sound of bones cracking was heard, and Leonard was immediately embedded in the sand. Before Leonard could climb out again, Yi Shao's claws grabbed a handful of sand and held Leonard in his hand. Leonard was already on the verge of death. Was it these 2 pincers that injured Yi Man just now? Yi Shao stared intently at Leonard with his enormous dragon eyes and murmured something softly. Then Yi Shao's claws slashed through, and the hard outer armor was nothing in front of Yi Shao's claws. Leonard's 2 arms were directly severed. Leonard groaned in pain, his entire body already soaked in blood. Those pincers were the most important and strongest part of the Emperor Crabfishman's body, but Yi Shao had forcibly severed them. One can only imagine the excruciating pain they must have felt. So noisy. However, before Leonard could make any further moves, Yi Shao had already lost interest in him. Yi Shao crushed Leonard's voice with his claws, turning him into minced meat that mixed with sand and gravel. Ding! You have gained 460,000 experience points and 4,600 evolution points. After dealing with Leonard, Yi Shao glanced around and found that all the Emperor Crab Clan's merman warriors had fallen to the ground and were lifeless. Only then did Yi Shao withdraw the Eternal Punishment Domain. Leonard was the last king crab-type fishman he had taken down. Then, Yi Shao turned around and swam back towards the Dragon Palace, where Yi Man and Andre were waiting. My lord! Kathy, Andre, and the others shouted in unison, bowing deeply to Yi Shaoqi. Yi Man also wanted to bow to Yi Shao, but Yi Shao's claws pulled her back, and then Yi Man's body was held back by a magical elemental force, preventing her from bowing. Yes, you all did a great job this time. Yi Shao nodded his large head, acknowledging their performance. During the attack on the Dragon Palace by the Emperor Crab Clan's fishmen, everyone, including Kathy, Andre, and the other fishmen in the Dragon Palace, fought desperately. Clearly, they had truly integrated into the Dragon Palace and regarded it as their home. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shao transformed into his second form. In his first form, his size was too large, making it inconvenient for him to communicate with the fishmen such as Kathy and Andre. My lord, we have also captured a King Crab Clan Murloc warrior. Shall we finish him off? Kathy asked Yi Shao a question, then turned around and waved to the back of her. Two legendary warriors of the Lionfish clan, each holding a large pincer, pushed forward, forcing a King Crab Clan fishman to his feet. This merman warrior was captured by Cassie and the others before Yi Shao made his move. He had just witnessed Yi Shao's display of power and naturally knew how terrifying Yi Shao was. His face was filled with panic. If it weren't for the two people holding him up, this merman warrior would probably have collapsed to the ground from fright. Captive! Yi Shao turned his head and looked at the Emperor Crab Clan fishman, who was pale with fright. All right, let him go. Go back and tell your King Crab Clan that tomorrow I will lead the Dragon Palace army to completely wipe out the King Crab Clan and make the entire King Crab Clan disappear from this sea. Yi Shaoxin's cold voice rang in the ears of the merman warrior, who was terrified and trembled uncontrollably. Yi Shao's attention was not on the Emperor Crab Clan merman warrior. He waved his hand at Cassie and the others, then turned away. Kathy understood and instructed the two lionfish warriors to release the King Crab warrior. The King Crab warrior, without the support on either side, collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, and nearly lost control of his bladder and bowels. Our Lord is merciful, letting you live for another day. Now get out of here. Are you waiting for us to tear you to pieces and feed you to the sea monsters? Cassius said in a deep voice. Seeing the Emperor Crab merman warrior like this, she couldn't help but frown, looking extremely disgusted. Yes, I'll leave right away. I'll leave right away. I'll leave right away. Upon hearing Cassie's words, the King Crab Clan's merman warrior shivered and muttered to himself. Perhaps due to his limp body, he was unable to stand up. Then, just as Kathy had said, his body lay on the seabed and rolled away in the opposite direction from the Dragon Palace, clearly terrified by Yi Shao and the others. Yi Shao, who noticed this scene, couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Once the Emperor Crab Clan's merman warriors had rolled a considerable distance away, beyond Yi Shao's sight, he finally managed to stand up from the ground, his body limp, and fled in disarray. Yi Shao's mind wasn't on the Emperor Crab Clan merman warrior. He'd crushed countless such insignificant figures. Right now, he just wanted to check on Yi Man's injuries. Yi Man, please sit down first. How are your injuries? It was clear that Yi Man was in excellent physical condition. Under the care of Ku Shi and the others, the wound had basically stopped bleeding, but Yi Shao still couldn't help but ask a question. Thank you for your concern, my lord. My injuries are nothing serious. I just need to rest and recover. Yi Man was flattered and responded to Yi Shao before slowly sitting down. Chapter 181, Yi Man's evolution. But as Yi Man slowly sat down, her legs suddenly went weak, aggravating her wounds, and she collapsed to the ground. Yi Man tried to move his body, but it was very difficult. He was clearly exhausted after the battle. Moreover, his injuries were obviously not as minor as he had claimed. Yi Shao nodded. He knew that the Dragon Palace was able to defend itself thanks to Yi Man during the Emperor Crab Clan's attack. Yi Man was the first to discover the King Crab Clan's attack. As soon as the battle began, he led his merman warriors to the front, blocking most of the pressure from the King Crab Clan's attack. Kathy and Andre arrived later. During the battle, Yi Man fought with all his might to defend the Dragon Palace. In the end, he single-handedly held off the epic leader of the Emperor Crab Clan, buying time for Yi Shao to return. Therefore, Yi Man deserves much credit for the Dragon Palace's ability to withstand the Emperor Crab's attack and successfully defend itself. However, after this arduous battle, coupled with the experience Yi Man had accumulated, his strength and level skyrocketed. Now reaching level 39, he was only one level behind Yi Shao. Moreover, after several evolutions, Yi Man is now on the verge of evolving to the epic level. Moreover, Yi Man's bloodline has a very high upper limit and excellent talent. Yi Shao estimated that if he were to evolve again, he might not even need the world value to directly cross the threshold of the epic level. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Shao values Yi Man. Therefore, Yi Shao plans to evolve Yi Man again, as a reward for Yi Man in this city defense battle. Command evolution. Immediately, Yi Shao took 2 steps forward and silently recited a phrase in his mind. Select to add legendary creature components: lava crystal core, weak crystal core, fierce sea beast tooth, and water armored fish scale. After thinking for a moment, Yi Shao selected several of the best legendary grade biological components and added them all to the biological components needed for Yi Man's evolution. Yi Man, who was familiar with Yi Shao, immediately knew what Yi Shao was going to do after seeing his movements, having evolved several times already. The thought of his strength increasing significantly made Yi Man excited. The pain and fatigue on his body seemed to dissipate instantly, and he had high expectations for this evolution. Ding! This evolution will take approximately 6 hours. Begin evolution. As the system notification sounded in Yi Shao's mind, a fiery red light suddenly enveloped Yi Man's massive body, and Yi Man lay down, falling into a deep sleep. Yi Shao let out a soft exclamation. In the short time it took for Yi Man to begin evolving, another pale blue light shot out, gradually squeezing out half of the fiery red light. The light that enveloped Yi Man then created a scene that was half red and half blue, a sight Yi Shao had only encountered before when the giant horned dragon and the stone dragon were choosing their evolutionary paths. Is another evolutionary direction about to emerge? Looking at the scene before him, Yi Shao murmured softly, "Yi Tsang, you stay here and guard Yi Man. Don't let any creatures get close to him or disturb him. As for the rest of you, go back to the Dragon Palace and do what you need to do." Yi Shao didn't think much of Yi Man's unusual evolution and turned to give Yi Tsang and Kai Shi a word of advice. "Yes, my lord." Yi Tsang and Ku Shi responded in unison and quickly returned to their respective positions. As for Yi Shao, he swaggered into the Dragon King's palace. With Yi Tsang guarding the place, Yi Shao wasn't worried about any accidents happening. After the attack by the King Crab clan, the many fishmen in the Dragon Palace not only did not have time to rest, but became even busier. The attack by the King Crab clan today made them realize the gap between them and the crabs. One by one, they were all captured and trained in the open space. The fishermen warriors on patrol became even more vigilant and careful. In addition, since there may be an even more difficult battle tomorrow, they need to prepare and adjust overnight to be in their strongest form to fight against the King Crab clan. What exactly is Yi Man doing inside that huge ball of light? The Lord hasn't said for sure. It's probably for Yi Man's healing. Who knows? It's best not to speculate about the Lord's affairs. Kathy, Tabor, and Andre huddled together, glancing at Yi Shao, the one who was used for evolution, from time to time, filled with curiosity. However, they were very dedicated to their duties and handled everything very well. Yi Tsang was somewhat stunned. He carefully sensed the ball of light enveloping Yi-Man, his heart filled with doubt and uncertainty. Among Yi-Tsong and Ku-Shi, Yi-Tsong was undoubtedly the one who felt this ball of light the most deeply. At first, Yi-Tsong thought the same as Ku-Shi and the others, that the ball of light was meant to help Yi-Man heal. However, as time went on, Yi-Tsong felt the fluctuations emanating from the light becoming increasingly intense. 6 hours flew by, especially given the tense atmosphere among all the fishmen in the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, the commotion at the location of Yi-Man's ball of light grew increasingly intense, with powerful waves rippled outwards. At the same time, a large amount of magical elements from the surrounding area surged towards Yi-Man and merged into the ball of light. The fluctuations of magical elements caused the surrounding seawater to surge continuously, forming a huge whirlpool, much like when Shao unleashed his hurricane slash. The powerful tearing force generated by the vortex meant that if Yi-Tsong hadn't been so strong, an ordinary fishman would probably have been swept in and torn to pieces. Fortunately, Yi-Man evolved outside the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, many buildings would probably have been torn apart and rebuilt inside the Dragon Palace. Is it about to advance to the epic level? Yi-Tsong, who had been guarding Yi-Man's side, was even more astonished upon seeing this scene. As a sea monster, he was extremely familiar with the fluctuations generated during the evolution of such creatures. That's why Yi-Tsong was even more surprised. Advancing to the epic level is not as simple as a mutant-level creature advancing to the Lord level or a Lord-level creature advancing to the legendary level. The difficulty involved is much greater than just a little bit. Yi-Man should be almost fully evolved by now. Shao then stretched and slowly walked out of the Dragon King's palace. Shao slept in the Dragon King's palace for 6 hours straight. In the past few days, one thing after another had happened, and Shao had hardly had any time to rest. Chapter 182, Lava Giant. Tomorrow, Shao will lead the Dragon Palace to attack the Emperor Crab Clan, so he will have even less time. Therefore, he is taking a break now. It's about to advance to the epic level. Yi-Man's advancement was within Shao's expectations. Like Yi-Tsong, Shao made an accurate judgment as soon as he sensed this movement. Yi-Man's advancement to the epic level also brought Shao a small surprise. Now, when the Dragon Palace is not around, it still needs a proxy who can keep things in check. This doesn't mean Yi-Man wasn't qualified before. It's just that as the enemies he encountered became stronger, Yi-Man's original strength was no longer sufficient. Now that he has advanced to an epic level creature, his strength will definitely increase dramatically, which will be perfect for filling the position of acting Dragon Palace Lord. Call out. Like an arrow, Shao arrived in front of Yi-Man, who was undergoing evolution, in the blink of an eye. As soon as he got close to Yi-Man, a system notification sounded in Shao's mind. Ding! The Cyclops has advanced to epic level. Please select the evolution path. Lava Giant / Weak Water Giant. Lava Giant? Water Giant. Shao pondered for a moment. Just as he had expected, after Yi-Man advanced, another direction of evolution emerged. Choose the Lava Giant. Without much hesitation, Shao determined Yi-Man's evolutionary direction. Just from its name, you can tell that the weak water giant's attributes are closer to water, meaning it is more suitable for living in water bodies or the ocean. However, Yi-Man's people all live on land, and he will eventually have to return to land, so it is more suitable for him to evolve into a lava giant. Rumble. Boom. As Shao made his choice, the surrounding seabed shook violently as if an earthquake had struck, and a crack appeared in the distance, from which magma continuously seeped out. Fortunately, the seabed crack was relatively far from the Dragon Palace and not very large, so both the earthquake and the seeping magma were quickly extinguished. However, the seeping magma caused the sea area, which was originally lacking in fire elements, to instantly gather a lot of fire elements, which quickly surged towards Yi-Man and merged into the red and blue light cluster. Yi-Man's ancestors were indeed titans. They caused quite a stir. Shao couldn't help but sigh. He could clearly feel that the fire element around him had become more concentrated, and the temperature of the surrounding seawater had also risen considerably. More and more fire element was incorporated into the red and blue light clusters. Soon, The red light occupied most of the light and gradually eroded the blue light. When the blue light was completely consumed, the ball of light enveloping Yi-Man gradually merged into his body, and Yi-Man finally completed this evolution and woke up from his slumber. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord." Yi-Man excitedly thanked Yi Shao and knelt down on one knee. He could clearly feel that this evolution had brought about earth-shattering changes to him. First, there was a huge change in Yi-Man's body. Yi-Man's current size is over 100 meters tall, his skin has turned dark gray, and his whole body is covered with bright red stripes that look like blood vessels. Yi-Man's single eye also emitted a fiery golden light, captivating the soul. Beneath this awe-inspiring body, it seemed to contain boundless power. Yi Shao cast a prospecting skill on Yi-Man, and Yi-Man's various attributes immediately appeared in Yi Shao's mind. Name, Yi-Man. Race, Lava Giant. Class, Epic. Level, 39. Health points, 295500. Attributes, Strength 10800. Agility, 6900. Constitution, 7100. Spirit, 5300. Defense, 7300. Alliance, Le Feu Neutral. Skill, new skill added. Lava Burst. Lava Eruption. Slam the ground to summon the power of molten lava from beneath the earth, unleashing a deadly attack on enemies. Simultaneously, gain a 50% bonus to all attributes. With a boost from the lava eruption, Yi-Man's strength can be further enhanced. Yi Shao looked at Yi-Man's attribute panel and murmured softly. As for the new skills gained after this evolution, Yi Shao couldn't quite predict their power. The most important thing was the effect of increasing all his attributes by 50%. Get up. Yi Shao's hands went up and fell away, and Yi-Man's body was dragged up from the ground. But judging from Yi-Man's appearance, he still couldn't suppress his excitement. The magnitude of his attribute increase was so great that even he himself was extremely shocked. Of course, the most shocked person was Yi Tsong, who had been guarding Yi-Man for several hours. He never expected that in such a short time, Yi-Man's injuries would not only be completely healed, but his strength would also improve so much. All right, go and prepare the Dragon Palace's army. Tomorrow, you will come with me to lead the Dragon Palace's army to crush the Emperor Crab Clan. Let the monsters of the vast sea tremble at the feet of my Dragon Palace. Yi Shao gave Yi-Man a word of advice, his voice growing colder and colder. When he said he would wipe out the King Crab Clan, he wasn't just joking. The Dragon Palace had only been established for a short time, and if it wanted to gain a foothold in the vast ocean, it needed to find some creatures to use as stepping stones. Taking down the King Crab Clan was just the right thing to do. Otherwise, if every creature comes to provoke the Dragon Palace, wouldn't that be incredibly annoying? Yes, my lord. Yi-Man responded and hurried back to the Dragon Palace to make preparations. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked along the way. He naturally wanted to personally return what the Emperor Crab Clan had given him. And what about the Mosasaur eggs? I almost forgot. Yi Shao turned to Yi Tsong beside him. Ever since he brought back the Azure Dragon egg, he had encountered the attack by the Emperor Crab Clan, and then Yi-Man. Yi Shao hadn't had a chance to give the Mosasaurus egg to Yi Tsong so that he could incubate it. Here, take these Mosasaur eggs and hatch them. Your primary task now is this, and you don't need to participate in tomorrow's battle. As Yi Shao spoke, he mentally connected with the storage space, and with flashes of white light, one after another, the Mosasaurus stones were neatly arranged on the ground. Yes, master. I guarantee that every single one of these Mosasaur eggs will be hatched. Yi Tsong readily agreed, his heart pounding with excitement. When Yi Tsong returned to the Dragon Palace earlier, he couldn't help but want to ask Yi Shao about the dragon egg. However, Yi Shao had too many things to do, so Yi Tsong wisely kept quiet. Chapitre 183, Y Shao promotion. Okay, go ahead. Yi Shao waved his hand at Yi Tsong, dismissing him with a comment. The hatching of a Mosasaurus egg isn't something that can be done in a short time. There were hundreds of Mosasaur eggs, which Yi Tsong couldn't transport all at once. He had gradually become familiar with Yi-Man and Kathy, so he called some Murlocs, and together they moved the Mosasaur eggs toward Yi Tsong's residence. Just as Yi Shao finished handing over the Mosasaurus egg to Yi-Man, a system notification sounded in Yi Shao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the special mission to find the extinct Mosasaurus race. Task rewards are being distributed. Ding! Rewards: 800,000 experience points, 80,000 evolution points. Epic grade creature component, red dragon spine. So the mission is only complete after the Mosasaurus egg is handed over to Yi-san. Shao muttered to himself. He had been wondering why he hadn't received a mission completion notification, even though he had found the Mosasaurus egg. He had thought there was something else missing from the Mosasaurus's former location. Red dragon spine, just enough biological components for evolution. Shao then looked at the reward distribution panel and was delighted to find that there was an epic-level creature component among the rewards. Adding the experience points gained from completing this mission, Shao's accumulated experience points on his panel have reached a staggering 587,300. That's enough for another complete evolution. It should be able to complete the evolution before dawn tomorrow. Shao pondered for a moment, deciding to evolve once more and increase his strength before crushing the Emperor Crab Clan tomorrow. It's a pity the world value is still not enough. I wonder if we can break into the world level this time. Shao shook his head. Advancing to the world-class level requires 200 world points, and he still doesn't have enough. Shao has now reached the level of a pseudo-world-class creature, and has reached the threshold of world-class. He is powerful, but he is still not a true world-class creature. Hold head high. Immediately, Shao let out a long roar. His body expanded. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a black dragon more than 200 meters long. With a flick of its tail and limbs, it instantly returned to the Dragon King's palace, ready to begin this evolution. Begin the evolution. Shao lay on a large round platform and silently recited a phrase in his mind. Please select the desired biological component. The current body's genes can add up to 6 biological components. Select to add the following epic creature parts: red dragon spine, ice ranial heart, Honghai serpent bone, tiger moon fong, dark water worm crystal core, and tin water dolphin fin. Without hesitation, Shao quickly added all 6 epic-level creature parts he had. These creature parts were mostly obtained on his way to the place where the Songlong clan once lived. Ding! This evolution will take approximately 11 hours. Evolution begins. As a system notification sounded in Shao's mind, his massive body was enveloped in a dark red light. At the same time, Shao fell into a deep sleep, beginning this evolution. Yi-Man, who was familiar with Shao, knew what Shao was doing when she saw the faint red light coming from the direction of the Dragon King Palace. Yi-Man quickly increased the number of patrol teams around the Dragon Palace, making them more vigilant to prevent the Emperor Crab Clan or other monsters from attacking and disturbing Shao's evolution. Yi-Man knew that when the Lord finished evolving by tomorrow morning, it would be the moment for him and Shao to crush the entire Emperor Crab Clan. 13 hours, or 1 night, is not a long time for many merman warriors. It's just the time it takes to sleep. But tonight will be a sleepless night for all the fishmen in the Dragon Palace, because they have all received news that they will attack the King Crab Clan tomorrow, and the entire Dragon Palace is excited about it. Those bastards dared to attack our Dragon Palace today. We'll make them pay tomorrow. Yes, with our Lord leading us, we will definitely be able to crush the King Crab Clan. Why not today? I want to kick those bastards a long time ago. All the merman warriors were discussing it excitedly, because they were all furious about the sneak attack by the King Crab Clan today, and they wanted to get revenge on the King Crab Clan. Yi-Man vaguely heard these discussions and felt somewhat gratified. Back when he first followed the Lord to subdue these merman warriors, they were all a little timid when attacking a lanternfish tribe. Now, compared to now, if these Murloc warriors were to fight epic-level creatures with weapons, they wouldn't even flinch. This is due to the morale and confidence of the army after the 3 fishmen finally merged into one and went through several battles in succession. During Shao's evolution, Yi-Man would check the situation around the Dragon King Palace from time to time, preventing anyone from getting close. Even when She wanted to enter to report the situation, Yi-Man stopped her. By the next morning, the dark red light enveloping Shao slowly faded, and Shao gradually awoke from his slumber, completing this evolution. Let's see how this evolution and improvement goes. Yi Shao pondered for a moment, then brought up his attribute panel from his system, where the improvements to each attribute were clearly displayed. Host, Yi Shao. Race, Eternal Punishment Red Dragon. Class, Pseudo-World Class. Level, 40. Title, King of the Forest. Health points, 836100. Attributes, Strength 31500. Agility 29200. Constitution 28600. Spirit 23300. Defense 28500. Dragon's Fury, 9999. Growth level creature component. Dragon Horn, basic level. Requires 100 world values to grow. Faction, Chaotic Neutral. Talents, 100 Refinements Evolution. Unique Talent, Commanding Evolution. Unique Talent, Magic Resistance, Innate Talent. Elemental Manipulation, Innate Talent. Skills, Elemental Missile, Beginner 98. Red Rock Wall, Intermediate 25. Poseidon's Water Split, Beginner 12. Domain, Eternal Punishment Domain, Unique Domain Power. Dragon's Breath, Eternal Punishment. Evolution Points, 67,300. 1,040,000 points required for evolution. After this evolution, the first thing Yi Shao noticed was that his race had changed again, which was also within his expectations. As expected, without world points, it's still impossible to cross the threshold of world-class status. When Yi Shao saw that his class was still stuck at the pseudo-world level, he couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Chapter 184 King Crab. Unlike Yi-Man, his bloodline limit has already reached its peak. If he wants to truly advance to the world level, he needs to add enough world value during the evolution process. They have the Dragon Breath skill now. On the attribute panel, another thing that caught Yi Shao's attention was the newly added Dragon Breath section. After this evolution, he did not gain any new skills, but instead gained his own Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath is an essential ability for almost all high-ranking dragons, and it is also an extremely powerful attack method for dragons, with different functions and abilities. Immediately, Yi Shao clicked on the detailed introduction of the Eternal Punishment Dragon Breath. Eternal Dragon's Breath deals devastating damage to enemies and inflicts a permanent burning effect, causing a 3% health reduction per second. It's time to go out and cause some trouble for the King Crab clan. Hold that high. Yi Shao let out a long cry, and his figure instantly darted out of the Dragon King Palace, his huge body hovering above the Dragon Palace. My lord! Yi-Man, who had been keeping a close eye on the Dragon King Palace, spotted Yi Shao immediately and bowed to show his respect. My lord! My lord! My lord! Kathy, Andre, and the other merman warriors also lowered their bodies. Lord, you've had a good night's rest. How come you seem even stronger? I feel the same way. I feel like I'm having trouble breathing when I stand in front of the Lord. Stop talking, my legs are a little weak. Andre, Kathy, and Tabor huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Although Yi Shao hadn't unleashed his dragon might, they still felt a strong sense of oppression. Get up, all of you. Yi-Man, how are the Dragon Palace's troops preparing? Yi Shao waved his claws and turned to ask Yi-Man a question. In fact, Yi Shao only asked the question symbolically. He didn't doubt Yi-Man's competence. Just now, when he glanced over, he saw more than 200 seahorses neatly tied up in the open space. Now all that's left is for the Dragon Palace's merman warriors to mount up and charge at the Emperor Crab clan. And this isn't even the full strength of the Dragon Palace right now. When Cassie and the others looked up, they noticed that the Lord seemed to have undergone some changes. Yi Shao's body seemed to have grown even larger, and the black scales on his body had turned reddish-black, emitting a faint glow. Reporting to the Lord, all the troops that attacked the Emperor Crab clan are ready, with 1/3 of the army remaining to guard the Dragon Palace. Yi-Man reported to Yi Shao that the Dragon Palace's merman warriors did not come out in full force this time. To prevent attacks from other sea monsters or fishmen, Yi-Man left Andre and 1/3 of the fishmen warriors behind. All right, objective: to wipe out the King Crab clan. Let's go. Yi Shao's loud voice echoed above the Dragon Palace, filled with chilling, killing intent, but it invigorated the warriors of the Dragon Palace. Crush the King Crab clan. Crush the King Crab clan. Crush the King Crab clan. All the merman warriors of the Dragon Palace shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the palace. Subsequently, the warriors participating in this battle mounted the seahorses at an extremely fast speed, and led by Shao and Man, they quickly headed towards the Emperor Crab Clan. The King Crab Clan wasn't far away either. They encountered many sea beasts along the way, but before Shao and the Dragon Palace's fisherman warriors could get close, these sea beasts had already run away quickly. Even epic-level creatures, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Shao and the unstoppable momentum of the Dragon Palace army behind him, fled far away in advance. With Shao, Man, and the many fishman warriors from the Dragon Palace marching without stopping, they arrived at the settlement of the Emperor Crab Clan in just 1.5 hours. After receiving news brought back by their clansmen yesterday, most of the King Crab Clan members stayed up all night, entering a state of high alert for battle. According to the news sent back by the clansmen, there is an extremely terrifying sea dragon in the Dragon Palace forces. The clansmen who attacked the Dragon Palace yesterday were basically slaughtered by this dragon. As soon as the news came back, the entire clan was shocked. Therefore, the King Crab Clan had already prepared their defenses since last night. The strongest member of the King Crab Clan, the King Crab King, personally commanded the vanguard. Your Majesty, it's already this late, and that sea dragon still hasn't arrived. I'm afraid it dares not come. A powerful, epic-level murloc named Tim, standing next to the King Crab King, whispered something to him. Yes, I feel the same way. That tribesman was terrified yesterday, so the information he gave us is probably unreliable. Another epic-level murloc warrior named Vito also voiced his doubts. Don't let your guard down. Don't forget that Leonard and so many of his people haven't returned. They couldn't have just vanished into thin air. King Crab King Monroe said in a deep voice, his eyes still fixed on what was in front of him. Great King, you know perfectly well that Leonard is unreliable and has long harbored rebellious intentions. Perhaps he has taken the other warriors and run away, leaving behind an idiot to report back. Tim and Leonard have always been at odds, and even now, he doesn't miss any opportunity to strike at Leonard. Your Majesty, even if what that clansman said is true, with your strength, you could also do this, so we don't need to be so nervous, do we? Vito chimed in. When have we, the King Crab Clan, ever been afraid of 3 bottom-ranking fishmen? That being said, the problem is that the sea dragon might have some connection with the White Shark clan. King Crab King Monroe nodded at Vito's words, but what he was really concerned about was the background of the other party. As for the strength of this sea dragon, Monroe did not take it seriously. When the White Shark clan was mentioned, both Vito and Tim lowered their heads. The power of the White Shark clan was far beyond what their Emperor Crab clan could compare to. They're here. Monroe's gaze was fixed ahead, and a terrifying light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Vito and Tim also looked ahead into the distance. It's not a sea dragon, Monroe exclaimed in surprise. As Shao, Man, and the warriors from the Dragon Palace drew closer, Shao's appearance came into view. King Crab King Monroe and the others then realized that Shao was not a sea dragon from the White Shark clan. It was just that the clansman who had returned was inexperienced and mistook Shao for a sea dragon. However, this also relieved Monroe and his group, as long as they had no connection with the White Shark clan. Chapter 185. I'm here to crush the King Crab clan. Stop. Shao led Man and the mermaid warriors from the Dragon Palace, and in a few breaths they arrived at the formation set up by the Emperor Crab clan, and then stopped. Who exactly are you? Why are you causing trouble for my King Crab clan? King Crab King Monroe asked a question, his tone still very polite. Monroe realized that although Shao had no connection with the White Shark clan, the dragon aura emanating from Shao's body proved that he was a genuine dragon. Although the seas are far from the Emperor's reach and the dragons are confined to Dragon Mountain, it is undeniable that the dragons are incredibly powerful, no weaker than the white sharks. Cause trouble? No. I'm here to raise the King Crab clan to the ground. Shao showed no mercy to Monroe, his voice carrying a hint of sarcasm and cruelty. As for the previous question, Shao completely ignored it. Shao had no reason to be wary of the King Crab King before him, sensing that its aura was slightly weaker than Yi Song's. Immediately, Shao cast a probe. Name Monroe. Title: King Crab. Race: King Crab. Class: Pseudo-World Class. Level: 65. Health points: 138700. Attributes: Strength 19660. Agility 17330. Constitution 17800. Spirit 13700. Defense 18500. Faction: Chaotic Neutral. Skills: Bubble Field, Crab Armor, Claw Slash, Giant Claw Strike, Emperor Crab Blessing, Hardening. Are you some country bumpkin from some desolate sea? How dare you spout such nonsense with just you and this bunch of losers behind you? Before Monroe could say anything, Tim stepped forward and started yelling at Shao. Shao didn't even bother to say a word to Tim and directly unleashed a sea god water split. The powerful water element condensed instantly, and Tim didn't even have time to react before he was blasted into the seabed. Click, click. When Tim emerged from the sea sand again, most of his bones had been crushed by the sea god's water rifts. Some even shattered. He was spitting blood and had difficulty even walking. You, Monroe pointed at Shao, speechless, his eyes filled with apprehension. Shao's recent attack had exerted immense pressure on him. What do you mean, you? You can't even take care of a dying dog? Do you want it to die even faster? Shao continued his provocations with impunity, since his purpose in coming here today was to completely crush the Emperor Crab Clan. Fine, fine, fine. I'd like to see what you're going to use to crush my King Crab Clan. Monroe said good 3 times in a row, clearly enraged. This creature, who had boasted of wiping out the entire King Crab Clan, now only wanted to teach him a lesson. The next moment, Monroe's figure flashed and appeared in front of Shao. He raised his huge pincers and slashed at Shao. The first wave of attacks was just to test the opponent's strength. Bang! Shao glanced at him disdainfully, then slapped him down. With a loud bang, Monroe was sent flying far away, leaving behind rings of bubbles in the seawater due to the high speed. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the Emperor Crab Clan's side. Just moments before, the Emperor Crab Clan's mermen had been clamoring to teach Shao a lesson, but now they all simply shut their mouths. Glug. Vito couldn't help but swallow hard, while Tim stood frozen in place, seemingly having completely forgotten the pain he was enduring. Although Vito and Tim knew that this was just the King Crab King testing Shao, it also showed that Shao's strength was absolutely overwhelming their king. Man, those 2 small fry are yours to handle. Shao called out to Man, referring to Vito and Tim as 2 small fry. With Man's advanced strength, dealing with the 2 of them would be no problem at all. Dragon Palace Army, heed my command. Raise the Emperor Crab Clan to the ground. Hold head high. Shao let out a long cry, and the next moment he charged towards Monroe, who was flying backward. He wouldn't wait for the Emperor Crab Clan to react before making his move. Man stopped Vito and Tim, who wanted to help, and many of the Dragon Palace's fisherman warriors rushed forward, launching a fierce attack while the Emperor Crab Clan was still in a daze. In just a few moments, dozens of Emperor Crab Clan fishmen had been knocked to the ground by the seahorse, and then pierced into crab skewers by the Dragon Palace army behind them. Damn it, you asked for this. King Crab King Monroe, seeing this, was furious and roared. Immediately, a red light emanated from Monroe's body, and a huge phantom of an emperor crab appeared behind him, its massive pincers seemingly capable of cleaving the ocean. An amplification-type skill? That's starting to get a little interesting. Shao murmured softly, clearly sensing that Monroe's aura had instantly been elevated. Immediately afterwards, countless bubbles appeared out of thin air around Monroe, and with a swing of his pincers, all the bubbles shot towards Shao. Instead of dodging, Shao took the initiative to meet it. In the time it took to breathe, Shao's body was completely enveloped by countless bubbles. Surrounded by these bubbles, Shao's vision was severely impaired, and his physical movements were also restricted. Although these bubbles looked insignificant, they were extremely resilient when stuck to his body, leaving Shao feeling like he had strength but nowhere to use it. Not only that, Shao also noticed that these bubbles were highly corrosive. Although the corrosion was slow, it was indeed corroding his defenses, and he couldn't shake them off no matter what he did. Pay the price for your arrogance. The King Crab King then roared and the giant pincers of the phantom king crab behind him materialized, the tens of meters long pincers clamping down on Shao. Clang, click, crack. The moment the giant pincers clamped down on Shao, a crisp sound was heard, followed by the sound of something shattering. What? How could there be such a terrifying defense? Monroe stared wide-eyed, a look of disbelief on his face. Shao's body was encased in foam, and his condition was unknown. However, the large pincer that attacked Shao was instantly shattered and returned to magical elements, dissipating into the sea. There are still many impossible things. Just then, a soft voice came from the pile of foam. It was undoubtedly Shao's voice. Chapter 186, I Don't Accept. Shao's voice was very soft, but to Monroe's ears, it sent a chill down his spine, and he couldn't help but shiver. Immediately, a huge vortex appeared in front of Shao, and powerful tearing forces swept all the foam into it. In the blink of an eye, the foam that had been covering Shao was cleared away, ready to turn into crab paste. Shao opened his mouth wide. Even the king crab Monroe was no match for him. Shao had already lost interest in toying with Monroe. The next moment, Shao's eternal punishment domain instantly unfolded, covering Monroe and continuously eroding Monroe's health. What is this? At this moment, the king crab king was also in a panic. In this silvery white field, he clearly felt his life points being continuously depleted, and no matter how he resisted, it was useless. At the same time, a wave of weakness swept over Monroe's entire body. Shao didn't want to give Monroe any time to react. He made a grasping motion with his claws, and a large amount of water element instantly condensed. Boom! Shao unleashed a sea god's water split directly at Monroe, leaving Monroe dazed and confused. However, Monroe was in a much better situation than Tim, as the surrounding water elementals were still clinging to him, and terrifying pressure was constantly squeezing his body. At the same time, Monroe's outer armor glowed brightly red, and although it kept making cracking sounds, it managed to hold on. However, the eternal punishment domain's erosion of him intensified suddenly, and he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. This is fucking weird. Seeing this, Monroe's resolve hardened. Knowing he had to defeat Shao, he roared, and the phantom behind him grew increasingly solid, charging towards Shao with terrifying force. Shao was not afraid at all. His claws were covered with a layer of green wind element and chains of lightning. Bang! With a loud crash, Monroe was thrown hundreds of meters into the sea. This time, his outer armor could no longer withstand Shao's attack. Shao easily cut it open with his sharp claws, and blood splattered all the way. King, hateful. Tim and Vito, two epic-level Murloc warriors, couldn't help but cry out in shock upon seeing the King Crab King's miserable state. King Crab Monroe had given it his all this time, but he was still no match for Shao's attack. You should worry about yourselves first. Drink it. Man roared, and, taking advantage of Vito's momentary daze, swung his big club, smashing Vito's entire body into a deformed shape. Bang! Crack! Man didn't let any opportunity slip by, and with another blow, the sound of bones cracking rang out. Vito was smashed into the ground, and his condition was probably not much better than Tim's, who had just provoked Shao. Where do you think you're going? Man's voice rang in Tim's ears as he tried to escape. Tim, who had already been seriously injured, was now no match for Man without Vito by his side. Don't push me. We'll just die together, no matter what. When Tim saw Man blocking his way, his heart sank to the bottom. If you were at your peak, you might have a right to say that, but now. Man said disdainfully, and with one slap, he grabbed him in his palm. Tim struggled violently, but it was all in vain, and his injuries only worsened. Damn it, let me go. It's all that traitor Leonard's fault. Why did he have to provoke such a terrifying guy? Tim knew there was no hope of escape, so he cursed, and his eyes were filled with despair. He blamed everything on Leonard, who had led the attack on the Dragon Palace. Little did people know that he was the one who most advocated launching an attack on the newly emerging power, the Dragon Palace. However, later, the Emperor Crab King arranged for Leonard to go there instead. However, Tim didn't get to say a few more words before Man squeezed him into crab meat paste. He'll soon be devoured by the creatures of the sea. Tim. Vito had just gotten up when he saw this scene, and he was terrified. He lost all will to fight and turned to flee without thinking. Yi-Man had been keeping a close eye on Vito's movements, and with a swaying gait, she quickly caught up with him again. As for the other mermaid warriors in the Dragon Palace, led by Cassie and Tabor, they initially killed dozens of Emperor Crab Clan fishmen by surprise. However, in the ensuing battle, the Emperor Crab Clan quickly reacted and organized a counterattack. For a time, they fought a fierce battle with the many fishman warriors of the Dragon Palace, resulting in casualties on both sides. However, as their Emperor Crab King was crushed by Shao, and two epic-level merman powerhouses died and fled, the morale of the Emperor Crab Clan plummeted. They basically lost all will to fight, and some even ran away. Meanwhile, the merman warriors of the Dragon Palace were even more in high spirits, charging forward as if their lives depended on it. With this shift in momentum, the Emperor Crab Clan was already showing signs of defeat. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Use them all. It might be too late. Shao stood in front of Monroe, his killing intent palpable. The King Crab King fell silent. After several attacks from Shao, he was severely injured, and even if he fought desperately, he probably wouldn't last much longer. I am willing to lead the King Crab Clan to submit to you and honor you as our king. Whether due to pain or something else, the King Crab King's voice was hoarse as he spoke, and he knelt down on one knee. Monroe thought of the Lionfish Clan, the Eel Clan, and the Lanternfish Clan, all of whom survived only after submitting to Shao. Monroe wanted to make the same choice in order to survive. Faced with Shao's absolute strength, even Monroe had to lower his head. Submission. Shao rubbed his claws and slowly approached Monroe, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Yes, my king, I love you. The King Crab King's voice abruptly stopped, because Shao's claws had pierced through his body, and his last bit of life was forcibly taken away by Shao's claws. Ding! You have gained 1,080,000 experience points and 10,800 evolution points. Ding! Your level has increased to 41. I don't need it. You might as well just turn into crab paste. As he spoke, Shao stomped on Monroe's body and crushed him into a pulp. Shao could tell that Monroe was not truly submissive, and that the Emperor Crab King must have given his approval during the Emperor Crab Clan's attack on the Dragon Palace yesterday. So even if he did submit, Shao would not let him go. Chapter 187, The Great Squid Clan. As for the remaining King Crab Fishmen, Shao had no intention of letting them go. His goal this time was not to subdue the King Crab Clan, but to completely wipe them out. Hold head high. Shao let out a long cry, and the eternal punishment domain unfolded, sweeping towards the other fishmen of the Emperor Crab Clan. King Crab, it's over. It's over. The Crab King is dead. Run. Wait for me. With King Crab Monroe dead, all the King Crab fishmen had no courage to resist. They didn't even bother to defend against the trident thrusting from behind, and ran away as fast as they could. However, Shao's eternal punishment domain spread even faster, instantly catching up with the fleeing Emperor Crab Clan mermen. The merman warriors on the Dragon Palace side had all experienced the terror of the eternal punishment domain, and they all hurriedly dodged away, thus avoiding being trapped inside. However, the fishmen on the Emperor Crab Clan side fared much worse, falling one after another into Shao's eternal punishment domain. As Shao's strength has increased, even legendary-level merfolk can't last long in Shao's eternal punishment domain. The Fishman warriors of the Emperor Crab Clan were far superior in strength and quality to the three fishmen in the Dragon Palace. Their defeat in the eternal punishment domain brought Shao a large amount of experience and evolution points. Ding! You have gained 68,700 experience points and 650 evolution points. Ding! You have gained 153,200 experience points and 1,450 evolution points. Ding! Experience points gained. As for Cassie and the other mermaid warriors in the Dragon Palace, they weren't completely idle either. Occasionally, one or two members of the Emperor Crab Clan would slip through their net, but they were caught and dealt with. Before long, all the fishmen of the Emperor Crab Clan had fallen to the ground, and Shao also withdrew the eternal punishment domain. Yi-Man had already dealt with the seriously injured Vito long ago, and was now standing behind Yi Shao, clenching his fist, finally sending all those guys who dare to sneak attack the Dragon Palace to their doom. Yi Man, clean up this place, move everything usable back to the Dragon Palace, and destroy everything useless. Yi Shao turned to Yi Man and gave her an instruction, leaving the remaining cleanup work to Yi Man. Yes, my lord. Yi Man responded and then commanded the warriors of the Dragon Palace to carry out a locust-like plundering of the territory that originally belonged to the Emperor Crab clan. The remaining buildings were ruthlessly pushed over by Yi Man and his group, all of them leveled and turned into piles of wasteland. As for Yi Shao himself, he turned around and headed back towards the Dragon Palace. Not long after, the once vast settlement of the Emperor Crab clan was reduced to countless ruins, even more devastated than the former home of the Mosasaurus clan. This deathly place seemed to be echoing Yi Shao and the many fishmen from the Dragon Palace who had just arrived, saying, "Crush the Emperor Crab clan." From this day forward, the Emperor Crab clan, one of the 8 great fishman races, has completely turned into a pile of sea sand on the seabed, becoming a piece of history in the sea area, and has completely disappeared from the sea area. At the same time, news of the Emperor Crab clan being wiped out by the newly emerging Dragon Palace forces spread rapidly throughout the vast sea, and soon the entire sea area received the news. Some scoffed at the power of the Dragon Palace. After all, the Emperor Crab clan was only a mid-level force in the vast ocean, not particularly powerful. However, there are only a handful of top powers in the vast ocean, and for most races and creatures, the rapid rise in power of the Dragon Palace is shocking and worrying. At this moment, in the southwest direction of the vast and vicissitudes of the sea, in a magnificent hall within the giant squid, Zachary, the chieftain of the giant squid, has been working tirelessly ever since he received news of the extermination of the King Crab clan. Giant squid are generally tall and large. Unlike other fishmen, they have 3 long tentacles on each side of their bodies, with countless sharp serrations that can easily cut through the skin of sea beasts. In addition, the giant squid is also famous for its ability to escape among the 8 fishman tribes. Because their bodies are very flexible and they also have the ability to become invisible, very few of their members have been killed by sea monsters or other races. What should we do next? How should we respond? Zachary had been pacing back and forth in the hall for almost half an hour. His feet wouldn't stop, his 6 tentacles kept waving, and he kept repeating the same sentence as if he were possessed. Chief, you've been circling around for almost half an hour now. In my opinion, there's nothing to worry about. When the other side comes, we'll just go for it. We don't know who will win or lose yet. Another merman from the Squid clan in the main hall couldn't help but say, if the clan leader keeps swaying like this, he's going to get dizzy. This giant squid fishman's name prefix, giant squid, does not represent his race, but rather his title, giant squid Victor. Victor is the strongest warrior among the giant squid, and the only person besides the patriarch who can freely enter and leave this hall. He dismissed the chieftain's concerns, believing that the Dragon Palace was nothing to fear. He thought that if the King Squid clan paid a price, they could wipe out the entire King Crab clan. Victor, how many times have I told you? Can't you use your brain? How do you think you are compared to that old man Monroe? Upon hearing Victor's words, Zachary became even more enraged, and his tentacles began to thrash even more violently. If I go all out, I should be able to defeat that old man Monroe in a short time. After thinking for a moment, Victor stated objectively that he had absolute confidence in his abilities. But according to the news from the scouts, Monroe was completely overwhelmed by the leader of the Dragon Palace. He had absolutely no chance to fight back. Zachary stomped his foot in anger, and when he mentioned the news sent back by his scouts, the worry in his eyes deepened. In other words, the Dragon Palace leader's strength is at least similar to yours, and there's a high probability that he's even stronger than you. As for the army composed of those 3 losers, they're not worth worrying about. Zachary analyzed the situation for Victor word by word, his main concern stemming from the pressure Yi Shao was putting on him. When the discussion turned to the strength of the Dragon Palace leader, even Victor fell silent and stopped speaking. Chapter 188, 2 old guys who coincidentally agree. That Dragon Palace absorbed 3 of the worst performing races among the 8 great fishman clans, and then wiped out the Emperor Crab clan. It's clear they're targeting us 8 great fishman clans. What's next? I'm afraid, Zackley said in a deep voice, the meaning of which was self-evident. Following the Dragon Palace's strategy of eliminating the 8 fishmen tribes from weakest to strongest, their next target will likely be the giant squid. Regardless of who is stronger between them and the Dragon Palace, this makes Zackley somewhat worried and uneasy. Chief, although the Sailfish clan ranks higher than us, their strength is not much greater. The Dragon Palace may target the Sailfish clan next. Victor couldn't help but say that if Chief Zackley kept wandering around like this, it would definitely be until nightfall. Sailfish clan, right? Victor, I never thought you'd have a moment of genius. Ha ha ha. Zackley's 6 tentacles suddenly paused. The worry on his face immediately dissipated, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Victor was speechless when he heard Zackley's words, but thankfully, Zackley finally stopped wandering around. The Dragon Palace is coming with great force. I don't believe that old bastard Robin isn't worried. He might be even more worried than I am. Zackley seemed to be talking to himself as he settled down on the chieftain's chair behind him, propping his head up with one tentacle and falling into deep thought. The Sailfish clan now faces the same enemies and hidden dangers as our Great Squid clan. If any one of our clans were to confront the Dragon Palace, this newly emerging power, I'm afraid we wouldn't have much of a chance of victory. But if we were to unite, Zackley murmured softly, his eyes gradually brightening. Victor sat on the other side, his 6 tentacles slapping the seat beneath him, seemingly confused by Zackley's words. He was just reminding the clan leader not to worry too much, that the Dragon Palace's next target might be the Sailfish clan. How did the conversation suddenly turn into an alliance with the Sailfish clan? Snap! No, we have to act on this as soon as possible. That old bastard Robin won't just sit here and wait to die. We have to go find him quickly. Zackley's 6 tentacles suddenly slammed on the chair, and he stood up and shouted, almost startling Victor, who was standing next to him. The clan leader has been under too much pressure lately. He's even starting to lose his mind. Victor thought to himself, looking at Zackley with pity. Luckily, he wasn't the chieftain of the giant squid clan. You octopus, you're talking bad about me behind my back again. Just then, a figure walked in through the entrance of the hall and angrily rebuked Zackley without any restraint. Aside from Chief Zackley, only Victor, the strongest warrior of the King Squid clan, was allowed to freely enter and exit this great hall. However, this figure suddenly appeared and swaggered in, cursing at Zackley. The figure that broke in was clearly not a warrior of the giant squid clan. His physique was quite standard, and his left hand looked normal. However, when you looked at his right hand, it turned into a thin sword that was thick at the end and thin at the tip. The rapier appeared to be attached to his right hand, and it was pointing directly at Zackley, giving the impression that a fight was about to break out at the slightest provocation. Chief, I can't stop Chief Robin. After the figure rushed in, a giant squid fishman guard followed closely behind, looking terrified, fearing the chieftain's wrath. It's all right. You can go now. Zackley waved his tentacle at the guard, signaling him to leave. The figure before him, named Robin, was the old bastard Zackley had mentioned. He was also the chieftain of the Sailfish clan. Robin, come quick. Come quick. Sit down. I was just about to look for you, but you've already come looking for me. Zackley paid no attention to the long sword pointed at him, instead sending out 2 tentacles to deflect it. Then, Zackley grabbed Robin, made room for him, and warmly welcomed him as if he were an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Snort! Robin snorted coldly, showing no respect for Zackley whatsoever. You've probably heard about the news regarding the newly emerging power, the Dragon Palace. It's clear that the Dragon Palace is after the 8 great fishman clans. After dealing with the Emperor Crab clan, their next targets will likely be your Sailfish clan and our Great Squid. Zackley didn't seem to care about Robin's attitude at all, as if he was already used to it, and went straight to the point. Yes, that's right. That's exactly why I came to see you today. When the Dragon Palace was mentioned, Robin's expression turned serious, and she stopped being angry with Zackley. Why don't our 2 races join forces and strike first, eliminating them before we can attack the Dragon Palace? Zackley said in a deep voice, which gradually turned cold. The Dragon Palace has now become the biggest threat to the Great Squid Clan and the Sailfish Clan. It would be best to eliminate it as soon as possible. Octopus, this time we'd like to go together. Robin suddenly chuckled sinisterly and said something, his rapier flashing as he continued to swing it, its cold light seemingly intensifying. Come on. Let's discuss the details. Zachary laughed too. Robin's thoughts coincided with his own. Shao, who had just returned to the Dragon Palace and hadn't been there long, was unaware that in the southwestern sea, two old fishmen were discussing how to join forces to deal with the Dragon Palace. However, even if Shao knew, he probably wouldn't care much. The Dragon Palace is no longer the same as the three bottom-ranked fishmen it once was. After several battles, the Dragon Palace's strength has undergone a tremendous transformation. Moreover, after returning to the Dragon Palace, Shao's mind was focused on the hatching of the Azure Dragon clan, and he had no plans to cause trouble for other fishmen for the time being. During this time, Shao took the initiative to check on the hatching of the mosasaur eggs to see how Song was doing. Song was very pleased to say that the first baby mosasaur would hatch in 3 days. When Song was reporting, his voice became excited towards the end. He was definitely more eager than Shao to see the mosasaurus egg hatch sooner. Then, their mosasaurus clan will reappear in the world and thrive once again in this ocean, instead of being like this now, with only a lonely mosasaurus in the surrounding sea. Soon, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the Dragon Palace was generally peaceful, with no unexpected events, and everything proceeding as planned. Chapter 189, Hatching a Mosasaurus. Shao also came to where Song was once again, wanting to inquire about the hatching progress of the mosasaurus egg. TSK, Yiman's efficiency is really high. The construction is quite good. Shao stared at the enormous building before him, speechless with astonishment. Since Song needs to incubate hundreds of mosasaur eggs, the place where he lived before is definitely unusable. Shao then had Yiman lead the fishmen of the Dragon Palace to expand the place where Song lived and build many new buildings for Song to incubate the mosasaurus and the little mosasaurus that hatched. Its scale was even comparable to the Dragon Palace next door. Master, you've arrived. When Song saw Shao arrive, he quickly went to greet him. Since Shao was currently in his second form, the enormous Song treated him with utmost respect, making the scene look somewhat strange. How's the hatching going? Shao nodded, then asked again about the hatching progress of the mosasaur egg. Reporting to the master, all the mosasaur eggs are in excellent condition. The first baby mosasaur will hatch in about half an hour. Song gave Shao a brief report, and perhaps because he was too excited, Song's voice became very long. Let's go take a look, Shao said softly, then flipped over and jumped onto Song's head. He was also extremely curious about the hatching of the mosasaurus egg and wanted to take a look. Soon, Song led Shao to a mosasaur egg. Unlike when they first saw the mosasaur egg a few days ago, this mosasaur egg had many small cracks on its surface. Through the eggshell, you can vaguely see a black shadow slowly moving upwards, as if trying to push open a crack in the eggshell and try to crawl out. Shao carefully examined the mosasaur egg. Once the baby mosasaur hatched, there would be a second mosasaur in the territory, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Click, click. And this mosasaur egg didn't keep Shao and Song waiting for too long. The constant movement and sounds coming from the eggshell indicated that it was about to hatch, more than 10 minutes earlier than Song had predicted. Click, click, click. As more and more small cracks appeared on the eggshell, a piece of the shell was pushed up, and then a tiny head popped out from underneath. Of course, small is only relative to Song and Shao in his first form. This tiny head alone is about 2 meters wide. Woo woo. Click, click. The newly hatched mosasaur didn't look ferocious like other mosasaurs at all. Instead, it was quite cute. It let out a soft murmur at Song and Shao, then emerged from its egg and tore the eggshell a little more. The little mosasaur swam towards Shao and Song, hovering around them and making constant whimpering sounds, as if it regarded Shao and Song as its parents. Woo woo. Song kept letting out long, drawn-out roars in response to the little mosasaur. In all these years, the little mosasaur was the first of its kind he had ever seen. The way he looked at the little mosasaur was as if he were looking at his own child. You can imagine how he felt. Yi Shao Ginti Patit Yi Kangshit. He could clearly feel Yi Tsang's excitement, and his massive body trembled with excitement. Immediately afterwards, Yi Shao casually tossed out a probe, and the little mosasaur's various attributes appeared before his eyes. Race, Mosasaurus. Rank, Legendary. Level, 0. Health points, 5100. Attributes, Strength 98, Agility 105, Constitution 89, Spirit 62. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Characteristics, Swift Bite. As expected of a legendary baby mosasaur, it already has such high base stats right after hatching. Yi Shao was slightly surprised. Although the current attributes of the little mosasaur were nothing in Yi Shao's eyes, no different from ants, don't forget that this little mosasaur was just born and its level was only 0. From the moment they are born, baby mosasaurs start from a very high point. Because of this high starting point, they will grow at an extremely fast speed, constantly raising their level and even advancing to a higher rank. After hovering in front of Yi Shao and Yi Tsang for a while, the baby mosasaur swam back to its eggshell. The newborn mosasaur already had a few sharp teeth in its mouth. With one bite, it tore off a large piece of the eggshell and swallowed it. The eggshells of mosasaur eggs that hatch baby mosasaurs are extremely rich in nutrients, making them a great tonic for the baby mosasaurs, so they would never be thrown away casually. Click, click, click. In no time at all, the little mosasaur had devoured the eggshell, which was even larger than itself. Then it swam towards Yi Shao and Yi Tsang. The eggshell acted like a growth promoter for the baby mosasaur. After the baby mosasaur ate the eggshell, when we look back at it again, its size had increased by more than 2 or 3 times, and its attributes had also changed significantly. Race, Mosasaurus. Rank, Legendary. Level, 5. Health points, 7,300. Attributes, Strength, 149, Agility, 158, Constitution, 136, Spirit, 95. Alliance, Le Fou Neutral. Characteristics, Swift Bite. Tisk tisk. Seeing the changes in the little mosasaur, Yi Shao couldn't help but gasp. Just eating an eggshell had brought about such an amazing change, demonstrating its growth potential and growth capacity. In the future, its strength would only change even more. Click, click, click. Just then, another eggshell not far away also showed signs of movement, clearly indicating that another baby mosasaur was about to hatch. When Yi Shao left the place where Yi Tsang was, a small portion of the mosasaurs had already hatched. And so it continued until the morning of the next day, when hundreds of mosasaur eggs had been hatched, and the last one was hatched by Yi Tsang. Master, all the mosasaur eggs have hatched. Yi Tsang swam to the Dragon King's palace and reported to Yi Shao, followed by hundreds of small mosasaurs, which attracted the attention of the fishmen in the Dragon Palace. Some of the bolder merman warriors couldn't resist touching the baby mosasaur. No one could have imagined that such a powerful creature as the mosasaur would one day live among them. The Lord is truly amazing. He actually managed to bring back the mosasaurus, which had disappeared for hundreds of years. Now, the Azure Dragon clan is also under the Lord's command, and our Dragon Palace's strength has increased once again. From this day forward, I will be a fishman of the Dragon Palace in life and in death. Anyone who tries to drive me away will face my wrath. Chapter 192, Races Attack. Kathy, Andre, and Tabor huddled together, whispering to each other. After a period of continuous battles, the overall strength of the Dragon Palace has not only increased significantly, but all the fishmen have also developed a stronger sense of belonging to the Dragon Palace. Yes, the strength of the White Shark clan is largely due to their reliance on the sea dragons. Now that we have the help of the Mosasaurus clan, the Dragon Palace will only become stronger. Angelo couldn't help but chime in at this moment. Seeing the Dragon Palace's current thriving state, his previously lifeless face was now full of vitality, and his complexion had become rosy. For Angelo, the best decision he ever made was leading the Lionfish clan to submit to Yi Shao. Very good. Listening to Yi Tsong's report, Yi Shao nodded. The Azure Dragon was an extremely powerful race in the sea. With the Azure Dragon race's submission, Yi Shao would truly control his first truly powerful force. The hundreds of small mosasaurs following behind Yi Tsong were already quite formidable, even disregarding their imposing presence. They had begun to form a small mosasaur army. Given time, once these hundreds of baby mosasaurs have grown up, they will form a true army of mosasaurs. Wherever Yi Shao's claws point, that's where the mosasaur army will go. However, although these little mosasaurs are legendary creatures, their levels are still too low, with the highest being only level 7. They need to level up quickly to grow stronger. Thinking of this, Yi Shao couldn't help but look at the other fishmen in the Dragon Palace. Seeing that they were getting along quite well with these little mosasaurs, Yi Shao immediately had an idea. Kathy, Yi Shao called out to Kashi and Andre, asking Kashi to come over. My lord. Kathy quickly arrived, and after standing still, she bowed and paid her respects to Yi Shao. Kathy, these little mosasaurs are still too weak. The mosasaur race, as a former behemoth of the sea, doesn't need to be hothouse flowers. Take some lionfish people and lead these little mosasaurs out to train. Yi Shao gave an instruction to Kashi, planning to have the Lionfish clan's fishmen take these little mosasaurs out to train and level up. The ocean is teeming with all sorts of creatures, and supernatural monsters are everywhere. If these little mosasaurs are sent out to train, they will surely grow stronger in a short time. Remember this. What I want to see is a powerful mosasaur race. Finally, Yi Shao gave Cassie a word of advice. Cassie was usually very reliable, and with him and the lionfish warriors looking after them and leading these little mosasaurs out for training, Yi Shao felt more at ease. Yes, my lord, I will definitely lead these young mosasaurs on trials and tribulations, so that they can grow stronger as quickly as possible. Kathy readily agreed and was even rubbing her hands together, feeling a little excited. After all, this was once the overlord of the sea. If you get to know these little mosasaurs, once they grow stronger, it's like having some incredibly powerful brothers and backers behind you. That idiot Kathy got such a good job. How could he snatch it up? When Andre saw that the Lord had assigned this task to Kathy, he couldn't help but laugh and scold, but he couldn't help but feel a little envious. As for Yi Tsong, Yi Shao didn't plan to let him go with them. Yi Tsong was now considered one of the Dragon Palace's top combatants. If they were to encounter another attack like the Emperor Crab Clan, staying behind would allow them to respond promptly. Although Yi Tsong was somewhat reluctant to part with these little mosasaurs, he didn't say much. After all, he understood that the strength of the mosasaur clan wasn't something that could be demonstrated with words, but with real power. They couldn't live under the protection of the Dragon Palace and himself forever. Could they? Woo-woo. Kathy mimicked the little mosasaur's voice, calling out once, and led the little mosasaurs to swim towards the sea area north of the Dragon Palace. Generally speaking, the further south you go, the deeper into the ocean, the stronger the monsters and creatures you encounter. Relatively speaking, the young mosasaur is still too weak to train in the deep sea. Therefore, go to the northern part of the sea where the Dragon Palace is located for training is the most suitable option. Woo-woo. Before leaving, all the little mosasaurs looked at Yi Tsong with reluctance and let out long sighs. Some of the little mosasaurs even snuggled up to Yi Tsong and stayed by his side, unwilling to leave. Woo! Yi Tsong let out a long sigh, comforting and encouraging the little mosasaurs in his own way. Only then did they swim away slowly from the Dragon Palace, turning back every few steps. My lord, shall we strike while the iron is hot and take down the giant squid clan? Yi-Man couldn't help but ask. The Dragon Palace has been quiet for the past few days. Now that all the Mosasaurus eggs have been hatched, it's time for the Dragon Palace to show off its sharp fangs again. When the topic of the next steps came up, Andre and Tabor crowded around, all perking up their ears. It's about time we took some action. Yi Shao nodded. He needed to speed up his pace regarding the matters concerning the vast sea. Wah! Just as Yi Shao finished speaking, a long and deep conch shell sounded. This was clearly not the sound of the Dragon Palace's conch shell. It came from outside the Dragon Palace. Reporting, Lord. A large number of king squid and sailfish fishmen have been spotted in front of the Dragon Palace and are rapidly advancing towards it. At the same time, the lanternfish merfolk swam over, panting, to report to Shao. The giant squid clan and the sailfish clan are together. Have they joined forces? Angelo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. These two fishman races were ranked 4th and 3rd among the 8 major fishman races, and their strength and foundation were extremely powerful. Isn't it obvious? They've definitely teamed up. They look like they're coming to cause trouble for our Dragon Palace. So what if they've joined forces? It'll be perfect to take them all out at once. Andre and Tabor's expressions didn't change much. On the contrary, they seemed eager to go out and fight. After crushing the Emperor Crab clan, the overall strength of the Dragon Palace is now vastly different from what it used to be. Andre and Tabor are full of confidence. Besides, can't you see that the Lord is still stationed in the Dragon Palace? Speak of the devil, and he appears. 2 merfolk have joined forces to attack, which saves us some travel time. Shao murmured softly, seemingly unconcerned about the fact that the giant squid and the sailfish clan had joined forces to attack. Chapter 191, The Great War begins. Although Andre and Tabor didn't understand who Chao was, they understood the meaning of the last sentence. They became excited and couldn't wait to go out and fight the fishmen of the Great Squid Clan and the Flagfish Clan. Let's go. Let's go out and see what they're capable of. Shao said calmly, and as soon as he finished speaking, he swam towards the front of the Dragon Palace. Man, Andre, and Tabor followed closely behind, arriving one after another at the high platform in front of the Dragon Palace. With the lanternfish providing light and illumination, the view ahead was unobstructed. TSK. Quite a few. Shao was astonished. He saw hundreds of merman warriors from the King Squid Clan and the Flagfish Clan rushing towards the Dragon Palace. Charge! Take over the Dragon Palace. Kill them. Send these losers to meet Lord Sea God. Kill them. As they drew closer, the sounds of the conch shells blaring and the battle cries of the giant squid and sailfish warriors could be clearly heard. Most of them are legendary-level mermaid warriors, with Lord-level mermaid warriors making up only a small portion. As for mermaid warriors below the Lord level, they're almost never seen, and they don't play a significant role in battles at this level. Ready for battle! Shao waved his hand forward and gave an order. His majestic voice resounded throughout the Dragon Palace, and all the merman warriors in the Dragon Palace felt their blood boil upon hearing his words. Hey, these guys are really good at bragging. Brothers, let's show these ignorant fools what we're made of. Tabor and Andre also shouted, their voices filled with powerful confidence, a testament to the strength and confidence the Dragon Palace possessed. In an instant, all the merman warriors of the Dragon Palace sprang into action, having already formed their battle lines, and pushed the battle line further forward towards the Dragon Palace. As for Man, he stood quietly behind Shao. Now that Shao was in charge of the Dragon Palace, he returned the right to command the battle to Shao. He only needed to obey Shao's orders. Clang! 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 The battle was about to break out. The tridents of the Dragon Palace's fishman warriors, the rapiers of the Sailfish Clan, and the tentacles of the Giant Squid Clan clashed together, resulting in a fierce battle. In less than a breath, casualties had already occurred. Damn, these octopuses are really troublesome. Tabor dispatched a giant squid warrior with a single halberd strike, cursing under his breath. Although the Giant Squid Clan ranks after the Sailfish Clan, the two clans are not much different in strength. However, the Giant Squid is even more troublesome than the Sailfish Clan, because they have 6 long tentacles that can change length at will, and the small serrations on the tentacles are extremely sharp. Moreover, even if the tentacles are cut off, they can quickly grow back. Once you're entangled by them, it is very difficult to get rid of them. On the side of the Giant Squid Clan and the Sailfish Clan, the tactic often employed is for the Giant Squid Clan's fishman warriors to use their tentacles to restrain and control the enemy, while the Sailfish Clan steps forward to launch a fatal attack. The Sailfish tribe's rapiers are extremely sharp and can easily pierce through the defenses of sea beasts. The fishman warriors on the Dragon Palace's side are often seriously injured by the Sailfish tribe's sneak attacks if they are not careful. However, The achievements of the Fishman warriors in the Dragon Palace are no less impressive than those of the combined forces of the Sailfish clan and the Giant Squid clan. Hey, Tabor, stop nagging. The Lord is watching from behind. Let's work together and see if we can take care of these epic-level enemies. Andre called out to Tabor beside him, then shoved aside an epic-level Sailfish Murloc warrior with his halberd and moved closer to Tabor. Good. Tabor nodded, and the large lantern above his head suddenly emitted a bright flash. The merman warrior from the Flagfish tribe, who had been pushed aside by Andre, was suddenly struck by such a bright light that he couldn't even open his eyes. On this battlefield where death dances with men, even the Sailfish warrior, an epic-level powerhouse, couldn't help but panic. Andre seized the opportunity and unleashed a bolt of electricity. The intense paralysis caused the Flagfish merman to convulse, and then Andre's halberd pierced his heart, instantly killing him. Regardless of whether it was Cassie, Tabor, or Andre, after returning from annihilating the Emperor Crab clan, they all successfully advanced to become epic-level powerhouses, greatly increasing their strength. Moreover, with the Dragon Palace buff that provides all attribute bonuses, it is not afraid of facing any of the epic-level Fishman warriors from the Flagfish clan and the Giant Squid clan alone, and can contend with them. The cooperation between Tabor and Andre was not a random occurrence. It was something they had practiced long ago. The other Fishman warriors in the Dragon Palace also used the same tactics to deal with the combined attack of the King Squid clan and the Flagfish clan. The Lanternfish warriors stunned nearby enemies with their lightning. The Eel warriors paralyzed them with electric attacks. And then the Lanternfish, Eel, and Lionfish warriors seized the opportunity to finish them off. Go to hell. The Fishman warriors of the Dragon Palace kept shouting, and often with a single blow of their tridents, they would announce the death of a Fishman warrior from the King Squid clan or the Bannerfish clan. Moreover, the Murloc warriors of the Dragon Palace have all attribute bonuses from the Dragon Palace buff. Some pseudo-epic Murloc warriors in the Dragon Palace are even on par with the epic Murloc warriors of the allied forces of the Flagfish clan and the Giant Squid clan. As for the other Fishman warriors in the Dragon Palace, they were all exceptionally fierce, and the combined forces of the Sailfish clan and the Giant Squid clan were simply unable to advance the battle line. Of course, the Dragon Palace couldn't defeat the combined forces of the Sailfish clan and the Giant Squid clan in the short term, and the two sides continued to wear each other down, maintaining a delicate balance. Haha, that's great. Tabor laughed loudly and pulled his weapon from the body of an epic-level Sailfish Murloc warrior. This was the second epic-level powerhouse he had defeated. Haha, that's right. It's just that bastard Casey isn't here. I'm not envious of his job anymore. He missed out on all these battles. Let him regret it to his heart's content. Andre also burst into laughter, but his eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Cassie? He's probably still somewhere working as a babysitter. Be careful. Tabor responded with a word, then picked up his weapon and charged at a Sailfish warrior who was attacking from the side. Andre wasn't idle either. With a single halberd strike, he knocked a legendary King Squid clan Fishman warrior to the ground. Chapter 192, Ye Man Displays His Power. Tabor and Andre were already covered in bruises, with blood constantly scattering in the seawater. Tabor had a particularly gruesome wound on his abdomen, but they seemed oblivious to their injuries and charged at the combined forces of the Sailfish clan and the Giant Squid clan as if their lives depended on it, engaging in fierce combat. The combined forces of the Sailfish clan and the Giant Squid clan suffered heavy casualties, and the casualties on the Dragon Palace side were not much better, with no fewer casualties than the enemy. When did these losers become so strong? Zachary, the chieftain of the Giant Squid clan, exclaimed in shock as he looked down at the blood-soaked underwater battlefield. His eyes revealed a deep sense of astonishment. In his estimation, once his Squid King clan's Fishman warriors and the Flagfish clan joined forces, they would definitely be able to crush the Dragon Palace. The only thing to be careful of was the leader of the Dragon Palace, that is, the Lord of the Dragon Palace. But reality slapped him hard in the face. The Dragon Palace's Fishman warriors not only did not show any signs of defeat, but instead seemed to be gaining momentum to push back the allied forces of the Flagfish clan and the Giant Squid clan. Chief, how about I go up? I guarantee I can beat those bottom-of-the-barrel guys from the Dragon Palace while they're hanging from the ground. Victor watched the fierce battle below and couldn't help but feel anxious. After Victor spoke, the other two fishmen behind Zachary on the giant squid side also looked over, and the title prefix above their heads showed that they were both giant squid. This is the same title as Victor's. It represents the strongest warrior of the giant squid clan. However, he is still slightly inferior to Victor in terms of aura. Meanwhile, on the Sailfish clan side, the three fishman warriors bearing the title of Sailfish King also looked at their clan leader, Robin, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Unlike the giant squid clan, Robin was the strongest member of the Sailfish clan, possessing absolute authority. No, wait a little longer. We need to stay calm. The Dragon Palace Master hasn't come out yet. You all need to stay and deal with him. Zachary said in a deep voice. The Dragon Palace Master he was referring to was naturally Shao. To deal with the Dragon Palace Lord, Zachary and Robin went all out, bringing out all the elites of their tribes. They brought out 3 giant squid from the giant squid tribe and 3 sailfish kings from the sailfish tribe. Sieg Phoenix. Zach sighed and eventually backed down. Octopus is right. We can't be too hasty. Robin gave the 3 sailfish kings in her clan a look, which silenced them again as they quietly watched the battlefield below. However, Shao wouldn't wait. The battle below the platform had reached a fever pitch, and Shao kept gently stroking it in his hand. That's enough, man. Go out and take care of those small fry. Shao pointed downwards and gave man a command. Dealing with these ordinary fishman warriors from the giant squid clan and the flagfish clan was not a difficult task for man. Yes, my lord. Man responded and left, his figure darting forward like an arrow. Drink it, man shouted loudly, and his body instantly expanded, transforming into a colossal creature over 100 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Boom! His figure crashed to the ground like a meteor, causing the ground around him to shake. 2 legendary giant squid warriors were killed instantly when Man landed. What kind of monster is this? What good is being big? I'll go and defeat him. Count me in. In an instant, several merman warriors from the giant squid clan and the flagfish clan rushed towards Man, seemingly intending to gang up on him. Few Lord Man has finally decided to come out. If I don't come out soon, I won't be able to hold on any longer. Tabor and Andre breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Man rush out. As soon as Man appeared, he attracted several epic-level Murloc warriors, and the pressure on the Dragon Palace side was immediately reduced. Lord Man has arrived. It's time for our Dragon Palace to strike back. Crush all these small fry back. Andre and Tabor roared, and Man's arrival directly broke the original delicate balance. The allied forces of the King Squid clan and the Flagfish clan immediately began to retreat. Kill them! Kill them! Kill! Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace's morale soared, and under the leadership of Andre and Tabor, they charged towards the combined forces of the King Squid clan and the Sailfish clan. Without wasting any words, Man, holding a large club, charged towards an epic-level King Squid fishman. Bang! With a loud bang, the powerful fishman from the Great Squid clan was caught off guard, and his body was deformed from the impact. Drink it! Man roared, his body emitting a strong red light. The ground in front of him cracked open, and waves of molten lava power surged towards Man's aura also rose rapidly. Fisk, Man's strength should be catching up with Song's now. Shao couldn't help but gasp in amazement. With the added buff from the Dragon Palace, Man's overall attributes received a terrifying boost. Song, standing nearby, nodded his massive head in agreement with his master's words. The merman warriors who had charged at Man were kicked away one by one, their fates unknown. Immediately afterward, Man charged towards the combined forces of the King Squid clan and the Flagfish clan ahead, and his attack was ruthless. At this moment, Man was like a god descending to earth. No merman warrior from the 2 allied races could withstand even a step of Man. It was a completely one-sided situation. Man kicked one merman warrior at a time, and even several at a time. In just a few breaths, a large number of the allied forces of the King Squid clan and the Sailfish clan had already fallen. Some were even unlucky enough to be crushed into meat patties by Man. In a short time, The allied forces of the giant squid and the sailfish were almost wiped out by Yi-Man. When Yi-Man first appeared, Victor had already requested to fight again, but Zachary refused, saying that Yi-Man's appearance did not match the description of the Dragon Palace Lord in the reports. Robin glanced at it, but in the end, nothing came of it. However, who would have thought that in such a short time, with little time left for Zachary and Robin to react, such a shocking scene would unfold? Chief, we can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, it will all be over. Victor's eyes widened, his breathing rapid, and he was so anxious he almost jumped up. He couldn't let Yi-Man continue to cause trouble like this. Chapter 193, it's quite slippery. Octopus, you can wait, but I can't. You three, hurry up and take care of that big guy. Robin, the chieftain of the Sailfish clan, turned around and gave orders to the three Sailfish kings behind him. Victor, you all should go too. Zach paused for a moment, then finally said in a deep voice to Victor and the other two giant squid, the current situation is a bit beyond my expectations. I hope what those three envoys said is true. Zachary murmured something to himself, glancing involuntarily at an inconspicuous corner behind him. At the very back of the outer giant squid tribe, there were three humanoid creatures completely wrapped in black robes. Their features were not visible, but one could vaguely sense a chilling aura emanating from them. On the battlefield, Yi-Man's pursuit was forced to stop as six powerful figures appeared ahead, blocking his path and causing Yi-Man to frown. Damn bastard, are you ready to face Lord Poseidon? Victor's eyes were bloodshot as he roared at Yi-Man in a fit of rage. In that short time, Yi-Man had completely wiped out the giant squid warriors on the battlefield, and they all fell to the ground. It was extremely lucky that half of the giant squid warriors survived. The merman warriors from the Sailfish clan were only a few dozen still retreating, their bodies already bearing numerous wounds. So the three giant marlin and the other two giant squids stared fiercely at Yi-Man, as if they wanted to devour him. They had already surrounded Yi-Man from all directions. Owner, Shao hesitated for a moment, wanting to go up and help Yi-Man deal with Victor and the others. Although Yi-Man is incredibly strong now, he might not be able to handle facing six of the strongest warriors from the two-race alliance at the same time. Notarus, let's take a look first. Shao glanced at them and had a rough idea of the strength of these six merman warriors. 5 of them were about the same strength as the Emperor Crab King he had defeated before. They were all 6 pseudo-world-level merman warriors. The last one, Victor the Giant Squid, is slightly stronger than the other 5, but not by much. Yi-Man won't be defeated too quickly. Shao also wants to take this opportunity to see where Yi-Man's strength is at its limit. Drink it. Yi-Man responded to Zachary's words with a roar, then swung his weapon, a large club, at him, the chains on it rattling loudly. Snort. Zachary snorted and extended his 6 tentacles to meet the attack, but the terrifying force he encountered the next moment caused his expression to change drastically. Yi-Man's big stick slammed down on him, sending Zachary staggering back dozens of meters. 3 of his 6 tentacles snapped off instantly, though they quickly grew back. Zachary was still shaken by the experience. Attack together. Don't underestimate them. Victor dared not be careless again, having just suffered a great loss. Although Yi-Man's original attributes were not high, with the enhancement of various skills and the Dragon Palace buff, all of his attributes were greatly amplified. He is now infinitely close to Victor, and has even surpassed him in strength attribute. Immediately afterwards, Victor led 5 pseudo-world-class Fishman warriors to charge forward. 3 giant squids were responsible for restraining Yi-Man, while 3 king sailfish launched a fierce attack on Yi-Man with their rapiers. Yi-Man's current attributes are ultimately not his original power, and maintaining the berserk state and the lava burst skill requires a lot of power, so he cannot fight for a long time. Soon, Yi-Man had many wounds of varying sizes on his body, and blood kept spreading in the seawater. All right, time for me to stretch my muscles. Hold that high. Shao let out a long roar, and a loud dragon roar resounded throughout the Dragon Palace and the surrounding sea area. Immediately afterward, Shao's body expanded and transformed into a behemoth more than 200 meters long, appearing in the battlefield between the two sides. This, a dragon, the master of the Dragon Palace. It really is a dragon. Robin and Zachary's pupils shrank, their hearts filled with shock. Zachary felt the terrifying power emanating from Shao, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. Then, Zachary couldn't help but glance again at the three black-robed figures behind him. This time, the entire bet was on them. They had to succeed. "Yi-Man, you may step back now." Shao waved his claws at Yi-Man, signaling Yi-Man to go and rest first. He would personally deal with these 6 pseudo-world-class fishmen. "Yes, my lord." Yi-Man responded and then withdrew. "Stop right there. Come on, try again. I'll tear you apart." Seeing Yi-Man retreat, Victor became anxious and continued to provoke him. Yi-Man wiped out their great squid clan, causing casualties among them. Victor didn't want to let Yi-Man get away so easily. However, Yi-Man seemed not to hear him and ignored Victor completely. "Get back there." Snap! Shao gave a light shout, and Victor wanted to chase after Yi-Man, but Shao slapped him back, causing him to embed himself deeply into the sea sand. When Victor crawled out of the sand again, his body was covered in sand, and his soft body seemed to have turned into a puddle of mud. But then he opened his tentacles and attacked Shao. At the same time, the other 5 merman warriors also surrounded and attacked Shao. Snort! Shao snorted coldly, and a silver-white domain power rippled out, instantly enveloping all 6 pseudo-world-class merman warriors. Shao unleashed his eternal punishment domain at full power. He frantically stripped the 6 merman warriors of their life points, and waves of weakness and the fear of having their life points taken away constantly assaulted their minds. The first to reach Shao was Victor. At this moment, Victor was empowered by the unique skills of the giant squid clan, and he almost completely blended into the surrounding environment, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Shao. However, within Shao's eternal punishment domain, no matter how well Victor was hidden, Shao could easily sense Victor's location and grab him in his claws. It's quite slippery, actually. Shao let out a soft exclamation. He had clearly grabbed Victor just now, but Victor had used the characteristics of the giant squid to escape from Shao's claws, leaving only a few severed tentacles behind. Chapter 194, Sea King. "But do you think you can escape?" Shao's voice turned cold, and he gently rubbed his claws, crushing the tentacles left by Victor into juice. After Victor escaped, several long tentacles regrown, and he looked at Shao with great fear in his eyes. Then he went into stealth mode again. The next moment, Shao's claws were wrapped with rings of lightning chains. As long as he was still within Shao's eternal punishment domain, he could easily pinpoint Victor's location. "Get out of the way. Don't block my way." Shao casually unleashed a sea god's water split, sending the other 5 fisherman warriors who had charged forward flying backward. With Shao's current strength, the powerful impact of the Poseidon's water split, along with the subsequent continuous squeezing damage, would prevent even a pseudo-world-class fisherman warrior from escaping for a while. The next moment, Shao rushed towards Victor's location. Victor wanted to escape, but he had already been stripped of too much life value by the eternal punishment domain. Now there was very little left. A wave of dizziness hit Victor's mind. Shao would not let such an opportunity pass. Victor paused for a moment and was grabbed by Shao again. This time, Victor was unable to break free. The paralyzing effect of the lightning chains continued to strike him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably and making it difficult for him to move even slightly. Moreover, his life points are already very low. Even if Victor manages to escape, he will not be able to escape the erosion of the eternal punishment domain and will eventually become part of Shao's data. Shao's sharp claws crushed Victor's last bit of struggle, turning him into a pulp. Ding! You have gained 910,000 experience points and 9,100 evolution points. Ding! Host level has increased to level 41. Damn dragon. Just then, the other 2 pseudo-world-class sailfish kings finally broke free from the sea god's water rift's entanglement and belatedly attacked Shao. Don't rush. One at a time. Shao turned around and lashed out with a tail whip. The red light flashed, and the tail whip enhanced by the heavy blow, seemed even more terrifying and ferocious. Pia, pia, boom! The tail whip struck the two Marlin kings one after the other, blasting them both into the ground at the same time. After being deprived of life by the eternal punishment domain and weakened by the sea god's water crack, even a pseudo-world-class sailfish king could no longer withstand such a powerful tail whip for a while. Shao didn't even bother to look at it again and chased after it, stomping his foot on the sand. Immediately, two system notification sounds rang in Shao's mind. Ding! You have gained 870,000 experience points and 8,700 evolution points. Ding! You have gained 880,000 experience points and 8,800 evolution points. This is terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Run, run, wait for me. The remaining two giant squid and one king marlin stopped their attack after seeing the two king marlins instantly killed, and then turned and ran. The three pseudo-world-class creatures panicked and fled in disarray. The two giant squid immediately went into stealth mode, their legs and 6 tentacles moving in unison, as if they wanted to grow a few more tentacles. Shao glanced at them disdainfully and didn't chase after them. Instead, he watched them escape back to Zachary and Robin's side, and his gaze followed them. Glug! A chorus of spitting sounds erupted around Zachary, and even Zachary himself stared blankly at Shao. Feeling Shao's gaze, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Huff huff! Who chieftain, let's run. We're no match for that monster. Even Victor is dead. The two giant squid were panting heavily. If they had rushed forward just a little more, their fate probably wouldn't have been much better than that of the two king marlin. When Victor was mentioned, they both fell silent. Clan chief. The king marlin looked at their clan leader, Robin, whose originally blue skin had turned purple, clearly quite frightened. Octopus, what should we do now? Run away. Even Robin, the chieftain of the Sailfish clan, panicked at this moment. His strength was only slightly higher than Victor's, and he would probably not escape death if he faced Shao. If even the leader of a tribe was in such a state, one can only imagine how terrified the allied forces of the other two tribes were. If it weren't for the fact that the chieftains of their two races were still standing there, exerting a great deterrent effect, all the merman warriors of the two-race alliance would probably have already run away. Zachary suppressed his panic and looked at the 3 black-robed figures behind him. He walked over with trembling steps, whether from being frightened by Shao or for some other reason. It was unclear. Robin and the other fishmen, following Zachary's movements, finally noticed the 3 black-robed figures behind them, their eyes filled with undisguised confusion. 3 messengers. Look at this monster. Zachary lowered his body. This was his last trump card. If he still couldn't subdue Shao, the worst outcome would probably be the complete annihilation of his race, just like the Emperor Crab Clan. Salt in the crotch. Salty as a spice. Let's go. It's our turn to make our appearance. Hee. We've hit the jackpot this time. Something this big should at least drop a purple-grade, epic-level equipment. Who knows, it might be world-class. I'll be going now. The 3 figures in black robes ripped off their robes, finally revealing their true forms. 3 figures shouted and then shot towards Shao's location like arrows. As for Zachary, the 3 figures completely ignored him, and Zachary didn't care either. This was their last trump card. They had to defeat this monster. Octopus. Those 3 messengers. Robin looked puzzled. He had no idea when the giant squid had acquired these 3 messengers, nor did he know their origins or background. I don't know the specifics either. They call themselves the Sea Kings and claim to be messengers sent by the sea god. Before our joint attack on the Dragon Palace, all 3 of them approached me. Zachary paused for a moment, then explained to Luo Bing. Aquaman? Is he reliable? I have a feeling their strength. Robin was also taken aback and couldn't help but become suspicious. He had no choice but to be suspicious, especially since 3 unknown people had suddenly appeared at such a crucial moment. On the other hand, Robin sensed that the aura emanating from these 3 figures was probably not even as strong as the Sailfish King of their clan. Chapter 195, Goodbye Player. I don't know. They said they were on a mission to take down the Dragon Palace and lend us a hand. I don't know the exact strength of the 3 envoys either, but their skills are all extremely strange, with immense destructive power and lethality. And they only sent one person, yet they defeated me with extreme ease. Zachary paused, then added to Robin, seemingly recalling the scene of Aquaman's intervention, a hint of horror flashing in his eyes. One person. Robin's eyes flashed with shock. Although Zachary's strength was not as great as Victor's, it was still greater than that of an average giant squid. Therefore, even Robin couldn't easily claim to defeat Zachary. Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help but glance at the three figures a few more times, hoping they could defeat the Dragon Palace Lord. On the battlefield in front of the Dragon Palace, three figures quickly arrived in front of Shao. Shao also withdrew his gaze and looked at the three figures in front of him. A job-changing player? Shao recognized them at a glance. The three figures in front of him were human players, not the messengers sent by the sea god that Zachary had mentioned. There's a significant difference between human players and NPCs in this world, because players don't have any race or title information above their heads. They only have all sorts of strange player names. Three human players stood side by side, dressed in light blue tight-fitting outfits covered with dark blue streamlined stripes, and with long webbed feet. In addition, all three players had fan-shaped headdresses on both sides of their heads, and although they were all male, they all had long hair flowing down their backs. They looked handsome and extraordinary. The player in the middle is called I'm Not a Sea King, and is holding a trident. The player on the left is called Egg Salty, and is holding a mermaid headstaff, so he is undoubtedly a mage. As for the player on the right, he was called Salt in the Crotch, and he was holding a long sword shaped like a fishtail, pointing it directly at Shao. Hey, big monster, ready to become our equipment. If you obediently surrender, you might be spared some physical pain. Stop dawdling. My long sword is itching for a fight. The three human players talked to Shao one after another, their expressions extremely arrogant, as if they already considered Shao as their own and did not take the giant dragon in front of them seriously at all. Huh? So arrogant? I wonder how capable he is. Shao pondered for a moment. These three human players reminded him of his old acquaintance, Egg-Troubled Sunny Day. Back when we first encountered Painful Sunny Day, she was even more arrogant than those three human players. However, after being truly humiliated by Shao then threw a probe at the three of them, wanting to see where their arrogance came from. Title: I'm not a player. Class: Epic. Profession: Sea King, 3rd job advancement player. Level: 55. Health points: 143600. Attributes: Strength 14700. Agility 14200. Constitution 9700. Spirit 7900. Defense 9300. Faction: Chaotic Neutral. Talent: Poseidon's Power. Skills: Neptune's Domain, Neptune's Halberd, Halberd's Judgment, Neptune's Heavy Halberd, Whirlpool Halberd Thrust. Sea King? A 3rd-tier player. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Shao pondered for a moment. As for the other two players, their attributes were similar to his own, even though he wasn't a Sea King. Then, Shao clicked on the detailed description of the Sea King's class. Neptune, a special class among players, with a chance to be obtained after the 3rd job advancement. The Neptune class possesses immense advantages in the seas, along with innate powers that terrify all sea creatures. Shao glanced at the detailed introduction to the Sea King, nodded slightly, and a wicked thought involuntarily rose in his mind again. Insignificant and ignorant humans, I will banish you to endless darkness. Shao said something in a very childish way, already calculating in his mind how many experience points and evolution points he would gain after killing these three players. Wow, this level of boss is something else. I'll go first. With a loud shout, he drew his fishtail sword and charged forward. At the same time, a huge, dark blue phantom appeared behind him. The phantom was in the shape of a human, or rather, a figure magnified 100 times over with salt rubbed into his crotch. However, Shao couldn't make out the phantom's facial features, so he wasn't sure. But the most striking thing was that the phantom was holding a fishtail longsword, the same one that the player had used to slash at Shao. At the same time, The phantom behind him also raised its fishtail longsword and slashed at Shao. Shao did not dodge. He also wanted to see how much progress these human players had made since he hadn't seen them for so long, so that he could make plans in advance when he attacked human cities again in the future. Shao's eyes flickered. What puzzled him was that when the giant shadow sword slashed down, he keenly sensed a strange power being added to the giant shadow sword. He's not dodging. The first kill is mine. Ha. Upon seeing this, the man who sprinkled salt in his crotch let out a soft exclamation, then burst into laughter. Bang! Click! Click! Crack! As the giant shadow sword clashed with Shao, an unexpected scene unfolded, like salt being rubbed into his crotch. The giant shadow sword shattered inch by inch, turning into fragments and dissipating in the blink of an eye. In contrast, Shao was completely unharmed. Ha, cough, cough, cough. The laughter of rubbing salt into his crotch abruptly stopped. Staring in disbelief at the scene, the laughter suddenly turned into violent coughing. Seeing that Dudu Zion looked like he was choking, Shao couldn't help but worry that he might cough himself to death before Shao could even make a move. If that happened, Shao would lose at least several thousand evolution points. What's going on? The power of the sea god that I used to sprinkle salt in my crotch has failed. That shouldn't be the case. Players, I'm not a sea king, and Egg Salt were also dumbfounded by this scene and could no longer maintain their arrogant expression. Damn it, I refuse to believe it. After an initial moment of stunned silence, Kadongzin quickly recovered, raised his long sword again, and spun it rapidly in the seawater, creating a cone-shaped vortex tens of meters long. Then, the tip of the vortex quickly drilled towards Shao, but Shao still did not dodge. Chapter 196, wasting so much time. Clang, clang, clang. With a series of piercing sounds, the spike pierced Shao's body. Just like the last attack, Shao sensed that there was a strange power within the spike. When, just as the spikes were drilling into Shao's body, a crisp sound suddenly rang out, and the vortex spike stopped. Player Dushazayan quickly distanced himself from Shao. Oh no, my epic fishtail sword. Before the man who sprinkled salt in the crotch could even stop, a sound like a pig being slaughtered rang out. The fishtail sword in the man's hand had broken off, with only one half remaining in his grasp. TCH, this is supposed to be epic-level equipment. Shao scoffed inwardly. It's broken after just a few slashes? However, Shao didn't realize just how monstrous his defense was at that moment. Maybe there's some bug with the Poseidon's power of salt in the crotch. Yeah, I think so too. We also lost an epic-level item. What a pity. Players, I'm not a sea king, and Egg Salt can only attribute this situation to a bug in the power of the sea god's crotch sprinkling salt. After all, this game has been plagued by bugs for a long time. The bloodthirsty demon dragon in Sunset Forest was a huge bug that forced many players to grind monsters in other places, even in the ocean. It's okay. Watch me. Wait for me. Let's attack together. Players, I'm not a sea king, and Egg Salt have reached a consensus this time and are preparing to launch another attack on the giant monster in front of them. I am not the sea king. I charged at Shao with my trident. A dazzling blue light burst from the trident and struck Shao's abdomen. During the attack, the size of the trident also expanded. By the time the trident reached Shao, it was already several tens of meters long. At the same time, Shao once again felt that strange power. Meanwhile, Dan Xian was chanting incantations, and the surrounding magical elements rapidly surged towards him. When the trident pierced Shao's body as if it had struck steel, producing a loud and clear sound that caused the surrounding seawater to vibrate with the sound waves. However, the trident only left a shallow scratch on Shao's slope, which quickly healed and did not cause Shao much damage at all. What? That's impossible. I'm not a sea king, I exclaimed. Egg Salt also looked at this scene in shock, and even a magic attack he was about to unleash was abruptly interrupted. What exactly happened? At this moment, even the man who had been rubbing salt into his crotch couldn't help but groan in confusion. Seeing this scene, he was somewhat at a loss, seemingly forgetting even that his precious equipment had been destroyed. I'm not having it. Salt in my crotch. Salty as a spice. Come on, Let's go together. Player, I'm not a Sea King shouted, raised his trident, and attacked Shao again. Upon hearing this, Sultan the Crotch grabbed his short sword and joined the attack. As for the player Egg Salty, being a mage, he raised his staff, and magical elements continuously condensed, unleashing one powerful attack spell after another. Clang, 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 bang, boom. After a few breaths, both player I'm not a Sea King and Egg Salty retreated, panting heavily. Apart from some scratches that quickly healed, Shao didn't have a single small wound. How could they possibly fight him now? This is impossible. The three players exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with shock. They were now certain that their sea god's power was perfectly fine. So what kind of monster had they encountered? If I remember correctly, our special ability can deal 500% damage to all aquatic creatures, right? Yes, I remember too. But how come we can't even break through this monster's defenses? Bug. This is definitely a bug. It's not a bug in our sea god's power. It's that this monster is too buggy. The shock in the eyes of the three players lingered for a long time, and some of them began to consider giving up. Hearing the three players' discussion, Shao was secretly delighted. He wasn't some aquatic creature, but a pure dragon. At the same time, Shao also realized that the so-called power of the sea god that these players were talking about should be the strange power that he had felt several times before, but it had no effect on him, a dragon. This is fucking ridiculous. The player, I'm not a Sea King, couldn't help but swear. Only then did he realize that the tip of his trident was worn flat. The tip was also crooked. I'm not a Sea King's heart was bleeding. Egg Salt was alright, since his fishtail sword had already broken in the direct combat. Luckily, I'm a mage. Egg Salty couldn't help but feel secretly relieved that his staff hadn't been damaged in any way. That's it? What a waste of my time. Seeing that the three players had no intention of attacking again, Shao knew that their attack was running out of steam, and he snorted in dissatisfaction. Whole head high. While the three players were still in a daze, a long, awe-inspiring roar came from the monster in front of them. Glug. The overwhelming power made the three players swallow hard, their faces showing panic. Let's run. We can't possibly win. This is a bug. What's the point of fighting? Let's mark this place down and never come back here again. Let's leave. Upon hearing Shao's long cry, the three players immediately cowered, grabbed their weapons, and turned to flee in opposite directions. However, Shao was faster. In just a moment, he caught up with the three fleeing players. The three players were only concerned with escaping and did not even have time to block. Seeing this, Shao coated his claws with wind element and swung them out. The wind element tore at the three players' bodies like countless sharp blades, smashing them into data fragments that gradually drifted away into the sea. Ding! 1,360,000 experience points. 13,100 evolution points. At the same time, Shao skillfully grabbed the three pieces of equipment that had dropped from the three players in his claws, and a system notification sounded in Shao's mind. Ding! Your current equipment can be converted into 4,900 evolution points. Wow, for 1,900 points. No wonder it's an epic level top tier item. Shao was astonished. He hadn't expected that just these three pieces of equipment could convert into 4,900 evolution points. Chapter 197 Submission of the Two Races. These three pieces of equipment were none other than the fishtail sword, trident, and murloc headstaff in the hands of the three players. For 1,900 evolution points may not seem like much to Shao right now, but even a small mosquito is still a piece of meat, and little by little, it adds up. Immediately, Shao threw the three epic-level top-quality equipment into his storage space, placing them together with his dragon's lair treasure. Zagong. Zay Harbor is a city located in the Kingdom of Tennek, near the sea. At this moment, there is new activity at the resurrection point in the city. After a flash of white light, the three players who had been killed by Shao were finally resurrected at the spawn point, and their figures slowly walked out of the resurrection point. Where's my fishtail sword? It's not in my inventory or equipment slots. Where's my trident? Damn it, is it going to get blown up? Players Sultan my crotch, and I'm not a Sea King, exclaimed in surprise. Although their equipment was half destroyed, it could still be repaired and used, but they could sell it if necessary. Very likely, haha. Luckily I have my Murloc staff. As the player, Egg Salty, was talking, the thing he usually held in his hand seemed to fall silent, and he stopped abruptly, hurriedly rummaging through his backpack. Holy crap! My Murloc staff! A heart-wrenching wail instantly echoed throughout Zigong, drawing the attention of all the players in the vicinity. Isn't that me? I'm not a Sea King, salt in my crotch, and salty egg boss. That's right. How did they respawn at the respawn point? Weren't they always so arrogant? Who knew they'd be like this? Ha ha ha. Step back a bit. Let me take a screenshot to remember this. Countless players respawn at the respawn point every day, but they are mostly weak players, so they don't usually attract much attention. However, Eggsalt's shout drew the attention of all the players. I'm not a player, I'm not rub salt in my crotch, and I'm not salty eggs. As a third-tier professional player, I'm somewhat famous in Zigong, which has immediately sparked the gossip in the area. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they'll definitely have a spot on tomorrow's forum's top trending topics. Go! Stop yelling. Hurry up. I'm not a Sea King, and I'm half covering my face with salt in my crotch. I really want to pretend I don't know this guy, Egg Salt. They regretted throwing away their black robes in their attempt to show off. My mermaid staff, Egg Salty, was still wailing on the side, while I'm not a Sea King and Salt in the Crotch were pulling him away from the respawn point. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Palace battlefield, when Zachary saw that Shao had wiped out their last trump card with a wave of his hand, his eyes were filled with despair, and he immediately lost all will to fight. Run! The Dragon Palace Master is coming. Robin exclaimed in surprise. If he were to face the Lord of the Dragon Palace, he would probably be wiped out by Shao, just like he crushed 2 Sailfish Kings. If the chieftains of the Giant Squid Clan and the Sailfish Clan were so terrified, one can only imagine how terrified the other Fishman warriors in the Allied forces were. If the fighting continued, they would only be mercilessly annihilated by the Dragon Palace and its master. I don't want to die. Run. Wait for me. Robin's voice was like a bomb, instantly igniting the fear in all the Fishman warriors, who retreated frantically in the opposite direction of the Dragon Palace. The merfolk, even with their weapons, found them too heavy, and in an instant, they abandoned their armor and weapons, creating chaos. The merfolk of the Flagfish tribe even found their rapiers cumbersome. However, Shao was faster. Before the allied forces of the King Squid Clan and the Flagfish Clan had gone far, Shao had already caught up and intercepted them from the front. So the fishmen of the 2 clans changed direction and fled again. But they hadn't gone far when they found another enormous creature blocking their path. This creature was Yi Tsong, and it was even larger than Shao. At the same time, the Dragon Palace armies, led by Yi Man, Andre, and Tabor respectively, surrounded the combined forces of the King Squid Clan and the Flagfish Clan from 2 other directions, and the 2 clans were now encircled. They were surrounded on all 4 sides, and now escaping from here was a pipe dream. The fishmen of the allied forces of the Giant Squid Clan and the Flagfish Clan were filled with despair. Shao's power and terror were deeply imprinted in their minds. They had no desire or will to fight, and they didn't even dare to resist. Thump! Great Lord of the Dragon Palace, I swear by the vast ocean, I am willing to lead all the fishmen of the Great Squid Clan to submit to the Dragon Palace and pledge allegiance to you. Just then, Zachary, the chieftain of the Giant Squid Clan, knelt down on one knee and was the first to express his submission to Shao. Thump! Great Lord of the Dragon Palace, I swear by the vast ocean, I am willing to lead all the fishmen of the Sailfish Clan to submit to the Dragon Palace and pledge allegiance to you. Luo Bing, the chieftain of the Sailfish Clan, then knelt down on one knee, standing alongside Zachary. Submitting to the Dragon Palace was unavoidable. Shao's powerful foundation was something that the 2 races combined could not withstand. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated in the history of the ancient sea, just like the Emperor Crab Clan. Thump! 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 Immediately following, with Zachary and Robin leading the way, all the Fishman warriors in the allied forces of the Giant Squid Clan and the Sailfish Clan knelt down on one knee without exception, swearing an oath on the vast ocean of time. What kind of ridiculous oath is that? Yi Shao didn't believe in this oath from the Sea of Time, and with a swing of his claws, he was ready to completely annihilate the entire allied forces of the two races. Yi Shao was already being lenient by not bothering the giant squid clan and the sailfish clan, but he never expected them to dare to join forces and attack the Dragon Palace. Therefore, unless there are strong guarantees to demonstrate their loyalty, it would be easier to simply kill them. I don't want to die yet. At this moment, all the mere folk in the allied forces of the two races had the same thought in their hearts, but the sharp claw that appeared out of nowhere left them with no chance of survival. Their eyes were filled with only a look of lingering attachment and despair before death. Owner, Yitsong couldn't help but shout out, glancing at the merman warriors of the two allied races. Oh, what's wrong? Yi Shao looked at Yitsong with a piercing gaze, which frightened Yitsong so much that he quickly lowered his head and dared not meet Yi Shao's eyes. Master, the vast sea is our home, the place we depend on for survival. It holds an irreplaceable position among all living things. Therefore, swearing an oath by the vast sea is a profound vow that cannot be broken. Yitsong patiently explained to Yi Shao that he could tell Yi Shao did not understand the meaning of swearing an oath on the vast ocean. Chapter 198 Buff Upgrade. If they break their vows, they will be completely abandoned by the Sea of Time. Therefore, their vows can still be trusted. Finally, Yitsong added one more sentence to Yi Shao. Yitsong did this for the sake of the Dragon Palace. In the future, the Dragon Palace will only face more powerful enemies, so it is necessary to make the Dragon Palace stronger as well. Subduing the giant squid and the sailfish clan is obviously a better choice. Upon hearing this, Zachary, Robin, and the other fishmen, whose eyes had been filled with despair, had a glimmer of hope in their eyes again. Great Lord of the Dragon Palace, please believe us. We are truly devoted to you. We will never betray you. Zachary opened his arms and said something to Yi Shaochen. Great Lord of the Dragon Palace, please believe us. We are truly devoted to you. We will never betray you. Robin and the other fishmen chimed in, saying that if they didn't speak up soon, it would be too late to say anything when Yi Shao's claws came down. Oh! Yi Shao turned to look at Andre and Tabor, and seeing them nod, he knew that what Yitsong said was true, and seemed to be considering something. At this moment, all the fishmen under the claws held their breath, not daring to make any big movements with their gills in the seawater. That's fine too. Yi Shao murmured to himself and nodded. The Dragon Palace was still lacking in manpower, and the little mosasaurs would need some time to fully grow up. Moreover, Yi Shao was still unclear about the strength of the White Shark clan, which ranked first among the 8 major fishermen clans, so increasing his strength would be the right choice. With Songlong's explanation, Yi Shao knew that he could trust the oath of the two races' allied forces. In the end, after weighing the options, Yi Shao withdrew his claws. With Yitsong's plea, Yi Shao also decided to spare the combined forces of the King Squid clan and the Flagfish clan and bring them under his command. All right, I'll let you go for now. From now on, you'll be members of my Dragon Palace. However, if I discover any treacherous intentions among you. As Yi Shao spoke, his gaze suddenly turned cold. He stepped on a large rock with his giant foot, and the rock was instantly crushed to pieces by Yi Shao. All the fishmen from the giant squid clan and the sailfish clan were startled and quickly said they dared not, knowing that Yi Shao's action had a great deterrent effect on them. After all, 2 powerful sailfish kings had died directly under Yi Shao's feet in the same way. Then, Yi Shao turned around and swam towards the Dragon Palace, followed closely by the King Squid clan and the Flagfish clan, and then Yi Man, Yitsong, and the Dragon Palace's army of fishmen. Yi Shao left the remaining trivial matters to Yi Man and Yitsong. With Yitsong and Yi Man watching over things, even if the great King Squid clan and the Flagfish clan had any ulterior motives, they could easily handle them. After all, Yi Man and Yitsong's strength is undeniable, and the giant squid clan and the sailfish clan suffered heavy losses in this battle, so they can't cause any trouble. Over the next half day, Zachary and Robin moved all the fishmen of their tribe, along with miscellaneous belongings, to the Dragon Palace. Due to the large number of people, Yi Man had no choice but to plan another expansion of the Dragon Palace. Thanks to the efforts of all the fishmen, and with the countless building materials brought by the King Squid clan and the Sailfish clan, the new Dragon Palace was expanded in just over half a day, and its size was more than twice that of the original Dragon Palace. The moment the new Dragon Palace was completed, the Giant Squid clan and the Sailfish clan officially joined the Dragon Palace, becoming its members. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Shao's mind. Ding! The basic Dragon Palace buff has been upgraded to the Intermediate Dragon Palace buff. Intermediate Dragon Palace buff. Within the Dragon Palace's area of effect, all Dragon Palace creatures will receive a 40% increase in all attributes. Upgraded? A 40% increase in all attributes. When Shao saw the system notification in his mind, he couldn't help but gasp. After upgrading to the Intermediate Dragon Palace buff, the attribute boost had increased significantly. This means that as long as a creature belonging to the Dragon Palace is within the Dragon Palace's territory, it will always have a powerful buff skill attached to it. Moreover, there is no time limit, and the creature's own buff skills can be stacked with it. Just like E-Man, who stacked his own buff skills. This is extremely terrifying for improving the individual strength and overall strength of the Dragon Palace creatures. What's going on? I feel like my strength has increased so much. Me too. Not just strength, I feel like all my attributes have been significantly boosted. Zachary and Robin were utterly astonished. The Dragon Palace buff, which had been applied to them the moment the new Dragon Palace was completed and the Giant Squid clan and the Sailfish clan were fully integrated into the Dragon Palace, also applied to them. Not only Zachary and Robin, but also the other fishmen from the King Squid clan and the Sailfish clan looked on with surprise and uncertainty, and even some at a loss. As for the Dragon Palace, the original 3 fishman races were much calmer. They felt a pleasant surprise as they felt their attributes improve again, but they were not too surprised. Relax. This is a gift from the Lord. Do you see that light shield covering the entire Dragon Palace and the surrounding area? When Tabor saw Zachary and Robin looking over, he walked over with a smug look on his face, patted Robin on the shoulder, and gave a boastful explanation. That light shield? Could it be? Robin and Zachary exclaimed in surprise. They were certainly not fools. Before receiving the Dragon Palace buff, they thought the light shield was just a symbolic boundary marker. However, with the construction of a new Dragon Palace, the area covered by the light shield nearly doubled. Robin and Zachary now understood why ordinary fishmen, though weaker than the Dragon Palace of their combined forces, could still contend with them. Part of the reason was probably due to the Lord's favor. See that? That's the blessing the Lord bestowed upon us. Inside the Dragon Palace, the Fishman warriors from the 3 races proudly explained to the Giant Squid and the Flagfish Fishman beside them. Conquer the vast sea. Your lordship is invincible. Conquer the vast sea. Your lordship is invincible. Conquer the vast sea. Your lordship is invincible. It's unclear which Murloc warrior shouted first, but it prompted all the other Murloc warriors to join in. Chapter 199 Monster Attack. Conquer the vast sea. Your lordship is invincible. Originally, the Fishman warriors of the Giant Squid clan and the Sailfish clan were silent. Not because they didn't want to shout together, but because they felt it was a bit awkward to shout. But as their 2 clan leaders, Zachary and Robin, shouted, the Fishman warriors of the Giant Squid clan and the Sailfish clan all cheered along. Robin and Zachary cheered because the Dragon Palace buff gave them hope of becoming stronger and showed them the unlimited potential of this newly emerging force. Zachary and Robin are both intelligent fishmen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become the leaders of the Giant Squid clan and the Sailfish clan, respectively. Both Zachary and Robin believed that with the current momentum of the Dragon Palace, conquering the vast sea might not be just empty talk. Perhaps one day, it would truly become a behemoth in the vast sea and dominate the entire vast sea. Conquer the vast sea. Your lordship is invincible. The cheers from the Dragon Palace echoed throughout the surrounding seas, shocking all the monsters in the area. In the end, it was Shao who came out and stopped the fishmen in the Dragon Palace from cheering. Just then, another system notification sounded in Shao's mind. Ding! World-class quest triggered by hostile marine life. Hospitality from sea creatures. Due to the further expansion of the Dragon Palace, you have once again aroused the hostility of the surrounding sea creatures. Therefore, The Dragon Palace will once again face attacks from sea monsters, for a total of 2 waves of sieges. The monster siege will begin in 5 hours. Mission rewards: large amounts of world points, large amounts of experience points, large amounts of evolution points. Other rewards are unknown. A second monster siege? 2 waves. Shao pondered for a moment. Although there were fewer waves of attacks this time compared to the last one, the overall quality and strength of the monsters were probably even stronger than the last monster attack. Come on, we just used up all our evolution points last time, so let's take this opportunity to get some more experience and evolution points. After pausing for a moment, Shao licked his lips, feeling excited. The improved quality of the monster meant he would gain more experience points and evolution points. Dragon Palace Command. Increase alert. A large number of sea beasts may be swarming towards the Dragon Palace and launching an attack. Immediately afterwards, Shao's majestic voice rang out in the Dragon Palace, and in an instant, all the fishmen belonging to the Dragon Palace looked in Shao's direction. I need you to keep all the creatures that dare to attack the Dragon Palace as food reserves, and use their bones to pave roads. Let the Dragon Palace's fame resound throughout the vast sea. Shao's voice gradually turned cold. He would not easily let any creature that dared to covet the Dragon Palace, whether it was a sea beast or another fishman. Let the Dragon Palace's fame resound throughout the vast ocean. Let the Dragon Palace's fame resound throughout the vast ocean. Let the Dragon Palace's fame resound throughout the vast ocean. All the merman warriors belonging to the Dragon Palace also shouted 3 times along with Shao, their momentum and killing intent overwhelming. This, your lordship can divine the future like the merfolk priests of your tribe? Predict future events? Zachary and Robin were starting to get a little uneasy, and they had some doubts about the upcoming monster siege. You don't know this, do you? The Lord says it exists, so it exists. Just do as he says. Tabor boasted to Zachary and Robin, who looked at Andre and found that Andre also nodded in deep agreement. Glug. Zachary and Tabor both swallowed hard, momentarily speechless. Everyone felt that this lord was not only powerful, but also seemed to be full of mystery and wonder. What did he not do now? Thinking about this, both Zachary and Robin couldn't help but wonder if the Lord had also foreseen their alliance's attack on the Dragon Palace. Finally, they both nodded in agreement. It seemed so. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Zachary and Robin were about to doubt whether Shao's premonition had gone wrong, an alarm sounded, breaking the tranquility of the Dragon Palace forging. Woo! Yo! Woo! Immediately afterwards, the roars of various sea beasts echoed from all sides of the Dragon Palace, gradually becoming clearer and louder as they approached. At the same time, a series of dark figures swam rapidly from a distance toward the Dragon Palace, clearly heading straight for it. Attention, Dragon Palace troops. Sea beasts are attacking. Prepare for battle. Without Shao saying anything more, Man had already organized the team, and the selection of guard for the 4 sides of the Dragon Palace had been reorganized long ago. This time, Man led his men to guard the front of the Dragon Palace. Zachary was in charge of the left side, Robin was in charge of the right side, and Andre and Tabor were in charge of guarding the back. Yitsong was also assigned by Shao to guard the Songlong clan's current residence. As for Shao himself, he played a purely peripheral role, intending to lend a hand and deal with some troublesome sea monsters. After all, he couldn't handle all these monsters by himself. Even if he ate the meat, he had to leave some for the other fishmen in the Dragon Palace. Moreover, Shao's focus was not on the first wave of siege monsters. As the siege monsters rapidly approached, Shao was able to roughly judge their strength from the aura emanating from them. The first wave of attacking monsters consisted mostly of pseudo-legendary creatures, with a small portion being legendary creatures. Among the hundreds of creatures charging at the forefront, Shao had not yet discovered any sea beasts of pseudo-epic level or higher. Man and his group should be able to handle this quite easily, right? Shao hesitated for a moment, looking somewhat uninterested. Perhaps pseudo-epic level or higher sea monsters will appear later, but we haven't seen any yet. These pseudo-legendary and legendary small fry can be left to Man and his group to handle. Our food reserves can be replenished again. Those are blue amberjack. There are several of them. Blue amberjack meat is absolutely delicious. Stop talking, it's coming. Asterisk. Asterisk. The battle between the merfolk of the Dragon Palace and the surrounding sea monsters is about to erupt. The weapons of the Dragon Palace merfolk warriors pierce through the defenses of the surrounding sea beasts, blood spurting out and spreading around the Dragon Palace. With the addition of the giant squid clan and the sailfish clan, the fishmen of the Dragon Palace have become much stronger, and they can easily deal with these pseudo-legendary and legendary creatures. Chapter 200, the second wave of monsters arrives. Moreover, with the buff from a Dragon Palace, the strength of the Murloc warriors belonging to the Dragon Palace has been greatly enhanced. Even the Murloc warriors who were not as strong as the monsters in front of them before are now forcing the monsters to retreat repeatedly, with their wounds increasing. Occasionally, when they encountered one or two stronger sea beasts, the surrounding fishmen would gang up on them and attack them. In just a few moves, they would be covered in wounds and soon fall to the ground, lifeless. The first wave of siege monsters in the Dragon Palace's Murlocs was, to be precise, a one-sided massacre. The first wave of monsters did almost no damage to the Dragon Palace's Murlocs. If there was any, it was due to the Dragon Palace's Murloc warriors being careless. Finally, something worth looking at. Just as the Merman warriors of the Dragon Palace were still fiercely fighting the siege monsters, Shao looked into the distance and spotted a prey that he found somewhat satisfactory. The next moment, Shao's figure darted out of the Dragon Palace. His speed in the sea was like lightning. Many fishermen warriors didn't even see Shao's figure clearly, only feeling a cold current pass by their side. Before the monster Shao had selected even reached the Dragon Palace, Shao had already intercepted it halfway there. Before them stood a shark-like creature, over 50 meters long, but with white stripes like tiger stripes on its body, making it exceptionally conspicuous in the ocean. Moreover, the name on its head was clearly displayed as Tiger Shark. Another epic-level creature component has been delivered to our door. Shao pondered for a moment. Judging from the aura emanating from this prey that had come to his door, it was clearly an epic-level creature. Shao would not let it go. The tiger shark roared at Shao, opened its huge mouth, and lunged at him, seemingly trying to bite off Shao's claws in one bite. Countless sharp teeth in its mouth gleamed with a chilling light. Shao neither dodged nor evaded, and the tiger shark bit right into Shao's claws. When Shao's claws only left a few shallow marks, while the tiger shark's teeth were instantly shattered in many places. I'll keep your biological components safe for now. Shao roared, and then his other claw struck the tiger shark's gills with lightning speed, tearing the tiger shark's gills open. With just one strike, tiger shark was severely injured by Shao. Immediately afterward, Shao turned around and hurled a tail whip at it, which was wrapped in a layer of cyan wind element, cutting tiger shark in half at the waist. After the tiger shark's body was split in two, its remaining consciousness caused both halves to struggle and twitch incessantly. Then, Shao's giant feet stomped on each half, and soon they stopped moving. Ding! You have gained 670,000 experience points and 6,700 evolution points. Ding! Obtain the epic creature part, Tiger Shark Fin. Another one. Having just dealt with the tiger shark, Shao immediately set his sights on another epic-level creature and darted forward once more. In fact, even if Shao did nothing in the first wave of battle, the Dragon Palace's current strength would be more than enough to deal with it. Not to mention pseudo-epic level creatures. Even epic-level creatures wouldn't be able to cause much trouble now. Soon, the first wave of monster siege battles was nearing its end. Shao targeted some of the stronger monsters, but he didn't actually attack many times, only occasionally finding suitable prey to strike. Shao's claws shattered the head of a Kanglen beast. The epic-level Kanglen beast died instantly in Shao's mind, losing all life. This was also the last of the first wave of attacking monsters. Ding! You have gained 570,000 experience points and 5,700 evolution points. Ding! Obtained epic-grade creature component Azure Beast Crystal. Ding! Host level has increased to level 42. Level 42. As Shao felt the changes in his attributes brought about by the level increase, he couldn't help but ponder for a moment. The second wave of monsters would probably attack the city again soon. Yishaoko will have to take the next wave of monster attacks seriously and see if he can take the opportunity to level up again. We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. If we store this food, we won't need to go hunting for at least 6 months. Just a heads up, don't let those little mosasaurs see us. They might come and steal our food. Meanwhile, the Dragon Palace Merman warriors were all in high spirits, taking stock of their spoils. They looked nothing like they had just been through a fierce battle. It's not so great that the monster siege ended so quickly. Robin curled his lip in disdain at the monsters. In his eyes, there were very few worth mentioning among these siege monsters. Who said the monster siege is over? Andre approached at some point and teased Shao in his previous tone, finally letting others experience his complicated feelings again. Is there more? Robin scratched his head, puzzled. Of course there are more. Didn't you see that the Lord hasn't spoken yet? Andre offered a matter-of-fact explanation, then turned and left without looking back. Robin was speechless for a moment, finding the reason rather compelling. However, he still chose to trust Andre and ordered his fisherman warriors to remain on guard. Woo! Yo! Woo! About half an hour later, the sounds of various sea beasts rang out again from all sides of the Dragon Palace, and at the same time, the Dragon Palace sounded the alarm once more. There really are monsters attacking. Robin suddenly stood up, realizing that what Andre said was true. She secretly decided that she would have to consult Andre more often about the precautions to take in the Dragon Palace in the future. Although Andre was not as strong as him, he was, after all, an elder in the Dragon Palace and certainly knew more than him. Bring it on. This time I'm going to take care of a lot more sea monsters. Ha ha ha. After a moment's thought, Robin burst into excited laughter again, but before he could finish a few laughs, he was completely stunned, because he sensed that there were at least several pseudo-world-class creatures among them, and most of them were legendary creatures, with a few dozen scattered around, as well as a few epic creatures. This force is on a completely different level compared to the first wave of monster attacks. Even Robin, who is also a pseudo-world-class monster, couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure when facing a siege from several pseudo-world-class monsters at the same time.